The main character, Woojin, is a 19-year-old ordinary young man living on Earth, but on that fateful day, he was suddenly summoned to another world called Anfen. There, Woojin had to fight to reach the pinnacle of fame, and once he stood at the highest position, his only desire was to return to his homeland. The year Woojin returned was 2021 in Soon, in front of Mito High School, which is also the school the main character once attended. The first thing Woojin witnessed upon returning to Earth was a group of bullies picking on another male student. Damn it, it's been 20 years, and things are still the same. Huh? A strange voice suddenly rang right beside Lee Sangho, accompanied by the appearance of a mysterious person that made him jump in surprise. He instinctively stepped back a few paces to the left, putting distance between himself and the strange young man who had just appeared. But the guy kept advancing, looking at him from head to toe with eyes full of excitement. The uniform hasn't changed at all. Who's this beggar? Sangho was genuinely scared by this guy's appearance. Huh? A beggar? A snot-nosed kid like you dares to talk big to your senior like that? The other party snapped irritably, and the person with the strange appearance and messy hair who appeared suddenly was none other than our main character, Woojin. Seeing him speak like that, the gang of bullies paused for a moment. Woojin originally wanted to teach these kids a lesson, advising them to settle their disputes more peacefully instead of fighting loudly here. But of course Sangho wouldn't listen to him. Even though Woojin claimed to be his senior, he kept his arrogant and disrespectful attitude. Hey, whether you're senior or junior, no one here cares. Don't meddle in our business, just scram. You're just some nobody poking your nose into our affairs. Or do you want to experience what it's like to get smacked by a junior for once? Woojin was silent for a few seconds, shocked. He muttered to himself, wondering if kids these days are all blind. The way Sangho talked to a senior 20 years older was really unbearable. And that stupid name didn't even realize what he was dealing with. He kept pressing his fist into Woojin's chest and chasing him away before he got beaten to a pulp like Min-chan lying there. Hey junior, if you keep acting so rude, I'll turn you into a ghost for sure. Woojin finally couldn't hold back and suddenly grabbed Sangho's unruly arm. His first reflex was to pull his arm away, then gather momentum to throw a punch straight at Woojin's face. But Sangho missed. What's notable is that Woojin didn't seem in any hurry to dodge. He disappeared from Sangho's sight in a bizarre way, then reappeared behind him several feet away. While I'm still feeling generous, you better know your limits. You should treat a senior like me like a god. But someone like you probably needs a beating to wake up, huh? Sangho was dumbfounded, not understanding how Woojin could vanish and dodge his punch like a ghost. But while he was still searching for an answer, Woojin raised his right arm high, muttering some language no one understood, like reciting a spell. After finishing the incantation, Woojin snapped his fingers. The gang of bullies watching his move swallowed nervously in tension. But after Woojin's snap, 1 second, 2 seconds, then 3 seconds passed without anything happening. So the students started to change their view of him, thinking Woojin was crazy. Why isn't my spell working? He muttered to himself. Sangho exhaled sharply, his anger rising even more. Why is everything so sarcastic with me today? I don't know. That Four Eyes guy acts like no one can beat him, and now some beggar shows up acting like an idiot. Sangho said this quietly, but the words idiot still reached Woojin's ears, making him unhappy. After a moment, Woojin sighed. Looks like the spell won't help me. Then he stretched out his hand. When he was just a few centimeters away from Sangho, he snapped his fingers hard. That snap created a force no one expected. Sangho was pushed hard backward. Everyone present was stunned. No one could believe what just happened before their eyes. Woojin only needed one snap to knock down a big guy like Sangho. Then he turned to the rest of the gang and smiled like a messenger from hell, asking, "So who wants to get snapped next?" And it didn't take long. Woojin successfully defeated the entire gang with just one move, the snap. Min-chan finally could breathe again and couldn't help but look at Woojin with admiration, because in his life, he had never met someone so formidable. Even though Sangho's gang was just a third-rate group of thugs, they were still pretty good fighters. Woojin was still immersed in the satisfaction of teaching those punks a lesson and didn't notice Min-chan's gaze. Until Min-chan stood up, shyly approached him, and said thanks. Woojin finally reacted. No need to thank me, but what's the date today? Min-chan was a bit stunned by the question. Seeing that, Woojin repeated it once more. He asked exactly what date it was and got the answer that today was May 10th, 2021. As soon as Min-chan finished speaking, Woojin let out a loud laugh, then started muttering to himself, I was summoned from 2016. And after 20 years, it should be 2036 now, right? 2. What just happened? Well, on the other hand, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Min-chan had no idea what Woojin was talking about, but he didn't intend to explain it to him either. After a while of scratching his head in frustration, Woojin left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn Min-chan not to wander around and get beaten up by thugs again. Min-chan kept watching Woojin's strange figure walk away. then wondered who this guy really was. Woojin took a few steps, raised his hand to the sky, started wildly flicking his fingers, and chanted a teleportation spell. Of course, it didn't work at all. Minchan observed him carefully, then concluded that someone this spaced out couldn't possibly be a repeat student. Just as Minchan said Woojin was spaced out, Woojin suddenly turned back and scared Minchan half to death. Minchan was even more startled when Woojin started walking toward him, but Woojin just asked, "Hey, student, what's your name?" Though a bit tense, Minchan honestly replied that his name was Minchan. "All right, Minchan." Woojin's tone suddenly became very serious. "Do you have any money? Looks like I came back here a bit too quickly, so I can't cast any magic right now." The more Woojin talked, the paler Minchan's face became. Clearly, he wasn't afraid when he got beaten by Songho's gang earlier. But now, Minchan was genuinely scared because he didn't understand why he got involved with this escaped lunatic. Woojin didn't care at all about Minchan's troubled expression. He kept babbling about how he was actually summoned to another planet, but suddenly got teleported back to Earth for some personal reasons he couldn't explain. And it seemed like during the teleportation, the energy management system had some issues. Otherwise, if it had worked properly, he would have teleported right in front of his own house. The more Minchan listened, the more his head hurt, not only from information overload, but also because none of it seemed believable. Wanting Woojin to stop rambling about these absurd stories, Minchan finally had to dig into his wallet and gave him 2,000 gold. And it turned out this bookish young man had a very kind heart for the crazy guy, as he actually gave Woojin 5,000 gold and even left his phone number for him to contact anytime. After leaving, Woojin kept praising Minchan. What a kind kid. He was walking back to his house. Along the way, Woojin kept feeling lucky that only 5 years had passed on Earth. At 5 years, he would only be 24 years old now. His parents were just over 51 and probably still recognized him. But as he passed the subway station, Woojin suddenly saw the military fully equipped stationed there. Being curious, he called over 2 nearby female students to ask what was going on. Why were those soldiers guarding the entrance? Was there an accident or incident? The 2 girls exchanged confused looks, then burst out laughing. "Oh, having guards at the dungeon entrance is pretty normal. Haha, did you just come from North Korea or something?" After saying that, the 2 girls kept laughing as they walked away, leaving Woojin with a very puzzled look. He didn't understand what they meant. But anyway, the most important thing was to get home first. Woojin decided not to walk anymore and took the subway for safety. He saw another subway entrance without guards, so he went down there. But the gate was locked with a steel door. Woojin was very curious. What's this? Why is it locked? Could something really have happened here? He looked around and suddenly noticed a bunch of keys on the windowsill of the security room at the station entrance. No one was inside. Woojin took the keys himself and unlocked the gate. After entering, he realized this place seemed to be out of operation. I probably shouldn't have come in here. Woojin sighed, but just as he turned to leave, a status window suddenly appeared in front of him. It warned that he had infiltrated the dungeon at exit number 1 of the circular station. The sudden appearance startled Woojin. So the dungeon the 2 girls mentioned earlier was the real deal? Just then, the warning on the status window changed again. This time, it said the dungeon was complete and normal monsters would respawn. Woojin started feeling a headache coming on. He had never thought there would be monsters under the subway station. Only 5 years had passed, but what kind of crazy things had happened on Earth? At that moment, Woojin just wanted to get out of there quickly. However, this time the lock couldn't be opened the usual way. When Woojin touched it, a new notification popped up saying he didn't own a return stone, so that's why it was locked like this. Woojin finally realized he had jumped into the fire pit. If he hadn't found the return stone, he wouldn't be able to leave this dungeon. He turned to look at the silent station. A chill ran down his spine, and he couldn't help but shiver. Whether it was his imagination or not, Woojin felt like the monsters would really appear from here. Just as he thought that, footsteps echoed from afar. Woojin's hair stood on end from tension because he knew something was coming this way. A loud roar suddenly erupted, but it came from behind Woojin. He was ambushed in the dark. Luckily, his reflexes and agility were quick, so he immediately dodged to the side, avoiding the attack from the enemy. After escaping, Woojin finally got a clear look at it. It was a monster that looked like a dog at first glance, but was entirely red. His face was extremely fierce. You could say he was like a rabid dog out of control. Woojin instinctively reached his hand forward, but after reciting the spell, he remembered that due to a glitch, he couldn't use magic for the time being. Meanwhile, the rabid dog jumped at him once again. Just look at those sharp teeth dripping with saliva. If it managed to bite him, who knows what fate awaited him. Since he couldn't attack, Woojin could only keep dodging. This time, the distance between them closed even more, and at such close range, Woojin realized the dog was actually a rebit, a species supposedly only found in Anfen, yet here it was. He didn't know why, but there was no time to figure it out. He couldn't keep dodging forever. Woojin was forced to fight back. Just then, he spotted an iron rod on the ground and quickly grabbed it. With a weapon in hand, Woojin's confidence soared. He decided to deal with the immediate threat first, then worry about everything else. So, when the rabbit charged again, Woojin stabbed its throat with the sharp iron rod. The outcome was decided with that single move. A triumphant smile appeared on Woojin's face, just like when he defeated the Suhi Sangho with a single explosive strike. Hey, even if I can't use magic, a rebit like you doesn't stand a chance against me. Thinking that was the end of it, Woojin was surprised to hear more footsteps. A pack of about 4 or 5 rebits appeared. Well, it was clear they were about to gang up on him. Yet Woojin didn't look tense at all. Still holding the iron rod, he took down the rabbit pack in the blink of an eye. Woojin silently hoped that only small monsters like these existed in this dungeon. If stronger monsters appeared, his life would be in serious danger. Right after defeating the rabbits, Woojin received a notification that he had leveled up, and then he checked his stats. Woojin was currently level 1, not ranked on the Jiangjing leaderboard, with the profession of Death Spirit Master. His basic stats included 15 strength points, 13 endurance points, 17 vitality points, and 15 intelligence points. Mana, stamina, recovery, healing, and control were all at 0. He had 99 unallocated points remaining. He possessed 2 skills: Summon Combination Box at level 1 and Use Achievement at level 1. Only then did Woojin understand why he couldn't use magic after being summoned back to Earth. It wasn't that his power suddenly disappeared. He had reset to level 1, becoming a novice mage again. Though this was a bit hard to accept, Woojin was someone who always moved forward, so he adapted quickly. Given the current situation with monsters swarming soon, becoming stronger was definitely necessary. Woojin began to study his information panel more carefully. His profession was Death Spirit Master, with a note about transfer. Both of his skills were also marked as transfer skills. Woojin felt a bit confused. Concepts like transfer, combination box, and achievement were completely unfamiliar to him, so Woojin started clicking on his skills. First was Summon Combination Box, which opened a new interface immediately. It turned out this skill allowed combining multiple materials to create a new object or placing an object inside to extract its main component. Woojin then clicked on Use Achievement, which had 3 subcategories: skill books, equipment, and consumables. Each had prices listed below. This was something that never appeared in Anfen, so Woojin found it very novel. It seemed he could use his points to purchase these items, like shopping online. After careful study, Woojin decided what he needed most now were some skills. His main goal was to find the return stone to escape, so he needed a search skill. During the search, if he encountered monsters, tracking and summoning bone soldiers would suffice. The problem was, each skill cost 10 points, but Woojin was just a rookie, so no matter how he looked at it, he lacked achievement points. If that was the case, he had to start by reallocating his stats first. With 99 free attribute points unused, Woojin distributed them across all his attributes. After some consideration, all attributes were enhanced, and the free points dropped to 0. Eager to test his strength after adjusting his stats, Woojin gripped the iron rod tightly and swung it a few times. The feeling was completely different from before. Not bad at all. Although he hadn't bought any skill books yet, this was enough to handle the dungeon monsters. With a clear goal set, Woojin began his first dungeon conquest since being summoned back to Earth. He currently had 5 achievement points. To get the search skill for the return stone, he needed 10 points. To earn enough points, Woojin had to kill at least 5 more rebits. So instead of waiting for them to find him, Woojin started hunting. Quickly, his target appeared. Driven by the desire to escape this damn dungeon, he struck without mercy. After a breathless fight, Woojin finally reached level 3. What frustrated him most about these rebits was their endless charging. Woojin couldn't remember exactly how many he had defeated, only that he had enough points to activate the search and tracking skills. He immediately used them to look for the return stone. But it seemed luck hadn't smiled on him yet because there wasn't a single orb around here. That forced Woojin to go even deeper. But when he stood at the top of the stairs, he soon saw that there were a lot of rebits down below. Although they weren't very strong, their overwhelming numbers made Woojin a bit worried. He wasn't sure if fighting all these rebits alone was really a good idea. After careful consideration, Woojin decided not to take that risk. Fighting solo like this didn't suit him at all, so Woojin decided to buy one more skill. As mentioned before, the skill he had his eye on was summoning skeleton soldiers. Its effect was to use the monster's essence to summon a skeleton soldier with 5 strength points, 8 endurance points, and 5 vitality points. The mana cost and control required to summon one skeleton soldier were both 1 point. After learning the new skill, Woojin used his free attribute points to add 10 points each to mana and control. Next came the moment every necromancer eagerly awaited, summoning his minions back from the underworld. Under his command, a group of skeleton soldiers appeared. Although they were just low-level skeleton soldiers, they seemed enough for this hunting trip. So, the skeleton army Woojin summoned charged toward the group ahead. In truth, he knew with their current stats, they were no match for these monsters. But what Woojin needed was for the skeleton soldiers to use their bodies to block the dangerous speed of the rebits. Meanwhile, he just had to strike at the moment they slipped up. The corpses of the rebits were then used as sacrifices to summon even more skeleton soldiers. Like this, the battle was completely under Woojin's control, and his victory was only a matter of time. Woojin fought with growing enthusiasm. The iron blade in his hand was soon stained red with the blood of the rebits. After an unknown amount of time, the rebit pack was completely wiped out. This time, when using his search skill, Woojin actually saw the light of the return stone that would help him get back home. Only then did the station's security guard appear at his proper post. Then he panicked when he realized the chain lock on the station gate had been forcibly opened by someone. What's this? Did someone break in here? I'm done for. He kept pulling at his hair in frustration, blaming himself for leaving his post without permission. Then, he quickly pulled out his phone to call the rescue team. But just as he dialed, the teleport gate's light appeared, and Woojin returned unharmed within his sight. The station guard was overjoyed to see him safe. He immediately asked, "Are you a fake Awakener?" In another scene, a man named Une, who looked like trouble at first glance, appeared carrying a backpack full of bloodstones. He couldn't help but laugh loudly with joy, then muttered, "This time, we hit the jackpot, damn guild. Some of us even risked our lives to get these, yet they just wander around and extort huge fees. Isn't that just unfair? Only fools would report these to the central buying office. Selling them on the black market could fetch 1,000 times the price the center offers. Heh. But Un's plan didn't go smoothly, because just as he was basking in the thrill of bending the rules and making a fortune, a sharp female voice rang out behind him. "You filthy rat, how much have you stolen?" Un jumped in shock, turning around to see a fiery, beautiful figure emerging from the dark alley. She was Leon Hai, the captain of the main squad of the War Guild, and she had come to send Une to hell for stealing bloodstones from the War Guild's dungeon. Seeing Hai appear, Une tensed up. Being caught red-handed was bad enough, but getting caught by this terrifying woman was even worse. But with a backpack full of money, Une wasn't willing to surrender so easily. At this point, running was the best option. So he started looking for a chance to escape, beginning with a sudden attack. Knowing his strike couldn't take her down, Une only intended to distract Hai so he could run away. However, as soon as he turned, barely 3 steps away, the cold, steely face of his opponent appeared right in front of him. "Enjoy your trip to hell." That was the last thing Une heard before Leon Hai's sword tore him apart, and he collapsed, covered in cuts, while Leon Hai's strike was so precise it didn't even get a drop of his blood. After confiscating Une's backpack full of bloodstones, Leon Hai received a new message from the War Guild's security team at Exit 1 of Tron Station. The message reported an unregistered portal had been created, requesting immediate confirmation. Her expression turned grim. Another brazen rat? The brazen rat Leon Hai was thinking of was Kang Woojin. At this time, Woojin was still unaware of the seriousness of what he had just done, and was busy figuring out which train number 4 he should take to get home. On his way back, Woojin kept thinking, unable to deny that after the dungeon and monsters appeared, this was no longer the Earth he once knew. Could it be that this planet was gradually becoming like Anfen, the world he was familiar with? Woojin didn't know exactly what had happened in the past year, and for now, he had only one concern: whether his family was safe and sound. According to his old memories, Woojin had returned home. But the problem started when he was sure he had found the right spot, yet his house had disappeared, replaced by a huge company building. Could it be that his family had moved somewhere else? Woojin muttered to himself, then sighed. It was already late today, so he planned to continue searching for his relatives tomorrow. After all, Woojin hadn't eaten anything all day. His stomach had been protesting for a while now. The quickest solution was to eat at the convenience store. Even if it was just rice balls and instant noodles, it was enough to satisfy Woojin. With the food issue settled, now came the problem of finding a place to sleep. He really didn't want to go to the sauna, but he didn't have enough money to stay at an internet cafe either. Was he really going to have to camp out at the train station? Woojin wiped his face, but quickly pushed that thought away because that area was full of monsters right now. While Woojin was sighing deeply, outside the convenience store, another person was just as troubled, and that was Min Chan. Because he had given Woojin 5,000 won this morning, this young guy didn't even have enough money for dinner and had to settle for a cup of instant noodles here. As a result, the two of them ran into each other again. Woojin felt like he had found a lifeline, while Minchan was clearly not happy. "Oh wow, I was just about to call you. Great minds think alike." "I knew it." Looks like I won't have to suffer outside today. Woojin grabbed Minchan's collar and cheerfully said, "What do you want from me?" Minchan didn't answer but instead asked if Minchan's parents were home. This made the young man even more cautious. "Why do you want to know that?" "Well, some things happened, so I need to talk to them. My parents passed away," Minchan replied. This caused Woojin to feel a mix of emotions. He felt sorry for the young man but also lucky because it seemed like he had found a place to cling to. "So you live alone?" Minchan nodded, and it seemed like Woojin was just waiting for that nod to immediately latch on to him, demanding Minchan take him home to rest. Of course, with the promise that he would pay the rent, though he wasn't sure where the money would come from. For now, he handed Minchan 300 won, the leftover money after raiding the convenience store. It wasn't hard for Minchan to realize this was part of the money Woojin had extorted from him this morning. Seeing Minchan hesitate, Woojin resorted to using force to threaten him. Finally, he succeeded in freeloading at Minchan's place. The next morning, he returned to Mito High School and met his old homeroom teacher, Mr. Minjun. The moment he saw Woojin, the teacher immediately recognized him but was shocked to see he was still alive. 5 years ago, after Woojin disappeared, everyone assumed he was dead. "Haha, I did take a little trip to the underworld and came back to the living," Woojin half-joked. "By the way, sir, I'm dealing with some troubles I can't talk about. Could you let me look at my student records?" Meanwhile, in Minchan's class, the gang led by Sanho was glaring at him with pure hatred. They had clearly been taught a lesson by Woojin yesterday, but still hadn't learned and decided to take out their frustration on Minchan today. So when a female classmate was happily talking to him, Sangho rudely pushed her away and grabbed Minchan's shoulder, pulling him close. "Hey, you bastard, you really lucked out yesterday, huh? Some crazy guy just fell from the sky to save your ass." "But Minchan, shouldn't we finish what we started yesterday?" "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't start any trouble with me in class," Minchan replied coldly. His cold attitude came off as arrogant to Sangho, making him extremely angry. Even though they were in a school environment, Sangho didn't hesitate to grab Minchan's hair roughly and started cursing him with extremely offensive words. "You still don't know your place, you bastard. If nothing changes, this guy's about to get punched next." But just then, a familiar voice rang out, making Sangho's gang instantly stand on edge and stop. Well, I arrived just in time." The moment Sangho saw Woojin, he started trembling, because he couldn't forget the guy who talked nonsense but had slapped him hard yesterday. "All of you, follow me outside." A terrifying smile appeared on Woojin's face. Knowing he had no choice, Sangho's gang followed him up to the rooftop. Minchan, of course, went along with some curious students who liked to gossip. They didn't know who Woojin was, only that he was a senior who had studied at their school, and they thought he was crazy for daring to challenge Sangho's group. Today, Woojin even gave those punks the chance to attack first, but they still couldn't land a hit. Watching their clumsy swings, Woojin just sighed. Whether on Anfen or Earth, people like these were everywhere. "You mean those who only have a bit of muscle and brag everywhere?" Sangho's arrogant way of asserting he was the best reminded Woojin of an annoying guy named Sis, the S of the Anfen Association. He was a brutal killer who had sold his soul to the devil. He craved his territory and had the association help him. Woojin thought about Sis but kept dodging attacks skillfully. The important thing was that Woojin dodged calmly, while Sangho had to swing wildly but still missed. This made him extremely angry. Finally, he decided not to fight one-on-one anymore and called all his followers to gang up on Woojin. Woojin wasn't surprised by his reaction at all. In the end, he decided not to go solo anymore, but called all his henchmen to rush together and gang up on Woojin. He wasn't surprised by his reaction at all, and the only way to deal with people like this is to make them pay 10 times over with a power that completely overwhelms them, just like how Woojin did with Sis and Alfen. This time, when the whole gang of thugs charged, Woojin finally stopped dodging and chose to counterattack. Throughout this whole process, he didn't face any difficulty at all. Woojin's pure physical power alone was enough to make these thugs hit the ground after just one strike. Watching his henchmen fall one by one to Woojin, Sangho started to tremble. Now he was the only one left. Although quite scared, provoked by Woojin, Sangho recklessly charged forward anyway. But the outcome for this arrogant fool who didn't know his limits was already obvious. He was just an empty barrel making noise, worthless in Woojin's eyes, and ended up being knocked down in a humiliating defeat. Just after handling that gang of punks, Woojin suddenly saw a familiar figure hurriedly walking through the gate of Mito School. Even from a distance, he could recognize it was his mother. And like a miracle, Woojin reunited with his mother. The moment he held her in his arms, feeling her body trembling from crying, he couldn't hold back his emotions. They talked about many things. According to his mother, 5 years ago, right after he disappeared, a dungeon explosion erupted worldwide. In an instant, all the stations on Earth turned into dungeons. Woojin's father died after being caught in that explosion on his way to work, and his mother had to keep living to protect Woojin's younger sister, Sua. However, their family business was never prosperous, So after Sua fell ill, their finances plummeted rapidly. Up until now, the two of them have been struggling to get by day after day. After meeting at school, Woojin's mother took him home. She had to pick up Sua, so she told him to stay put and not wander around. After his mother left, Woojin's feelings became even more complicated. He looked around the room, which wasn't even big enough for a family to sit together comfortably. At that moment, Woojin could feel the heavy burden of responsibility his mother was carrying alone. He noticed a box taking up an entire corner of the room. Inside were things belonging to his father that his mother couldn't bear to throw away, and it seemed like he could understand why she couldn't let them go. It made Woojin's heart shatter into pieces. Not long after, his mother returned with Woojin's little sister. Looking at the unfamiliar face in front of her, Sua seemed a bit tense. Even though their mother introduced him as her older brother, Sua still looked very suspicious. Woojin half sat, half kneeling to be eye level with his sister, then carefully patted her head. Sua, our family's grown fast. Do you still remember me? I used to change your diapers when you were just a baby, he said. Sua's face flushed red as she stubbornly argued that she was already potty trained. Then their mother gave the two kids some time alone to talk, while she went to cook. That was the first family meal Woojin had enjoyed after years of wandering. That night, the three of them squeezed into the cramped room. His mother and sister had fallen asleep long ago, but Woojin couldn't fall asleep. He remembered 20 years ago when he was first summoned to the planet Anfen, a place built like a simulation game. Back then, Woojin had to fight fiercely more than anyone else just to survive among brutal monsters and resist becoming part of Anfen. Eventually, Woojin became the highest-level necromancer, and before he could enjoy the fruits of his long journey, he returned to his home planet without hesitation right after meeting that administrator. Because Woojin wanted to see his family again, he just wanted to find that simple happiness once more. But as everyone saw, after returning to Earth, the planet had completely changed. This change caused Woojin's father to die and his family to go bankrupt. That pushed him to take his father's place as the family's pillar, and to do that, he had to earn money. After all, he survived on Anfen and had been through worse than this. So he still felt the current situation wasn't too bad. At least, as long as it was for his family, he was determined he could do it. The next morning, the first thing Woojin did was buy a new phone. He began researching the concept of being a fake Awakener, just like how the security guard at the station called him yesterday. The guard thought Woojin was just a random civilian who accidentally got trapped in the dungeon, so he was scared stiff, but seeing Woojin unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He just wondered why Woojin entered the dungeon without any bloodstones, and then had to fill out information at the registration gate. This opened a path for Woojin. He needed money, and the only thing he could do right now to earn money was to become a fake Awakener. Without hesitation, he texted his mother to tell her he would move in with a friend during his entrance exam prep, and the friend he mentioned was, of course, Min-chan. Honestly, bothering Machin again made Woojin feel a little guilty, but there was no other way, so Woojin promised himself he would definitely repay that kid someday. However, after dialing the number Machin left for him, Woojin heard a strange voice. Hello, this is Parso from Dongjin Employment Consulting. Woojin was stunned for a few seconds. After confirming the caller wasn't Machan, he realized that crafty young man had probably played a prank on him. Woojin was someone who never forgot a grudge. So of course, this matter couldn't be brushed off so easily. That night, Min-chan returned home after school. Actually, he felt a bit regretful for not having thanked Woojin after yesterday's incident. After all, it was thanks to him that the Sangho gang stopped bothering him. And looking closely, in Min-chan's eyes, Woojin was just a bit awkward, not a bad person. So he decided to find a chance to thank Woojin. But that chance came sooner than Min-chan expected when, upon opening his door, he saw Woojin sitting right inside his house, casually munching on sunflower seeds. How the heck did my brother get in here? Min-chan was so shocked his hair stood on end. Hey, you entered the house password already, Woojin replied nonchalantly. This is illegal break-in, Min-chan said, turning pale. Well, I did call you to let you know, but no one picked up. Woojin skillfully brought up the fact that Min-chan had sent him some nonsense numbers, which startled Min-chan. But since Woojin was basically crashing at his place, Min-chan didn't press the issue further. Then Woojin got straight to the point. He told Min-chan that he was a fake, awakened, though not officially yet. That made perfect sense. Finally, Min-chan found a fitting explanation for why Woojin was so strong. It was just that since he had recently traveled back to Earth and many things were unclear, Woojin had to ask Min-chan, by the way, do fake awakeneds make a lot of money? Of course, Min-chan immediately replied, but it also depends on the dungeon. Thus began Dooman's crash course on basic info for the clueless. According to him, first Woojin needed to register with the association as a fake, awakened to get dungeon access rights, then join a guild, or he could work for the association or the management bureau. But Woojin didn't like being dependent, so he asked if he could just clear dungeons solo. That's possible, but way too dangerous, Minchan sincerely advised. Still, Woojin didn't listen because he had done some quick research and knew all guilds required entrance exams. That was too time-consuming, and he needed money as fast as possible. At least join some group, right? Dungeons aren't easy to clear, Minchan nagged, then told Woojin to download an app on his phone. Seeing Woojin's phone, Minchan couldn't help but mock him for using a relic from the ancestors. Woojin argued it was the newest model in the store, but Minchan dropped a harsh truth. That model came out 4 years ago. Woojin fell silent. He recalled the excited face of the salesman pitching it as their best-selling phone. Because of its extreme durability, many Awakeneds used it. Turns out it was just a sales pitch to clear out old stock. Woojin swore he'd get back at that salesman. While he was thinking about how to handle the salesman, Minchan successfully installed the Dungeon Forum app for him. From now on, Woojin could look up dungeon info and book them right there. So I just carry this brick phone to find dungeons and clear them, right? Woojin asked. I told you to determine your awakened rank first. If you rush in blindly, you'll die for nothing, Minchan warned with his life on the line. But Woojin didn't seem to care much. After browsing the forum, he found new info about entry fees. Even the lowest level dungeon could cost Woojin up to 10,000 W. In other words, to make money from dungeons, you have to pay up front. Hearing this, Woojin's face turned pale. Minchan, lend me some money. This time, Minchan's face went ghostly. Another night passed, and the next morning Woojin went to the Awakened Management Bureau for an assessment. His necromancer ability shocked everyone present. The moment his summoned bone soldier appeared with glowing red eyes, the surrounding space became chaotic. From the observation room, a voice said, So, you're a necromancer. Woojin stood there and straightforwardly replied, Yes. The examiner adjusted his glasses, thinking, I've met many Awakeneds before, but this is the first time I've seen a necromancer in person. At that moment, a goblin appeared faintly in the test room, along with instructions. The summoning ability of each person was evaluated based on the combat power of their summoned creature. Can you try attacking the thing in front of you? Woojin looked up at the projector above, surprised, wondering, is this a simulation? He stroked his chin, looking at the created monster, impressed. Interesting. He immediately swung his hand and commanded, Go, bone soldier, show them your power. As soon as the words left his mouth, it obeyed and charged with fierce cries. The scene then shifted to the awakened waiting room, where a voice echoed, You got rank E. Woojin reached out to receive his awakened card and replied shortly, Yes. He looked at the card curiously. So that's high, right? The staff hesitated before answering, Not really. Actually, that's the lowest rank. The combat power of your summoned creature was worse than we expected, but it's a pretty unique ability, so guilds will probably give you a chance. Woojin looked at the card in his hand, thinking, Who cares about the rank as long as I can enter dungeons? The card contained all his info, his awakened ID. Woojin looked at the card in his hand and thought to himself, Who cares about the rank, as long as I can enter and exit the dungeons? It had all his information on it, including his fake awakening ID. Fake awakening ID, name Kang Woojin, awakening ability, spirit summoning technique, rank E. Scene shifts to a subway station at exit number 7. Along with that, information appears on the dungeon forum. Dungeon name, exit number 7, Super Limb Station. Difficulty, 2 stars, monsters. Click to read. Woojin is standing there, muttering while looking at his phone. Today seems to be my lucky day. At the same time, someone approaches. He places his hands on his hips and continues. Did you come here alone? Want to join our group? Woojin is startled and looks back. Badosu, a veteran rank E minor, steps forward to introduce his team. Our group has only 7 people, still 1 spot open. Woojin directly declines, leaving him puzzled. No thanks. I'm happy playing solo. Jamin looks a bit confused. Wait, are you planning to throw your pass fee out the window like that? Plus, the bloodstone quota is limited per person within a certain time frame. While Woojin is clueless with a huge question mark over his head, Jamin's voice continues, apparently thinking Woojin is a newbie. He steps closer and asks, What rank are you? Woojin answers, without hiding anything. Rank E. Jamin still tries to persuade him, as if Woojin hasn't been briefed on any knowledge yet. Try joining our group to gain experience. I can protect you. After a short while, the fake Awakeners enter the dungeon at exit number 7 under the supervision of the Management Bureau. Woojin watches them and thinks to himself, So the pass fee is divided evenly among participants. If you go solo, you have to pay 800,000 per hour. Damn expensive. He recalls Jamin's explanation. Only up to 8 people can participate at once. If you want to play solo, you have to pay the pass fee for 8 people. And to maximize bloodstone extraction, it's best to go with a group. Woojin sighs, knowing he has no experience, so maybe following them isn't a bad idea. At that moment, a young man steps up beside him, nervously asking, I'm worried. What do you think? Woojin replies reassuringly, if you're a man, even if you're scared, you shouldn't show it. This person is Heil, a rank E fireball mage. He smiles and says, you seem pretty confident. Woojin thinks to himself, looks like he was also invited to join the group like him, rumored to have awakened 2 months ago, then dropped out of school, and is now training as a part-time fake Awakener. Meanwhile, a dungeon conquest group limps out, covered in injuries. Heil looks over, curious they must be hurt. Someone in that group shouts, Hoplin appeared. Another member is shocked. How is that possible? Du Jamin scoffs sarcastically. Why even question that? They're just wasting energy. He turns back to explain to his team that occasionally unnamed monsters also appear. Anyway, Hoplin is only a 2-star monster. As long as we're careful, we can handle them. Du Jamin's voice continues outside the dungeon entrance. Now, let's get ready to depart. Scene shifts inside, showing chaos at the train boarding area. A group of ugly-faced goblins appears. Sungu summons his power and shouts, Fireball. It's aimed straight at the goblins, causing an explosion and a flash of light. Immediately after, Du Jamin steps forward, raises his hand and shouts, Fire! As soon as he finishes, flames burst out, burning the monster's eyes. Screams of agony follow. The rest of the team seizes the opportunity, and the goblins' vision is clouded as they rush to attack. The swordsman swings a horizontal slash, cutting a monster's body in half. At the same time, Woojin's skeleton soldier stabs and kills a goblin. Near the stairs to the second floor, they exchange compliments. Sungu says, your fireball is pretty useful. The group watches the skeleton soldier in awe. This skeleton is more agile than it looks, and stronger than your rank E. Huh? Woojin just smiles, thinking to himself, he had spent all his points upgrading skills, and it seems the investment paid off. Meanwhile, Du Jamin is stabbing a monster with a small sword. He pulls out a bloodstone shard. Haesol says, as expected from a 2-star dungeon, the quality of the stones here is pretty good. This size must be worth at least 200,000 per piece. He glances at Sanho, silently wondering, each tiny crystal is worth 200,000? No wonder other fake awakeners risk their lives to dive into these dungeons, so the 100,000 pass fee isn't much at all. Du Jamin smirks cunningly, already making a profit this early. He looks at the bloodstone pouch in front of him, satisfied, thinking 1-star dungeons could never compare. Du Jamin's eyes widen with veins showing, silently concluding that 2-star dungeons are gold mines. Then words of encouragement echo inside the dungeon. We'll reach the final floor soon. Give it your all. Monsters appear ahead, causing the group to freeze. Their signature green skin is accompanied by bulging muscles this time. A large, muscular hoblin holding a magic staff appears. The group shouts, Goblin! Du Jamin raises his hand to calm everyone. Don't worry. Keep our formation as usual. Woojin quietly observes, a bit confused. He bluntly says, shouldn't we be more cautious? Du Jamin turns to Woojin with a smile. I've memorized all their stats. They mainly use magic. The group stays silent, continuing to listen to Du Jamin. Since Dong Chun's ability is to create shields, we can block their magic, then take it down immediately, and the victory will be ours. You feel a bit discouraged inside, but since the captain has spoken, you just have to listen quietly. On the monster side, the large hobgoblin's face darkened as it raised the staff in its hand high. Dosu shouted loudly, giving orders. All right, block it. A member stepped forward and created a thin shield in front of them. The orb on the staff was radiating many electric sparks. The energy beam struck the shield and was blocked, spreading around the orb. The attack was temporarily neutralized. The whole team looked excited. We did it. Move forward. Dosu fired off an attack, aiming straight for the big hobgoblin's eyes. The swordsman quickly swung, but was blocked by the staff it held. Sungu beside him summoned and launched a fireball. Woojin still hadn't acted, looking worried it seemed too dangerous. Among the many monsters encountered in Anfen, hobgoblins were included. Unlike regular goblins, hobgoblins had much higher intelligence, enough to use magic. However, their most formidable trait wasn't magic. After the attack ended, the large monster raised its hand. Immediately, a group of foot soldiers appeared with weapons in hand. At the same time, others left their hiding spots and appeared in the shadows. Someone on the team spoke up, warning, these guys look strange. One of the foot soldiers raised a dart to his mouth and threw it. Zhang Chun was pierced in the neck by a needle and screamed instantly. It hurts! What the hell is that? He trembled all over, shouting, my body. Someone nearby turned to ask, what's wrong? What happened? Before getting an answer, something was thrown straight at Zhang Chun's head. After the attack, the foot soldier quickly ran to find a hiding spot. The archer raised his bow, cursing the bastard. Woojin remained cautious, muttering, just as I thought. The most dangerous thing about hobgoblins isn't their strong physique or magic, but their command ability. It stems from their higher intelligence compared to other foot soldiers. A disciplined goblin army stepped forward, and he silently assessed his team. They had made a mistake by rating the commander of an entire goblin battalion as just 1 star. At this moment, Dosu suddenly realized something was wrong. He loudly warned everyone, "Run! Get out of here fast." The group quickly turned and fled for their lives. The overwhelming number of monsters made no one dare to look back. Sungu remained standing there with a fireball in hand. While the team retreated, he chose to attack to cover their rear. The foot soldiers cleverly used dungeon items as shields. They smiled smugly. Dosu shouted orders. "It's no use. Retreat." Sungu anxiously asked, "What about Zhang Chun?" Looking at his teammate, Dosu shouted, "He's dead. You gonna use his eyes as trophies?" He then ran off with the others, ordering a retreat. The hobgoblin leader's eyes glowed brightly as it gave a sinister smile. The magic staff in its hand continued to emit electric sparks. It quickly shot a lightning bolt straight at the fleeing group. Sungu was hit, his body frozen and paralyzed, letting out a shout. In pain, he still shouted to warn the others, "Run!" Sungu lay there. While the others' shadows disappeared, the goblins approached him with weapons in hand. They then split to both sides, making way for the hobgoblin leader. Woojin hid nearby, smirking cunningly. Now he stepped out, pulling weapons from the system and muttering, "It's been a long time since I hunted goblins." Woojin summoned his skeleton soldiers, smiling as he ordered, "All right, let's go, my subordinates." The leader let out a piercing scream, simultaneously pointing a finger at him. Woojin focused, thinking silently. Facing a group of goblins led by a hobgoblin commander was definitely no easy fight. First, as soon as the thought ended, he charged forward, shouting orders to attack. The goblins were no pushovers either, rushing forward to engage. Woojin pushed off the ground to jump. A thought flashed through. While his skeleton soldiers handled the goblins, he leaped and appeared above the hobgoblin, surprising it. Immediately, it raised its magic staff, and electric sparks reappeared. Woojin gritted his teeth, vowing to take down the ringleader. In the blink of an eye, his weapon pierced through the hobgoblin's head. Woojin smiled with satisfaction. "You think I'd wait for you to recharge?" As soon as he finished speaking, the magical energy on the staff went out. The system displayed a level-up warning. "You have reached level 6. His whole body radiated a faint golden light. Woojin looked at his palm proudly. Indeed, working solo was better than dealing with a boring group. Just then, a groan echoed, a trembling hand trying to move. He was startled and looked toward Sungu lying there with a confused gaze. Woojin spoke up. "You're still alive?" he weakly replied. "Save me." Woojin kept his skeptical expression and tone. He sat down beside him and asked straightforwardly, "If I help you, what do I get?" Sungu replied, "I won't tell anyone." He weakly added that he was now a rank D awakened. After hearing this, Woojin snapped back, "I don't give a damn." Sungu immediately asked, "Then what should I do?" Woojin rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. He smiled and raised 2 fingers, saying, "This should be enough." Sungu's voice rose in confusion. "What's the peace sign for?" Then, daggers were plunged into the bodies of the green-skinned goblins. His quick hands reached inside them and pulled out spirit stones. Sungu gathered the items into the backpack on his chest, wiping sweat and breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. Woojin asked from a distance, "Got everything?" He replied, "All done." Sungu stared blankly at the young man before him, silently wondering, how the hell is this guy only a rank novice? He observed you and assessed that your ability to single-handedly take down his 2-star monsters is already on par with a rank awakened. Sungu watched Woojin's skills with amazement, not to mention his ability to summon bone soldiers and his skill in locating bloodstones. He recalled earlier moments filled with confusion, and finally, the ability to extract something from a dead monster to heal his wounds. Considering the flexible combination of skills he possesses, he could even reach rank C. Sungu frowned, full of questions, not to mention that he had only registered as an awakened 3 hours ago. Taking the item bag, Woojin asked, "How much money can these bloodstones be exchanged for?" He replied, "At least around 800. "Are you satisfied?" he said, looking at them. "It's worth investing 100,000, right?" Woojin frowned and stared, asking, "All of this is mine, right?" Sungu hesitated, worried and stammering. Of course, he was confused inside, but above all, he couldn't believe this guy was so obsessed with money. Honestly, spending 2 million currency units to be saved isn't too expensive. It turned out that Woojin's peace offer of 2 million currency units to the monkey was already a great deal for him. His voice echoed in the dungeon, including the return stone. "Where is it?" "Great, let's get out of this dungeon." The two then quietly walked away. At that moment, the system issued a blood detection warning. Woojin raised his hand to signal a stop. Sungu was a bit confused but complied. He focused intensely and warned, "There's an ambush." Woojin looked up and reasoned, if all the monsters were already defeated, then after hesitating, he shouted, "Hey, you cowards, stop hiding and show your faces." As soon as he finished, The old teammate group appeared, looking down at them with regretful eyes. They went down to look at the scattered corpses. What's going on? Did the two of them kill all of them? Woojin turned to warn. They planned to ambush us as soon as we got close, Sunggu asked. So what do we do now? His face darkened while Sunggu looked over with pity. Woojin looked at the old teammates and asked, Hey, you guys ran off earlier and now you shamelessly show up again? I thought you'd be waiting at the barricade. What made you come back? Sunggu closed his eyes, frowned, and laughed. What are you saying? We're teammates, he tried to explain. We planned to come back and face them after regaining our composure. Unexpectedly, when we arrived, the monsters were already defeated. Sunggu looked at the backpack Woojin was carrying, his gaze sharp as he asked, How did you kill them? Woojin replied sarcastically, Nonsense. Don't try to bullshit me. He took off the backpack and continued, You guys must have planned to escape right after getting the return stone, but when you saw all the monsters were dead, you got greedy, didn't you? Without hesitation, Woojin dumped all the bloodstones from the bag onto the floor. His eyes flashed a deadly red as he challenged, If you're so good, come and steal them. In the dark dungeon full of corpses, a mocking voice sounded. It seemed he had misunderstood something. He laughed bitterly and explained, We're not stupid enough to try to overpower you. You're the one who defeated all the monsters, and we had to run when facing them. Woojin was stunned listening to Du's explanation. We came to apologize for leaving you and Sunggu behind, but at that time, our lives were on the line. What were you expecting? We only came to get the return stone, he continued with grateful words. Thanks to you two for defeating them, we can now bring the bodies back. We're really grateful. Woojin's eyes were full of suspicion, but he didn't respond immediately. He looked at the slightly cunning face and wondered if he was being too sensitive. Was the ambush just my guess? Woojin scratched his head and sighed. Could living on Anfen for 20 years have made me too sensitive? I'm not on Anfen anymore. This is Earth. Just as the thought ended, Woojin's vision was obscured by Do Su's ignition. He turned and shouted orders to the others. Do it. The archer immediately raised his bow and shot. Sunggu was hit straight in the shoulder by an arrow and cried out in pain. Woojin was startled and glared over. Du charged forward with his sword, laughing loudly and shouting, Don't be mad. We're all awakened like you. Then he lunged as if to stab Woojin. A fierce smile appeared on his face, and a deadly blood-red color showed. The scene shifted to another dungeon, where awakened warriors were stepping outside after conquering it. They looked at the waiting girl and said, Captain, good job. John Hai immediately replied, Everyone did well. At the same time, a phone call came in. The voice on the other end reported, Captain, we found the intruder. He is Kang Woojin, she asked. You found him? Who is he? The reply came, It's hard to identify him, but we discovered he just registered as an Awakened today. This information shocked John Hai. Today? Where is he now? Back in the dungeon, after the ambush, a sinister smile appeared on Du Su's face, but his expression suddenly changed. Glancing at Woojin, who was holding his head and laughing loudly, with a sarcastic tone, You're a bit hasty. Woojin clenched the sword in Du's hand, making him tremble. His voice deepened. Attacking suddenly like that is a bad move. Without hesitation, he swung his arm and slammed Du Shu straight to the ground, the brick shattering along with his painful screams, blood spurting from his mouth. Woojin smoothed back his hair, smiling coldly with satisfaction. Oh wow, why does everything keep happening exactly as I predicted? He raised his hand toward the old teammate group, questioning. You were the one who told me to wake up, pretending we're all the same, right? A shadow was summoned from the corpse of the Gopins. Woojin's voice continued to echo. Those traitors blinded by the bloodstones are really shameless, aren't they? They gasped in horror. What the hell? The bodies of the Gopins were. He raised his hand in front of him, commanding the summoned skeleton soldiers. Time to punish the naughty kids. Du Shu sat on the ground, mouth agape in shock, watching his teammates being taken down by the skeleton soldiers. Continuous screams echoed in the dungeon. Woojin picked up the sword he had dropped. Leaving the others behind for the skeleton soldiers to handle, he stepped directly in front of Do Shu. Though still in pain, Du Shu tried to stammer out, We can negotiate slowly. Woojin looked at the sword in his hand and asked, Negotiate? Oh yeah? Trying to buy time for your magic to recover? As soon as he finished speaking, Du Shu's scream echoed. The sword was plunged straight into his chest by Woojin. After a while, the old teammates were completely defeated. The dungeon fell silent again. Blood splattered across the floor. Bodies lay scattered everywhere. Sunggu knelt there dumbfounded, staring at Woojin, who was scolding. Damn it, these guys must have some cash on them. He worried silently, unable to believe it, he just killed people. 5 of them in total. Meanwhile, Woojin was rummaging through Do Shu's pockets, then asked, God, these guys are useless, huh? Sunggu. Getting no answer, Woojin spun around and snapped, Why are you so quiet? He flinched, clutching his wound, stammering, Yeah. Woojin stepped in front of Sunggu and asked, Is your life in danger just because of me? Still with a fearful attitude, he answered briefly, yes. Woojin didn't hesitate to make a proposal. Then double it. This surprised Sung-gu, who let out a confused, huh? His face suddenly frowned, voice lowering. I've saved you twice. We have to do business properly, right? Du Shu's expression lying there and Woojin's words echoed. Let me check your shoulder. I'll give you some first aid. He responded politely, thank you. Scene shifts outside the dungeon, where management staff were standing, taking notes. He was startled when he saw Woojin emerge from the dungeon and asked, why did only 2 of you come back? Woojin replied nonchalantly. The others were taken down by monsters. This answer made the management staff freeze for a moment. He looked at the backpack on Woojin's shoulder and questioned, then how did you get so many bloodstones? Woojin glanced behind and answered, even if I'm going down the hole, I have to take money with me, right? The management staff handed him a form and requested, please fill this out before you leave. You might be contacted by management for an investigation regarding this accident. Scene shifts to the item purchase center. After selling, Woojin opened the door and stepped out. He smiled smugly, thinking to himself, I can't believe I made 13 million gu just from one dungeon run. Sung-gu quietly followed behind, while Woojin silently calculated. Adding the 4 million he got from saving Sung-gu, the total is 17 million. He kept walking, chuckling to himself. Next time, I'll still go into the dungeon alone. Behind him, a worried face appeared. 4 million. Even if I smashed all my piggy banks, I still wouldn't have enough. Should I borrow some money? Should I ask him for a discount? Woojin's voice startled him. Sung-gu. He pointed at Sung-gu and asked again. You know I don't like broken promises, right? He stammered in response. I'll remember that. Woojin left, waving his hand as a reminder. I'll be waiting for your call. Sung-gu could only sigh standing there. Well, I guess I'll just borrow then. He suddenly had a thought. Surely he's not planning to ask me for another 4 million, right? Scene shifts to a phone store with banners and advertisements all over the storefront. Inside, the employee was yawning repeatedly. He looked outside and complained, no customers today. Just then, a loud bang startled him. Seeing Woojin kick the door open, he shouted, what the hell are you doing? Without wasting a move, Woojin grabbed the sales clerk by the collar and lifted him off the ground. The clerk's face twisted as he wondered, how is he so strong? Before he could understand, Woojin slapped him hard. The clerk frowned and shouted, what the hell do you think you're doing? Before he could say more, Woojin continued with a series of slaps, each one making the clerk's face contort. He trembled, worried. This guy's really lost it. If this keeps up, I'm going to visit my ancestors early. This is what I've seen on TV, right? Targeted violence, isn't it? The clerk's face was bruised and swollen. In a weak voice, he said, sorry, please forgive me. Woojin stopped, his long hair hiding the anger in his eyes as he looked at him. He threw the clerk to the ground, who cried out in pain. Woojin's voice dropped as he called out. The clerk hurriedly knelt and replied, yes, sir. Woojin looked at him seriously and continued, I really hate scammers, and also those who like to stir up trouble. The clerk asked confusedly, scammers of what? He was puzzled inside, not even knowing who this guy was. Scammers of what the hell? Woojin held up the phone in front of him and questioned, yesterday, you sold me this phone, remember? The employee who recognized it thought to himself, this is the one I sold to that idiot yesterday, that dumb guy. He recalled the day before when he handed the crappy phone to Woojin and grinned widely. I'll give you a discount, just 900,000 gold. Not understanding the issue at the time, he smiled with satisfaction. Technology nowadays is way more advanced than 5 years ago. He looked at the person in front of him and wondered if that was the idiot. Meanwhile, Woojin frowned angrily and asked, did a cat steal your tongue? Then the sky turned blue with white clouds and music played. Woojin glanced at the contacts and exclaimed, so fancy. Even the color of the latest phone model can change like this, he muttered while walking. Damn the phone seller. If this were still Anfen, I would have crippled him by now. You have to know how lucky you are. At that moment, a stranger approached from behind. They called out, hey Kang Woojin, and he turned confused to see a group of people in black surrounding him. A female voice rang out, your profession is a grade F death spirit master. Judging by how you single-handedly completed a perfect Gagawa, your true ability must be grade E. At that level, you could easily infiltrate a grade E group and slaughter your teammates. Junhai stood there questioning, just a rookie and already this bold? Woojin remained firm, expression unchanged, and retorted, who the hell are you? She laughed, hiding a sharp gaze behind her hair. Then Junhai's red lips moved as she said, allow me to introduce myself. Confident in her demeanor, she continued, I am Leon, Hai, captain of the Vermilion Bird Squad from the War Guild. Woojin still didn't understand what was happening, but felt a flicker of worry as he used his tracking skill to sense the intense aura Junhai emitted, silently confirming, She's extremely strong. Woojin asked them. So, what do you want from me? Zhonhai replied, well, some filthy rat dared to disrespect our guild's dungeon. His face darkened, then he laughed and said, a filthy rat, huh? Standing among them, Woojin asked, you guys brought this whole crew just to catch a rat? He smiled and added, so the War Guild is really just like that. No wonder their dungeon is as poor as people say. Before he could finish, a hand grabbed Woojin's face. Then the man slammed his head down onto the rocky ground, shattering stones flying up. Minixok frowned and warned, don't get cocky. Our guild isn't something someone like you can casually mention. Woojin's face turned purple with anger as he shouted back, you bastard, then grabbed the man's hand and pulled it away from his face. Woojin sprang up, twisting the man's arm hard enough to make Minch cry out. Seeing the thug groaning, Zhonhai pressed her lips and prepared to strike. In the blink of an eye, she lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick to Woojin's stomach. Woojin was knocked flying, sliding painfully across the ground, grimacing from the blow. But she didn't stop there. Zhonhai moved beside him, raising her leg high to stomp down. Another fierce strike hit Woojin's head against the ground. Everything shattered, and his face contorted in pain. He cried out in agony. Woojin frowned, thinking, she's too fast, as she kept her foot on his face, preventing him from moving. Zhonhai spoke coldly. Hey Kang Woojin, she continued, let me give you some advice. Even though you're different from the average grade E, you'd better stop showing off your lousy skills. In the silent space, Zhonhai's warning echoed, especially here on the War Guild's territory. She looked at Woojin's trembling body and reminded him, if you value your life, remember my advice. Then Zhonhai and her subordinates left coldly. Woojin clenched his teeth in frustration and raised his hand to his face. Lying there, he muttered, it's been a long time since I felt so trampled on. Under the twilight sky, Woojin's disgruntled voice echoed. Leon Hai and the War Guild then shifted scenes to Minchin's place. Hearing the story, he was amazed and said, Leon Hai from the War Guild? Woojin wondered, is she that famous? Do you know anything about her? Minchan replied, of course, she's one of the 10 grade A awakened in our country. He added, and the War Guild is one of the top 3 guilds nationwide, along with KH, Ham, and War. They have enormous influence over the economy and politics, so they hold the most power. Minchan asked, but what kind of trouble did you cause in the first dungeon to make them come all the way to warn you? Woojin grimaced and answered, trouble? Once I regain my strength, I'm more than capable of wiping out the War Guild. Hearing that, Minchan laughed. Your confidence is truly over the top. You're just a grade E, man. Woojin angrily cursed him. Woojin pondered. Clearly, even if he ranked up, he would still be at a disadvantage facing someone outside the dungeon, and the skills of a Death Spirit Master still have many limitations. Minchan's nagging voice called out, why does it have to be skeletons, man? He handed over a gift bag and said, forget that, just take this. Minchan asked, wait, why perfume? Woojin replied, why so surprised? This is to pay back the money I borrowed from you. Minchan waved off the refusal. No, this is way too much. Just pay me back what you owe, and I don't need a gift. You've helped me a lot already. Woojin remained firm. Come on, it's fine. Just take it. A flicker of gratitude appeared on Minchan's face. He looked at Woojin and called him bro. Woojin kept drinking, smiling. Consider the extra as rent money I owe you. Minchan didn't refuse anymore and replied, not bad. Minchan's face showed a hint of worry as he thought, so does that mean he's planning to keep staking his claim here? He looked at the young man in front of him, who was grinning carefree. Damn, this liquor is really good. Jin asked him, hey, didn't you already find your mother? Woojin snapped back, you idiot. My old house is tiny, so I'll stay with the kid until I save enough money to buy a new place. He asked further, so you're still short there? How much more does the kid need? He looked confused and stammered, no, it's not about that. Minchan's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked up at the table. He looked at Woojin curiously. Since when did you change your phone? That's the latest model. Being naturally curious, Jin asked, can I take a look? He didn't hesitate to hand it over, saying, it's also good to use. Holding the phone in his hand, he exclaimed, this is the premium red color. Minchan continued explaining, because the bloodstone crafting technology hasn't been widely applied yet, this one must be extremely expensive. You make a lot of money? Woojin answered while eating chicken. I won it at an event. He recalled the scene of beating up the phone store employee and explained, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. Minchan's tone of awe startled Woojin. Damn, man, you're really professional. While he sat there wondering what was going on, the guy was glued to his phone, counting how many zeros there were. Woojin demanded to see it. On the screen was a balance fluctuation notification. Bank 20, deposit 40 million, balance 51.23 thousand Y deposited at Hong Sung Gu Bank. He exclaimed in shock, what? 40 million? Woojin frowned and scolded. This crazy guy. I told him to send me just 4 million. The scene shifted to Angel Cafe, where Sung-gu entered, saw Woojin sitting there, and quickly bowed to greet. Sir, are you still well? He held out his phone and asked, We just said goodbye a few hours ago, and now you're asking about health like some monkey? What's this? Woojin's face darkened as he questioned. Do you think I'm a beggar? I told you 4 million is enough. Sung-gu worriedly thought, Boss, please spare me. He recalled the terrifying scene of Woojin stripping Dosu and was scared. If he didn't pay the full amount, his fate would be like the other members. Sung-gu bit his lip tightly, sweating profusely. He hurriedly knelt in the middle of the cafe, loudly begging, Boss, please spare me. Woojin scolded awkwardly, Are you short-circuiting or what? Sung-gu kept yelling in fear, I promise to pay the rest later. Please give me some more time. The people sitting nearby saw this and started whispering, What's going on? Is that guy a thug? Loan shark or something? It seemed the young man had borrowed from a thug. He frowned and demanded, If you don't want to die, get your ass up here. Sung-gu jumped and obeyed. Yes, sir. As he sat down, he quickly explained, Boss, I'm sorry, but I haven't found a way to make the full 400 million yet. I promise if you give me more time, I'll pay you in full. These words made Woojin a bit confused, so he asked again, 400 million? Sung-gu's innocent face replied simply, Yes. He sighed, thinking to himself that the guy must have misunderstood. I told him to send me 4 million Y, but he mistook it for 40 million, and now it's even up to 400 million. Yeah. Woojin's eyes flashed with silent admiration. Kids these days are really generous. Seeing the honest look of the young man in front of him, he decided, well, if he's that into it, I'll indulge him. Then Woojin clasped his hands together, smiled slyly, and asked, So, how long should I wait? The scene shifted to early the next morning. Woojin was strolling alone in the park. From afar, Sung-gu stood by a car waving, Boss, over here, get in. Woojin wondered why his subordinate was so cheerful on the very first day. He smiled and replied, Subordinates have the right to be happy too. This pleased him, and he smiled along. Recalling the night before at the cafe, Sung-gu had sat obediently listening to Woojin speak. Since making 400 million Y right now is almost impossible, do you want to pay me by cooperating in a group and giving me the money you earn? Woojin asked. That means you'll have to stick with me 24/7. Okay, he didn't hesitate to agree. No problem, sir. As long as you decide on a specific time frame, I can even manage for you. Manage? How? Sung-gu answered excitedly. Yes, from selecting and booking these dungeons to selling bloodstones, I can handle everything from A to Z. I can even drive, basically like a guild support department. Woojin's voice rang out. So you're just a subordinate, huh? This made him freeze. He asked further. Basically, you're making up for your lack of money with hard work, right? Sung-gu thought to himself, he's not wrong, but why do I feel hurt? Then he rubbed his hands excitedly and replied, You're right, boss. Woojin smiled in approval. All right. Since you made the offer, our cooperation will last 1 year. Working without pay is too cruel, so I'll consider your salary. Sung-gu grabbed Woojin's hand gratefully. Boss, thank you so much. Thank you very much. He smiled awkwardly and replied, I'm the one being helped. Back to the present, the car carrying the two sped down the highway. Woojin looked at Sung-gu with silent satisfaction. Although he had returned the excess money, he was lucky to gain a decent subordinate. Woojin continued, As long as you do your job well and guide me diligently, 10% of the profits will be yours. This made him blush with gratitude. Boss. Woojin asked again, Have you found the dungeon I mentioned earlier? Sung-gu answered seriously, Yes, sir. As you instructed, a 3-star dungeon with the most abundant summoned monsters. It's the third family's G dungeon, home to the Rocky Pack, a type of insectoid monster similar to giant ticks. Then the two appeared inside the dungeon. Woojin looked up in awe. There are really countless of them, he reminded. Remember to stick close behind me. He replied with the backpack on his shoulder. Yes, sir. Woojin looked at his system screen and thought to himself, I'll transfer all my stat points into control. Just then, a system alert popped up. The number of skeleton soldiers you can summon has increased to 10. Woojin smiled with satisfaction. Birds of a feather flocked together. If the enemy is numerous, our troops must be too. The skeleton soldiers were quickly summoned. He commanded, Let's go all out now, shall we? Scene change. Sometime later at the stairway between floors, the Rockies sensed danger and started screaming non-stop. They trembled at what lay before them, the skeleton soldiers wielding sharp weapons raised high. Without any unnecessary moves, they pierced through and took down the Rocky. At that moment, Sung-gu came down to report, Big bro, I've collected all the bloodstones on this floor. Woojin praised. Not bad, keep it up. Witnessing the scene, he exclaimed in surprise, What the heck, did I really take them all down already? Sung-gu thought to himself, usually it takes 2 hours to clear a Rocky dungeon, but he did it alone in just 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Woojin sat down heavily, breathing hard. I need to rest a bit, he muttered while calculating. I'm already level 7, and the achievement points I've earned have increased quite a bit. A new skill appeared on the screen. Let's see. Fire Fist attacks the opponent with a fiery punch. Level 7 limit, 10 mana, 20 achievement points required. Woojin scrolled to the next skill. Water Sphere. Attacks a target within a certain range with a sphere. Level 7 limit. He looked disappointed. None of the skills I got at level 7 are useful at all. Suddenly, some information made Woojin pause. What's this? Now there are skeleton wizards? I can get one at level 10, but why not buy it early? Skeleton wizard info. Level 10 limit, 20 mana. Exchange a monster corpse to summon a skeleton wizard with power 5, stamina 5, health 5 mana. Operating range scales with power. Attack speed scales with stamina. Damage scales with mana. Mana consumption is 1. Control required is 1. Sungu approached and announced, "Big bro, everything's done. The return stones have also appeared." Woojin asked, "How long have I been in here?" He immediately replied, 27 minutes, sir." Woojin rubbed his chin, calculating, "We have tickets for 4 hours." Then Woojin stepped up the stairs, saying, "I can go all out 7 more times like this. Let's go." Sungu trembled and replied, "Oh man, I'm coming." Scene change, then to the Bloodstone exchange counter. The staff handed Sungu a savings book and reported, 53.2 million W has been added to your balance. He replied, "Ah yes, thank you very much." Then Sungu's face froze for a moment, thinking about the number, and he exclaimed in amazement, 52. 3 million? Sungu looked at the printed amount on the book and silently marveled. In 30 minutes, he earned over 50 million W. At this rate, 400 million will be in hand in no time. His hand trembled in surprise. "By my percentage, I'll get 40 million. I used to struggle in 1-star dungeons for 2 months just to make 30 million, and now I'm making 40 million gold in a single day." Then he exclaimed, "Awesome, big bro." He turned to Woojin with a bright, grateful face. "Big bro, you really are the savior of my life." Woojin smiled in response. "Don't get too excited. There are still 7 more times. Don't celebrate yet." Sungu followed Woojin, full of excitement. This really is a godsend opportunity. Being Big Bro's assistant is definitely a great idea. Scene changed to Hammer Guild headquarters. Inside the office, only one person remained. He was humming along to music, clearly enjoying himself. This man was standing by the coffee machine when the phone rang. He answered, "Support Team 4 leader. This is Dung Minan speaking." The other side replied, "Yes, sir, it's me." He asked, "What's the matter?" On this side, Hemin stood by the window and answered, "I received an urgent report about a case. This morning, 2 awakened players bought 4-hour tickets to enter the dungeon, but these 2 are a bit strange." On the other side, Mien Trang sounded indifferent. "People die in dungeons every day. What's so strange about that?" Hin explained, "Ah, no, both of them returned with all corpses. The strange part is their entry and exit times each time." He continued reporting, "The first time they took only 30 minutes, then just 11 minutes. Thank God, they just exited the dungeon again in 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Hmin's voice came through the phone. Hey, I won. Send the money here." Min-chan asked, "What are you guys doing?" He replied, "We're betting on whether they can finish in 10 minutes or not. Leader, why don't you try to find more info about these 2? Hmin added, "They say they're rank F, but after seeing them firsthand, I'm sure they're beyond that." This info shocked Min-chan. Rank F? He immediately turned on his computer and said, "Wait a moment, I'll call back after I check the info." Hin replied, "Yes, sir. Good luck." Min kept clicking to check the info and exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Looking at the info on the screen about the 2 made him very astonished. One just registered as an awakened player yesterday. The other registered only 2 months ago. Name, Kang Woojin. Awakening skill. Summoning spirits. Rank F. Name, Hong Sungu. Awakening skill. Fire control. Rank F. Min-chan looked at the screen thoughtfully. These 2 rookies cleared a 3-star dungeon by themselves in just 10 minutes. He smiled and guessed, rank F, huh? Even if the measurement feature is off, this is way too low. At the very least, it should be rank C. Awakening candidates who already possess rank C abilities at the start have a very high chance of advancing to rank A. Min immediately put on his jacket and walked off excitedly. It's been a long time since I've seen a new awakening candidate with such potential. Scene shifts to the Warang Guild headquarters. Images of Woojin and Sungu appear on the screen along with someone's voice. "You mean this guy is the one who infiltrated our guild?" Another person replies, "Yes. I received that report from an agent stationed there." He continues questioning, and beside him, the agent responds, "Hail Sungu, 21 years old, a fireball mage of rank E with nothing special. I think the one with real power here is Kang Woojin." He looks at the guy and adds, "A rank E necromancer with the ability to break through dungeons extremely fast." The man continues asking, "What do you think, Captain Lionhigh?" She recalls the previous encounter with Woojin and answers, "I know he's not just an ordinary rank E, but I didn't expect him to be this strong." John Hai replies skeptically, "He's almost on par with rank C now." He folds his arms and continues, "So there are only two possibilities. Either he didn't show his full strength during the ability test, or his power is developing at an extremely fast rate." John looks over in curiosity. Has there ever been an Awakening candidate who developed that quickly? If we consider him truly rank E, his growth rate would have to jump 2 ranks, even 3 ranks, overnight. He raises his hand to answer. There has been a similar case. An Awakening candidate rose from rank F to rank A. The image of a muscular man appears with the explanation. A man whose development process was completely hidden until he reached the highest rank in South Korea. John Hai exclaims, "Are you talking about Kang Chun?" She smirks sarcastically. "No way. He can't compare to Kang Chun." He smiles and commands, "I'm not sure about that, but it won't hurt to investigate a little." This guy is top 3 in the South Korean guilds, the Hwarang Guild, Master Lee Song-ho. He gives the order, "Keep an eye on him, find out who this guy really is." Scene shifts to the dungeon. Sung-gu continues his work. He skillfully uses a sword formation to stab the head of a rocky corpse, then opens the hard shell on its head. The bloodstone immediately appears before his eyes. Sung-gu picks it up and throws it into a prepared backpack. Working alone is tiring him a bit. Sung-gu sighs silently. Having money is great, but if this keeps up, I'm going to die. I've never heard of anyone dying from harvesting too much bloodstone, but he stands up and calls Woojin. "Big bro, can we take a break?" Woojin smiles and asks, "You're tired already?" Then Sung-gu tilts his head back and drinks water in big gulps. He sighs with relief, feeling much better now. "Big bro, you asked how much time we have left?" Sung-gu answers, 1 hour and 12 minutes. Woojin sits thoughtfully, calculating. The money he's earned has already surpassed 400 million won, probably enough to buy a new house for his mom and Sua. He stands and calls Sung-gu over. Sung-gu freezes and asks, "What's up, big bro?" Woojin replies, "I'm leaving the remaining bloodstone to you. I'll protect you, so try to gather as much as you can." This surprises him a bit. Woojin takes a deep breath and adds, "Maybe I should speed things up a bit now." Then Woojin darts into the dungeon, surprising Big Bro Su, while he rushes forward with his weapon in hand. Woojin and his skeleton soldiers charge through, taking down the rocky monsters one after another. He suddenly notices one flying at him from behind. Woojin glances at it, smirks coldly, and casually slices it in two. The system pops up, "Level up alert. You have reached level 10. At the same time, the Rocky's head drops with a thud. Woojin stands there satisfied. This should be enough. The system appears again. "Alert. You have completed the level for your profession. Profession identification." He stares at the confusing screen. Profession? That's strange. Woojin strokes his chin, wondering. In Anfen, you only get your profession identified at level 10, but I'm already a necromancer. What's going on? The system issues a motion model analysis alert. The system is identifying the profession. A series of professions appear. Mage, psychic, warrior, priest, necromancer, along with Woojin's question if this might be the end of his profession. Then the system displays, "The warrior profession has been selected for you. You receive the warrior's reward, warrior's weapon." Woojin scratches his head confused. What the heck? A warrior? That's a bit annoying. Becoming a mage would have been more beneficial since the stats overlap with necromancer. If I'd known this earlier, I would have used magic instead of swinging around a crowbar wildly. There's an additional line about the warrior's reward, warrior's weapon. Woojin wonders if this is the profession reward. Immediately after, a staff appears before him. Woojin questions, "The warrior's weapon? This is clearly just a steel pipe." When he grips it, a dazzling light flashes, and its information appears. Steel staff, the weapon of a warrior, is like their comrade in life. That's why it grows along with its owner, ready to fight alongside you anytime. Effects: +5 strength, stamina, regeneration, disarm status, disarm summoning skill. Woojin raises the steel staff and smiles, a weapon that grows. I'm curious what shape this will take in the future. Now it's the reward for the Soul Reaper of the Demon Seal Crystal. It's a blazing red sphere. The Demon Seal Crystal is a type of magical stone that Soul Reapers obtain upon reaching a certain rank. Within those 7 seals dwells supreme magic that no bone weapon can match. Just possessing them, Woojin can wipe out any enemy in Anfen who dares to eye his territory. Orlando Woojin smiled with curiosity, wondering what he would receive this time. Then the Demon Seal Crystal was unlocked and shone brilliantly. A pillar of light appeared before him, then a wing emerged within the beam. Fiery red eyes and golden hair of someone, along with full lips. He was stunned, stammering as he looked over. "Huh? That's Bibi." The girl with demon wings behind her glared at Woojin. "Master, where have you been?" he exclaimed in surprise. "What? It's you?" BB jumped up, hugging Woojin's neck in amazement. I missed you so much, Master. He asked her, weren't you stuck in Anfen? What's going on? BB replied. After you disappeared, all our subordinates were locked in the sealing room. This puzzled Woojin a bit. Sealing room? He thought. Could it be they time-shifted with me? Wait, sealing? The girl looked at him excitedly and said, Master, I'm so happy to see you. Suddenly, something caught BB's attention. She sniffed the air, then turned around and asked, what's that smell? Woojin's face showed confusion. What smell? BB looked at the pile of rocky corpses below and answered, yes, I can smell Chanet's henchmen on these. The answer startled him, and he asked again, what? Chanet? Yeah, Chanet is a demon from a mysterious dimension who invaded Anfen. He wiped out 90% of Anfen's population. Woojin has never fought him directly, but his henchmen are so numerous it makes me sick every time I see them. Woojin stood there looking down, asking, and now they're planning to conquer Earth? If that's why these dungeons were opened, then I'm worried. I thought I had escaped hell, but it seems the gates of hell are opening again to welcome me. Scene shifts to exit number 3 at the Mibong station. Hin was waiting there. As soon as he saw someone approaching, he raised his hand to greet. Big bro, I'm here, Minchan replied. It's not even after work hours yet. He laughed awkwardly. All right, Captain. Where are those two? Minchan asked. Hemin checked his watch and answered, they went in 8 minutes ago. They should be out soon. He added, but those two aren't joking around. They earned 400 million with their own hands, Hemin added. If I had that kind of skill, I'd be cleaning dungeons already. Minha noticed the two just leaving the dungeon and stepped forward to greet. You two did great. Can we spare a few minutes to talk? Minha smiled brightly, trying to persuade. Just a moment. Woojin didn't hesitate and walked away, answering briefly, not interested. He hurriedly called back. Hey, wait a second. He turned around, puzzled. If you're going to make me come, why bother asking from the start? Minchan was confused inside. What's wrong with this guy? He smiled awkwardly and replied, sorry for being rude. He cleared his throat and took a serious tone. Minchan handed over his business card and continued, let me get straight to the point. The Hem M Guild wants to recruit you two, Woojin coldly answered shortly. No time. Sungu ran after him, calling for Big Bro. Minchan called loudly from behind, wait, it seems you're not very fond of our Hem B Guild. Woojin stopped, exhaled sharply, then turned back and asked, you're one of the top 3 guilds nationwide, right? He smiled and replied, so you know about us. Minchan continued, our guild only offers the best benefits to the most promising awakened ones. If you two accept, we guarantee the best support services. Woojin interrupted, calling him out. Minchan kept smiling, waiting for his response. Woojin growled, I'm extremely uncomfortable right now. Don't bother me anymore. Scene shifts to a loud voice. His mother sounded very surprised, exclaiming, what's going on? The real estate agent smiled and said, please take a look around. Sua ran in, shouting, the yard is so big, Mom. She turned and asked, how do you plan to buy such a nice house without money? Woojin immediately showed the transaction screen to his mother and replied, what do you mean no money? This is the money I received today. She gasped. Oh my. How did you earn this money? Woojin smiled and answered, actually, I'm an awakened one. His mother was still a bit shocked. Awakened one? So you have to go down dungeons to earn that money? She shouted in panic. Isn't that job dangerous? Since when did you start? She was very worried. Because of that, she lost your father, and she can't let her son go through the same. He hurriedly explained, it's okay, Mom. Your son isn't as weak as you think. It's kind of like bug catching. His mother still wasn't done. Even so, right then, Sua ran over speechless. Mom, can I keep a dog? You said we could have one if we bought a house with a yard. She looked up. Can I? She replied. Wait a minute. Woojin's voice continued. Mom, don't worry. I've already got what you struggled so hard for all this time. From now on, please trust me. The three stood silently in the yard of the new house. Scene shifts to nighttime in an alley. Woojin's familiar footsteps approached. He called in a low voice, come here. An energy surge appeared immediately in front, but then it vanished instantly, leaving Woojin stunned. He continued to command, come here, bye-bye. A swirling energy vortex appeared and gathered, then suddenly disappeared mysteriously. Woojin looked toward the alley ahead where a faint light glowed and asked, what is that? A beast stepped out from the alley, and he exclaimed in surprise, startled, is that you, Bai? Why have you turned into a cat? The small black cat looked at him and meowed. Woojin picked it up and asked. BB explained, I can't transform back to my true form anymore, so I can't stop chasing after those tiny insects. He wondered silently if she could only return to her true form in the dungeon. Why is that? Woojin looked at her and asked, what about Chan's energy? Can you still sense it? Bai replied, no. It smells too peaceful here. The scent of peace. He was lost in thought. A demon enjoying this peace. Could it be that Chan's energy still hasn't caused any effect? Just then, someone appeared behind Woojin and spoke. You're interested in stray cats too? That's a new side of you. Woojin immediately turned around, smiled, and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Sangho, leader of the Hwarang Guild. If you have time, could we talk for a bit? Scene shifts to a cafe where Sunggu sat frowning, muttering, he really is someone I can't figure out. He recalled when he was driving waiting for Woojin, Sunggu had wondered, Boss, why did you refuse the Hem Guild's invitation? Is there another reason? Woojin replied wearily, I just hate taking orders from others. Sunggu smiled admiringly. I get it. That's just like you, boss. Then he laughed, saying even a powerful guild like Hem couldn't shake the boss's pride. Seeing Woojin's attitude then, Sunggu silently questioned if that was really the only reason he refused Hem. Back in the present, he sat there excitedly smiling. What did the reason matter? We'll soon achieve the dream we've always wanted, Sunggu told himself, knowing the important thing was to trust and support the boss from now on. At that moment, a sales staff approached with a stack of documents. Excuse me, have you been waiting long? He sat down, offering pen and paper. Would you like to sign the contract now? Without hesitation, Sunggu immediately agreed. Is that okay? Back at the cafe, Sungho's voice came from inside. First, I sincerely apologize for what happened yesterday. The two sat there as he continued. You had a bit of a conflict with Jonhai, right? Woojin replied skeptically. Hi? You mean that red-haired girl? Sangho explained. Yes, she's my younger sister but very hot-tempered. He smiled and added, she values our guild extremely, so if anything serious happens, I will compensate you fully. Woojin bluntly asked, I don't want compensation or anything. What's the real reason you came to find me? Sangho maintained his calm tone. You're sharp. He looked serious. Honestly, I've been observing you all this time. Your incredible dungeon completion speed isn't something typical for a rank E. At that pace, your level must be at least rank C. Sangho confirmed, and I'm sure you'll advance even further soon, Woojin thought wearily, just as he finished with the Hammer Guild. Now it's the Hwarang Guild. Then he asked directly, so basically, you want to recruit me, right? Only then did Sangho make his request. Exactly. Please join our guild. I promise to help you train with the most optimal methods suited to your skills. Woojin, you're curious. The most optimal methods suited to my skills? Then he smiled challengingly. So if I defeat you, you'll give me the leadership seat, right? Sangho calmly replied. As rumored, your confidence is no joke. He smiled and continued. But I don't lead the Hwarang Guild just by my awakened power, because my rank B means nothing compared to those at rank A. Sangho asserted under Woojin's doubtful gaze. So even if you beat me, I won't step down. Woojin immediately stood up and left. Then I'm not interested anymore. Goodbye. Sangho sat there posing a question. Why do you think dungeons appear? He lowered his voice. It's been 5 years since that dungeon event, and to this day, it remains an unsolved mystery, he continued. But every year, dungeons expand and more dangerous monsters begin to appear. However, humanity remains careless about these things. They've even started mining bloodstones for profit. Woojin paused to listen, but one thing was certain. Earth and South Korea will face danger if this continues at this pace. Sangho looked at him firmly. I believe my mission is to gather awakened individuals to prevent that from happening. He made a proposal. I hope you can lend us your strength. Scene shifts to morning at the Hem Guild. Clicking sounds echoed repeatedly. Min sat there anxiously, not daring to say a word. He looked at Minchan's expression and thought, God, he's already in a bad mood this early. Just then, information appeared on the screen, catching Min's attention. He turned to report to the team leader. Those two reserved a dungeon at Gate 6 Gaon yesterday. He heard the reply gruffly. That bastard? Why are you already whining about him this morning? It's really annoying. He stood there mumbling. He thinks he's so great, but no matter how good he is, he's only at grade C. Min added, Captain, is this supposed to be a 4-star dungeon? This made Minchan almost spit out his coffee. He immediately ran over to check. What? They only booked for 2 people again? Min's eyes froze in suspicion. These bastards. Have they lost their minds? If they were just going down to support or mine bloodstones, that might be possible. But no Great Awakened would dare set foot in a 4-star dungeon. Clearly, they're just amateurs to dare book this dungeon without even knowing the basic info. Minchan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What kind of skills do they have to dare conquer a 4-star dungeon on their own? He turned and asked, Do we have any recent 4-star dungeons nearby? Min replied, Yes, the exit at Gate 11 in the Snake Station, Minchan continued. They're right next to each other. Try changing the booking info to that dungeon. Hearing this, he looked over puzzled. What? You still haven't given up? Minchan chuckled bitterly. Fool, just give up already. This time, I'm definitely going to catch them. To catch fish, you have to cast the line at the right moment. Scene shifts inside the BMD car, music playing. Sunggu drove while marveling at how smooth the ride was. He smiled and said, I prepared this one because it would be a shame to drive you around in that small car. Woojin laughed loudly and asked, what's this one called? Rendor, huh? This puzzled him a bit. Is he from another world? How does he not know what BMD is? Sungu cheerfully affirmed, but I'll keep serving you to the best of my ability. Woojin nodded approvingly. Then let's do our best today. Then the two moved to the pre-booked location. A voice called out, what is a great Awakened doing in a 4-star dungeon? And there are only 2 of you. Sungu stood there explaining. We said it's fine. We came in because we were confident we could conquer it. But the supervisor immediately dismissed it. I said no. He still tried to persuade. We won't hold you responsible. Just let us in. The supervisor was firm. If you want to self-destruct, go to the Han River. Why come here? No means no. That's the rule. Sungu stood there worried, unable to argue. Then he sadly turned back to Woojin. Sungu scratched his head awkwardly and said, no way. They said we will never be allowed inside. Sorry. I should have researched better before coming. Woojin gently replied, well, can't be helped. I'll go to management to renew and find a 3-star dungeon in this area. Just then, Min-chan approached and said, we meet again here, he and He-min. What a coincidence. Sorry, but can I ask what you guys plan to do? If possible, I want to lend a hand. Min-chan's eyes showed sincere calculation. Is that okay? Woojin answered frankly. What a coincidence, damn it. He bluntly asked. So, what can you help me with? Shift to near Wachun Station. The main joint station, Wachun. Min-chan said, you probably don't know only Grade C assault forces can enter 4-star dungeons. He gestured toward the dungeon. This is a 4-star dungeon managed by our guild. We prepared the booking in advance, so you can use it as you like. This made Woojin a bit suspicious. You're too kind. Nothing is free in this world. Min-chan smiled and replied, I'm just showing goodwill. I'll handle the rank adjustment, so feel free to conquer it. Step right in. If you're that generous, I'll gratefully accept your offer. He responded politely, you're generous. Please wait a moment before entering. I prepared a gift for you two. Woojin asked curiously. You even prepared something like that? Min-chan turned and replied, please wait a moment, the trunk is already open. He looked inside and muttered, nothing is free in this world. Min-chan laughed heartily, feeling pleased, even when I ask for nothing. Every favor comes with a debt. If someone treats you to a meal, they'll feel obligated to return it next time. He silently calculated. Even if he's an Awakened with bizarre potential, he's still just a naive 24-year-old. Woojin, you're already in my hands. He-min stepped forward to chat. You're completely different from yesterday. Woojin immediately asked, different how? He answered frankly, it was hard to talk to you yesterday. Woojin explained. I was in a bad mood yesterday. He thought to himself, my mind was a mess thinking about Shanae. He-min smiled and continued, you must be the type who works based on mood. Today you seem in a good mood. How about we go for a drink later? Woojin happily agreed. Sounds good. Just that one sentence made him secretly pleased. Damn it, I'll make you sign a contract to become War Guild's property for 2 years. Woojin, you'll join the Ham Guild, right? He-min was already thinking about manipulating things over drinks. He continued, I know a great place. Let's check it out. Woojin curiously asked, where? Sungu nearby said disappointedly, these guys are flattering the wrong person. No matter how much they suck up, he will never join. Moments later, Min-chan returned, looked around, then straightened up. Min-chan approached and asked, where did they go? He-min replied, into the dungeon. Hearing this, he trembled with anger and growled, they already went into the dungeon? Didn't I say I would get the gift for them? He-min explained. You're waiting here until they finish conquering anyway. Why not give it to them when they come out? The bag in his hand immediately dropped to the ground. Hin widened his eyes and exclaimed, is this a survival kit? Inside the bag were the essential tools for conquering a dungeon. Min-tran asked in a low voice, do you think those newly forced recruits who want to challenge a level 4 dungeon know much about high-level dungeons? He began to worry. The recommended level to conquer a level 4 dungeon is level D with a team leader at level C. Min-chan guessed Kang Woojin was only a nominal forced level, but judging by his speed conquering the level 3 dungeon, he probably has the ability to defeat monsters in dungeons from level 4 to 6, which are fundamentally very different from low-level dungeons. If they enter without any information or survival gear, even high-level Awakened ones couldn't safely return. He held his head, blaming the mistake too much. We wanted to show goodwill, but ended up pushing them to their deaths. Inside the dungeon, Woojin sneered. Is this really a level 4 dungeon? The monsters aren't that strong, Sungu replied. I'm not so sure anymore. He looked at the pile of rats on the ground and continued, could it be that its difficulty is lower than average? Woojin stood there and added, that's possible, searching for the return stone. The dungeon space became unusually quiet. He wondered what was going on. No return stone. Sungu turned in surprise. No way. Woojin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Is it because my search skill level is too low? Then he asked to search again. The two kept walking in the dark dungeon. Woojin looked puzzled. It's not here. What's going on? Sungu looked up and said, the entrance is up there. He stiffened and asked, "What's that?" Woojin's gaze was also drawn. Above the stairs in front of them appeared another gate. He looked up, wondering, is this why the return stone didn't appear? Do we have to go through it? Woojin smirked coldly. I was wondering why it was too easy. Looks like this is just the beginning. The two stepped through the gate, and on the other side was a dense forest-like space. Woojin startled and stopped when he saw what was in front of him, wondering, have we been transported to another dimension? Sunggu suddenly called out in a low voice. Hey! Woojin looked over and saw he was not wearing clothes, immediately snapping. What are you doing? Woojin frowned. Why are you taking your clothes off? You'll go blind. Sunggu sheepishly replied. You're naked too. Only then did he realize only their bodies had been transported. Deep inside the forest, a loud roar echoed, and birds immediately flew up in fright. The two stood there, one worried, the other excited. Woojin confidently declared, this must be the real beginning of the level 4 dungeon. Then Woojin took out clothes for them to wear. Sunggu looked at him curiously. How many skills do you have? Remembering earlier, Woojin gave him clothes and then said, put on decent clothes first. Sunggu now thought to himself, I thought he could handle this situation, but I have no idea what he's been doing so far. Meanwhile, Woojin was still staring at the screen in front of him, deep in thought. He calculated that he was currently level 10. Thanks to the transferred skill power, his stats were even higher than other normal level 10 players. But facing a 4-star dungeon would still be very difficult. In the Reiki dungeon, the summoner's skills were not enough, but if the number of enemies was small, Woojin could still easily defeat them, even without preparation. A series of notifications appeared for the warrior's unique skills. You have acquired Warrior's Intuition. You have acquired Warrior's Fury. You have acquired Leap Forward. You have acquired Acceleration. You have acquired Steel Fist. Holding the steel rod in his hand, he said, time to get ready for battle. How strong is level 31? Scene shifts outside the dungeon, at the entrance. Min Tran stood there, placing his hand on the barrier, saying, this boundary still hasn't disappeared. They've been inside for quite a while now. Hemin wondered, how long do you think they can hold out? Can they fight that crocodile? He frowned and asked again, barehanded. Hemin then noticed the survival gear was still here. A high-level dungeon wouldn't allow anyone to bring any earth items. The only things allowed inside the dungeon system gate were objects belonging to the dungeon itself. Min held his head and said, even if they can defeat that crocodile, they still face a bigger problem, food and drink. Inside the dungeon, a huge tremor shook the ground, dust flying, trees scattering everywhere. Sunggu worriedly reported, hey, something's coming this way. A giant crocodile burst out from the dust. His steps agile, Woojin pushed off the ground to gain momentum. Then he leapt into the air above the crocodile. He exclaimed, so this is Warrior's Intuition. Why not try experiencing it? The level 31 crocodile opened its huge mouth upward. Outside, Min-chan was still worried. Even in the Amazon jungle, it's hard to survive without essential supplies. Inside this dungeon, the danger level was many times higher. Hemin beside him was a bit frustrated, truly out of the frying pan into the fire. Meanwhile, a skewer of grilled meat over red flames, clean food, and the skewer held by Sunggu. He ate while smiling and exclaimed, man, this tastes amazing. Woojin replied, crocodile meat is a delicacy. Taking it down and grilling it like this makes it taste fantastic. Try this. Eating crocodile meat with beer is the ultimate combo. Sunggu finished his beer, his face flushed. Hey, this tastes good too. Woojin looked at his younger brother with a fond gaze. Outside, Hemin's voice rang out. Captain, they've been in there quite a while. He wondered, if it's been this long, can we be sure they're still alive in that forest? Min-chan replied, if it's just one crocodile, they could use some summoning skill as bait and avoid it. But even that wasn't enough to get through the swamp. Hemin fell silent, worried. He was talking about the swamp. The swamp would appear again after some time in the jungle, a death trap for close combat warriors. Because your feet sink into the swamp, you have to fight off the entire herd of hook monkeys, while also dealing with a giant South American anaconda all at once. Sunggu warned in panic. He only had one ranged fighter, Hail, and his fireballs wouldn't be strong enough to stop the hook monkey's attack waves. The two lowered their heads, full of worry, complaining together, it's tough, really tough. Inside the dungeon, fireballs were being launched, targeting the hook monkeys on the trees. Woojin shouted excitedly, burn them all. Hail was surprised inside. He had that skill too? In front of the two was a group of skeletal mages holding magic staffs. The info said summoning skeletal mages, using a monster's corpse as a material to summon a skeletal mage. Level limit 10, mana 20. Outside, Min-chan was eating a bowl of instant noodles while waiting. Haesol beside him looked worried. Captain, it's been 4 hours already. Do you think they can get through that dungeon and come out? He answered in a low voice. I don't know either. The monsters aren't the only danger in a high-level dungeon. It's full of plants, animals, and insects completely different from those on this earth. Min-chan asked again. How much do you think they'll know about the ecosystem over there? Hemin blurted out. Oh no. If they accidentally eat a poisonous plant, Min-chan answered quietly, then they're doomed. He was holding a juicy red fruit ready to eat. After biting a piece, he sighed. Wild mountain fruit really is amazing. Very sweet. Woojin added, if you don't cook that fruit and just eat it raw, you'll definitely die. Sungu quickly spat it out and then complained, you should have told me earlier. Sungu turned to ask, but how do you know about these things? He replied, you just know. Why worry? Thinking to himself, how do I know? Because this place is like where I lived for 20 years. Outside the dungeon, night had fallen, and Hin was still sitting there asking, but Captain, why do you keep trying to recruit Kang Woojin? Our guild isn't really interested in that. He sighed lightly and answered, Hemin, I've never once doubted my own eyes. Hemin smiled and said, you're looking for promising awakened ones, right? Do you believe that Pak Jingu is a highly potential awakened person worth recruiting into our guild? Min-chan confirmed. Exactly. And now I'm confident Kang Woojin is even stronger than Pak Jingu. This surprised Hemin a bit. Stronger than Pak Jingu? The two sat there chatting back and forth. That's right, it would be a huge loss if he didn't join the guild. Hemin, losing an awakened one like him would be a tremendous loss for humanity. Hin replied, I just hope he can survive and come back. The captain never thought being a captain meant having to worry so much. Then he stood up cheerfully. Let's pray together. He will definitely survive and return, Min-chan answered. But it's tough. This made Hemin freeze, full of worry. He continued. The Guardian of the Scent Stone is an extremely tough opponent, Hemin thought silently. Who doesn't know that? We just have to pray he comes back alive. Min-chan rubbed his head and said quietly, maybe he's about to die too. Hemin frowned. Can this guy stop being so pessimistic? Inside the dungeon, the two had passed through the forest and reached a drier land. Sungu's eyes widened as he looked ahead and said, Brother, that's the scent stone. In front of them, the stone sparkled atop something like an altar. Sungu stepped forward complaining, finally arrived at this damn place. Immediately, Woojin grabbed his collar and pulled him back. The ground in front of them suddenly sank, revealing a trap. Sungu shouted in fear, a trap! I almost died. He turned and sighed. Thank you. Woojin's gaze was now intensely focused. Seeing that, Sungu also turned to look and asked, what are you looking at? Woojin was startled and amazed when he saw it. A group of brain demons with sharp teeth. He exclaimed, these guys are, Woojin said softly. This is a bit unexpected. Aren't these brain demons from Anfen? In front of the two were warriors and brain mages ranging from level 41 to 45. In Anfen society, there were humans, demons, dwarves, beastmen, and other races. Brain demons were one of them. But why were they in this secret realm? Woojin stood silently, pondering for a moment. Then he directly looked at them and asked, what are you doing here? His attitude shocked both Sungu and the brain demons. The brain demons behind whispered excitedly in their language. One stepped forward and asked, who are you? How can a human speak our language? Woojin answered in the brain demon's tongue. It doesn't matter. I'll ask again, what are you doing here? The demon answered in a low voice. We lost our homeland, he asked again. Did Shanae's demons invade it? He replied, yes. After a piece of the balance disappeared, Shanae became the master there. We are here because of a pact with him. The answer stunned Woojin. You repeated his words. A pact? The axe in the demon's hand was raised to the sky. Then he struck down, affirming in a deep voice, by this pact, Earth will now be ours. After hearing this, Woojin laughed and replied, Earth never belonged to Shanae. That pact is basically useless. Then he drew his weapon. Daring to invade this place? You've got guts. The leader ordered his warriors to advance and defeat the enemy. The entire pack of monsters immediately charged toward the two of them. Woojin focused intensely, preparing for battle. The overwhelming number of monsters rushed forward fiercely, but Woojin remained calm. The scene shifted outside the dungeon. Hain looked on and said, Captain, the situation doesn't look promising. 6 hours and 20 minutes have passed. Min-chan rubbed his chin and replied, a whole day has passed inside the secret realm, which means he must be thinking, they completed an A4 level secret realm with just the two of them. Hin suddenly exclaimed, the countdown disappeared. Min-chan stood there silently praying, please, he was genuinely worried, waiting, get out, please survive and come back. Min-chan had disappeared by then, the dark stairs of the subway station descending deep below. After waiting for a while, everything remained silent. Hemin spoke up, they still haven't come out. I guess this might be a bit too much for them. Min-chan sighed and requested, let's clean up. We should use the cart to gather everything. But what was in front of him stunned him. Min-chan saw two people walking up carrying a pile of stuff, and he exclaimed, Woojin! He was excited, congratulating everyone on returning safely. Woojin smiled and asked back, why do you look so happy? Then, their cart rolled down the path, Woojin's voice rang out. Honestly, we don't need rescue gear, but that attack equipment is really good. He looked at the list and then asked, is the crocodile station really that expensive? We couldn't get it. Sungu smiled and replied, you know it. He reminded Sungu to remember to bring it next time. He smiled wryly, thinking to himself that he was fine with excavating bloodstones, but having to deal with monster corpses too? The dream of becoming a fire mage was gradually slipping away. Something outside caught Woojin's attention. Sungu was curious. What's up, bro? He looked at the couple outside and then answered, that's Min-chan. Drive over to them. Meanwhile, the two people were talking when a loud call rang out. Jin was startled and looked over. Seeing Woojin sitting in the cart waving at him, Min-chan was a bit surprised and called out in English. The girl beside him looked puzzled. Woojin asked, are you on a date with your girlfriend? Jin explained, no, that's my sister. Then he introduced, sis, this is the guy who helped me. I already told you about him. After hearing that, she hesitated and asked, you're Kang Woojin? Seeing that she knew him, he was somewhat surprised. The scene shifted to the Hem headquarters, where a man holding a paper said, Vice President position. He asked, is he really worth us going this far? Just then, a beep sounded and a voice announced, Chairman, Vice President Park Yingu is here. He entered and said, Captain Dung, you're here too. Min immediately left and replied, yes, I'm preparing. Please continue your discussion. Jin was curious. What's up with the captain? Down replied, I don't know either. It seems like he found a fake summoner. Now he's asking me about handing the vice president position to that guy. Hearing this, he said, if Captain Dung requested it, then we have to take that fake summoner by any means necessary. He wondered, why do we need to do that? This guy has been making a fuss about recruiting talent lately. Everyone he recruited was terrible. Captain Dung was lucky to find him. Jingu smiled wryly. Don't be too harsh on him. Du-run crossed his arms and asked, whatever. More importantly, how's it going in America? He answered. The rumors seem true based on how they returned. We can be sure someone new is at the Titan Guild. He frowned, thinking about the rumor being true, that someone had exited the secret realm. The scene shifted to another place, a long-haired girl standing by the window looking out at the night city. Her image appeared on the screen along with someone's voice asking, how is she? The supervising staff replied, no change. She can't understand our language and keeps repeating strange words. The person added, it seems to be a disability caused by injury. Commander Ding Kun of the Titan team responded, I understand. In any case, she's an important factor in uncovering the secret of the secret realm. Find every way to treat her so we can communicate. The staff immediately complied. Yes, Captain. He frowned, thinking, it's been 5 years since the secret realm appeared. Will we ever uncover its secrets? Meanwhile, the girl was still speaking in a strange language. She placed her hand on the glass and hesitantly said one word, Jine, then pronounced the name Kang Woojin. Inside the old building, a few rooms still had lights on. The scene shifted inside where the desk lamp was still on. On the calendar, the winning days were circled as a note. Though it was late at night, someone was still studying in the room. Ding sat doing homework while sighing anxiously. Sigh, I'm so worried. Nothing bad will happen, right? He recalled the afternoon scene and became even more confused. I can't understand what he's thinking anymore. Woojin sat in the car, looking up friendly and teasing. We're planning to go eat barbecue. Want to come along? The scene shifted to a barbecue restaurant open at night. He drank a cup of wine and then was pleasantly surprised. Wow, I didn't expect JW to be Jin's sister. Woojin kept praising. 20 years? No, it's been 5 years, and you still look this beautiful, huh? No way. She showed a shocked reaction, waving her hands repeatedly. What do you mean? I don't. But hearing that, he laughed and praised her. You're too modest. Hey, Sungu, she used to be the most popular girl in our school. Probably half the guys secretly liked her. Hearing the praise, he had to join in. Oh, she must have been a great beauty back then. JW was very shy, waving her hands to explain. Not that much. Woojin blushed, recalling the past when he was pursuing her. Well, I was probably one of those half the guys. Her image in his eyes was always radiant. She's lively, beautiful, and friendly to everyone. Woojin lowered his head, blushing, his face showing curiosity. Has Woojin always been this talkative? Suddenly, he looked puzzled and curious. But why is he wearing a hat like that? Forgot to wash your hair today? She was a bit startled, then stammered an explanation. Oh, I just like wearing hats. Sungu also felt a bit embarrassed, sipping his drink while glancing sideways. I know the boss is very straightforward. Woojin suggested when he saw the hat looked inconvenient. It looks awkward. Why don't you just take it off? But Jun shyly shook his head, waving it off. It's fine. I'm okay. The guy sitting next to them was also surprised by this behavior. But how could he say that to a lady? Sungu suddenly widened his eyes, froze, and gaped. Wait a minute. After a moment, he finally guessed the reason. Could it be that my brother has never dated before? But Woojin didn't pay attention, still enjoying the food. This steak is really delicious. Sunggu reluctantly accepted the truth. It seemed the boss's words to her were genuinely kind. But looking around, he realized the atmosphere shouldn't be so awkward like this. To break the awkward mood, Sunggu suggested, "Let's play a game, you two." Hearing this, Woojin was a bit surprised and emphasized, "Huh? Play what?" He stressed the importance of the game. When you're drinking, how can you skip games? Woojin still looked confused, glancing over, wondering why suddenly. After a round of lively drinking, singing erupted. A duck spread its wings. Sunggu grabbed a bottle to use as a mic and started singing. He shouted that the readers and those guys were a bunch of cheap fools. Feeling heated, he waved his jacket and kept singing. "Hey, Winter, please let the snow fall and smash the heads of those netter and their readers." Unable to take it anymore, Woojin spoke up with annoyance. "Sunggu, why don't you sit down before I smash your head?" Then he turned to the side of the table and sighed. Woojin looked toward June, who was resting his head down. She was completely drunk. Suddenly June, still lying down, slightly moved. Her hat slipped off onto the table. Sunggu suddenly squinted and stared closely. He couldn't believe his eyes and kept rubbing them. Am I so drunk I'm seeing things? The blonde girl who just walked in quickly started gossiping. "Hey, did you see that girl's head? Looks like it's burned or something." After a close look, Sunggu awkwardly stammered, "Boss." The big sister's head seems Woojin heard this and glanced down. The scar on June's forehead was exposed without the hat, but he didn't care much, reaching out to grab the hat. What nonsense are they talking about? Woojin calmly put the hat back on June and confidently said, "So what? She's still very beautiful." Then he turned and urged, "Sunggu, finish your drink and let's go." Hearing that, he quickly responded and followed. Yes. Scene shifts back to the sister's apartment. Early morning, June groggily opened her eyes and rubbed her head. Ugh, such a headache. She sat up, turned her head, and looked around in surprise. Jin was standing in the kitchen and turned to check on her. "Oh, you're up?" She suddenly realized and looked puzzled. "Oh, you're home already? How did you get back?" He turned and explained, then urged, "Did you forget? Woojin brought you home. Go wash up. I made some subs already." June got out of bed and went into the bathroom. She looked at herself in the mirror, confused and in disbelief. Did I sleep without taking off my hat? Suddenly, June's eyes widened in surprise. Ah! A flash of last night's memory appeared in her mind. June remembered Woojin had carried her home. She stared blankly at her scar in the mirror. He saw it already. I was attacked by a monster during the dungeon explosion 5 years ago. June looked at the scar, recalling the painful memory from the past, and the result was this scar. She looked at the flaw, filled with insecurity. I don't want him to see it at all. I just want him to see me like I was back in school. But suddenly, June remembered Woojin's reassuring words. So what? She's still very beautiful. Her lips parted slightly in surprise. June held the hat in her hands, bowed her head, heart pounding. Scene shifts back to their high school. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the teacher looked down, wondering who was on duty today. Woojin heard and raised his hand, saying, "It's me." The teacher then asked who the second person on duty was. "Okay, Woojin, and who else?" Suddenly, a small hand raised high. The person looked confused and turned around. June also spoke up clearly. "It's me." The teacher nodded and gave them some instructions, then said, "After everyone leaves, you two start cleaning." After cleaning, Woojin locked the door. June stood behind and asked worriedly, "Did we forget anything?" He turned and answered vaguely, Yeah." June looked on silently. On the way home, she suddenly turned and shared honestly, "Woojin, you're a bit quiet, huh? Just like my little brother. No matter what I say, he only replies with, But after hearing that, Woojin only responded with one word, "Ah." Hearing you talk, June smiled happily and reminded, "By the second semester, we'll be talking to each other more. From now on, let's talk more." Suddenly, she turned and asked for a favor. "Oh, right, I have something to tell you. Can you stop by here for a bit?" Woojin was a bit surprised and curious. "What is it?" She leaned close to his ear, about to speak. That's Bibi, who was now bowing down to wake Woojin. "Master, wake up, master. You slept very well." His eyes opened, feeling very annoyed. Woojin was not happy and suspected, accusing, "Bibi, did you cast a spell on me while I was sleeping?" Scene shifts to the hotel lobby where he steps out and is immediately asked about the situation. "Big bro, did you sleep well?" Woojin didn't answer but sat down and asked back, "Yeah, still looking for a 4-star dungeon, right?" He quickly nodded to confirm the information. "Yes, sir." Sunggu continued typing carefully. "I'm trying to find one." His face showed clear tension, but there aren't many 4-star dungeons, and they all belong to major guilds, so it's really hard to find one. He looked up and sighed, wondering, so what should we do? At worst, go back to some 3-star dungeons? After a moment, looking up at the ceiling, Woojin figured it out. He took out his phone and dialed a familiar number. Got a plan. Woojin smiled with delight and winked. A tense voice came from the phone. I'm on my way, please wait a moment. But he hurriedly set a specific time. 15 minutes, that's all I can wait. The person on the other end was also rushing to get there. Sunggu, hearing this, waited and then asked, Big bro, who did you just call? But Woojin asked back with a hint of meaning. Who do you think it is? He held up the phone, grinning suggestively. Someone who will give us everything unconditionally. After a moment, the door suddenly opened. Minchan rushed in, very flustered. Woojin turned his face away, smiling with satisfaction and praise. He's pretty fast. Minchan was panting, sweating, and asked, Sorry to keep you two waiting. Do you need my help? After a moment, Minchan sat down and opened his laptop. Oh, you two are looking for a 4-star dungeon? The dungeon forum is quite popular but not very professional, he said firmly, giving clear advice. Wait a moment. Sunggu glanced at the screen, curious. Oh, this is the guild's exclusive program? Minchan didn't say much, just confirmed clearly. Yes, he typed while explaining. Each guild support team specializes in these areas. Hearing that, he was surprised. Oh. Minchan looked up and started inviting. So you two stayed overnight at this hotel yesterday? Just join our guild, and you can live in any hotel you want. He even enthusiastically added more conditions. Of course, if you prefer a house, we can provide one for free. Isn't that great? Sunggu glanced over, sighed, realizing he was pitching again. Woojin laughed out loud, delighted. Oh, sounds good. Then Minchan turned the laptop screen to show. Here are the 4-star dungeons available for reservation today. Woojin leaned in closely to observe. Oh, you can reserve them? Then he laughed happily and praised. Wow, having a guild is really convenient. The screen clearly showed detailed info. Guild Dungeon Reservation System. Dungeon exit number 2 at Soon School Station. Exit number 6 at Zio Station. Exit number 5 at Konkuk University. Exit number 4 at JSU Station. All 4-star rank. Minchan heard that and flared his nostrils in praise. You flatter me too much. Scene shifts to the street outside. An employee stepped forward to report. Captain, I've made the reservation. He waved his hand with satisfaction and praise. Good job. Suddenly, Minchan turned around with a bright smile, inviting. Woojin still has some time before the event. Want to make some tea together then? He even added an attractive offer. If you want, I can give you a guide about the dungeon before entering. It might help a bit. Woojin nodded eagerly several times, quickly agreeing. Oh, that's great. Minchan leaned in close, emphasizing, This is high-quality info collected by our guild. You can trust it. But hearing that, he just said a few words to move on. Ah, I'm so excited. Suddenly, Sunggu turned his face to watch attentively. He noticed something strange and shouted excitedly. The dungeon is restarting. Sunggu watched mesmerized and admitted, This is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Minchan was startled too. All right. Then he hurriedly turned back and urged, Damn, Min, quickly contact the guild now. Hearing that, he quickly took out his phone to call. Yes, sir. The dungeon on the other side continued the process. Woojin was also focused on that, wondering about the dungeon restarting. After a while, reporters appeared at the dungeon. Guards and everyone were rushing, scared and cautious. A warning sign forbidding entry was placed in front of the dungeon. The light inside the dungeon had also softened. From start to finish, he didn't take his eyes off it. Minchan was watching too, now sighing with relief. Wow, it looks like this mine dungeon has been completed. He turned around and began explaining in detail. Dungeons are usually divided into 3 phases. Minchan introduced what might be the quietest phase. The first phase is the mine dungeon. He continued mentioning the phase that just happened. The second is the restart. Minchan concluded with the last dangerous phase, the cracking. He recounted the characteristics of the phases. The dungeons Woojin had been to before were called mine dungeons. Minchan also briefly explained the construction process. They are dungeons that were completed once before. Then normal monsters are summoned. He emphasized the role of people like Woojin and the Awakened, who go down to the mine to extract bloodstones like miners. Minchan mainly explained the time frame. The mine dungeon phase usually lasts from 2 to 3 months. But once it ends, it restarts and becomes a new dungeon. As you can see, exit number 6 at Soon University has already restarted. He turned his face to emphasize the situation. Many guilds are now on their way here, aiming to be the first to complete it. And about dungeon warnings. Hearing this, Woojin quickly spoke up to stop him. Wait, he had cleverly guessed the main reason. So this dungeon is actually an unclaimed dungeon? Minchan didn't hesitate to confirm the information. In other words, it's a dungeon looking for its owner. As they were talking, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in realization. At this moment, Minchan turned his face and guessed the intention. You're not planning to try and conquer it, are you? Woojin didn't hesitate to state his intention outright. Why wouldn't I want to? He hurriedly stopped him. No, The monster in the first conquest attempt is much more dangerous than the usual ones in the mines. Just leave them to the guilds to handle. He put his hands on his hips and bluntly called them out. So, the guilds just want to keep the monopoly on these dungeons, huh? Minchan, feeling misunderstood, quickly shook his head. That's not what I meant. After a moment, he emphasized clearly, according to regulations, individuals are also allowed to conquer them, but only after the dungeon's energy source has been measured. Hearing that, Woojin asked curiously, energy? Ninja looked away and explained briefly. Yes, it's the energy they emit during the reboot process. Ah, they're measuring it now. It determines the star rating of each dungeon. He even pointed out the ranking tiers. 4 stars is for C-rank dungeons, 5 stars for B rank, and only A-rank Awakeners are allowed to enter 6-star dungeons. After hearing this, he stroked his chin and asked again, You said I'm C-rank, right? Woojin smiled brightly, excited. So I'm allowed to enter if it's a 4-star dungeon, right? The bulletin suddenly announced clearly by default, this is a 5-star dungeon. He glanced down, showing obvious displeasure, and cursed. Damn it. Minchan, standing behind, kept trying to persuade him. I think you should give up on conquering this now. Suddenly, everyone turned their faces simultaneously. Seeing 3 more people approaching, everyone was impressed. The Scarlet Phoenix Guild is here, huh? They arrived already? That was fast. He was also observing carefully, making sure of his guess. So this dungeon will belong to the Huajiang Guild. Woojin also turned curiously, and quickly sent a message. She came from the past. You remember Zhon He is the one who stepped on me. You'd better stop showing off your skills. Woojin smiled and made a firm decision in his heart. I won't let this go easily. The 3 stopped after walking for a while. He pretended to be very familiar and approached as if to hug them. Wow, here come the A-rank Awakeners. Then this dungeon will be conquered in no time. She quickly recognized the person in front of her. Kang Woojin Zhon Hai was also opening her mouth to call Woojin's name. He stepped closer, smiling and complimenting. Oh, so you're an A-rank Awakener. Cool gear, she sneered with contempt and warned. I don't think this place suits you. This is a 5-star dungeon. Don't get in my way. Get lost. Woojin didn't get angry but just sighed deeply. He added a few words to lighten the mood. Come on, don't be so difficult. Just let me take a quick look. Woojin reached out and turned her around. Looking over it, it's not worn out at all. Zhonhai was surprised by the touch and got angry. You punk. Where do you think you're touching? Sunggu and Hyel were returning with drinks at this time. Suddenly, he stopped and looked ahead curiously. Why are so many people gathering? Zhonhai was furious and attacked, demanding, Get your filthy hands off me! Woojin still kept a smile on his face. Suddenly, he accidentally slipped backward. She panicked and shouted, Wait behind! Woojin let himself fall backward, not forgetting to emphasize. Damn! You pushed me. After he fell down, everyone was stunned. Everyone there started to panic. No, this is bad. Someone has fallen into the dungeon. Sunggu couldn't believe it and broke into a sweat watching. Boss, inside it's scorching hot, and below is a golden desert sand dune. Woojin stepped in and looked around. Last time it was a tropical forest. Now it's a desert. He quietly and carefully stepped into the desert. Suddenly, he was thrown straight up. It opened its mouth and emerged from under the sand dune. He jumped high, still calm. That's quite a friendly greeting. You're saying 5-star dungeons are very different. Then Woojin swung his sword down with a battle cry. He grinned with amusement, showing disdain. Even so, a monster is just a monster. What's the difference? But immediately after, its body surprised Woojin. It seems fine. He sweat nervously and looked bewildered. Damn! From all sides, Woojin was surrounded by them. Oh no, they were like giant worms swallowing him whole. But after a while, nothing else happened. Suddenly he shouted and used transformation power. Its body was cut into pieces, falling to the ground. He broke the encirclement, looking more confident. Luckily, I leveled up after killing those idiots. I've faced much more dangerous situations than this before. A system notification came about a level 20 special reward, Warrior Weapon Transformation Form. Suddenly Woojin turned to look intently. Something like rolling stones approached. He looked on eagerly to see what it was. What now? Woojin gripped his spear tightly, then threw it with all his strength straight ahead. Immediately, a loud explosion came from that spot. Woojin looked up, surprised and disbelieving. They exploded? He watched the green smoke rise high and wondered, and what's that smoke over there? Suddenly, they changed direction and rolled back toward Woojin. He quickly reacted, raising his hand to command, Raise the bone wall. Immediately after, the system clearly displayed the information. Level 20 skill, Big Bone Fortress, creates a wall using bones from monster corpses. A massive explosion sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Woojin struggled to step outside. He rubbed his head and hair, looking exhausted. Indeed, Woojin pulled out a red potion. He quickly drank the entire bottle, spilling some outside. After finishing it, Woojin felt incredibly refreshed. A 5-star dungeon is definitely on a whole different level. The system also notified his body status. You have recovered from the poison state thanks to the antidote. Switching scenes outside the dungeon, everyone was still waiting. A member of the opposing team sneered arrogantly. He really lasted in there for a long time. Annoying. Just give up already. Sunggu stood opposite, immediately rebutting angrily. He's not just surviving in there, he's conquering it. But the opposing team showed disbelief. How could a nobody like him conquer it? That guy stubbornly mocked back. He's probably just clinging to life by hiding in there. Sunggu was furious and turned away, about to retort. Minchan, standing behind, patted his shoulder to stop him. Come on, Sunggu, we have to trust Woojin and wait for him to come back. He leaned in to calm him, taking a deep breath to regain composure. He turned his face, skeptical. Do you really think he can conquer this dungeon? But Sunggu confidently affirmed. Of course, our big brother will definitely survive and return. Minchan stepped closer, curious, reaching out. Tell us, Woojin, what skills do you have? Woojin suddenly turned coldly and emphasized, I have nothing to say. He watched intently, but was helpless. This kid is really stubborn. From the start, he hasn't revealed any important information. Minchan turned his head toward the dungeon. If Woojin survives and returns, his expression brightened noticeably. That means South Korea has gained its 11th Class A Awakener. Back inside the dungeon, the system announced a level up. You have reached level 27. After a few more strikes, the system announced another level up. Level up, you have reached level 28. In a short time, the system announced he leveled up 3 times in a row. Level up, you have reached level 29. Woojin planted his spear, exhaling deeply. Phew, just one more level to unlock a new summoning skill. The desert sun was still blazing and unbearably harsh. Woojin persevered, moving forward. How vast is this desert? There's still no end in sight. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Woojin spotted a castle in the distance. The scene shifted to when he went deeper inside the abandoned city of Lucretia. He looked up curiously, sensing no presence of anyone here. Has it really been abandoned? Suddenly, an unexpected attack appeared. He quickly sensed the danger and skillfully dodged to the side, avoiding the blow. Woojin covered his face, looking annoyed. Who the hell? Immediately, a voice answered. It was Naga. With a fierce expression, he demanded, Who are you? Why dare you violate this sacred temple? Woojin was still confused, not understanding. A temple? Only then did he realize which temple this was. Ah, now I see. No wonder it looked familiar. It's the Temple of Saint Arya. Naga, hearing the familiar name, asked in surprise. You know the goddess Arya? Woojin calmly replied naturally. Of course. How could I not know the goddess Arya of Anfen? While talking, Woojin suddenly wondered why Arya's disciples were invading Earth. Could it be that Shanae defeated Arya? Hearing this, Naga became furious and demanded, Don't drag our goddess into this. We only allied with Shanae briefly to punish the heretics. Woojin was surprised and asked back, Heretics? Naga didn't hesitate to confirm. Yes, he said coldly. We will punish those who betrayed Anfen and fled to Earth, the scarlet-eyed nun. Grasping this information, Woojin grew suspicious. That nun is on Earth? Woojin raised his spear, ready to threaten them. Whether you want to capture or kill that nun, I don't care, but I forbid you from touching Earth. He pointed his spear forward, declaring firmly, just like you protect your goddess and temple, I protect Earth the same way. Naga raised his weapon politely. I respect your wishes, he said. Then he summoned his allies and declared, We will kill you before entering Earth. Woojin turned around, shocked to realize, caught by invisibility, he looked back, exclaiming, That's quite a crowd. Ambushing others is my specialty after all. Woojin's face darkened as he pondered. He hadn't sensed their presence at all. When he first arrived, he looked up to confirm no presence was detected here, but then was suddenly attacked. In the end, Woojin accepted the truth. He might have to admit their invisibility skill surpasses his tracking skill. He considered the overwhelming number of enemies. With his current bone army, fighting them would be very difficult. After some thought, Woojin decided to spend skill points to upgrade his summoning skill, Code Soldier, to level 20. Immediately, the bone army underwent a transformation. The skeletons grew sturdier and rose higher. They were immediately equipped with additional weapons. The skeletal soldier's appearance looked even more unique now. The system sent a notification, explaining in detail the summoning skill for skeletal soldiers had advanced to level 20, and their form would change according to their rank. They now had shields and swords, ready to fight back. Woojin's tone had become more confident. Well, even so, he gripped his spear tightly, smirking as he declared, I still have to fight a battle to decide the winner. Naga also started to get excited, smirking. The monsters on this side initially showed aggressive attitudes. The skeletal squad charged forward with shields and swords, their blades clashing sharply. The battle grew increasingly intense and terrifying. Woojin turned his head back, saw a sharp spear rushing toward him, reflexively turned around to attack both sides quickly. Suddenly, three more things came flying from afar. Woojin quickly jumped backward, dodging the strike. He tensely turned around to observe. Woojin looked up high and saw three enemies hiding, instantly furious. Those bastards! He quickly raised his hand to command the skeletal soldiers to attack. The skeletons, but he was faster, hiding behind a wall, avoiding the strike. Woojin was extremely angry. That guy took the chance to stab him from behind with a weapon, aiming to kill. But at that moment, Woojin was quicker and summoned a protective wall. The bone wall rose, dust flying wildly across the ground. Woojin glanced outside cautiously. They refused to give him any ground. He quickly distinguished the differences between the two sides. There was a big gap in rank between their faction and Woojin's, but the biggest problem was their force was both numerous and strong in close combat. Woojin clearly listed the enemy's strengths, not to mention their use of terrain for both offense and defense, making it hard for his side to approach. Woojin began to fall into a disadvantageous situation. It seemed both BB and the skeletal soldiers were useless in the current situation. Although the skeletal soldiers seemed more useful, he looked over the entire battlefield anxiously. Their troop movements were faster than his side's ability to eliminate them. In such a disadvantageous situation, Woojin gripped his weapon tightly and made his final decision. There was no other choice. The scene shifted back to the real world outside, where a news broadcast was airing. It had been 10 hours since the accident, but the barricades showed no signs of disappearing. Mr. Kang, the accident victim, was confirmed to be a fake Awakened of Class C. They even had reporters live at the scene, and his survival until now was considered a miracle. The guild leader folded his arms, watching suspiciously. Did he come here just to get famous? He stared intently, looking angry. They gave the Warang Guild a 5-star dungeon for free, and he still had the nerve to show up. Once back, I'll give him a good scolding. At the scene, Minchan handed over a bowl of food to comfort him. Eat up. While waiting, have something to eat. The minimum time to conquer a 5-star dungeon is 12 hours, and the maximum, I don't even know. He lowered his head, blaming himself. Surely the boss inside was facing many obstacles. Yet here I am just sitting. Finally, Sungu agreed to take the bowl of black bean noodles. Then he snapped and decided to eat. Just eat first. The scene shifted back inside the dungeon, where skeletal soldiers lay sprawled on the ground. He stabbed its face with a sharp weapon. Then he decisively pulled the weapon out. Naga moved close to Woojin, speaking disdainfully. You dare to invade the shrine with just this? But at that moment, Woojin just smirked. Yeah, 5-star dungeons are a bit more troublesome than I thought. He heard that and laughed mockingly. You still can brag like that? But right then, Woojin firmly said it wasn't bragging at all. Woojin stood up, wearing a proud smile, pulling out an item. Look here, I leveled up. Naga was suddenly blinded by the light and covered his eyes. What the hell? The surrounding space began to change strangely. A giant hand slammed down on the ground, something with massive muscles rising up. Naga looked up in shock, unable to believe it. What is this? Seeing it appear, Woojin quickly smiled. Long time no see, Dansu. He rode atop Dansu's body majestically. The system simultaneously sent another notification. Summon Golem. A fish golem had been summoned in a designated area. Woojin glanced down, clearly proud. He didn't hesitate and quickly ordered it to act. Smash it. The golem immediately slammed its giant hand down on the ground. It turned around in panic, calling for reinforcements. The warriors quickly formed up, but Woojin was no less fierce, instantly ordering to advance. My subordinates. It also let out a terrifying roar. The opposing army was ready with weapons, bracing themselves. A huge commotion erupted right at the shrine. The goddess statue was no longer intact. The space around became desolate and deserted. Woojin grew more confident, stepping closer. Now it's just you left. Naga felt fear, gritting his teeth, both scared and angry. Woojin moved closer, taunting. Besides your numbers, what else do you have to show me? He flared with rage and cursed back. You bastard, just wait. He didn't bother arguing anymore and swung his spear fiercely. Woojin didn't say much, just smirked. He lifted his hammer, activated a skill, transforming it into hammer form, and used the violent wind strike skill. Naga seized the opportunity, trying to strike first to gain the upper hand. Die! Woojin smiled without hesitation, shouting the activation words twice, and a sandstorm rose in the vast desert. After rampaging for a while, the sandstorm gradually weakened. Naga could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, coughing non-stop with blood dripping from his mouth. Woojin saw this pitiful state and was impressed. He really was a stubborn guy. You're still trying to prove to me that you're the final boss with a different level, huh? Naga gritted his teeth in anger, surprised that such a strong opponent existed among the Earthlings. He wasn't ready to stop yet. Veins bulged on his abdomen as Naga transformed into a terrifying snake and lunged forward. As a believer, I will not die before completing my mission. But Woojin decisively swung his hammer. He smirked with contempt, mocking him, about to die and still talking so much. Scene shifts back to the prison gate entrance outside. Many people were still sitting there waiting for news. Sunggu was still focused on eating his bowl of black bean noodles. I was starving, so this tastes amazing. Despite the tense situation, Woojin's voice suddenly rang out. Did you order a portion for me too? He quickly recognized the voice. Big brother Min Chan couldn't believe the person in front of Woojin. Reporters rushed straight toward them. There he is! Where's the camera? Point the camera at them! Sunggu ran over anxiously to ask about the situation. Big brother, are you hurt anywhere? Woojin smiled, his expression calm and confident. I'm fine. Suddenly, he turned to Joan. Hi, smirking. Huh, you're still here? Now Woojin started his act of questioning. Why did you push me into that dungeon? That was really dangerous. What if something happened and I died down there? She grimaced angrily and called out to Kang Woojin. Reporters around kept snapping photos, already setting the headline. The fake A rank from South Korea has appeared. Woojin grew even more confident, his face beaming. Scene shifts back to a large guild company. The TV was still broadcasting the latest news. We have updated news. Kang Woojin, who was pushed into the basement at Exit 6 of Soon University Station at 11 a.m. On Friday, the announcer reported that Woojin miraculously survived and returned from the basement. He couldn't believe his ears and turned back. What? How? A reporter who usually interviewed Woojin asked. Please answer our interview and tell us how you survived after being pushed into the basement. But being handed the mic unexpectedly left Woojin stunned. An interview? Minchan angrily raised his hand to block the camera fiercely. He just got out of that 5-star dungeon. We refuse all interviews today. But despite this, the press kept taking photos. The announcer looked up at the TV in disbelief. Damn, he completed a 5-star dungeon all by himself? A fake A-rank awakening? Minchan confidently asserted during the report. Yes, I can confirm he's a fake awakening with outstanding talent, but then the announcer aggressively denied it. Since when do I have to make investment decisions just based on Captain Dung's intuition? Don't you realize that the fake awakenings he recruited recently have brought no results? Now recalling, he had to admit that Dung Minan's intuition was right. He began to envision a bright future. If he could recruit Kin, Hem Guild would be the first guild in South Korea to have 3 fake A-rank awakenings. He started to smile with delight. He stood up excitedly, clenching his fists. All right, I know Captain Dung will get it done. Scene shifts to a fancy Japanese restaurant, where his voice came from the dining table. The plan I asked you to handle is going smoothly, right? Sang-ho respectfully poured tea and confirmed. Of course, Minister. Everything is progressing well. He took the cup and emphasized, quite a few people are involved in this. With a confident expression, he advised, it's best not to let any unnecessary mistakes happen. He put the teapot down and assured, we handled the preparations perfectly, so don't worry. Hearing this, the minister laughed with satisfaction. As the leader of Lee Sang-ho Guild, I know I can entrust this task to you. Next time, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. He bowed sincerely. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Sang-ho picked it up and was very surprised. What? An A rank? The man on the other end noticed his strange expression and asked, what's going on? But he just turned and smiled brightly. Ah, it's nothing, sir. Sang-ho couldn't believe the truth before him. Kang Woojin, I knew he was different, but I didn't expect him to climb to this level. He had once told Woojin directly that if this trend continued, Earth would soon be doomed. Sang-ho clearly explained his plan. I'm gathering awakenings to prevent that from happening. It's my duty. Turning hopeful, he requested, I hope you can lend us your strength. But Woojin sighed and said with a hidden meaning, you really are the type who says one thing but means another. Seeing this, Sang-ho understood it was time to back off. Looks like I still haven't earned your trust. I understand. Hopefully we'll have another chance to talk. Sang-ho smiled firmly. I'm sure he's hiding a secret, and we must bring him to war at all costs. Ah, I have an idea. Suddenly, he wanted to make a proposal. Minister, may I ask you for a favor? He didn't hesitate to be straightforward. Oh, if you're the leader of Lai, feel free to tell me. Sang-ho first responded with a bright, polite smile. Thank you, sir. Then he revealed a sly expression and bluntly made a request. To be honest with you, there's someone I want to include in this plan. The scene shifts to the apartment of 2 sisters, with sounds coming from inside. How could you do this to me? The argument continued without stopping. I'm sorry, but falling in love with someone isn't a crime, right, crazy guy? If you admitted your mistake and asked for my forgiveness, I might have given you a chance. Sorry, but my feelings for her run deeper than yours. The angry voice kept echoing. How could you bastard? After enduring for a while, Minchun turned to ask for a favor. I'm studying to prepare for an upcoming test. Could you two turn the volume down a bit? Woojin heard that and turned away in surprise. You're not making it hard. Quickly lowering the volume, Sunggu looked a bit embarrassed, also apologizing awkwardly. Sorry, kid. Just then, Jin Bibi raised his hand and called out, Miyu. He held his head and looked down, exhausted. Now we even have to take care of that cat. Jin suddenly remembered and spoke up with a question. But aren't you guys worried at all? Woojin replied very calmly. Worried about what? He repeated the situation outside the building. It's been 3 days since the wedding, and reporters have gathered there like ants. You're so sure about that, huh? Well, they'll get discouraged and leave eventually. Let me stay a few more days, please. Then Woojin quickly switched topics. Why bring this up? Go buy us some tangerines. Sunggu excitedly held up 2 fingers, meaning 2 bags. Bai downstairs agreed, shouting out. Miyu's face darkened, turning to warn. Hey, I'm in the middle of exams. You know, he waved some bills, emphasizing that the money was a thank you fee for letting them stay a few days. Jin also got up and kindly asked if the 2 needed anything else. Suddenly, Woojin's phone rang. He picked up and asked about his mother's situation. Yes, Mom. No more reporters bothering you, right? But after listening for a while, Woojin panicked. What? They're still coming? After a moment, he grew serious and gave instructions. All right, if I get the chance, I'll stop by to pick it up from you later. Sunggu was very worried and asked about the situation. Boss, what's going on? Suddenly Woojin's tone changed. Sunggu turned to wait for an answer. Yes, he suddenly asked a strange question. North and South Korea still haven't unified? Sunggu looked up innocently to confirm. Yes, we're still divided. Woojin was furious and asked again. They've already built that hellhole, and they still won't unify? He could only sweat and wait. What's going on, boss? Sunggu's face became very tense. Suddenly, Woojin shouted important news. I got my draft notice. At that moment in Woojin's building, he suddenly stood up and clenched his fists. No way. Woojin was filled with hatred. Let's go kill Kim In. Sunggu was shocked. Huh? He was surprised. You're planning to assassinate Kim In to avoid military service? Woojin eagerly pulled Sunggu along. Exactly. Let's go. Let's unify Korea together. Let's reunite the country before I get sent off, despite his shouting. Boss, calm down. Sunggu tried to calm him. Do you think killing that guy will unify the country? But Woojin was very impatient. Is there any other way? I don't want to go to the military at all. This is the most reasonable way. Sunggu thought it wouldn't work, saying to think it through and a solution would come. Just then, the door to the room opened. Woojin and Sunggu immediately focused on the person in front of them. Minchin looked confused and asked, What are you 2 doing? A few documents were placed on the table. Jin spoke up. Why would you think that? Awakened people don't enlist like regular soldiers. He said if you don't want to, you can choose other auxiliary duties. Woojin suspiciously repeated auxiliary duties. Then Min-chan explained. Yes, basically, you'll join a certified guild and help them eliminate monsters when the Ministry of Defense requests it. Woojin was impressed. Oh, Min-chan really knows everything. Min-chan scratched his head and laughed. Joining a major guild is my dream. Oh, I see. Suddenly Woojin glanced sideways. But I wonder, Sunggu, why don't you know anything about this? Someone excitedly shouted. Captain, I did it! Heemin was smiling brightly. Success, Min-chan calmly asked. What? What did you just accomplish? Heemin announced. Woojin agreed to meet and discuss the guild. Was Min-chan surprised? Heemin continued evaluating, meaning Woojin is somewhat interested in our guild, right? Min-chan recalled Woojin's previous words. So how do you 2 plan to help us? He replied. That's classified info only our guild has, and it's very enticing. Then came the day Min-chan asked, Did you wait long? What do you need my help with? The sequence of events flashed through his mind, making him pause, then he smirked dangerously. Of course, my efforts have been rewarded. Heemin was continuously excited. You made another big contribution, Captain? Min-chan acted like he was fed up, standing up. I'll report this to the chairman immediately. Right. Min-chan silently reminded himself he hadn't lost his sharp instincts. Then he went to Chairman Do-jun's office. May I come in? Seeing Min-chan, he asked. Oh, here's our Captain Dung. Is the recruitment of Woojin going well? Min-chan said yes. Actually, he contacted us earlier. Do-jun laughed excitedly. Oh, wow. That's great news. He praised him, truly worthy of being Captain Dung. You did great. Min-chan seized the opportunity, by the way. As for the matter involving the vice president that I mentioned to you earlier, Down smiled. Oh, if Captain Dung suggested it, then just go ahead. He praised highly. Thanks to Captain Dung, our H-Guild has successfully risen to the top among the guilds in South Korea. The elevator is now showing the 28th floor, Min-chan said his final words. So, I guess I have your permission now. Down confirmed. Of course, be careful. Someone laughed loudly. Secretary Kim is throwing a celebration party for the whole guild. Inside the HR restaurant was a bit quiet. Min-chan looked puzzled. Sorry, I must have misheard. Ewan repeated once more. Misheard? Start a new guild with me. Min-chan was confused. Didn't you want to sign the membership papers for our guild? Yuan replied. Why would I go there? It's better if Captain Dung and you or Min come to us, Min-chan expressed. Oh my god. He and I rushed here thinking you had agreed to sign the contract with us. But now you suddenly ask us this. It's really awkward, Hin asked. So, what's your salary? Yuan immediately revealed 100 million won. Min-chan couldn't believe his ears. What? Yuan declared, I will pay more than your current salary by 100 million won. Both were shocked again. Then Min-chan sighed. Money isn't the issue. He negotiated. Mr. Yuan, I am a captain of the Hem Guild. To those who aren't awakened, I'm like an employee of one of the most reputable guilds in South Korea. And I had to go through many hardships to become the leader of this team. Min-chan awkwardly spoke, so I can't just switch guilds for money that easily. But Yuan assured me my guild will grow even bigger than Hem, so I hope you two can become founding members of my guild. After the conversation with Yuan, Min-chan was now on his way back. Hin suddenly announced, Your captain is leaving the guild. Min-chan was startled and shouted, Hey Hin, have you thought this through? But isn't this very likely? We're talking about Kang Woojin, who is already an A rank awakened. Who else can clear a 5-star dungeon solo like him? So I guarantee the guild he establishes will succeed sooner or later, he continued. Besides, if I stay in Hem, how far can I really advance in rank? Hearing that, Min-chan had to admit, yeah, based on Kang Woojin's talent, the guild he starts will have a very bright future. He connected it with the current situation. Moreover, the HM Guild is facing the challenge of expanding beyond its current scale. No matter how much I try to contribute, I can't surpass the founding members to become director or department head. So what's the point of promotion? Min-chan recalled Down's words. Captain Dung's intuition is getting worse. Recruiting you was just a lucky break. That hurt him deeply. He even felt mocked and looked down upon. Min-chan frowned tensely. In that case, Min-chan declared, I'll go with you. Hin hadn't considered this. Captain Min-chan smiled. Sometimes you have to take big risks to reach a higher level. And Hin praised, very wise, Captain. He raised a resignation letter he had prepared beforehand. So, shall we go? Min-chan was speechless. You've always carried that with you? Hin laughed. Which employee wouldn't? Seeing Min-chan pull out a paper too, he was surprised again. Huh? Captain too? Min-chan repeated the same words. Yeah, which employee wouldn't? Hin guessed, looking at the crumpled paper. You must have kept it on you for a long time. Hin was very amused. Perfect. Just coldly slap it in your boss's face and let's go drink. Min-chan agreed. Approved. Meanwhile, the elevator was going up to the 11th floor. Min-chan was shocked seeing the scene inside. Why are all the lights off? Have they all left? Suddenly, the lights turned on with confetti. Captain Dung Min-chan, congratulations on becoming department head. Meanwhile, Min and Hin still didn't understand what was happening. Du Jamin announced some news. I've been watching Captain Dung, and now the captain position no longer suits you. From now on, you've officially been promoted to head of the service department. Congratulations, Captain. Awesome, right? An employee brought out a cake. Captain, first, blow out the candles. Others cheerfully said. After moving to the service department, don't forget about us. Congratulations on your promotion, Captain. Only Min was caught in an awkward situation. Down shouted loudly. Everyone, a round of applause for our service department head. Captain Dung Min-chan, a negotiation genius, has successfully returned from today's great deal. Everyone cheered. You're amazing, Captain. Truly impressive, Captain. Min-chan was very awkward. Things were getting complicated. Min-chan hesitated to call the president, but was interrupted by Down. All right, we'll discuss the negotiation details after we move to the party venue. Then he said, I've booked a table at a very famous restaurant. Everyone around applauded loudly. Given the current situation, Min-chan could only smile as piano music filled the restaurant. Now, everyone was fully present at the party. Min-chan was feeling down. I never expected this to happen. Hin was also flustered. Captain, what should we do now? I don't think we can even bring up resigning in this situation. Min-chan was at a loss, too. I don't know what to do anymore. Hin handed him the resignation letter. Captain, you should take this. Min-chan was confused. What is this? Why are you giving it to me? Hin explained. Well, one of us has to leave. I hope you approve my resignation, department head. Min-chan cursed in frustration. That bastard. Meanwhile, Hin was extremely happy. Just a moment ago, I was so upset I couldn't even eat any fancy food here. I'll go first. You'll manage too, Captain. Min-chan hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey, wait. Just then, Down grabbed his arm. What are you standing there for, department head? Come over here quickly. He suggested letting everyone know about your achievements. Min-chan spoke with concern. Chairman, please don't be nervous. Just say it. Seeing Min-chan stammer, he repeated, Oh, come on. What's there to be shy about? Min-chan gathered all his courage to reveal. I failed. Don't be nervous. Stay calm. What did you say? Then Min-chan handed him a paper. Then he bowed sincerely. I failed to recruit Woojin, sir. I'm sorry. Don't be nervous. Gripping his silent hand tightly, he angrily pointed a finger. Are you serious? Minchang just bowed his head. I'm very sorry. Don't be nervous, he shouted, curses everywhere. Do you think this is something you can just brush off with an apology? You want to get fired, right? Inside, Minchang prayed. If you do fire me, I'd be grateful. Don't be nervous, he kept questioning. Do you know how many guild resources you used just to recruit Woojin here? Do you think just bowing and apologizing is enough? Now Minchang remembered. Right. I canceled all the reservations in the dungeons so Woojin could use them freely, he recalled. I even bribed to adjust his rank. Minchang remembered Minchang's face. Only now did he wonder how far he had gone just to recruit Kang Woojin. And Minchang declared, I will take full responsibility for all of this. Don't be nervous. Extremely annoyed. Take responsibility? What kind of responsibility are you talking about? Minchang said, I will accept all responsibility on my side and ask to withdraw from the Hammer Guild. Don't be nervous, disdainfully. Are you crazy? You think your position is so high that you can just resign and be done? He sighed heavily. You plan to run away after causing this mess? Minchang didn't bother to argue. What else is there to explain? I'm resigning anyway. So he forced a smile to reassure himself and said his final words. I've said everything I wanted to say. I'm leaving now. Have a nice day. What? Left behind? Don't be nervous, furious inside. That bastard. An employee actually stopped the chairman. Calm down, sir. Minchang now felt relieved. Goodbye, Hammer Guild. He had prepared himself, and this was a new beginning. Minchang walked straight out without looking back. A familiar voice echoed. Hey, Captain Minchang was surprised to see Hin. You're still here? Hin smiled. Where else would I go without you? Get in the car, Captain. Minchang silently appreciated this was why he liked this kid, even if he was a bit clueless. Now at Angel Cafe, Minchang and Hin had arrived together. Woojin happily welcomed them to the Adon Guild. Meanwhile, Minchang was still dazed. Adon, Woojin confirmed. Yes, that's the name of our guild. Then he reached out happily because the two had arrived. Hin spoke. I will do my best to serve you. Sir, feel free to use me as you wish. Minchang was happy too. From now on, let's help each other, Woojin responded. Okay, Minchang said. From now on, just talk to us as comfortably as you want. We'll try to make the guild's name known worldwide, Woojin laughed. So from now on, can I call you Minchang? Minchang was helpless. Huh? That's not the kind of comfortable I meant. And he requested, just call me Captain Dung. Woojin immediately changed how he addressed him. All right, Captain Dung. I'll hand over the guild's startup tasks to you. Get ready. Minchang replied, Got it, I'll take care of it. Woojin suggested, Great, then let's have a drink today, shall we? Minchang wondered. Boss, is that all for our meeting? Obviously there's nothing else to discuss. You ask again, and I'll handle all the work and follow all requests. Right? Minchang thought. I just need to name the guild, right? What else is there to do? But inside, he worried if it was okay to be in a guild with such a laid-back boss. Minchang sighed quietly, starting to feel the struggle. Woojin was excited. Sunggu, should we have some barbecue today? Sunggu agreed. Exactly. Boss, I know a great place for grilled beef. But Minchang was still worried. Was his decision to resign right or wrong? Suddenly Minchang called out. Boss, he requested. I think we should put the introduction aside for now. There's a more important matter to discuss first. Woojin looked up at him. What is it? Minchang said. It's about conquering dungeon number 6, Gun. For other awakened groups to be able to use our guild's dungeon, we need to decide the details and method to conquer it. And that has nothing to do with setting up the guild. By the way, Woojin said, why should we let others use our dungeon? I can conquer it myself, Minchang suggested. Instead of letting it go to waste, we could let other groups use it when you're resting. Woojin agreed. That's true. But do you want to know if there's anything else? Something essential? Minchang offered an idea. To establish a guild, we need 5 founding members. Woojin thought for a moment, realizing one more person was needed. Then he asked Sunggu if they should invite Machen. He thought probably not. That kid is still a minor, Minchang added. Yeah, minors aren't allowed. Woojin fell silent, pondering for a bit, then opened his contact list. Mom, Minchang, really. Sunggu fiddled with his phone. Crazy names again. Then he admitted, I don't know many people, so if Woojin gets into trouble, Mom can't help. Who now? After some thought, Woojin exclaimed, here we go. A moment later, the door opened. Woojin waved at the familiar face. Hey, you're here? He asked cheerfully. Did you bring your ID and seal? Seeing Seung-hoon look a bit scared, I did bring them. But Woojin suddenly raised his hand high, making Seung-hoon's face turn pale. Yet Woojin placed his hand on his shoulder. Congratulations, you're our 5th member, Woojin announced. You're the phone scammer. Seung-hoon still looked confused, not understanding what was happening. A sign was mounted on the door. Guild Adon. The cleaners were wiping every spot, then they moved the table elsewhere. Hemin sighed in relief after finishing. Looks decent now. He didn't forget to show gratitude. Everyone did great. Seung-hoon did well too, thanks. Meanwhile, Seung-hoon still couldn't believe it was real. Just a few days ago, he thought this was some scam. He reflected, surprised that the jerk who once beat him nearly to death and stole his phone was now Kang Woojin, the person everyone knows now. Hin looked up at the TV. The news these days only showed their boss's face all day, Min-chan added. Though not officially announced, he's the 11th Awakened of South Korea and the strongest in history. So it's no surprise the world is in chaos over him. Seung-hoon assessed. He recruited these two from a not-so-famous guild? Then the staff quality must be pretty good, Seung-hoon said. Anyway, business has been slow for me lately. The store is as empty as a ghost town. Working in a guild would be better than this shack. Suddenly, Hin asked, but Seung-hoon, what's your relationship with the boss? Seung-hoon was startled. Why? Hemin guessed. Seeing how the boss calls you and you show up immediately, you must be close? A friend? Relatives? Seung-hoon just scratched his head awkwardly. Well, actually, he didn't say. I ran here because I was afraid of getting beaten again like before. But why did he call me to join them? Because he felt guilty for beating me? At that moment, Woojin entered. Oh, the office looks nice. They all shouted. The boss is here, Min-chan quickly asked. Boss, you've worked hard. Is the strategy to conquer the dungeon finished? Woojin said it was basically done. Then he revealed Sung-gu had the hardest time. Seeing Sung-gu's miserable state, Min-chan asked, Sung-gu, are you okay? Hemin added, well, even if conquering is settled, there's still a lot to plan, right? After all, it's a 5-star dungeon. Eventually, Sung-gu was so tired he fell asleep in his chair. Hemin just watched as something white flew out of his mouth. I think he deserves more perks, like a mental support bonus, for example. In the meeting room, Woojin spoke. All right, everyone sit down. We need to discuss the most important matter now. Then Woojin called out, Team Leader Dung. Min-chan immediately replied, Yes, boss. Woojin hesitated. What position should I give you? Min-chan was surprised. Why? Woojin explained. Even though our guild only has a few people, I think everyone should have a role suited to their skills. If anyone wants a position, just tell me. Min-chan was shocked, and even Hemin was surprised. A position? Sung-gu, half asleep, suddenly woke up. Seung-hoon was amazed. We get to decide our own roles? Seeing their faces, Woojin wondered, why is everyone silent? Team Leader Dung, what kinds of positions are there in a normal guild? Min-chan shared. Usually 2 categories. One for Awakened, and one for regular staff. Awakened take roles like Administrator, Commissioner, and Vice President. But that's not important, he clarified. What matters for Awakened are the contract details. For example, the commission percentage they get after each dungeon, conquest, or base salary, and so on. Okay. After hearing this, Woojin asked, I understand. Sung-gu, what position do you want? Sung-gu exclaimed, What? Then he scratched his head sheepishly. I've been managing you for a year already. Woojin assigned. All right, you'll be director. Sung-gu was surprised again. Director? At 21, I'm already a director? Woojin added. Director of loot collection. Sung-gu slumped in a corner. Min-chan and Hemin felt sorry. Never knew there was a director like that. Just call the kid director and be done with it. Woojin asked about other departments. What departments are there? Min-chan listed. Accounting, administration, sales, support, and management. Woojin thought, 3 more people, right? Suddenly, he called out loudly, Team Leader Dung. Min-chan clearly, yes. But when he stood at the talking through the gate of Mitos, then Woojin announced he would be the CEO. Min-trang smiled brightly. I will do my best. Woojin continued. Hemin, what about you? Hemin suggested. Let me be the head of the support department. Woojin agreed. All right. He affirmed that I would dedicate myself fully to the company. Then Woojin looked at Si-hun, and surprisingly, he wondered why he was still here. That guy made Min-chan uneasy. Isn't he also one of the founding members? You said he was the 5th member, Woojin explained. I just wanted to borrow his name. He's the 5th member on paper only. Si-hun looked back in confusion. What now? Suddenly Woojin chuckled softly. Since you're here anyway, I'll give him a suitable position. So, after assigning the positions, Min-chan still had questions. But this boss, he asked, how are we going to recruit new members? Woojin asked back. Why do we need to recruit new members? Min-chan was surprised once again. Why's that? Then he explained. For the guild to grow stronger, we'll need more awakened players. So we have to recruit more members, right? Suddenly, Woojin placed a manuscript on the table, making them uneasy. This is where he revealed many things about conquering the dungeon, so I got exempted from military service. We don't need more people to get that. Now Min-chan understood why he founded a guild. If it was just to get exempted from military service, he could have joined the Hem Guild. He imagined a bright future. If he agreed to that, I could be relaxing and enjoying life as a department head already. In his daydream, Minchan sat on a palanquin. The department head carried him here. Make way! Woojin suddenly spoke up, startling him. Why so quiet? Minchan shared his opinion. I still think we need a few more members. Hearing that, Woojin agreed. Oh, really? All right then, you handle that. Also, the support department's tasks will be handed over to the general manager. Woojin thought that sounded fine. Minchan obeyed the order. Yes. He wondered if Woojin entrusted all these tasks to him because he trusted him or because the workload was just too complicated. The weather today was beautiful in the heart of the city. Someone was watching the news. Oh, Woojin has appeared as the 11th Class A awakened player in South Korea. Who is Woojin? The other person was stunned. Now he's really famous. Here's breaking news related to that. Woojin has founded his own guild named Adon. The management bureau is reviewing his application. The 11th Class A awakened player, Woojin. What is Woojin Chun? The #1 awakened player. Think about Woojin. The hottest rookie in South Korea. Who is Gu? The guy who often appears beside Woojin. An interview with Woojin's teachers from the school he attended. Ranking the news. What is Woojin Kang's true ability? What plans does the Adon Guild, founded by Woojin himself, have? Let's explore Kang Woojin's soul-summoning ability and analyze the powers between Kang Woojin and Kang Chun. JW exclaimed, amazing. She couldn't help but admire him. Is this the person I once had the chance to drink with? JW recalled the previous meal. Woojin was very relaxed and cheerful. While John had already dozed off, Woojin glanced softly as he touched her head. It's okay, she's still as beautiful as ever. John snapped awake after the memory. She reminded herself, oh my god, come on, what am I thinking? John's gaze suddenly froze. Someone shouted loudly, making her jump. John spoke up. Are the two of them back already? Her sister snapped. Sis? John was a bit embarrassed. What's wrong? Her sister reminded her. Even if you're in your room, you should still wear a hat. This room isn't just yours. He's right. Sis, be a little more considerate. You scared us half to death. John spoke softly. Okay, I understand. Sorry, you two. Her younger sister grumbled. We're going outside for a bit. The two girls kept sniping. I have to save some money and move out of the dorm. Every time I see her, I swear my heart wants to jump out of my chest. Hey, keep it down. She can hear you. Can't hear a thing. So why act like I said something wrong? Those words really hurt JW. Maybe I shouldn't have let myself hope. Right now at the bus stop, the bus just stopped. Minchan was walking while intently looking at his phone. He wondered if she'd be surprised to see him at the company's front door. The timing was perfect. I just finished my tests, and Woojin just got home. At that moment, Minchan sent a message. Sis, you're coming home today, right? What time do you finish work? He thought to himself. I'll go have dinner with you and spend some quality time. After a while, the sky was gradually turning to evening. Minchan had been waiting for a long time. She was a bit late. At the same time, two girls nearby were gossiping. Did you hear? I heard she flirted with quite a few guys before she got that burn. They keep judging her. Really? I thought she'd be the quiet type, but that doesn't seem true. Quiet? No way. With her looks now, guys probably want to run away from her. They spoke loudly enough that Minchan had to hear. I just pictured it in my head. Gross. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the sky was glowing with sunset over a vast desert. Gu was busy working on something. When finished, he announced, Boss, I gathered everything. Woojin looked at the pile in front of him. They were all common items. No useful relics appeared anymore. Hale said the drop rate really has decreased. While the number of successful dungeon raids increased, Woojin agreed. Yeah, we've taken everything we could from that dungeon. Then he took out an item, a letter pouch, a letter bag. Right now, outside the city, everyone was staring in amazement. Seeing Woojin, they shouted, It's Kang Woojin. He's already completed the raid? In less than 4 hours. Si-hun ran over to praise. Boss, you're amazing. His appearance made Woojin wonder why he was here. Si-hun explained. Director Dung asked me to bring you back to the office once you came out. Woojin asked, Where is he? Si-hun thought, I guess since the guild has been approved, he's already at the General Affairs office. He said he'd return to the office later. A reporter pushed past Si-hun. Mr. Kang Woojin, we want to interview you. What's your secret to raiding the dungeon at such an incredible speed? Other interviewers rushed forward one after another. Woojin and the others took turns asking questions. We heard you don't accept appointments for the 6th gate window at soon. It's starting now. When do you plan to rent it out to others? While Si-hun was shaking with anger, the others kept asking questions non-stop. Woojin Si-hun couldn't take it anymore and had to speak up. Please stay away from him. He reminded the others that he was exhausted from completing a dungeon raid. Please send an official request to the guild regarding this. Si-hun warned. If you keep bothering him, we will handle it with the relevant media companies according to the law. He even threatened. I've seen all your faces already. I'll remember this for later when you send an official interview request. And Si-hun loudly announced, I'm a very vengeful person, yet all I got was a spot from Woojin. Then, Si-hun softened his tone. Boss, please wait a moment. I'll bring the car, Woojin replied. All right. He looked up at Si-hun and wondered. When I hit him, he just froze. Was he always this fierce from the start? Sung-gu also wondered. Hey, how do you know Si-hun? Woojin replied. Him? He's the guy who sold me that phone. While Si-hun was running, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, he recalled Woojin's announcement. Welcome. You're our 5th member now. Si-hun's frustration was rising. I wondered why he hired me. Then Woojin asked, but why is he still here? Si-hun wondered. Was he just borrowing my name? He promised himself. I even closed my shop because I misunderstood everything. Now that things have turned out this way, I have to stay in this guild no matter what. No matter what. In the Adon Guild room, Woojin was comfortably taking something out of a box and chewing it deliciously while scrolling through his phone. The article Woojin was reading said, the re-examination by the General Affairs Office concluded that Woojin is indeed an A-rank individual, the awakened one currently causing a stir in public opinion. Woojin, 24 years old, was re-examined by the General Affairs Office and officially recognized as an A-rank individual. The start of the Adon Guild by Kang Woojin at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Kang Woojin was licensed to operate his Adon Guild. News from the General Affairs Office, an unprecedented dungeon raid speed, digging into the secret of Kang Woojin's abilities. What is the secret of the awakened Kujin's abilities? Woojin then flipped to another newspaper page. Kang Woojin's first dungeon raid at the 6th Gate of Gun, Kang Chun with Kang Woojin. Who is the strongest awakened in South Korea? And you notice this name, Kang Chun. He seems pretty strong too. Sung-gu happened to walk in. Are you eating something? Woojin looked at the box. Then he said these are enhancement stones that can boost stats. Want some? Sung-gu was amazed. Enhancement stones? One stone costs at least 1 billion. He hurriedly declined. No need. How could I eat that? Woojin was generous. Hey, have some. He handed a few stones to Sung-gu. These increase strength, dexterity, and stamina. Sung-gu raised both hands. Thanks. Woojin continued eating. No problem. Actually, he had a plan. He needed to get stronger to carry more stuff. He needed to be faster, to gather items quicker, and his stamina had to be good to do more work. Meanwhile, Sung-gu knew nothing. Meeting Woojin was the biggest blessing of his life. When someone else walked in, is Woojin here? Woojin wondered. Minchan, what are you doing here? Minchan spoke up. I have something to tell you. Can you give me a few minutes? They both went into the director's office to talk. A while later, Sung-gu walked in. Is Minchan gone? Woojin confirmed. Yeah, he left. Sung-gu noticed clearly. He looked pretty serious. What's going on? Woojin just said briefly. It's a long story, kind of like a brother's love for his sister. Sung-gu was surprised. What? Woojin put on his jacket. I'm going out for a bit. Sung-gu was curious. Okay. Where are you going? Before leaving, Woojin reminded him. Going to meet John. Don't wait for me, just leave work early, Sung-gu shouted loudly. Sis JW, are you going on a date? Woojin was indignant. How could you jump to that conclusion? Si-hun outside had also heard. A date? He thought this was his chance. Then Si-hun blocked Woojin's way. Boss, he was cocky. Hiring me was definitely a great decision. Woojin was puzzled. What? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Si-hun asserted. Just rely on me. I'm an expert in this field. In the VIP personal shopping room, high-end clothes were neatly hung on racks. Not only that, they were also displayed all around the walls. Sung-gu couldn't help but be amazed. Is this really the Korea I know? He was enlightened. Who would have thought there's a place like this inside a department store? A personal shopping room. Si-hun happily took out a shirt. Boss, what do you think? I feel this would be perfect for you. Woojin agreed. Yeah, it looks good. Si-hun was excited. I also picked out several suits. You just need to try them on and hit the mark. But actually, Woojin wasn't happy at all. What's with this mess? An hour later, Si-hun kept showing off his proud face. Then he gave quite a few fancy techniques to impress a girl, but the basic was to be sincere and make her impressed. Si-hun was very confident. Let me help you. Just follow my advice. All right, let's go then. Hearing that, Woojin wondered. What? Go where? Si-hun is very confident. Let me help you. You just need to follow my instructions. All right, then let's go. Hearing that, Woojin immediately wondered. What? Where are we going? Seung-hun said that his way of dressing was the first step to impress a girl. Both Woojin and Sang-ho looked confused. Dressing style? Woojin agreed too. Well, buying something nice to wear doesn't hurt at all. Sung-gu and Sung-hun both looked up as the dressing room door opened. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, Man, you're so handsome. That's our boss for you. He has a great physique, so the clothes look even better on him. Woojin spoke softly. Stop making such a fuss. Sung-ho picked up a watch. Boss, you should wear this too. This watch matches your suit perfectly and will make your appearance flawless. Woojin immediately put it on his wrist. All right, I'm heading out now. Sung-hoon called out again. Boss, please take this with you as well. Woojin glanced over. What is it? Sung-hoon said enthusiastically. I've researched what you can do at PO Tech. You just need to follow what's written there. Suggestions for the boss to have a successful date, movies, dinner, entertainment spots, a list of places with a good atmosphere. You can go there after dinner. Woojin felt helpless. This idiot totally misunderstood the situation. But since I'm going there anyway, maybe I should just relax and enjoy myself? Still, Woojin folded the paper and put it away. All right, thanks. Everyone, go home early today and have a great weekend. Seung-hoon cheered. Yes, good luck to you. Now Sung-gu can finally relax, having some time to rest. Seung-hoon, are you planning to take the day off now? Seung-hoon revealed, I have something to attend to. Sung-gu asked what it was. Seung-hoon confidently said, whenever I help set people up, they always end up as couples. And I'm sure I'll help the boss with this too, Sung-gu suspiciously guessed. What? You're on your way to ask her out? Seung-hoon remained confident. Of course. He looked at his watch, saw there was no time left, then hurried off. I have a lot to prepare, so I have to go now. Director Hale will see you on Monday. Sung-gu tried to stop him. Seung-hoon, wait! But it was too late. He moved too fast. Sung-gu silently hoped he wasn't planning to confess. He was talking about some medicine or something. In the heart of the vast city, rows of tall buildings stood close together. JW had just stepped out of the bathroom, somehow having survived the day. Her eyes involuntarily glanced at the phone on the table. JW turned on her phone, but there were no replies. She worried suddenly, what if something happened to Woojin? Then she reread each message. I'm Woojin. Are you free today? JW replied. Yes. I'm resting after taking the day off. Woojin messaged back. What's up? I'll come find you later. The last message was from JW. He's coming. A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Don't tell me. JW's face flushed red like a tomato. He's planning to ask me out. She tried to push the thought away. Come on, no way. Why would he want to date someone like me? I'm sure he wants to meet for something else. Just then, her phone rang, startling JW. Woojin nervously answered. Hello, Woojin said. I'm in front of your dorm. Just come down. JW immediately ran to the balcony to check. She was amazed to see the person in front of her. JW was truly surprised. After Woojin came downstairs, JW asked seriously, why did you want to meet me? She was puzzled. Suddenly, he invited me to go out with him. Woojin said it was nothing special. He had something to give her and wanted to ask her out. JW was startled by the invitation. Her cheeks blushed again. JW wondered, does he like me? She felt a little shy. What should I do? Woojin suggested. Dinner is a bit early, let's just watch a movie. JW replied. Let's go then. A passerby suddenly bumped into her, apologizing. Just a second later, JW acted strangely. She suddenly held her head in pain. Seeing this, Woojin turned to look. He suddenly remembered Sung-gu's words. Man, her head hurts so bad. Then the judgmental comments from others. Did you see that girl? Probably a burn victim. Only then did Woojin realize something and asked, does what others think about you affect you that much? JW's face darkened because people were uncomfortable with her appearance. Woojin suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled hard. Come with me! JW was confused. Woojin, where are we going? They stopped in front of a booth. Woojin took a beautiful mask and handed it to JW. Here, try it on. She was surprised, but Woojin just smiled mysteriously. Then they both headed to the movie theater. People around whispered, what's that? Looks so funny. What's that about? They kept gossiping wildly, but their body proportions were really great. Who are they? Are they celebrities? While JW tried to stop him, Woojin said, wait a minute, is there a special event? The crowd outside kept whispering, it's not even Halloween yet. JW helplessly called out, Woojin, are we really going to keep going like this? Woojin suggested. What else? Or do you want to switch with me? JW tried to explain. That's not the issue. Woojin acted as if nothing was wrong. Then let's go. He spoke in a warm, deep voice. We'll miss the movie start time. Through the mask, JW's face flushed deeply. Inside the theater, someone wondered if that was the reason he was troubled. But just because this place feels like a virtual space rather than a real one, JW and Woojin were still focused on the movie. Not just me. It's the same for you too. That's why. Suddenly, a confession echoed through the movie. What reason? If this place isn't real to you, then why don't you date me? JW was very confused, glancing over. What's going on? They said it was sold out, right? But Woojin was still leisurely eating popcorn. Going back to when he looked at the screen to pick seats, he complained. Were all the seats sold out 30 minutes ago? Woojin grew increasingly confused and frustrated. This is troublesome. Seeing this, Jay beside him immediately advised, we don't necessarily have to watch the movie. But he still casually reached out toward the door. No other options left, huh? Suddenly, someone from behind offered their ticket. Sorry, I suddenly have an urgent matter to attend to. If you don't mind, can you use my ticket? Then that person quickly handed the ticket straight into Woojin's hand. Without giving them time to react, that person turned and ran away. Have fun, you two. I really have to go urgently. Still not understanding what was happening, Woojin reached out calling, "Wait." The person's face peeked out from behind a mask. "I'm leaving now." Woojin started to feel suspicious. That guy looked too familiar. Could it be? Outside the ticket counter, a familiar voice suddenly spoke. Hun held up his phone screen and requested, "Please refund all the seats except the two I've already selected." The staff member panicked and stepped back. "What? You said you booked seats for a whole group?" He pointed at his phone screen, emphasizing, "Please refund me. I just bought them 10 minutes ago." The staff could only think to herself, what the hell is wrong with this guy? After a while, the sky had turned a bit orange. From outside the theater came a voice praising, "That movie was really good." In a very cheerful mood, they recounted, "It's probably been 5 years since I last watched a movie." Woojin played along jokingly, "For me, it's probably been 20 years." She understood and laughed, reminding him, "Come on." But he firmly insisted, "I'm serious." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. The beautiful couple and the beast were over there. A clown next to the lucky wheel invited, "Come try your luck, why not? It's completely free." The clown kept repeating and coaxing them, "Free for you two. With so many options, your chances of winning are up to 90%. Woojin turned back to ask for her opinion. "Do you want to try?" But JW shyly declined. "I rarely play these kinds of games." Still, she decided to join. After a while, the wheel spun and finally stopped. But the result was disappointing, making JW frustrated. So unlucky. Seeing this, the clown tried to save the awkward moment. "Masked beast guy, try spinning once. Win a prize to impress your new girlfriend." At first, Woojin stood silently for a moment. Yet later he played and thought to himself, "Maybe I'm cursed or something." The wheel began to slow. Woojin had no hope left, likely to land on the losing slot again. Suddenly, a loud shout of surprise. "Wow, right after the result came out you looked stunned." It hit again. But the clown continued to touch the wheel. Woojin's eyes widened in surprise. The clown shouted loudly, congratulating his achievement. "You landed on the special prize slot." JW was also surprised and joyfully cheered. "You won, Woojin?" She turned and hugged him, amazed. "This is the first time I've ever won something." The clown handed a small gift bag to JW. "Congratulations to you both. This is our gift." She happily accepted the prize. "Thank you." But Woojin's face suddenly darkened as he recognized the identity. This guy was actually the clown who suddenly looked back surprised. Seeing the clown smirk and wink, Woojin was confused. "Why does he keep following me here?" The clown behind kept cheering. "Boss, move forward, keep going." He ignored it and pulled her away. "Let's go." JW was still curious and excited. "I wonder what's inside here." Scene changed to later. The two were playing claw machines. Then they went to check out some clothes. At night, Woojin took JW to a restaurant. On the way back, she started to reflect, "I wonder how long it's been." JW began realizing she had become confident. Since when did she stop caring about others judging looks? "It's just a mask." But she looked up at him gratefully. "No. If Woojin hadn't taken the initiative like that, I definitely wouldn't have had the courage to do this." Seeing him turn back and smile at her, JW was happy. "If this is a dream, I don't want to wake up at all." The night had fallen with only streetlights left. Scene shifted to the park with a joyful voice. "Today was so much fun." JW smiled brightly, listing, "Wearing masks like this, watching a movie, and going out to eat too." She covered her mouth, laughing with delight. "Though people might think we're a bit weird," Woojin calmly emphasized, "who cares?" Hearing that, JW became thoughtful. She suddenly stood up and confessed about herself. "That's right, I still don't have enough courage to confidently step into crowded places like that." JW looked up at the sky, still unable to believe this felt like a dream to her. But suddenly she reminded herself, everyone has to wake up eventually. JW tried to snap herself out of it to avoid mistakes. "If I keep dreaming, I'll fall into his love trap." She took off her mask firmly, declaring, "It's time to take off the mask and return to reality." Woojin smiled broadly. He stepped closer. Already prepared, "I'll give you a gift to encourage your courage." JW was surprised and asked, "A gift?" Suddenly, fireworks exploded beautifully in the sky. From afar, many people approached, clapping, "Congratulations, congratulations." Suddenly, they all stopped, staring at her face. Seeing that scar, they froze in horror. So scary. That guy must really love her. Hun, hiding behind, felt confused. "I told them to clap and warm up the atmosphere. What the hell are they doing?" He tried to open his eyes wide to observe everything. What happened? At this moment, Woojin clenched his teeth, very angry. "Lee Sanho, Is that true? Minchan stood beside him, lowering his head with a dark expression. He also became alarmed, turning around to shout twice at the fortress. Suddenly, something appeared, separating the two from the crowd. Now Woojin tiredly complained. Wearing this mask is really cumbersome. Minchan opened his eyes wide, looking around in astonishment. Where are we? He smiled at her tenderly and gently. Close your eyes. I have a gift for you. She suddenly looked up, blushing shyly. What? Before that, she wanted to ask him about her sister. He seemed a bit embarrassed. He recounted the pitiful truth. We have been orphaned since the dungeon explosion incident back then. Minchan felt deeply sorry for his sister, who gave up all her dreams just for him. She was even injured by monsters during that explosion. He stood in front, tightly clasping his hands and bowing in plea. A wound that could never be erased. I know it's awkward to say this, but please help my sister. But at that moment, Woojin was already ready to help. A man should never be afraid to ask for help. Suddenly, he took out a bottle of medicine and declared, Min-chan, now you will wake from the dream you once mentioned. Woojin gently placed his hand on her forehead, freeing her from her nightmare. Since the dungeon explosion, Min-chan still didn't understand, opening his eyes wide, waiting. The system now sent detailed information about a healing oil, a premium restorative medicine that helps recover wounds caused by physical or magical attacks. It is extremely effective. You can restore lost body parts or wounds caused by curses. Scene shifts to Min-chan's apartment, where Woojin thoughtfully sent a message reminding her to be careful. Woojin said, don't wash your hair or face today. The oil will wash away. Go to bed early. Seeing that message, Min-chan couldn't help but laugh, confused. What does he mean by that? Planning to open a salon or something? She sat on the chair and replied by text. Okay, thanks for today. I had a lot of fun. You, the hairdresser, should also get some rest early. Min-chan's face turned red, shy but hopeful inside. If only applying that oil once could completely heal my wound. That would be great. She then remembered the gift bag and grew curious. Right. What was the prize we won earlier from the spin the wheel game? As she opened the box inside, Min-chan froze. It was a ring that she couldn't believe. There's no way a street game prize would be a ring. Min-chan found it very strange and began to piece things together. Thinking back, we watched a movie in an empty theater. The events of tonight started to come back to her. Dinner at a fancy restaurant. Min-chan still couldn't understand why and was randomly treated to fireworks at the park. She felt all these things were unusual, and suddenly many people around were giving her flowers. At this point, Min-chan guessed, covering her face shyly. No way. Could Woojin be trying to confess to me? Scene shifts back to the company building where Si-hun was counting numbers, thinking, I have to. He was trembling but kept doing push-ups. He had to act busy. Si-hun didn't stop, encouraging himself. I have to do this alone. He kept training without paying attention to his surroundings. He had to act busy. Suddenly, Woojin called out abruptly, Hey, Si-hun! He was startled, stood at attention, and closed his eyes tightly. Yes. Woojin sat on a chair, crossed his arms, and started scolding. Only do what I told you. Don't meddle in other matters. Why do you keep doing things I didn't ask for? Si-hun immediately admitted his mistake and explained, I was just trying to prove my loyalty to the boss. Sorry, boss. Woojin wasn't too angry, sighed in relief, and advised, don't do unnecessary things anymore, remember? He obediently listened and quickly responded, yes. Then he suddenly turned back to ask, where did you get the money to prepare all that? He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and admitted, I used the guild's credit card. Woojin clenched his teeth, angry again. Si-hun continued push-ups non-stop, shouting, I'm sorry. Suddenly, the office door opened. Min-chan picked up the phone, looking surprised. Boss, you're back? I was about to call you. He suddenly turned away, embarrassed. Si-hun is here too? What are you doing? Min-chan now remembered and reported the situation. Yes, boss. I've finished arranging everything with the Ministry of Defense. Hearing that, Woojin happily asked, so I don't have to enlist anymore, right? He quickly confirmed the information with conditions. Yes. You're exempt from enlistment on the condition that you complete 10 military deployments. But seeing the hesitation, Woojin asked curiously, but why? Min-chan grew more awkward, stammering. This has never happened before, so I don't know how to explain it to the boss. That made Woojin even more impatient, urging, what is it? Don't beat around the bush, just say it. At this moment, he tried to calm himself and delivered the news. The boss was immediately deployed. Woojin didn't panic and asked for details. What now? Where? Min-chan quickly gave the exact address. Daegu, exit number 3. Ga-ruk wrong. There's a dungeon raid happening there. He hurried to the place but found no one around. Do you see any ghosts here? Woojin glanced around, confused, as if this place had been abandoned. Going back to when he first received the information, he was shocked. A dungeon raid? After confirming, Min-chan explained clearly, yes, if a dungeon isn't completed within 30 days, the barrier will break. and the monsters inside will climb up onto the streets. He also emphasized the necessary methods for dealing with the dragon's lair situation. They must have failed to complete it and had to call in reinforcements to handle the dungeon's cracked state. Woojin noticed the situation and immediately thought of the worst-case scenario. So what if we can't handle it either? Min Trang had the same thought and explained, it seems the military won't intervene in this matter, so if we fail, Daegu will be completely engulfed in blood and fire. Returning to reality and seeing the surroundings, Woojin wondered why there were so many open spaces and parks around the station area. Maybe it's because of the dungeon crack. Haesol suddenly came up from behind and explained in detail that the residents here had all evacuated 2 days ago. The dungeon crack is expected to happen at 2 p.m. tomorrow. She smiled, extended her hand, and introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I'm the person in charge here. Lieutenant Choi Haesol from the Special Defense Brigade. Woojin also shook her hand politely and introduced himself. I'm Kang Woojin. She was very warm and hospitable. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and reminded her, no need for formalities. Woojin recalled the issue and added a suggestion. But isn't the dungeon crack supposed to happen only tomorrow? There's still some time. Why don't we try going down there once? Haesol helplessly explained the reason. The return gate has already been used 3 times, so it can't be used anymore. Noticing these details, he suddenly asked about the return gate, and she turned to explain its function in detail. It's for those who want to retreat mid-battle through a gate when they use a return item. Haesol emphasized the important point, but it can only be used up to 3 times per dungeon. Didn't you know that? But that was too surprising for Woojin. There are things like that? She then began recounting their challenge process. The Vanguard team from the War Guild was the first group to try conquering the dungeon, but they failed. After the first unsuccessful attempt, Haesol sent another team. The second attempt was a combined group from the War and Hammer guilds, but they weren't much better than the first. Finally, she mentioned the third team, which also failed. The third group was composed of awakened individuals gathered from around the world, but even that group failed, so after that, no one dared to try anymore. Haesol then offered advice along with a warning. Of course, before the dungeon crack happens, you can still go down and try conquering it any time, but as I said, it requires risking your life, so no one dares to step down there anymore. Surprised, he turned back and asked, if it's that hard to conquer, won't it be even more dangerous when the crack happens? She then detailed the difficulties inside. As you know, the dungeon's terrain plays a crucial role in its difficulty. It's extremely hard to move around, but luckily, the monsters inside have been confirmed to be not too tough. The terrain is what makes the dungeon so difficult. Haesol raised her hand with a confident and determined expression. So we'll be fine. Many modern weapons can't be brought through the gate, so we'll be at a disadvantage inside. But once the battle happens outside, the advantage will be ours. She already has a plan prepared. All we need to do is use weapons to take them down. Woojin turned coldly, reproachful. Then why did you call me here? You guys can handle the situation with missiles and guns. Haesol looked a bit embarrassed and stepped back, stammering. Well, an awakened individual also plays an important role. She briefly explained the mission. The awakened will wait on the sidelines while we carry out our mission, and if the monsters break through our first line of defense, we'll need their help. Haesol also gently reminded them. And we have no information about the leader monster, so always stay alert and be ready to fight back anytime. Woojin quickly agreed to take on the mission. All right, then she shyly urged him to return. Let's head back to the waiting room. The other awakened should have arrived by now. In front of a cafe, there was a sign for the awakened's waiting room. The door slowly opened, and a foot stepped inside. Everyone inside turned their heads simultaneously. There he is. Then the crowd exclaimed in surprise. That's Kang Woojin. Woojin is joining the front lines this time. He's the 11th ranked A-class awakened. Suddenly, Woojin frowned in surprise. He quickly recognized the person in front of him. We meet again. He smiled with pleasure and asked back, I guess we're fated to meet, huh? Jeonhai's expression wasn't very happy. Before, she had received a mission from Songho. Jeonhai, I have a mission for you. The two had a secret conversation. After receiving the mission, Jeonhai's eyes widened in shock. He smugly asked again, You can complete it, right? Is that why you're here? Woojin awkwardly recalled the old story. Sorry for cutting in line at Soon Station earlier, but a 5-star dungeon isn't that big of a deal. His gaze sharpened as he asked back, It's not so hard that you need a whole team of members, right? But then he suddenly smiled. She stepped closer and taunted. It felt like the time I trampled on Woojin was just yesterday, so he must have gotten a lot stronger since then. Everyone around started to get noisy. Did Leon Hai and Woojin ever fight before? Did she actually beat Woojin? I wonder if Woojin's reputation is exaggerated. His face darkened as he cursed under his breath. You bastard! Woojin widened his eyes and challenged first. Want to fight? She laughed without any fear. Hale saw the situation escalating and intervened. Calm down. Everyone, don't do this. Aren't we comrades for tomorrow's dungeon raid? Minchan kept taunting. Looks like you only got stronger physically but still as childish as ever. Don't be so impulsive. She deliberately emphasized the warning. One mistake on the battlefield could cost lives. Woojin got furious hearing that. What did you say? Who do you think you are to lecture me? Hale had to pull him outside. Woojin, stop it. She tried to explain to ease the tension. Leon Hai is the captain of the Awakened team, coming as reinforcements this time. Woojin clenched his teeth angrily, watching her back. Hale finally sighed in relief. After a moment, he regained his initial calm. All right, that's enough. Woojin sat back down and asked for a favor. Can you find me some info about the situation inside the dungeon? Hale was surprised. Sure, she asked curiously, but also intrigued. There's going to be a dungeon raid soon. Why do you need info about the inside? He didn't answer immediately, but cautiously probed. Is it some military secret? Hale corrected and led the way. No, info about the dungeon situation is public. If you need, I can print it out for you right away. Min-chan looked back suspiciously. Dungeon info? Don't tell me she already predicted the details quickly. A 6-star dungeon stands ahead. Woojin was impressed. The energy radiating from it was truly astonishing. No wonder it's the strongest dungeon. Suddenly a voice called, making him turn around. Hey, Woojin! Hai was standing on the escalator, leaning on the railing, curious. What are you doing here? He smirked arrogantly and confidently. What else would I be doing in a dungeon? Of course I'm here to clear it out. She was shocked and asked back. Are you crazy? But Woojin smiled smugly, not at all. Actually, I must be crazy to share all the experience points and loot with the army and the other Awakened. Minchan persistently reminded him this dungeon made the 3 strongest Awakened teams lose. You want to die without a place to be buried? She kept warning continuously. If you use the portal to return, then suddenly an annoyed voice interrupted. Hey, you talk too much. He bluntly hit her weak spot. You're scared, aren't you? Woojin reached out ready to act. Looks like she's scared because she can't use the portal. If you're scared, just sit tight and wait. Before making a move, Woojin turned back with a mocking smile. You scared little kitten, then immediately disappeared behind the dungeon door. Minchan stood behind, only able to curse angrily. Woojin, you bastard! Scene shifts to another place with a golf club and ball. Suddenly a phone ringing from the back pocket. Songho looked out the window and answered. Yes, Minister. An extremely angry voice came from the other end. Chairman Lai, what's going on with all this? He was still confused, not understanding what happened. Yes. What do you mean? The voice on the other end stressed everything that happened. I'm talking about that colon high of yours. You planning to go back on your word and clear out that dungeon? Hearing this, Songho's eyes widened in surprise. He had to find a way to temporarily save the situation. I apologize. After confirming what's going on, I will call you back. Songho's expression changed, both confused and angry. Why did Minchan enter the dungeon? What the hell is she thinking? Scene shifts to her inside the dungeon, where a big battle seems to have taken place. Minchan carefully glanced around. The battle marks everywhere were those summoned monsters. She quickly estimated the number wasn't 10, but about 20. Minchan felt admiration inside. When he said he wanted to clear the dungeon alone, I thought he was crazy. Now I think I understand. Then she looked ahead down the long path. Even so, Minchan still held a contemptuous attitude. With his rank and ability, he wouldn't even be able to get the stone back, let alone clear the whole dungeon. Woojin covered his face and dodged an attack. He smiled with delight, waiting for his experience points to start appearing. Finally. Then Woojin called out loudly, Rocky. He quickly ordered it to attack the body. Rocky attacked, then stood up and howled pitifully. Woojin took advantage of the moment to jump on its back and quickly summoned his weapon. Summoning hammer. Woojin put all his strength into swinging the hammer down. Right after, the system kept sending upgrade notifications. You have reached level 40. You have unlocked level 40 privileges. He smiled excitedly and happily. Nice. Finally hit level 40. Behind him, a girl kept waving and praising. Master is amazing. You're awesome. Then she happily hugged him tightly. Where did you learn to say those things? Our Rocky did great too. At that moment, Woojin reminded her. Rocky, I think you've been watching too much TV. You're not even standing still but turning your back to push forward. And anyway, stop joking around and just move. Suddenly stopping, eyes wide open, you look down and start feeling suspicious. Suddenly, Woojin acts mysterious, recalling memories. Seeing the patterned mark in front of him, he quickly remembers he had heard about it before. The legendary appearance of the Anfen sanctuary. That towering stone was recognized by Woojin. The Tate Plateau. He also frowned, having some basic knowledge about it, and it's also known by another name, the Giant's Temple. Standing there, Woojin realized the problem. Is this alley the reason why everyone failed in their dungeon raids? Then he quickly opened the system screen. Perfect timing. Unlocking the level 40 privilege. Then the system displayed 3 new notifications at once. You have unlocked the skill of the trickster profession, level 1 soul armor that attracts wandering spirits and makes them hover around the user. These ghosts can teleport themselves and protect the user from external threats. Additionally, the user can use soul contracts to absorb souls and restore stamina. Number of minions 0 out of 10. Soul summon. Summon a spear made from your minion's souls to attack your enemies. The soul summon will chase your enemies relentlessly until it strikes them. Mana consumption 1. Woojin seemed satisfied, flashing a strange smile. The scene of him lying on the ground, trembling and begging, "Please save me." From that moment, he also learned the soul contract skill while healing Sungu. Woojin felt extremely delighted and confident. Finally, I can use a more advanced skill, upgraded from soul contract. After some thought, Woojin decided to upgrade the soul armor skill to level 10. He raised his hand excitedly and commanded, "Wandering spirits, come to me." The system quickly updated the troop count, minions 100 out of 100. Then Woojin stretched out both hands eagerly. Awesome! Next, the system kept popping up update notifications. You have unlocked a skill of the warrior profession. Warrior weapon transforms into a heavy sword. You have learned heavy sword techniques as well as sword division skills. Finally, he looked up to the sky, and Bibi was also watching. Suddenly, he recognized it and smiled expectantly. He excitedly called out, "Come here, pretty one." The system also sent the latest update. The seal of the Wind Demon Stone has been lifted. A leafy horseshoe placed over a mouth covered by armor appeared. It finally showed up, letting out a majestic roar. Level 1 summoned demon steed resembling a pretty horse. A hot-blooded warhorse that never uses flying skills even if it means death. Mana consumption 30. Requires a flying skill for influence. Bibi was overjoyed and ran to hug it tightly. "Pretty one, do you remember me?" Woojin stood behind, fully understanding. Even Joki was very excited. It also liked its golem form. Then he turned and urged everyone, "Let's save this emotional reunion for later. Now, let's move quickly. We're running out of time." Then Bibi and Woojin rode it, cheering happily. "Let's go, pretty one, use your flying skill." Suddenly, it shouted angrily. It quickly charged straight at Joan Hai. She was also ready to attack with her skill. Joan Hai ran straight through it. "Where's Sad J Phi Lin?" Right after, it collapsed to the ground. She moved forward, looking around. It must be nearby. Suddenly, Jun Hee stopped, noticing something. Seeing a flying object in the sky, she quickly recognized it. That was Joan Hai, and after seeing it, she spoke with disdain. "A flying summoned creature. He really has all kinds of tricks. I have to hurry." Suddenly, she saw a rope wrapped around the tree root. From the moment she saw the rope, John Hai recalled why until now they still couldn't clear the dungeon. It's not simply because they couldn't cross the canyon. She was still capable of doing that difficult task. She could still use those who can fly to easily get across the canyon. Junhai was clearly aware of the danger, but after crossing this canyon, only 3 monsters guarded the returning stone. After seeing that, we gave up and stopped attacking. She had already figured out the reason was that we realized it was much more beneficial to clear the dungeon for the raid to happen. That way, this area would be destroyed, and we could build a completely new zone. Jion Hai also clearly recognized who would hold the power. Although I don't care about political games, this decision entirely depends on the guild chairman and has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, she gripped the rope tightly, determined to try. However, what if someone could clear the dungeon, but the war guild couldn't? In Jonhai's mind, she was determined to eliminate Woojin, the only one who could clear it. Her attitude was very resolute. Just wait for the war guild's status. Jonhai didn't hesitate, quickly climbed the rope and advanced forward. I have to stop Woojin from clearing the dungeon. Scene shifts to outside the dungeon. 1 hour before the dungeon raid began, the War Guild held a press conference with Lee Songho. Reporters below kept noisily asking questions. Chairman Wareng, what do you think are the chances that Leon Hai and Coogan, who entered the dungeon together, will return alive? He opened his eyes wide, tense, and assured, I think it's almost impossible. A reporter raised a hand to ask anxiously, there's about 1 hour left until the dungeon raid. And from what we know, Lion Hai is your sister. How are you feeling now? Sangho's face twisted, emphasizing his question. Was he seriously asking that? He trembled all over, retorting, if one of my family members was about to die, do you think I'd be helpless? How would I feel? Sangho's expression darkened, his head bowed, then suddenly he stood up and declared to everyone, I'm going to stop taking questions here. The reporters, seeing this, started to stand up, unwilling to leave. Wait a moment, Chairman Hoa rang. Suddenly, someone opened the door and stepped in with praise. You did a great job. Chairman Sang-ho looked very calm and asked about the situation. Of course, how's the dungeon situation? That person quickly reported the details. No response from the barriers yet. Hearing this, Sang-ho was satisfied and issued orders. Good, let's head to the command center. The person noticed Sang-ho's expression and looked puzzled. Yes, good? That person watched his retreating back, confused. Even though he is the chairman of this guild, he's chillingly cold. Even his sister is just a pawn he uses to manage the guild? Some people outside the door were shouting loudly, "Please let us in. Woojin is the chairman of our guild. Who's in charge here?" Sang-ho saw this, and his face turned sour. "What's all this commotion?" The assistant looked at the crowd and stammered, "It seems they are employees of Woojin's Eden Guild." Hearing that, he asked again in surprise, "Eden Guild?" After a moment, he patted it and praised, "Well done, Min-chan. You can take a break now." At that moment, B arrived and looked around in surprise. "Is this the Giant's Temple? You said this place is trustworthy." The master, Woojin, nodded in agreement. "Yes, it looks pretty eerie. Could these things transform into some kind of golem?" He stared ahead, waiting for an answer. "Well, there's only one way to find out." Then Woojin decided to turn back and pointed, giving an order. "Rocky, try eating that." It quickly obeyed and flew straight to the spot. The rock initially shook violently from side to side. After a while, a face was carved on the stone, and a huge hand slammed down on the ground. Seeing the experiment succeed, even Woojin was surprised. It worked? That was just an ordinary rock? But suddenly, both of them stepped back in shock. At this moment, Woojin turned pale and sweat dripped. He was on high alert. It seemed not to be just that. He and the girl were surrounded with no escape. Woojin smiled wryly, quickly guessing. 5 of them. This must be a trap triggered when someone enters a certain area, right? He carefully examined the object ahead and calculated. Golems have no flesh or soul, so his summoning skills were useless. Woojin stepped forward and drew his weapon. If that's the case, he smiled with excitement, seizing the opportunity. This was the time to level up his warrior class skills. John Hai was standing on a high branch, watching closely. She witnessed the fight and grew suspicious. Wasn't he a summoner? Why did he now look like a fake awakened warrior? John Hai looked down with a serious expression. Who would have thought all those stone statues were actually golems? Facing such terrifying power, she had to be cautious. Anyone who rushed straight into the shrine without thinking would surely have been surrounded and wiped out. Regardless, Hai had to admit Woojin had better instincts than she thought. After a while of fighting, he was panting and exhausted. Woojin clearly recognized the opponent's strength and confidently felt he was beginning to see the end of this. Just because they were many didn't mean they were strong. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze. However, Woojin saw even the 3 monsters had to be cautious. Those things had already made him uneasy from the start. The 3 had only one eye in the middle of their forehead. On one side, someone was still working hard. Strong hammer blows kept pounding down. Woojin had been persistently doing that job all along. Bibi, who had been waiting, shouted excitedly. He took down the last golem. Master, he's standing afar, also had to remind. Bibi, quiet down. It's dangerous. Woojin looked at the glowing stone suspiciously. The glowing stone was shining brightly. Was that a sign the dungeon barrier was about to break? His face became serious and urgent. There was no more time. He had to win quickly. Woojin looked at the monster before him and recognized the Cyclops, one of the descendants of the ancient giant race. He also understood their characteristics well. Although Cyclops were descendants of giants, similar to Oxer, they were completely different. They weren't as aggressive and brutal as the Oxers. Woojin knew their strengths well. The Cyclops tribe inherited intelligence from the giants. He had to admit their intelligence and power. It was what made their civilization prosperous. They were strong and worthy to be the final guardians of the temple. Suddenly, the Cyclops spoke unexpectedly, confessing, "I'm truly surprised to meet you here." Hearing this, Woojin was also stunned. "You know me?" It quickly confirmed again, "Yes." The Cyclops looked straight at Joki, recognizing the giant of destruction who could shapeshift. Then it understood Bibi's identity, the illusion witch. Finally, the Cyclops confirmed Woojin's identity and the death mage of massacre. Woojin reacted arrogantly after hearing this. "Looks like I'm quite famous, huh?" It raised its head, looking very calm and composed. "How could I not know who you are?" Cyclope deliberately emphasized the danger. "Are you death itself?" Then it didn't forget to praise the achievements and the immortal king. Seeing them change, Woojin looked up in surprise. "Giant transformation?" Cyclope raised its weapon fiercely and slammed it down. Seeing the situation, Rocky also shouted and charged in. That mace immediately smashed down on its head. Suddenly, they all froze, looking dazed. Woojin, still arrogant, asked, "Did you guys also get sent here by Janet?" Meanwhile, Bibi jumped up, relieved, thinking she was about to die. Cyclope explained firmly, "Janet is the new order of the universe, arranging everything to revolve along its proper orbit. You can't stop Janet's army." It emphasized resolutely, "The moment you fled from Anfen, you lost." Hearing this, he clenched his teeth in anger. "When the hell did I run away?" But Cyclope revealed the reason calmly. "Your hot temper is why you lost." Suddenly Woojin smirked and reminded, "Don't talk nonsense." He grabbed his weapon and charged straight in, declaring to stop the bragging and die. Woojin's weapon stabbed straight into its eye. He smiled proudly and triumphantly. Suddenly, something rushed from afar, two giant hands clenched tightly. Cyclope wanted to crush Woojin and gave a few words, "Now you can rest in eternal sleep." At this moment, Cyclope raised both hands, clenched them, and growled, wishing them eternal peace. It muttered as if casting a spell. Skill, whirlwind. But before it could do anything, Woojin dashed up fiercely, swinging his spear and chopping off its fingers. Then he landed lightly, smiling. "Rest in peace. What nonsense?" Bibi worriedly asked. "Master, are you okay?" Woojin was a bit confused. How is he still fine after being stabbed in the eye? Moreover, a notification suddenly appeared that the one-eyed giant was self-healing. Cyclope's fingers were rapidly regrowing. He cursed bitterly. "That's not fair." Scene shifts to Barracks B. A voice spoke up. "We don't ask you to let us in without reason." Minchan's group was arguing a bit with the guards. "He's the guild leader of our group. We need to know how this happened." The soldier replied coldly. "What you heard on the news is exactly what happened. Trying to negotiate with us is useless. If you don't leave, we will forcibly remove you." JW's face was full of worry now. Woojin. She thought of Woojin silently asking, "Is he really okay?" Minchan looked down silently at his sister. Jin quietly said, "If you don't survive and come back, I can't." She put her hands together, praying silently for Woojin's safety. "Please come back safe." Meanwhile, Jeonhai stood on a high rock watching the battle unfold. She observed him having a tough fight. Now he was fighting alone against the Cyclopes. Their extraordinary strength came from their giant bodies and instant healing ability. "I don't think he can make it." Hai's eyes narrowed, focusing intently, thinking, what will he do? Woojin unleashed a split strike, a spear slash cutting vertically through Psyop's body. But quickly, it crackled with static electricity, then slowly healed. He cursed, "Damn it." Woojin glanced back at the moving energy light. This really has no end. The dungeon is about to break through any moment. I never knew one-eyed giants could self-heal. He was now furious, clenching his teeth. Even though this is their home turf, it's just too unfair. Suddenly, Woojin's eyes widened. Wait, home turf? Thinking back, this was the Temple of the Giants, and those one-eyed giants were guarding it. He wondered silently, could it be that? Woojin said, "Stone, Bibi, I need you to hold them off for a few minutes." Bibi asked, confused. "What? Master, how can we do that?" He patted her head. "I trust you." Then they fiercely advanced toward Bibi and Rocky. The girl was now sweating in fear. "Sorry, but could you guys stop for a moment?" Suddenly, Woojin jumped down again. He leapt onto the statue, teasing. This statue was oddly huge, as if they were afraid people wouldn't know this was the giant's temple. After discovering the secret, Woojin guessed the reason. The temple stored sacred relics inside that granted followers a type of power. Here, they must have been granted healing power, and if he guessed right, the sacred relic was Cyclope, who angrily charged up, cursing. "You bastard, how dare you put your filthy feet on the statue?" But he just smirked mockingly. "Why get so worked up? What did I do?" It got angrier when provoked. "Get out of the way." Then Woojin used his technique. Ultimate move. The statue before him exploded with a single strike, shattering. Cyclope couldn't stand it, grabbed the mace, and charged at the bastard. But Woojin got even more excited. The ultimate slash appeared, severing its body, decapitating it, and its headless body fell, bleeding black blood. Woojin looked satisfied with the result. Perfect. Now my strikes are really on point. Then he looked up boldly and challenged them. "You say I ran away?" Woojin confidently declared war. "If you two want to defeat me, come all at once." After a while of fighting, he had defeated two monsters with multiple power-enhancing items. The system kept flashing reward notifications. You have received the Giant's Belt. Strength increased by 5, defense increased by 8. You have received the Giant's Tier. Strength increased by 3. Just then, Bibi ran over worriedly to check on him. "Master, are you hurt anywhere?" Woojin looked at the system panel anxiously. "Feels like I'm about to lose my title. My strength stats have caught up with my magic stats, but it doesn't really matter." He turned his back, took a few steps forward, and emphasized, "Let's go home." Bibi was very happy, skipping behind him to watch the movie. Suddenly, Woojin's face showed confusion. Where did the return stone go? The girl was even more puzzled and asked back, "Didn't you take it already?" He turned his face to one side, guessing, did some ghost steal it? There was a shadow holding the return stone. Are these people looking for this? John Hai stood there with a smile and a smug expression. Sang-ho sinisterly assigned Woojin to participate in the upcoming dungeon raid at the Gaokrong station. John Hai was surprised upon hearing this. Why Woojin? Then Sang-ho revealed he had a mysterious past and abilities, and the best way to uncover his secrets was through a dungeon raid. He specifically instructed to observe him carefully, find out what he can do and what skills he uses. Sang-ho paid attention to every little detail, including if he has any support who that person might be. After all those things, Find out anything possible. John Hai sighed heavily. So I have to tail him, huh? Can't lower-ranking people do this? But Sangho emphasized, no, only you can do this. Even though I really want Woojin on my side, he has already formed an independent force, the An Guild, so he has been tracking the prey for a long time. No matter what, if he can clear the dungeon alone in the shortest time compared to everyone else, it won't be long before he shakes up the Bloodstone market. Sangho's eyes were full of danger. If we can't have him. Facing Woojin, John Hai still remembered the orders. It's best to eliminate him before he gains more influence. Meanwhile, Bibi was very curious. Master, who is that woman? John Hai looked intrigued. I'm quite surprised. Who would have thought he could actually clear this dungeon alone? And she evaluated. I thought you'd use some trick, but I really have to admit you're strong. Unexpectedly, Woojin bluntly dismissed her. Your recognition means nothing to me. He immediately requested the upcoming dungeon raid. Bring the stones back to me quickly. John Hai impatiently charged forward without a word like a fierce tiger. Luckily, Woojin quickly blocked the attack. What the hell are you doing? John, Hai hissed each word. I have my own circumstances. You know what? I can't let you leave here alive. At the same time, at security post number 4, a voice rang out, You're being unreasonable. Right in the middle of the street, there was an argument. We have direct ties to the person involved in this incident. So you want us to listen to detailed information from the media? Where's the common sense in that? Just then, Sangho stepped out. Why are you guys making a scene here? Just looking at his face made people wary. That person from the Warang Guild was Min, who quickly introduced himself. I'm a member of the An Guild. We heard that our boss went into that dungeon. At this moment, Sangho silently judged. Both the boss and the staff look exactly alike, really no subtlety at all. John Hai must have been triggered by Woojin's provocation. He tried to stay calm to continue the other side's words, because the dungeon raid was about to begin. You'd better keep the area where the raid will happen clear. Responsibility and compensation for the damages will be handled after we stop the raid. Minchan seemed speechless. Sungu spoke up indignantly. How can there be a dungeon raid? My brother will break the barrier and come out soon. Sangho gave him a sharp look, internally despising him as a greenhorn. At that moment, the guards panicked and reported, the barrier is no longer responding. That's why the surrounding area became chaotic. No way, he's out. What? Thick smoke was gradually filling the space. An hour ago, the battle between John Hai and Woojin was still fierce. She attacked relentlessly with no intention of stopping. Meanwhile, Woojin struggled to defend. John Hai suddenly exclaimed, skill. It turned out she unleashed another move, Shadow Strike, Sad Jas. This attack really affected Woojin, damn it. In a flash, John Hai moved behind him. Her sharp sword was lunging straight at Woojin. At this moment, he felt helpless. I can't dodge this, so Woojin took a very painful hit. Bibi stood in a corner, terrified, shouting, Master! Suddenly, a large pile of rocks flew toward John Hai, a giant monster charging loudly at her. John Hai disdainfully looked down on the summoned golem, which was just big and bulky. Now that I know where its core is, she was sure defeating it wouldn't be difficult. The giant monster roared thunderously. Rock! Woojin was still affected by the previous blow. Oh man, looks like we're being pushed back. The system announced magic armor activated. You have absorbed 2 souls, subordinates 98 out of 100. Woojin calmly stood up, analyzing his strength, which was on par with hers, but her speed was superior. Seems like it's no coincidence she's an A rank. John Hai keenly noticed. Did you just set up a barrier? She tried to threaten. But what good is it if it only blocks my attacks? If you keep stalling, the dungeon escape will explode. Woojin also caught the opponent's weak spot, jokingly. She talks like the dungeon escape has nothing to do with her. Are you emphasizing it on purpose, or does she actually want it to happen? People with a bit of power already have hearts as black as night. It's really hard to guess what people are thinking. Then he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Whatever. Woojin boldly declared that no matter what she was planning, he would destroy it all. But Sanho didn't show any fear. You're pretty confident, huh? She spoke firmly, making Woojin momentarily stunned. Then Sanho dashed forward like lightning. Let me show you what I can do. The force of the attack made the ground tremble. A huge rock shattered into pieces. Jun Sangho and Woojin were evenly matched, neither willing to back down. She kept attacking continuously while Woojin created a shield to protect himself, then retreated and launched a counterattack. The demon cultist Jun Sangho suddenly froze, watching the swords flying toward her, but with just a few slashes, she cleared them all neatly. Afterward, Jun Sangho smiled dangerously, using her shadow speed skill, her face suddenly turning pale. Taking advantage of Woojin's moment of confusion, Jun Sangho lunged forward, and he stood there stunned, staring at his opponent. Because of that, Woojin took a stunning blow. He was injured right in the face, and couldn't help but shout, You dog! Then Joan Songho arrogantly advanced. Looks like your barrier has reached its limit. Let's end this here. She unleashed her skill again, the skill of the shadow assassin. Despite the situation, Woojin still smiled. Jeon Songho, fired up, jumped to attack. Die! Bibi screamed in terror. Master, Woojin's position has been obscured by dust. Jeon Songho looked triumphant. It's been a long time since I had such a satisfying fight. Farewell, Woojin. The thick smoke still hadn't cleared. Woojin's voice echoed. The fun is just beginning. Farewell to what? Seeing the skeleton before her, Jeon Songho was shocked. What the hell? Woojin remained calm. Why be surprised? First time seeing a bone soldier? This time, he had the upper hand and caught her. Jeon Songho was stunned for a moment. Woojin. She pieced it together. Could it be that he was just pretending to be weak all this time to lure her into a spot where he could easily summon his soldiers? Jeon Songho really didn't understand. But since when? She felt very strange. She had fallen into his trap and was stuck like this. Woojin arrogantly stepped forward. Now it's my turn. Facing this, Jeon Songho could only grit her teeth in hatred. Then, she suddenly attacked Woojin. Jeon Songho confidently asserted that even his slow strikes wouldn't affect her. Hearing that, Woojin smirked slyly. Suddenly, a large amount of blood splattered into the air. Jeon Songho was attacked without even realizing it. She trembled and turned to look. Two more? Those were the soldiers Woojin had summoned earlier. Seeing this, he was very satisfied. 3 pillars together can raise a mountain. Then Woojin moved his sword again. Let's finish this. Being cornered like this made Jeon Songho furious. Damn Woojin. Woojin spoke softly and ended her. Bye-bye. The system immediately announced your level up. You have reached level 50. Resurrection level 1. You can control 1 corpse. The corpse can use up to 50% of its original strength. You can only give simple commands to the corpse. As a level 1 corpse master, you can cause a corpse to explode, including the one you control, as long as it's within a 10-meter radius. Woojin excitedly watched energy flow into him. So many experience points. Then he looked at her and said, "Thanks a lot." Leon chuckled as the scene shifted and someone's voice rang out. "We can get in now. The barrier is gone." These voices kept repeating, "Let us in." But at that moment, Min-chan froze when he saw someone. He shouted loudly upon seeing Woojin. Damn, he looked confused at the people in front of him. When did everyone get here? Everyone rushed toward Woojin. "Big boss," Min-chan said. "As soon as we saw the news, we came right away." Woojin added, "Is that so? While you're at it, help me find the stuff and phone I dropped around here." But then Min-chan's expression changed. The whole country had just breathed a sigh of relief, thanks to the boss. And now he's here saying what? Someone's familiar voice just called out. Woojin JW ran over and threw herself into his arms. She was so worried she started crying. "You idiot, I was really worried about you. How could you jump into danger so easily?" Woojin spoke gently. "Shouldn't it be healed by now? Why are you still wearing a hat?" When he took off JW's hat, he complimented her. "You look much prettier." But she noticed his face and said, "What's the point of healing if your face is still injured like this?" Woojin didn't care much. "Just apply some ointment for a few days and it'll be fine." Then JW brought up something. "By the way, the ring you gave me?" She gathered all her courage. "If you're okay with it, say something that left JW speechless." "Ring? What are you talking about?" She awkwardly repeated, "Wasn't that ring something you prepared for that event?" Woojin searched his memory. The ring event made JW's cheeks flush red. Only now did she realize she had misunderstood. "Is there a hole to crawl into?" After thinking for a while, Woojin spoke again. "Wait." See, Hun, standing and watching, also saw the big boss. She just confessed to him, right? I don't know what to say. Songho suddenly interrupted the conversation. Thank goodness Woojin is still alive. Then he probed. But what happened to Captain Lai Jonhai? Jonhai's words briefly flashed in his mind. I have my own purpose too. Understand? I can't let you survive and leave here. Then he scrutinized Songho. Although there was no concrete evidence, he had a gut feeling this guy was up to no good. Fine, let's see how he reacts. Woojin simply stated that she was dead. He didn't reveal clearly, but she was strong. Unfortunately, she met an even stronger opponent. That made Songho suspicious. A monster killed Lee Jonhai? Is he trying to say he had nothing to do with Jonhai's death? He started doubting. Or was he lying? Songho asked curiously. Who killed her? Woojin suddenly blurted out two strange words. Immortal. That word made Songho's mind even more confused. Immortal. At that moment, Sungu stepped forward. Boss, I found your stuff and phone. Looks like the military picked them up and kept them. Woojin gave praise. Well done, Sungu reminded. Boss, aren't you having an important conversation with the War Guild chairman? Not exactly, but at least you should fix your hair before heading back to the hotel. As he left, Songho's face showed his fury. An unknown monster killed Lan Hai. He was supposed to believe that? He could confirm the crack battle never happened. Songho knew well and realized the fake Class A war guild Lion High was dead. He began to fall into despair. Everything he built with his own hands was collapsing. And the reason it was falling apart was Woojin furiously biting his lips. After a while, Woojin returned to the hotel. He just turned on the faucet. Woojin recalled the 6-star dungeon Cyclopes. They were really strong, and he was sure there were many monsters on Anfen even stronger than that. There was no way things would end this easily. At that moment, the news broadcasted. After an in-depth dungeon investigation, Dr. James Topfler was about to release his report on where the dungeon problems originated and how they had changed. The news, said the dungeon doctor, explained where they came from and how they would change from now on. He shared information that the monsters were actually alien life forms and emphasized his point. According to my hypothesis, the dungeon gates are like their pathways. They are a method, a route to bring those life forms to Earth. That made Woojin uneasy. What the hell? Topfler raised questions. But even if they created gates, they couldn't pass through here. And the dungeon crossing only happens after 30 days. But why does it take 30 days? And he analyzed, I have a hypothesis about the return stones. Based on what we know, if we consider the dungeon like a mine, they are the stabilizing factor and also the key to escaping the dungeon. However, Topfler continued his lecture. From the monster's perspective, 30 days after a dungeon appears, the return stones can be considered the key to opening the gate to Earth. Woojin felt quite interested. It sounded convincing. Topfler explained again. Previously, monsters escaping dungeons were weak, and dungeons only went up to 4 stars. But the reason we suffered so many casualties was because we were unprepared to fight them. Accordingly, Woojin assessed they were small and behaved differently than inside the dungeon to optimize energy usage, like BB. Topfler continued that since the dungeon fever, 5- and 6-star dungeons appeared more frequently. And if this escalation continues, 7-star dungeons will appear soon. Woojin completely agreed with these views. Yes, I think so too, but the important thing is why this phenomenon is happening. Accordingly, Topfler asserted, dungeons are not simply mines. The bloodstones we plundered are just bait set up, he emphasized. The more bloodstones on Earth, the better the environment for them. Woojin stood up. Bloodstones make sense. From what he knew, the energy in bloodstones is known as mana on Anfen. They increase mana coverage on Earth by causing humans to steal and use bloodstones. By doing so, they create an environment where monsters can materialize. Woojin looked up at the person on the screen. Professor James Topfler, I will remember your name. Woojin's phone screen showed a call from Hin. He answered immediately. Yes, what's up? The voice on the other end said, Sorry to bother your rest, boss, but I think you need to come back and see this with your own eyes. Woojin suddenly fell silent for a long moment. Hearing the next info, he was very reluctant. A press conference? The press conference is happening with dozens of reporters. At that moment, someone suddenly stepped forward, gently pulling a chair from the table. Min Trang felt guilty. Sorry, I can't stop this interview. So if there are any hard questions, please feel free to skip them. As Woojin sat down, he glanced at Songho, his eyes full of scrutiny. Seeing that, Songho put on a mocking face. Look at him. He's planning something, isn't he? A reporter suddenly raised his hand and spoke. First, I want to ask Chairman Lee Songho a question. Was the reckless dungeon attack before the dungeon crossing arranged solely by Hwarang and Adan, or was it agreed upon by both? Songho thought, that never happened. Vice Chairman Lion High risked his life to take that job on himself. He even dared to emphasize, I'm sure she was only trying to help Woojin, who has recently been the center of attention. The reporter wanted to know more. So that means Vice President Leon Hai recklessly entered the dungeon to save Woojin. He continued, I want to direct the next question to Machan. During the dungeon assault, how was your teamwork with Jeon Hai? Please tell us about this dungeon attack and also about Leon Hai's death. The reporter asked very carefully, how did she die? Did you do everything you could to save her? But Woojin remained silent, making him lose his composure. Please answer me. Was there any conflict between you and Jeon Hai inside the dungeon? Meanwhile, Sanho covered his mouth to suppress a laugh. In his heart, he hoped. That's right. Keep questioning him. How dare he cause trouble with Hwarang? Woojin, you're dead meat. It turns out before the press conference started, Songho had made a phone call. Reporter, I want to give you some information like this. I have some suspicions about Woojin here. He had a plan all along. From now on, media outlets across all of Korea will be obsessively following you. At that moment, the reporter asked again, Woojin, this country has the right to know. Please answer. Don't stay silent anymore. Could Captain Leon Hai's death be related to Woojin? That's possible too. Minchan felt something was wrong. Damn, this is really bad. Suddenly, it felt like a public hearing. He felt deeply guilty. If I had known this would happen, I would have refused this press conference. Minchan whispered. Boss, Woojin's face has gone pitch black, but he's signaling to stay silent. Then he boldly stood up. "What do you want?" the reporter stubbornly asked. "This country has the right to know?" Woojin interrupted irritably. "Cut out all that nonsense." That statement made the reporter too intimidated to continue. Then Woojin turned to face Sangho. He kicked him hard in the face, causing a sharp pain. The reporter was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Even Minchan couldn't predict this move. It seemed like Woojin was about to take down his opponent, but Sangho fell miserably in front of the cameras. He clutched his sore shoulder and looked at Woojin. "You think you know what you're doing?" Woojin didn't hesitate to expose him. "It's damn hilarious. How dare you pull those dirty tricks right in front of me?" Not only that, he boldly grabbed Sangho by the collar. He trembled and said, "Are you crazy? We're live on TV." Woojin contemptuously repeated, "Live broadcast, thinking you had the upper hand." Sangho was arrogant. "You've made a mistake," Woojin said. "The whole country is watching you." But Woojin laughed mockingly. "So, why are you wondering about Anfen's population? 1 billion? 2 billion? This move made Minchan very uncomfortable. "Boss, calm down." Woojin himself wasn't sure. He couldn't remember how many people he had killed. He secretly despised it, but everyone was watching his every move. Live TV in a country is nothing special. Then Woojin asked, "Do you want to get beaten up live on TV?" Sangho was confused. No sooner had he spoken than Woojin struck him again. Sangho's cheek was now twisted and bright red. Even Si-hun got scared just watching on the screen. Damn it, he felt regret. Damn, I almost got screwed. How could I dare to deceive someone like him? Si-hun thought that even so, doing that during a press conference really shows some people just don't care what others think. Another news report. The wild antelope is trying to find mates among its offspring. Meanwhile, Si-hun was busy watching other news, and he went crazy, making a huge fuss again. The search bar was jumping wildly, causing a stir online. Si-hun's eyes landed on a headline. "What's this?" He involuntarily read it aloud. "The Saintess." A reporter arrived at the most noteworthy place right now. "I'm currently at the scene of a miracle that the whole world is discussing." The reporter said hundreds of people have come here because they want to gain the favor of the Saintess. Laughter and teasing erupted. "A goblin is really a goblin." Looking at the phone screen, Si-hun marveled. "This is truly a beauty beyond this world." The reporter introduced, "The person you see sitting in the wheelchair is Mr. Smith. He was born paralyzed from the waist down." Si-hun listened intently. Will today be the first time in his life he can stand on this ground? Is this some new religion? Let's witness this miracle firsthand. A hand imbued with magic was placed on the young man's head. Si-hun was stunned by this action. People at the scene were also buzzing. What just happened? Damn, it worked. The man even exclaimed, oh my God, I'm truly moved. Thank you, sir. The Saintess is believed to always have boundless compassion, infinite mercy for those who wholeheartedly devote themselves, and I am merely a messenger of the goddess." Si-hun was once again amazed. No way. There are tons of fake awakenings with all kinds of miraculous powers, like magic or poison. But the man kept expressing gratitude. "Saintess, may the goddess forever bless you. Isn't healing disabilities supposed to be impossible?" Someone stood in a corner observing, truly amazed. Is she really a messenger of the divine? Linda confirmed that indeed, hundreds, even thousands of people have followed her and have already become members of the Arya Guild. No one doubted her at all. She truly performed miracles repeatedly. Ding Kun's gaze remained fixed ahead at Arya's dreamlike saintess. He had learned some information, although it was quite laughable that after being rescued from the dungeon, she couldn't speak. She managed to learn Earth's language in just a few days. According to legend, the goddess Arya, the goddess of land and future in the Anfen world, introduced herself as a nun serving the goddess Arya and performed quite a few miracles. Not only that, there were also rumors that she didn't just have amazing healing abilities. She could also foresee the future that Arya predicted through the weather, truly unbelievable, especially with her ability to predict the time and place where a dungeon would appear. The story of the dream spread further that people could clear 5 5-star dungeons and 2 6-star dungeons in just 1 week. But to use her power, there was one condition. Ding Kun was sure it was to form a Holy Knight team serving the goddess Arya. He continued to ask about the status of that Holy Knight team. Linda said many people had already registered. She updated that the situation was genuinely worrying, because currently, quite a few awakened individuals in our guild requested to transfer to it, so Ding Kun had to decide quickly. Honestly, I can't do anything. If I can't stop them, then I need to make full use of them. He had his sights set on the dream. No matter what, she is currently the best awakened individual. The dream. Ding Kun also clearly saw the opponent's level and SS rank ability. Meanwhile, at the Adon Guild, Warong Guild, and Adon Guild press conference, reporters were tense seeing the current situation. Min Chan impatiently reminded, "Boss, please calm down. If this keeps up, we'll really be in trouble." At that moment, Woojin finally stopped controlling his hand. Sangho was now covered in injuries, especially on his face. Before leaving him behind, Woojin threw a painful hit. He turned back in front of everyone. Have you asked how Leon Hai is? Woojin emphasized each word. She tried to kill me. He revealed the obvious truth. And as you can see, she failed. Woojin issued a warning. If any of you dare accuse me of attempted murder, he angrily emphasized, if you dare cause trouble for me, no matter who you are, I won't let you off. Got it? The bribed reporter from earlier was scared and didn't linger. Woojin immediately turned and left. Minchan, let's go. He awkwardly took the order. Yes. At the luxurious main hall during the press conference, Minchan curiously asked again, Boss, are you serious that she tried to kill him? Woojin coldly confirmed, it's true. Minchan wanted to know more. So, is it really true? Woojin immediately confirmed, yes, I killed her. The main culprit behind it was the Warong Guild president. He smirked at Minchan. Why are you so surprised? Because I killed her, or because the Warang Guild is trying to assassinate me? Being hit right in the heart made Minchan hold his breath, and he looked very worried. Although his enemy was really trying to kill him, killing someone and then staying calm like that afterward, Woojin returned to his normal state. Well, no matter how you put it, it ultimately benefits me. Because I got rid of Li Zhanhai, the one blocking my way. Minchan also regained his composure. That's true, but I'm worried about what might happen next. I don't know how public opinion will turn out, especially with the Warang Guild manipulating the press conference like this. Suddenly, Woojin called his name. Minchan? He spoke up. Do you know what's the hardest thing to deal with when dealing with those who always work behind the scenes? Minchan blurted out. Yes. Woojin's words were full of implication that when people openly provoke, they cause a lot of headaches because it's very hard for them to secretly plot anything. Minchan suddenly fell into deep thought. Is that why? He pieced together each event. He shifted the atmosphere from why Woojin was involved and helped cause Leon Hai's death. Minchan questioned if Warong was really the mastermind behind the attempt on Kang Woojin. He was truly curious because there was no way to accurately prove what happened in the dungeon. Who would think his moves were the result of so much calculation? Then Minchan happily exclaimed, That's just like the boss, he asked. So how should we handle the behind-the-scenes stuff? Woojin said, Why should I do that? That's your job. That remark immediately twisted Minchan's face. What? Meanwhile, Woojin smiled smugly. Director Deng, you have to put in some effort too. Minchan could only curse silently. He thought, this bastard boss doesn't think about anything. This damn boss. If your salary isn't enough, then raise it yourself. At least he still got some pay. After chatting for a while, the two stepped out. Reporters were waiting outside the door. There's Woojin. Woojin raised an eyebrow at the scene before him. What's this? Hemin called out. Boss, come over and say hello. He said the residents in the hidden area wanted to thank him. They sincerely expressed their gratitude. Really? Thank you for protecting our home. The young man smiled brightly. No matter what, I will always support and cheer for you. The little girl praised enthusiastically. Sir, you're so cool. Thank you. Even the elderly came personally to show appreciation. The old man had lived in this area for over 70 years. Thank you so much. Woojin silently listened to everyone's words. A fresh bouquet of flowers was brought up by someone. The little girl spoke. Uncle, thank you. Woojin gently accepted it. Thank you too. His lips curled into a slight smile. Yeah, for things like this, hold on tight to the bouquet you just received. Woojin raised it high like an achievement. Not too bad. Everyone shouted together, cheering Woojin. Minchan watched happily. I really don't understand him. Hin judged that he was definitely not an ordinary person. He spoke softly, and now he's the hero who protected this city too. Meanwhile, everyone was still cheering. Suddenly, someone's worried voice rose. President Titch, the assistant, kept calling repeatedly. Is the president awake? Sanho shouted loudly as he just woke up. That damn Woojin. The assistant awkwardly asked, How is the president feeling? Meanwhile, Sangho still held deep hatred to his core. He cursed, That bastard is dead. That crazy guy. Sanho remembered the mocking words. It's really funny. How dare you humiliate me like that? He exclaimed again. That stupid bastard. Sanho couldn't control himself and clenched tightly what he was holding. He vowed, I will do everything possible to kill you. In America, Manhattan, a highly modern city, in front of the Titan Guild headquarters, Arya Guild, kneeling before the statue, she continuously recited incantations. Someone entered and announced, Holy Maiden, the guild leader has arrived. Deok-kun slyly grabbed Mi's hand. I pay my respects, Holy Maiden. Instead of greeting, she just smiled gently. Then Deok asked, Is the establishment of the Holy Knights Guild going smoothly? And Deok-kun replied, Yes, there are many applicants, so everything is progressing very well. That made me feel more at ease. The goddess would be very pleased about this. Then, she announced that the Holy Knights Guild would be the heroes in the Holy War to rescue Anfen. We will lead them and reclaim Anfen. Mi said that when their main force begins the attack, it will already be too late, and Earth, like Anfen, will face a massive catastrophe. Deok silently pondered every word. Anfen and Earth. He had some knowledge about this issue, the Holy War aiming to protect both worlds, and Deok-kun understood the gravity. Although what's happening is really hard to believe, if it's true, then this is no longer something the guild alone can handle. We will need everyone around the world to work with us. Then he spoke, I have one more thing to tell you. Deok brought an iPad. I found the person mentioned in the prophecy you revealed earlier. Mi couldn't hide her happiness. Finally, he found them. But when she looked at the screen, she was confused. This person is Mi's body, trembling a bit. How could this person be on Earth? Deok-kun asked. Why? Is there a problem? Mi's voice deepened. The immortal soul summoner of destruction. She was secretly surprised. Who would have thought Woojin was the savior in the prophecy? At the same time, at Woojin's place, he suddenly asked Sungu, take the car and go. Sungu helplessly reminded, hey, you still have 2 days before the deadline to report back at the police station. Woojin said, why should I go there? Sungu suspiciously guessed, so where are you planning to go? Don't tell me Woojin is going straight to the War Guild. Everyone heard that and shouted, what? Woojin sighed. I'll handle things properly myself. Why are you all so nervous? Min-chan tried to find an excuse to stop him. Boss, please let me handle this. No need to trouble yourself. Suddenly Woojin's voice deepened. If I go, Minha quickly assured, no, it won't be any trouble for me. Woojin had to agree. All right then. Then he offered, is there anything I can help with? Min-chan said there was. He requested, please allow me to hire more staff. If we want to resolve this accident, we'll need to hire a lawyer and also more support staff. Woojin thought for a moment about hiring more staff. He silently analyzed that if the bloodstones continue to grow on Earth, what will appear won't be Anfin's monsters but Shinette's subordinates. And although called subordinates, they are actually 72 war generals directly under Shinette's command. Each one is extremely dangerous and cannot be defeated by one person. Accordingly, Woojin calculated that even with the subordinates in his Anfen world, his undead army, and the help of allies in Anfen, he could only barely match Shinette's forces. Then he connected to reality. But now he only has 4 subordinates like this. So Woojin was quite hesitant, and Hong Sung-gu was the only awakened one among them, so it didn't really matter. His only strength is that he has a very pure soul. Seeing Woojin silent for a while, Sung-gu asked curiously, what's wrong, man? Min-chan asked again. Boss, what about hiring more people? Then Woojin agreed. All right, if you hire more people, make sure to hire more awakened ones too. Suddenly he smiled and called out, Sung-gu? Then Woojin ordered, follow me. The green trees made the forest more colorful. Sharp blades sliced swiftly through the air. Someone was killing a huge monster. With just a few slashes, Woojin defeated it. After finishing, the weapon's blade still dripped a few drops of fresh blood. Woojin excitedly assessed, my mind is getting normal now. Sung-gu stood aside and commented, bro, I think I've gotten stronger. Look here. Accordingly, Woojin seriously looked in that direction. Sung-gu happily announced, I've already gotten this far. System updated to level 7. Hong Sung-gu, though afraid of you, still respects you. Loving you but also pairing you up. The profession is a battle mage, with fireball skills. Notes on Bloodstone collection show he's on par with a master level. Meanwhile, Woojin is quietly contemplating he really does collect bloodstones as fast as lightning. People might think he's fighting some kind of monster. Then he reminds, hey Sung-gu, stop collecting bloodstones. Come over here. Sung-gu looks confused but quickly runs over. You called me? Woojin? Asking Sung-gu, how strong do you want to become? Sung-gu stammers, sorry sir. Woojin speaks seriously. Surely you have some goal, right? Do you want to keep collecting bloodstones under me forever? Sung-gu suddenly recalls, yes. My original dream was to become a high-level fire mage, so why am I just a gopher now? He falls into confusion. The scope of a gopher's work: 1. Driving. 2. Carrying stuff. 3. Collecting bloodstones. 4. Scheduling dungeon runs. Woojin interrupts his thoughts. Are you satisfied with this situation now? Sung-gu awkwardly explains. No, sir. When I awakened, my dream was to become a high-level fire mage. I swear I'll do everything possible to get stronger. Woojin sternly says, even if it kills you over and over. Sung-gu declares with spirit, no matter what. Hearing that, Woojin can smile lightly. All right, he says, then let's get started. Sung-gu is stunned again. Yes, sir, Woojin slowly announces. In 1 month, you'll be ready. I'll get you to rank A within 1 month. Now Sung-gu is training until he's gasping for breath. Still, his legs keep moving swiftly. How? Even now, Sung-gu can't understand how things turned out this way. He recalls Woojin's words. In 1 month, I'll get you to rank A. Sung-gu doubts. Is that really possible? Then, suddenly something whizzes past him, and in a blink, stands before Sung-gu blocking with a sword. Woojin's soldiers attack him, but luckily Sung-gu dodges in time. Eventually, he loses balance and falls backward to the ground. Then, the the bone soldier slowly approaches Sungu. He quickly regains composure. Can't be careless. If hit, will die. The bone soldier shows a terrifying expression to intimidate the opponent. Then Sungu uses some energy, thinking he needs to create distance before using his skill. Gathering enough magic, he throws it at the sword soldier, blocking him. Immediately, that spot explodes like a disaster. Seeing this, Sungu can't help but get excited, hit him, but before he can celebrate, the bone soldier appears unharmed after the blast. Worse, it suddenly attacks Sungu, gripping the sword tighter and pushing it deeper. Nightfall descends over this large forest. The bone soldier withdraws the sword, and Sungu collapses from serious injury. He keeps trembling. It hurts so much. If I even think about giving up for a moment, I won't be satisfied. Step forward. Get up. How long do you plan to lie there? Then he raises his voice sharply. Do you really think your fireball alone can defeat my bone soldier? How can you be so careless after hitting once? Woojin warns seriously. If you want to survive, you must be persistent and become stronger. Do you think monsters only stay in dungeons? Meanwhile, Sungu is still confused. What? Woojin imagines a scenario. Imagine dungeon raids happening simultaneously at every station across the entire Earth. 6 billion people. According to him, he guarantees that even if half of that number is reduced, it wouldn't take 3 days. Sungu's mind is still foggy. What nonsense are you talking about? Meanwhile, Woojin continues, if that happens, I'll be too busy protecting my family. I won't have time to protect you. You have to learn to survive on your own. You want to awaken, Sungu. If you want to protect your family, make sure you're never weak again from now on. Sungu struggles to stand, with his body shaking. As soon as he steadies himself, he lets out a wind-splitting yell. But nothing can dampen Sungu's spirit. Sir, keep training me. Seeing this attitude, Woojin can smile. That's right, you have to act like that. Dawn breaks quickly at the central forest station. Now, there's still no one around. Sungu yawns deeply, exhausted. Woojin sits opposite him and softly asks, tired? Sungu's face is more haggard than ever. How could he not be tired after 3 days of crazy training? Woojin informs, I've used my skill to nullify your fatigue. If you feel sleepy, it's just your mind being weak and wanting rest. By the way, try self-hypnosis or anything, as long as it blocks your sleepiness. Sungu follows the instruction. All right, just then, a sound comes from the TV. Her blessing saved many lives. What she did was truly amazing. Both are drawn to this topic. It's the scene of the dream goddess and the man she patted on the head before. Woojin unconsciously looks at Damshiu. She looks exactly like someone he once knew. Even her gestures are the same. Sungu is confused. Who are you talking about? He also marvels. She's so beautiful. Looks like an elf. Woojin has keenly noticed she's not an elf. You can tell by her ears. That's just a way of speaking. But there's a truth he doesn't reveal. What everyone sees are the miracles of Arya, the dream goddess. Next news is about the Holy Knights team of the female city. Then Woojin suddenly turned around in shock. What? Is this really a dream? He felt strange about how she could be here. Scene shifts to the guild office. Adan, a familiar place. Minchan cheerfully spoke. You're back? Woojin quickly entrusted him. Help me book a plane ticket to America. Minchan understood the reason. How did you know? Are you talking about the invitation letter the guild sent? Hearing that, Woojin instinctively recalled the guild. According to what Minchan knew, some time ago, the Titan Guild rescued someone from a dungeon, a holy maiden with a new name. Her strange abilities have become a hot topic recently. Then he interrupted, saying anyway about this matter. Mian Trang suspiciously asked back. The Titan Guild sent invitations to all guilds worldwide. Aren't you referring to that? But Woojin didn't care much. Whatever it is, just book the plane ticket for me. Leaving Minchan curious. I thought he found this troublesome. What happened? Minchan brought a box of items to the boss. Ah, these are the skill books and enhancement stones you requested before. Woojin had a way to use them. Perfect timing. Tomorrow I'll have Sungu study all of this. He quickly noticed. But this amount is less than what I requested, right? Minchan confirmed. Yes, because recently we used up the guild's budget, so we're a bit short on funds. He stated the fact. Enhancement stones and skill books are always very expensive. Suddenly, Woojin inquired, has any dungeon been reset recently? Min replied, dungeons are always around, but unless you're lucky, it's hard for new guilds like us to get those dungeons compared to the big guilds. Woojin continued asking, is there any 6-star dungeon about to explode? Minchan focused thinking. The Ministry of Defense also issued a call, but his expression made Woojin curious. What kind of place is that you stammer like that? Minchan boldly revealed it's in Pyong. Upon hearing this place, Woojin's face twisted. What? From inside the base, a voice shouted loudly. North Korea? The henchman knelt miserably. Chairman, I'm very sorry. He burst into tears. Please forgive me just this once. Please spare my life. Dong Yu coldly said. What did you say? He questioned. You think after you ran away like that, we'll just let it go? The man helplessly begged. I'm sincerely sorry, so please. But he received a sharp glare from Dong Yu. That bastard. Then he pointed a gun at him. Go ask for forgiveness from our people. Dong Yu pressed the trigger without hesitation, shocking the henchman. Done. He ordered to clean up this trash. Dong Yu arrogantly stepped over the corpse. It seemed this was no longer something our country could handle alone. Then he asked about the situation. What about the invitation we sent to South Korea? The commander reported. I have extremely good news, sir. He leaned close to Dong Yu's ear and whispered some secret information. He slyly laughed. Really? Looks like I'm finally going to meet him. Dong Yu was now very excited. The greatest hero of South Korea, Woojin. Right now at the Awakener Management Bureau, Woojin was sitting silently in his chair. I joked around about Pyongyang a few times, but who knew I'd actually have to go? The sound came from his phone. You're gonna kill Kim in the barracks just to avoid enlistment? That's right, going to unify the country. Brother, calm down. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke. Woojin, it's truly an honor to see you again. Hazel smiled and extended her hand. I'll take you to Pyongyang. Recognizing her, Woojin replied, well, meeting a familiar face does help me relax a bit. Then they moved together and arrived at the highway. The sign clearly showed the driver's route. Woojin looked around. I thought military bases would be full of soldiers everywhere, but it looks pretty empty. Haesol explained that in North Korea, there are very few developed areas. Besides those places, the rest of the country looks like ours in the 70s. To the point there's only one subway station in Pyongyang. That confused Woojin. So they had to ask for aid just because they couldn't handle the remaining stuff? Could it be that North Korea has no Awakeners at all? Haesol continued explaining. They have far fewer Awakeners than us. That's also why it's very hard to form an all-A-rank Awakener team. Moreover, the death rate of Awakeners in North Korea is quite high. So Woojin quickly understood the situation. I guess for them, dying in a dungeon or getting shot outside is the same. Haesol said they hadn't faced major problems before because China was providing aid. She shared details of the case, but this time North Korea tried to handle the situation independently, but failed. And as if China wanted to use this as a lesson, they just stood by watching. So North Korea had to publicly announce recruitment in quite a few countries worldwide. Woojin gave his opinion. That makes sense. From North Korea's perspective, they must have thought it a huge pity to share the massive bloodstone in a high-level dungeon with China. And Haesol confirmed that. Then Woojin leaned back in his chair. Whatever it is, handle it quickly and then come back. Remember to ensure the half-month deal we agreed on initially. Haesol assured, I'll make sure that condition is met. She secretly glanced at Woojin, who had his eyes closed. Han clearly understood the condition that Woojin had emphasized. He must be allowed to attack the dungeon within half a month after the first dungeon was cleared. She connected the dots that the negotiation between South and North Korea had to wait until the North Korean negotiation team arrived before starting. With her sharp thinking, Hee-sun was confident. But for the first person to clear the dungeon, this was just a small request that would be accepted without any problem. However, that was only if their side successfully cleared the dungeon. Besides, she knew the consequences if they failed. Woojin's death was inevitable. Then South Korea would also suffer a huge financial loss. The more Hee-sun thought about it, the worse it felt. After that, relations between South and North Korea could even deteriorate further. She took on the heavy responsibility. Woojin, everything depends on you. After a long journey, the two finally arrived. They looked at the magnificent place before them. They had arrived. This was the Kung Susan Sun Palace. Our meeting place, Woojin exclaimed in awe. That's a huge building. What are those tanks over there? Hee-sun explained. The Sun Palace basically represented North Korea. According to her, she added that the Mion Steel Station, the dungeon Woojin had to clear, was right next to this place. That's why they had to stop the dungeon breakout. The polite guards requested, Comrades, please follow me. In the framed photo, the flags of the two representatives were clearly visible. Along the edges, soldiers stood neatly in formation. Woojin and Hun settled into their seats. Hee-hun didn't dare speak loudly. Those people seemed so carefree, huh? Woojin's attitude confused her. Didn't he feel any worry? Woojin, unexpectedly, put on a mocking face. Why would I worry? I've already seen through this. This is obviously a political game. They're trying to create psychological pressure on the guests by making them wait a long time. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. The first secretary of the Central Defense Committee had arrived. The man slowly paced around with a few bodyguards. Dongwoo extended his hand to greet. Nice to meet you, comrade. I've heard a lot about you. But Woojin just glanced down briefly, and in his mind wondered, who the hell is this pig? After calming down, he gently smiled and shook the hand. Yes, nice to meet you, sir. Woojin's attitude angered Pyong Onian. Comrade, this is the chairman himself. Please watch your words. Even that only earned Woojin a dismissive look, then he covered his mouth and greeted, "Nice to meet you, sir." Everyone around was stunned by this. Hun couldn't believe her eyes. What was going on? Now she was enlightened. Although he had done this kind of thing with the War Union chairman before, she thought he would at least behave properly with people of this rank, even if he didn't say anything. The lower-ranked guys gritted their teeth and cursed, "You miserable dog. Where do you think you are to act like that? I won't let you off." He-sun's spirit suddenly collapsed. It was over. Woojin didn't hesitate to retort, "You told me to be careful, so I'm being careful. Why are you mad at me?" He-sun could only cry inside. "Forget about the dungeon now. We're probably going to die here right away." Suddenly, Dongwoo laughed heartily and even praised him. "You really are funny. Truly the strongest warrior in the south." Dongwoo excitedly clapped Woojin on the shoulder. "Come, let's sit down and talk." Meanwhile, He-sun was still in a daze. "Am I still alive?" Then everyone sat neatly at the meeting table. Woojin decisively got straight to the point. "Hurry up, I want to get into the dungeon." The lower-ranked guys trembled with anger. "This damn dog is so loud." But Dongwoo still looked pleased. "You're straightforward," he said. "I've heard about your condition. You want to use the dungeon for half a month and take the spoils during the attack, right?" Dongwoo continued. "Of course, for our government, that's not a problem. As long as you handle the dungeon well, I'll keep this promise." Hearing that, Woojin stood up immediately. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now." Dongwoo laughed again. "Comrade, you're really impatient." He suggested taking a photo before Woojin left. Only when leaving did He-sun dare to open up. "Honestly, I thought I was going to have a stroke and die." She was so upset she raised her voice. "Don't you know we're in Pyongyang? Watch your words." But Woojin smiled gently. "I'm being careful." He-sun was momentarily confused. "What?" Woojin recalled when Dongwoo raised his hand to greet. "Nice to meet you, comrade. I've heard a lot about you." Did he think it over or just kill him? Maybe I'll get an honorable discharge. The two left as the sky turned golden. Woojin waved goodbye. "I'll go ahead. See you in a few days." He-sun sincerely hoped, "Woojin, I hope you return safely." He smiled firmly as a reply. While they were talking, someone was watching from afar with binoculars. Dongwoo exclaimed, "Wow, he really is a breath of fresh air." The commander responded seriously. "Yes, sir." Dongwoo wondered, "If our People's Republic had a Superman like him, how great would that be?" The commander doubted. "Chairman, do you think he will succeed?" And Dongwoo? "He definitely will." Of course. He was very confident inside. "You can do it." As Comrade Woojin was walking, something touched his shoulder. He turned to check. "What's that?" This creepy feeling I just sensed a monster or something. The sky was full of dark clouds with lightning. Being in a desolate forest made the place even more ominous. Someone's voice rose. "This is Jet's territory." Bibi pinched her nose. "It stinks." "Whose land is this?" Woojin responded. "I don't know either. If any of the 72 commanders show up, just kill them on sight." As soon as he finished speaking, a strange sound echoed. Woojin vaguely looked at the monsters before him. Is this what they call bullying the weak with numbers? V's, a lower-tier monster with sharp front legs, shaped like swords, posed a serious threat and tended to move in groups with a round number count. Woojin immediately summoned his beast. "Giant centipede, let's go!" The giant centipede appeared, shaking the ground, but the red ticks were no pushovers. Though smaller, they charged fiercely. The centipede quickly launched a powerful attack against them. The gloomy sky suddenly cleared of many dark clouds. With its strength, the centipede successfully defeated the red ticks. Woojin smiled triumphantly, summoning bone soldiers and bone mages. Within a second, all were ready to fight. System notification. Summoning bone soldiers. Summoning level 40 bone soldiers by sacrificing summoned monster corpses. 40 out of 250. Summoning bone mage. Summoning level 10 bone mage by sacrificing summoned monsters. 50 out of 250. Woojin was very confident. He wasn't lacking in numbers. In the distance, something caught the attention of Woojin and Bibi. Hundreds of insects were crawling toward them. Those creatures were called ranchers, a lower-tier monster of Janet that could shoot needle-like tentacles from their mouths. It seemed that was all until a massive foot like an elephant stomped the ground. Woojin quietly said, "Is there a Rokto too?" Ro, a monster with terrifying mana and strong defense, its giant body alone was a threat. Still, Woojin calmly gave orders. "Centipede, hold it down." Hearing his master's command, the centipede roared, and Woojin mobilized all his strength to fight. System notification. Warrior weapon unlocked level 50 special transformation. The vanishing creature was trying to flee quickly. On the other side, bone soldiers charged fiercely. Sharp swords flew through the air, slicing through the ranchers. Strong bone soldiers wielding swords eliminated them one by one. An explosion forced them to hesitate. It was Bibi's attack. At the same time, Woojin and his weapons surged forward. He aimed straight at Joko and Donao, who were facing off. Woojin knew not every attack would work on JTU because he was extremely tough, but he was very confident. Unfortunately, this time he couldn't summon the Death Knight. Woojin lightly raised his hand to prepare a new move. However, something emerged between Donao and Rakto, surrounding Ro to restrain him. Meanwhile, Woojin still rode his horse with steady steps. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to charge. Woojin's face was full of excitement, sword skill. With just one strike, Joko was defeated, scattering slimy goo everywhere. Woojin was delighted. I also got the warrior class skill. 12 days later, according to Dungeon Time, Bibi observed the surroundings again. Is this area the center of this territory? She recognized it as an egg incubation zone, but it didn't look like they were about to hatch. Master, Woojin agreed. Yeah, it seems we won't meet the territory's owner. Bibi was really curious. She wanted to know who it was, but Woojin responded, let's just prepare to leave. Then he used the corpse resurrection skill, System Information, Resurrection skill. You can control a corpse. The corpse can use 50% of its original abilities and only follow simple commands. It costs 1 mana. Instantly, the previously killed monsters were revived. Waiting for this moment, Woojin gave the order. Ranchers scrambled all over the ground. Now the area was full of monsters waiting for Woojin's resurrection. They gathered inside the egg incubation zone. Woojin just uttered one word, explode. System notification, explosion skill. You can detonate a corpse within a 10-meter radius or a corpse you control. Shortly after the egg incubation zone was overloaded and exploded, Woojin hurriedly pulled his cloak over his face. Bibi noticed something else, a regression stone. Woojin's expression showed surprise. What's that? He looked up at the sky, a time fragment. It was a regression stone and a time fragment. According to System Info, the time fragment is a mysterious piece of material that created this world and is used to form a sacred space. Woojin suspiciously held the time fragment, a piece that could create a sacred space. Huh? Then he asked, Bibi, do you know anything about sacred spaces? Bibi replied, no, this is the first time I've heard of it. So Woojin decided. Bibi didn't know either, so no need to think about it now, just put it in the inventory. I'll use it someday. Meanwhile, in Kim's secret hobby room, golden-covered books were neatly arranged on the shelves. Inside, a voice directed someone to tilt a bit left, then a bit right, stopping only when satisfied. Yeah, it looks great now. Looking at a photo of himself and Woojin together, he praised himself. This is a proper serious photo. Someone next to him held up another photo. Chairman, what should I do with this one? Dong looked closely at the photo and thought for a moment, then coldly ordered it to be thrown in the trash. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The officer entered brightly. I have news that will make you very happy, sir. Chairman, he revealed that Comrade Kang Woojin has successfully cleared the Gagangmyeon dungeon. Dong was so excited he exclaimed, what did you say? Really? He requested. Why haven't you brought Comrade Minchan here yet? I'll make sure the hero who rescued Pyongyang gets the best treatment. Jong is really cheerful now. You never know what to expect from him. Comrade Woojin might come back, moved by the Republic's hospitality towards him. Isn't that right? But Minchan's expression turned serious. He still clearly remembers Woojin's face. That bastard. Minchan was furious. Did he really clear this place out in just 3 days? People around whispered when they saw Woojin. He's completely crazy. Took down an entire 6-star dungeon alone. I think there's another awakened person in America named Melody, right? Contact headquarters immediately. Woojin sighed deeply. They look like foreign reporters, don't they? Haesol happily ran over from afar. Woojin, she expressed her gratitude. I just heard you succeeded. Thanks for all your hard work. Woojin replied. Well, didn't we come here because we knew I'd succeed? Haesol smiled brightly and added, that's true, of course, but your level of success is really surprising. Then Woojin asked, where's the negotiation team? Have they arrived? Haesol said both South and North are eagerly awaiting the results of this assault. Woojin confidently stated, no worries, with me here. Success is guaranteed 100%. Haesol hadn't revealed one thing yet. Maybe it's better if her brother doesn't know the negotiation team's failure rate is 70%. Then Woojin said goodbye. I'm counting on the negotiation team's success. If anything happens, I'll head back into the dungeon. Haesol shouted. Woojin, take a break first. But before long, Woojin disappeared. He vanished completely. Looks like I'll have to report alone again. At that moment, someone kept calling Haesol. Comrade, comrade! He was panting. Where did Comrade Woojin go? Haesol said he just went back inside. The other person's mood instantly dropped. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Meanwhile, at Kim Woojin's place, he pointed and ordered to make sure the noise was loud enough so we don't lose face with South Korea. Time flew by, and 14 days later, Dujamin and the core soldiers were still in combat mode. Woojin just stood aside observing. This automated hunt is pretty good, the system announced. You have leveled up to level 60. Benefits from the warrior profession unlocked. Warrior's morphing bow weapon. Skill learned. Random and lightning-fast archery. You have learned the warrior's patience skill, which helps you endure pain. Benefits unlocked. Woojin gripped the bow tightly. Finally, I reached level 60. Then he held it up before his eyes, a bow, purchased from the skill shop. Core bow skill. Woojin was eager to try it out. Let's see. He released an arrow aimed at a Vessi. The arrow hit it, and the ground scattered everywhere. Woojin judged the range was farther than the core spear and even faster. Pretty good. Then he thought, now that the warrior profession benefits are unlocked, it's time to summon that guy. Woojin summoned a quantity of black magic. Go, goblin! It swirled continuously, settling in one area. A deep, hoarse voice spoke. Finally, I hear your voice again, Master. He smiled wickedly. It's been a long time. Master, system update. Level 1, subordinate spirit, goblin. You can summon a spirit that survives by possessing a host. Based on these spirits, it can read the host's emotions, share information, and control the host. If the host is a corpse, it becomes an entity even stronger than the original undead when revived. Number of spirits. 1. Undead ability increased by 10%. Control power required. 1. Loyalty. 99. Trust. 99. Woojin bluntly commented. As always, just seeing you makes me sick. But Goblin still grinned in every situation. He cunningly requested, if you hate me that much, then give me a new body. Well, best if it's your own body, Woojin snapped. You bastard, he gritted his teeth. Stop talking nonsense. I'll summon you when needed. Use your spirit and get lost. Goblin showed his sly expression. Fine, no more delays. Woojin quickly subdued him. What a terrifying guy. Suddenly, he turned his head back, focusing on something. Woojin observed everything from above. Looks like everything here is settled. If I hurry, maybe I can run another dungeon round today. Then Woojin left the dungeon to go elsewhere. As he stepped out, he saw Hazel standing there. Why are you out here? She looked very different from her earlier cheerful attitude, her lips trembling and tightly pressed. Hazel knelt down. Woojin, please, I beg you. Woojin was confused. Hazel pleaded earnestly. Please rest for an hour before going back in. If it weren't for you, the main character, it would all be meaningless. Hearing this, Woojin looked uncomfortable. Again, a few days before the dungeon assault, Hazel was very cheerful. This assault has been widely publicized as a joint effort between South and North Korea. We'll need your cooperation too. Woojin didn't bother listening. You guys worry about politics. I'm going back in. Hazel hurried to stop him. Woojin! And before the next dungeon assault, Hazel kept pulling him. Today you have to come with me. But his answer didn't change. Hey, Hazel. Now Hazel could only helplessly beg. The atmosphere is already pretty bad. Please think about your country and take a break before the next assault. She was deeply distressed. If you don't come with me again, I don't know what other problems might come up either, Woojin said tiredly. Oh man, the bowl of delicious noodles and other dishes were placed on the dining table. Everyone around was chatting lively. Only Woojin was chewing on a cookie, complaining in his mind. This is really boring. He lost patience and stood up abruptly. Now that we're done here, I can leave, right? Hazel spoke up. Woojin, thank you for coming here. Just as Woojin was about to leave, someone called out. Comrade? The person shyly requested. Could you please sign your name here before you go? Woojin asked. My name? The person couldn't hide their admiration. You're the strongest superhero in South Korea. It would be a real honor to have your autograph before you leave. So Woojin agreed and signed his name. After finishing, he waved goodbye and continued with his business. The other person was overjoyed. Thank you, comrade. It seemed like a simple thing, but the other guy smirked quietly. Soon, Woojin sensed something was off. Then he asked Goblin, Do you see that pig over there? Goblin responded, Yes, I see it, master. Woojin ordered to follow him and report everything back to me immediately. The troops obeyed without hesitation. Then he secretly infiltrated under the table. A soldier spoke up, Sir, we're all ready now. What should we do? Should we eliminate him? Bongwan glared at Woojin, trying to be as secretive as possible. In his mind, he kept cursing. How dare that bastard look down on North Korea? Lionan started glaring since Woojin greeted Dongwoo. Yeah, nice to meet you. He still clearly remembered Dongwoo's attitude back then. You really are a very unique person. Very fitting for the strongest hero in the South. Then came the matter of the plan. Who knows if Woojin might be moved by our gesture and join our People's Republic as well. And Peon believed it was all because of the chairman. You made some bad decisions due to a slight misunderstanding. He tightly held the bomb in his hand, with several others nearby. A long day had passed, and night was falling. The guard saw Woojin and spoke. Are you planning to go back in? He was friendly. This will be your final round, right? Good luck and come back safely, Woojin politely replied. Thank you. As he stepped inside, the two guards kept their eyes on him. Turns out they had a scheme. He's in. Hurry before the barrier appears. Gang Mion's station here was a bit dark. Following the plan, one guy ran after Woojin. Comrade saw him, and Woojin was curious. Why are you following me here? The other said there was an urgent report from the commander. Woojin stayed on guard. What is it? Suddenly, the other side pressed the bomb activation button. You did very well, Comrade Namjin. Woojin's face showed surprise. He didn't expect this scheme. Immediately, the bomb exploded violently here. While the accomplices carried out their mission, the remaining man stood guard above. Byung Onion watched from afar. The barrier didn't disappear at all. Did he avoid dying right there? He could guarantee it, but at minimum, he was seriously injured. It was only a matter of time before he became prey for other monsters. Byung exclaimed, "Surrender and rest in peace." He firmly believed the plan would definitely succeed. 2 days later, the attack on the prison, at the North Korean negotiation site, a South Korean delegation member asked, "Is Woojin not back yet?" He replied, "Yes, the barrier is still intact. No changes observed." The other spoke heavily. "We've been put in a tough spot. Now he's very worried. It's been over a day past the deadline Woojin promised. Who knows what the North will demand in exchange for this?" And Hyun also felt something strange. She clearly remembered Woojin's previous attack lasted 1 day and 17 hours. Normally, he should have come out by now. But isn't it possible something unpredictable happened inside the prison? Then Heehan placed a stack of photos on the table. Here it is. She revealed that right after Woojin entered the prison, a foreign reporter took a photo showing a North Korean soldier following him inside. "We must launch an immediate investigation and lodge a complaint with the North right away." Suddenly, Ho asked Lieutenant Choi Hyun, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Hee-sun was briefly surprised. Yes. Ho wanted to emphasize the fact, we're in Pyongyang. If we make a big deal out of small suspicions, nothing can guarantee our safety. Hee-sun objected. "But that doesn't mean we should just sit still, right?" Ho slammed his hand on the table, reminding Lieutenant Choi Hyun, "I hope you'll be careful with every word from now on. Even this conversation might be overheard, and whether he's alive or dead hasn't been confirmed yet. Right? Ho, let's just wait and see." At the same time, Dong-woo was holding a stack of papers reading information. "Which bastard?" he shouted angrily. "Which idiot caused this?" The other said, "We're still investigating." Dong-woo was furious. "Quickly find those bastards and bring them to me immediately." 3 days after the prison attack, soldiers were stationed in front of the prison. Hyun was very worried now. It's been 3 days since Woojin entered the prison. He must be safe. Just then, there was chatter outside. Wait a minute. It seems like there was some kind of reaction just now. Seriously, the barrier. They were startled and exclaimed, "The barrier has disappeared." At that moment, Woojin appeared with a surge of magical energy. He stood at the dungeon entrance, breathing a bit heavily. The reporters and everyone there were stunned as Woojin spoke up. "You all must be really eager to die, huh?" Meanwhile, the others hadn't yet grasped the situation, so the space fell into silence. At this point, Woojin couldn't hold back his emotions and called out, "Come out here, you dead pig," Woojin declared. "If he doesn't come, I'll go find him." The soldier, terrified, raised his gun to threaten. "Stop right there. If you don't, I'll shoot." Woojin leaned close to his face. "If I survived a suicide bombing, then some puny gun like that won't scare me." Then Woojin unleashed his energy, ready to teach this guy a lesson. The soldier was so scared he could only scream. With just a light technique, Woojin made him disoriented. BB appeared, criticizing. Note, the master is way too stubborn. The system announced a summoned item. BB is using the sleep curse skill. The girl reminded, "What will you do if you kill someone and then get sued?" Woojin warned, "Don't block my way for no reason." The other henchmen started to lose it. That bastard's got no wings left now. They hated him. Are you saying this People's Republic is too lenient or what? Letting those southern bastards into Pyongyang was a mistake. I knew this would happen. Woojin could tell this was the North Korean Fake Awakening Association. He looked at their ranks and judged. It seemed there were some decent ones here too. Then Woojin launched an attack, but the demonic skill was activated, so he casually waved his hand in the air. While the others were stunned, the distortion magic passed through them, making everyone scream loudly. Woojin sneered, but they were just low-level A-rank guys. Someone reported the goblin's energy was coming from here. Hyun urgently pleaded. "Please stop." Woojin looked at her suspiciously. "Are you a fake awakening? This seems fishy." She was only equal to a newly transformed low-rank, just human, to awakened, yet she endured Bibi's curse. She really had a strong spirit. Hyun firmly stopped him. "Woojin, please stop. If you stop, we can settle this here." Woojin coldly brushed it off. "Settle? The one who needs settling with is that damn pig who stabbed me in the back. Get out of my way." Only then did Hyun understand. Stabbed? So that North Korean soldier who followed him was here to assassinate. But she still tried to persuade him. Even so, this isn't the way to solve this. You have to be patient. If you keep going, war might break out. Please think about our country. Woojin felt annoyed. You're too nosy. He warned one last time. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Yet Hehan dared to challenge him. If you really want to go, you'll have to kill me first. Her words truly angered Woojin. Unexpectedly, he spoke softly. Then I guess I can't do anything. Because you came all this way to stop me. Hehan was overjoyed. You just made an important decision. The right one, Woojin. But then Woojin suddenly struck Heon hard in the stomach. Her mouth dropped open, eyes wide with shock. Then he roughly laid her on the ground. He whispered, I won't kill you. Just sleep a bit and rest until this is over. Cannons were firing continuously. The system announced the demonic armor skill activated. A surge of power slammed into the ground, and Woojin destroyed everything blocking his way. Standing before a door, he said, hiding well, Woojin wanted to confront them. Gong? Hey, can you hear me? Come out and talk. Losing patience, he kicked the door repeatedly. Dong Yu's henchman assured, President, no need to worry. This is a shelter that can withstand many types of bombs. Dong Yu panicked and shouted, Then what's that? It turned out Woojin had summoned a beast, the steel door. Dong Yu's face turned bright red. The system announced, You have summoned metal. Following it, Woojin stepped inside. He gave Dong Yu a sharp look. So, can we talk now? The henchmen had been defeated without them noticing. That was Bibi's doing. Woojin stepped closer. How dare you try to kill me, comrade? Dong Yu collapsed to the ground. I never tried that, Woojin smirked. Now you're playing the innocent? There's a way to find out exactly what happened. He summoned his general. Goblin heard the master's command and immediately returned. Woojin questioned, Can we check Kim Dong Yu's private life? Images of Dong Yu instantly reflected, mostly showing him enjoying Woojin's company. Woojin was surprised. Didn't expect that, huh? He really didn't do it? Master, you're in trouble again. Bibi could only cheer him on. Master, do your best to handle this well. Then Woojin called out loudly, Dong Yu. He didn't hesitate. Did your father ask if you didn't do it? Dong Yu firmly confirmed, Of course, I'm not lying. Woojin silently noted how fast his attitude changed. He ordered harshly, Then go find the mastermind who tried to kill me with a suicide bomb, or you'll die in his place. Dong Yu clearly declared, I promise. I'll find that person and punish him. Woojin spoke softly. All right, sorry for misunderstanding you. Dong Yu happily grabbed his hand. No, I don't hold grudges. I feel even more than that. Comrade Woojin, glad you see my true heart. Seeing his attitude, Woojin breathed a sigh of relief. Even now, Woojin was surprised, but he accidentally gained a big fan. He couldn't believe Kim Dong Yu was a fan of a fake awakening. He never thought about this before. He collects a large number of artifacts that he doesn't even use. Woojin's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. I'll just consider it a gift. Comrade, the vast hallway here is always deserted. Somewhere around here is in Goblin's memory. Just then, a loud voice called out, Please stop. Woojin looked at Hazel standing before him. How did you catch up so fast? Could it be that I hit too lightly? Hazel still tried to stop him. It's not like that. Please stop immediately. Woojin was puzzled. What does she mean? Everything is already settled. Hearing this, Hazel shouted loudly, Impossible. She imagined a terribly tragic scene. Has he already come and finished that? Has Kim Woojin died? Hazel thought so and felt devastated. Everything is over. War will break out. Woojin immediately corrected her. Kim Woojin is not dead yet. War is crippled, Hazel guessed again. So now you're on your way to kill him? Then she tried to stop him. Please wait. If your rage cannot be calmed, I will dedicate my life to you. So please. Woojin began to feel amused. She dedicates her life to me? What do you mean? Hazel affirmed that if I cannot prevent the Korean peninsula from becoming a battlefield, I would rather let myself die. Woojin examined her and found it interesting, but he was very sure she was not lying. Although she doesn't have a pure and innocent soul like Sunggu and Jigun, Woojin looked deep into Hazel's eyes but saw the most passionate and fiery soul on earth in her. Is it because she has her own faith and ideals? Suddenly, he called both Lieutenant Choi and Hazel by name. She replied clearly, Yes. Woojin suggested it would be a waste to kill her. Desert. Hazel was momentarily stunned. Sorry, did I hear wrong? Woojin insisted. Desert, and come under my command. I will spare Dong Woojin. Hazel fell into confusion. What are you talking about? Woojin repeated the earlier statement. You said you would dedicate your life, right? Aren't you going to do everything? Hazel was troubled, thinking, he wants me to give up being a soldier when I've come this far? If doing so can prevent war, I should be happy. But why? Seeing her hesitate, Woojin deliberately teased. Or should I kill that pig? Hazel was frightened by the threat. Please wait a moment. Woojin, you're not the boss, right? 3 days later, Kim Woojin caught Lee Pyong-wonian and his gang. Among the captured, as usual, some pretended to be innocent. Currently, 3 are hanging upside down and being tortured. Dong Woojin was annoyed. Damn it, You're really stubborn. But Puan calmly insisted, President, I really don't know what happened. I truly don't know anything. Dong Woojin cursed, damn liar, are you still lying? Not only did you dare to attack Comrade Woojin, his voice echoed all the way to the main house. You even shared items made from others' blood and tears, right? Byung Kwaning Nin. I don't know about those treasures. I'm sure Woojin is behind this. Dong Woojin was really impatient. Can't you think at all? He furiously ordered. The stupid bastard was beaten hard until he remembered. Puan blamed himself for having such a close traitor. Haesol stretched. If it weren't for Comrade Kang Woojin, I'd be in trouble. Finally back in South Korea, Woojin reminded first. Don't make a fuss about that, Haesol confided. You don't know how worried I was for 3 days while you were resting like that. Martial law and gunfire echoed every night. Woojin continued. Everything ended perfectly, right? He happily looked at Haesol. I got promoted and filled the vacancy. Even have a new staff member I can command. Woojin continued his journey. The trip to Korea was very successful. Next is America. He thought of the goddess of dreams, looking forward to it like the things waiting for him during this time. The TV sound played. Yes, we would like to summarize all the news obtained up to this moment. The main suspect in the recent coup is Commander D, the leader of North Korea's superpower unit. How does everyone feel about this? The reporter continued. Yes. The power of the Awakened is like a double-edged sword. The news reflected images of those who have exceeded human limits, responsible for protecting the nation against monsters. Yet the social critique TV station is increasingly weak against the crimes they commit. The editor interviewed, if not for Mr. Woojin, Mr. Kim's government might have ended because of this coup. How do you feel? The other shared his opinion. If a radical and extreme thinker took leadership of North Korea, it would be very dangerous. The contributions you made based on inter-Korean relations are truly remarkable. Because of this, our president plans to award you a prize. Sung Hun, watching TV, exclaimed, I understand everything happening here now, he angrily shouted. It's all 100% nonsense. Everyone knows our chairman's attitude, right? There can't be such knowledge without anything bad happening. Then, Sung Hun doubted himself. Could our chairman have threatened Kim Woojin somehow, to make it seem like the chairman discovered everything, or else he would kill Kim Woojin? He continued, they say the commander stole all the artifacts, but what if our chairman took them for some reason? Others turned grim after hearing Sung Hun. That's possible. Taegyang tried to defend. Come on, it's just because the chairman always thinks he's the best, it doesn't mean he would go stealing like that. But Sung Hun thinks, isn't it true that he doesn't care about anything else except thinking he's the best? Sung Gu agrees, saying, the first time I met him, he told me he had thrown a party with others right before entering the dungeon. Not only that, Sung Gu also clearly remembers the time Du Jaemin screamed wildly, then collapsed unconscious. All four shared the same thought, so he even raided the treasure vault of Kim in Woojin. Sung Hoon added fuel to the fire, saying, you can never trust the media. Who knows? Maybe the chairman already killed Kim and Woojin. Taegyang just tried to save face. Who knows? The theft might be possible, but this one really isn't. Taegyang said loudly, Sung Hun, you're joking too much. Sung Gu struggled to speak. Actually, he did say he was going to raid Kim in Woojin's place. Sung Hun screamed, oh my god. Look, I'm getting goosebumps, Sung Gu continued. But that's only because the chairman was really angry when he got the military conscription notice. Sung Hun acted scared. Just because of that? Is he crazy or what? By the way, he said, I wasn't going to mention this, but back when I was selling phones, Ewan walked in. Is everyone still doing well? Seung Hoon was scared out of his mind. Chairman, his attitude makes Ewan hard to read. Why are you surprised? Are you selling out or are you guys talking trash about me? Seung Hoon quickly denied. No way, now it's dark in their shared house. 5 glasses of liquor clinked at once. Everyone did great. Ewan smiled brightly. Oh man, this is seriously amazing. You're so generous, inviting everyone. Eat up. Everyone eat more so you can keep working, Taejang suggested. Thanks to the chairman, let me pour you a glass, Min Chan shyly asked. Chairman, are you really not going to the Blue House? Oh, why do you keep asking that? I already said no. You're really annoying. Do I have to call the president to kick you out or what? Despite that, Ewan suddenly stood up. Forget it. I'll go get that damn thing. Min Chan panicked, trying to stop him. Don't. He forced a smile. Let me politely refuse them. Then Min Chan turned on his phone to get ready to call. He read the message, realizing he had a lot on his shoulders too. CEO. Min Chan felt even more burdened. How are we going to handle this? Seung Hun stirred the atmosphere. Chairman, do you know who's even more famous than you these days? Then he showed Ewan his phone screen, a comedian who is the Saintess of Arya. I don't know if it's fake, but this video is really captivating. Ewan objected. It's not fake, it's real. Seung Hun was startled. Yes, Min Chan asked. How do you know that? And Ewan revealed she was someone he once knew. Everyone was surprised by this news. Huh? Minchan asked suspiciously. This person was found in a dungeon. She's a fake awakening above S rank. You say you know this person? Yuan slowly explained. There's a planet called Anfen. Minchan was a bit surprised. The chairman's planet and he's interested in astronomy? Yuan continued the story. 5 years ago, when I was still missing, I was summoned to a planet called Anfen. After hearing this, the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Then Seung-hun burst into crazy laughter. It took me forever to understand this, because this joke is way too advanced. Chairman Yuan reminded him. This is no joke. Shut your mouth. Only then did Seung-hun stop that terrifying laugh. Yes, and Yuan shared. But there were monsters and half-humans there too. I struggled alone to survive there for 20 years. I finally managed to return to Earth. But here, only 5 years have passed. That's really strange. Minchan had some understanding, like how time passes in the dungeon. Uwin confirmed it, and the dungeon also appears on Earth just like it does on Anfen. Minchan became more serious about this. Another world, if that's the case. He silently acknowledged the alien power of the boss made sense. Based on Minchan's experience and why the chairman treats people badly, seriously, he must be 44 years old now, right? He remembered an old acquaintance. From now on, can I call you Minchan? Yuan concluded. Anyway, I got used to dreaming there, though I don't know how she got to Earth. Well, when I ask her, I'll find out. Sung-hun was a bit worried. Hey, is it okay to tell us this story? But Yuan didn't really care. Why hide it? There's a dungeon and even a saintess. What are you guys so worked up about? Minchan was curious. So what's your relationship with the saintess back there? Yuan asked Melody. Then he gently concluded it was like friends. At the same time, Melody knelt before the statue of the immortal death sorcerer. She could sense he was coming. 5 years ago on planet Anfen, a very wild place. The Admiral confirmed we'll arrive soon, Miss Melody. Melody's eyes looked vaguely into the distance. Then she asked the Admiral, are we really okay going there? Because Melody knew clearly it was the land of death, a place where once you enter, you can't come out alive. The Admiral agreed, but said it was the only way to survive. He knew the worst-case scenario. If things keep going like this, we'll all die at the hands of Shened's subordinates. At that moment, a soldier reported, Admiral, I see something right ahead. The Admiral was surprised. We've arrived at Adan already? He shouted. Warriors, we're very close to Adan now. Give it your all. At that moment, a sudden attack struck, causing the Admiral to fall in a tragic way. Woojin screamed in shock. Someone sighed, annoyed. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. Woojin gasped aloud. Oh my God. The image of a man on horseback cursing. Those damn bastards from the Union dared to crawl here. Woojin looked amused. Ending your own life like this is a bit extreme. Why would you give your son such a tough challenge? It was already midnight, but Woojin's shared house was still lit. Someone was drunk to the point of oblivion. Mr. Chairman, please don't hit me anymore. Si-hun lay face down on the table, crying. I already apologized. Woojin was furious. I should have killed this guy back then. The others could only judge silently, unable to say whether one was a con artist or the other was just punching the con artist. Who's better near death? Suddenly, Sung-gu nervously called out. He expressed concern that sometimes Woojin seemed too indifferent to the media and surrounding circumstances, including the situation with Si-hun and the Lisong Hongwarong incident. But Woojin was indifferent. Why care? Just get used to it, Minchan advised earnestly. Even so, you should consider legal issues and the need to separate yourself from society and the international community. Mr. Chairman, making enemies isn't good, right? Woojin pondered that. Making enemies. You share that too. Yeah, I had some of that back then. I'm cautious with every country and care a lot about how others see me because I fear public opinion, Woojin asked seriously. But think about it. How far do you think I can go like this? That comment surprised Minchan briefly. Yes. And Woojin uttered just 2 words. Disaster. He analyzed that a time when all the dungeons on Earth break out simultaneously is coming soon. A disaster incomparable to last year's dungeon shock will happen. Will nations and laws still exist in such a situation? Minchan believed even if dungeons break out, the military can handle it. Woojin emphasized that they can stop 6-star monsters. But what about stronger ones? Minchan was left speechless. Then Woojin shared his reasoning. Just consider 6-star monsters like police dogs. Then tigers, lions, and carnivorous elephants will start flooding out. Even dragons will appear. And he was sure that even with just a few ghosts flying past our current guns, they'd be completely useless. So what do you plan to use to stop them? Woojin said nuclear weapons are basically suicide. The world will collapse, and the barrier we call a nation will lose all meaning. The race will vanish. The only thing left will be the will to survive. Sung-gu protested angrily. Even so, surely people will unite to fight them. He believed there would be such people. Warriors, kings, holy knights, saintesses, even knights from allied nations. But Woojin denied that, saying it's all useless. People will just keep trying to carry the burden until they collapse. Eventually, a divide will form, and they'll turn their backs on you, drawn away by other desires. Hearing that, Sunggu was very worried. So, what should we do? We can't just stand by. Woojin smiled. That's why we're preparing. You look excited. When disaster strikes, we'll need a hero, right? Woojin even struck a pose. What we need is a strong leader, he continued, noticing others' gazes. Woojin stressed every word about media reports, public opinion, police investigations, concluding all that is useless. On the contrary, I need to show them. Woojin confidently asserted how cruel and indifferent he could be to them. At that moment, someone was clicking a computer mouse rapidly. The large room was filled only with keyboard sounds, and on the screen appeared, "The hero who saved South Korea from danger." Another line read, "The establishment of the Awakening alliance between North and South, with the biggest contributor Kang Woojin," and an image of Woojin in a special investigation. As long as Woojin is around, there will be no more dungeon breaks. The person scrolling through the long news about Woojin was Sang-ho. He hissed in anger, opening it. Sang-ho was filled with bitter hatred. Damn it, is there any justice? How could such a damn thing happen? He was outraged that this rebel was treated like a hero. Is this even a country anymore? Yeah, South Korea is doing great, huh? Sang-ho kept cursing while wondering what that damn Chairman Kim was up to. He said he'd cut off all related connections and survive this, right? He tried to reassure himself but thought, I already have a plan. Then Sang-ho took a photo of the pile of files on the table and sent it to someone, saying, after seeing this, can you still ignore my calls? Done. Sang-ho smiled slyly. Just then, his phone showed an incoming call. Chairman Kim Ho from the C Group. The voice on the other end spoke. Are you really going to do this? Are you threatening me and planning to drag us all down? Sang-ho threatened. If you do this for me, I'll destroy all these documents immediately. So the other side was momentarily tempted. What's going on? Now Sang-ho was very confident. Woojin, you've chosen the worst enemy you could have. Sang-ho had found the opponent's weak spot. I know you're also working with people from the Middle East, right? Be my intermediary with them. Secretly pleased, he dared to provoke me. Is the chairman of the Warlai Guild coming to this city? 1 week later, at the spacious airport on the departure day, Sunggu happily held the card in his hand. Woojin noticed and spoke up. Are you really that happy? You can't stop smiling. Sanho was still radiant. Of course, he said excitedly. Now you're at rank B, Woojin shared. I was planning to go to the U.S. after you reached at least rank A. That's frustrating. Sunggu laughed heartily. This is already amazing, man. It's all thanks to your guidance. He quietly recalled how he had to go through life and death struggles many times this past week. Woojin handed Sunggu something. Don't get too excited and go into the 4-star dungeon alone. And take this with you. Sunggu was extremely surprised. Isn't this the teleportation gatestone? Woojin warned him not to get reckless and die. If there's danger, back off immediately. Sunggu was truly touched. Bro, you spent over 10 billion just for me? Sunggu's attitude changed completely from before. He's really a tough guy on the outside, but soft-hearted inside. Honestly, he can't say nice things easily. Finally, you're somewhat useful. So, if you die, it'd be really disappointing. Do you know how much money I've invested in you? If you die now, you'll just become another corpse soldier. Meanwhile, Sunggu was still lost in his dream. Was I right to say his heart is soft? At that moment, Minchan received a call. Yes, I'm listening. Sunggu felt hurt again. What am I to him? Suddenly, Minchan shouted loudly. Yes, he continued. Yes, I'll do it immediately. Thank you for the report. Woojin was puzzled. Who was that? Minchan reported that the Minister of Defense was calling. They just received information about a terrorist attack. They said it seems targeted at you, Chairman? Sunggu was shocked. Terrorism? And Woojin didn't understand. Why target me? Minchan was at a loss for words, but he was wondering the same thing. In the end, he kept it to himself. Isn't he the kind of guy who makes enemies wherever he goes? Woojin pretended to be disappointed. So I can't go to the U.S. now, Minchan warned. Until the Minister of Defense finishes the plan, you can't board any flight. And what about tomorrow's event? Woojin thought for a moment. What should we do now? Suddenly, someone interrupted. Even Chairman Kang, who's talked about nationwide, ended up in this situation. Looks like we're headed to the same destination. Minchan looked up ahead. Ah, that person is speaking. Then why don't you just take my private jet? Dongdo read the full name. Chairman of the Adan Kang Guild. Woojin? Woojin wondered. What now? Who's that old man? Minchan was surprised. Don't you know? He introduced himself as the chairman of one of South Korea's largest conglomerates, the K Corporation, and one of the top 10 awakened rank A in South Korea. Then he revealed the name of the person before them, Beach Dongdo. He asked again, why don't you come with me? Woojin didn't hesitate. Well, if you're not worried about the terrorist threats, I'd be happy to accept. Dongdo smiled. Why be scared of some petty terrorists? Then he suggested, all right, let's be friends first. Friends. Dongdo smiled brightly, signaling he wanted to tease. Okay, let's seal the deal then. But Woojin didn't quite get it. He straightforwardly asked Minchan, what's this old man talking about? Dongdo spoke up. Oh no, haven't you heard about the trending shows? Woojin felt like a caveman. Dongdo explained, it's a phrase from a popular show lately. Woojin honestly said, I thought you wanted to fight. Dongdo disagreed. No way. Then he casually put his arm around Woojin. We still have a long way to the U.S., so you can just watch shows with me. Well, that sounds good. I won't be bored on the trip then. Dongdo was very enthusiastic. All right, let's go. Minchan could only feel helpless. Who knew Chairman Bitch Jongdo had this kind of hobby? Sungu didn't expect it either. I heard he's a man devoted to his career, but turns out he's just an ordinary guy. Minchan doubted. Well, I guess we can finally get to the U.S. 20 hours later, the plane finally landed. Everyone at the airport was chatting excitedly. Woojin didn't forget to express, thanks to you, bitch, I made it to the U.S. Really appreciate it, Dongdo generously said. You're tense? It's nothing, he asked cheerfully. So what now? Woojin's eyes suddenly sharpened. Then he and Dongdo followed through on their earlier agreement. We each go our own way. Minchan was too embarrassed to even look up. Both he and Dongdo's assistant shared the same thought. It's good they got along, but why do we have to be the embarrassed ones? Someone whispered. What are those Asians doing? Must be some kind of trend. A few hours earlier, in the entertainment room on Bish Jongdo's private jet, the system's green light kept blinking. At this rate, we're all doomed. After gaming, the two went outside. Someone approached them. Lord Kang Woojin. He introduced himself. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm Richard Choi from the Titan Guild. Here to pick you up. I'll escort you to the hotel. Dongdo expressed regret. Looks like you have to leave now, huh? That's a shame. Why not stay a bit? Have coffee with me. Woojin agreed. That's fine. Dongdo smiled brightly. I'll see you later then. The young Woojin said goodbye. See you later, Bish. Then he got into the waiting car. Now Minchan had a chance to ask, Boss, do you like Chairman Bitch Dongdo? You two seem to get along well. Woojin commented he's very funny and there's not much age difference either. Minchan thought to himself, the Chairman Bitch is already 42 this year. Then he recalled something. It seemed like he mentioned living in Anfen for 20 years. Woojin confirmed it was like being in hell. He thought maybe the wealthy lifestyle of Chairman Beach Jongdo wasn't much different from his own. On the other side, Jongdo's assistant was curious. Chairman, how did you feel after meeting Kang Woojin in person? Jongdo assessed that he wasn't an ordinary person. Even after hearing about a terrorist attack and facing me, he showed no fear at all. Did he say it was because Woojin was confident in his abilities? Well, that might be true. Then, Dongdo shared. But I feel there's something else. His calmness and confidence can't be explained simply by youthful spirit, he sincerely expressed. The more I see Woojin, the more interested I become. The assistant thought it seemed like the chairman really liked him now. But then he blurted out, no, that can't be. He laughed loudly. The most important thing is that we watch movies together. At the tall hotel here, the elevator showed it was going down to the first floor. Richard announced the schedule. Hope you feel comfortable during your stay. The meeting will start around noon tomorrow, so we'll prepare the car around 11 o'clock. Woojin replied, all right. Then he instructed, freshen up and come back out. I'm going to get some drinks. Minchan ordered, yes, boss. Only after Woojin left did he dare to show his exhausted face. On days like today, I just want to rest. After a 20-hour flight, how can he go drinking right away? Right now, in front of room 101, water flowed from the shower accompanied by relaxing sounds. After finishing his shower, Woojin happily stepped out. Then he dressed and thought, I should go now. Woojin slowly reached for the door button. While he was thinking, a laser beam shot through the window. I traveled all the way to America, so what should I drink instead of soju? Woojin looked toward where it came from. A laser beam? Something suddenly exploded in the sky. But worse, that thing was falling fast. At this moment, Woojin realized the seriousness. Without hesitation, he ran quickly. But Woojin jumped out the window to block the grenade. He gritted his teeth, ready to disarm it bare-handed. The explosion drew everyone's attention below. What the hell? The car below was hit hard and dented. Woojin fell from an unimaginable height. The system announced that the magic armor skill had used up all remaining spirit energy. Woojin was furious. Who the hell is crazy enough to try blowing up an entire building just to kill me? Then he took a medicine to heal himself. The system notified that his wounds were healed thanks to the healing potion. People around asked Han, are you okay? Woojin spoke up. A terrorist attack right in the heart of the city. He looked around, feeling strange. I know I'm not a good person, but I didn't think I'd make strangers into enemies. Woojin spotted something suspicious. Chase that helicopter. The girl obeyed. Yes, master. Now he looked toward the opposite building. The laser person disappeared in an instant, but Woojin felt confident because just as the explosion happened, he sent Gop Lin to tail him, so finding him is only a matter of time. He wondered if he should check who it was. Meanwhile, Melody reported, Holy Lady, chairman of the A-Dan Guild, Woojin has arrived. She was surprised upon hearing the news. Immortal person? Melody was amazed. Isn't it true that if something is too much to handle, he won't do it? Mary denied. No, the Titan Guild personally escorted him to the hotel. Melody sighed. I see. She's very curious. Who exactly is this person that makes him so sensitive? Melody's lips trembled slightly. The sole summoner of massacre, the immortal. She feared meeting that person tomorrow, unable to avoid him any longer. But then she thought maybe he'd be annoyed if she hadn't sought him out first. Then she told Mary, he's exactly the kind of person who would do that. She asked which hotel he was at. Mary was surprised by her attitude. I only dared wonder quietly. The person the Holy Lady calls, that person. Now she's very serious. I should go meet him right away. At that moment, someone entered. Let us escort you, Holy Lady. Mary smiled happily. Perfect timing. She looked at the troops before her. The Arya Holy Knights. Captain Jemban of the Arya Holy Knights expressed, it's an honor to serve you. Right now, at the hotel where Woojin settled, Minchan bit his finger tightly, silently praying, please, please. Accompanying him was a staff member preparing to open the room door. Please, please. 5 minutes ago, while Min was comfortably showering, a loud explosion forced him to pay attention. What was that? A new gas tank exploded? People in the hotel shouted, fire! Oh my God! That's when Minchan started imagining the worst. No way. It can't be, right? Now he was very worried. Boss, please, why aren't you answering your phone? Finally, the staff managed to open the door. Minchan stared in shock at the room. He froze for a moment, realizing immediately. The image was a pile of wreckage. Sure enough, the boss caused the disaster. The car taking Melody was on the way. The Holy Lady seemed unwell. Her face showed some instability, but she denied it. No, Dien silently assessed. This was the first time he'd seen the Holy Lady like this. She seemed very different from usual. He promised himself that the Saintess who cured the disease would protect his loved ones at any cost. Suddenly, the car braked sharply. Instinctively, Woojin raised his hand to shield himself from the rain. The driver panicked. Is the Saintess okay? Woojin hurriedly asked about the situation. What's going on, Nick? The voice on the other end reported. I'm sorry, but there was an explosion ahead. Woojin exclaimed. What? Impatient. He stuck his head out the window to check. That's the direction of the hotel. Melody was confused. What's going on, James? He said. It seems like a terrorist attack. Looks like we have to turn back to ensure your safety. Melody paused, thinking, don't tell me he's gone crazy. So she insisted that they must find out exactly what happened. Woojin tried to stop her. We have to turn back. The commander will check the area and report back, he informed his team, heading back to the church. Nick, take the men and investigate what's going on. Nick responded clearly. In the end, Melody reluctantly turned around. She looked back at the hotel with regret. Meanwhile, in a grand-looking place, Woojin had been tracking the enemy all along. He seriously observed ahead but was spotted. He realized the enemy had detected him, and now they were circling the streets. They weren't foolish enough to return to their main base knowing this. Woojin decided to catch the enemy first. The man stopped as he realized Woojin was approaching. Moments later, he sprinted like lightning. Woojin was truly unprepared for this. Furious, he chased after him. Where do you think you're going? But the opponent's speed was just as fast, making it difficult for Woojin to get closer. He didn't want to accept it but had no choice. Don't tell me his speed matches mine. The face of Jun Hai flashed in his mind, reminding him of that bastard. But now Woojin stopped and used a technique, catching up to the man in the blink of an eye. The distance between them was just 1 centimeter close enough to grab. Yet, just as he reached out, Woojin surprisingly missed. In no time, the gap between them became a major issue again. Now Woojin looked at the opponent's level. Look at that. 70 already? He had to admit at this rank, the guy was basically the best in the world. Why does it have to be this bastard? The assassin deliberately taunted with his hand. Woojin sighed helplessly. Ridiculous. But he was very intrigued. Has it been 10 years? It's been a long time since someone dared openly challenge me like this, Woojin said. So cute and ambitious. Then he continued forward, moving deeper into a shadowy place. It turned out the assassin was hiding along the wall's edge. He had followed Woojin all the way to his own grave. This is my 100th hunt. The assassin recalled his dark childhood memories at age 10 in Afghanistan. His memories were bleak. His father sold him to a rebel group. The assassin clearly saw everything the moment his father was happy, earning a few dollars. Since then, he was no longer himself. I became a monster, and the war ahead is endless. The story that followed was shocking. It made the assassin determined to annihilate many enemies to survive, and he wouldn't stop there. He could kill entire battalions if needed. The assassin was always in a tricky situation. I have struck. He struck without mercy and killed again because he believed his survival depended on the death of his enemies. To become an awakened, he continued as an assassin, carrying out covert killings. Right now, he was waiting to eliminate Woojin. Come here. The assassin gripped his knife tightly. Like before, I'll kill you at the perfect moment in the perfect place. Then he counted down. 3, 2, 1. At the right moment, the assassin lunged forward. Now he swung his sword to attack, but Woojin successfully blocked. That surprised the assassin. Did he see through my invisibility technique? This time, he was sure Woojin really saw through his move. Immediately, Woojin grabbed the assassin by the collar. He leaned close. Finally caught you. But then the assassin swung his knife, catching Woojin off guard. Damn! He wildly slashed and pushed Woojin back. The assassin wondered, how does he know my position? Since becoming awakened, no one had sensed his presence before. At that moment, Woojin seized the opportunity to slip past the assassin. Excited, Woojin assessed, you're pretty good. A real assassin, quite skilled in one-on-one fights. You might even be better at direct combat than ambushes, huh? The assassin was highly alert. What is he saying? He talks like he already knows me. Then Woojin raised his hand high. Let me see what you've got. He then slammed the assassin hard into a beam. Woojin's power amazed him. What kind of strength is this? I've heard people say he's a soul summoner. In the blink of an eye, the assassin no longer saw his opponent. He had vanished. He guessed Woojin moved toward the end of the tunnel. The assassin grew more cautious. I'll chase him down and end this properly. At the ticket counter where faint light filtered through, the assassin carefully tracked Woojin's trail. He faced a dilemma. Many bloodstains, but no corpse. Suddenly, the assassin turned his head. Woojin appeared with a squad of skeletal soldiers surrounding him. Woojin was amused. So, shall we start the second test? The assassin vaguely wondered to himself, is this a trap? He looked at the pile of skeletal soldiers before him, feeling frustrated and unable to count them all. Finally, he sighed deeply as Woojin narrowed his eyes. That's Sang-ho, now enhancing his power with the Wrath skill. Woojin was surprised. Does he really have a skill that can make him go completely berserk? It must be a combat class somewhere between a warrior and an assassin. On the other side, Sang-ho swore to himself that Min-chan would be killed. Then he angrily charged forward like a fierce tiger. The skeleton soldiers instinctively stood in neat formation. From Woojin's perspective, Sang-ho looked very strong, but he only cared about one thing: he would be quite useful. After clearing the skeleton soldiers, Sang-ho glanced at Woojin, ready to kill. He silently affirmed he would kill him. Following the pack, Sang-ho rushed toward his opponent and survived. Now he was right behind Woojin. A slash tore through the space that was SAS's move aimed at Woojin. He smiled. The 100th hunt was successful, but Woojin was quicker and took the lead to finish SAS. He couldn't believe the reality. How could it be possible? Sas's head fell alone to the ground. Woojin smirked. If properly trained, he would be quite useful. Then he absorbed his spiritual energy. Use a 1,000-year-old relic to atone for the sin of pointing a sword at me and become my loyal slave. And it transformed into a soul seal stone. The system indicated the soul seal stone seals the soul of a slain friend. The skill is related to summoning the undead. Summon a Death Knight by forming a master-servant contract with a soul above level 70. Temporarily unable to use the current rank of level 62. Minimum rank required is level 70. The next day, in the Titan Guild's function room, someone sighed deeply. Min-chan was deeply worried. Where was he? What was he doing? Seeing this, Du Jaemin spoke up. Director, do you seem overly worried? He reassured. Woojin will return soon. Isn't he known as the strongest awakened in Korea? Seeing Do Jaemin's smile, Min-chan felt hopeful. That's right. But actually, Min-chan was worried about something else. Worried? What do you mean? Worried about the chairman who punched a missile away? On the contrary, I'm worried he'll use the U.S. attack as an excuse to cause trouble. Du Jaemin looked at the time. It was about to start. Let's go. Then they both settled into their arranged seats. Sang-ho began speaking. I would like to sincerely thank everyone who joined today's meeting. He announced that today's meeting was held to seek help from Awakened worldwide and to reveal a harsh reality that our guild alone can hardly handle. First, I'd like to talk about the dungeon. Sang-ho explained the dungeon we discovered is a spatial gate. He continued. This gate currently serves as a bridge between a planet called Anfen and Earth. Therefore, the large influx of monsters flooding Earth is no coincidence. They all come from Anfen. People began to murmur. Anfen, the dungeon is a spatial gate? Sang-ho explained the reason time in the dungeon passes 4 times slower is due to the actual difference between Anfen and Earth. Someone asked, wait, if the dungeon is a gate, do you mean we should seal the dungeon? Songho knew very well it was the Japanese multi-guild, those who were making astronomical amounts from their bloodstone careers. But he answered differently. No, even if we destroy this bridge, another will appear. Actually, we have another proposal, which is a preemptive strike, Songho declared clearly. Holy Maiden, Morta suddenly appeared in the meeting to allow everyone on Earth to cross the bridge and kill all the monsters there. First strike, everyone was buzzing. The Holy Maiden from the rumors. Morta smiled. Nice to meet you all. I am the Holy Maiden of Arya. Morta. I came from planet Anfen to seek Earth's aid, Dujamin grumbled below. Holy Maiden and Anfen, these things are too hard to believe. To us, she's no different from other awakened. Hearing this, Morty's eyes suddenly hardened. Then she raised her hand as if preparing a move. Instantly, the space was filled with a blue aura, impressing everyone. This is the energy surging within me. It makes no logical sense. Is she sharing her power with hundreds of awakened here at once? Morta asked again. Does this make it easier to believe? Dujamin was stunned by her. Now Mord could confidently speak. This Holy Knight squad and I will open the path to Anfen. Everyone must go to Anfen immediately for Earth's safety. She emphasized that if they hesitated, Earth would follow Anfen's fate and become rubble in the blink of an eye. And Morty believed this was a battle to save both worlds. Those below discussed skeptically. If that's true, we can save Earth and continue the Bloodstone trade. This is a chance to kill two birds with one stone. Just then, someone laughed aloud. Ridiculous. You think you can stir up chaos on Earth? Both Mord and Songho looked up in shock at him. It was Morta who froze seeing the person before her. She still recognized Woojin as the immortal. The chaotic atmosphere fell silent at Woojin's appearance. Morty's hands trembled naturally. Her appearance was slightly different, but she was sure it was him. Taking a few more steps, Woojin stopped in front of Morde. He spoke, "Yeah, this is kind of awkward, huh? Again, I have to look up to you?" Behind him, Latasha shouted loudly, "You pathetic weakling! Pay respects to the Holy Maiden now." Morty tried to stay calm as the commander of the Destruction Army. She slowly bowed down. The vanguard of the God of Destruction, the father waits alongside Emperor Adan. Dream slowly recites each line of the Immortal's decree. Her voice is deep and heavy, this lowly attendant of Arya. Suddenly, Woojin's mouth drops open in shock as before him, Dream bows at Woojin's feet. She pays respects amid the astonishment of many. "Greetings, sir." Woojin smiles lightly. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Meanwhile, Minchan is completely clueless about what just happened. What is this? A golden light envelops the entire room. Woojin asks if this affects the peace treaty in any way. Minchan is now very shaken. "The Saintess?" Dream confirms. "Of course not. If I knew this place was a Dan, I would never dare set foot here." Woojin continues questioning. "What brings you to Earth?" Dream honestly replies. "I received a divine command from the goddess that you must guide the saviors on this earth. I am only carrying out the goddess's orders, as instructed by this lowly attendant." Woojin wants to confirm something, but whatever. I don't need to hear more. "So you mean Arya sent you here, right?" Then he turns to Hale, chairman of the Titan Guild, and says, "Let's talk somewhere else. This place isn't suitable." Woojin heads to the cameraman. "Is this being streamed live?" He denies it. Vane insists. "Then turn on the live broadcast." The cameraman is surprised. "What did you just say?" Woojin smiles. "I was just about to send a year-end greeting." The cameraman nervously glances at Hale. The director says if it's an interview with the hero who stopped the terrorist attack on the hotel, then of course the whole world should see it. The cameraman starts recording, inviting Woojin to speak. Right from the start, Woojin curses loudly. "The bastard who fired rockets at me, the bastard who tried to cut in, and the mastermind bastard too. Are you watching?" He asserts to them. "Just wait. I'll come looking for you soon." The director wonders, is this a declaration of war against the terrorists? Minchin calls out. Chairman Woojin looks at him. "Minchin," he expresses relief that you're okay, and thanks for saving us from the explosion. Woojin is blunt. "It's nothing. Follow me. I have something to say to them." Minchan follows, eyes fixed ahead. "But Chairman," he feels curious. "Didn't you say you were friends with that Saintess? But what I just saw doesn't look like friends at all." Yet Woojin insists. "We really are friends." Minchan can't believe it. "What kind of friends are you?" Dongdoa calls out. The director responds. "Yes, Chairman." Dongdoa looks amused. "I think I've found a very interesting brother." Director Dong is puzzled. What exactly does he find interesting? Clearly, everyone here exudes danger. Then everyone gathers in the chairman's office. Songho sits down in the main chair. Dream whispers a reminder. "Chairman, you should give this seat to Emperor Adan. For things like this, Woojin is generous. Whatever, it's fine. Why make a fuss?" Songho offers. "You should sit too." "Saintess," Dream says. "How could I dare?" Woojin quietly commands. "Sit." Dream feels the chill in his voice and obediently complies. "Yes, sir." So Songho is very curious. "May I ask about your relationship?" Woojin insists we're friends, but Dream disagrees. Does the immortal really call herself your friend? How can she speak so fearlessly? Sangho is confused. The Saintess from Anfen acts like this? Woojin raises his voice. What? Are you trying to chair an interrogation or something? You can ask Dream these details later. Suddenly, he reaches into another dimension and pulls out someone, shocking everyone. This, Woojin explains excitedly, is the guy who attacked me last night. He tried to trap me in a dungeon and kill me. I hope you can investigate whose head this belongs to. Dream can't believe it. Someone tried to assassinate Emperor Adan? Earth really wants to self-destruct. Sangho is worried. Even if you ask, we really can't help. Vane insists, I don't doubt you guys. Just investigate which organization this guy belongs to. You know, there aren't many awakened A-rank assassins. Sangho hesitates, but Dream boldly interrupts. I will investigate. Sangho reminds her, Saintess, this should be our organization's job. She looks at him with determination. Chairman of the Titan Guild, thank you for cooperating with me so far. I have to live to repay my debts. Understand? I need to survive to return to Anfen and save many lives. So please don't provoke the immortal. Got it? So Sangho has no choice. Understood, Saintess. Woojin himself. Got it, Saintess. Woojin, Nian asked, but what's going on with those cases? Woojin was confused. What cases? He repeated what was said earlier. The newcomer said they would gather everyone to attack Anfen, right? Woojin wanted to clarify one thing. If all the fake Awakeners come to Anfen and cause pointless deaths, what will happen to Earth? Who will fight against the dungeon breaches on Earth? Do you want to die? Then he asked back, are you planning to go to war with me? Woojin fearfully bowed his head to the ground. How could a god dare? Woojin's tone turned cold. Stop overthinking and sit down right now. Explain properly. Woojin slowly continued. There is a way to stop all these dungeon breaches. So Woojin was very eager to hear it. Interesting. Go on, Woojin said. First, you have to know about the spatial sanctuary and the time shard. Meanwhile, at some anonymous subway station, a young man came in to report, Professor Leola, we have to relocate the base immediately. It seems a SOT has failed. Leola was a bit impatient. I'm almost done with my research. We can't move now. Isn't the deadline still 2 days away? The other reminded her, we can't give you any more time. Our base will be exposed. Yet Leola didn't seem worried at all. Wait 3 more hours. Once I finish this final test, we can leave. Now BB was scouting the situation. The place they chased to after following that assassin was a very suspicious laboratory. Things looked serious. At that moment, Leola was closing the lid of a bag, holding a bright yellow stone shard in her hand. BB recognized it as a time shard. The time shard hovered in midair. A trainee reported, Professor, has the bloodstone energy reached a record high? Leola asked. How much? He said it was over 5 stars already. Leola smiled with satisfaction. Perfect. She couldn't help but feel happy inside. This meant the highest authority in dungeon research was no longer with those corrupt officials, but with her. Another trainee panicked and reported, Professor, the numbers keep rising. It's past 6 stars now. Meanwhile, the time shard still hovered in space. BB hid in a corner, curious, what's with this mana wave? If this keeps up, something bad is going to happen. The trainee shouted in shock. The numbers are increasing rapidly. The screen showed continuous growth, and the whole lab started to stir. 7 stars already? Leola was stunned. In a flash, she looked at the time shard. It radiated more and more abundant energy, then suddenly unleashed a terrifying amount of power. Because of its influence, all the trainees collapsed on the floor. A sinister voice spoke, This is Earth. Huh, such a place full of life. BB, in her kitten form, ran over to block it. Who are you? Razum looked at her maliciously, a boosted lizard with a very familiar energy field. Now the two faced each other, right in the middle of the city. In the guild president's office, a voice echoed. Before I explain how to stop the dungeon breaches, Woojin said, you have to know about the spatial sanctuary and the time shard first, she explained clearly. First, about the spatial sanctuary. If I had to describe it, I'd say it's a special place belonging to higher dimensional spaces. But anyway, you've already been to a spatial sanctuary. Immortal. Woojin felt confused. Ah, Woojin shared, that's the dimension beyond the red gate in the high-level dungeons 4 and 6. After hearing that, Woojin understood. So that's the time sanctuary, Woojin continued. As you know, dungeons are gateways leading there, and several of those dungeons connect to a time sanctuary like the White Tower and the Tentacles. Woojin asked, how does that relate to stopping dungeon breaches? And why do breaches happen in the first place? Woojin explained, dungeon breaches is Earth's term for the synchronization process. Without enough mana reserves, monsters can't unleash their true power. So, they blow up those dungeons to mobilize dungeon energy, which is mana. She made it clear, turning Earth into a planet where they can operate freely, kind of like terraforming the terrain. Woojin thought, doesn't that mean no matter what, we can't stop them? Even if we clear the dungeons, mana will still accumulate on Earth from bloodstone mining. But Woojin revealed there is a way. Then, she shared, dungeons and time sanctuaries respond to their master's will, the Time Lord's will, so they can choose whether or not to send monsters. Things that always obey their orders, Woojin exclaimed in surprise. So is it possible that a Time Lord could side with them? Woojin confirmed, yes, Time Lords are the 72 commanders and rulers of Chat, plus many lower-ranking Time Lords. She added, and they can steal each other's power by fighting over time sanctuaries. Taking the chance, Woojin shared the current situation. For now, we're struggling to protect Anfen's territory. However, we really can't stop their attack direction, so my plan is to seize the power of a Time Lord, then fight them on equal footing. She spoke slowly to reclaim all the dungeons on Earth and Anfen. Woojin laughed excitedly after hearing that. Interesting, he asked. So, if their home is taken away, they become homeless, right? Woojin confirmed. Exactly. Woojin had a bold idea. If I could get them all, then maybe I could meet the name Shanae, a name that not even a single strand of hair has ever been seen. Woojin wants to continue the story. Alright, then tell me how to get a time-space sanctuary. Mordi reveals two ways. You can either steal one, or claim ownership of an unowned one. In either case, you'll need a stone called a time-space shard. Woojin immediately pulls out a time-space shard. Mordi screams loudly upon seeing it. How did you get that? Usually people just pick one up casually and use it. Mordi explains everything. If you've already stolen one, you only need one shard to establish ownership. But since you don't have any time-space sanctuary yet, you'll need 3 shards. Immortal 1. Woojin asks blankly. So can I just take any shard? You have to be chosen by a dungeon first. Mordi replies that since you already have 1 shard, a dungeon must have responded to you already. Hearing that, Woojin complains. Why is it so complicated? You need 3 shards? Then he thinks for a moment and asks, give me 2 more shards. Mordi is startled. Yes, sir. Judging by her expression, Woojin guesses she must already have at least 1 shard. He smiles brightly and spreads his hands. Give it here. After a brief negotiation, Mordi reluctantly gives Woojin another time-space shard. That's more like it, but he still doubts. Are you sure you only have 1? How can a Saintess have such weak power? Mordi laments. It was really hard for me to get this one, so you have to give it back to me. The goblin returns to Woojin after completing his mission. Woojin wonders, why are you back already? I told you to follow and assist BB. The goblin reports, Master, has the illusion witch been captured? Woojin can't hide his anger. What about BB? Who the hell did this? The goblin says it was one of Janet Razum's subordinates. Woojin quickly stands up. I have to go now. Minchan is confused. Where are you going? Woojin explains. The bastard's base tried to attack me with terrorism. Sangho tries to stop him, but the investigation team hasn't even been formed yet. You should wait until the team is ready. Woojin has to report. Razum has appeared. Mordi is startled and jumps up. What? It's too early for a main commander to show up. Ui quickly orders, just form any team and follow me. Now Woojin remembers something. He realizes there's no train station there. As the helicopter lands, Woojin immediately goes to rescue BB. Sangho wonders, Saintess, is it really okay without backup? How can we stop a dungeon raid with such few people? Mordi knows this person too well. It doesn't matter. Sangho hesitates. But Mordi assures, as long as your troops are there, that's enough force. Just wait for orders. At that moment, Woojin quickly opens the warehouse door. In front of him is a magical black hole. Razum holds BB hostage to threaten. That's definitely the boost aura of an immortal. He's excited that the place the person fled to is just this forgotten Earth. Woojin emphasizes that name in Razum's mind. He glances at him with icy cold eyes. Go ahead. You're already unconscious in my palm. Razum gets angry. I know you're happy to see me, but why are you acting so weird? Woojin reminds him. I'm sure you should have died by my hands at least 5 times. Are you mentally unstable? Hearing this, Razum flies into a rage. Not only does Woojin provoke him verbally, but he also smirks to bait him. Razum grits his teeth. Seems like that's true. Razum is very confident now, but at least you're back at square one. He starts to poke at Woojin's weak spot. You look worried about saving that girl, huh? Then Razum slowly steps across the magical pool between them and threatens. Then separate yourself from those kids outside. He demands a proper fight. Instantly, he disappears from the magical pool. Now Woojin has left that room. He asks Mordi, do you think this is a trap? She shares her opinion. Surely he knows the huge difference in power between you two. Why would he provoke you like that? Woojin confides that somehow he already knows his power isn't fully intact anymore. Mordi is surprised again. What? You lost your power back at Anfen? Woojin shares. Yeah. It's been recovering quickly but still not fully restored. Mordi is amazed. He lost the ultimate magic of a soul summoner? Woojin adds that the knights born from that place still haven't recovered, so Mordi is very worried. That's too dangerous. If you want to fight, you should at least have the knights healed. Yet Woojin remains confident. Who are you worried about? I'll be done in a flash. Just take me there. Morty has nothing more to say. Woojin looks again at the black hole in the room. He can clearly see the gate instantly exploding with power inside the hole. It's so strong it spreads outside. Everyone panics at this destruction. They look ahead in surprise. These are monsters crawling all over the ground. A dungeon raid. Everyone prepares to fight. This time the hole still glows, but more gently. Woojin wonders if it has no end. Is he planning to release all the monsters? He sneers. If that's the case, it seems he doesn't intend to let me take any loot from that dungeon. Woojin summons his monsters. Rock, he softly assures. Little buddy, I'll save Bibi soon, don't worry. Instead, handle them all. Woojin commands the swarm of bugs. The helicopter is now surrounded by powerful energy. Even the tank isn't exempt. Don't worry, just take care of them all. Woojin ordered the annoying bunch to move. The helicopter was now enveloped in powerful energy. Even the tank was no exception. All kinds of objects and tools were floating in midair. The monster's footsteps just touched the ground, and it still had a switch on its body. The people around were terrified. What the hell is that? Is that a transformer or something? It took giant steps that shook the ground. The others also exerted heavy pressure, but this transformer was more aggressive than all the rest. Now all the monsters charged at once. It turned out that each object from earlier had combined to form the transformer. While the helicopter's rotor blades were used for flying, the cannons fired explosive blasts. Everyone was terrified by the destruction. Modi still wondered about one thing. The immortal had lost his power. Was that really true? Meanwhile, the transformer kept advancing. Woojin had now jumped into Razmi's pit. The system announced, "You have entered the research facility of the sorcerer Razmote. You are in attack mode." Woojin realized this. What is this? This is different from when I entered other dungeons. Razm laughed gleefully. Fool, who would really follow me? He sneered. You think you can do anything without even a corpse? And yet Woojin showed no fear. Well, I'm still pretty sure I can kill you, Razm assessed. Your cocky attitude hasn't changed at all, huh? He was filled with hatred. You seem full of arrogance. However, if we fight using the exact same summoned creatures as before, it would benefit me more because I've enhanced my body through hybrid experiments. Woojin proposed. What do you think about returning Bibi before we fight? Razm mocked. You care about the safety of that thing? He didn't understand. Why don't you stop worrying about those useless things? Those things are just irritants that succeeded in annoying me. Woojin and Razm shouted loudly. They just have to be controlled. The system announced Sakibus Bibi has died. Sakil boost rank dropped to 1. You won't be able to summon her again for 32 days. Upon hearing this, Woojin's mind went blank. On top of that, Razm provoked him. What's wrong? Looks like you're angry. Woojin growled. No way. Just being angry can't express this rage. Razm laughed loudly. Your arrogant attitude hasn't changed at all, huh? He prepared to launch an attack, but today he boldly declared, this is the last day you can act like that. Just as Rasmus's sword was about to strike, Woojin quickly defended. He looked excited. Who would have thought you could take the hit? Did you drink some stamina potion or what? Woojin focused on countering without saying a word. Razm suddenly realized something, a sword, and Woojin unexpectedly threw him far away. Razm gritted his teeth in frustration after being hit, then returned to the fight. What was that new attack? Razm's hand trembled. How could the power of the Soul Master be at this level? He screamed in rage. Impossible. Razm refused to accept this truth. You've become a warrior now. The system announced the warrior's rage skill. This rage temporarily boosts your strength beyond your limit. All physical stats increase by 10. Woojin immediately charged at Razmi like a bullet. Razmi struggled to dodge. Razm noticed the sword turned into a spear. In the blink of an eye, Woojin's weapon transformed again. Now Razm had to use full strength to defend. But he was brutally struck by Woojin. Razm was in so much pain he coughed up blood. But Woojin didn't stop. He prepared a series of attacks and successfully slashed Razmi across the torso. Razmi ran out of strength and collapsed miserably to the ground. The system announced the warrior's rage skill duration has ended. The skill is now disabled. Woojin sneered. So boring. How can someone change their physique and still struggle against a warrior? Well, good luck next time. Razm was once again beaten to near death by Woojin. After finishing, Woojin immediately turned and left. Just then, Vazm's voice rose again. How interesting. He was smug. The immortal runs to earth, still not enough, and he even abandoned his soul master profession to train only one warrior skill. Woojin looked excited. Warrior or not, this is fun. He assessed again. His body could still regenerate even after being cut in half. Looks like he implanted something else into his body. Razm raised his demonic hand, preparing to perform something. Instantly, a horde of monsters was summoned. I'll make you regret that naive choice, immortal. With them in hand, Razm grew even more confident. He shouted, Kill him. The monsters obeyed their master and charged fiercely. Meanwhile, outside, the Transformer was still attacking. Sang-ho evaluated. The power was truly amazing. He was certain that with this strength, the golem alone could wipe out all the monsters. MY's expression was very heavy at this moment. She could sense the mana of this iron golem was limited. She wondered what the monsters would do once the golem could no longer fight. Everyone must stay alert and be ready to fight. Sang-ho replied, "Yes, ma'am, the Holy Maiden." She couldn't help but feel anxious. Instead of worrying about the Titan of Destruction, she worried more about the Immortal. Modi wondered how he planned to fight Razum without any summoned creatures. Razum judged his opponent as both naive and foolish. He grew arrogant. "Look at you, already beaten just fighting Chimera." Razum kept spitting insults. "You came here just to pay the price for giving up that overwhelming power in exchange for wielding that blood-stained sword?" Woojin smirked softly. "Who said I gave up? This attitude of yours is confusing, Razum. What the hell?" Woojin immediately used his ultimate move. His summoned skeleton army finally appeared. They lined up in a long row and fixed their gaze on Razum. Woojin revealed that he had just poured all his mana into the summon, so it would take some time to recover. This shocked Razum. "No way. You're supposed to be a warrior." Woojin confirmed, "I am indeed a warrior, but I never said I wasn't a summoner." At this point, Razum could only grit his teeth in anger. "You bastard, how dare you trap me like that?" Just as planned, Woojin was very confident now. This time, he took the initiative to charge forward. "So, shall we start round 2? The skeleton army charged in with a thunderous roar. Razum's monsters growled fiercely. One Razum, with extraordinary power, unleashed his energy. Meanwhile, Woojin and Razum faced off. He realized that it seemed like Razum was getting weaker instead of stronger. Razum slipped up. "The connection is unstable right now," but that gave Woojin a clue. The connection was also his weak spot. "But you've already lost your power, haven't you?" And sure enough, Woojin was struggling. "I've done my best. It feels like I can't put any more effort into this fight," he silently calculated. "Is it time already?" The system kept notifying him. "You have defeated an enemy. Your friend's FB has increased." At that moment, a unique idea popped into Woojin's mind. He praised himself. "Well done." The system announced his level up, all stats fully restored. Woojin assessed Razum. "You look pretty tired." He launched another powerful attack. "Go take a break." Razum was once again forced into a defensive stance. His head was twitching uncontrollably. But Woojin had the plan figured out. "How dare you? And what painful trick are you about to serve Razum?" This time, his head was severed from his body, yet that angry, sinister laughter still echoed. Razum was cunning. "This glorious moment of yours won't last long. The connection has started." And he warned, "If you want to live, you better run," Woojin boldly declared. "Not a chance I'm running." Damn it. The sunset gradually dyed the sky a blazing red, standing silently amid smoke and wreckage. Woojin stepped behind him and gently praised him. "Well done." Slowly turning around, he emitted vague, meaningless sounds. Woojin seriously apologized to him. "I'm sorry." He lowered his eyes at the summon. Even when summoners die, their summoned spirit beasts don't disappear, but must live unconsciously in a dense void. Woojin gently touched the summon. He gave it one last instruction. "Go back and take care of Bibi for me." The massive body of Jock collapsed the next moment. Woojin's face was now cold and emotionless. He asked, "Dream, there was also a dungeon outbreak outside the train station. You know why, right?" She answered, "The Earth hasn't fully synchronized yet. Especially dungeons can't just appear anywhere naturally, and dungeon outbreaks are similar." He listened carefully as she spoke. "But this place isn't a normal dungeon. It's a summoning point." He questioned, "A summoning point?" Dream seriously replied, "Yes. Someone on Earth used a spatial fragment. It seems they summoned a dungeon, causing monsters to spill out." Woojin's expression darkened silently. He clenched his teeth. What idiot would create a dungeon if they can't handle it? He softly called, "Dream." She immediately responded, "Yes." Woojin said firmly, "I can't let dungeons keep coming to Earth like this. I need your cooperation. I'll help Anfen if I get the sanctuary in return." These words shocked Dream so much she gasped. "The Immortal will save Anfen?" Looking at Woojin's towering back, she exclaimed, "Oh my god, I knew it. The one who brings revelation is the Immortal." Dream bowed deeply to show her gratitude. "I will support you with all my might." The story flashed back. After the dungeon outbreak, Woojin focused on leveling up by raiding 6-star dungeons with the help of the Titan Guild. Thanks to that, he had the chance to team up with Ding Kun. Thus, the Adon Guild and Titan Guild established a strong alliance. They discussed Earth's defense issues and the expedition to Anfen. But this alliance quickly fell apart. The announcement of the alliance's end came amid chaos. The forces on the ground and Anfin's situation were discussed alongside the dungeon structure. This caused worldwide confusion. an unavoidable crisis. The bloodline problem is a tough challenge for this planet. Earth is threatened due to the exploitation and use of bloodstones. Yet humanity continues to mine them, and they are also used as weapons to protect people. This led to two opposing opinions. The world was divided into two camps. A heated debate erupted between those wanting to close all dungeons and those wanting to strengthen defenses by exploiting dungeons. This difficult situation needs a reasonable solution. So what's needed now is a unified defense system, leading to the formation of the International Awakening Association. Time passed to 1 month later. On a return day at an airport, a private jet was parked. Woojin and Ding Kun shook hands and exchanged polite words. "You've worked hard. We're truly grateful. Thanks to you, I could comfortably enter the dungeon like this." Woojin glanced at M, standing nearby. His words made her feel very uneasy. "I guess from now on, you'll feel better not having to look at my face anymore, huh?" He raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Did she just hit the bullseye?" She hurriedly denied it. "That's not it," he asked again. "It's okay. It's obvious." She could only shyly turn her face away. Lee Songho and Woojin said their final goodbyes. "Then see you again in Anfen. Wishing you a safe journey." The scene shifts to a bustling city, with skyscrapers packed tightly together. Rain passes by the statue of the goddess as she prays reverently. "Goddess, the day I return to Anfen is drawing near." Suddenly, she hears strange sounds. She opens her eyes wide in disbelief. This must be a dream. She looks at the gentle face of the statue. The goddess's trust. The goddess guides her. "Follow." She wonders, follow who? The goddess slowly instructs, "Follow him." A bad feeling rises in her. The goddess continues slowly, "Stay by his side." The goddess softly utters the final words, "Stay by Kang Woojin's side." Those words pierce her mind like arrows. She collapses, tears falling for her fate. "Goddess, why must I suffer like this?" The scene shifts to a peaceful small town. On a large screen in the square, news is playing. A black car speeds down the road. A voice comes from inside. "Let me off here." Minchan turns his head sharply, incredulous. "What?" Woojin points outside. "Stop over there. I'll take a taxi myself." Minchan awkwardly asks, "What about dinner with the chairman?" He sighs indifferently. "Dinner? I'm full already," he thinks to himself, sweating heavily and bored. "Do you think it's that easy to get invited by the chairman for dinner?" Woojin turns back inside and says, "You can go in my place." Minchan is conflicted, but he has to go. He still needs to meet the CEO. He suggests, "Make a new business card." That sentence freezes Woojin for a few seconds. "What?" Woojin declares. "From now on, you'll be the deputy director." The car stops by the roadside. The door opens. Woojin puts his hands in his jacket pockets, bows his head to say goodbye to Minchan. "I'm tired, so I'm heading home." "Then I wish you a good conversation." Minchan hesitates, wanting to keep him, but this is beyond him now. He waves goodbye. "Good luck, Deputy Director Dung Minchan." "You're just leaving me like that?" Minchan holds his head in distress. "What the hell am I supposed to do now? That was a date with the chairman. How did I suddenly become Deputy Director?" He mutters like he's losing his mind. Deputy Director. Then suddenly, he laughs wildly. "I'm the Deputy Director now." The driver mutters, "This group is seriously not normal." In a quiet neighborhood called Peaceful Residence, a faint phone call comes through. "Is that your son? Are you in Korea?" The taxi speeds down the road. The phone call is coming from inside. "Yes, I'm on my way home." "Oh my God. What should I do, Mom?" Woojin sits talking on the phone with his mother. "I'm outside and might not get back until evening." "It's okay, Mom. Take your time." The taxi slowly stops by the curb. The driver quotes a fare of 25,000 won. He rummages through his jacket pockets but seems unable to find any money. He frowns, thinking, "I think I left my wallet with Mom in the luggage at Minchan's place." Realizing he has no money to pay, Woojin tells the driver, "Sir, can you wait for me at gas? Should I meet him again?" The scene shifts to a luxury apartment complex. The phone on the table rings with a call from Woojin. On the desk calendar, the number 17 is circled in red pen. Minchan answers. "Hey, how's the move to America going?" The voice on the other end replies, "Ma-chan, are you home?" He's surprised by the question. "Why?" Woojin calls on the phone. Ma-chan immediately answers, "Yes?" Woojin speaks outside, holding 50,000 won immediately. "What? You don't have money for the taxi, so you came out to pay for me?" Hearing that, Machin is speechless. This old man never changes at all. Jay steps out and sees his younger brother preparing to go out. His face shows surprise. She seriously asks, "Where are you going? Isn't your final exam coming up?" Machin replies, "I need to go out for a bit." JW's tone is full of worry, hands on hips, saying, "You have the National College entrance exam tomorrow. You might catch a cold." He turns around, adjusting his jacket, replying, "I'm just going out for a little while to give the taxi money to Woojin." Hearing that name, JW's face flushes slightly. Woojin? The scene gradually leads to a quiet cafe. Woojin's voice rises. Jay, I thought you had left, but you're still home. He continues. You should have told Minchan to go instead. I feel bad. JW hurriedly waves her hand, embarrassed, refusing. It's okay. It's been a long time since I saw you, right? Woojin, her face showing happiness, says to him, by the way, I quit that job at the house over there. Woojin is a bit surprised and asks again, really? To become a celebrity? Woojin shares her joy, smiling playfully. I read an article about that. They called you Kang Woojin's beautiful woman. JW's cheeks blush deeply. Stop teasing me. He laughs, with eyes squinting, voice softening. All right, she changes the subject, but besides that, JW hands him her phone to show. Look at this. She briefly explains the situation. Yes, I'm writing an online novel now. I've always wanted to be a writer. Now I can make that happen. Woojin looks at the phone and replies, that's great. So you like writing? Let me see. He quickly reads through her novel. Below a Korean all-boys high school, a summoning magic circle suddenly appears. The story unfolds with intense drama. The main character passes through the magic circle into another world. The protagonist goes through countless ups and downs. The main character faces many hardships and becomes a powerful warrior. Finally, the protagonist finds a way back to Earth, but the next developments don't seem very smooth. However, when he returns to Earth, he discovers it's no longer the same as before. Humans are losing to monsters. Woojin was a bit surprised reading this story. Is this me? Minchan was extremely excited when he realized it. It's because, while thinking about it, I remembered him, but reading it was quite enjoyable too. You praised it wonderfully. Her story also has many comments. Most of the comments below are urging to release the next chapter soon. What does that mean? Supporting the author. Keep writing, author, come on. Just killing time here. Probably about to mess everything up again. Don't read the comments. Woojin blushed and hesitated to speak. But anyway, she gathered all her courage to say it. I also really want to say thank you to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to walk normally among people like this. Nor could I do what I truly want. Woojin smiled softly. He ruffled her hair and said, it's nothing. He looked at her with a gentler gaze because she was strong enough to overcome everything. He only helped a little bit. Those encouraging words gave Minchan a lot of motivation. It's because she was strong enough to choose the life she wanted. She sincerely thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. Woojin then shifted the scene to the main headquarters of the A-Dan Guild. Everyone inside was busy working very seriously. Woojin was walking slowly down the hallway. He gently opened the office door. With hands on his hips, Woojin said, the guild looks a bit crowded, doesn't it? Everyone was surprised and exclaimed in unison, Boss, you're here early? He smiled maturely and asked, I'm here now. How are you doing? Woojin stepped forward and asked, have Sunggu and Hale arrived yet? People nearby whispered, that's Kang Woojin. Si-hun replied, they're arranging the trophies, probably heading back soon. Suddenly, a pair of legs stood at attention behind, and a voice spoke up. Hello, Chairman. Woojin and Si-hun both turned to look behind. So, it's Haesol. She smiled slightly when Woojin asked, Lieutenant? Wow, when did you get here? Haesol replied, I'm no longer a lieutenant but a reservist now. I started working yesterday, so try saying that seriously. He asked again. So, from now until then, there's still a long way before you can take off the uniform, huh? But there's preparation beforehand. Woojin laughed and said, when Minchan arrives, we'll talk about that later. Let's do a quick interview now. She seemed surprised. The scene shifted to the chairman's office at the guild, where he and she sat facing each other. Woojin scrutinized every detail about Haesol. Level 14. Profession Pure Beast Tamer. Noted for strong pride and great loyalty, he stared at her and said, a forced-level beast tamer still has a lot to improve. Haesol broke out in sweat and asked in surprise, how do you know? Woojin calmly replied, I can see. Suddenly he fell silent, and her face showed clear worry. He thought back to before. Last month in North Korea, Lee Song-ho tested her. She was still level 11, with no impressive skills at all. Probably due to accelerated synchronization, but leveling up 3 ranks in a short time isn't bad potential. The scene showed many tanks and planes in the sky. Because soldiers used modern weapons, she had no chance to develop her pseudo-awakening skills. Woojin suddenly reached out, surprising Haesol. Here, take this. Her eyes widened in shock. What? He pointed to the gems in his hand and said to Haesol, don't know how? Swallow this, then latch onto it to channel mana inside. She couldn't hide her astonishment and said, I mean, aren't these reinforcement stones? Why are you giving me such expensive reinforcement stones? Woojin sighed. If you're like this, I can't help you. You have to use these first. He stretched out both hands with the stones in front of Haesol. Swallow them all. As soon as she took them, Haesol's hands trembled with joy and said, I will definitely use them well. She began swallowing each stone. Stamina increased by 3, mana increased by 4, strength increased by 3. He folded his arms, clearly satisfied with her. Good. You're quite compatible with the medicine. Woojin rested his chin, thinking. As for skills, which one is it? Her basic skills are pretty good, and since she's in the military, she also has a good understanding of the battlefield. Suddenly, he saw the exact book he was looking for. Found it. The system's voice rang out. Telepathy allows you to communicate with others through brainwaves, and you can issue commands even in chaotic battles. Woojin immediately handed the book to Haesol. Here, take it, she asked curiously. He replied, this is the most important thing. You have to master this skill. After hearing that, she cautiously responded, yes, sir. Meanwhile, he gathered more books and told her to come here again. Study all these too. She was stunned, thinking about all that. At the same time, a voice exclaimed, hey, it's Sungu, he shouted. Are you serious? Woojin asked blankly. What? Sungu was panting and thinking. I can't believe he greeted me like that right after coming back from America. Woojin thought silently. Sungu has grown a lot. He quickly grabbed the remote to turn on the TV. Look, on the screen quickly appeared a press conference about a defense agreement with North Korea. We announced that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has signed a military agreement with the A-Dan Guild. They reported the defense agreement with North Korea. Woojin immediately recognized, isn't that Minchen? After eating, what is he still doing there? He asked awkwardly. Don't you know? Before answering, he asked again. Who are those people in front? Haesol answered. The Minister of Defense and the Army Marshal. He continued. According to the agreement, our guild will receive similar support from the government in the future. The news surprised Woojin quite a bit. Really? Sungu showed annoyance at Woojin's repeated question. Is this the time to say, really? Adding to that, our guild is responsible for national defense, so we're basically like the country's military, right? Woojin gritted his teeth, his face tightening with discomfort. What? The national military? Realizing the issue, Sungu exclaimed, Bro, simply put, we have to spend more time in the military. Hearing that, he was shocked and couldn't believe it. The meeting screen ended, and he thought to himself, damn these bastards. I just told him to go for a meal. How did it turn into this? Woojin's angry aura suddenly silenced the room. He spoke up. When that bastard gets back, tell him not to go anywhere. Hemin replied, yes, sir. After saying that, he saw him turn and leave. Where are you going? He answered, to the new training center. Woojin turned back, surprising Sungu. I'm heading to a dungeon. Come with me, Sungu. Heesun, he loudly asked. Heesun, are you also an Awakened? She shyly said. Yes, I have mana and skills too. Sungu grabbed Hyun's hand, startling her. He cried while saying, from now on, I will definitely work hard. She gently replied, all right, what is it? The scene shifted to an afternoon bathed in sunset light. Park Junpyo came to pick up Min. Let me take you home, sir. He smiled and replied, all right, thank you. Park Junpyo politely asked if he needed a ride home. Min-chan looked straight at him and answered, no, take me to the office. Under the sunset, a line of cars waited at a red light. Meanwhile, Min-chan was focused on his phone. Suddenly, Park Junpyo spoke up, catching his attention. You guys will have to move headquarters soon, he continued. Your guild now has to protect the entire country, so I think you all should have a bigger place. Just pick a spot and we can start working right away. Min-chan put the phone to his ear as if calling someone, then replied to him. We haven't even signed the contract yet. The chairman's opinion is also very important, Park Junpyo cheerfully said. The terms are great, so he will definitely agree. He added with a smug smile, I'll discuss it thoroughly with him. Suddenly, the other line answered. Min-chan heard a different voice and asked curiously, Min, why are you the one answering? Hin replied, the chairman went to the dungeon with Director Hong and Haesol. He responded, really? On the other end, Hin put his hands on his hips and asked, but what the hell happened with the director? Nian Trang laughed heartily. Director A, now I'm the vice chairman. He scratched his head, clearly confused. This is no time for jokes. Protecting the Republic of Korea. How could something like this happen? Min-chan was startled as he realized the problem. How do you know that? Hin replied with emphasis. What do you mean? It's all over the news. He listened and widened his eyes in shock. What? Min-chan turned to ask Park Junpyo if the meeting was replayed. He casually replied, no way. If that happened, it must be a coincidence. Min's face darkened, looking panicked and unable to hide it. A coincidence? No way. He hurriedly grabbed the phone and said to the other side, I'm heading to the office now, Hemin quickly advised. But don't tell anyone I said this. The chairman doesn't look very happy. The scene flashed past tall buildings as he silently pondered in anger. Those damn old foxes, no wonder they rushed to offer such great deals. Min-chan recalled the conversation about the president's proposals at dinner. They wanted to upgrade Guild A-Dan into an organization called the Korean Guild. The scene showed devastation. Guild A-Dan was just a stepping stone to keep Woojin anchored. The strongest awakened wouldn't leave Korea. He remembered sitting and talking with them, and after dinner, the negotiation. They promised to help immediately if he got the chairman's approval. The scene seemed very harmonious. He couldn't believe they held a secret meeting like that before the chairman agreed. He recalled shaking hands with him and wondered why. Min Chan's face remained grim and even more troubled. They showed it to pressure the chairman into agreeing, but that was impossible. Because of the chairman's character, he gradually grew worried. If the chairman found out what happened, he wouldn't hesitate to turn the blue house upside down. The sunset light seemed to blend with Min Chan's thoughts. If he wants the chairman to stay in Korea, he has to stop that from happening. He was sure he could come up with a way. Meanwhile, in another development, inside the 6-star dungeon at Gate 9 of the South Station, the faint smell of blood gradually spread, making the atmosphere heavy. Hee-sun's face was extremely unpleasant. She turned around and pointed, asking, "Sorry, I'm still a forced rank, right? We came to the wrong dungeon, didn't we? A normal new staff like me should be going to a 1-star dungeon." Sunggu scratched his head and laughed, making her embarrassed. The more she spoke, the more confused she became. "What do you mean? I don't understand anything." He continued, "I think you might actually die, but we'll try to help you." Hee-sun was filled with silent anxiety. He didn't make her feel safe at all. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "What about the chairman?" He replied, "He went in earlier." That made Hee-sun even more surprised. "What? Weren't we here for training?" Sunggu answered, "That's just one step in the plan. Here, take this," she realized and exclaimed. It was a dagger. He raised the dagger and asked if she had ever tried cutting raw fish before. Hee-sun suddenly startled. "What?" Monsters were lying scattered all over the floor. Hee-sun hurriedly scooped up each blood core and put them into a bag. She had gathered a whole bag full of blood cores. Hee-sun's mood was heavy, sweat pouring down like a shower. She wondered where she was and why she was there. Meanwhile, Sunggu quickly grabbed all the blood cores, surprising her. He was too fast. How could he be that fast? After finishing the task, he slung his backpack over his shoulder. Sunggu urged, "Hee-sun, hurry up, honorable. At this rate, we'll run into the senior before even going downstairs." She replied seriously, "Yes." Hee-sun walked over to him, thinking to herself that she was already digging bloodstones pretty fast but still couldn't keep up with him. How the hell does the chairman hunt like that? Suddenly, a noise came from somewhere in the quiet space. She couldn't help but ask, "What's that sound?" Dozens of pairs of eyes flashed deep red in the darkness. Hee-sun thought silently, "Monsters?" Fear gradually showed on her face. And not just one or two. Did the chairman miss them? Next to her, Sunggu remained calm without a hint of worry. "Oh God, it looks like he's already heading up." Hee-sun exclaimed. "What?" From the darkness, countless skeletons stepped out, their eyes flickering with eerie red light. She recognized them as skeletons. Suddenly, where did Woojin appear from? "You two aren't done yet?" Seeing him come out, Hee-sun called out, "Chairman." Sunggu quickly approached. "I'll gather them all up right here." He waved his hand. "No need, just follow me. We're heading to the gate." Han glared silently as if frozen, thinking the chairman wasn't hunting alone. She watched Woojin and the skeleton army leave one by one, summoning over 100 of those things at once. So this is how the chairman clears the dungeon so quickly. The next morning, fresh air filled the scene, and a spatial gate appeared in midair. Hee-sun kept coughing. Sunggu came over and asked, "Hee-sun, feeling better now? It feels weird going through the gate, right?" Sweat stuck to her skin, and she wiped her chin, replying, "Is it always this tough?" He answered, "Depends on the person, but you'll get used to it soon." Sunggu smiled brightly and said, "Shall we go? He's already ahead." Hee-sun agreed. Yes. The two walked side by side along the forest path. Hee-sun watched him closely and immediately asked, "Why is your clothes still okay?" He didn't hesitate to explain that these were dungeon item clothes, and the guild would pay for these things. When they arrived, they saw Woojin standing in front of a giant skeleton frame. Sunggu was quite surprised and said, "I thought you went ahead already." He smiled upon hearing that. "Perfect timing," Woojin called out. "Come here." Honorable reflexively, Hee-sun ran to him. "You called me," he pointed inside and ordered, "Try taming that." She was stunned by the sight before her. Inside the cage was a fierce, sad tiger staring at her. That thing? A book chained tightly appeared clearly before her eyes. Along with that, the system voice rang out. "High-level fire magic has very strict requirements, so you can't just slowly get used to it. But now you can learn it. Congratulations on reaching grade A." Sunggu's profession nameplate appeared. The system continued congratulating, making him blush. "Finally, you can become a person of fire. Back in reality," Sunggu shouted with joy. He thought, "I'm so glad. I can't believe that even with good intentions, I still complain. Brother, I'll follow you for life." The Sadre Tutter tiger growled fiercely inside the cage. He-sun nervously asked Woojin, Chairman, do I really have to do this? I feel like if I go over there, I'll just end up as minced meat. He smiled wryly at her. You think I'd just let you become minced meat? And who said you have to fight it? I told you to tame it. Then he turned and ordered Sungu, Sungu, make that thing obey. He responded firmly. Yes. Immediately, he jumped into the air. He landed lightly on the ground, making the tiger even more alert. Sungu quickly smiled with squinted eyes and greeted it. It kept growling and stared at him intently. Suddenly, it roared so loudly the echo spread everywhere. He-sun tried to stand firm against its roar. It was terrifying to the extreme. Sungu remained calm and smirked. Why are you yelling? He took off his jacket, ready to fight. We have to start now, right? The sad Tutter growled and swiftly lunged at him. Sungu clenched his fists, preparing to strike. I'm made of iron and steel. Sorry, this might hurt. He unleashed hundreds of rapid punches to its face. The speed of his strikes was so fast the tiger couldn't react and froze in place. He-sun stood still, eyes wide open. Not done yet. Sungu kicked it, sending its whole body flying. The sad Tutter crashed hard to the ground. She was stunned by Sungu's strength. I heard he's only grade B, right? Is Director Heil really that strong? He-sun recalled when he cried and thought, does he really look strong at all? She remembered what Sungu had said earlier. From today on, let's work hard together. Sungu smiled and waved, shouting loudly, I think you can come over now. It was already near sunset. Sungu touched the satyr tiger and said, tame it. Hearing that, it was unwilling, grinding its teeth and glaring at him. Seeing this, he angrily stomped repeatedly on it. How dare you bare your teeth at me? That's right. He stomped on it. He-sun's expression darkened as she said to Woojin, Chairman, I think trying again won't work, and I don't have much mana left either. Step on it. Heil's expression darkened as he spoke to Woojin. Mr. Chairman, I don't think another attempt will succeed, and I don't have much mana left either. As she spoke, her whole body seemed to regain vitality, startling her. My mana recovered? Did you do something, Mr. Chairman? Woojin reassured her. Don't lose patience. It's naturally difficult because of the rank difference. She asked, so what should I do? He held up 2 fingers and said, there are 2 ways to tame a beast. Either you bond with it, making it feel like you're friends, or you beat it until it submits. Hale asked curiously, what should I do now? Isn't it already beaten to a pulp? Woojin said with a calm face. Not at all. You weren't the one who hit it, right? He pointed towards Sungu. The real villain here is that guy. Meanwhile, Sungu was enthusiastically attacking Sadre Tutter Tiger. Come on, one more time. He looked over and saw it clutching its head, trying to endure the pain. That thing is the one getting beaten, Woojin continued. With sharp eyes, he looked at Heil and asked, what should you do now? Heil stepped into the cage, standing face to face with Sungu. Suddenly, Sungu acted strangely, speaking with contempt. You think someone like you can stop me? Heil recalled Woojin's instruction to protect the saber-toothed tiger from the villain, save it, and befriend it. She fell into an awkward state. What kind of situation is this? With such a cheap performance, how am I supposed to fool it? While she was still thinking, Sungu suddenly threw a punch that caught Heil off guard. She quickly raised both hands to block the attack. The attack was so strong it broke both her bones. Broken? He was clearly striking pretty slowly, Sungu shouted. I'm here. Heil raised her hand, signaling to stop. Director Heil, wait. My arm is broken. Hearing that, Sungu became even more furious. Weakling, Heil cried out helplessly. Director Heil, Woojin stood with arms crossed, urging, Heil, fake an attack on him so you can get closer and befriend him. After receiving the instruction, Heil gathered momentum, clenched her fist, and charged straight at Sungu. The punch quickly landed on him. It seemed nothing happened, but the next moment, Sungu was thrown violently backward, bones cracking around him. Even Heil was surprised by her own punch. Sad Tutter growled but moved toward her. Heil startled and turned back. Instead of a fierce look, it appeared cute with big, glistening eyes filled with tears. Heil thought it was already touched, like a kitten rubbing its head against her. What the hell? Why are you acting like this? Woojin smiled with satisfaction. Good, now you have a protector. Sungu ran over and asked Han, hey, how was my acting? Woojin praised him like he had won Best Actor. Heil exclaimed, Director Heil, you were so scary just now. I didn't know you were a pseudo-awakened physical strength user. He replied disappointedly, but I'm a mage. She was suspicious. What? That night, the 3 sat around a blazing fire. Sungu hesitated as if wanting to say something. Woojin asked, what's wrong? Why the face? He said, man? Woojin replied, I can't hold it in anymore. Dung expressed her feelings. All this time, I've only trusted you. Maybe it's because of your help that I've gotten stronger. But she said loudly, I'm a fire mage, so why did I only know how to rush in and punch during fights? Isn't that strange? He thought silently. Since awakening, He's dreamed of being a fire mage. Woojin just smirked lightly without replying. He looked straight at Sunggu, responding to Director Hyle's question. How does it feel being a director now? Sunggu shared his feelings. It's just a lot of errands, Woojin interrupted. So you're a high-paid errand runner. He chuckled and explained, That's not what I meant. What do you think the meaning of those errands is? When I have to go on a business trip and need someone to handle my chores, who do you think it will be? He suddenly understood. No way. Still smiling, Woojin continued. That's right. You're the second in command of our guild. That means one day you'll get stronger too. Sunggu cheered. Man, as a bustling crowd appeared. In front of the Atom Guild office door, Minchan was so nervous his legs trembled uncontrollably. He clasped his hands, thinking of a solution. What should I do? How can I make the chairman understand without upsetting him? Suddenly, the door burst open. Woojin asked, Here? He startled and replied, Chairman. Woojin gritted his teeth in frustration. Look me in the eye. Minchan was sweating profusely. He answered fearfully, Yes, sir. I was just outside the chairman's office. The silence was eerily intense. Minchan curled up before Woojin. He looked at him and asked, What's with the news report? He hurriedly explained, That's fake news. The recording of the meeting was supposed to be sent to the chairman first for the final decision before being released to the media, but they aired the wrong footage. He added, They just pretended it was a mistake. Minchan continued, But honestly, their conditions aren't bad, right? I mean, they're pretty good. The government is just doing their best to stop the chairman's influence. Actually, there are still a few countries putting pressure on the South Korean government. Woojin's voice gently called the name. Minchan responded reflexively, Yes. He crossed his arms with a cold tone. The issue isn't about whether the conditions are good or bad, he shouted. So keep talking. Have you forgotten the original purpose when I founded the guild? He asked. To get exempted from military service? Woojin said irritably. If I didn't want to do military service, I could just join the Hem Guild. So why bother forming a guild? At that moment, Min suddenly realized, oh no, it's because he doesn't want to serve under anyone, not even the government, right? If that's the case, why not just pick some deserted island and declare independence? He glanced coldly. Well, there's no other way. Blood debt must be paid with blood, and the more retaliation, the better. Woojin ordered the reporters outside to come in. The reporters immediately started taking pictures, flashes flashing everywhere. Woojin stood on the podium to speak in front of the press. He looked down thoughtfully, furrowing his brow for a moment, holding the paper in his hand. His speech. First of all, I sincerely apologize for providing misinformation about announcing an agreement with the government when the guild had not yet made a final decision. Woojin decisively tore the paper in half. All right, I'll answer questions later. As the president of the Adan Guild, let me clarify this first. Minchan was truly surprised by his action. Woojin continued. The government sent a draft of an unsigned agreement to the TV station for broadcast, which made me feel extremely bad. Everyone below murmured in unison. So the Blue House lied. This is breaking news. He added, that contract thing doesn't exist, so don't ever mention it again. I'm probably about to migrate soon. Woojin smirked. If you guys pick a fight with me, I'll leave immediately. Just tell them that. Dismissed. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the reporters shouting behind him. President Woojin, I have a question. President Kang Woojin. Woojin passed by, deliberately speaking to Minchan. After settling things, he had already started the spark. He bowed his head timidly. Yes, Mr. President. Minchan watched Woojin's retreating figure. He was anxious, thinking the public would explode with debate. But even if the opponent is the South Korean government, there's nothing to fear. Minchan felt relieved. Thank God he didn't storm straight to the Blue House. The reporters below were still bustling, calling out, Vice President, I have a question. Vice President Dungmin Tran. The subsequent developments seemed a bit unfavorable. After the Adan Guild's press conference, both the media and the entire internet went crazy. The news quickly made netizens anxious. Countless opinions swirled around this topic, but the agreement was still unsigned. Has Kang Woojin decided to immigrate to the U.S.? The South Korean government was rejected. These things were ordered by the South Korean government to be announced even before signing, meaning the fake awakened class AA president of the War Guild and the three major guilds were enough to protect Korea. Then, just a few hours later, the Aeon Guild dismissed it. Japan and China are both watching this closely. The world needs another fake awakened class AA. This news caused a storm in public opinion. Scene shifts to the guild building. Meanwhile, the Aeon Guild was preparing for the upcoming disaster. To strengthen their guild's power, they recruited more new, awakened. Inside, the office was quiet and serious. Everyone was busy working. Nian Trang carefully explained to the person on the other end of the line, No, our president's decision is clear enough. No need to reconsider. After hanging up, he sighed, busy and still getting calls. He turned to ask Hemin, how many applications for Awakened are there? He put his hands on his hips as Hemin replied, "Today there are 1,200 applications, quite a lot, but most are forced." Minchan rubbed his chin and said, "Got it. High-level awakened usually already joined some guild, or they want freedom." Hemin was optimistic, but they were still worth expecting, because the president could nurture them. Director Hong and He Han were also forced at first. Hearing this, Minchan regained his mood. "That's right. That's the best. As long as those awakened develop to a certain level, our guild's scale will be enough to overshadow the three major guilds." The two encouraged each other, truly inspiring. "Cheer up," the system notification appeared. "Level up. You have reached level 70. Woojin slapped his hip, grinning proudly. Reached level 70. He recalled the past and finally could unlock that skill. It was the thing from the past that helped him have an army of 10,000 back then. Woojin activated the skill, summoning Death Knights. Black bone-like figures swirled around him. He smiled with satisfaction, feeling them. 52 Death Knights in the summoning realm. Woojin raised his hand, and a blue gem instantly appeared on his palm. "I even have new soldiers." He raised his hand high. "Come here." And Saturday, the system voice rang out. "You have released the seal for Insat's soul." In the dark night, a flickering blue light appeared. A voice echoed along with countless images. "I will kill you." The voice repeated only one sentence. "I will kill you." It seemed Ansat had a fierce desire to kill someone. "I will kill you," and also a desire to survive and live on. Ansat dashed quickly toward Woojin. He raised his fist at him. "My goal is destruction." Woojin casually said one sentence. "Stop." Ansat immediately froze midair. He was startled, realizing he couldn't move his body anymore. What had he done? Woojin coldly ordered, "Kneel." Ansat's knees slammed hard onto the ground. His whole body trembled with anger. "What did you do to me?" Woojin casually said. "Give up," Woojin smirked. "If you promise to become my servant, I'll spare you." Ansat naturally refused. "How ridiculous." Woojin calmly drew 2 glaives. "Seems like you're still not awake and haven't realized your current situation." He placed one glaive on Ansat's shoulder. "It's really ridiculous." Woojin calmly drew 2 short swords. "It seems like you still haven't woken up or realized your current situation." He placed one short sword on Ansat's shoulder. He smiled smugly. "Want to bow down? Or do you want your soul to scatter?" The Ansat spirit trembled with anger. That was his blade. In his memory, he had already killed Woojin. "I clearly remember killing him back then, but at that time, he was the one who fell first. There was no other way out." Ansat reluctantly surrendered. "I will bow." Hearing that, Woojin laughed with satisfaction. "Good, that's exactly right." The wind rose, swirling dust into the air. When Ansat reappeared, his whole body was wrapped in black robes. "You look like some kind of Arab assassin," he remarked. The system panel appeared. Ansat, a first-level Death Knight, the 53rd of the immortal Kangen, still rebellious, requires a certain amount of control to be managed. Normal skills: summoning, forming an army, commanding death. Special skills: stealth, silent death language. The Wrath of the Light Legion currently commands no more than 10. Requiring a control amount of 312. Loyal and obedient followers. Woojin noticed a number on the panel. What? The control amount needed is 312? Why is he so rebellious? He waved his hand, ordering him over. "Hey, come here." Ansat ignored him and turned away. Woojin forced a smile, clearly annoyed. "Look at that bastard," Woojin spoke. "Well then, for now this will do. You go out and recruit more soldiers." The moment the name was called, red energy appeared in the space. Kiba. A foot suddenly appeared as if to crush everything. Kiba appeared respectfully, bowing deeply before the Lord. That made Woojin very pleased, smiling. He knelt in salute, saying, "It's an honor to meet you again, my Lord Immortal." Woojin responded to the one on the ground. "Long time no see, huh, Kiba?" After a while, Woojin looked at the system excitedly. It's increased. He breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like the rookie is being trained very well. Meanwhile, Kiba kept complaining. "Look at your movements. Can't you be faster? Tell me, what's your name? What level? Such a rookie, huh? What's that? A rookie? Yes. I am an Asat, the 53rd Death Knight," Woojin thought. "Now that I can summon Death Knights, hunting will be much easier. Death Knights are very natural leaders. Even when separated from me, the skeleton soldiers can still follow the Death Knight and continue fighting. Also, skeleton soldiers can enter the summoning realm along with the Death Knights. And now, whenever I enter a dungeon, I won't have to fight alone," he thought. And just like that, his preparation for a large army was complete. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Woojin's thoughts. "Master, the summoning realm is too noisy." He was concerned. "Bibi, how are you feeling? Is your body okay?" The girl pouted. How could Master ask that? Bibi angrily clenched her fists. "I have to get stronger fast to deal with those arrogant fools." She had been down for a long time since her resurrection. Luckily, she finally regained her spirit. At that moment, someone ran up from behind. "Hey!" Sungu's feet sparked as he hurried. Woojin asked. Have you gotten used to the fire system skill? He smiled and replied, all thanks to your training. The girl excitedly called out, Sunggu, you've gotten so strong after just a short time. Sunggu pointed, puzzled. Hey, who's this girl? Woojin explained. Is this your first time meeting BB? You two never met before? He exclaimed in shock. What? BB? Sunggu recalled. Bye, the cat I picked up earlier, so cute. He was shocked. So this Bai is that cat. The girl nodded. That's me. Woojin laughed. So you still remember her. Meanwhile, a voice came through. Chairman, we've collected all the bloodstones. Woojin was surprised. That fast? The other side laughed and explained. Yes, I happened to find some helpers. Woojin repeated. Helpers? Yes, I'll show you when I get back. Sunggu, curious about the tone, asked, are there still monsters? He made a fireball for me to deal with them. Woojin quickly stopped Sunggu. Wait, you're teasing. Looks like she can tame beasts on her own now. He was confused. At that moment, his gaze caught someone in the distance. On the cliff, a figure rode a bear, and flocks of birds flew overhead. Seeing the woman happily waving, Sunggu exclaimed, Heehan. The system panel showed Heehan's basic info. Woojin was pleased. Good, she's developing very well. After a while, a wheelchair rolled down the road among autumn trees. Sunggu sat excitedly. Can't believe she's already reached D rank after just 3 dungeons. Heehan's progress is amazing. Woojin responded, Indeed, if she tames more, it'll be perfect. You two, be quiet when I'm outside, he teased. 20 already, huh? This way, collecting bloodstones will be much easier, Sunggu reminded. Don't get complacent. You and Heehan still have a long way to go, Sunggu replied. Yes. There are still things I need to handle, like destroying the forces behind Anasat who ordered my assassination. Woojin commanded, Si-hun, contact the Titan Guild. He replied, Yes, Chairman. As night fell, only dim lights remained. Ding answered the phone. Mr. Kang, what's the matter? The other side asked. Do you remember the person I told you about in America? He asked. Are you talking about Anasat? Woojin was surprised. Oh, you know his name? Did you investigate him? Ding Kun objected. No, he's a notorious assassin. He explained, actually, he doesn't belong to any organization. He operates freely like a mercenary. And he's done a lot of things, especially with organizations in Afghanistan. Ding Kun honestly said, we're still trying to find out who commissioned him. You smirked. I think I already know. He panicked and shouted, What, really? Over here? Woojin smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. I know everything already. I just need to ask an ASAT directly, and I'll find out the forces behind him and his clients. You asked, do you want to join me in finding the person behind the scenes? Who the hell is this guy? How dare he try to assassinate me? Woojin radiated killing intent, thinking, it's time for revenge. The morning news broadcast sounded, Good morning. This is reporter Dung Soyan from MBS. About the awakened fake Kang Woojin, who is currently making waves worldwide, will Kang Woojin heed the call to go abroad? Also, the Adan Guild is discussing the need for a system to nurture AA-level awakened, like Kang Woojin. Songho listened angrily, thinking, who the hell is he? The strongest in the world? Nonsense. The $10 billion assassination attempt on Kang Woojin failed, and I've lost contact with terrorist organizations for some time now. Not only that, Chairman Kim of SG Group has cut ties with me, and the War Guild status keeps declining since losing Leon High. He clutched his head in hatred. Damn it, Kang Woojin. It's all because of that bastard Kang Chang Woojin. Suddenly, a voice echoed, surprising Songho. Want revenge? He stood up alert and shouted, Who's there? Dark shadows hovered on the ground, probing. Don't you want to avenge the one who killed Leon High? Songho repeated in confusion. Revenge Kang Woojin? The mysterious voice assured. Of course you can get revenge on him. I will lend you my power. It tempted him. If you want the strength for revenge, go to the dungeon where your sister died. He was horrified, mouth agape, eyes instinctively squinting. Then Songho looked around and shouted, Who are you? Come out, I'll wait for you. His hand flailed in midair. Where are you? Stay right there. Songho collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by indescribable emotions. He slowly stood up and asked, What just happened? Was that a ghost? Suddenly, Songho's eyes rolled back in disbelief. An item appeared before him, which he picked up bewildered. Why is Leon Hai's sword here? It was destroyed in that dungeon. The earlier words echoed in his mind. Don't you want to avenge the one who killed Leon Hai? Songho cursed silently. If it's that bastard. Songho began to fall into vengeful contemplation. He gripped the sword tightly, eyes turning wild with power. Night fell, enveloping the tall buildings with rows of shimmering lights. Ding Kun pondered tracking down the terrorists and eliminating them. The Adan Guild only demands 2 things from our guild, which are transport to the Middle East and stabilizing the affected area after eliminating the terrorists. Our guild has provided transportation. The U.S. military is stationed in the designated area and will begin operations. The key point here is that this is a coordinated operation with Adan. While we're still investigating the enemy, we're just following what Mr. Kang said. And if the operation fails, we will face public criticism from the U.S. government and the Titan Guild. But if we back out, it would be ridiculous for the Korean Guild to punish terrorists on our own soil. It's a tough decision. Given the current situation, should I risk accepting their offer? Suddenly, a voice cut through the atmosphere. The Saintess Guild leader is here to see you. 2 cups of tea with steam rising. Huh? Following Mr. Kang and leaving the Titan Guild? Melody's expression tensed slightly in response. Yes, I have no choice but to comply. That's the goddess's prophecy. Ding-kun's face twisted in discomfort. This confuses me. Her prophetic abilities and blessings have brought great benefits to the guild. She established the Holy Knights to liberate Anfen, so if we leave now without her, we will be affected and unable to handle future disasters. Melody smiled and continued, thanks for Titan's concern, but I can't oppose the prophecy. I will give up everything I've received and leave. He sighed and replied, I can't stop you anymore, but lead the Holy Knights. They were founded by the Arya organization. Keeping them close will be your strength. She laughed excitedly. Really? Ding-kun added, our guild owes you and the goddess, so we will continue supporting the Arya organization. The Arya Guild is always welcome here. Melody's cheeks flushed. Thank you, Mr. Ding-kun. The goddess prayed for his happiness. Tight. He smiled slyly. This is the best backup plan. No matter what, we must maintain ties with the Saintess. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city center's alleys, Sang-ho kept muttering under his breath. Power, revenge, power. His expression darkened. I need power to get revenge. His steps became heavy and painfully slow. Suddenly, Sang-ho's eyes lifted to the statue before him, then down to Kang Woojin's tombstone. The tombstone read in memory of the hero who stopped the Daegu people's disaster. Hemin was whistling and shaking the keys at his side as he walked. Suddenly, he looked at where Sang-ho was standing. Just as he finished speaking, the statue's face shattered into pieces. Hemin's eyes widened in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Sang-ho's face remained dark. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Suddenly, his eyes glowed red as he controlled Hemin's body, suspending him in midair. He said angrily, don't you recognize me? Hemin stammered. You're the War Guild leader. Suddenly, Hemin's colleague approached. Captain, what's going on? Seeing Hemin floating midair, Sang-ho asked in surprise, who are you? There's a suspicious awakened one at the station. Support team, please assist. Before the colleague could finish, the phone shattered. Sang-ho's eyes glowed. The suspicious awakened one really doesn't recognize me? At this moment, both Hemin and the colleague were floating. Their bodies stiffened, unable to resist. Sang-ho below coldly looked up, silent. On the purple background, blood splattered everywhere. As soon as he let go, both of them fell to the ground. Sang-ho said sternly, you worms are done. At that moment, in the station filled with an eerie atmosphere, a shadow stood before the iron bars. Sang-ho's expression showed no reaction yet, but suddenly his face twisted in discomfort. Sang-ho panicked. What is this? Why am I in a dungeon? He thought about the past had he killed someone. Damn it. It's too late to turn back now. I should take over the dungeon first before going outside. Can I handle everything alone? Suddenly, a loud laugh said, if you accept my offer, you can easily leave here. Sang-ho was shocked, seemingly recognizing the voice. A pink hole appeared before him. Come here. I will give you what you desire most. The bright orange-yellow light sparked Sang-ho's curiosity. His feet slowly stepped inside, everywhere covered in snow and cold. Ice Castle, is he inside? Impossible. All the monsters I've met so far haven't attacked. The one who called me here must be the dungeon master. The castle door slowly opened. Sang-ho quietly walked inside the great hall, seemingly observing everything carefully. Io sat on the throne and said loudly, you really came? His face was extremely excited. The one who called me here is the king of this place. Sang-ho knelt before Ao, alert. You're perceptive. I like that. He began descending the stairs. Sang-ho started trembling. Looking up, he stammered, yes. If I offend him, I will die immediately. Io continued, I welcome you to my spatial domain. Sang-ho once again looked up at him in surprise. A fresh morning at the airport heading to Afghanistan on departure day, the young flight attendant solemnly said, we are honored to safely bring you to Bagram. Woojin smiled and replied, thank you. No other guild deserves to use the Titan Guild's plane. Suddenly, his gaze froze, looking at Melody. She smiled awkwardly. Why is she here? Melody was embarrassed. It's an honor to meet you, my lord. She sat properly in the passenger seat. That damn woman. The disgusting smell rising in the room. My lord, please punish her, Woojin thought irritably. Damn noisy. These undead knights are really causing chaos. Why does she insist on following? A female saint thinks she can be a summoner's assistant? Melody looked over and replied, "Forgive me, the goddess's word is absolute." He sighed. "Forget it. If she says to go, then I guess we have to." Melody smiled awkwardly, thinking, "Ah, well, you understand how I feel now." Woojin pointed angrily. "Still, don't come near me. If some holy energy explodes, the undead knights might attack. I'm not threatening you. I'm serious. Your head will fly off your neck. Be careful." Melody lowered her face in fear. "Yes, my lord. Goddess, please bless and protect me on this journey." Right now, countless soldiers were busy. Afghanistan, military base. 2 days after Kang Woojin's team arrived, everyone was watching the screen in the command room. On the screen appeared Nazar Sanchez. Based on Mr. Kang's testimony and related documents, he was once a merchant. Both rebels and government traded military weapons. "We are very cautious. There are many other illegal transactions. We believe they are conducting major negotiations in this area. It seems there is a mole." Woojin suddenly interrupted. "So, if we investigate that guy's activities thoroughly, we can find out who ordered the assassination." His tone was serious. "Where do we need to go to approach him?" David spoke up. Hey, slow down. If the suspect escapes or destroys evidence, it's over. First, let us consult with the advisor. Then we'll provide details." The U.S. military in Afghanistan, commanded by David Morgan. Suddenly, his words made Woojin fall into thought. He continued, "What if I told you I have a way to track him without him noticing? If you lure him to a visible place, I'll investigate everything. Movements, habits, trades, henchmen, even the final transactions I'll check." David's expression faltered slightly as he looked at Woojin. "How about it?" The thought crossed his mind. He has the ability to gather top-secret information about the suspect. "Sounds good. Let's start planning the operation." Meanwhile, on a busy road 2 days later in Peshawar, Pakistan, Woojin drove and asked beside him, "Why do you look so tense?" "Senior U.S. Intelligence Officer Park. This is my first field mission." He looked outside to calm down. "Relax. Think of it as a trip. Look, isn't it beautiful? The ruined building looks very desolate. Not so beautiful, right? This area was recently attacked." Woojin added, "Seems like this happens often." She replied, "Yes, it really does. Elsewhere is chaos. Here it's everyday life. The people suffer greatly. It's strange returning to the battlefield. Reminds me of my time in Anfen." Park's expression showed some surprise. Is it because he's too confident in his own strength? To the point that he still has time to think about other things? Right in front of us is the massive hotel. We've arrived. Remember, don't draw attention. Right now, in the hotel's restaurant area, Chi, Ingia, and Jiao are cutting a piece of meat together. Rachel whispers, "That guy, wearing the light blue shirt, sitting at the second table behind me." Woojin's sharp eyes stare intently in one direction. Suddenly, he continues, "Looks delicious, just my taste." Rachel tenses up. "Mr. Woojin, when you get the chance, please attach a tracking device to him." He calmly replies, "I already did." She widens her eyes, thinking, "When was that? I didn't even notice." He goes on, "After you finish dealing with it, come find me. I'll be waiting outside." Rachel acknowledges the order. "Yes, please wait a moment." A dark aura emerges from Longban Chan's foot. "It's been a long time since I felt this." The system board announces a summoning spell, a skill being summoned. Woojin stands casually in front of the hotel entrance. Traffic is still bustling. This place is definitely better than Anfen. Suddenly, a few scantily dressed kids approach speaking in Pakistani. Woojin is cold. Are they begging for money? But it's unlikely to find any relatives for these kids. He just handed money to the kids, but his gaze shifts elsewhere. Woojin's eyes widen, and he exclaims in surprise, "Oh, interesting. Such an innocent and bright kid." It's rare to see someone both innocent and radiant like that. Suddenly, Woojin waves from afar toward the little girl standing there. Her cheeks blush red as she hesitantly says, "Hello." Woojin freezes in front of her, smiling brightly in return. "Hello." Suddenly, the girl lowers her head, hesitating for a moment without speaking. Her small hands, a bit dirty, suddenly open up. Woojin just smiles gently as she bravely confesses, her sparkling eyes looking up. All right, wait a moment." At this point, all the kids would swarm around. Suddenly, Woojin's gaze freezes, eyes wide, staring at something thickened inside the girl's torn inner shirt, and in just a few seconds, everything explodes. Damn it, I'm done for. The building shatters, and now there's another explosion. The system board announces the activation of soul armor. Woojin's face darkens with the current situation. An innocent girl stands in a corner. "I'm really weak now. Just returned to Earth not long ago." Rachel rushes over. "Mr. Woojin, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere?" He glances and asks, "Did they target me?" Rachel shakes her head. "No, sir." At the same time, 7 explosions occurred simultaneously. Woojin's lips twitch. It seems 7 kids died, and there's a high chance of other victims too. Rachel is terrified by his attitude. Woojin turns around coldly and says, "We're pulling back immediately, using an innocent child as a sacrifice. It's been a long time since I've been this angry. Those damn terrorists, I will find and eliminate each one." 1 week after that horrific incident, a black car speeds by, kicking up dust everywhere. Inside are 2 masked men trembling. Next to them are armed militia soldiers. One masked man with a red sack speaks up, "Our God, please save us, please." Woojin's face under the sack is furious. "This guy is such a brat," David shouts angrily. "Attack the enemy camp directly. I don't allow that." Last week at the commander's office, Woojin calmly crossed his arms and said, "You don't need to gather forces. I alone am enough." A voice rings out teasing, "Going alone like that? What do you plan to do?" Rogers, hands in pockets, speaks coldly. "It's hard to distinguish between an ordinary person and the insurgents. Are you planning to kill them all without knowing who they are?" He looks up, his face fierce, every word like a deadly strike. "Everything must be calculated and prepared. You can't just act on impulse." Colonel Rogers. Rogers continues, "Moreover, if you keep invading without thinking, the rebel leaders will tend to hide and counterattack us more." David agrees with Rogers. He says, "He's right. I understand how angry you must be when things go this badly. But you have to understand that you alone can't solve this. What do you think about taking some time to wait?" Woojin sighs deeply in disappointment. David continues, "Actually, my superiors are considering sending more troops to the area." Woojin stands in shock, mixed with a bit of fear from David. He says it seems like there's nothing more to say. Then he quickly walks out. Seeing this, Rogers runs after him, calling out, "Hey, wait a moment." Woojin stops and turns to question Rogers. "Do you really want to die by my hand? Why do you keep acting annoyed with me?" Rogers sighs softly, his face softening. He gently explains, "I'm not saying we don't have ways to help you. Instead, if you want to continue this mission, I have one condition for you. Instead of charging headfirst into the enemy, I want you to assassinate the rebel soldiers according to specific targets." Woojin suddenly changes his attitude, smiling triumphantly. "Finally, we're having a proper conversation." A photo is placed on the table, Roman the baker. He's operating as a black market arms dealer. Coordinating with the Afghan government and rebels, he's the sole supplier enabling the rebels to defeat us. In a few days, the rebels will ambush a supply truck to take him hostage. "Our God, please save us, we will help you, so you will also be caught. You will be captured and monitored with him. I'm pretty sure you can infiltrate their headquarters without any issues at all." Rebel soldiers shoved Woojin and another person inside. They were taken into a cramped, dark, and cold room. Behind the hood, covering Woojin's face, was a deadly gaze and a sinister smile. He thought his infiltration into the camp went smoothly, so should he start now? Excitement stirred within him as the achievement points were used, leveling him up to level 50. The system voice announced, "Dark Elf level 50. The number of demons you can control is up to 6. You have acquired the Great Sixth Sense skill, including humans and elves who can camouflage themselves in the environment. You have obtained the Soul Swap skill. Now you can swap your soul into any one of the 6 demons. You have acquired the Free Movement skill. Any player who swaps their soul into one of the demons can now move freely without any restrictions. The undead great power has increased by 50%. The elf Woojin ordered, "I demand you swap bodies with me." The other elf responded with a sly expression, "It is truly an honor to inhabit the body of my master." A black aura enveloped him, swapping places with the elf. It sounded strange to swap bodies with a demon, but he thought he had no other choice. Joy filled him as the elf acted. The elf slipped out through the cracks. Woojin, now in the demon's body, thought there were 2 guys in front of the door. He continued, "I will mark those who are not civilians with an X." He looked at a rebel soldier. 2 rebel soldiers holding guns stood facing each other, seemingly discussing something. Suddenly, a hand knocked on the door. Woojin saw Henry talking with someone else. He thought, "Finally, I've found him." Excited, the rebel leader said. The demon avatar suddenly spoke. "Master, should I start the operation now?" Woojin asked curiously. "What? Why?" The demon avatar's face turned dangerous. "It seems an execution is about to take place, and a bullet is about to fly past your head." Woojin's voice was icy cold. "Swap back now." The demon avatar smiled slyly. "As you command, master." In a dry desert, dust swirling everywhere, a rebel soldier raised both hands high and shouted, "As the heir of God, all of you must endure punishment for worshipping our God. Those who oppose will suffer a punishment 1,000 times worse than before." Woojin sat there, his face dark and gloomy. 25 rebel soldiers, 18 hostages, and the cries of many other souls who died in this desert. The unlucky ones had to endure this suffering. "I don't want to be like that. I want to live. I want to see my family." Henry's mother glared down at Woojin. Surely you worship your god deeply, teased Taeyang. He should be the one to deliver the punishment himself. That's why you're a damn bastard, daring to harm others in the name of divinity. Suddenly, he snapped the rope binding his hands, but the rebel soldier panicked and stepped back. What? Is he a fake awakened one? Woojin stepped forward coldly, moving straight into the terrified screams of the rebel soldiers. Shoot him, kill that bastard. The rebel soldiers raised their guns toward Woojin, but he was not afraid and advanced further. He spoke coldly. Scum, like you don't even deserve God's punishment anymore. Then Woojin raised his hand high, causing the soldiers to panic and point their guns in every direction. Woojin's face was sinister, meant for the souls who had died, the unlucky ones you murdered. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the undead skeletal soldiers advanced toward the rebels. The rebel soldiers fled. He's a demon. The soldiers of Satang are coming. One soldier screamed from his vehicle. Shoot them down! Damn! The skeletal soldiers have shields. They raised their swords. The rebel soldier gritted his teeth in fear. Damn it! He shouted, quickly driving away. He yelled, slamming the door shut. Hurry up! Ramson charged and wielding a large hammer, shouting with authority. Ramson is here for you. Follow me. Ramson's level 8 soldiers, immortal technicians under Kang Woojin. In his previous life, he was considered one of the greatest dwarf warriors. He advanced without hesitation. Suddenly, a hand holding a club raised, and a huge explosion occurred. Screams echoed everywhere. Woojin stood high, taunting. Show our leader your worth. Come on, he smiled weirdly. God will deliver punishment like this too. They will pay for what they've done. Now, it's just the beginning. I will turn all of you into warriors from the dead. Woojin strode among the skeletal soldiers. He searched around for the remaining hostages. Henry stepped in front of him, holding a gun pointed at someone. Don't move. Woojin looked at the man standing beside Henry. He was an American citizen, the one who had cried earlier. Woojin thought of the photo Rogers placed on the table and stared straight at the man before him. Illegal arms dealer, Henry threatened. If you attack, this guy dies. The American citizen panicked, begging repeatedly, please don't kill me. I'll do anything. Spare me. Woojin closed his eyes and sighed softly. He cast a spell causing Henry pain. Henry screamed in fear. Woojin raised his hand to use his power. He used his strength to break the rope binding the American citizen's hands. The American quickly said, Thank you for saving me. Are you a U.S. soldier? Tell me your name. I will definitely repay you. Woojin turned his head away. No need. The American laughed. Worried because you're military? I'll secretly send it to you. Woojin cut him off. Hey, watch your mouth! He brandished a knife to threaten. Shut up, got it? The guy was scared. Why all of a sudden? I'm an American citizen, he threatened. I won't forget this. Then Woojin's face darkened. He lowered the knife to the shock of the American citizen. He smiled broadly. Hey, I'm sorry, okay? The American citizen reached out his hand. It's okay. I'm an American citizen. Suddenly, Woojin slashed across his neck, holding the knife. His voice was cold. But I'm not an American citizen. Then Woojin stood there calmly, staring at the dead American citizen. He said instead of this, remember the countless lives lost on the battlefield. In the distance, someone was secretly filming with a camera. Woojin saw it. His face darkened. He spoke softly. Every word spoken was terrifying. And the one hiding over there? Come out here now. I'll count to 5. If you don't come out, you'll die. 1 ha. At a base in the middle of the desert, Woojin watched the man step out. He asked, Are you a military reporter? The man respectfully replied, Yes. My name is Tom. I heard there was a hostage situation, so I came here. Woojin smiled wickedly. You came just in time, he said. From now on, follow me and film. Tom was shocked. What? What should I film? Woojin turned slightly and said, The end of horror. At the military airport, in the command room, a subordinate handed David a photo. Sir, please take a look. It's a bit strange. David's face showed fear as he looked at the photo. He said, What is this? The rebels have this many tanks? They're all advancing toward the base. He asked if there was any internal conflict. The subordinate replied, This information was sent by the hostage rescue team that was dispatched. When they reached the rebel area, the one holding 37 people was captured. We also found Roman's body. David praised, That's our elite corps. How many casualties do we have? The subordinate answered, None, sir. David's eyes widened. No casualties? He seemed unable to believe it. In the rebel area with no casualties? The subordinate was puzzled. No disputes occurred. How could that be? The subordinate pointed to the tablet screen, where many videos and images were spreading online. David couldn't believe his eyes. This was on the newsfeed, a video clip. Finally, a savior has come to this war-torn land. Woojin, a fake awakening from Korea, has declared war on the terrorists. Kang Woojin's wrath echoes across the desert. David was stunned and turned sharply to the subordinate. asking, "Is this video edited? Where did you get this info?" The subordinate replied, "It came from the social media page of a military reporter named Tom." David looked fearful. "Is that so?" The pieces fit together. He looked at the screen. The rebel forces were massive, as if preparing for a decisive battle. They were advancing toward Kang Woojin's undead army. My goddess statue shone in the sunlight. Mua sat before the goddess statue, praying. The immortal was furious not only for him but for those in distant lands. She was sad. If he had protected Anfen instead of Adan, could Anfen have been saved? She looked up at the statue, hoping for a miracle. "Oh goddess, may your wrath destroy Shanae." She prayed sincerely, hoping a new order would be established afterward. Elsewhere, Henry slammed the table in frustration. "Damn it," he shouted. "What the hell are those skeletons? All key rebel bases have been destroyed, including the core in the city we control. Firearms are useless against them, and it's as if they have consciousness, attacking only the rebels." His eyes widened in panic. "I'm sure they're following our route. Our position has been exposed," Henry said. "We can't just sit and die like this," he continued in a mysterious tone. "Prepare it. This is the warning from the soul summoner Kang Woojin to the terrorists, and a message to the whole world. The joint forces of the U.S. military and the United Nations were still discussing troop deployment and reinforcements. At this time, no decision had been made yet. Kang Woojin and his 10,000 troops were about to fight the final battle. Some might be uneasy about a soul summoner leading such a large army, but this is the first time I've seen hope in this abyss of despair. And I've been a military reporter for 15 years. I hope he will be reborn as a god to defeat even the Death King. Victory in this battle will make him a god." Woojin smiled mysteriously. "The energy of that star is approaching." He looked into the distance where the sound of vehicles was coming. I was wondering how long he planned to hide, but finally, he came out of the bunker. His face darkened, eyes excited. "Let's do this." He and his friends stood there, faces full of confidence. "Let's burn the last place." The sound of hooves pounding the ground was loud. Kiba walked beside Woojin and said, "I never thought I'd fight alongside the Lord." He immediately replied, "I won't disappoint you. They say you're a great warrior." Ramson followed, raising his hammer. The prince had truly become the Lord. Follow the Lord and enjoy this blood festival. In front of Woojin, the enemies kept firing, taking them all down. The core soldiers roared in spirit, raising shields to block bullets. The battlefield was chaotic. Enemies were all cut down by swords. The enemy in the tank observed angrily. Those damn cunning bastards blew them away. The tank's gun barrel moved, preparing to fire. Immediately after, Woojin saw an artillery blast explode behind. He turned and shouted, "Ramson, charge at him immediately. Lord, please allow me." The enemy saw this and shouted fearlessly, "Die!" The tank fired another shot. The bullet tore through the air, speeding toward the charging figure. The hammer in his hand clenched tightly, glowing purple. Ramson's eyes turned bloodshot as he absorbed the power. The hammer in his hand burst with overwhelming strength. The enemy watching through binoculars was instantly terrified. Ramson leapt up, swinging his hammer at the tank. The strike exploded on impact. Woojin turned his head and shouted loudly, "All troops, prepare the cavalry to block those tanks first." At that moment, helicopters appeared on the battlefield. He looked up in surprise and saw many helicopters flying in. In the distance, someone observed the battlefield through binoculars. "That's Henry. He sent them for you. Those sneaky bastards. Go to hell." He spoke through the radio and fired. The pilot immediately responded to the Lord's command, pressing the missile launch button. The helicopter released many white smoke trails as a barrage of missiles rained down from the sky. Inside the missiles were countless bullets waiting to explode. Woojin looked up at the falling hail of bullets. "Oh, are they splitting up now?" He smiled wickedly. Their legion had been cornered, so they no longer cared about the two opposing forces. At that moment, the bone soldiers simultaneously raised their staves. The mage legion launched magical missiles. Countless blue magical bullets fired, filling the sky with explosions of all sizes. The pilot panicked and pressed the button. "They blocked them all? Hurry, prepare to fire again." He stared in horror as Woojin jumped in front of him, thrusting a spear through his chest. The helicopter lost control and crashed to the ground. Elsewhere, a stream of yellow energy enveloped the helicopter, the entire machine wrapped in a yellow glow. The pilot inside the cockpit panicked. "What the hell is this? Why is the lever stuck? All helicopters are immobilized. What is this?" They're stuck together into one big mass. The whole thing crashed to the ground, stunning the enemy. "What the hell is that?" A yellow eye lit up, and those nearby stared in shock as the helicopter transformed into a giant robot. It began launching missiles. The enemy gaped in disbelief as the missile strikes caused the ground to explode. Woojin smirked. "This weapon is amazing." From afar, black smoke rose from the battlefield. Henry knelt down. "No way, my army." He sweated, fearfully turning around. A man appeared behind Henry. It was him. Woojin stared directly at him, the leader of those monsters. Henry's two soldiers saw Woojin and shouted in terror. Both immediately abandoned Henry and fled. Woojin glanced at them without emotion and struck their backs. Henry raised his hand and shouted, "You despicable bastard! The Lord will be furious. He will not forgive you." Woojin remained silent, expression unreadable. He remembered meeting a very young girl once. The girl shyly looked up. "Hello?" Woojin bowed his head to her. "Hello?" The city exploded again. "You ran away in panic." Ending the flashback, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Woojin smirked. "I'm just cleaning up the trash." Why would he be angry? Henry immediately roared in anger. "You bastard! Charge at him now." A strike cut off his head. Woojin didn't blink. "You talk too much." Woojin looked down at the smoky battlefield. After the battle with the rebel faction, news spread that a man ended the war that even the American army couldn't touch. That news went worldwide. He shook hands with an official amid cheers. The Americans, exhausted after a long resistance, and those involved highly praised Woojin. He became the world's hero. Countless articles put Woojin on the front page. However, while some feared his power rivaling a nation, would Kang Woojin with his immeasurable strength be left alone? Woojin, a Korean awakened, showed an overwhelmingly terrifying display. At that moment, Korea was highlighted on the map. Ironically, the country most wary of his power was none other than the A-Dan Association. Director Heil already knew about this. 4 people sat in the office. Sunggu bowed his head. "I knew he had power, but not this terrifying," he thought, fearfully, commanding a skeleton army of over 10,000 at C-rank level. Min-chan immediately suggested, "All right, let's analyze the issue thoroughly and discuss our action plan." Even the atmosphere during the meeting felt uneasy. He judged that they never liked the fact that Woojin refused the deal, and now, knowing his power, things would only get more complicated. Si-hun was very angry. "Why do they act like we're planning coups or something?" Hem was also anxious. "I heard some commissioners even proposed banning our association's leader from entering their countries." Suddenly, Seung-hun picked up the phone. An emergency alert appeared on the screen. Disaster warning from the Ministry of Defense. On November 29th, the Daegu dungeon collapsed. He panicked and called the deputy director. They said the dungeon collapses had spread to Daegu. Min-chan was stunned. Impossible. He grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. There was no dungeon in Daegu on the verge of collapse. The TV showed chaotic street scenes. "This is Daegu, currently 8 o'clock. Not dark yet. We are at the scene of a sudden dungeon collapse at the Gaokchong station. The area is on red alert and inaccessible. Civilians are being evacuated with military assistance. Nearby military camps have been mobilized for evacuation. But due to the sudden appearance of monsters, the situation looks grim. The government is ordering the immediate imposition of martial law and requesting support from nearby guilds." Min stammers, "This is unbelievable." Looking at the devastation before him, he silently thinks, such a sturdy dungeon suddenly collapsed. At this moment in Daegu, alarm sirens blare loudly, and a girl curls up under a blanket holding her head. "Mom, Dad, I'm so scared. Please come quickly." A rough foot stomps on the ground. The monster sniffs around with its nose. Its eyes gleam as it smells humans. It appears outside the girl's window. She turns pale with fear and looks over. It immediately spots her. The monster's hand smashes through the window, reaching out to grab her. Just then, someone runs up. Dong jumps onto the monster's back. He swings his fist, using his body enhancement skills. The monster gets hit hard in the head. Dong-do laughs triumphantly, then gets punched in the head. How does that feel? Pretty numb, huh? A few men in suits run toward him. Guild leader Dong-do immediately orders everyone to gather around here. He looks up at the girl attacked by the monster. A child nearby notices something. Dong-do asks, "Where are the soldiers? Haven't they arrived yet?" The staff beside him answers, "They are all currently on a search and cleanup mission in the east. Many civilians still have no shelter. We can't just sit and wait for the military to arrive." He sighs. Fortunately, only B-rank monsters have appeared. Dongdo's face grows serious. If it's just this level, we can still manage. But he thinks about monsters chasing civilians. The problem is that sudden dungeon collapses like this won't just happen once. Thinking of that, Dongdo looks up at the distant fire. If this is just a simple accident, that would be good. The scene shifts to the city, now devastated and ruined. 47 dead, 512 injured, and property damage nearing 50 billion. The impact of the mysterious dungeon collapse that night is as terrible as the damage it caused. Lines of cars leave the area. Memories of last year's dungeon shock flood everyone's minds again, leading to a large-scale evacuation out of fear. Adon Guild, 2 days after the dungeon collapse in Daegu. "I'm so worried. I don't think I can stay here any longer." Seung-hoon suddenly asks, "You still haven't contacted the guild president?" Min-chan replies, "Yes, maybe he's still conducting operations. He should contact us soon." Hearing that, Seung-hoon grows impatient. "I can't just sit still. I'll take the train to the lower-level dungeons in the nearby area to check things out. Even a little, I want to get stronger. Minchan doesn't stop him, just looks up at Seung-hun. Yeah, in that case, go with Department Head Gu Seung-hun. I think it'll be easier to keep in touch. Later, near the subway station, Seung-hun stands beside two sons and says to Seung-hun, "We'll be back in about 3 hours." He replies, "Got it. Good luck down there, Director." After saying that, Seung-hun turns to the three standing behind him. "All right, then keep watch at the nearby cafes." They respond clearly. Suddenly, he sees a person in a black cloak walking up, passing by him, slightly nodding their head. Seung-hun immediately watches, his face full of confusion. What's that about? He remembers the masked face smiling. Maybe they smirked after seeing him. Seung-hun exhales. Probably just my imagination. Suddenly, his phone rings. What's going on? Seung-hun answers. Hello, Director. Hemin shouts on the phone. Seung-hun. Sung-gu and Hyun have entered the dungeon already? Seung-hun replies yes, they just went in. Hemin turns pale hearing that. Big trouble. What should we do now? Seung-hun is confused. What happened? He then delivers shocking news. Gasa just collapsed a little while ago. Seung-hun's face turns pale. Elsewhere, two people are fighting on a grassy field. Sung-gu throws a punch that pushes Hyun back. White dust trails across the grass. She kneels on one knee, panting heavily. Sung-gu's hand reaches out. He helps Hyun up, smiling. You did well. She replies, You too. Hyun's face is dotted with sweat. Director Hale, no matter how many times I see it, I have to admit your skills are top-notch. I really thought you were as strong as someone who awakened physical abilities. Sung-gu blushes at the praise, scratching his head. I still have a long way to go. Compared to the guild president, well, I don't think you'd compare me to the Death Knight either. He recalls Kia Ba when he was nearly dead. Remembering that time with Kia Ba, he couldn't hold on. That was before the guild president went to the Middle East on business. Sung-gu turns to Hyun. By the way, shall we head out now? It's later than I thought. She agrees. Yes, let's go. Sung-gu goes first, stepping onto the escalator. He immediately notices the scene before him. The city is ruined, engulfed in flames, shocking Sung-gu. What? The city is completely destroyed. Buildings burning, signs toppled. Sung-gu runs to a severely injured person's face. How did this happen? Owen speaks up when he sees him. Big trouble is happening in Gasa. He is startled, thinking. Gasa is. Owen trembles as he recounts. Everything started when a 6-star dungeon collapsed. Then, 4- and 5-star dungeons collapsed one after another. Sung-gu immediately sweats. High-level dungeons collapsing all at once? I have relatives in Daegu, he says to Hyun. Hyun, can you handle things here? She suddenly asks. What about you? Department Head Hyle? Determination shows on his face. I have to go to another station. The sky is soaked in gray-red. A man shouts to hurry and runs off. Civilians are chased by countless wolf monsters. A hand wrapped in blue light rises up. The power of the monsters and vehicles soared into the air. They were thrown to the ground with a loud crash. The man controlling this power was gasping for breath. They kept chasing relentlessly. The leader of the Steel Hammer Guild, a sorcerer from the Republic of Korea, Lee Sanho, noticed Minchan leading people to shelter. He shouted loudly to those around. Everyone, move to the Steel Hammer Guild leader's place to find shelter. Staying inside the guild's dungeon is safer than outside. He stepped toward Minchan. Minchan immediately turned around. The guild leader gave a dry smile. Who would have thought we'd meet under these circumstances? Strange indeed. Sangho looked at him, thinking, You used to be my trusted subordinate, but now you're the vice leader of an opposing organization. Minchan spoke up. Our awakened members will arrive soon. Please wait a moment. The leader laughed loudly. Right, it's dangerous out here. Let's get inside quickly. He nodded at Sangho. Then I'll go ahead. He exhaled deeply, thinking that in the Adan Guild, only Kang Woojin carried the burden, so he didn't expect much. Sangho looked back confused, then was immediately stunned. So where exactly are those monsters? A giant horned wolf appeared, baring its teeth at him. People below were terrified. That big? Where did it come from? It stood on the rooftop, under the red moonlight, letting out a howl. The wolf monsters emerged from a corner. They all had blood-red eyes and sharp fangs. Sangho was scared seeing the pack appear simultaneously. Is it calling its pack here? He broke out in sweat. I have to hold it off so everyone can evacuate. The wolf roared and charged at Sangho. He gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. At that moment, Sung-gu appeared, throwing a punch that knocked the wolf back. Everyone watching was amazed. His hand was on the ground, surrounded by flames. Sung-gu quickly created a wall of fire, blocking the wolf pack. Fire Fortress. After finishing, he enthusiastically told everyone, There are a lot of them, but we can handle this. Everyone, keep going upstairs, and the crowd felt reinvigorated. Yeah, we can handle this. Sangho was a bit stunned by the scene, silently thinking, Who is that kid? Is there really a powerful fire sorcerer here? Just then, the giant wolf was hit by a missile. People below were surprised. Several helicopters appeared in the sky, and everyone shouted, "It's the CDC! The CDC is here!" Immediately after, the giant wolf laughed. Metal fragments from the explosion struck soldiers and sorcerers. "What is that?" Everyone panicked. "What is that?" It was unharmed, baring its teeth. Earth really is an interesting place. People around Songho were buzzing. Is that wolf talking to us? He thought. No. He looked at the towering wolf. It wasn't the creature making the sound, but a voice hidden deep within it. The giant wolf continued, "I will use you mortals as sacrifices to reach the third rank. 72 officers of Janet and Juriel have only reached the second rank." Electricity surged from the horn on its head. People below were horrified by the action. The wolf's electric current struck the ground directly. Sunggu was hit by the electricity, crying out in pain. Songho was also struck, his eyes rolling back, and the helicopters above were set ablaze. The wolf watched the helicopters crash into a building and explode. Sunggu struggled to stand, trembling all over. "We have to stop it, we can't fall." The wolf looked at him with admiration, impressed yet hateful. The electric current struck Sunggu again, causing him pain. He couldn't hold on, veins bulging on his face. "I can't." The wolf leapt down, claws digging into the ground. It chuckled a few times, then stepped over the fallen Songho. "All you delicious humans are gathered here." Suddenly, he noticed a black dot in the sky, a missile hurtling down. An unbelievable missile. Has the government given up on Seoul? Elsewhere, a soldier was typing on a computer. The missile defense system activated. Another missile was launched. The two missiles collided, exploding instantly. The sky flashed a bright light. The light shot straight down, shattering the ground around. The wolf looked over in surprise as a man stepped out. This place was truly a bloody mess. It was Woojin. He stepped forward in front of the wolf. The wolf eyed him cautiously. "You!" A smile spread across Woojin's face. "You're the one who caused this mess?" Sunggu ran up. "What's going on? Did you ride that missile here?" Woojin smirked, saying something that left him speechless. "What else? You think I rode a reindeer or something?" The giant wolf began thinking about something. It remembered when its comrade turned away. That bastard Razum never admitted defeat until the end. It looked at Woojin, standing beside the shattered ground. But who would have known an immortal would be on Earth? Woojin asked, "How did you make that dungeon explode?" The wolf was confused. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Woojin pondered. "Isn't it this guy?" Black smoke rose from his feet. "Then there's nothing more to say. Let's go." Bone Soldier appeared immediately behind Woojin, slaughtering them all. Bone Soldier and Kiba roared, their eyes glowing red. They all charged to fight the wolf monsters. Following His Highness's orders, the Bone Soldier army struck a wolf. Woojin also jumped forward with his sword in front of the giant wolf. It quickly blocked the sword with its horn, but still felt some pain. Woojin grinned triumphantly, but then its horn emitted an electric current. Woojin was startled by the powerful electricity spreading before him. The wolf seized the chance to leap onto the rooftop. It spoke to Woojin, who was still stunned. "Just wait, immortal one. When I return, I will come find you." After saying that, the giant wolf wagged its tail and left. Seeing this, he was speechless. Is it really running away for good? It was entering the dungeon gate. He couldn't just let it go. Later, Woojin stood in a defensive spot. "You have entered Juriel's courtyard." Two window panels suddenly popped open, but you cannot choose between one-on-one combat and Legion battle because they are not yet unlocked. Choose the mode: visit, infiltrate, or conquer. What's surprising you? It's a bit different from last time with Jasmine. Woojin quickly made a decision and reached out to select. But whatever, I'll choose Conquer this time. A beam of light shot up from afar. You have selected Conquer mode. Completing the mission will earn you achievement points. Elsewhere, the giant wolf was resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, the stone in front of it glowed. Woojin appeared and stepped closer to the wolf. "You ran away before and now you're giving up?" The wolf glared thoughtfully. It looked at Woojin's face, full of pride. It was a mistake to create the gate on Earth. Who would have thought someone like you would show up? He just waved his hand. "This place is good for hunting, so I'll be visiting often." The wolf said something that caught Woojin's attention. "What nonsense are you talking about?" It bared its teeth. "You don't know anything." The wolf's legs were now wrapped in blue light. "If this place is conquered, the gate will disappear, and its body will grow bigger, meaning I won't see you again." But the wolf had transformed into a muscular form, the special effect of the Legion guarding the courtyard, its eyes flashing golden light. "If I deal with you here, it'll be the same." A notification appeared. All physical skills will increase by 300% for the next 3 minutes, while the special effect of the Legion guarding the courtyard is active. Woojin summoned his weapon. "You came here so fast because of this card, right? But no matter what, you're just a mad dog." It replied calmly, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. He laughed provocatively. But you can't do that. Both took their battle stances. That's right. We can come back to life. Suddenly, the wolf howled, but you won't be able to if I kill you once. It lunged forward quickly. Luckily, Woojin nimbly dodged its claws. He shouted, "Bring it on!" Woojin raised his hand, and a black power shot out. "Bring it on!" A black thing flew toward the wolf. Seeing it was Bibi, it was surprised. A cat. The wolf immediately swatted the little girl away. Arrogant bastard. It growled. If you don't fight properly, you'll lose your life. Ramson and Kiba charged to attack. You won't get past us. A notification sounded. Remaining time for guarding the courtyard. 10. Hearing this, the wolf gritted its teeth coldly. It slashed and knocked both of them away. 9. It quickly raised its claws and lunged at Woojin. I'll be at a disadvantage if I deal with these guys one by one. The system continued counting down. 7. The wolf raised its right 7 claws. It calculated if it had enough time to approach and kill him as fast as possible. Woojin held his sword tightly in a defensive stance, but his sword was knocked away. Its claws pierced through his body. No, the Legion effect was disabled. Woojin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, the wolf laughed triumphantly. I killed him, the immortal one. His mouth trembled as he muttered that even the high-level lords couldn't do this anymore. It was stunned, looking at Woojin laughing. How did he appear behind the wolf just now? No matter how smart you are, you're still just a dog. It was extremely shocked. It growled. How? Woojin smiled and patted Bibi's head. Our little demon has some nasty hobbies. The girl hugged her face in delight. Watching you dance around is fun, it said. The wolf was sweating profusely. That was the illusion witch. It remembered the cat that had rushed out earlier. So that cat was what you warned me about, the wolf said. How long do you plan to just stand there? Countless slash marks appeared on its body instantly. Since when? Woojin slung his sword over his shoulder and looked at the wolf, wincing in pain. He smiled proudly. Don't even think about stepping foot on Earth again. After defeating the wolf, the stone pedestal in front of Woojin glowed, and a floating blue shard made him exclaim, "Oh, this is..." Woojin grabbed it, finally collecting them all. The third space shard, suddenly 2 yellow shards rose up. He and Bibi watched 3 beams of light fly in the sky. The third space shard was collected. The shards linked together and formed a space proof. 3 shards combined, light radiated, and they became a purple stone. A notification appeared. Space proof, a dungeon space that can be owned. If the dungeon is lost, the owner will seek a new master. Woojin smiled. So this is the dream we were told we needed. Meanwhile, outside, Woojin was ascending from the dungeon. Sungu immediately called him back. Boss, we're in trouble, he said in panic. Besides, Saad said that dungeon outbreaks keep happening one after another. Woojin asked, where? Sungu quickly listed them along Route 4. I heard on the radio they even reached the women's university to help me. Woojin thought silently. Route 4. The city sky was still very gray. He told Sungu, I'll go to the scene to check it out. You handle the surrounding area. He replied, Yes, boss, be careful. Elsewhere, a monster was slashed and knocked away. People were fighting the monsters. Damn it, why are there so many? Hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? Monsters kept crawling out of the dungeon. Everyone who saw this was terrified. Suddenly, something struck the monster gathering spot. Then sharp pillars sprouted from the ground, blocking the dungeon entrance. A machine head roared. The monsters were smashed to pieces by a single blow. Woojin was riding a horse, hovering high above, looking down at the scene. He told himself it would buy some time. He recalled the map from afar, showing all the dungeons where outbreaks had occurred, including the women's university helping me. Woojin observed the battle unfolding below. If he joined in, they could quickly wipe them out, but if the outbreaks kept happening, this would drag on forever. The root cause had to be stopped to keep them away. He guessed the dungeons weren't erupting randomly but along route number 4, meaning someone was deliberately causing it. The image of Ga-sun appeared. Next, the scene shifted near the train station. Woojin stood outside with his arms crossed, waiting. He was puzzled, strange. 30 minutes had passed, yet the dungeon hadn't erupted. Woojin looked out at the silent city, wondering why. The only difference was that he arrived at Ga-sun first. His expression turned serious. If he was right, someone who knew him was breaking these dungeons. Suddenly, 2 people appeared calling out his name, Kang Woojin. Both introduced themselves. I'm Minchan Limeng, Vice President of the K Association. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Oteju, President of the Jas Association. It's an honor to meet you. The crowd started buzzing. There's Woojin. Even if the Ga-sun dungeon erupts, it won't be a problem with him around. Seeing this, Woojin pondered something before stepping toward the crowd. Minchan called out to Woojin. He approached a girl wearing a cloak. The girl immediately looked flustered. What's wrong? He suddenly threw a punch straight at her face. Everyone around gasped in shock at the action and rushed over. Woojin, what are you doing? At that moment, the girl sat up. I was just disguised a little, and you still hit me? It turned out to be Songho. He rubbed his face. I'll show everyone your true nasty nature. Woojin's eyes widened. Just a little disguise? Ridiculous. Then he kicked Songho hard in the stomach. Songho trembled, clutching his belly. What are you doing? Woojin sneered. If you commit a crime, you have to face punishment, don't you? Songho was stunned, thinking, crime? A thought flashed through his mind. Could he have been discovered? Songho recalled kneeling before a lord of the 25th floor, Ilo. When I was in the Daegu Guard, I became his servant and was granted immense power. Songho's face was full of astonishment as he remembered the moment he received that power. The lord's face bore a savage smile, declaring himself a god whose power would shatter the earth into pieces. I followed his orders to trigger the dungeons. Songho ended his flashback, raising his hand to summon power. What crime? You're the one trying to kill people. Woojin dodged his attack. He glanced at the sword hovering in midair. Nice external control. He looked at Songho's sneering face, thinking, is he really this strong? But the small swords kept flying toward him. Woojin easily deflected them. Arrogantly, he said to Songho, just some petty tricks. Then Woojin charged and stabbed his sword into Songho. Everyone watching was horrified. Songho immediately spat out fresh blood. He knelt before Woojin. The world is unfair. Even though I've grown stronger, I still can't compare to you. Songho mocked, but it had no effect. You won't stop this. If not me, someone else will. Woojin sneered. You're the one causing the dungeon outbreaks. Songho was surprised. You don't know? Then why are you doing it? Woojin smirked. You're funny. Woojin said something that terrified him. Weren't you the one who sent people to kill me in the Middle East? You think I didn't know? Woojin laughed arrogantly. Things are different now. We should talk sometimes. In the pitch-black hallway without a single light, Songho was kicked hard, falling painfully to the floor. Woojin approached menacingly, threatening, how did you cause the dungeon outbreaks? If you want to die peacefully, just confess quickly. But Songho laughed mockingly, asking back, do you really think I'll confess? Woojin wasn't angry. He just smiled. Woojin stepped closer, amused. So you want that, huh? Songho began to panic. Where am I? He turned and ran, remembering he was trapped in a dungeon with Woojin. He looked back, determined to escape. But Woojin followed closely, questioning, where do you think you're running? Songho panicked, confused by the person in front of him. You're right behind me. Woojin manifested many clones surrounding him, declaring, got you, bastard. Songho grimaced, sweating and trembling, then let out a piercing scream that echoed loudly near an elevator with a sign. A cheerful, excited face boasted, I can't believe you found it on Earth. Woojin stood with hands on hips, asking for her opinion. The girl happily confirmed, jumping repeatedly, of course, the original phantom cloak belongs to me. Nearby, Songho was still bleeding and groaning. Seeing this, Bai laughed triumphantly, clearly enjoying himself. Bai looked suspicious and curious, asking, what are you showing him? The girl smiled and admitted honestly, it's a game of hide and seek. If you get caught, you get beaten to death. Suddenly, Songho's eyes widened in panic. Woojin stepped forward with a cruel expression, asking, awake now? Songho was terrified and immediately knelt, begging, spare me, I'll confess everything. Woojin said nothing, still smiling, and bluntly emphasized, I already know everything. Then a streak of fresh blood spilled out. Woojin held a scythe and declared, you've also dragged innocent people on Earth into this. Then everything gradually came to light. When Songho was trapped in BB's phantom magic, he confessed everything. Woojin recalled the details he had learned. Songho revealed how he became a servant of Lord Elo, which allowed him to avoid monster attacks. And finally, Woojin solved the last mystery. But because he is also human, he unlocked the stone dungeon gate to return. Bai's face brightened with a relieved smile. And indeed, it was a real relief. Master, but you somewhat guessed it with disappointment. But he is a servant of the Space Lord, so he will revive soon. Woojin cast a confident glance downward and explained, at that point, he won't be human anymore, so he can't pull that stunt again. Let's finish and go. In the sky, the flying dragons spread their fierce wings, when suddenly the familiar black hole appeared again. Opening up, Woojin and BB stepped outside. He introduced, this time it was the flying dragon's dungeon. A huge, magnificent castle appeared, with a statue of a tiger head bearing fangs on the wall, and on a pedestal stood a statue of a strange, terrifying creature. Bai looked around anxiously. Master, this place is so scary, it feels like ghosts might appear. Woojin stepped forward and reached out to open the door. He looked at the object on the throne with interest, found the return stone, then approached the glowing stone. At that moment, the system popped up with an explanation and a confirmation question as the spatial evidence reacted to the return stone of the WIV dungeon lair. The synchronization rate is 72%. Do you want to claim the WIV lair as your territory? If you claim it, You will receive territory proportional to the synchronization rate. Declined confirmation. Woojin looked at the object before him and gradually recalled that this was the guidance from Melody once again. The dungeon master is chosen by the dungeon. If you collect all 3 spatial fragments, a dungeon will respond to them. After recalling that, he agreed without hesitation, no second thoughts. Confirmation. The system quickly completed the request and asked another question. The Wiv Lair has been claimed as space territory. Before registering on the leaderboard, do you want to rename the dungeon? Woojin suddenly thought of a fresh name, Adon. The system updated and immediately switched modes. The Space Territory Management Guide has been created. Automatic reading of instructions. After a stabilization phase of 30 days, you will receive an Explorer challenge. If you fail to protect the dungeon, you will lose the dungeon gate. Part of the territory can be stolen. After the 30-day protection phase, lords from other territories can challenge this territory. Space Territory Adan, Lord Kang Woojin, Servant Energy, Citizens, W Dungeon Army. B saw him clutching his head in pain and ran over to ask, Master, are you okay? Woojin gripped the armrest tightly, trembling. Even though I planned everything, they still got ahead by 1 step. Only then did he realize the whole plan. Now I understand. This is the space territory that the lords and 72 leaders fight over for power. Anfen and Earth are just grounds to harvest new energy. Woojin gritted his teeth, frowning angrily. Those bastards. I will overthrow them all. The system then displayed detailed information. Level 75, name Kang Woojin, profession, soul harasser, inheriting warrior rank lord. Achievements, 713,219,644, magic 1,320 out of 1,320, energy 240 out of 240. The next morning, the citywide announcement blared through loudspeakers, informing the citizens of Soon that all monsters from yesterday's dungeon excavation have been cleared. Once again, arriving at his familiar tall company building, Woojin stepped inside and looked around, feeling troubled. The place was a mess. He glanced at the empty white shelves, speechless. The warehouse had also been completely cleared out. Woojin turned around and firmly ordered, "Let's move out." He turned back and clearly stated his request, scanning around Ji-soon. Find a building that can be used as a fortress like the guild hall. Mien Tran was initially startled, but then accepted the order. Yes, I will search. The 3 of them looked at the messy scene. Sunggu checked his phone and suddenly announced, the network is back up. He quickly made a decision. I will mobilize the staff to resume work. Suddenly staring at the phone, he was surprised by the name appearing on the screen. As soon as John Woojin answered, he heard her sobbing uncontrollably. Woojin, save me. He tensely waited for JW to explain the situation. Minchan was in trouble but couldn't wait any longer, so Woojin hurriedly asked, Jay, where are you? Minchan was panting heavily, mouth wide open, revealing fangs. His eyes were bloodshot, mouth snarling in pain. Then Minchan let out a loud growl from the hospital bed, scene shifting to a large hospital in Soon City. June sat on a bench, head bowed in despair. Suddenly, Woojin's call surprised her. Ju! She seemed desperate as she ran to hug him tightly. Woojin! John cried loudly, terrified. What will happen to Minchan? She buried her face in Woojin's chest, speechless. If Minchan gently reached out to soothe John's head, Woojin smiled softly, assuring her, it will be okay. Minchan is fine. He gave a confident smile to comfort her. Trust me? Zhao looked up at Woojin in surprise. He opened the hospital room door and stepped inside. Minchan lay on the bed, his face gaunt as he looked over. When he saw the person entering, he glanced sideways at him. Woojin quickly guessed from his expression. You got bitten? Minchan confirmed and pointed to the exact spot. Yes, on his arm. He glanced around, trembling in fear. What will happen to us? Woojin calmly asked. You know about vampires, right? Hearing that word, Minchan was a bit surprised and repeated, Vampires? Woojin nodded firmly. Yes, simply put, you will become a vampire. Hearing this, he became scared and stammered. So I have to live the rest of my life in darkness? Woojin quickly corrected with accurate information. No, you can still see the sun, but tomorrow you will die and only your vampire body will remain. You even emphasize the important information more. What you're thinking about is a real vampire, but you'll only become a blood-sucking minion. By name, you'll just be a monster. Unfortunately, but once bitten, there's no turning back. Minchan helplessly burst into tears, calling out, Brother, but Woojin hadn't finished speaking yet, though there was a way to escape death. He glanced downward and asked, Minchan, do you want to live? His tears flowed even more. I want to live. In a dark corner, the bloodsucker was draining its prey's blood. He sank his teeth deep into the girl's shoulder blade. After finishing, the bloodsucker threw the victim down and wiped his mouth. This really is paradise. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, losing that satisfied look. This world is full of humans. The bloodsucker looked up at the sky, feeling conflicted. Dawn was approaching. Should I just be content with each day? Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out. Gotcha. He turned around, quickly recognizing the victim. It was the kid he bit last night. But who's the one beside him? No need to risk yourself when dawn is near. The bloodsucker nimbly decided to leap away and escape. He had to flee immediately, but suddenly, his arm was grabbed. Startled, the bloodsucker froze and was pulled backward. Woojin quickly threw him to the ground. He took out a chain and wrapped it around the bloodsucker's neck. In pain, the bloodsucker struggled with all his might to break the chain. Woojin turned back and called out, "Come here." He produced a sharp weapon and demanded, "Use this to stab through his heart." Seeing hesitation, Woojin asked again, "Don't you want to live anymore?" He still looked confused and hesitant. "I do. But how do I stab him? Can't you do it for me?" Hearing that, Woojin sighed tiredly, feeling helpless. He had to explain everything clearly again. After all, this guy was waiting for daylight, and once he dies, you, as his minion, will die too. Woojin quickly gave two options. You can either follow this guy and die together, or kill him and live on, though you'll become a vampire. He spoke calmly, letting Minchan think. It's up to you. Minchan fell into deep thought. He knew what he wanted, recalling the hospital scene. I want to live. She's still crying and waiting for me. His eyes opened wide, changing to determination. Without hesitation, Minchan raised the knife high. I want to live. Finally, he stabbed straight into the bloodsucker. Fresh blood splattered, droplets flying into the air. Minchan was still stunned, looking up at the sky. He was shocked by a strange movement. The blood, right after, it changed direction and rushed back. Minchan panicked, confused as it flew toward him. Then he opened his mouth, letting the blood rush in. Woojin stood behind, watching with a satisfied grin. He looked at Minchan and declared the ritual complete. Thus, the blood inheritance was complete. His ears had changed, growing longer and sharper, and his nails lengthened and turned black. After absorbing the new blood, he had completely transformed. I feel like I'm going to live. The scene shifted to a misty land. At the same time, in the A-Dan territory, Kiba arrived, looking relaxed and satisfied, marveling, so peaceful. He gazed at the space before him, feeling dreamy. Outside the borders of this infinite territory, I wonder what exists. Suddenly, from afar, a large group of people approached. When Ba saw this, he growled a few times under his breath. He raised his hammer forward and asked their identity. Who's there? What are you doing in A-Dan? Hearing this, the mysterious ghost knight began to act mysterious. He spoke very gently, making a request. If possible, please allow us to meet the lord of this territory. The entire Sun city fell into chaos after the incident. Many unstable dungeons collapsed. Monsters spilled out along with spreading effects. The world was shocked by the monster frenzy in Sun after Daegu. Long lines of vehicles were evacuating the city. Everyone in Shun was fleeing to safety. Although the government issued official announcements, people didn't trust them. The government claimed they could control the dungeons for several consecutive days to prevent chaos. Very few believed this, so the government had to change tactics. The government pushed to strengthen a defense treaty with the A-Dan Guild as a measure to handle the situation. And finally, it brought some results. This continuously pressured the A-Dan Guild. The scene shifted to the vast Seoul airport area. Near the gate, voices of criticism echoed. Disgusting. The guys all looked toward one side. What's going on in Korea? Look, everyone's eyes are fixed on someone's figure. You really can't compare the real person to YouTube. Melody stepped out first to greet. Minchan, long time no see. He looked a bit surprised, but warmly reached out to help. It's quite a long way. Let me carry your luggage. She held her bag tightly, signaling refusal. It's okay. Melody quickly clarified to avoid misunderstandings. This is the document the Immortal requested. She smiled, assuring she would complete the mission. I'll deliver it directly to him. Woojin had just used a portal to teleport and looked up, puzzled and curious. What's that? Woojin looked confused at the huge city gate. Is this in the territory too? From behind, B ran up, shouting loudly, Master! He turned his head, glancing around in confusion. What are these things? The girl's face remained calm, curiously asking back. Pretty, right? Bai grinned mischievously, emphasizing her effort. Every space shop has them, but it's hard to find ones this beautiful. The system now sends a detailed notification to the Adan Space Territory Steward BB. Space energy is at 0%. Total space energy is 30,000 out of 500,000. Woojin looked straight at the mysterious flower garden, thinking, manage it well, but it turned into a flower garden instead? Only then did he fully understand the reason for the energy depletion. Space energy is directly linked to the territory's defense army. The Adan Space Territory Steward BB has 0% space energy, with a total of 30,000 out of 500,000. Did they already use up the 10,000 points I gave yesterday? Seeing that attitude, the little girl anxiously asked again. You don't like it? Woojin could only scratch his head awkwardly to confirm. It's okay. Suddenly sensing something unusual, he became cautious. Woojin looked worried and glanced over with curiosity. What was that noise? Bibi honestly confessed the situation. Ramson asked for help, so the disciples assisted. The girl shook her head several times, frustrated and speechless, saying that life should have hobbies or something. Then he pointed directly to one side and asked, So what about that? Bibi laughed, very amused, explaining, It's a small tavern where you can buy drinks using space energy. Upon hearing that, Woojin was suspicious and found it hard to believe. They drink alcohol too? I need to directly manage the energy for now. He put his hands on his hips and continued to ask worriedly, How's Min-chan doing lately? Hearing this, Bibi was initially surprised. That blood-sucking demon. She then reported the detailed situation, since he was still very panicked. The disciples gave him a house and left a few bags of blood, but he hasn't drunk them yet. He looks at the blood bags in front of him and has to restrain himself. Wants to drink blood but can't. I'm human. Hearing this, Woojin looked satisfied. Good job. Suddenly, footsteps and a familiar voice appeared. My lord. Kiba caught Woojin's attention and reported, These people want to see you. He led the crowd just now to the audience hall, shifting the scene deeper inside the castle. Sitting on the throne, Woojin looked down, curious about the situation. What brings you to Adon? They knelt sincerely and made a request. Please allow our family to stay in the territory. But suddenly, Woojin rolled his eyes with a strange expression. The system summarized the situation with two suggestions. The Tiger clan came to the territory exhausted from prolonged refugee life. You can either order the soldiers to drive them away or persuade them and accept them as territory residents. He showed indifference and asked, It's none of my business. I have a few questions. They nodded respectfully, ready to answer. Thank you, my lord. What do you want to ask? But Woojin suddenly asked a strange question. From 1 to 10, I don't know where to start. Hearing this, they were confused and asked back, Not knowing how long you have been ruling the territory. He didn't hesitate to give a straightforward answer. One day, hearing this, they were somewhat surprised. So, that's how it is. Then they honestly recounted their story. Before coming here, we went to a place called a territory led by a lord, but we couldn't accept the harsh tax laws, so we left that land and came here. Knowing this, Woojin asked back, You came from another space territory? They nodded obediently to confirm. Yes, we can go to the territory border. He recalled the earlier information and asked for details. What is the tax law you mentioned, and how does it operate? They sweated nervously and honestly explained clearly. The lord taxes settlers, usually paid with bloodstones to compensate for hunting. Woojin, hearing this, began to feel suspicious. Hunting? Is there anything to hunt in this wasteland? They suddenly smiled excitedly and assured him, You don't need to worry, my lord, because we hunt outside. Woojin's face darkened as he began to question. Where is the world connected by the gate? So, that's how it is. Then he suddenly realized the problem. There are 4 ways for a space territory to obtain energy. First, kill and absorb adventurers who enter the dungeon to hunt. Woojin continued reasoning to the second method. Second, send territory residents and the army outside to clear the dungeon. He understood this as the gentlest method. Third, plant trees containing bloodstones or raise livestock. Simply put, production, but the efficiency is low. And Woojin realized the final method. Fourth, wage war on other territories. This method yields a lot but also causes great losses. Essentially, allowing territory residents to hunt and taxing them is the easiest way. Lost in thought, he was suddenly awakened by their call. My lord, Woojin stood straight and declared his decision. I will not open the gate. Hearing this, they were very surprised and emphasized the impact. If so, energy may decrease and affect other dimensions. Woojin sighed deeply, emphasizing his thoughts. Of course we must find a way. Beyond that gate is my homeland. They looked embarrassed, sweating nervously. Sorry, my lord, but he smiled and waved happily. It's okay. Then Woojin turned his back and walked in, waving as he instructed. Whether you settle or leave is up to you. Rest well. The hallway lights were still lit. Recalling what had been announced, he frowned tensely. The territory is protected for 30 days immediately after declaration. After 30 days of protection, the lord can receive a declaration of war letter from another lord. After 30 days of territory stabilization, you will face challengers. If defense fails, you will lose the dungeon gate. Part of the territory's assets may be looted. Then, as that person said, our territory will only be prey for those waiting for newly established territories. Woojin turned and hurried away even faster. Before that started, no matter what, it wasn't just the military. I had to find a way to increase the territory's energy. After some time, everything was set into motion. 20 days later, according to the territory's time. 5 days in real time, the Adon space territory prepared for an invasion from other spaces. The military base system was quickly constructed, cutting to the other side, which was also busy. Meanwhile, the Adan Association was relocating its headquarters near Gun. Minchan approached, reminding, "Director, don't forget the schedule to visit the National Assembly at 2 o'clock today." Woojin quickly confirmed once again. "I know. Dream on. Did you bring the item the Americans requested to investigate?" She promptly handed over the file. "It's ready, sir." Seeing that, he immediately showed satisfaction. "Good work." Then he questioned, "Director, what is that document?" Woojin straightforwardly revealed it was the death list, but Minchan smiled brightly, feigning ignorance. "The death list? What's that?" After a moment, he realized and turned pale, shouting loudly. Minchan approached, trembling, asking for permission. "May I read it?" Woojin didn't hesitate to hand over the death list. He took the list and read it, shocked to realize it was a list of people involved in the assassination attempt on Woojin. "Could it be that's why you agreed to the visit request?" Woojin smirked, already planning. "Of course, handling everything will be easier with everyone present." His mood darkened as he declared, "I didn't expect so many people were behind my assassination. I'll have them all eliminated." At that moment, Woojin prepared the initial phase of the plan. "Contact the National Assembly. I'm leaving now." Cut to another important location, the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. The camera panned as they shook hands warmly. Representative Choi Tae-oh quickly stood up, showing politeness. "No need to be so formal, sir. Please, have a seat." He sat back down, grinning smugly. "I heard that Woojin finally agreed to show up?" Tae-oh glanced with a sinister look. Did he have any other choice? Lee Sang-ho sighed deeply, assuring, "If that guy is enjoying the benefits of this country, he has to be ready to work." The man beside him agreed. "I agree. He's turning the noble work of our Ministry of Defense into a joke." Hearing this, Tae-oh recalled the persuasiveness and wondered if the conditions they set were sufficient. The hearing confirmed, based on the Ministry of Defense's judgment, that we even proposed recognizing their association as we do the Ministry of Defense, yet he still refused. Sang-ho, still arrogant, said, "Do you think he has any other path if he wants to continue living in Korea? It's just a facade he created to make himself seem more valuable." The man laughed heartily, deciding, "Then today I will expose all his tricks." Du Jamin, seeing this, placed his hopes on him. "If Representative Choi does that, I will place my trust in you." Cut outside to cars rolling. Si-hun looked worried, glancing sideways. "Boss, you're not seriously planning to make this bloody, are you?" Woojin sat in the back seat, arms crossed, threatening. "If you ask again, I'll turn everything upside down." He stammered fearfully. "Yes, I understand." Si-hun fell silent, carefully reconsidering. "It seems the vice president did his best to stop him. Hopefully the worst won't happen, right?" Nian Tran tried his best to persuade. "No way, boss. That would truly become an unsolvable knot." Suddenly, the one in the back called out to Si-hun. He turned around, waiting for orders. "Yes, boss." Suddenly, Woojin gave an unexpected command. "Change the destination." Cut to a large private house in a remote area. Mr. Bay turned his face, asking about the situation outside. "Are they still protesting?" The assistant confirmed with a clear report. "Yes, sir. The people are very angry." He held his head, exhausted and frustrated. This country is too weak and can't protect its people. Mr. Bay could only hope. What can save us from this disaster is getting Woojin's confirmation on the agreement. This hearing must succeed. Suddenly, someone rushed in anxiously. "Mr. President!" He suddenly turned around, predictable. "I guess it's time. We should head to the National Assembly." But the person's face turned pale, emphasizing, "It's not that." Trembling, they hurriedly reported, "Mr. Woojin is currently at the Blue House." Mr. Bay couldn't believe it. "What? He came here instead of the National Assembly?" Cut back to inside the National Assembly. An hour after the meeting between Kin and the president, everyone was still seated, whispering anxiously. "Why is he so late? This isn't the first time he's ignored us. He's too arrogant." Sang-ho, with a probing look, whispered, "Nothing bad happened, right?" Dio couldn't answer. "I'm not too sure. He always treats government summons like a joke." He clenched his teeth, frowning angrily. "That bastard Woojin, do you think you're above the National Assembly just because you have global support?" Teo recalled the event with regret. "I should have killed you in the Middle East before you got this powerful." Suddenly, Woojin, wearing a suit with hands in his pockets, walked in calmly. "Hello, looks like everyone's finally here." A councilman was furious and questioned sharply. "Woojin, are you treating the parliament with disrespect?" You still refused to respond and just pulled out your chair. The others grew even angrier at this reaction. "Don't you even care? Please give us an answer." Woojin maintained that attitude and turned to demand. "Prosecutor Lee Sang-ho, please provide me with the verified information." He obediently complied and handed it over. "Here it is." Woojin looked at the list and began making decisions one by one. "I'll eliminate this guy. This one's useless. Woojin frowned, calculating carefully. There's a lot of trash here, but I can't kill them all. But that's not too bad, right? That's more than half of them already. Then he stood up calmly and got to work. All right, let's continue. See, Hun was confused and didn't understand. What? Are we leaving now? Woojin threw the documents back and confirmed, I've verified their identities. Someone couldn't hold back and spoke up. Hey, where do you think you're going? Is this hearing just a joke to you? Sit down right now. In response, Woojin smirked with contempt. A hearing? Is this to confirm whether I joined what you call the Ministry of Defense? Something I never wanted to get involved with? Woojin suddenly grabbed the mic. He not only declared non-participation but emphasized, I'm not joining the Ministry of Defense or anything else, so there's no need for a hearing. I have only one warning for you. Woojin didn't hesitate to call out in a veiled way. Those involved in the missile terrorism plot aim to eliminate me. He deliberately highlighted those who caused the prison break incident for personal gain. Woojin wasn't shy about issuing a stern warning. Because anyone we see as unnecessary in the upcoming battles will pay dearly for the crimes they've committed up to now. He smiled with a sinister expression and dropped bombshell information. All related data has been leaked to the press. Woojin's face darkened with satisfaction as he instructed. Remember to watch the news to verify why you deserve to die. Teo stammered and stood up to question. What the hell are you talking about? How can you be so arrogant? But Woojin ignored him and walked straight ahead. Let's go. Hearing that, Si-hun quickly followed. Yes, boss. He was furious at the attitude and chased after him. Where are you going? Aren't you going to sit down? But Woojin turned his face. His eyes completely changed. Teo immediately froze in place, motionless. He stood there, looking up at the sky, screaming in pain. Jamin quickly trembled and pointed forward, questioning. What are you doing in this sacred parliament? Woojin turned arrogantly and warned. You better pray you're not named this time. He couldn't hold back and cursed repeatedly. You're too arrogant. Are we really entrusting the nation's safety to a violent guy like this? Where did you get these fabricated facts? Woojin must be expelled from Korea immediately. Outside, under the clear blue sky and pleasant weather, Si-hun breathed a sigh of relief and praised. You did very well holding yourself back. Woojin was sweating nervously. Unfortunately, I wondered if he would do something like this. Earlier, he received a call saying, This is me. Mr. Woojin is heading to Parliament now. Please support him. Woojin was also surprised by the sudden turn of events. Following the VIP's order, I handed over all information about delegates involved in the prison corruption case, but I didn't expect us to be powerless and retreat like this. He grew more tense, anticipating the situation. Since we declared war, those guys will erase all evidence immediately. In the end, history will repeat itself like we're stuck in an endless loop. Woojin suddenly darkened his expression and loudly demanded, So, shall we begin? At that moment, he shouted forcefully, predicting the order to appear. After a large crowd showed up, Woojin gave the command. Wait for them to come out, then eliminate those faces I memorized earlier. Si-hun panicked and reminded, Boss, didn't you say you wouldn't spill anyone's blood in Parliament? But Woojin turned back and explained clearly, That's why I stepped outside. He was stunned and couldn't believe it. The vice president didn't mean that. Standing outside for a while, Woojin complained in frustration. Waiting for them to stick their heads out is boring. I'm a little agitated now. Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out. Fire! The fire alarm blared loudly. Everyone hurriedly rushed out. There's a fire. Evacuate me. But then they saw everyone clustered together. How can anyone get through when everyone's blocking the way? Teo pushed people aside roughly. Move aside. He excitedly ran toward the door, full of hope. Made it. I'm still alive. But Teo froze when he saw the scene outside. What the hell? A fully armored man turned back to report, confirming the target. He was sweating in fear and looked back in shock. What is that? Teo panicked and ran back toward the crowd. Move aside. I'm Choi Teo. Get out of the way. But unfortunately, a huge hand squeezed his neck. Teo was easily lifted off the ground, screaming non-stop. Let me go. From afar, a familiar step approached. Woojin smirked triumphantly and quickly gave the order. This is Choi Teo. Take care of him. He glanced down, his whole body trembling in confusion. Why did you do that? Woojin looked completely calm and emphasized clearly. He would know if he just watched the news. Teo refused and countered. How could he watch if he's dead? He smirked, his face growing even more satisfied. Too bad. The man was sweating profusely, still busy questioning. Did he really think this power could turn him into a god? Unable to hold back, Teo tried to turn around and shout, At least I deserve to know the reason, you bastard. Just then, Woojin suddenly revealed the real reason for the man's connection with Lee Song-ho. He gradually exposed the heinous crimes. The man deliberately exploited the prison break to make hundreds of millions in dirty profits. He also invested in the rocket launch with the intent to assassinate me. Woojin arrogantly placed his hands on his hips and questioned, Is that enough reason to send him off? Teo could only stubbornly pretend not to understand. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm innocent. How can you break the law and kill an innocent person at will? Others around also unanimously supported. He's right. We have to follow the law and let justice decide. But Woojin just smiled and declared, sounds good. But today, I am the law. Teo grew even more furious and cursed wildly. You crazy bastard! This is the Republic of Korea, a democratic republic. Do you think you can stay here after killing someone? Unable to finish his sentence, his neck was snapped painfully. Everyone around widened their eyes in horror. The terrifying black creature coldly emphasized, you have insulted the king? He put a hand on his hip and looked at the eager crowd. All right, who wants to go full snowstorm? Seeing them trembling, Woojin warned, if you don't want to burn to death, I suggest you run fast. Si-hun vomited violently at the brutal scene. Woojin rushed over, stunned by the sight. This is insane. Is he really planning a revolution in this rotten country? Even if he could become the most ruthless killer in history. The scene shifted to a more private place, where Mr. Man rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully recalling a warning and an offer. He remembered when they met. Mr. Kang Woojin, why are you here instead of the National Assembly? Seeing the file thrown on the table, Mr. Man was stunned. Woojin arrogantly stated his purpose. Before carrying out this revenge, I have a warning and an offer for you. Woojin waited for the other to respond. So? On the TV broadcast, the MC emphasized this was a case of national treason. Kang Woojin of the An Guild ambushed the national conference. Mr. Man struggled to correct himself. No, I meant the offer from him, but the secretary helplessly announced this wasn't something he could decide. Suddenly, a call came to the Minister of Defense, who quickly relayed an order. Kang Woojin issued a warning attack. If this area is not cleared within 5 minutes, please order an attack. We need to seize the initiative. Hearing this, the man broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Man felt extremely tense and worried. Could an offensive catch him? He was even stronger than the Middle Eastern terrorist armies. He tried to stay calm, wondering how many casualties there were. The other side carefully reported details. There were 57 casualties, starting with Delegate Peru. Mr. Man was impressed. He really kept his word. After a moment, he decided to order the area cleared, but the Minister of Defense on the other line objected. We can't do that. This is a serious rebellion against the nation. He angrily emphasized again. I said clear that area. That's an order. The other side didn't say another word. Understood. Mr. Man hurriedly prepared. The secretary hastily arranged a press conference for him immediately. The secretary obediently followed orders. Yes, sir. The scene shifted back to the company building where someone was shocked. I didn't think the boss would actually do that. Hin looked very worried, extremely anxious. Vice President, what will happen to us? Min Tran buried his face, emphasizing. This isn't a simple matter. The TV news continued. He kept rubbing his head and shaking his hands, unable to believe this was the most unpredictable and brutal rebellion in the nation's history. Min Chan sighed repeatedly from start to finish. Tigyang Enge scratched his head, thinking simply, what? They're bad people too. Won't things be fine since quite a few people support him? But he grew more resentful and negative. It's not good at all. Dream on with a smile, still thinking simply, the immortal has become king already. He's not someone who will be controlled by the rotten country's top leaders. Mien Trong grew more helpless, only able to plead, Saintess, observe the atmosphere. She handed Hin a bottle of water and a pill, urging, please take another dose of Sin Hoa. He tried to regain his initial calm. All right. While Min Chen was drinking water, the TV announced new news. After the news was read, he immediately spat out the water. The president just declared the autonomy of the Adan Guild in a press conference. Adan is now recognized as a sovereign state, and the host continued to add, furthermore, besides expressing gratitude to the leader of the Adan Guild, Kang Woojin, the president also announced that once the decayed National Assembly is reorganized, a referendum on Adan Guild's status as an autonomous state will be held. Just then, someone entered from outside. What's going on? Why do you all look like that? They were startled and all shouted, Boss! At this moment, Min Tran helplessly turned around to scold. Boss, I already contacted and begged you. I didn't spill a drop of blood inside the parliament building. Woojin calmly sat down, puzzled. Is that why you didn't do it inside the building? He lowered his head, darkened, exhausted, and helpless. Do you know how worried I was when I saw the parliament building on the live news? Min Chan suddenly remembered and returned to the topic. How did you turn us into an independent state? He quickly recalled that issue too. That matter? Woojin gave a very simple reason. The government kept bothering us, right? So I created a country myself. That way, no one can interfere anymore, and everyone can work comfortably. You're even proud and arrogant about yourself. Where else can people find a boss who thinks about his employees like this? Min Chan's face darkened as he realized the problem. That only adds more work for us. The more he heard, the more confused he became. But how did you talk to the president? Woojin leaned back in his chair, emphasizing his action. I just made a proposal. I said I would kill all those corrupt people, create a country, and wanted his cooperation. He honestly recounted the negotiation details. I said as long as he doesn't obstruct us, I'm willing to form an alliance. It seems he agreed to that. Melody lowered her head slightly, full of admiration. I respect the king's compassion, Mintron still tried to explain clearly. Maybe it worked this time, but it's too dangerous. I understand the boss's desire for revenge, but the future. Then he suddenly emphasized, this is not just because of their assassination attempts. He expressed his own hatred. Countless victims suffered because of their thirst for power. Only 57 deaths to soothe their souls is way too cheap. Woojin then clearly emphasized the question, do you understand? Hearing that, Minchan immediately completely changed his mind. The boss had such a deep motivation for that sudden action. His eyes narrowed, giving some advice. Anyway, Minchan was a bit surprised and waited for the words. Yes, Woojin declared, emphasizing his title. From now on, you are the Prime Minister. Minchan's eyes widened in disbelief. Sorry, Prime Minister? He seriously confirmed firmly. That's right, Prime Minister. Woojin clearly stated his plan. If we build a country, one person should bear all the responsibility instead of me. Mintron closed his eyes, his face darkening with deep regret. Although I do have ambition, this is still very wrong. Then he emphasized each person's position. Sungu will be the military commander. He heard that and immediately laughed with delight. I have to brag about this online. He trembled, thinking about the chaotic scene. Then Woojin continued, looking hesitant. Seung-hun, what should you do? He quickly gave a convincing suggestion. How about I handle diplomatic affairs? My persuasion skills are pretty good. Woojin seemed excited and quickly decided. Managing the foreign ministry? Those two ministers, right? Whatever. Just do it. Seung-hun laughed heartily, praising. His generosity is truly immeasurable. Only Minchan was completely crushed. This really is a crazy company, not a crazy country. At the Sacred Space Swamp Komat, rank 321-3, a gloomy, desolate, terrifying space. The system screen displayed the Sacred Space, Adon, Sacred Space rank 321-3. New Lord Kang Woojin, human race. A vile laugh echoed. Woojin. The monster licked its lips greedily. Is this the first human to become a lord of a sacred space? Basically, a rookie among rookies. Screen notification. Sacred Space, Adon countdown to protection time, no date. Year, 23 minutes 32 seconds. Its wild eyes showed anticipation, thinking silently. The protection layer will be removed in 5 hours. I can't let others take this chance. The ugly monster, hunched back with a goatee, drooled excitedly. He will be a delicious prey. On the castle, the flag fluttered, the walls guarded by 2 sentries. Melody couldn't hide her surprise, looking at the scene ahead. Is this the sacred space, Adon? Woojin's face was full of pride as he asked, how does it feel to be here? Melody didn't answer, but silently admired the divine speed of creating a sacred space this fast. But she seriously raised a question. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but sir, shouldn't the defense system here be built more solidly? Woojin confidently answered, we already have Kiba and the undead army, that's enough. Unexpectedly, Melody shook her head in disagreement, making him curious. She lowered her eyes slightly and continued, obviously no army can match the undead army. However, the battles between sacred spaces have very different tactics, not like usual, right? Melody emphasized the seriousness of this. Once the protection time ends, the sacred space battle will come from both left and right, and at that time, you can't use the undead army anymore. Woojin frowned and asked again, what do you mean? Melody briefly explained. It's like chess. The lord of a territory can't directly participate in battle, but can only use resources within his territory. Woojin asked confusedly. Why can't I fight? That's unreasonable. Melody didn't answer, but slowly asked, then do you want to play a mock battle? He raised his eyebrows, curious. A mock battle. The dazzling sun shone on the clock tower. Woojin and Melody simultaneously teleported inside the tower. The system kept sending notifications, overwhelming him. The guide for the Holy Land battle begins. Set your extreme energy to 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Scanning the assumed enemy. You have been connected to the human race. The scene instantly shifts to an open field with vast grasslands. Woojin is confused. What is this? In his consciousness, an army appears. Woojin thinks in amazement. That's the two-legged tiger tribe. The two-legged tiger tribe speaks, requesting, Lord, please give your orders. Woojin is bewildered. What is this? Observing the entire scene again, he gradually realizes this building is a station to create manpower, right? There are also resource and troop stats. Next to him is the text Bloodstone 100, troops 5 out of 10. Very quickly, Woojin identifies this as a battle simulation, right? He tries to use his consciousness to issue commands. So first, let's mine more bloodstones. The two-legged tiger tribe immediately responds, understood? Woojin thoughtfully looks at the construction board. Shelter, farm, enchantment tree, brain training, dragon cave, bar, forge, street vendor, flower garden. He tells himself that the things he can build now are only those available in the Holy Land, right? Woojin thinks he needs suitable units and facilities in the Holy Land if he wants to prepare for the Battle of the Sanctuaries. Next, he starts to strategize. Build the training camp first, then add more manpower and brain soldiers. Just then, the system notifies, you have reached the troop limit. Please build more shelters. Woojin grits his teeth in frustration. First time playing and it's this hard. Suddenly, a noise behind grabs his attention. Looking at the armored troops ahead, Woojin worries. Enemy forces? Have they already attacked? Sure enough, after a moment, the system reports, defeat, you have lost the Holy Land battle. Simulated battles do not reflect real battles. If you lose the real Holy Land battle, you can seek revenge through a duel. Woojin feels less bored, angrily gritting his teeth. Damn, this is too complicated. Better to let someone else handle it. Melody approaches calmly and asks, hey master, how do you feel? Woojin expresses all his thoughts, feeling like his limbs are numb and he can't fight on his own. Are all lords of other holy lands like this? Taking bloodstones from other sanctuaries is like playing with toys? Melody slowly explains, the Holy Land battle is very important to the lords. They only bet small stakes but can rank up safely and steadily. You still don't understand. What about the duel? Earlier, I saw you can seek revenge through a duel. She carefully replies. The Holy Land battle is a fight over each sanctuary's resources, while the duel is a fight between lords. Woojin wonders why not just choose the duel from the start. Melody, showing no impatience, continues explaining. You can't just duel unless the opponent accepts. You can only force a duel after losing the Holy Land battle, and then the other side must accept. Woojin smirks with interest. I like that, as long as I can get everything back after losing the Holy Land battle. On the busy street with people coming and going, the market crowded with customers, Bai is eating while walking and suddenly notices something. Bai hurriedly runs to call her master. The girl anxiously asks, has the Saintess left yet? Woojin smiles and says she already left. B responds sadly, I was really surprised by the person who went with her. Chat hands her a book. Here, take this. We might need it any time, so get familiar with it quickly. Bai takes the book, then remembers she needs to report news. Right, Minchan has recovered. He even went monster hunting and out to eat. Woojin is a bit surprised and says, is that so? He quickly moves to Jin's place and knocks on the door. Minchan, are you there? Upon entering, he sits beside the bed and asks, how do you feel? Have you adapted to this place? Jin honestly replies, yes, I'm okay now. Woojin seriously asks, do you want to meet your sister soon? Jin lowers his head, looking complicated, and says, she can't come here, right? I'm still not used to going out with many people. Woojin crosses his arms, pretending not to catch the hidden meaning, and calmly agrees. That must be hard for her too. She's not awakened, so she can't pass through those gates. DM thoughtfully makes a request. I really need to go out. Please tell her to wait for me a little longer, and don't rush me. All right, take your time. Suddenly he calls back. One more thing, brother? Woojin listens. What else? Jin cautiously asks. Are you really a god? Woojin strokes his chin thoughtfully. A god? He looks at Minchan and thinks, maybe after seeing what happens here, a space lord creates everything from space energy. Thinking that, Woojin smirks and asks back, I'm just a person. What do you mean by god? Jin breathes a sigh of relief and replies, that's a relief. Then he asks again, by the way, I see people are quite worried. Is everything okay? Woojin doesn't understand and wonders what he means. DM looks confused and says to the people, he tells them they're worried about losing the Holy Land battle because of the new lord, who doesn't even pay taxes. Woojin jokes, you look like the loser, don't you? Jin quickly shakes his head, just hearing Woojin say slowly, they'll know who the real loser is when the time comes. Finally, he stands up with a confident expression to reassure, don't worry about unnecessary things now. Now you just need to focus on your own situation. Returning to the clock tower, it is still not dark. The system pops up. You have received a challenge. Do you want to refuse? You can refuse up to 3 times, and the next time the battle must take place. If you win, you get 4 days of protection. If you lose, you get 12 days. Woojin smiles excitedly. Finally, it's here. You put all your trust in little BB. It's okay if you lose, so just give it your all, BB confidently said. I'll win, so don't worry. The little girl arrogantly asked, if I win, will you give me half of the sanctuary's energy as promised? Woojin generously replied, go ahead and transfer it now. He thought to himself, if she wins, great. But if she loses, no problem. I'll just take it back in the final duel. On the other side, the excited brain tribe cheered, immediately accepting. What a fool. I'll take everything from you. The two-legged tiger tribe busily carried materials inside, while the brain tribe guarded the perimeter. Woojin, witnessing this efficient work system, was amazed and called out, "BB, with such an orderly and busy scene, are you really doing this well on your first try?" After struggling for a while, BB finally sighed in relief. Suddenly, the system announced the enemy's arrival. The warrior army of the burial tribe approached with a formidable force. BB smiled excitedly. "You declared war first." She quickly ordered the brain warriors to counterattack. The burial tribe charged forward without fear. Woojin observed both sides fighting and nodded in approval. "Just as I thought, her troop deployment is still not as good as the enemy's. If this continues, the screen will surely show the defeat message. You lost the sanctuary battle." Bone sat on the ground, unwilling to accept it. Woojin silently thought, just as a flood of information hit. "You lost 10,000 points. She is enforcing the winner's rules. The sanctuary's vault is being raided. You lost power stones. You lost Lenin's feathers, wolf claws, and giant ant fangs." Woojin angrily muttered, looking at that bastard, amazed inwardly. They took both the vault items and the betting points too? Luckily, they only took useless stuff. Just then, BB rushed over, crying, hugging him tightly. "Master," the little girl said bitterly, "I'm really sorry. I just wanted to win." Woojin softened and comforted her. "It's okay. I can get everything back when I retaliate." He smirked and said, "Now we should take back twice what they took, right?" The system announced, "You requested a duel with Comet. The loser's revenge is about to begin." The monster on the other side laughed excitedly, sending out a different strategist in his place. "He's got some brains." The system on his side reported, "You won the sanctuary battle. Check points and items received." He muttered, but it was meaningless. He saw the screen display. Woojin requested a duel. "Do you accept?" The monster laughed excitedly, eyes gleaming with malice. "This is why I like these chickens. If he loses, he should arrange his troops to defend right now." So impatient. The system kept popping up. "You have been summoned to the Icy Highland Sanctuary battle. If you win, the winner's rules will apply. If you lose, the loser's revenge may proceed. If you lose, you will die. You will resurrect after 12 days. Woojin pondered. Resurrection after 12 days, huh? This is why people avoid duels unless necessary. He seriously thought about the match and told himself, "If I lose this sanctuary battle, I'll get 12 days of protection armor. But if I lose the duel too, I'll lose even more days to choose a new sanctuary. It won't be easy to risk going back to pick a sanctuary and rebuild from scratch." Suddenly, a figure appeared before Woojin, along with a notification that the duel opponent, Comet, is being summoned. Comet, with a sly grin, stepped forward and got straight to the point. "Dear new lord, may I make this proposal?" Woojin asked back. "What is it?" "It would be boring if the treasure wasn't at stake in a blood battle like this. How about you and I each bet a dungeon as the prize?" Woojin pondered cautiously, watching him carefully. Comet kept taunting. "Are you thinking about losing? You won't reach a high rank with that mindset." Woojin smirked. "I can read all your thoughts." He calmly agreed to his request. "All right, then why don't we raise the stakes? Since we're doing this, let's go all in." Comet laughed loudly with excitement. "You're really generous. I propose we each bet 100,000 points." On the surface, Woojin calmly agreed to play but hesitated inside. The system announced, "The first exit of gun from planet Earth has been bet. The Tower of Nessia from planet Jack has been bet." As the announcement ended, Comet charged forward confidently. "You rookie, shall we start?" Woojin didn't move, just slowly watched him. He analyzed calmly, a full-force straight charge. This idiot attacks so simply? Woojin summoned his weapon, sneering. "Let's see what you can do to me." They clashed, weapons colliding with fierce power. He stepped back, raising his guard. Earthlings have a lot of battlefield strength, but his arrogance quickly took over. "However, I am also a clan chief." Comet charged again, shouting, "I can't be compared to a mere human like you." A giant lead hammer slammed down, cracking the ground. Woojin quickly dodged behind. He struck Comet's knee joint, making him scream in pain. Comet's knee buckled. He fell to the ground but still tried to attack. Woojin immediately raised a bone wall. His eyes glowed red fiercely. Comet couldn't resist. He could only watch as Woojin destroyed him. One slash split Comet's body in two. The system announced amid Woojin's triumphant smile, "You have successfully avenged. You received the Tower of Naya Dungeon Victory Prize." Scene shifts to the Jiak Thap planet of Nessia, inside the dungeon where countless dry skeletons patrol. The Rati tribe army appears, wondering if the dungeon just recreated the old ones. The leader points to one of the skeletons and instructs, "It's not hard to deal with them, you just need to knock its head off." Everyone silently thinks, "If we conquer successfully, our clan will survive." The strongest warrior of the Rati tribe, Larik, thinks to himself, "I must make sure to clear them out and protect the planet, protect everyone." The Rati tribe moves inside. Lyric reminds, we only have the Heavens dungeon left. Be careful around because we don't know what might happen. The Rati tribe immediately responds seriously, understood. Loud noises appear in the sky. Lyric cautiously looks up. There they are. A swarm of flying monsters surrounds the Rati tribe, the Ween. Lyric quickly pulls out his staff and casts the Laxia spell. He uses the lightning spear tip. A beam of light attacks the Wiv, but the entire attack is nullified before reaching the Ween. Lyric shouts in panic. Laxia's magic disappeared. Is there really a beast rider who's a mage? On the back of one appears a man with a characteristic smile, the Jiak-Hu planet. Lyric widens his eyes in caution. Woojin sits on the Ween's back, greeting friendly. Welcome to the Adan Guild. Lyric warily asks, who are you? What's your identity? Woojin calmly dismounts. He arrogantly declares, I am your master. Woojin looks intrigued. You seem strong, huh? Makes me curious about the Jiak planet. Lyric frowns and says impatiently, you think I'll reveal it that easily? Woojin radiates a threatening aura. Did I say I wanted to negotiate with you? Feeling the strong pressure, the Rati tribe collectively shudders. What's that? Lyric quickly realizes and warns, it's soul-summoning magic. Everyone fall back. The Rati tribe immediately obeys and retreats. Woojin with his powerful army confidently demands to catch at least one. The subordinates respond in unison. Yes, sir. Lyric runs desperately, panting while looking back, only to see his comrades being brutally slaughtered by Woojin's forces. Lyric grits his teeth, unwillingly thinking, damn it, I can't fight this many Death Knights and soldiers. At this point, I have to at least save the remaining comrades. Finally, he turns around and decides to use the rewind stone and run away. I'll block them. The others panic and call out, Great Warrior. They scream in terror, Sir, stop. Lyric channels mana into his staff, using all his strength to unleash a skill. A lightning cage. Countless bolts of lightning spread everywhere, illuminating the area. Woojin's army is pushed back by that power. When the skill ends, the dust gradually clears. Lyric pants exhausted, clutching his staff tightly, silently thinking, I've used all my mana on that move. In the hazy scene, Lyric thinks, that should buy some more time. Suddenly, a voice rings out, startling him. You exceeded my expectations. Woojin steps forward and declares, you're done. Lyric stares blankly and asks, done? What do you mean? From behind him, a pair of glowing eyes appear. Feeling the pain of a knife stabbing him from behind, he panics. No way! He can still move? Woojin excitedly says, congratulations on becoming the 54th Knight. The system announces, you have trapped Lyric's soul in the Wind Demon Stone. Looking toward the quiet path nearby, Woojin thinks, they used the gate to run away? They probably won't dare come here again. Just then, a report comes in. Sir, Bureau is visiting. Woojin is startled and remembers. Right, that guy too. 2 days ago, after Woojin took over the planet, many guests visited Adan. They are space overlords of nearby planets. All are fierce and terrifying. The dungeon on the planet is almost fully synchronized, and since Adan also has a dungeon, they can visit under the friendly regime at the Dark Tower. Woojin asks curiously, why are you here? The space overlord visits Adan for the 3rd time, smiling and replies, neighbors just greeting each other. We should maintain close relations. Woojin frowns, impatiently threatening, if you come one more time, I'll destroy your gate. Dre quickly pulls out something prepared, smiling to appease. Don't be angry. I have a gift for you. The system analyzes Poa's prayer. If kept in the castle, the chance of bloodstones appearing increases by 1%. Woojin takes the item, slightly surprised, thinking, there's even items like this. Dre shamelessly demands, I always give you gifts. You should give me something too. Woojin sighs and says, then how about we eat together? Dre happily agrees. Deal. That guy keeps grabbing food from the table with his tentacles. The eating scene is so disgusting that Bai hides behind Woojin. He eats while laughing. So embarrassing. Woojin irritably demands, eat your fill, then tell me the real reason you came here. Dre calmly wipes his mouth and says, let me ask you this first. He asks, do you know what power exists on the Jiak planet? Woojin nods, knowing. He shares the information he knows. The natives are the Rati tribe and various guilds, the Black Hat Guild, the Red Hammer Guild, and the Yellow Gecko Guild. Dre is surprised. How do you know that? Woojin coldly replies, I have a pretty useful informant. He thinks to himself that the Rati member must have turned into a Death Knight. Dre narrows his eyes excitedly. Oh man, seems like someone's faster than me. Don't know who it is. So I'll be straightforward. He extends an invitation. I serve the Supreme Rizaki, part of the strongest guild, the Yellow Gecko Guild. Want to join me? Woojin sneers, flat out refused. Why should I do that? I alone am enough to protect the dungeon. Dre wouldn't back down, laughing as he said, that's the mark of a true space overlord. If there's only one dungeon, maybe it's manageable. Then he asked him, But what if you have two or more? Which one would you protect if both were attacked? Woojin's face darkened. He hadn't thought about that. He asked coldly. And then? Dre teased. You're still pretty green. He explained that if the challenger attacks from two dungeons, each dungeon will have its own attackers. Your forces will have to split, and you'll only be able to defend one location. You have no choice but to abandon the other location. The more dungeons you have, the harder it is to protect. Think about it. Bureau'd left this message and waved goodbye. Woojin turned and gave orders. Reject all the other guests. The girl didn't understand, but still obeyed. Yes, master. Woojin pondered deeply. There are still 30 days left until the Nia Pillar dungeon fully synchronizes with the planet. He carefully calculated that if he chose to act independently, Nisia's pillar would be attacked when the gate opens. I have to level up quickly. After meeting with Dre, Woojin returned to Earth to his guild. His top priority was to level up fast. His current rank was 75, and he could summon even stronger beings. So he accepted the request to clear the hardest dungeon that all countries worldwide had given up on. The plane took off. Dujamin excitedly greeted. Brother Woojin happily replied. Mr. Bongdo approached enthusiastically and said, Great to see you again. You tease me, but I still owe you. He generously lent him the private jet like it was nothing. It's a duty. After speaking, Dongdo turned and asked, But is this the fiery Mr. Sungu? Sungu was startled when his name was mentioned. You know about that too? Woojin asked with disdain. What kind of guy is that? Dongdo asked in surprise. You don't know? He pulled up Sungu's fiery social media profile and laughed. He's pretty popular online. Ignoring the two happily walking ahead, Woojin asked Sung-hun, Where do we go first? Dongdo suggested. Let's take a photo together. Sungu agreed. All right. Sung-hun pulled out a map report. First, we'll head to the nearest dungeon among the 12 we accepted. Finally, he revealed the destination, Japan. At that moment, the plane spread its wings and took off into the sky. At Kaiosaka Airport, Japan, the noisy crowd buzzed with curiosity, all eyes on this side. Woojin's group grumbled in frustration. Didn't they say they'd pick us up? Try calling them, Sung-hun responded awkwardly. That's right, but my Japanese is a bit limited. Woojin looked at him with disdain. Seriously? And he says he'll become the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he helplessly demanded. All right, open your mouth. Before Sung-hun could react, Woojin shoved a pill into his mouth. Since you didn't bring any, just take it. Sung-hun coughed violently for a long time before calming down. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice. What's Woojin doing in Japan? The crowd's whispered gossip was translated directly into Sung-hun's ears. Because of that? The dungeon at G53 had failed 3 times already, so I thought they would give up, he exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! Woojin just smiled calmly and said, The medicine is kicking in, so quickly call them. Scene shifts to Osaka 53 station. Inside the building, a cold voice echoed, Thank you for your hard work coming here. Vice President of the Sensei Guild, Takuchi, an A-rank water mage, maintained a cold expression as he spoke. I will summarize the situation at GAM before we arrive, Woojin impatiently demanded. We have a lot of places to go. Skip that part, he proposed. To simplify things, Sungu and I will capture the dungeon as fast as possible and then move on. Takuchi thought disdainfully, so confident. No matter how skilled, there are limits. He was curious. That's why having a full team is normal. How does he plan to capture the dungeon? Seeing Takuchi silent, Woojin assured, Don't worry, just wait. I'll clear the dungeon as per the contract. So, Takuchi had to concede. At least let me come along. I have to write a report to exploit the Bloodstones in the future, he thought silently, to see how Kang Woojin would conquer the dungeon. Woojin pondered. Coming along would only slow him down. But then he remembered, the more sensei minds, the more benefits our guild gains. According to the contract, after capturing the dungeon, the Bloodstone and artifact split between the Adon Guild and Sensei Guild is 70-30. Chairman of the Adon Guild, Kang Woojin, secretary, thinking this, he nodded in agreement. All right, then you have to protect yourself. After saying this, Woojin turned to ask Dongdo, Brother bitch, then you come too, he excitedly asked back. Can I follow? Dongdo was fired up inside. Can't believe he got the chance to fight alongside Brother Kang. He's never cooperated with other guilds before. Really looking forward to seeing how he conquers the dungeon. The group moved to Station 53. Woojin led and said, All right, so there are 4 of us? Let's go. Watching the 3 walk ahead, Takuchi hesitated. Couldn't believe those 3 were going to conquer a dungeon. Even Japan's best team couldn't. He started calculating, and they couldn't even use the gate to return anymore. Failure meant certain death. Despite hesitation, Takuchi stepped inside. As he entered, he warned, Please be careful. From here on, the werewolves. But ahead was a desolate scene with piles of werewolf corpses scattered everywhere. Takuchi asked in horror, Where are they all? Dongdo calmly handed him something. Take this. Takuchi confusedly held the dagger. Dongdo sighed and relayed. He said to collect bloodstones while going through. He appeared calm on the surface, but was still deeply shocked inside. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Zhang recalled that just before entering the dungeon, the wolves charged. The two knocked them all down and moved forward. He couldn't help but marvel. Woojin is really strong, but Sungu's skills are even higher than A rank. Both sat down carefully dissecting each werewolf's head. Takuchi panted tiredly. What's going on? Why do I have to collect bloodstones now? At that moment, Woojin returned with the elite troops urging, Let's move on, Dongdo calmly asked. Done? Takuchi gasped in horror. No way, he cleared all the basic monsters in the station in just 5 minutes? The gate to the next location appeared. Woojin smiled and said, All right, next. Molten lava flowed lazily before their eyes, the scene resembling hell itself. Woojin's team entered, and he quickly assessed the situation. This time it was a volcano. Sungu took a quick look and reported, We've returned to the other side of the magma. Can we jump down? Takuchi immediately objected. No way. Woojin was curious why. Takuchi explained the consequences. The volcano would erupt lava if they moved too far away from the island, so they had to conquer this dungeon by other means. Woojin frowned and asked, How? Takuchi then described the method, starting with dealing with the flying magma fish living in the lava. That way the island would connect to another island, creating a path. We'll do it like that to get out of the lava zone. Woojin pondered deeply, his brows furrowed tightly, then suddenly signaled to Rock. A giant magma monster surfaced, glowing horse-like legs appearing. Woojin pulled the reins to control it. He summoned a few more mounts and led the charge. All right, jump on quickly. While clearing the path, stay close behind. Takuchi refused, shouting, Don't you hear what I'm saying? If we move off the island, the volcano will erupt. But Woojin cut him off coldly. They're mines. Takuchi was startled and confused. Mosquito mines. Woojin looked toward the swarm of mosquitoes waiting ahead, visible to the naked eye as they circled in the air. He explained to him, they live near the volcano and explode on contact. Luckily, they weren't too close to the lava. Woojin smirked confidently. As long as we stay close to Rock, they won't attack. So Rock went ahead. Woojin's group followed closely behind. Takuchi curiously asked, Woojin, where did you get that info? Woojin replied, From my master. I can't know every monster in every country. Dongdo was a bit surprised. So, Woojin has a master. Sungu was curious too. You mean Anfen? Did you learn magic from him? Woojin shook his head. No, I taught myself that. I learned more important things. Sungu wondered. More important? You just gave a sly smile. Woojin recalled standing over countless corpses with raging fire, genocide ruling fear. Sungu asked again. So your master isn't on planet Anfen? Woojin said. No, he's dead. Regret showed on his face. I'm sorry, Woojin calmly said. It's nothing. He grinned mischievously, reminding. You'll understand soon enough. He was a fire mage too, so you'll learn a lot from him. Sungu happily exclaimed. I'll be taught by your master? What an honor. Woojin chuckled. All right, just survive first. Sungu panicked, asking what he meant. The orb displayed an image of the lava mountain. It was Harris's memory, an item capable of recording both sound and images inside the dungeon. The giant monster was restrained by chains, thrashing wildly like a mad beast. A masked person used magic to control the chains. In the distance, another archer fired arrows, while someone at the front led a direct assault. The three worked together to kill the giant monster, which screamed in agony. Suddenly, a voice rang out, a skill. The monster startled, eyes wide. Then Woojin appeared using Soul Sword to slay it. He smiled smugly, muttering that this officially completed the Osaka dungeon. Woojin's image at that moment was recorded and displayed on the screen, with a frantic voice shouting incomprehensibly. Gato, the Sensei Association president, seriously asked, how could he conquer a dungeon so easily when even Japan's best team failed 3 times? Takuchi didn't know how to respond. You saw it with your own eyes. Gato shrugged and questioned him back. Still, I can't believe any team could compete with him. Seeing Takuchi unable to answer, Gato turned to someone nearby. Where is Kang Woojin now? The other replied, he just warned about a dungeon in Tokyo. He's heading straight to China now, sir. Hearing this, Gato was horrified. He's already gone? The other stammered. Yes, sir. Gato laughed angrily. All we can do now is laugh. It's the first time I've envied Korea for that awakening. Suddenly, Takuchi spoke up. Isn't he no longer a Korean citizen? Gato frowned in confusion. Are you talking about Dan? The Korean government officially recognized him, right? Takuchi calmly said. Who has the right to recognize whom? He smiled slyly, implying, the weak versus the strong? Right after clearing dungeons in Osaka and Tokyo, Woojin still had to close 3 dungeons in China. He conquered 5 dungeons in just 1 day. After that, Woojin's team headed straight to the next location. India, the plane took off again. Du Jimin asked Woojin, "Hey brother, have you considered those offers yet?" Woojin was curious. What offers? Zhang reminded him of the immigration proposals he received from Japan and China. Only then did Woojin remember. Ah, those were to claim Kang Woojin from your homeland. Japan and China, countries recognizing Woojin's outstanding achievements in closing dungeons, quickly contacted the An Association. They offered unexpected conditions, including providing territory and recognizing independent rights. Woojin smirked slyly. He firmly said, "I'm not going anywhere." Dong happily said, "That's my brother for you. You don't look it much, but you're truly patriotic." Woojin looked puzzled. "What are you talking about? Gaon is still here, so why would I move?" Dongdo was amazed. "Is something weird happening at exit number 1 in Gaon?" Woojin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Where to start? He struggled to explain. Well, it's a multi-dimensional space. Everyone was curious at once. A multi-dimensional space. Woojin recounted the whole story on the plane. Dongdo was horrified after hearing it. "That's surprising. I had no idea dungeons had this kind of secret." Woojin crossed his arms seriously and said, "There's a chance the high-level dungeons about to appear will have a spatial overlord. I have to deal with this before the other dungeon overlords team up with those on Earth." Sungu asked curiously. "Hey boss, isn't there a way to make the dungeon disappear completely? That way, they won't be able to connect with them." Woojin shook his head and disagreed, saying it's impossible because the dungeons are protected by extremely strong barriers. Anyway, by the time society learns the truth about the dungeons, we'll find a way. Scene shifts to the capital of India, New Delhi. Both sides shook hands to show cooperation. The whole team headed to the station in India. The system announced, "You have entered the terrifying beach." Woojin smugly muttered, "Right on target." He and his teammates entered the dungeon, firmly asserting that this dungeon is linked to a spatial overlord. But if it's Dre, he recalled that tentacle name. The person from India suggested I'm a physical awakening type, and I'll pray for you. He is Branka, a Venu Association A-rank enhanced awakening. Sungu scratched his head awkwardly. "Woojin, you're weakened by prayers against soul dimension powers," he frankly said. "What do you mean by praying? That means I'll lose all my power." "Just wait there. Prayers weaken soul dimension powers." Dan Ka reluctantly said, "I'm an A-rank awakener. I can help everyone." Dongdo sighed helplessly, scratching his head. He said, "Wait then. Just wait." In the dark, empty dungeon, Dan Ka sat down with Dongdo, sadly asking, "We entered the dungeon as a team. Why would they refuse our help? Even if they treat me like this to avoid revealing their combat techniques to outsiders, why is even Chairman Bitch treated the same?" Dongdo responded nonchalantly, "Because I don't need to go along. Even if I did, it wouldn't help." Sure enough, as soon as he finished, the teleport gate appeared. Dan Ka shouted in surprise, "What? Already done?" Zhang Duing calmly stood up and said, "Japan and China reacted the same way. Why is everyone so persistent?" Looking toward Woojin approaching, he reminded, "All right, let's go. Remember to close the dungeon gate." They passed through the gate together. Sungu excitedly shouted, "Boss, this place is awesome." He happily rushed toward the beach ahead. Branka shouted worriedly, "Dangerous," he warned. "Sungu, watch your step." At Branka's call, a monster suddenly emerged from the sand, but Sungu gently grabbed the monster's leg and sighed in relief, startled. "You scared everyone." He excitedly raised it and asked, "Boss, there's a huge crab here. It's been a long time since I had braised crab. Let's cook it." Dancio was still shocked and warned, "They move in groups. Let's hurry." Sure enough, a swarm of crab monsters quickly surrounded Sungu. Woojin just stood still, nodded at Gu, and smiled in admiration. Definitely a good year to catch crabs. Sungu used fire to roast them all. Woojin suggested, "Roasted king crab is delicious too. I'm hungry. Let's cook." The crab shells were stripped of meat and tossed on the ground. Dan Ka was shocked, unable to close his mouth. "Wait, what is this?" He looked at the delicious crab feast before him. Dongdo even demanded from his brother, "Give me a beer." Woojin agreed. "I want one too. Cheers." Dongdo happily invited, "Friends, come sit down. Stop making that face and enjoy it." Dan Ka was still scared, but his warnings quieted down. "Everyone, this is a dungeon. They might be poisonous." No one paid attention to the warning. Sungu excitedly shouted, "So delicious, boss." Woojin enthusiastically said, "Anfen's beer is always top-notch." Dan Ka was puzzled, wondering, why do they feel no danger in the dungeon? "Hey guys, this is a 6-star dungeon." At the same time, underwater, Dewey was already prepared. Dan Ka quickly sobered up and told the group, "This isn't the time for this. We need to make contingency plans first." He spoke like a presenter, laying out a plan. "We may have killed all the crabs, but the final destination is underwater. Fire magic won't work down there." Dan Sia continuously explained the unpredictable consequences. Hundreds, thousands of jellyfish will surround them. Taking the stone back will be very difficult, and their paralyzing poison can't be neutralized. Woojin stood up, smiling with excitement. Thousands of them. Sounds interesting. He looked out to sea and suggested, "Then let's start sailing now, shall we?" Woojin walked into the sea, stopping when the water reached his chest. He silently thought, "This is enough." Suddenly, a noise nearby caught his attention. The water surface was disturbed, splashing everywhere. Two monsters shot up from below, charging straight at Woojin. He just smirked, as if everything was going according to plan. Woojin summoned the White Bone Sorcerer, and they all simultaneously used the new poison skill on his command. Light radiated, enveloping the monsters, and their bodies quickly melted away. Woojin raised his hand with a smirk and summoned more White Bone Sorcerers. The continuous new poison skill was unleashed again. The bodies of countless monsters floated on the water's surface. Woojin calmly walked back to shore. Dongdo praised him nonstop. "This is how you sail out, huh? My brother's sharp hunting skills." Woojin laughed arrogantly. "Well, fighting weaklings like these will have that result." He calmly said, "They're poisonous, so just leave them. He won't be able to hold out and will have to show himself soon." Dongdo was curious. Show himself? Who? Just as he finished, the water surface stirred. Burrowed surfaced with a sneer. "What do you think you're doing?" His bright eyes opened wide. "Can I take this as a declaration of war?" Woojin fearlessly retorted. "You're the one who started this fight. Who told you to link with a dungeon on Earth?" Dre bared his teeth and cursed. "You arrogant bastard. Do you really think the dungeons on Earth belong to you?" He stared at Woojin, thinking, "I can't believe you conquered this territory, just as an exploration. Now your attack move will give you the upper hand." Dre smiled smugly. This was truly a territorial battle. Thinking so, he moved a few of his tentacles and threatened, "You will pay for challenging my dungeon. I will show you the true power of fear." Woojin kept a calm expression and asked, "Is that the last words of that person?" He used a violent skill. A flash of light immediately appeared beneath his feet. He opened his eyes wide in horror at the light, seeing countless explosions happening in succession. Jamin struggled to raise his shield, sweat soaking his forehead, trying not to be affected by the blasts. The explosions stopped, leaving behind only a coastline missing a chunk. The system announced a level up. "You have reached level 76. Woojin smiled with satisfaction, looking at the debris floating on the water, feeling regretful. Unfortunately, the body wasn't intact anymore. He had planned to make butter-grilled octopus. Sungu suggested, "Hey boss, let's eat after we return to Korea." At that moment, Branka coughed up blood. Woojin asked curiously, "Are you okay?" He looked at him with a reproachful gaze. "If you had a plan, you should have told me beforehand. I had to suddenly use magic, so it backfired." Woojin feigned innocence. "You didn't have to do anything. I already have a soul shield protecting myself. So, why did you even bother?" Jamin screamed internally. "You should have told me first." He quickly used magic to heal himself, and only then could Branka breathe a sigh of relief. He stood straight and reported, "I'm fine now. I healed myself." Woojin was a bit surprised. "You have an A-rank combat skill, and now you can self-heal too?" His eyes lit up with interest. "He's actually quite useful, huh?" Woojin asked seriously. "What's your name again?" Jamin, though confused, replied, "Branka." Woojin asked again, "How much money do you make?" He was stunned. "What?" Woojin invited him to join Adon, promising better benefits than the Venu Guild. Jamin was shocked and couldn't believe it. "What?" He looked at Woojin warily. Was he suddenly recruiting him? Jamin immediately declined. "I really appreciate your offer, but I'm very close to the guild leader." "Venu is where I will dedicate my life," Woojin sneered, his gaze growing possessive. "Look at this guy, pretty loyal, but there are plenty of ways to persuade him." The whole team got into the vehicle to return, laughter echoing inside. "I can't believe you easily completed an invincible dungeon like that." The Venu guild leader CM sincerely said, "I'm very grateful." Woojin crossed his arms and cut him off. "Enough with the flattery. I have a request." CM asked, "What kind of request?" He immediately demanded that Branka be handed over to Adon. Both Chasm and Branka were stunned. Chasm naturally disagreed. "Branka, we're as close as brothers," Woojin pondered. "Brothers? Huh?" he asked seriously. "So how much will this cost?" CM immediately objected. "No, you can't bribe me with money." Jamin called out emotionally. Guild leader Woojin calmly offered benefits. "I will give you 100% control of the dungeon." He continued listing the perks for him. "Next time one of these dungeons opens, I will close it. Of course, I give you full authority to arrange everything. How about that?" CM hesitated a bit, thinking it over. Jamin called out in panic. The CM guild leader stroked his chin, starting to turn cold. "If I think long-term, keeping you here is selfish. As your beloved older brother, I should send you to a bigger environment." Jamin said disappointedly. "Guild leader?" Woojin raised an eyebrow at him with a triumphant look. "I will welcome you to Adon." Du Jamin was desperate. So I'm being sold, huh? Sungu patted his shoulder to comfort him. Who cares if you're sold? I was treated like collateral and ended up here too. Cheer up. Stay positive. Woojin also offered comfort, but in a slightly odd way. Besides, lucky for you, you didn't join us after dying. Thinking of Woojin's soldiers capturing Blanca as the Southern Knight, and Asat cried surrounded, asking, "Is he new? State your full name immediately." "Who's this? New recruit?" Dujamin was sweating profusely, silently praying someone would tell him this was just a dream. Newspapers kept reporting, continuing to conquer dungeons worldwide. Next was a report about an upcoming conquest in 1 hour. Paris was saved, and there was a headline about the whole world being saved. Some newspapers emphasized even more. The last fortress on Earth, Kang Woojin, was approaching in just 3 days. That's the time Kang Woojin needed to clear the world's toughest dungeons. At the South Korean government, the news broadcast switched to other headlines. With a breaking news title, the United States sent a national representative to Adan. The host said, after Japan and France, the U.S. had also established diplomatic relations with Adan. Requesting cooperation from the South Korean government, Adan formed an alliance with the U.S. A man hearing this news laughed. South Korean President Kim Byung-man, relieved from worry about whether he signed the treaty or not, didn't care much. His counterpart agreed, "Yeah, we're out of options." Byung-man asked how the public reacted. The South Korean Prime Minister said they just saw it as an agreement. Byung-man worried, thinking, I can't stop him anymore, but at least I have to be Adan's strongest ally. Scene shifts to South Korean airport. Reporters had gathered early. As soon as Woojin's team appeared, they shouted, "They're out!" Under flashing lights from all directions, Sungu smiled proudly and exclaimed, "I'm pretty famous now, huh?" The car teased. Except for the boss, no awakened person is more famous than Director Heil. Without showing any anger, Woojin turned to look at him approvingly. Secretary General Sungu, looking at him with a cool demeanor. Sungu smiled, holding his coat. "Thanks, but I'm no longer the chief secretary. I'm now the Minister of Foreign Affairs." Woojin congratulated him on his success. Si-hun beamed and said, "Isn't this the result of putting your heart into supporting the boss?" He recalled the time he lived by selling phones for 8 years. "You've made it." Gun, a female reporter, rushed over to interview. "I'm Lon, from John Media. Please say a few words." "It seems Kin isn't here." Before she could finish, Si-hun seriously interrupted. "He's the king of Adan, but you still call him Woojin." The reporter quickly corrected herself. "Where's the king of Adan now?" He replied coldly, "He's in prison." The ambiguous statement left her stunned. "You mean he's in a U.S. prison?" Si-hun shook his head. No need to be in the U.S. The reporter pressed on. "When does he plan to?" But Si-hun coldly cut her off. "I can't disclose that." He hinted slightly that he might have gone to Gun. The reporter was shocked. Gun. Cut to Gun. There was not a single soul in sight. At the UIN tower, inside, curious voices echoed. "Why are we here?" Woojin observed the screen calmly. They were noisy about linking territories ever since the protected time ended. At that moment, information about a girl appeared. Fortress elevating multidimensional space. The Lord who left humanity. Battle tracking record of territory 102, 1542 Li, 1-on-1 641, 230 Li. He was intrigued. Oh, a human. She was confident in her strength in territorial battles. Woojin's eyes showed excitement. "Should I try fighting her today?" So UIN requested her to give it her all, and the confident girl replied, "This time I'll play properly." The system quickly announced, "Territory battle with Leah has begun." The outcome was unclear, but the system soon reported, "Success, you have won the territory battle." Woojin was startled. BB cheered joyfully. 1,000 points, right, master? He grunted in response, feeling uneasy inside. "How did you do that so well?" Woojin wondered. "Who did you learn from?" BB giggled, covering her mouth. "It's a secret." But Woojin immediately guessed. "From Machen, right?" Seeing the girl startled in disbelief, he sighed helplessly. "Exactly." BB scratched her head and laughed. "Bingo," Woojin thought to himself. In fact, territorial battles were like a strategy game. Even as a bookworm, he was just a Korean high school student. Korean high school students are known to be good at online games. Woojin teased. "I'll leave this to Min-chan from now on." "Go ahead," she eagerly urged, thinking he was serious. "No, those are your points." Suddenly, a blue light flashed. Woojin laughed, looking at the screen as expected. The screen showed a message. Leah requested a one-on-one duel. Following the loser's request, the duel would start automatically. Cut to a barren desert. UIN teleported here via Matrix, but he hesitated slightly when looking ahead. Leah had been waiting for a long time, lighting a cigarette mockingly. "Imagine, I lost to a newbie, and that newbie is right there." Leah kept probing. Are you from Earth? That place has been popular these days. Is your name Kang Woojin? Shouldn't we introduce ourselves first? Woojin frowned, his gaze losing warmth. He asked bluntly, "What game are you playing?" Leah feigned innocence. "What are you talking about? I just said we should be friendly when we meet." Woojin coldly exposed her. "After all, we have to kill each other, so there's no need to be friends," she chuckled, mumbling, "Typical newbie." Leah's lips curled into a sly smile, signaling, "All right then, let's begin." Woojin immediately stood alert, waiting. Leah pulled out her gun and joked, "You're so cute and naive. Are you even afraid I'll load the gun?" She pulled the trigger, announcing the game was over. A dark shadow engulfed Uin. He stood still, not resisting, letting the bullet mark his face, witnessing his hands suddenly tremble unusually. Woojin guessed it wasn't an ordinary gun, but an artifact with special abilities. That's why she was still confident talking before the match. In the darkness, Leah's arrogant laughter echoed. "Seems like you're hopeless in duels because you have to do territorial battles." "Ha, you're giving up?" Woojin sneered in rebuttal. "What's that supposed to mean?" Leah confidently declared, "The death cloud isn't just ordinary smoke, it's a trap imprisoning challengers. There's no light inside, you'll be paralyzed by its poison. I'll give you a peaceful death." With that, she fired at Uin, but he was no pushover. In an instant, Woojin summoned his weapon. Countless bullets flew at him, but he deflected them all. Leah, still hidden in the dark, admired, "Impressive. You can react even with your body paralyzed." Woojin seriously scanned around. No sound came from anywhere. Leah smiled wickedly, asking, "But can you block attacks from all directions?" She confidently said, "You might feel like you're fighting hundreds of enemies from every side." Sure enough, from behind Woojin, a sword flew at him. He gently caught the blade before Leah's shocked eyes. Woojin said casually, "Hundreds, huh? Sounds ridiculous." He stood with his army of immortals facing her, asked back with a smug look, "So what if you fight against thousands of people?" Woojin ordered to capture her? "Go ahead." His army immediately glared red-eyed and muttered, "Grant the king's enemy the mercy of death." The vanguard skeleton soldiers charged forward. Leah clicked her tongue and turned to run, but a skeleton soldier quickly swung his sword at her. Leah hurriedly used her pistol to block it and barely saved her life. She shot straight at the skeleton soldier's skull. However, as one fell, two more rushed forward. Facing the dense army, Leah was somewhat cautious. The skeleton soldiers who swung their swords were stopped. Leah kept retreating, thinking to herself that the death cloud was useless. She tried to find a way out. She couldn't fight all these summoned soldiers one by one. She had concentrated all her power on that old summoner. Before Leah could react, a shadow appeared beside her. The black-armored knight coldly raised his sword and struck down. Leah's scream echoed in pain. Dust flew everywhere, blocking the view. Her helmet was blown away. She coughed up blood with difficulty. Covered in countless wounds and several swords stuck in her body, Leah struggled to stand amid Woojin's immortal army. At that moment, Woojin's voice appeared, startling her. "Finally, the cloud has cleared," Woojin teased with a smile. "Was that the death cloud? Sounds scary." He looked down at Leah with the posture of a victor. "But that didn't work against an immortal army, right?" Leah shouted angrily, refusing to accept defeat. "That bastard is not finished yet." Before she could finish, Woojin swung his sword down. The beautiful curve of the blade split Leah's head from her body. Her eyes widened. She probably still couldn't accept losing like this. Woojin was still excitedly inviting. "Then welcome to fight again." The system announced, "You have won the one-on-one duel. Leah's revenge has failed. The winner's rights are being executed. Choose between looting the warehouse or seizing territory." Loot warehouse, seize territory. Woojin hesitated between the two options. Should we loot her warehouse this time? As soon as he pressed, the screen reported that looting had started. Items in the warehouse were randomly selected. Watching the screen change rapidly, Woojin was a bit surprised. Finally the screen showed the boss item from Skia, the bot carried by the explorer god of planet Anfen, Skia. Item effects, speed plus 2%, defense plus 40. Woojin nodded in satisfaction. "That's really lucky. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll collect the full Thus outfit before even reaching Anfen." The 5-piece Thus set is known as Thus is Glory, Thus is Protection, Thus is Wrath, Thorus is Punishment, and Thus is March. They are the strongest gear I can use on Anfen, Woojin thought silently. If I get the full Thus set, the outfit can boost my magic power to the highest level. An unstoppable power like I had on Anfen before. He recalled that one of the main items to create Thorus's March was the Skia bot. I almost gave up because I couldn't find it on Earth, but it appeared right before me in a territorial battle. Truly lucky. Suddenly, Woojin realized a problem. Wait, if I do well in territorial battles, won't I be able to collect even more items if I'm lucky? He immediately calculated. BB mentioned that Minchan is the one who taught Michan, right? At this time, Minchan and BB were busy controlling the battle. He excitedly gave orders. "That's right, stop them from escaping and corner them. Meanwhile, Leah was sinking into darkness. The system announced you lost the one-on-one duel. You will be revived after 12 days. She couldn't help but think, no matter how many times I die, it's still damn annoying. Remembering Woojin's image, she wondered, that bastard, he said he's from Earth? Leah was determined inside. You better watch out. I will get revenge no matter what. The two-legged tiger tribe farms and raises livestock. The brain tribe trains for battle. In the multi-dimensional space of the central district, Woojin stood in the middle of the road, satisfied. Now the scale is much bigger. Suddenly he noticed nearby. Not far away, Min-chan was sitting drinking water at a cafe. Woojin happily walked over. He's been looking for you. That's great. What are you doing here? Min-chan was a bit surprised. You're here too? Woojin explained. I saw they opened a new cafe, so I stopped by. Then he turned to the server and said, give me the same drink as him. The server replied, yes, sir. Watching Woojin sip, Min was shocked and called out, what? You're gonna drink that? Sure enough, after one sip, he spat it all out, coughing harshly. Min-chan explained, that's blood. Woojin looked at the cup with disgust. They sell all kinds of weird stuff here. Still at that cafe, Woojin sat beside him asking about the situation. By the way, how's your territorial battle going? You learned it through a game? Min-chan answered honestly. I played a bit but quit before junior year of high school. Woojin nodded. I see. Woojin made an offer. Do you want to play a few territorial battles for me? Min-chan hesitated. Can't you ask some pro gamers? I'm not confident. Woojin sighed. How can I trust others? Which made him confused. Huh? Woojin looked at Min-chan with trust. It's okay if you lose. Winning or losing doesn't matter. What really matters is whether I can trust you, he said emotionally. I understand. Setting the goal, Woojin smiled and reminded, the next territorial battle is in 4 days, about 1 day on Earth. Meanwhile, rest a bit. Min-chan was stunned with wide eyes. At that moment, beyond the boundary of death, an evil soul was trying to awaken again. A mournful cry sounded, I want to live, I don't want to die again. The stone cracked and shattered, fragments flying everywhere. A man inside collapsed, coughing harshly. A scolding voice from across startled him. The useless one, Woojin coldly declared. I'll give you one more chance, just as you wanted. Sangho hurriedly pleaded. Please give me a chance. This time, I will launch an attack that won't fail. But Woojin still shouted at him. You fool, Woojin reminded him. While you were caught between life and death, he already restored everything on Earth. Now you're just a servant. Your power hasn't recovered. How can you fight him? Sangho asked with difficulty. In this situation, what should I do? Woojin smirked slyly. There's still a reason I revived you. He produced something glowing and ordered, take this and go to planet ZQU. Woojin instructed him to find the dragon named Rajakui and say, if it can destroy Earth, I will allow it to settle on planet Epirin. His face was filled with malice, and he continued with his orders. Then, go to Earth and stir up riots to divide the people, preparing to turn them into my servants. The power of this item will help you. Sangho knelt down, raising both hands respectfully to receive it. His expression serious. He responded, I will obey your command. The light faded to reveal a finely crafted ring. The system explained. Woojin's ring. This is a ring containing the magical power of the 3 Space Lords. Woojin's mark was engraved on it. The user can freely transform their shape at will using polymorphic magic. Total magical power increases by 200%. Energy recovery speed increases by 200%. Scene shifts to the worker and family apartment complex in the Adan area. JW looked at the clock and confirmed over the phone. It's 7 o'clock tonight, right? Hearing the question from the other end, she replied, yeah, Woojin can't make it. That's right, he has something to do. Okay, see you later. Jo turned on the bathroom light. She went inside and opened the faucet. John carefully washed up before the appointment. She lowered her eyes, silently wishing it would be great if Woojin could come. After all, this was the first-class reunion in 5 years. Recalling the phone screen showing messages with Kang Woojin, she had asked, Woojin, can you come to the class reunion I mentioned earlier? But Kang Woojin replied, I don't have time. Maybe next time. JW could only say, okay, just take care of yourself. She thought to herself, but oh well, he's the busiest person in the world. Jay wrapped a towel around and stepped out. Just as she stepped out, someone called, Sis. Jin smiled awkwardly, long time no see. JW emotionally rushed to hug him, calling him Min-chan. She cried out in frustration, it's okay, it's okay. Even if you're a vampire, so what? You're still you, and I'll accept everything. Jin awkwardly comforted her. Sis, can you please let me go? JW still held him tightly until Jin reminded her. Sis, Woojin is here too. She was stunned, huh? Woojin stood outside the door waving at the 2 siblings. The reunion was deeply emotional. JW immediately blushed and trembled with embarrassment. Min-chan could only force a smile. Jay hurried back to her room at top speed. Woojin asked confusedly. Why was she so sudden? Minchan was helpless, asking if he really didn't know. Woojin waved his hand and turned away. All right. You two enjoy your chat, Jin asked. Are you leaving now? He calmly answered. Do you think I have time to think? I still have to go back to the dungeon to level up quickly. Woojin stepped out the door and said he was leaving. The door closed, signaling his departure. Minchan was still amazed. Leveling up? He still trains hard even though he's already strong? He thought silently. He's more dedicated than I thought. Woojin strode toward the car. Have you checked out the dungeon I mentioned? Eunghun replied. Yes, sir. I'll take you there now. Scene shifts to the docking station at Gate 4. Woojin stepped down from the car. Before entering, he instructed, I'll be here all day, so if you want, you can go back to eat and rest. Seunghun responded clearly. Boss, don't worry. We will guard the entrance like a fortress. Woojin nodded and said, All right, work hard. The iron door shot out a powerful electric current. The system announced, Entering the Mivik grasslands. Please select one of the following modes: one-on-one duel, territory, war, visit, infiltration, and conquest. Looking at the screen still displaying, you have entered the Mivik grasslands. Please select one of the following modes: one-on-one duel, territory, war, visit, infiltration, and conquest. He muttered, This dungeon really belongs to the space overlord. Woojin pondered and calculated. Based on his experience, dungeons rated 6 stars mostly belong to the dungeon master. Meanwhile, higher-level dungeons usually belong to the 3 space lords. He thought silently, this dungeon is no exception, because those space lords are trying to connect with the entire world. It's only a matter of time before one of them successfully links with Earth. Woojin thought, of course, I can cut off the connection by conquering the dungeons, but if a space overlord comes here, Earth will suffer great damage. And I can't handle all the dungeons at once, Woojin complained in frustration. Headache indeed. No matter what, why are there no monsters here? Did they not invest any energy into this dungeon? Suddenly, a teleport door appeared. Woojin sneered, guessing, does he mean I don't need to waste time in this small place and just meet him directly? A moment after Woojin entered the dungeon, Seunghun stood outside, clutching his body, complaining, so cold. Taejang asked, Captain, is it okay if we just wander around out here? He looked puzzled, huh? Taejang asked out of curiosity. Haven't we already become an independent nation? We're still on South Korean soil, Seunghun quickly reminded him. Hey, the treaty hasn't been signed yet. Besides, do you think we're in North Korea or something? He crossed his arms and explained. But you're right. We are citizens of another country. If you move to Adan under South Korean citizenship, you'll become a worker in Adan. Taejang nodded, understanding. Seunghun sighed in frustration. Forget about that. Why hasn't the boss shown up yet? Taejang agreed. You're right. Considering the usual prison time, the boss is a bit late. Looking at the clock, anxiety rose again. 6 hours have passed, almost a full day here. Seunghun hesitated, glancing inside, when suddenly, Taegyang spotted new news. There's new information about these prisons. Seeing it, he widened his eyes. This is Seunghun losing patience, asking, What's going on? Turn the volume up. On the phone, the host announced that the prisons are being reset simultaneously from this moment. Currently, 11 prisons have been reset in Seoul, 4 in Daegu, 37 in Busan, out of a total of 22 newly recreated prisons. The breaking news continued. Based on energy evaluation, 8 of these prisons are considered level 66 or higher. Seunghun shouted in shock. What? The prisons are being randomly reset? How can this suddenly happen? Observing the images, the current prison reset status worldwide, Seunghun was surprised. Wait, there are some in South Korea too? 3 more prisons just appeared in Seoul. Taegyang was horrified. Is something big happening? Seunghun anxiously looked toward the station, whispering, Boss. The winter sky was quietly calm. A man was running frantically through the crowd, repeatedly telling himself, Bah, ban. He was panting but didn't forget to say, Bah. Recalling the bizarre thing he encountered, he hesitated if it was real. What was that ghost? The man thought silently, If I don't care, whether it's the holy grace of God or the devil's temptation, remembering the girl lying in the hospital on oxygen, he decided as long as his daughter Hai Hyun's health improved. Watching the entrance to Han Di, he told himself, I have no other choice. Hiding behind the wall watching the guards, the man thought he was doing the right thing. Soon someone noticed him. That person warned, Huh? Please step back, it's very dangerous here. But the man vanished on the spot. In a blink, he passed through the guards and ran inside. Everyone was shocked. What? Who is he? Catch him. The man gritted his teeth and ran with all his strength. Elsewhere in darkness, a demonic voice echoed. A link had been completed. That person said to Songho beside them, Just as you said, the monster excitedly calls its offspring. Come here, my lovely children, she exclaimed with delight. Today, let's feast to our heart's content. The monster speaking was the spatial overlord Sak Lot of planet Zok, a member of the Kim Long Alliance and the loyal left hand of Kim Long Rajakun. The scene shifted to a high-rise building with a sign for the 13th alumni reunion of M High School, with teasing voices. "Oh, who's this?" Everyone laughed and joked happily. "Great to see you. How have you been?" friends said to JW. JW said, "Just as I thought. Woojin can't come today, right?" She awkwardly added, "I don't think so." But the girls still lamented with regret. "Such a pity. We gathered here thinking Woojin would come." John had to agree. It would be great if Woojin showed up, right? She thought silently. Woojin would really be happy to meet friends and reminisce about old memories. Just then, a noise came from outside the door. John wondered, what's going on? It's so noisy outside. The door suddenly burst open. Someone rushed in to report, "Please find shelter immediately. There's a monster outside." But it was too late. Giant spider swarms poured in. They quickly tore apart the messenger. At that moment, Saklot entered cheerfully. "Was this party made for me?" Everyone trembled in fear. She laughed excitedly. "This place is full of fresh prey." Back to the busy, peaceful streets, Minchan happily strolled, admiring everything around. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and thought, "I thought I was used to the multi-dimensional space, but as expected, the human world is still the best. It's embarrassing that I can only stroll at night." Suddenly, something appeared on the main road. Looking at the armored tank, Minchan was curious. "Huh? What's going on?" But he quickly ignored it and kept walking forward. Machan opened his phone and was shocked. "What the hell? Something's wrong." On the screen was an emergency news alert. Prison breaks have occurred at Soon-Gang-en Station, Isu Station, Hitch University Station, Guro Station, Darim Station, Joksim Station, One Station, Kachisan Station, Wang Simni Station, Sulung Station, Mokdong Station, Yung Station, Dong Demon Station, and Iangji Station. We urge residents to quickly find the nearest shelter or a safe location. Machan was horrified. It's real. And Soon alone has 14 prison breaks? Suddenly, he realized a serious problem. Wait, if it's Hitch University Station, then that's right where my sister is at the alumni reunion. At the same time, Saklot appeared in front of John. Giant minions flew across the sky. Passers-by fled in panic. A cannon was fired. Several shells blocked the minions' advance. Soldiers hurriedly guided the people, urging them to quickly take shelter here. Witnessing the endless increase of minions, the soldier clenched his fists. "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" He gritted his teeth and thought. The evacuation of civilians is still ongoing, and the soldiers are confused about what to do. It will be very difficult to launch a free attack on them. Many prison breaks have occurred, and we are severely lacking support from the false awakened. "That guy is less boring," he muttered. "This is really tough." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Captain, look over there!" As he turned, his eyes widened, seeing the observation tower being engulfed by a monster. What the hell? What is that giant monster? It's a massive golden dragon surveying its prey everywhere. Meanwhile, Woojin, you have entered Mivik's multi-dimensional space. You approached the person fully covered and masked. Woojin calmly asked, "Are you Mivik?" The other remained silent for a moment, then removed his hat and coat, saying, "I never thought I'd see you again." "The strongest swordsman on planet Anfen Miik," he laughed. "Long time no see, immortal." Woojin assessed him correctly as a familiar face. "But what is an Anfen warrior doing here? Following the Saintess?" Mivik was a bit surprised. "The Saintess left in the rain, is she still alive?" Woojin quickly grasped the point but pretended not to know. "Yes, she's still alive and even helping me," Mivik chuckled. "The Saintess is helping you. Although her fate is truly unfortunate." He laughed softly and said, "I can't believe she betrayed the Alliance and is now on the Immortal's side to save Anfen." Suddenly, Woojin interrupted. "Isn't that your fate instead?" He sneered, calmly exposing, "To save yourself, you betrayed the Alliance and sided with Shanette. If your goal is the same as the Saintess's, then you really have no other choice." Mivik wasn't angry, just slowly said, "If you call me a traitor, you're mistaken." He explained. On the first planet, Shanette was not someone to oppose. He is a new order, an absolute law that even the Holy Spirit cannot stop. Mivik smiled, reminding him kindly, "That's why calling me a traitor isn't quite accurate." Woojin disdainfully said, "Nonsense." He arrogantly declared, "Law? It all ends the moment I destroy everything." Mivik thoughtfully confirmed. "Seems like you still don't know, huh?" He warned. "You only exist under Shanette's law. Your actions will lead you to eternal death." Woojin grew even more contemptuous. "Death? If I feared death, I wouldn't be on this battlefield." Without hesitation, he grabbed his sword and charged. The two swords clashed. Mivik laughed mockingly. "When did you learn to use a sword?" Woojin proudly boasted. "Swordsmanship is as easy as pie." Mivik counterattacked, pushing Woojin back. Woojin gritted his teeth, watching him warily. Before Woojin could prepare, Mivik lunged again. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and froze. The black-armored knight Woojin summoned attacked Mivik. He quickly put distance between them. Mivik awkwardly said, "That's a bit unfair, isn't it? 30 against 1. Woojin had summoned all his strongest soldiers. He remained calm and thick-skinned. Are we even in a sword fight? The city is now mercilessly ravaged by monsters. Explosions everywhere. What is going on?" Sunggu worried about the current situation, another dungeon broken. He asked about other areas. "How's the area around Adon?" The subordinate reported in detail. Director Haesol is defending that area but seems overwhelmed. Even Sunggu was surprised by this unfavorable situation. "What? Haesol isn't inexperienced against high-level monsters, right? Is it really that bad?" The staff member reported the urgent situation. A dragon just appeared in Namsan, causing chaos. All the monsters around Soon are moving toward Namsan. He was sweating nervously, recalling the important position right behind Adon. Sunggu cared about one person's life. How's the boss? Not looking good. Still trapped in the dungeon. Everything spiraled out of control, making him extremely tense. And just when he was away, the radio broadcasted news about recent phenomena. Powerful bosses are controlling all the monsters, but because they move in an orderly fashion, our side finds it very hard to fight back. The female announcer's voice was steady. Even firearms can't harm them. Seung-hun heard the news and cursed in frustration. Damn it. He angrily held his head, thinking hard. The monsters are uniting into one force, including Namsan, the youth baseball field, Hong DBB Hotel, Gangnam, Snat, and Sugonwang City. This isn't just a monster raid, it's a war. The driver carefully warned Seung-hun, "Leader, if we wait any longer, we'll be in danger too." But he did the opposite, confusing the driver. Damn it, get me some paper first. He slowly climbed the stairs under the tunnel, but when he reached the top, no one was there. What the hell? Where did everyone go? But a note posted nearby caught Woojin's attention. "I want to drink something hot to warm up." That was Seung-hun's message to him. "Boss. Emergency situation. Within Soon, there have been a total of 14 dungeon explosions. The monsters are moving toward their gathering points. Those points are Namsan, the youth baseball field, Hong DBB Hotel, Gangnam. We've returned to Adon. Contact us if you see anything." Forget it. Seems like even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Yet Woojin still had the mood to blame him. "That Seung-hun guy told me to contact him but didn't leave a phone number. How am I supposed to reach him?" Elsewhere in the city, Minchan moved swiftly everywhere to better grasp the situation. He skillfully used his power to control the board. Just then, Machan was connected to him. "Minchan, where are you?" He was surprised by this telepathic ability. His brother heard a voice in his head. How is he doing this? Woojin gave a brief explanation and got straight to the point. "Because you're my subordinate. Anyway, what about everyone else?" Machan reported on the teammate status. "The entire Soon is in chaos right now. Around Namdan and Adon is the worst. I heard Sunggu and Haesol are fighting nearby." He wondered about some people who hadn't been mentioned. "What about you and JW? Is JW skipping the class reunion today?" He was just as clueless. "She's on her way there. I can't reach her." Woojin hurriedly asked, "Where is she?" Machan named a place that made Woojin freeze. The BB Hotel in Hongdae. Woojin recalled the words on the paper and couldn't help but shudder. What? In the lobby of the Dark 3 Hotel, how many people are trapped inside thick spider webs like cocoons? JW was struggling to breathe in the cramped space. She couldn't get any air. Slot grinned widely, satisfied with the horrific scene she created. She was thrilled with her own accomplishment. "With so many earthlings like this, I could swallow the god Rajakun and this entire planet whole. But there's still something that makes Slot lose. Unfortunately, the god Ayalo got to Earth first. Before her lay countless innocent human cocoons. Slot was ready. All right, let's get started." She approached a man, waved her hand to brush away the spiderwebs, revealing his terrified, pitiful face. Slot's eyes blazed as she looked down at him, her smile growing more inhuman as screams echoed. She leaned closer to his face and spat out a venomous spider while he screamed in terror. The whole hotel was filled with the agonized screams of innocent people whose lives were threatened. She struggled to break free from her bindings to escape. Outside was all rubble, debris left by the monsters. He and Woojin arrived, both stunned by the scene. "This entire building has turned into a spider's lair. It's only been a few hours, and they've done this much." The webs everywhere swallowing people truly shocked everyone. These monsters reproduce very fast, and their numbers are huge, making them very difficult to handle. To deal with them, Woojin called in backup. "Lyric, you're tasked with handling those spiders. This is a direct order." Woojin calmly assigned the mission, "While you go find JW. That guy was eager to comply, after all. He's the master's lover, right? I accept the order." Slot was satisfied with the delicious meal before her. "It's been a long time since I had such a pure soul." She eagerly anticipated the life about to be born. Sure, it would be a special child. Slot moved toward JW, about to invade her body. to become a cocoon for her offspring. Come on, child, slowly crawl out of her mouth, wanting to absorb that human cocoon. But suddenly a loud explosion stopped her reproductive plan. The ruined scheme made Slot scream wildly, while JW's eyes shone with relief and emotion. Woojin arrived just in time. Sorry for being late. Woojin was equally happy she was safe. Have you been waiting long? Machen rushed over to help JW out of the webbing. Did you notice anything strange? Are you okay? She was fine. However, they only managed to save her. Others had already been invaded to death, but the brutal scenes and the pitiful lives of those others made him grit his teeth in sorrow. Woojin remembered those innocent lives they had hoped for his arrival. If I had come to the ceremony, maybe they would have gone home safely. She seemed very interested in his appearance. So Earth actually has a warrior like you. I see now. So that's why the Space Overlords struggled to connect the dungeons like this. Woojin bluntly asked Slot's identity. Spider, what's your name? She slowly introduced herself. I am Slot, Space Overlord of the Kim Long Association, allied with that octopus. At that moment, Slot suddenly recalled hearing about him. You mean that rookie soldier Burrowed? Now I remember he said you're from Earth. Woojin ended the introduction there. All right, I remember your name now. It's your turn to learn what paying the price means, and today you won't die peacefully. Slot was furious at Woojin's arrogant attitude. An arrogant human dares to challenge me. She used magic to command the demon spiders to attack. The spiders tore him apart until nothing was left. He grabbed a hammer to defend himself. Minchan, protect JW. The large hammer looked majestic, boosting Woojin's courage. He decisively swung the hammer down on the floor, cracking and shattering the ground. It was like an earthquake had ravaged the earth and rocks, with debris and spider remains scattered everywhere. Slot glared fiercely at her destroyed minions, burning with rage. How dare you hit my babies? Before she could finish, Woojin swung the hammer at her stomach, sending Slot flying. Her half-spider, half-human body slammed painfully into the wall behind. He continued using supernatural power to attack Slot. Sharp arrows emerged, piercing her body as if trying to turn Slot into a porcupine. Woojin mocked her, pinned to the wall. You look just like a spider specimen. Slot helplessly cursed the bastard, while he calmly observed. Woojin used gravity manipulation to drive the arrows deeper into her. He wanted Slot to taste what it's like to live worse than death. Wait a minute. My anger won't calm down if I let you die like this. A blazing fireball was unleashed, ready to confront the fierce beasts. The flames spread throughout the city, as if the monsters were burning alive in the scorching heat. Outside, Sungu and Sutter were facing a horde of vicious monsters. They swarmed in, eyeing them like a delicious meal, with one standing alone to block and counterattack the beasts. Though brave, they were vastly outnumbered. He gritted his teeth, fighting while strategizing. What should he do? His magic was nearly depleted. Sungu was extremely troubled by the situation. He needed time to recover. But if he left, the families in Adan would be attacked by the giant wolf going berserk. He left Sungu stunned, frozen in place. He shouted anxiously to warn him. Knowing he couldn't run away, Sungu faced the threat head-on. Damn it. But something suddenly appeared, snapping him awake in an instant. A powerful explosion rocked the area, blowing away everything nearby and startling everyone. A giant stone figure slowly emerged from the rubble, proud and mighty. It was Bibi's puppet. The girl had arrived just in time to save them. Sungu, you did great. Sungu was utterly surprised. Bai stood excitedly atop the giant stone, praising him. Only then did Sungu clearly see who had come to his rescue. He was overjoyed to see her smiling face. Bi summoned healing rain magic to restore Sungu somewhat after the battle. She carefully warned him, "You're not fully recovered yet. Don't overexert yourself." But he was noticeably better. "I feel alive again." "Thank you, Saintess." Sungu asked about everyone else. "What about the boss?" "The master will arrive soon too. The chaos outside has been cleared by the stone giant, so we can relax a bit. We're saved now. Everything will be fine as long as the boss is here. I heard the corpse warrior will be summoned soon as well." But Bee suddenly remembered something that left her momentarily stunned. Then she mentioned a strange name, the Plague King. Finally, he had appeared. The Plague. It took her a few seconds to explain clearly. Yes, that was the nickname of the corpse warrior Janus. He was infamous even among the immortal army. 200 years ago, Tico's Janus slaughtered 30 million people. That's why his mere presence was considered a plague. Oh my god. Thinking of her superior's warning left her stunned. The boss told me to follow the corpse warrior and learn more magic, but will I be okay? Still, she forced a smile. Just as expected, he was like the boss's teacher. Surely, he was better than the boss in this field. Yet Bai denied it, saying it couldn't be. She revealed the harsh truth. After the Immortals formed their own army, the number of lives he killed in the past 20 years exceeded 100 million. At this point, he couldn't be stopped anymore. "Boss, can I still trust you?" Woojin appeared right behind them, surprising everyone. Are you guys talking trash about me? Boss, you didn't spare praise for Sungu. While I was away, you held on well. Now it's time to deal with the root cause of this disaster. Let's go take down that damn dragon. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the monsters continued their rampage. Their size made everyone gasp. We're terrifying. No wonder you're the boss. Woojin swiftly leapt to avoid the clawed hands reaching up from below. He silently calculated the benefits. There were still many experience points at Namsanjan. He eagerly anticipated the rank he would soon achieve. I'll hit level 80 soon. Level 79, 99.99% FB. Facing Woojin now was a golden dragon with massive wings spread wide on the central hill. As they clashed, one side was a dragon radiating overwhelming power, the other a human with superior strength. The dragon took a deep breath, absorbing the surrounding essence to form a weapon. Woojin realized this move would be difficult. The dragon's breath would be a serious threat. Defending against its attack was extremely challenging. Although he could protect himself with a soul shield, Adan and all the awakened people were right behind him. A glowing energy orb gathered at its mouth, ready to explode. This critical moment forced Woojin to act immediately without further thought. Crazy. Its breath surged like a whirlwind, threatening to sweep away all living things. The blinding light and pressure made it impossible for him to look directly. The energy orb exploded like a sun, engulfing nearly the entire city. Those below struggled to withstand it. What kind of explosion was that? Luckily, it was stopped just in time, dissipating into golden dust particles instead of detonating. He breathed a sigh of relief, almost ruined. The dragon was stunned. The staff seemed to have the power to reduce the impact of attacks, raised to perform that function. Woojin smiled brightly as his trusty ally intervened just in time. Looks like you're not late, huh, Janice? Janice looked up at the dragon teasingly. Golden dragon? Young, do you need a friend? He declined. No, it's one of Jet's subordinates. Anyway, it's useless to me, so just kill that bastard. He spoke in a low voice. Then it won't be hard. The dragon's information appeared. Golden Dragon Rajakun, leader of the Golden Dragon Guild on planet ZQU and ruler of space. Razaki spoke. You blocked my nearly eternal breath. You were already dead but couldn't die at the same time. Who are you really? Janice exhaled shadow weapons, growling in a harsh tone. His eyes glowed with murderous intent as he ordered, Subordinates of that filthy bastard, shut your disgusting mouths. Without hesitation, he swung his staff and shouted, burn every last bone of his without leaving a trace. Woojin was astonished to see the powerful aura rushing toward him. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted in the air. Blue flames soared up, and smoke gradually spread throughout the space. From within, a soft laugh emerged. Dry bones. Huh? So you're actually a fool. Its gaze sharpened and glowed coldly. For a body that has reached the highest level of magic resistance, this kind of attack is useless. Seeing this, Janice didn't lose ground and smiled, asking, do you think this is just ordinary flame? But now, the scales on Razaki's body are slowly regenerating. He was truly amazed and exclaimed, what? It's reforming now. Its eyes glowing with a jade-green light. Is this magic the flame that never extinguishes, even in the deepest layers of hell, until the target dies in the inferno? Razaki declared, you can't pierce through my scales with just that. Jeezer laughed loudly, gripping his staff. Looks like the firepower still isn't enough. If so, let's turn it up a notch. Seeing this, Razaki's mouth dropped open in surprise, unable to anticipate this move. Circles of magical matrix selections appeared naturally, surrounding him. Then came dragon heads bearing fierce teeth along with a warning. I will show you the true hell. Hydra. Information appeared. The nine-headed dragon, living in the deepest layer of hell. Xenes shouted loudly, summoning 100 of them. Immediately, countless hydras appeared, his eyes sharpened with fierce determination. Inferno. Quickly, the hydras opened their mouths wide, revealing a blazing inferno orb. Razaki was stunned, mouth agape at the scene before him. A powerful energy force erupted, with aura shining all around. His entire body was quickly engulfed by the attacking light, fading into a blurry illusion. Razaki screamed in pain and resentment. Instantly, he completely disintegrated into glowing dust particles floating in the air. Woojin stood with hands on hips, looking up with admiration. He has always been extraordinary. Woojin turned and asked, how do you feel after the seal was lifted? Janice replied, I still can't sense the flow of time. Anyway, you have found Thrash's execution. Woojin closed his eyes slightly and sighed. Again? I've tried hard but still haven't found anything. Thrash's execution is one of the weapons in Thrash's item collection. Janice always said you must find the execution, but it's not in the achievement shop or the space shop. You can't even find its recipe. He wondered if it even really existed. Woojin looked back toward the distance and urged, let's continue this conversation later. For now, let's go with the knights. Let's overcome this by starting the battle. Janice agreed. All right. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Woojin remained standing with his hands on his hips. Woojin smiled softly. Okay, I'll leave these monsters to you guys. I have to deal with the aftermath that dragon left behind first. His gaze fixed on something sprouting and growing, he assessed. If the root of that thing starts to spread and soon, it will be a big problem. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Woojin looked up at the sky, confused, and asked, "What the hell is that? This energy?" His gaze sharpened as he whispered, "There is a red light flashing in the gloomy sky right now. Above, a sphere covered with crackling sparks was hurtling down. A meteor." He clenched his teeth and looked up. A meteor right in the heart of Sun, doing something like this. A silent call echoed. "Jice." Woojin scratched his head in frustration. The Namsan Tower must be the problem that could make all of Sun disappear. Elsewhere, a video showed guns firing straight at blazing shells. Then, footage showed the city sinking into a sea of artillery fire. A sigh of relief. This hasn't even reached chaotic war levels yet. A man sitting calmly in a chair spoke. "Still, I'm glad the campaign is almost over," the cameraman asked. "Director PD, should we get closer?" The director immediately replied, "No. Do you want to get hit by stray bullets? Wait until the cannon fire stops." Suddenly, a purple horse's hoof struck the ground, confusing him. The director also turned to look. Both exclaimed in surprise together. Woojin pointed and asked, "Is that a live broadcast?" The screen appeared. "New slide." The announcer's voice rang out. News broadcast focused on Woojin. Breaking news. Information was released. Hero Woojin has discovered a meteor summoned by a dragon. The image shifted to a certain route. The announcer continued. According to him, the meteor will land directly on Namsan. It is predicted to cause damage in approximately 15 minutes. Then the image switched to tanks moving in a convoy. Soldiers confronting monsters at that location were urgently evacuating under Woojin Kang's orders. The monsters appearing. Currently, the monsters in Namsan are completely under his control. Woojin's eyes and expression were full of pride. Our hero is alone on the battlefield and plans to stop the meteor fragment. His family also watched the screen intently, focusing on the news. We ask citizens to prepare for the heat shock that will occur after the meteor impact. Let's unite and pray for his safe return under the gloomy sky with dark clouds now. Woojin looked down, confused, and asked, "Have I been a little shameless?" He glanced up. "Still, you can't say that your summoned creatures did that." Woojin looked down in confusion and asked, "Am I being a little too shameless?" He raised his eyes. Still, it couldn't be said that his summoned creatures had done that. Woojin turned to ask Janice, "Why did you create such an inconvenient situation for humanity?" Janice laughed loudly. "Shouldn't I have knocked before coming to Earth? I would have wiped out all the monsters along the way too. If you keep holding on to rules like that, Earth will end up destroyed again." He chuckled softly. "It was just a small greeting, so no life would be threatened." Woojin exclaimed, "Humanity on Earth would die from just a heat shock." In the sky now, the meteor had appeared, getting closer and shining across space. He smiled lightly, ending our little conversation for now. Woojin reminded, "Janice, get ready." At this moment, the meteor was hurtling down with immense force toward the city below. Janice let out a strange laugh. "Who would think I'd use magic to save humanity?" Woojin looked at the approaching meteor eagerly. "Hurry up, it'll arrive soon." He obeyed orders. "Of course, I must follow the Lord's commands." The clinking sound came from Janice's staff. He lightly swung it, activating a magical barrier over the entire area. The monsters below were horrified by Janice's action. The blazing meteor's shape became clear. Woojin silently took everything in his sight. The city was doomed to a massive explosion. The news bulletin quickly aired. Today was the second day after the sinkhole appeared in the country and was being handled, with Sun along with Gyeonggi, Busan, Daejeong, and Daegu in the middle of damage repairs. The damage from the explosion was severe. Some countries had to resort to nuclear weapons just to contain part of the monsters. Because of this, our country was rated among the few that successfully minimized damage. The news didn't forget to praise Woojin. No one else. All thanks to the excellent skills of Guildmaster Kang Woojin, and no one could deny this. At the same time, it expressed concern about recent events. Dungeons kept opening, and monsters were flooding out from all sides. Citizens faced the most critical decision ever. The commentator posed a question. Will we recognize Adon's independence and their security personnel, or just watch him leave depending on our decision? At the company, the news was turned off immediately after. Min raised the issue. The situation now seemed favorable for us. However, we should still prepare for the possibility of mostly opposing votes. Kijin immediately agreed. He said, "If the constitutional reform is rejected, we'll have to leave Korea." Lee Kin was once a prosecutor of the Republic of Korea. Under the current minister's orders, he helped Kang Woojin and now officially joined the Adon Guild, but that opinion was rejected by him. "No, Adon won't go anywhere. We'll declare the area we're using now as our territory." he awkwardly interrupted. Sorry, aren't we supposed to leave if autonomy is denied? Hemin had to explain. Replacement is easier. But the president probably won't leave, even if Adan becomes an anti-government organization. Kanjin hurriedly asked again, do you mean we're committing treason against the government? If we do that, there will be armed conflict, Minchan added. That's why I said we need a plan to prevent that. Kangan tried to propose a more peaceful option. We just persuade the president. Sungu saw his frantic attitude and teased him. Overthrowing the government would be easier than trying to persuade him. Back to Woojin's plan. At this point, we just pray the voters will approve. While Adan Guild members racked their brains together, Woojin, who had cleared all the dungeons in the country, was heading to the dungeon lair as requested by other countries, accompanied by the Saintess Melody. She blurted out, that damn Space Lord. Woojin slowly spoke. They're all relying on it now. He turned to chat with Melody. Something like Anfen, right? She didn't answer immediately. After a moment of thought, she softly replied, that reminds me of a terrible nightmare. Woojin agreed. Exactly. His face turned cold, recalling that nightmare. The monsters created from the dungeon lair were truly troublesome. Woojin fell into deep thought again. Judging by the dungeon, it was used to allow the Space Lord to use power. A Space Lord would buy monsters from the shop and release them using the dungeon. He recalled his past. In Anfen, I only really had to deal with monsters invading my territory. But the situation here was different. Woojin didn't hesitate to decide he needed to deal with that damn dungeon lair as fast as possible if he wanted to protect Earth. In Rome, Italy, where the space was shrouded in gloomy colors, gunfire exploded non-stop, attacks growing more intense. The monster, temporarily stalled by the army's firepower, suddenly unleashed power to break through the barrage, targeting a soldier, and then couldn't escape a fierce conflict. The commander saw the unfavorable situation and ordered, evacuate the wounded. We're retreating immediately. The soldiers quickly obeyed and boarded vehicles. Hurry up! Once full strength was gathered, the commander ordered the vehicles to roll. The commander anxiously watched the time. 4 minutes left. The soldiers stayed alert, looking toward the city. We planted bombs at many locations around the city. We can't kill them all, but it will slow the monster's advance. Suddenly, the vehicle braked sharply, causing the whole team to lurch forward. A soldier loudly questioned, what? Why stop? But then he realized the problem as he looked up at the sky. Damn it, flying monsters! A flock of fierce eagles was frantically charging toward them. The commander quickly assessed the situation and decisively ordered to shoot to kill. The soldiers had no choice but to dismount and prepare for battle. Bullets rained upward, blocking the flight path of the monsters. But one monster swiftly closed in on a soldier. In that moment, the soldier shut his eyes tight, awaiting death's verdict. But the pain he expected never came. The soldier looked up in surprise. All the monsters had been defeated. The soldiers turned around in shock. Who was it? No one else but Woojin. Someone suddenly exclaimed, you're the savior of the Middle East. Woojin didn't waste time and immediately ordered Melody. Melody, you go treat the wounded. I'm heading to the stronghold. She acknowledged. Yes, sir. A soldier hurriedly called out a warning. Wait, there are bombs everywhere. Woojin coldly glanced at him and asked, what? Bombs? When will they detonate? The soldier replied softly with advice. In 59 seconds, so it's better to leave after that. But Woojin just said a brief goodbye and marched into the city. Damn it, Melody. See you again, she responded. Yes, my lord. The soldier hurried to stop him. Don't! The explosion will! Woojin and his horse dashed quickly toward the city. He silently calculated. I can't lose everything. Should I call out? Woojin quietly ordered, destroy them all within 30 seconds. Hearing this, the man laughed heartily. Destroying the town is my hobby, no matter what happens. Immediately, the ground lit up brightly. The monsters, stunned and confused, didn't understand before the massive explosion erupted. Soon after, the city was engulfed in a series of blasts. After the destructive force from Jis's explosion, roots began to sprout underground. As he predicted, the roots grew thick and lush. Woojin asked, isn't everything almost done? The Roman Colosseum was now surrounded by a giant forest. Suddenly, a blinding white light appeared in the sky. He looked up, dazed, observing. Then a powerful force slammed into the ground, shattering it and sending debris flying. Through the thickening smoke, a grim figure emerged, a human holding death in his hands. Are you the one Lord Rajakui once eliminated? Woojin smirked confidently and confirmed. That's me. The man clenched his fists around his hammer and introduced himself. I am Nictor. Nick pointed his hammer at Woojin and declared boldly, I will avenge Lord Rajakui myself. Meanwhile, the system panel displayed information about him. Space Lord Nictor from planet ZQU, a giant warrior under the Kim Long Guild. Woojin ignored Nictor and scoffed at his declaration. So how do you plan to do that? You're stronger than Rajakui, Nictor angrily retorted. I can't compare to the great Lord Rajakui, which is why I pledged loyalty to him. But Woojin cut him off with a tough question. What if I kill him? Will you follow me? The atmosphere suddenly shifted. Nictor was flustered by the question. Seconds later, he swung his hammer up and shouted angrily, How dare you insult a warrior? I won't be tempted. I will crush you into minced meat. His hammer, fueled by rage, slammed down mercilessly. Its power was terrifying. Each strike shattered the ground beneath. But Woojin was unharmed by Nictor's attack. He taunted, Typical giants. If you were a bit smarter, this fight might have been more interesting. Woojin's sarcastic tone hinted at Nictor's fate. Behind Nictor, ghosts successfully closed in, leaving him no time to react. Nictor roared in fury. Damn flies. Even so, the ghost's sharp blades cut through him. Their eyes gleamed with deadly intent, and in just a few strikes, Nictor was completely defeated. Woojin watched this scene, lips curling slightly as he looked at the motionless man on the ground, unable to resist mocking him. He's all brawn and no brains. Woojin turned to Janice and ordered him to burn the remaining roots. Janice responded briefly, Understood. The entire city was now engulfed in flames. Janice stared in amazement at the scene. There's also a connection here with Shanae. The space fragment shines brightly. Woojin agreed. Exactly. This must be the key to bringing peace and happiness to Shanae, Woojin mused. Among the 9 roots in Korea, we've obtained 3 fragments. In total, there are 5 fragments, including the one we retrieved from the terrifying dungeon and the current one. He placed the space fragment into his inventory. The drop rate seemed to have increased. Suddenly, Woojin sensed something was off, so he asked Janice, But it's strange. Why are all the roots concentrated in densely populated or historical areas? Janice pondered and admitted, Even I don't know. Hearing this, Woojin's gaze sharpened, and he exhaled lightly. It's good they appear in visible places. If Space Lords could hide and cause trouble, that'd be a real headache. The scene then shifted to the entrance of Juang Cave, the ticket booth. The guard looked outside and was startled to see Junpyo. He quickly ran out to ask him, County Chairman, what's the sudden matter? Junpyo turned and informed him, The protective calendar has been moved up. The guard complained, You should have told me immediately. There are still tourists here. Junpyo smiled awkwardly and reminded him, I'm sorry, don't accept any more visitors. Also, have everyone move toward the exit. Just announce it. It's Junpyo's order. The guard couldn't argue, but he couldn't help but be curious and asked about the boxes. They don't look like the repair crew from before. Junpyo smiled kindly and gently reminded him, Sir, we just switched companies. Don't pry anymore. While the construction was underway, all he needed to do was cooperate. He stepped into the dark cave. The staff were carefully arranging and preparing for their plan. Woojin carefully instructed the bodyguards, reminding them to block anyone trying to enter. They nodded, Yes, Mr. Chairman. Then he walked over to the battle formation the members had finished preparing. The preparations were complete. Woojin raised the glowing ring, his face betraying his excitement, and ordered everyone to step back. Sangho smiled proudly. He was also eagerly anticipating this ritual. The summoning ceremony of Lord Yellow began. Meanwhile, after arriving at the Roman base, Woojin flew straight to London to fulfill England's request. In a suburban London mansion, England, Toffler leisurely brewed tea while watching the news broadcast. Currently, Woojin from Adan had been sent to participate in the campaign to retake London. The soldiers, exhausted from the long battle, were greatly encouraged upon hearing news of his joining. The female announcer narrated the developments. Up to this point, he and the Immortal Legion were ready for the upcoming battlefield. Let's watch the footage excerpt. Then on the screen appeared the heroic image of Woojin. The old man just glanced at him and came over. Another introduction of him from Toffler, the second candidate for saving this world, Woojin. Downtown London, though heavily damaged, had become more peaceful. Woojin sighed. I'm pretty lucky too, Melody quietly confirmed. Now we have 6 fragments. Suddenly, Tom stepped out and praised him. You're truly the best. He smiled brightly with gratitude. Woojin, if it weren't for you, just thinking about it would have given me a headache. Tom Clarkson, chairman of the Awakening Association of the United Kingdom, Woojin politely replied, It's mutually beneficial anyway. He silently calculated his experience points rising and also collected space fragments. But then Tom proposed a deal regarding the space fragments. Why don't you sell the space fragment you just got to England? Woojin was stunned and confirmed. Tom knew about the fragment and replied softly, You must be surprised because it hasn't become widespread worldwide yet. Then Tom began lecturing about the fragments. Space fragments are stones that only appear when you break the architecture built by the Lord. The cores of the dungeons, although not yet disclosed, were predicted to exist by an English researcher named Jam Toffler. He briefly recounted the current world situation. America, Japan, China, and Germany were searching for and researching them. Therefore, England also needed a specimen. Woojin suddenly froze upon hearing the familiar name, the one who predicted the space fragments. Jam Toffler felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. A vague memory surfaced in his mind. In it, Toffler was introducing his hypothesis. I have calculated a hypothesis about the return stones. As everyone knows, return stones can turn a dungeon into a gold mine or become the key to escape. Horrifying scenes appeared continuously, but the dungeons were not mines. The bloodstones we plundered were actually traps set to catch us. In the memory, the old man declared, the monsters are extraterrestrial creatures. Woojin jerked back. Actually, he seemed to have understood everything. Woojin realized that the old man he had seen on the report was from England. Toffler on the news gave a conclusion to his hypothesis. Earthlings have come closest to the truth of the dungeon. According to my hypothesis, the dungeon is their passageway. In other words, the door that brings aliens to Earth. From this moment, he memorized the name Dr. Toff. The scene shifted to another place. A black car stopped. The man stood beside the car door. Well, goodbye here. Thank you once again for protecting London. Woojin's words carried regret. Also, please think carefully about the proposal I made regarding the space fragments. He easily agreed, smiling with narrowed eyes. I will send word to Parliament. All right, I hope to hear back from them. His gaze followed the departing car. Melody's eyes widened in astonishment looking at Woojin. The god couldn't believe he was seeing his lord make a request to someone else. Is the doctor you mentioned really that good? Her eyes sharpened as he answered her. He is the only person in the world who has uncovered most of the dungeon's secrets, Woojin added. Taking some time to meet him won't cost anything. Shortly after, the two stood in front of Toffler's building. Sunlight streamed into the room through the glass window. The interior was decorated in a simple and classic style. The old man asked, is the tea to your liking? He was sipping the tea and had to look up in surprise. You speak Korean? Woojin probed. You speak Korean quite well. Have you done anything related to Korea? Toffler calmly replied. You learn it all when you reach this age. He glanced at Melody standing beside. All right, Saintess, please have a seat. Oh, it's cold now. She widened her eyes in surprise at being spoken to in Anfen language. Woojin was just as surprised as Melody. His voice deepened with a killing intent. Who are you? Woojin, like a shadow, quickly stood beside Toffler, threatening him with a dagger. How do you know Anfenian? Are you the space overlord? Toffler said fearlessly. No, I just studied this language briefly. Finally, Woojin growled. Who are you? He cautiously glanced down. The old man proposed. We can talk in Korean. Woojin stared at Toffler, silently judging. He wasn't afraid of death, but strangely paused for a moment, then spoke his mind. Why do you have no soul? The special ability of the soul summoner. I can see and sense the souls of every monster, animal, and even insects. Of course, including humans. Until now, nothing without a soul has ever appeared to exist. Woojin was confused, thinking he couldn't sense even a trace of this guy's soul. Toffler didn't answer immediately, just laughed loudly. He reassured him. You don't need to be so cautious. We share the same goal. I'll skip the small talk and reveal my identity. Toffler's eyes were deep and unfathomable as he concluded, I am from another dimension. Woojin still doubted and asked, You came here from another dimension? But even so, why can't I sense your soul? Toffler replied, I can't say more. He glanced at him with a firm tone. I don't really care if you kill me, but aren't you here to ask me something? Woojin lowered his eyes, his gaze filled with thought. Finally, he relented, returning to his seat and said, We'll listen to what you have to say. Melody sat beside him, hearing Woojin add, You better tell us everything you know. No jokes. Toffler calmly said, No need to be so cautious with me. We have the same goal. Woojin asked, Protecting Earth. The old man firmly said, Protecting every planet of ours. Woojin crossed his arms, curious. What's the name of your planet? Toffler wasn't ready to answer. That's for later. Woojin understood the issue and confirmed once again. Then fine. I don't care where you're from as long as I can protect Earth. No beating around the bush. Just get to the point. Do you know how to do that? The old man stayed silent, then suddenly asked, Do you know what the essence of the network is? Woojin answered with a faint smile, summarizing from his own experience. It doesn't matter how it was created. What matters is its meaning. The old man continued explaining. Its core is a supernatural network between planets, and it was created by you. Confused, Woojin asked, Are you talking about space travel? He nodded. Exactly. The old man calmly recounted a story from long ago. Because the initial connection was unstable, some creatures traveled through dimensions, like you being transported to Anfen 5 years ago. Woojin frowned. He's been watching me since then. The old man objected. Of course not. I just heard the news. Toffler clarified. I wasn't waiting for you from the start. I was simply waiting for someone who could protect their home planet. Woojin impatiently sighed. Too much introduction. Just tell me how to protect Earth already. The old man's face turned dangerous. If Shanae had the supernatural network, the territorial empires are the intermediaries connecting planets. Toffler glanced at Melody, who was like a firewall blocking that connection. She was startled by his gaze. Melody spoke up. A god. Toffler nodded. Right. A god of a planet acts like a firewall blocking the connection. He continued analyzing. Earth's god will soon be born, protecting it from the network's power. Melody's face showed seriousness. Can I block it just by protecting the god? Anfen has a god, but in the end, it was beyond its power. Toffler agreed. Exactly. No matter how strong the firewall is, it can't block every virus. He firmly stated that's why someone must become a powerful vaccine. They have to completely eliminate the virus that breaks through the firewall. Toffler looked at him with a meaningful tone. Soul Summoner Woojin, you know what I'm talking about, right? The Jai's weapon is searching for something powerful enough to destroy everything opposing it. Inside, Woojin thought about Thus's execution. He was startled when the old man repeated the question he had asked himself. You said I have no soul, right? The old man continued. I see hope in you. Woojin was confused. What do you mean? Toffler furrowed his brows, deeply serious and resolute. You have eyes that can see the truth, he added. You are like the person I have always been searching for, the one I have always been waiting for. Suddenly, Toffler stood up. I've said all I can. It was a pleasure meeting you like this. Both Woojin and Melody were shocked by his action. Watching his back as he left, Woojin stood up and chased after him. Where are you going? Woojin reached out to stop him. We still have a lot to discuss. He rushed forward, but his hand passed right through Toffler's body. Woojin's face showed frustration, his hand stiff as it passed through the old man's body. Toffler was silent, lips slightly moving. He left a final sentence before disappearing into the light. You have found yourself at the end of this long battle. I hope you can discover the truth. Woojin turned around and called out with an icy voice. Looks like I really need to find the execution. He received the order. Of course, Zenus explained. Thus's execution is the ultimate weapon that only a soul summoner can use, but you must find the answer before solving the puzzle. Woojin cut him off. I'm talking about something else. Woojin waved his hand to create a space door and said, Let's go. You're determined to go back and find everything about Thus. Meanwhile, the Adon Guild successfully signed a treaty with the South Korean government and became a sovereign, independent organization like a new nation. The black car sped down the road. Si-hun exclaimed, Oh my god, should I start calling you minister now? Min Trang laughed when she heard that. When did you learn those words? His lips curled into a squinting smile. Hey, I really don't do much, right? You've done all the hard work. Prime Minister Min was helpless at Si-hun's way of addressing him. Prime Minister? Oh my god. He reported the information. I really can't do much, can I? He already handled all the hard parts. Prime Minister Min was helpless because of Si-hun's way of addressing him. Prime Minister? Oh my god. He reported the information. I just received news that our chairman has also finished his business in the United Kingdom, so he will be back soon. Min-chan immediately nodded in understanding. We should quickly return and tell him about the achievements we made today. Inside, he kept screaming with joy, his lips trembling from holding back laughter. I never hoped for a promotion this big, but a prime minister? Min seemed unable to believe the truth, especially being the prime minister of a newly influential country on the global stage. He ran his hand through his hair, smiling smugly. I must be greater than anyone else in the world now, right? Seeing this confidence, Soon felt a mix of admiration and unease. Anyway, keep it up, Prime Minister Dung. The car gradually slowed down, rushing toward the gate, where the sign read Adon City. Min-chan's car passed by two people arguing loudly. I told you, you can't come in here. And I told you the chairman invited me to Adon. Both looked confused. Then one firmly said, I checked carefully, and you're not on the meeting schedule. That person kept trying to persuade. I'm a famous, awakened one from India. Really? The guard didn't believe him and said irritably, Look, how would I know someone from India? A familiar voice sounded, making the man turn around. Branka Soon-hun waved excitedly. Branka, come here, come with us, he responded loudly. Soon-hun. Entering the building, Soon-hun asked Han Blanca, when did you arrive in Korea? If you told us earlier, we would have sent someone to pick you up. He pointed to the person Min-chan introduced. You should hand this over to him. This is President Dung Min, he said warmly. Nice to meet you. I'm Branka. Min-chan also responded politely. I'm Min-chan. Let's go inside and talk. He placed his hand on the door handle, pushed it gently, and stepped in. A surprised voice came from inside. Is that Donka? Since when has Woojin been sitting quietly in his seat? You always procrastinate, but now you finally came? Min-chan exclaimed happily. Chairman Don Ka laughed awkwardly, explaining, I didn't procrastinate. I was just a bit late due to personal issues. You're so cold and funny. Woojin didn't hold back and exposed him. You tried not to leave India, didn't you? You couldn't bear to break up with your boss, right? Don Sia replied in panic. Of course not. I wanted to come here. Woojin sighed in relief. Whatever. Anyway, welcome to An. Then he noticed the other two. Woojin looked confused at Soonhoon and Minchan. Hey, why are you two laughing all the time? You're making me uncomfortable. He handed you a file. We just returned after confirming this treaty. You blocked the file and said, summarize it for me. Minchan honestly summarized the content for Woojin. All right, first, South Korea has recognized An's sovereign independence and allows citizens to hold dual citizenship by amending the constitution. So people don't have to give up their South Korean citizenship even if they become citizens of Adan, he replied satisfied. Well done, Minchan smiled happily. It's all thanks to you, Chairman, or should I call you King now? Woojin calmly said something that stunned him. Call me your majesty, you fool. The conversation became awkward. He arrogantly crossed his arms. What? Minchan was sweating profusely. Nothing. Your majesty. Woojin leaned back in his chair, smirking. Just kidding. We're independent now, so feel free to call me whatever you want. He forced a smile. So it was a joke? Woojin looked up, his expression serious again. Anyway, this isn't important right now. Call everyone here. Minchan's face froze at Woojin's words. I have something important to say. After a while, footsteps crossed. Dusun and Sunggu entered together. Brother, did you call us? He answered. Yes, come sit down. He looked briefly surprised as he glanced to the side. Is that Duan Ka? He greeted with a bright smile. Long time no see, Dunggu. They hurriedly sat down, and Minchan stood up to ask, Chairman, what important matter do you want to discuss? His gaze sharpened. Invading the outer world. He was stunned by those words. Invading the outer world? Woojin began to get to the point. Until now, we've always tried to block the connection of the spatial lords. And because of that, Earth has suffered a lot. His voice deepened. The enemy will continue to connect here. If this keeps happening, the cities won't survive anymore. Minchan looked clearly worried. Then Woojin revealed a dark future that surprised everyone. If any place becomes a battlefield, it should be their territory. How can we fight on Earth? He clasped his hands together, eyes dangerous as he made a decision. We can't just keep blocking them. We will attack first, Sunggu cautiously asked. So we're going to Anfen? He dreamily seemed to have an idea, eyes shining brightly. She exclaimed. Woojin half smiled and replied, No. Anfen will be our final destination. No need to rush there yet. We'll go to the Jizaki planet first. Dunggu looked puzzled and asked again, Jizaki planet? He nodded. Yes. That's where the Golden Dragon Association exists. Jizaki, who connected with Earth last time, is also there. Woojin grew more confident, ambition shining through every word. We will hunt them down and strengthen our forces. The next day, at Soon Airport, a voice rang out. Brother, preparations are complete. Sunggu wondered, Are we leaving right now? Woojin answered, Wait, there's one more person joining us, he asked confusedly. Haven't all the members of the expedition team arrived yet? You turned to Si-hun and asked, You've contacted him, right? He nodded and replied, Yes, I have. A muscular man stepped forward and called out, Hey there, Brother Woojin. Woojin happily turned to greet him. Heil showed up just in time. Sunggu looked at the familiar face with great confusion. What are you doing here? Chairman B. Zhang laughed heartily and answered, What do you mean? Aren't we a team now? Invading the outer world? Just as expected. You really are always different. The more you watch him explain, I called him because we don't have a tank. Sunggu was curious. Tank, Woojin replied. Yeah, look over at those two suns. We already have a scout and a tamer. Then he glanced toward Blanca, a secondary mech that can self-heal. Woojin looked dreamily, full of trust, and a fake healer who can heal us. They all turned their gaze toward him. Now it looks more like a team, right? Sunggu, waiting without hearing about himself, finally asked, Hey, what about me? Woojin grinned slyly. You'll get special tutoring. He's pitiful. Not realizing he's been trapped, Sunggu felt a bit scared inside. Was the scary teacher who once taught him really going to tutor him? He jumped up in panic, protesting, Hey, I just realized we don't have a main damage dealer. I think I should join in. And he cut off Sunggu's words, throwing the last bit of hope into the trash. Someone's already handling that, so don't even think about running away. I already told Janice about this. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. There's no escaping now. Thinking about the terrifying figure of Janice, the ghost who will tutor him, Sunggu trembled, scared to death. A teleportation gate opened in some city on planet Adan. Sunggu and Hyun stared wide-eyed, amazed by the scenery. Many dragons flew across the city's sky. Woojin introduced, This is planet Adan, where our lord rules. We've only heard about it until now. Zhang was just as surprised as the other two when he looked at the sky. This place is amazing, he sighed inwardly. I used to think Woojin was just a dungeon miner, but who knew he's a space overlord? Minchan led BB over. Master. The little girl excitedly looked at the group behind him. There are many guests today, right on time. Woojin's voice softened. Can you take our guests on a little tour of the sanctuary? He smiled and said, There are some people you don't know yet, Let me introduce you to them. This is the person who will work with our expedition team. He looked confused hearing Woojin introduce him, and even the dragon from Minchan. The architecture of this city was somewhat ancient, with black moss covering the walls of the buildings. Bibi laughed with delight, eagerly leading the group. Please follow me. The sanctuary tour began. Minchan looked at Woojin, confused, and asked, Hey, is it okay if I join the team? What if I end up just a burden? Woojin sighed helplessly after hearing that. He reassured him, I've picked the best team from Earth. Just cooperate with them and you'll be fine. Suddenly, Dongdo said, There are even many stalls here. The little girl smiled with eyes closed and replied, You definitely have to try the specialty beer of Adon. Woojin turned to Minchan and asked, Have you learned all the skills I told you about? He nodded and replied, I've learned them all. Woojin added, Training is just training. Real combat is still better. Woojin reminded him, The battle will be a good experience for you. You struck right at the core of Minchan's heart. Don't you think you should be able to protect your sister yourself now? The scene shifted to a tall castle marked by time. Woojin placed his hand on a spatial circle. He turned back to look at everyone confidently and asked, Is everyone ready? They all burned with power in unison. Yes, we're ready. Woojin gave the order. All right. After we clear the dungeon, Sunggu will start training with Janice, he continued, and the rest will attack the enemy planet. I'll act alone, so only contact me through Minchan if there's anything important. The group shouted in unison. After arriving at the enemy dungeon planet of Tian Sai, Woojin placed his hand on the thin barrier. Once his hand touched it, the barrier shattered into dust. He assigned tasks to his teammates. Scatter immediately. Sunggu, come here with me. He responded immediately. Yes, sir. Woojin's eyes sharpened as he heard the growl of a monster. Nigan led his henchmen to face Woojin's group. He slowly stepped forward, closing the distance with Woojin. Nigan's body was armored with iron plates. The clanging sound echoed as he moved. When he reached a close enough distance, Nigan stopped and said, Greetings, warriors. Welcome to planet Giak. Woojin probed, Hey guys, introduce yourselves. Nigan said, I am the Space Overlord Nigan, serving Chen, leader of the Black Hat Society. Woojin curiously asked, Are you waiting for me or something else? Nigan didn't beat around the bush and answered immediately, Yes, I heard about you destroying the Golden Dragon Guild. Lord Chen is very pleased with you and wants to meet you. Woojin's lips curled into a silent smirk at his words. He assured you a high position, so you took it. Woojin moved at the speed of light past Nigan, whose head fell off and rolled on the ground. Woojin stood silently there, still holding his weapon. Nigan, not yet unconscious, barely asked, What does this mean? Woojin sneered proudly. What else? It means the invasion has begun. Shortly after, Nigan's subordinates were all wiped out by Woojin's group. Amazing, Jongdo exclaimed in astonishment. While we weren't meeting, he's gotten stronger. Watching him ride swiftly forward, inside him, he was filled with admiration. Defeating the Space Overlord with just one move, how much stronger could Woojin possibly be? He-sun said to everyone. Now, let's begin. Dongdo voiced her doubt. But how are we supposed to find a dungeon in an endless ocean like this? And we don't even know where the enemy is. She said nothing, just looked up at the sky and silently nodded. He felt puzzled when he saw He-sun raise one arm. The sound of flapping wings and cries grew closer to their location. A small purple-feathered bird flew over and perched on her finger. He-sun confidently said, This little creature will guide us. Dongdo nodded, and Dongnu understood. Sunggu and Woojin sat on the bird's back, flying freely in the sky. From above, they saw a place emitting a lot of smoke. They could already spot a base. Woojin gave the order. Sunggu trained with Minchan while inside the dungeon. Sunggu quietly responded, Yes, sir. Outside, everything seemed calm, but inside, he was trembling. The time was near. Woojin spoke loudly, pulling him out of his thoughts. What are you doing? Get down, Sunggu replied. Yes, sir. Woojin showed no mercy, kicking him straight off the mount. Sunggu's eyes widened in shock, then he screamed in agony as he fell. Woojin smirked. From now on, every breath you take means training. He gave the warning, do your best to survive. Sunggu was terrified, thinking, no, his mind a tangled mess he was about to hit the ground. How would he survive? Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed in Sunggu's ear. Xanis had appeared beside him without him noticing. You dare ask me to teach you? How arrogant, he angrily said. Then I'll give you a test. Sunggu's face turned pale, teeth grinding fiercely. Janice launched an attack at him to see if he was qualified. Woojin, riding the creature, watched the explosion in the sky caused by Janice. Watching this scene, his mind flooded with memories of the past. It reminded him of the first time he met Janice. Survive. Heil. Sunggu struggled against the overwhelming power of the fire. Woojin silently hoped, if he could return unharmed, he would become an SS rank hunter. He turned back with a serious look toward the base. Woojin assessed, more importantly, this base was built like a robot city. The system displayed a notification. The Space Overlord's fortress was scanning, and a battalion of skeleton soldiers was advancing. All the skeleton soldiers stood behind him, ready to follow his command forward. The skeleton army wielded weapons with imposing presence. Woojin smiled confidently, looking toward the base as they charged forward under his orders. The fortress fired continuously at the skeleton army. Explosions rang out across the battlefield, but the number of skeleton soldiers did not decrease. Woojin gripped the reins tightly. This battle would not be simple. Some skeleton soldiers had already fallen deep on the battlefield. The scattered fragments began to connect, forming a giant monster. Clearing the way, the monster rushed into the headquarters while the fortress kept firing. The firepower was intense but couldn't stop the monster. It blocked most of the fortress's fire with its bare hands. The monster slammed the ground hard. It charged forward with chunks of earth flying. Woojin smirked coldly. "Everyone, advance!" The monsters charged together, moving forward to wipe them out. They shared one goal, to destroy the base. Jia stood silently behind a rock, looking toward the base, tears streaming down his face for reasons unknown. "Lark! Over there." Lark had just punched a monster fiercely, his voice filled with sorrowful thoughts. The mighty warrior of the Rati tribe has become the enemy's subordinate. His tone was tinged with regret. A hunter being hunted by another. Jia looked toward Woojin, riding the creature. The Lord's prophecy might become reality. The system displayed a notification. "You have attacked an unoccupied base. You can choose to destroy or occupy it." Destroy? Occupy? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Occupy? Woojin recalled the battered image of Leah from before. "I had a vague feeling about that name. So it was the person I killed last time? Seems like she hasn't revived yet." Bijang spread his arms in front of him. "Master, can you give me this? Give me this castle." Woojin sneered. "I have no intention of occupying another planet." He pressed the destroy option on the screen. Destroy it! The modern base before him shattered into pieces of machinery in an instant. Woojin grinned slyly, wondering how she would react after reviving and seeing her base completely destroyed. He worried, wondering if Minchan was okay. The tree branch shook violently. Zhang Do observed the unconscious Hoblin in front of him, judging there was nothing special. If things continue like this, the Jiak planet will be quite smooth sailing. He-sun smiled with narrowed eyes, patting Minchan's shoulder. "Now, Mr. Vampire, why don't you eat your fill quickly so we can move on?" He lowered his head helplessly. "All right." Minchan bared his fangs, biting deeply into the Hoblin. He swallowed the blood gulp by gulp. Minchan seemed recharged, power enveloping his body. His body trembled, his face full of wrinkles from frowning. Then suddenly, that light completely went out. Woojin returned to normal. He said, "I'm done." Sun replied, "Looks like you've gotten used to it." She startled, looking up at the sky. The little bird flew in circles overhead. Sun told everyone, "That way, let's go." The group of 4 followed her guidance, not forgetting to stay alert and watch their surroundings. Sun was shocked, looking ahead as 3 Chut monsters suddenly charged out of the forest. Sun gritted her teeth in frustration, spreading her arms to use the skill that shares thoughts. Dongdo heard a voice in her head. "3 monsters are surrounding us. Guild Leader B, take care of one of them." Woojin heard the voice and Sun assigned the tasks. "Woojin, use your support skills for him right away." She transmitted the sound to him again. "Minchan, handle the other 2. Du Jamin threw a punch that took down 1 monster. Woojin stood back, supporting the other 3. Machan exploded with power, using his claws to shred the remaining monsters. He grabbed one of its legs tightly. Machan used his strong jaws to bite through the monster's thick skin. Its grip loosened, proof that it was done for. Minchan withdrew his strength, blood dripping from his mouth. Woojin and Sun were stunned by the number of monsters he took down, but then another pack of wolf monsters appeared. She screamed in panic, sweat pouring like a waterfall. "No." Min's head hung low, the sound still echoing in his mind. "The monsters have surrounded us." Machan immediately stepped back. Woojin was sweating bullets watching the light surrounding him. "Minchan." He growled, seeming ready to unleash his power. Before Woojin could stop him, Minchan charged into battle. She felt her heart trembling. "No." Woojin looked at his expression, panicked, thinking, is he going to lose control again? Minchan fought the wolf pack alone, his eyes completely white, out of control like a moth to a flame. With just one X-shaped claw swipe, he took down nearly 10 wolves. Woojin anxiously thought, at this point, we have to support him until he regains control. From behind their group, another pack of monsters appeared. These monsters were made of leaves, with countless teeth, moving slowly forward. Woojin wanted to curse. Why now of all times? Melody, following her instincts, glanced up at the sky. She shouted in panic, "Woojin, the monsters are flying this way." The bird-like monsters screeched loudly. They dove at Woojin at full speed. She sensed danger and warned everyone, "Get out of here first. Guild Leader B. Jaemin rushed into the wolf pack, grabbing Minchan's collar. Okay. He struggled wildly, then looked at him with hostile eyes. Machan bit hard into Jaemin's arm but couldn't pierce his skin. He laughed smugly. My skin can't be scratched by a fledgling vampire. Jaemin grabbed his collar and ran, leading Woojin. Everyone retreated. At Sunggu's location, another massive explosion erupted. He struggled to survive in the sea of flames. Before overcoming this crisis, another disaster struck. The fire element radiated, forcing Sunggu to retreat defensively. Janice looked down from above, his voice taunting. How long have you been running? Do you think learning my skills is that easy? Sunggu didn't reply, just snorted coldly, thinking, what kind of training is this? He stared at him, frustrated, thinking, he said he'd teach me to become the strongest fire mage, but isn't he just trying to kill me? Sunggu touched a nearby branch, exhaled softly, preparing to counterattack. Of course, these unusual actions caught Janice's attention, who enhanced the fire. Watching Sunggu wrap magic fire around the branch, he became even more intrigued. Now you're serious? Janice unleashed multiple fireballs. Let me see what elemental skills you have. Sunggu bent his knees into an attacking stance. He leapt into the air, using the fireballs to propel himself. He swung the branch to block incoming fire attacks. Sunggu finally closed in on Janice. He raised the branch to strike. Janice effortlessly grabbed Sunggu's branch. The fire element surrounding it vanished without a trace, all absorbed by him. Sunggu's eyes widened in shock, thinking, he's absorbing my fire, Janice said coldly. A fire mage who can't block a fire attack. He created a fireball, beginning to gather fire elements inside. He glanced up, tracking Janice's every move. Moments later, a massive explosion occurred. Sunggu was blasted to the ground. He struggled to stand. Hearing Janice's taunting voice, Sunggu grew even angrier. You're not giving up yet, huh? The fireball Janice created had grown enormous. Sunggu clicked his tongue. That bastard. Janice swung his staff toward Sunggu. Try to block this. Sunggu's eyes clearly saw the fireball speeding toward him. His body stiffened, unable to move as it rushed at him. I can't dodge, and my body's at its limit. He suddenly recalled Janice absorbing his fire magic. If I can't block or dodge it, then judging by Sunggu's reaction, Janice looked puzzled. Sunggu dropped to one knee, stretched the other leg out, and extended both hands forward. If that's the case, there's only one way. He would use Janice's own method against him. If I fail, I'll die. The fireball drew closer. The pressure increased, and the ground beneath Sunggu crumbled to dust. He caught the fireball bare-handed. Janice was surprised by Sunggu's decision. Sweat poured down his face like a shower. Sunggu absorbed the fire element smoothly. Finally, that massive fireball vanished. Sunggu breathed like he'd never breathed before. He clenched his fist, amazed. I did it. I absorbed it. Sunggu felt the power flowing through his body. This strength was seeping into him. This is Janice's magic. Janice flew down, slowly approaching him. You've learned the basics, Sunggu called out happily. Teacher Janice. He spoke sincerely. Thank you for teaching me this new method. The fire absorption you showed me earlier was a great example. Sunggu smiled tightly, his mouth smiling but his heart uneasy, recalling the earlier explosion. But even so, I could really die. Feeling the murderous aura, his face distorted as he timidly looked back. Janice rushed forward with the staff. Who said the lecture was over, huh? To thank me after the training session ends. Sunggu turned pale, his tension returning as another big explosion erupted here. Scene shifts to evening. At a quiet base nestled in a pine forest, with only lights illuminating every small corner. Suddenly, Jack's mouth appeared, panting as if he was running hurriedly. When he reached a gate, he saw his comrade Ja calling out loudly, Rivito. Rivito anxiously asked in rapid succession, What's going on? Ja, why are you in such a hurry? How is Madame Saman? Vak immediately replied, The last savior has finally appeared. I need to meet and report to Madame Saman right away. Inside the base, the scene remained silent, the lights flickering softly. In a room, someone sat quietly before an incense burner with 2 sticks of incense burning brightly. Suddenly, Gyak Saong Sok ran in, shouting, Madame Sat Shua! Hearing this, she slowly glanced over and calmly said, Calm down. What did you see that shocked you so much? At this moment, his face was drenched in sweat, unable to steady his breathing. Ja began to kneel down to report. Ours fortress has fallen, and it wasn't the allies who did it, but a new predator, the one who killed Larik. Susa was quite surprised upon hearing this. She snorted and asked, Is it the new master of Kotian? Then Susa rubbed her chin and thoughtfully analyzed. If it's Ri, then he must be a member of the Black Hat Society, which means he must be cooperating with either the Fire Whip Society or the Golden Change Society. Vak heard this and immediately responded respectfully, Madame Saman. According to the intelligence, both the Fire Whip Society and the Golden Change Society are currently in conflict with him. Satsu closed her eyes, exhaled calmly, and said, "In this case, the outcome is not hard to predict because he has become the enemy of all three societies at once. He will soon be forgotten." Her words made Ja immediately lift his head. He offered his assessment. "Madam Saman, you say that because you've never met him. He easily defeated warrior Larik, and Ri's fortress didn't hold out long. Maybe he really will become a legend." Satusa paused, her eyes filled with contemplation. Then she closed her eyes and calmly asked, "A predator devours other predators. You mean the legend is that he will appear and save this planet, right?" Vak was surprised and exclaimed, "Exactly." He smiled with narrowed eyes and excitedly said, "Finally, the planet can receive aid. Madam Saman, I'm very happy." Suddenly, Satsu's voice cut in, "How pitiful." The words made Jaksa open his eyes wide in confusion. She continued calmly, "That legend is a fabricated story to inspire hope in the younger generation. The real legend has been passed down from ancient times." At this point, Susa looked with dangerous eyes and spoke in a low tone. "The day a predator devours other predators is the day that planet is doomed. That is the true legend, passed down from ancient times." Her voice still echoed in Jiak Jia's ears. "Now the only thing we can do is hope he is not the legendary predator." Hearing this, he trembled uncontrollably and said, "I can't believe it." Suddenly, a loud noise startled them both. Ja shouted, "What was that?" When they went outside, they saw the forest edge ablaze, flames burning fiercely, signaling an intruder. Sousa growled, "What's happening?" Revito respectfully called out, "Madam Saman." Then he reported, "A massive army of zombies is advancing toward us from the other side of the forest. Please retreat quickly." She looked confused and muttered, "Why would the guilds be so busy fighting among themselves that they ignore small tribes like us? So why now?" Vac asked. "Could it be, Revito, that this zombie army doesn't include the bone soldiers?" Revito was surprised and asked, "How do you know that? That's a type of bone monster I've never seen before." This made Ja panic and open his eyes wide. Seeing him trembling in fear, Revito thought silently that he must be the one who killed Larik. On this side, Woojin had arrived at the base with Sin Shin, surrounded by thousands of bone soldiers holding shields and weapons, standing ready. The monsters were still poised to fight, staring intently at Woojin. He looked around and wondered, "Where is this place?" The monsters laughed mockingly. "You look weak and probably inexperienced." At that moment, someone rushed out to check the situation. Witnessing the scene, he opened his eyes wide in shock. Jiaxa's face was drenched in sweat. He panicked, thinking, "No way." Ahead, Woojin sat majestically on Shin Shin's back, both radiating a brilliant aura. Gyak Gia was certain inside. Just as predicted, it was him. At this moment, Woojin's eyes were cold with a smirk as he ordered to wipe them out. Hearing the command, the bone soldiers began to move step by step. They shouted in unison to boost morale, ready to fight this battle. Revito immediately turned and ordered his soldiers, "We must hold out as long as possible to evacuate the villagers and prepare for an all-out battle." Both sides were about to clash fiercely when suddenly a swirling wind blew in. Everyone was stunned and stopped in amazement. Woojin also exclaimed in surprise. That wind marked the arrival of Lark. He knelt respectfully and said, "Sir." Seeing Lark kneel before him, "Did you speak up to Larik?" He pleaded earnestly. "Please have mercy." But Woojin saw something and widened his eyes, surprised as he looked here. Looking into Larik's eyes, glowing blue, he silently marveled. It conveyed its own will before the master's command. Then Woojin asked, "Are they from your tribe? If I don't do it, what will you do?" At that answer, he could only bow his head silently. After a moment, Larik spoke in a low voice. "They are the indigenous people of this planet. They have nothing to do with Shanae's power. I humbly beg you for mercy." On Jack's side, seeing that scene, he could only silently call out, "Larik." Meanwhile, Woojin sighed heavily, not knowing what to say, but thinking it had been a long time since he had to negotiate like this. Woojin recalled the image of the three of them fighting and thought deeply. Funny how every member shows signs of betrayal, yet I can forgive and restrain them. But Larik was still bowing, waiting for Woojin's response. Suddenly, a notification appeared. From Knight Larik, "I sincerely hope you will spare my tribe. If you heed Larik's plea, he will repay you with undying loyalty." Seeing this, Woojin exhaled lightly and said, "All right, retreat." Hearing that, Larik looked up in surprise at him. Then Woojin turned and walked away. Larik behind still bowed deeply and respectfully said, "I will repay you with loyalty and my sword by the king's command." The system then announced that the creatures swearing loyalty to contest dominion were reduced from a maximum of 320 points to 1 point. Seeing that, the monster soldiers joyfully cheered. "We're saved. Larik saved us." Woojin was preparing to leave but suddenly stopped. Wait, this makes those excited suddenly freeze as if they don't understand what's going on. He cast a cold glare toward a direction. There, atop the tower, an object was fluttering in the wind. Woojin muttered. That looks so familiar. It was a tattered cloak fluttering on the tower's peak. He looked at the cloak and wondered, no way someone would come back from there, right? Woojin turned and called Larrick to bring it here. But it seemed Larrick hesitated, afraid of something. Seeing this, Woojin said coldly, kill anyone who stops you. Larrick didn't hesitate and immediately replied, I will obey the order. Sasusa immediately stopped him. She shouted, Larrick, no! Standing before Larrick, who was radiating murderous intent, Sasusa still shouted, that is the sacred cloak protecting our village. We cannot give it to an ordinary predator. At this moment, he pressed his weapon against Sasusa's neck, not allowing her to say another word. Larrick threatened coldly, if you want to live, don't stop me. Overwhelmed, Sasusa could only utter. After taking the cloak, he respectfully handed it to Woojin. With a smug expression, Woojin held the cloak and muttered, just this alone is one of Thus's artifacts. The info panel immediately appeared. Oh, Thus's talisman, the protective cloak and armor of Thus. The chest armor and shoulder guards are lost. Only this tattered cloak remains, not showing its full power. Dominion effect plus 100, no limit on the number of souls possessed. Other effects are sealed. At this, Sasusa, furious, shouted, that belongs to the god of destruction. It's not something an ordinary predator can take. Hearing that, Woojin calmly asked, so you know about the god of destruction too? Sasusa replied, the god of destruction is the first god of chaos. She continued explaining, predators like you may roam like gods, but this is truly a sacred relic. The moment you wear it, your body will dissolve from a curse. After hearing this, Woojin looked thoughtfully at the cloak, silently wondering, if the Lord of Space wears Thus's artifact, will his body dissolve? At this moment, the armor spoke up. What should I do? If the sacred relic is taken, we will live like wanderers. However, Sasusa calmly said, don't worry. The moment you wear it, you will be cursed to death. As soon as she finished, Woojin began to wave his hand, preparing to put it on. Seeing this, she widened her eyes in shock. Now, he had draped the tattered cloak, which emitted a mysterious red glow around it. Woojin confidently said, it doesn't look good, but it fits perfectly. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. Sasusa trembled all over, stammering, why isn't the curse working? Don't tell me you're a legend. He smirked and said clearly, this originally belongs to me, so I'm just reclaiming it. Hearing this, she could no longer stand. She dropped to her knees, completely broken. Seeing this, Jakra panicked and called Madame Sa. Sasusa trembled all over, her face pale, and weakly said, a predator swallowing other predators. The god of destruction's omen has arrived. Watching Woojin's back as he left with the cloak, Sasusa kept muttering, after all, is this planet destined for destruction? 3 days passed since Woojin and his group arrived on the planet. The cliffs here were steep and treacherous. Dong looked up angrily, gritting his teeth. Damn it, you tailing bastards! How far do you plan to follow us? On the cliff were fierce-looking hawks holding weapons in their hands, growling non-stop. Suddenly, a blue light reflected on the inside of his face, surprising him. It was the light from Melody. She was transferring energy to Dong Do. Seeing this, he slowly said, thank you for everything. Without the Saintess, I would have died long ago. Then Melody turned to Minchan and asked, more importantly, the immortal is still alive, right? He replied, I contacted them, but it seems he's quite far away. It'll take about half a day. Slowly, Woojin said, wait until then. I'll find a way to keep in touch. At this, Minchan's eyes showed torment. He gritted his teeth and thought silently, it's all my fault. I got drunk on the feeling of becoming stronger and neglected the plan. But then a gentle hand rested lightly on his shoulder. Haesal gently comforted him. Don't be too hard on yourself. Without you, I wouldn't have held on this long. Minchan regained his spirit and firmly said, all right. Suddenly, a loud roar startled both Haesal and Minchan as they turned around. At this moment, the horde was swarming in, looking fiercely terrifying. Hale silently marveled. Crazy, there's still this many? He broke out in sweat and gritted his teeth, thinking there was nowhere left to run. Seeing this, Du Jamin quickly spoke up. Damn it, am I going to die before even getting married? Hearing this, Hyle froze and looked at him, silently amazed. What? Bureaued is still single? Suddenly, Du Jamin's eyes widened, as if he saw something above. From the sky, a fireball was streaking down. He wondered, wait, what is that? Latasha also looked confused and added, it's flying this way, right? Suddenly, it crashed down and exploded with a bang before anyone could react. Everyone was shocked and raised their hands to shield themselves. After the explosion, the horde was burned alive by the flames. They screamed in unbearable pain. From somewhere, a hand appeared in the fire. By now, the aftershock had subsided. Minchan opened his eyes slightly and looked ahead. He saw a figure standing proudly amid the smoky ruins and wondered what it was. Realizing it was Sungu, Min-chan happily called out. Sung-gu, you came in a hurry. What happened? Sung-gu calmly replied. Ah, you see, Woojin sent me ahead. At this moment, Haesol was breathing heavily after the explosion, staring at Sung-gu in silent admiration. Incredible magic power. Could this really be the Sung-gu I know? Still in awe, Haesol looked at Sung-gu, laughing cheerfully. He continued thinking about what kind of training he went through to become this strong in just 3 days. Scene shifts to another place. Du Jaemin was using his hand to block the head of a lizard beast. While Haesol's group barely survived thanks to Sung-gu's timely arrival, Woojin was facing another space lord. He coldly asked, "Which side are you on? The Kim Dich Hoi?" The lizard beast replied indifferently, "I'm with the Black Hat Society." Woojin pondered. Just because he's a lizard doesn't mean he belongs to Kim Dich Hoi. As he spoke, he removed his cloak. That doesn't matter. More importantly, I need to confirm this. Woojin brought the cloak close to the lizard beast but saw no reaction. Puzzled, he sighed. Holding the cloak, Woojin stood up and asked, "What is this? You're not dead yet? Maybe you should wear this." The lizard beast sneered. "Fool, who would dare wear a cursed item without a password?" At this, Woojin put the cloak back on and asked in surprise, "Password? What does that mean?" The lizard beast said nothing and muttered on, hard to understand. Someone who doesn't know the password can still wear it and be fine. Ignoring the words, Woojin slowly said, "Just tell me what it is." The lizard beast spoke in a tone that tested Woojin's patience. "You think I'll obediently answer? By now, you can't hold back your anger." His eyes darkened. Woojin growled, "You evil creature. Today you won't die peacefully." But suddenly, the lizard beast's body glowed. It laughed contentedly. "If there's a chance, see you next time." Seeing this, Woojin's eyes widened, confused about what was happening. From the lizard beast's body, the light grew stronger. So bright, Woojin had to turn away to avoid it. Now, it had vanished, leaving only a few white sparks flickering in the air. Woojin clicked his tongue, thinking it just self-destructed. Then he looked into the dark, gloomy mist and muttered, "The more I know about the password, the more confusing things get." Woojin looked at the dark aura and slowly said, "I remember when you joined my group, you said I was special." At this, Janice respectfully replied, "You are special, my lord." Hearing this, Woojin asked curiously, "Does that mean I won't die wearing this?" Janice immediately responded, "Yes, your existence proves you escaped Thus's curse." Not stopping there, Janice recalled the image of the cloak, glowing with radiant light. Then he added, "Before Rot took it, Janet's minions hid it, and all of them vanished." Hearing this, Woojin asked curiously, "You mean they died, but they're still alive?" Janice replied briefly that they vanished, not died. Then he connected this to the monsters vanishing, and explained further, "All of Thus's items collected from Anfen are armor. However, the moment you wear one, you vanish. So if we touch Thoris's only offensive weapon, Thoris executes." Janice concluded, "We can completely eliminate the Space Lords, preventing their resurrection no matter how many times you kill them." After hearing this, Woojin smiled proudly and muttered, "Now the pieces are coming together." Janice cautiously said, "Master, may I ask something?" Woojin, curious, asked, "What do you want to ask?" Janice immediately asked, "Can I let him train here?" Woojin sighed and asked, "Sung-gu, why don't you like that?" But Janice calmly replied, focusing only on magical ability, he had surpassed the master level. Thinking of the image of Sung-gu holding a branch, surrounded by flames he created, Woojin silently wondered, Sung-gu has already reached that level. Then he smiled triumphantly, filled with admiration, feeling truly envious, thinking about how even Min-chan didn't recognize his talent. After that, Woojin firmly said, "Do whatever you want. How you want to tame Sung-gu is up to you." Min-chan confidently spoke, "I will create the first living subordinate for the master." He asked, "If he dies, would he become the second corpse?" Hearing that, the man laughed and agreed, "That might be a good idea." Meanwhile, Gu suddenly shuddered, a chill running down his spine. Seeing that, Haesol asked with concern, "Hey, are you okay? What's wrong?" He was sweating profusely, turning around to answer, "I just suddenly felt uneasy." Then, Sung-gu's face darkened as a wave of anxiety rose within him. He thought to himself, "What is this? I have a strong feeling about this." The scene shifted out into space with the galaxy stretching endlessly. It was already the 4th day since Woojin arrived on the planet. Woojin and Min-chan had left Sung-gu and Hyle's group behind. At that moment, the image of a solemn castle appeared, bathed in radiant sunlight. Woojin and Min-chan had returned to the Adan Space Kingdom. Woojin gave orders. The territory's protection time was quickly running out, even though it had only been 4 days. After receiving the declaration of war, Woojin would definitely tighten the territory's defense again. After saying that, Woojin turned away, and Min-chan hesitated before speaking. "So, hey, but I have something I want to ask you." He frowned and asked, What is it? He shyly expressed that he was trying to buy some items. Could you lend me some points? Woojin added. I'm saving up to buy an item, but it's a bit expensive. Woojin wondered. Aren't the points I transferred to you enough? What item is it? His eyes narrowed, then he stammered. That was after hearing about the vampire lord's heart from Min Chan. He suddenly blurted out. Well, he said awkwardly. Sorry, bro. I'm asking for too much. Recalling when he was comforted by Sun, Min Chan silently blamed himself on the planet, wondering if he had become a burden to his teammates. To fulfill his role, he needed to become stronger now. But thinking that, he bit his lip in frustration, his mind racing. Just as I thought, I can't keep relying on Woojin forever. After a while, he spoke up, wait, causing Min Chan to widen his eyes. Woojin had opened the system panel and was intently reading the information. He rubbed his chin and exclaimed, 200,000 points is pretty expensive. Still, Woojin had to admit that, for the heart of the most elite vampire lord, the price was expected. The information panel about the vampire lord's heart opened. The heart of the count. Through a blood ritual absorbing the heart, you can inherit the count's status. When becoming a vampire lord, you won't just be a blood-sucking monster, but will also gain the ability to recruit others as subordinates. Without hesitation, he took out the space box containing the vampire heart and handed it to Min Chan, saying, absorb it. In response, Min Chan thanked him. Min Chan said gratefully, this time I'll pay you back. But Woojin calmly replied, don't say meaningless things. If you can defeat more monsters without dying, that's enough. Then Woojin approached the space gate, not forgetting to remind Min Chan. After completing the ritual, test your level on the planet. You need to fully adapt before moving to another planet. Hearing this, Min Chan curiously asked about the other planet. At this moment, Woojin's eyes sharpened. He answered, not long, before I leave to go to Anfen, transferring to An City. Meanwhile, in the office, Si-hun was focused on reading documents. He was a former mobile phone salesman, and currently the Minister of Foreign Affairs, seeking negotiations from around the world. Si-hun began to complain. These people have so many demands, I should let them know who's really in charge now. Suddenly, the landline phone rang. When he picked up, the voice on the other end reported to the minister that a group had just arrived at the Prime Minister's office. Si-hun replied, all right, go immediately. The scene shifted to a meeting room, where everyone was present, and he slowly entered. Si-hun introduced himself. Pleased to meet everyone. I am Minister of Foreign Affairs, Si-hun. Then he went to the center of the room, bowing formally to everyone. Min Chan said, Minister Gu, this negotiation is about. Before he could finish, Si-hun raised his hand to stop him. Prime Minister, he continued, trust me on this negotiation. Min Chan observed Si-hun reading the documents thoughtfully. Will Minister Gu negotiate personally? He had done well signing the Adan agreement. Should I let him handle this negotiation? Throughout the meeting with the Canada-Japan Council, Si-hun continuously presented his views. He emphasized important information. I have reviewed all the data and propose you prepare. Issues related to first announcing the appearance of dungeons rated 6 stars and above, as well as cooperation strategies. Watching Si-hun present clearly, Min Chan was satisfied and silently judged that he was fully capable of negotiating. He had prepared the documents thoroughly and could lead the negotiation. The delegates continued to listen attentively to Si-hun. Just as he was presenting, he suddenly stopped and said, it seems the negotiation team from your kingdom has arrived, Si-hun asked curiously. However, why did the Canada-Japan Council suddenly visit without sending documents beforehand? At this moment, Mason spoke up. King Adan requested I come to speak with my homeland people, so I came here. He suddenly exclaimed, the boss has sent it. He added, we want to buy the space fragments directly. Seung-hun curiously asked, you came to buy the items, so how much are you willing to pay? Ma-sun hesitated and said, King Adan proposed. Then his voice became clear. He said to do it like an aircraft carrier. This statement left both Seung-hun and Min Chan wide-eyed in surprise. Seung-hun couldn't believe it and asked again, what? Sorry, you're asking for an aircraft carrier. Ma-sun calmly replied, yes, that's exactly what he said. Then he turned and whispered to Min Chan, what exactly are these space fragments? Are they expensive? Min Chan stammered, I've never heard of this before. Seeing this, Ma-sun cleared his throat, then presented his arguments. After the government and royal family carefully considered it, they all reached a conclusion. Indeed, the space fragments are very valuable, and requesting an exchange for an aircraft carrier is quite unreasonable. Still, this proposal will be maintained for the next 5 years. Then Ma-sun ended with a question. Any nation stationed in the East Sea will be responsible for Adan's national defense. So what do you say? Hearing this, Seung-hun could only clutch his head in dizziness, speechless. But it didn't stop there. He asked further, additionally, what do you think about Adan and the government participating in a deal to share the aircraft carrier's operating costs for 5 years? Seung-hoon's face showed panic. He said, "This doesn't seem like something I can decide on my own. I will go meet the king first." Suddenly, someone's voice startled Seung. "I left you to handle the negotiations, but where are you off to now? How's everything going?" That voice belonged to Woojin. He appeared out of nowhere, standing with arms crossed, full of presence. Seeing him, Seung-hoon exclaimed, "Your Majesty," Woojin coldly suggested. "Just give us the ship. We don't need the troops." The meeting was still ongoing. Outside the office, Mason's voice echoed. "Maintaining and operating an aircraft carrier requires thousands of personnel," he cautiously said. "Even if we intend to hand it over to Adon, I'm afraid your manpower won't be enough to operate it." But Woojin confidently replied, "We'll handle that ourselves. Just leave all the equipment on the ship as is." Hearing this, Mason was embarrassed and fell silent. Woojin smirked, secretly wondering why they were so insistent on having an aircraft carrier in the first place. Then Woojin questioned the negotiation team. "So, why do you need the space fragments?" They were a bit stunned by the question. After a moment, Ma-sun hesitantly said, "The space fragments are extremely necessary for our research purposes, but I still don't know exactly what they are." After hearing that, Woojin exhaled and sneered. He said firmly, "You could just buy a space gate leading to another planet, and then you'd have your own dung." This statement left everyone shocked and speechless. Then, his eyes sharpened as he asked, "What? This deal is a steal, isn't it?" After the meeting ended, Woojin returned to the presidential office. Min-chan's voice sounded full of curiosity. "Mr. President, why would you trade something so valuable for an aircraft carrier?" There were only 3 people in the office now. Min-chan continued asking. "Given Adon's current situation, an aircraft carrier isn't exactly a necessity." To that, Woojin calmly replied, "I just want to try an experiment." He added, "Are you planning to create a golem?" Hearing this, Woojin chuckled softly, then said in a low voice, "We already have deep drills. Why would we need an aircraft carrier for that?" Hearing this, Min-chan was truly puzzled. Suddenly, Woojin asked him, "By the way, are you still recruiting new Awakeners?" Min-chan immediately answered, "We are currently accepting applications, but since there are too many applicants, we need more time to review them." After hearing this, Woojin instructed, "Don't waste time on that. Gather them here in 3 days. I will personally select those with real talent." He obeyed. "Yes, sir." Then Min-chan remembered something and asked Woojin, "Also, Mr. President, do you have plans for the Awakeners meeting in 6 days? Do you want to attend personally?" Hearing this, Woojin's face showed a moment of contemplation. He recalled the Global Awakeners meeting. Images of fighting the fierce wolf pack a month ago after repelling Juriel's invasion appeared. Then came the images of the alliance between the 2 associations with Adon's involvement, the Great Charm, and KH in Korea. At that time, the world unified to plan a global meeting to coordinate future strategies. Back in reality, he pondered deeply, the Awakeners worldwide need to know the whole truth and unite, because the upcoming threat is not something we can easily handle. After deciding, Woojin stood up and said, "Good. Before we go to Anfen, send out invitations so all the R can attend." Min-chan and Seung-hoon replied in unison, "Yes, Mr. President." After speaking, Woojin turned and walked away, not forgetting to softly say, "All right, this matter here is almost done, so I'm off." Both bowed. "Yes, sir." But suddenly Woojin called Seung-hoon. He responded in surprise, "Yes." Looking annoyed, he pointed at Seung-hoon and grumbled, "Are you the Minister of Foreign Affairs or what? Stop beating around the bush and get back to your secretary duties. Just now, I saw you're terrible at negotiating. Not a shred of talent in this at all." Hearing that, Sehun just frowned deeply, pressed his lips tight, and thought bitterly. He once bought a phone from someone who had no negotiation skills. After saying that, Woojin quickly left. At this moment, he held his face in frustration, muttering to himself. He never expected to fall from this ministerial seat like this. Seeing this, Min-trang asked with concern, "Are you okay?" But Si-hun ignored it and kept blaming himself, now just a mere secretary. Suddenly, he remembered something and widened his eyes, thinking, "Wait a minute." Then Si-hun immediately looked up and asked himself, "Secretary? The chief secretary of President A. Dan A. So that means?" Thinking of this, he laughed loudly, shaking his whole body. Min-chan stood behind, sweating profusely, hesitating to call out, "Hey, Si-hun!" Suddenly, Si-hun shouted loudly, "Isn't this a promotion?" His shout echoed throughout the office, leaving Min-chan helpless. Meanwhile, on planet Yaku, a fierce attack was underway, everywhere filled with smoke, fire, and loud explosions. Gay and other goblins stood dumbfounded, unable to do anything. Then he immediately ordered, "Quickly have the mages defend the fortress with all their might. Set up the barrier." "Yes, sir." A goblin obeyed and reported to Gay. Suddenly, a blazing golden space gate appeared. From it, a majestic monster stepped out. This was the Space Lord of the Hong Trui Alliance, King Mang. He growled, "Who dares attack my fortress?" Which guild is this? Gay quickly reported. The enemy is not any alliance, sir. Suddenly, a crazy human appeared on planet Siu. Sir, Meng growled. Is this the one who wiped out the Hoang Tich alliance? Without waiting for an answer, he flew into a rage and shouted, activate the fortress's highest level magical defense weapons immediately. Hearing this, Gay hesitated and said, well, that weapon was already destroyed when we heard about it, sir. Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Then he urgently asked, so how many soldiers do we still have? Guy awkwardly replied, most of them are still alive, but the enemy's firepower is so strong we can't get close. Sir, the more Meng heard, the more shocked he became. He thought fearfully, what is this? The ultimate weapon is destroyed, yet most soldiers are still alive? Then Mang shouted, then who the hell is fighting out there? Guy immediately answered, two intruders have entered our territory and are fighting each other. Looking out at the chaotic battle scene, smoke and fire flying everywhere, non-stop explosions ringing out, Mang continued, they're fighting each other on our land? Gay confirmed, yes sir. At this, Mang's fury exploded as he roared, how dare they? I will personally kill them. Suddenly, a flame flew right in front of Mang, who couldn't react in time. Then, a massive explosion shattered part of the wall. The sound echoed through space. After a while, the thick smoke cleared, revealing a voice groaning about back pain. Inside was Sunggu, sitting against the cracked wall, sweating and clearly in pain. Sunggu gritted his teeth and muttered, that last hit really hit the mark. Suddenly, he looked up and saw something, then exclaimed, what is that? Meanwhile, Gay trembled, eyes wide in speechless horror, clearly witnessing something terrible. It was Mang's body, shattered by the impact. Gay clutched his head as if traumatized. He shouted, Lord Yu! Sunggu calmly said, you're the Space Lord? I thought I just bumped into something. Unexpectedly, under the gloomy sky, Janice shouted, what are you still doing there? Want to be burned to ashes with that fortress or what? Seeing this, Sunggu quickly stood up, clasped his hands repeatedly, and urgently said, wait, let's rest for 10 minutes. You said if we defeat the Space Lord, we get a 10-minute break. Hearing this, Janice could only laugh. That's a shame. Sunggu sighed in relief, when suddenly a figure appeared behind him. Slowly approaching it was Woojin. Seeing him, Sunggu was quite surprised. He asked, Big bro, when did you get here? Woojin didn't answer but smiled lightly and said, you're looking pretty solid now, huh? Even managed to defeat a Space Lord. Sunggu scratched his head awkwardly and said, all thanks to Janice. Seeing this, Janice burst out laughing and praised, that guy Dan's got the basics down. Then he firmly said, now let's really get to work. This surprised Sunggu. He exclaimed, what? We weren't fighting seriously until now? Woojin just sighed lightly and said coldly, get serious this time. Looking at the battlefield engulfed in smoke and fire, Woojin slowly said, anyway, from now on I can confidently leave this place to you. Suddenly, he remembered Minchan and wondered, I wonder how much Minchan has improved by now. Meanwhile, Minchan was staring coldly at the enemy, making him tremble non-stop. He threatened coldly, do you still want to live? On the ground lay a soldier so badly wounded his body was mangled. He trembled and begged, please spare me, please, sir. I'll do anything you want. But Minchan just looked at him coldly without saying a word. The soldier looked up in terror as if seeing something horrifying. Minchan cut the palm of his hand to let blood drip down. He said emotionlessly, drink this. Minchan clenched his fist tightly. The bright red blood kept flowing down. Blood flowed onto the soldier's face, and he could only panic and grit his teeth. He spoke in a deep voice, if you agree to accept my blood, you will be reborn and become my servant. Then a terrified scream echoed through the space before fading into darkness, transitioning to a pine forest. Lee Sangho spoke up, wait, let's take a short break. Woojin agreed, good idea. Let's prepare ourselves before the next wave of monsters arrives. Suddenly, someone's shadow appeared, and everyone instinctively looked in one direction. Seeing Woojin, Dongdo exclaimed, gang, when did you get here? He replied with a serious face, just now. How about you? Is everything still under control? He laughed heartily and expressed, now this is getting exciting. I'm constantly pushing my limits, so I can feel my power increasing. Woojin smiled brightly and said, if you need, I can go with you. Dongdo hesitated. No, thanks. We shouldn't let outsiders interfere any further. He spoke firmly, I've gained a lot from this expedition. When we return to R, I'll apply what I've learned to do what I must. I have to make the most of this expedition. Hearing this, Woojin responded, I understand. At that moment, Lee Sangho spoke, President, you have arrived. Woojin nodded lightly and asked, where is Machan? He replied, he infiltrated a nearby fortress recently. Woojin exclaimed, alone? Haesol quickly answered, yes, he was just scouting, so it should be fine. Upon hearing this, Woojin's eyes sharpened. He guessed, I don't think he was just scouting. Suddenly, strange sounds came from afar, startling Haesal, who turned alert. From the gloomy sky, a flock of creatures with glowing red eyes and terrifying sounds approached. He shouted, "What is this? A flock of those things?" Suddenly, the figure of Minchan appeared at the edge of the forest, his entire body radiating dark red energy. Minchan's face was pale, and his blood-red eyes continuously glowed. He stood silently, staring ahead. In the sky, the flock circled menacingly. Below, everyone looked up, visibly panicked, except Woojin, who calmly asked, "Why did you bring all these here?" Minchan raised his hand, claws extended. Suddenly, the forest began to shake violently, and a dark atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, many other vampires appeared around him. They looked soulless and terrifying. These were Minchan's servants. Then he spoke, "It's better to mobilize more forces to attack than to fight alone." Woojin sighed. "Is that so?" He stepped closer to the vampires. Seeing someone approach, they bared their teeth and growled. Woojin stood among them, drawing their hungry gazes. Humanity. The sweet scent of humanity. Hearing this, Minchan, saliva dripping, babbled continuously. "I smell an incredibly sweet scent." Seeing this, Minchan shouted, "No." Suddenly, the vampires frenzied and charged at Woojin, growling, "Give your blood to us now, human." But Woojin stood still like a statue, unafraid. Minchan immediately stopped them, shouting, "This is your master's order. Stop now." Just as they were about to attack Woojin, a red light reflected on them. Woojin cast a cold glare at the vampires. Suddenly, all of them were lifted into the air, pierced by a stream of energy. Witnessing this, Minchan trembled, unable to believe it, and gasped. Finally, the vampires were all dealt with. Why were they lying scattered on the ground? Woojin casually said, "These servants sure work hard." He turned to Minchan. "Minchan, it seems you want to learn from me, but the results don't look very promising." This remark made Minchan uneasy. Woojin looked down and said coldly, "Look, the vampires on the ground were slaughtered brutally," he continued, explaining that their thirst for blood was not just ordinary hunger. "If you can't use your dominating power to suppress them, your servants will be nothing more than a pack of monsters." Woojin explained to Minchan that the key factor here isn't the number of servants, but whether you, as their master, can truly control them. Hearing this, Minchan sadly said, "You have so many servants but still can't control them, and what about me?" Woojin smiled lightly and continued analyzing. "No matter how many, skeletons and zombies are just expendable resources. Look at those who follow me." Woojin thought of his guards and said solemnly, "I have fought in Anfen for 20 years and only gathered 54 death knights. Do you understand now?" Hearing this, Minchan lowered his head and softly replied, "I understand." Woojin gently patted his head and comforted him, teasing a bit. "Why the long face? Stressed out? Do you have puberty syndrome or what?" Minchan could only smile awkwardly as time passed in the Adan Space Kingdom. Thus, Minchan gradually became a vampire lord. 3 days later, according to Earth time, the final interview for the new awakened candidates of Adan finally began. In a large room, everyone was present. Everyone anxiously waited to become part of Adan. Woojin started speaking to maintain order. He spoke clearly. Everyone was present. Everyone was anxious, waiting to become part of Adan. Woojin began to speak in order. He spoke clearly. All the candidates chosen today will become both citizens and awakened individuals of Adan. We will proceed with the screening now. The system panel instantly appeared, using appraisal and analysis skills to read and analyze the abilities, stats, and skills of the target subjects. In the quiet space of the auditorium, the screening continued. Woojin's voice kept echoing. He looked toward a red-haired young man and said, "Red hair, you pass too." Finally, the screening ended. Woojin announced in a deep voice, 23 people passed the screening just now. Please follow the staff's next instructions. The rest may leave now." Hearing this, the crowd below erupted in chaos. "What?" someone protested. "You haven't even tested us, so why are you sending us home like that?" Another agreed. "Exactly. How can you judge us by appearances?" The atmosphere grew noisy as everyone spoke over each other. "You have to give us a chance. I guarantee I can complete your test excellently. Please let me take the test." Hearing this, Woojin hesitated a bit, but quickly made a decision. "Fine, I'll give you a chance," Woojin said bluntly, "but I don't have much time." While he was speaking, a wave of dark energy flew in. Woojin glanced sideways and set a condition. The condition is, whoever can withstand 30 seconds will pass. Next to Woojin stood a tall death knight with glowing blue eyes, his body continuously radiating dark energy. Woojin warned in a deep voice, "But the price of failure will be your life." Woojin asked, "Who wants to try?" Everyone was terrified, sweating profusely. One person exclaimed, "This is ridiculous." Looking at the Death Knight's appearance, everyone was dismayed, thinking, "Do we have to risk our lives?" They felt like they were being forced to die if they failed this test. Suddenly, a mysterious-looking man stepped forward and said, "I'll try." A young man warned, "If he's that reckless," but the man pulled his hood down, revealing his face. The young man gasped, "You're Kang Chun." The information panel clearly stated that before Woojin appeared, Kang Chun was South Korea's top awakened individual. He had ranked up from a company officer to a battalion commander, but the details of this rank-up process remained a secret. Everyone was surprised and cheered. "Is that Kang Chun? Why is Kang Chun here?" The crowd buzzed with disbelief. They all turned to look at him in astonishment. But hadn't Kang Chun never worked with anyone before? Why is he registering for a Dan now? Even Woojin was puzzled. It was strange. Clearly, when using appraisal skills, he hadn't detected any high-level awakened individuals. Woojin looked at the man before him in confusion. How could his skill now identify such a high-level person? Kang Chun is level 78. Woojin placed his hands on his hips, curious. "You look impressive. Why do you want to join a Dan?" Kang Chun shouted from below, confessing, "My purpose isn't to join a Dan, but to talk to you." Woojin's face grew serious as he emphasized, "Then come another day. I don't have time now." Kang Chun insisted on staying, persuading him it would only take a moment. "I really hope you'll spare some time." Woojin frowned, showing his annoyance. "You're really troublesome." Then he turned away, pointing and ordering, "Take this guy out of here." The bodyguards nodded in unison and obeyed. "Yes, sir." They moved to surround Kang Chun, asking him to leave. "If you want to meet the president, please officially submit a meeting request to a Dan." Kang Chun's attitude suddenly shifted completely. Suddenly, Kang Chun made another suggestion. Pointing at Woojin, he demanded, "If I can withstand 30 seconds against that Death Knight, you have to talk to me." Woojin found this amusing and turned to remind, "Ansat, I think he's underestimating you. What do you think? Want to fight?" Ansat's eyes blazed with anger. "I'm determined. I'll defeat him within 30 seconds." The atmosphere shifted dramatically, like fire and water, as the two faced off with fierce energy. And Sat's cold eyes burned with intensity, while Chun carefully observed his opponent. Seeing everyone in position, Woojin shouted, "All right, let's begin." Immediately, and Sat vanished without a trace. This shocked Kang Chun, who widened his eyes in surprise. In the blink of an eye, and Sat reappeared and struck head-on. Kang Chun was pinned down, struggling to respond. Woojin stood silently at a distance, observing the fight. After careful observation, Woojin realized Kang Chun was blocking Ansat's attacks barehanded. It didn't seem like Baki Kyung's body enhancement ability. Could the dark red substance surrounding him be his actual ability? Woojin grew more confident and patient. He had never seen an ability like this before, but Ansat had steadily ranked up to S rank. No matter how special his skills were, he was still just an AA rank. Woojin clearly recognized this and grew more hopeful. This level gap would be hard to overcome. But Kang Chun remained calm, commanding subordinates of S rank. He suddenly revealed his power, proving that Dr. Toffler had not misjudged him at all. Woojin was stunned when he heard the familiar name Toffler. Kang Chun didn't want to give up, but said, "If I lose to a subordinate like this, it'll really hurt my pride." He gripped tighter the strange thing in his hand. Woojin's eyes widened in shock. His rank above Kang Chun's head had changed. Level 7, 8, Kang Chun. In an instant, he jumped up 10 ranks to level 8, 8 Kang Chun. Even he couldn't believe what was happening. A change? Lee Sang-ho's eyes widened in uncertainty. The thing in Kang Chun's hand gradually dissolved and disappeared. He declared with a very calm attitude, "It's over." But the weapon in Kang Chun's hand hadn't stopped yet. Woojin suddenly appeared to block the attack. He reached out his hand to signal a stop, emphasizing, "Stop. It's been over 30 seconds." Kang Chun then broke out in sweat, cautious. "Did he really block my strike with just one hand?" Woojin turned back, pointing at him with watery eyes. "Lee Sang-ho, I'll settle this with you later. For now, go back to the summoning waiting room." Kang Chun stood behind and repeated the matter. "What? Now you're willing to talk to me?" Woojin smiled with amusement. Someone who not only knows flair but also possesses the power to transform? All right, this conversation is going to be very interesting. Scene shifts to a private room where the two talk. Kang Chun's legs are shackled tightly. He looked at his body in confusion. What is this? Just then, Woojin approached the table to explain. Earlier during the conversation, someone suddenly ran away. That person is under special custody, so violence can't be used. Kang Chun was sweating, showing caution, an item that can suppress such power. Soon after, Woojin sat down calmly, ready to start questioning. "So what's your purpose in approaching me?" He didn't hesitate to admit the reason. "I came here on Dr. Toffler's testimony." Kang Chun's face turned serious, emphasizing clearly. "Dr. Toffler believes you're an extremely strong candidate. capable of saving the Earth. He said that to save Earth from Shinette's claws, you need to collect the codes. Woojin's eyes narrowed suspiciously, emphasizing the codes. Then he fell into his own thoughts. Speaking of which, that name Drake from planet Yaku also mentioned some code. When lying down, he kept saying cryptic things. You wouldn't understand. Someone who doesn't need the code but can still wear it, but someone like you needs to know what it's about. Woojin crossed his arms, puzzled. So, what exactly is this code they're talking about? Kang Chun couldn't give an answer either. I'm not sure. He just told me to pass this message to you. Woojin sighed deeply, looking tired, emphasizing, I have to know what it is to find it. But then Woojin tried to calm himself. Still, this info opens up quite a few possibilities. Suddenly, Woojin remembered and asked another question. But hey, what's your relationship with Toffler? What exactly is his identity? At this, his expression darkened, emphasizing the key point. You know already. I'm a free, awakened, no guild, but I'm sponsored by the Lunar Realm. Hearing that, Woojin looked confused. What's the Lunar Realm? Kang Chun explained simply. It's the organization Dr. Toffler works for. Woojin was even more surprised, emphasizing clearly, I've never heard of that organization. Is it the name of a planet or something? He just nodded simply. You can think of it that way. Outside, Si-hun hurriedly ran in. President, please come here immediately. His tone was very calm but curious. What's going on? Seeing that, he was a bit surprised. What's the matter? Why are you reacting like that? Si-hun shouted, sweating. She mentioned a name that changed his expression. She waved her hand. Si-hun anxiously reported important news. She's fainted. Scene shifts outside a huge hospital in front of a door with a sign clearly stating information. 301 Kang. The space was quiet until Woojin suddenly opened the door. She anxiously ran over and hugged him tightly. Woojin. She held him, speaking with a helpless, distressed tone. Sua wouldn't wake up at all. Woojin gently pulled her away and reassured firmly. It's okay, Mom. He smiled brightly, affirming. No matter what, I'll help her recover, so don't worry. She was surprised to see her son like that. Woojin turned his back and urgently ordered, Minchan, take my mother outside first. He nodded and obeyed the order. Yes, Mr. President. Sua was still lying in the hospital bed with no change. He approached the bed to ask about her condition. How is Sua doing? But she gave a very strange conclusion. The girl's body has no problems at all. This made Woojin even more curious and confused. Then why won't she wake up? She suddenly mentioned another story. Do you still remember when Dr. Toffler said a god is about to descend to Earth? He remembered clearly and confirmed precisely. I still remember, he said, we have to find and protect the god about to descend to Earth. Woojin became impatient, wanting to get to the main point. But what does that have to do with Sua? After saying that, he realized something unusual. No way. Could it be Sua? She anxiously confirmed that. That's right. Through the energy flow, Mei Di discovered something mysterious. I don't know exactly what happened, but although it's still very faint, I can feel the presence of holy power inside her body. Surely she's currently meeting a god in some long dream. She couldn't offer any other solution. For now, we can only wait for her to accept that god. One more thing needs to be added to Woojin's dream, and when she opens her eyes, she clearly emphasizes the change that will come. The girl will awaken as a goddess. You can hear the voice of the divine. Cut to the large company, Woojin's office. Inside, Si-hun is sweating nervously. The president's office, I've heard the girl was sick, but what the hell is happening all of a sudden? He clutches his head in tension, hoping it's nothing serious. Suddenly, Kang Chun sits behind him, asserting that nothing in this world happens suddenly without a reason. Si-hun is confused, turning around to ask, What do you mean? He stands up, breaking free from his restraints, emphasizing that everything we think is random actually has a cause behind it. Si-hun now realizes the problem and questions him. Hey, how could you break in here? While he's panicking, he gets attacked. If the boss finds out, he won't let it slide. Kang Chun's face shows deep discomfort. He senses everything crashing down. The cruel gears of fate have started turning. He looks up, frowning with worry. Woojin, can you escape this? Woojin is at Kan Hospital, his face tense, while Sangho lies on the bed with a mark on his forehead. The ceiling appears faintly before him. The glass window is shattered and broken, revealing the night sky and a crescent moon. Si-hun trembles all over, wincing in pain. Minchan finally appears, anxiously asking about the situation. Minister Gu, are you okay? He struggles to lift himself up. The Prime Minister has also arrived, noticing the strange situation and asking what happened. Si-hun hears this and turns fearfully. President, he scratches his head awkwardly, recounting the story. I was rambling to myself when he suddenly barged in. After that, I don't remember anything else. You start to get suspicious and ask more deeply if he said anything else. Si-hun, sweating nervously, explains that he said nothing in this world happens suddenly without reason. That's what he meant. But just hearing that, Woojin also understands the implication. He means that everything happens according to the law of cause and effect. But Woojin still finds it hard to believe, even about Sangho being chosen as a goddess. Woojin walks over to the broken window, looking outside confused. It sounds like he's already imagined it but still doesn't quite understand. Then he shifts to another issue. The Moon Realm supports Kang Chun and is connected to Toffler. Woojin had already sensed something strange. They claim to be on his side but act cautiously and suspiciously. It seems like they're constantly hiding in the shadows, watching him, concealing their true identities. Suddenly, he turns back to warn carefully. "Si-hun, you should rest early and recover." He is helped up and quickly responds. "Yes, Mr. President." Then Woojin looks elsewhere and gives orders. "And you, Min-chan, keep an eye on Kang Chun." He points firmly, showing his determination. Whether it means seeking cooperation from Korea or whatever else, we have to find a way no matter what. Flashback to the past when they were in the jungle. 3 days before Woojin and his team arrived at Anfen, only 12 days left to prepare for the Dungan expedition. To train the troops, he assigned a task. Woojin ordered the training of 23 new Awakeners for honorable. She quickly informed everyone that the training camp in this hellish place would last 12 days. The goal was to become B-rank Awakeners. Through that process, they made remarkable progress under Han's extremely strict training. They were generously provided skill books and enhancement stones by An to speed up their development. After completing the course, they became a unit called the Fendem Branch, receiving direct orders from General Honorable Cut to another place also in progress. Meanwhile, Jice's hell training was reaching its final stages. He smiled smugly, preparing to attack. This is the scene worth watching now. Everything is gradually reaching its true climax. Although Sungu is slowly realizing his dream of becoming a fire mage, he's ready to launch a powerful attack. Now, let's see if you can absorb the hellfire. His face becomes extremely tense, but there's something truly sad for some reason. He doesn't feel happy at all. Finally, cut to the current situation of Vampire Du Min-chan. He has finally agreed to take the advice. After receiving Woojin's counsel, it seems he has started to limit his power abuse and is beginning to control it. Min-chan lifts his head high, confidently declaring, "See? This is the rank difference between us." Suddenly, Du calls from behind to remind him. "Min-chan, stop fooling around and move quickly." He cheerfully waves and pleads. "Yes, sir. Just give me 1 more minute to handle this, then I'll follow you right away." He looks apologetic as they exchange words. "What have you been doing all this time? I thought he had a good personality. Seems like the dignity of a noble of the night has disappeared." Cut to Woojin standing high above, observing, looking down with a satisfied expression. Looks like everyone is now ready to trust and share responsibilities more. Woojin smiles, already having his own plans. 1 more day, and I'll return to Earth. Once the worlds unite, the Anfen expedition will begin immediately. At the large experimental base, it's none other than the thing he mentioned. The gatekeeper. The clicking sounds of the keyboard echoed continuously. Data was gradually being input and synchronized on the computer. A voice called, making the old man turn his head. "Dr. Toffler, it's time to eat." He was a bit surprised and gave a few instructions. "Already lunchtime? Thanks, Soso. Just leave it there." The girl obediently followed the instructions. "Yes, enjoy your meal, sir." A lunchbox lid was carefully opened. Toffler looked at the food inside and sighed deeply. "Soon I won't even be able to eat porridge anymore." He then looked up. "This time, I will definitely succeed." In Toffler's heart, he was determined to complete the plan. The scene shifted to a significant day in South Korea. Even the leaders of the Rs worldwide gathered at Busan Port, South Korea. Hemin arrived with his hands on his hips, excited. "This is really amazing. How big is this place exactly?" The bodyguard beside him quickly answered, "This place is about 280 meters long." He turned with a very worried and doubtful expression. "What do you think? Can we do it?" Jusu gave some important notes. Once the handover process is complete, there will be no problems with the aircraft carrier itself. However, we will need a huge amount of money and time to transfer the accompanying weapons, including the planes on board and the pilot personnel that can be mobilized. But Hemin knew that very well. Of course, it has to be that way. He looked up with a puzzled expression. An aircraft carrier in Adan? A country with such a small population, what the hell is the president planning to do with it? Suddenly, something appeared that surprised everyone. Hemin was surprised to see Woojin arrive. His president hurried over to emphasize the schedule. "Didn't you have a meeting with the R leaders today?" Woojin calmly explained simply. "I plan to plant trees and then head there right away." But hearing that made Hemin even more confused. Woojin stepped forward with his hands on his hips, looking at the person in front of him. "So, this is the newly appointed captain?" Jusu raised his hand in salute, according to protocol. "Greetings, Mr. President. I am Perusu, the captain of the aircraft carrier." He smiled confidently and briefly introduced himself. "I am a former naval colonel. with 6 months of experience on an aircraft carrier as an officer. Hearing that, Woojin showed clear interest. Experienced, huh? I look forward to working with you. Hing looked worried and asked for advice. Mr. President, how do you plan to operate this place from now on? Due to communication issues, I haven't prepared planes or escort ships, nor do I have enough weapons, equipment, or personnel to operate them. He also showed his concern. Right now, it's just a huge moving ship. But Woojin confidently emphasized that this was the most important thing. He raised his hand high, emphasizing a large moving ship, but hearing that, Hemin was even more confused. What? Woojin confidently strode forward. That's good then. Then he suddenly projected two things. Everyone shielded their faces from the sudden light. What the hell? Suddenly, the system updated with two new notifications. Combining two-dimensional fragments, setting up a base. The base was developing. A huge tree trunk suddenly appeared, branches sprouting new buds. Hing looked up, stepping back in amazement. This is just like when the dragon once built a nest on Namsan Tower. The tree grew large, along with a countdown notification of 24 hours until Lord Kang Woojin's base was completed. Now Woojin turned to warn of danger. The Soon station is currently surrounded by all kinds of traps, extremely dangerous. Being in Adan and getting robbed means everything's over because the teleport gate back to Earth will disappear immediately. Hemin was also stunned with surprise. Then Woojin confirmed again. That's right, super unmoved to Anfen. The scene shifted to a big meeting elsewhere. Meanwhile, at the Worldview Hotel, the Super UN Conference of Leaders was underway. Min-chan stood on the podium to speak. Thank you all for attending today's event. I am Min-chan, the Prime Minister of Adan. Before the president arrived, his face tensed, simply explaining. We will briefly reveal information about the blessings we have discovered so far. Outside the hall, people were chatting lively. Hun approached from outside. Seung-hun, any news from the president yet? He excitedly recounted the situation. I just received a call from him. He said he would go straight from Busan to the teleport gate at Soon Station. She looked a bit worried, only hoping. Hopefully, he won't return too late. Then Seung-hun quickly reminded, let's get back to our seats. The Global R Leaders Conference, first gathering. Back inside the conference, Min-chan went straight to the main question. Why did monsters appear in the dungeon? To answer this, you first need to understand what Shanae is. He frowned and gave a definition of Shanae. It's an interplanetary network. Min-chan immediately pointed out its feature, allowing the transmission of all kinds of raw materials regardless of distance. Currently, no one knows its true identity or origin. But then he had to warn about the danger. However, one thing is certain. The female monsters appearing in the Dan are creatures from outer space. Earth has long been connected to outer space through a Shanette. The monsters keep flooding into the city. Min-chan had to specially warn the council. And if the synchronization process is completed in the future, the leaders of the dynasty, along with even more ferocious, bloodthirsty monsters, will invade Earth. He quickly mentioned the dangerous consequences. At that time, the Bloodstone business won't be the only issue we face. Humanity's survival will also be threatened. Someone raised their hand wanting to ask about the measures. What should we do then? Isn't DJ protected by a barrier so it can't be destroyed? Min-chan's serious face emphasized clearly. That's right, Dan Duyen can't be destroyed, but we can cut off the connection to Shanae. That person nervously wiped sweat and asked for opinions. Do you guys have any ideas? Suddenly Woojin smiled broadly, confidently affirming. Of course, we do. He stepped inside with a confident demeanor. That's why we're planning to head to Anfen. Woojin offered the solution simply. On that planet, there's an ancient weapon called the Judgment of Thoros. If we find and complete it, we can forcibly sever the Shanae connection. He smiled proudly and straightforwardly stated his intention. The reason I invited everyone here today is to unite all the burrows around the world and protect Earth while I'm gone. They began turning to look at each other, revealing their expressions. A suspicious look. Does Anfen really have that kind of weapon? There really is a goddess with such extraordinary power in this world. Quite possibly. A person sitting confidently with arms crossed on a chair asked the question. Are you sure you came to Anfen to save Earth? That person grimaced with full doubt. Hasn't Adan always held exclusive control over all information about the dimensional fragments, not allowing anyone else to possess a whole arsenal? Protecting Earth is just an excuse. Actually, you guys just want to monopolize the huge benefits from Anfen, right? Hearing this, Woojin smirked and asked back, benefits? Humanity is on the brink of extinction, and you still have time to talk about benefits? He raised his hand high, clearly explaining the reason. What I want to do is only to protect my family and the planet they live on. If you don't believe me, just go to Anfen before I do, Woojin confidently challenged. Go there first to see the situation, then I'll follow after you. The person was immediately refuted, frowning, then quickly turned to give a reminder order. Engine Chan, watching the screen, keenly understood the real intention. Yes. On the screen clearly displayed was the resume and characteristics. The name Lee Song-ho, former chairman of Viwarang, a psychic-level individual. Note that he has become a subordinate of the Space Lord Le La, the one who caused the dimensional fragments to deviate from their natural development trajectory, including those in South Korea. Seeing this, the other person's face broke out in sweat. He placed his hands on his hips and briefly introduced, "This person is Lee Song-ho, representative of Rang. He is the one who caused the dimensional explosion under the instigation of a Space Lord." Woojin quickly explained the whole story. Because of him, the monsters that wouldn't have escaped within 30 days after the dungeon reset attacked us just 1 day later. That's why Soon and DBY suffered heavy casualties. He also keenly noticed these actions. He used this trick during the dimensional explosion, and also in all places around the world. Woojin straightforwardly listed the crimes. Besides him, there are many other madmen. For example, the criminal organization in America, they even succeeded in creating an artificial dimensional fragment. By this, he wanted to warn the council. In the future, when the synchronization process ends and the apocalypse comes, we will face more and more traitors. Those who join the ranks of the cruel space lords like Lee Sang-ho are traitors willing to sell Earth to save their own lives. Woojin used this way of speaking to warn everyone. The situation has come to this, and you're still thinking about benefits? Surely no one here thinks that way, right? He deliberately asked again to emphasize, didn't he? Woojin smiled smugly. Maybe you all understand now. I've made it clear, so I'll say it one last time. He repeated his schedule one last time. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Anfen with Adan's warriors. Woojin firmly confirmed, and we will definitely return after finding a way to save Earth. He smiled and reminded them, from now until then, you all should unite to protect Earth. The scene shifts back to the hospital where Sua is lying. Outside a room marked 301, Kang Shu. Melody is sitting in the room with the little girl, who is looking down with a tense expression. Finally, only 1 day remains until we go to Anfen. Will the Allied forces gathered be able to withstand the attacks from the Shanette army commanders? Suddenly, a dazzling light startled Melody. She opened her eyes wide in shock, unexpected. Melody looked at Sua in front of her, surprised. Her reaction showed she sensed the moment the divine descended. Still in the hospital, but the sky had turned late afternoon. Around Sua was still a glow of light. Woojin looked at his sister with great worry. She said the divine would awaken, but why is there no reaction? Is she okay? Melody glanced sideways, assuring confidently, yes, luckily the assimilation process is very stable. We just need to wait for her to react. He didn't ask more and became focused. I understand. Seeing Woojin approaching, she was startled. He looked down at Sua and asked firmly, introduce yourself, will you? What's your name? Is self-introduction that hard? From inside, a strange voice echoed. What name would a newly born seed on a planet have? Hearing this, he was somewhat surprised and asked back, a newly born seed? You mean there was no god on this planet before? Sua suddenly opened her eyes slightly, sitting calmly on the bed, telling the story. Although this is our first meeting, actually, we have known each other for a long time. After a long history, we finally meet like this. But hearing that, Woojin asked confusedly again. What do you mean? Can you explain so I understand? Sua opened her eyes wide, trying to explain briefly. The phenomenon's nature is produced. Humanity can only receive that phenomenon. The infinite privilege of the chaotic historical segment is once again reaching its end. His face darkened, becoming tense. Chaotic history? The girl gradually lost energy, puzzled. Can you stop this infinite cycle? Sua's last words surprised Woojin. I will be watching you. At this moment, the girl no longer had strength and collapsed forward. Then Sua woke up too, faintly calling out, Big brother. Woojin smiled warmly and gently patted her head. I'm here. Do you recognize me? At that moment, Sua innocently recounted the recent events. Brother, I just had a dream. Woojin tried to comfort her with a hug. You held on well. Now, don't say anything more, just rest, okay? He lowered his gaze, lost in thought, then sighed in relief. Fortunately, Sua accepted the deity smoothly, and nothing went wrong. But if something had happened just now, her body and mind would have been seriously harmed. Woojin recalled Toffler's earlier analysis about something acting like a firewall blocking the connection to this planet. The Earth's deity will soon be born. Protect him from the forces of chaos. He was stunned by his sister's true identity. Sua, of all people, turned out to be the seed of the deity. What a coincidence. Then Woojin gave orders to proceed with the plan. Min-chan, get all personnel, their families, and equipment onto the aircraft carrier as we discussed. Standing behind, Min-chan nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Mr. President. Woojin glanced back and reminded him carefully, take good care of Sua while I'm away. Woojin looked down at his sister, resolute. Even if I lose everything, I will protect Sua. Level 50. Kang Sua was originally an ordinary girl, but from the first awakening, she became a priestess, serving the deity born on Earth with healing and purification skills that barred even notorious construction sites. I just want to check the progress compared to the public announcements. The worker in front waved his hand, explaining, "No one is allowed to enter here." The guard continued to plead, "But I've worked here for 10 years. Just a quick look. Is it really that difficult?" Suddenly, a car sped up, the door opened, and someone stepped out. Sang-jun headed toward the construction site, curious. "What's going on?" The employee turned around, excited. "Director Lee Sung-jun." He quickly explained the difficulties. "Nothing serious. I just wanted to check the construction progress, but this guard keeps stopping me." The man became annoyed. "Why do you want to know that?" The employee calmly explained. "Isn't it natural to be curious? I've worked here 10 years but never been involved in any renovation like this, or anything happening recently." Sang-jun sighed in relief and smiled. He turned back and decided to agree on one condition. "All right, I'll let you see. Come in." They entered into the brightly lit interior. Inside, the man kept praising. As expected of the director, "We've worked together before, so it's easy to talk. Of course, I know you're managing this well, but this is a precious natural relic." He glanced around, explaining, "I've been attached to it for a long time, so I'm worried it might get damaged." Sang-jun didn't question further. "I understand your concerns." Suddenly, a beast's growl echoed. Sang-jun noticed the reaction and asked, "Why are you so panicked?" The man turned around, startled. "Did you hear that just now?" He remained calm but puzzled. "Hear what?" The man watched cautiously. Inside the cave, a pack of beasts with glowing red eyes appeared. Sang-jun grinned slyly, guessing, "Seems like they're the Roy." Suddenly, water trickled down. The man reached out to touch the drops. Sang-jun saw the wild beasts from afar and smiled maliciously, pleased. "A precious natural relic, huh?" At that moment, he revealed his true form. "Why insist on coming to a place you can't even protect yourself?" Eerie green lights were lit as Sang-ho slowly stepped inside. He knelt respectfully before the throne, then spoke, "Your loyal servant, Lee Sang-ho." He bowed deeply, completing the ritual to request an audience with the Lord. The Lord then asked about Woojin. "Any news on the Immortal?" Sang-ho quickly reported the information he had gathered. "The aircraft carrier, no. They're building a base on a massive ship moving across the sea. It seems once completed, the base will be relocated elsewhere." He smirked, stroking his chin mockingly. "They plan to escape Danjan? Headache, huh?" The Lord regained composure and asked, "Anything else?" Sang-ho continued, "I also heard they plan to explore Anfen with the awakened ones from Adanha." Upon hearing that, he panicked. "Anfen?" He quickly guessed the reason. "That guy is trying to find the hidden code here." The Lord left the throne and stepped forward. "Everything is going smoothly. I'm glad." He had been scheming from the start, preparing. While he was away from Earth, the Lord's heart grew dark and determined. "I will find the Earth's deity and kill him." Scene shifts back to Woojin's side. Planet Anfen, Ras Electric. He looked up at the sky, breathing in the fresh air. Woojin enjoyed the atmosphere deeply. "It's been a long time since I've breathed Anfen's air like this." Sungu looked at the scene in shock. "Is this really Anfen? Why is it so desolate?" He sighed, turning to question her. "You think after a 200-year war it would still be fine?" Woojin looked at her, puzzled. "Dream on. Where do you think we are?" She quickly explained. "This is the western area of the Jiap Plateau." Woojin immediately analyzed the route clearly according to the map. "From here, if you head northeast, you will reach Adan right away. But if you go north, that's the land of the Allied forces." She lowered her head, lost in troubled thought. "But right now, I don't know what it's like there anymore." "Ah," seeing that, Woojin gently patted her head to reassure her. "Since you've brought me this far, you don't have to worry anymore." Shin Shing shouted boldly from behind. You turned around, excitedly urging, "Come on, let's head to the land of the Allied forces together." Scene shifts to a starry night sky. The Allied forces north of Anfen, BEGGAR Canyon, a terrifying swarm of locust-like monsters appeared. Everyone fell into panic, desperately fleeing. The monsters relentlessly chased after them, accompanied by pitiful screams echoing. A dreadful scream rang out far away. Many people couldn't escape the monsters. A mother clutching her child trembled in fear. He shouted, trying to rally the people. "Get up quickly and move out. As long as we get out of the canyon, everyone will reach the heroes." Hero Torin, a monk worshipping the sinister god Skia. The child tilted his head up, face pale. The boy shouted a warning loudly. "Torin, above you!" He gritted his teeth and quickly dodged the attack. Torin then swiftly struck back with his staff. The monster fell to the ground, bleeding black blood. He stood up straight, exhaling in relief. These ones are really tough. Then the two continued down the path they were on, but suddenly stopped. Torin had noticed something. Seeing the crowd ahead, he grew worried. What's that? Why are they still standing there? Before them, long tentacles were sprouting. Torin clenched his teeth, sweating, unsure what to do. Was the escape route blocked? The boy turned around, trembling, softly calling Torin's name. He quickly turned back to see what was wrong. The monsters were slowly rising from below toward them. Torin had to react fast, throwing his weapon at them. Suddenly, streams of fire and bullets shot down from the sky. Everyone looked up with terrified eyes. A massive explosion knocked people to the ground. The monsters were shredded to pieces. Torin looked up, his eyes filled with hopeful joy. "They've arrived!" Everyone began cheering loudly, happily. "We're saved! It's Graham! And the Goblin King, too!" The people started sitting down on the grass. Graham glanced around to assess the situation. Worried. It seemed everyone was exhausted. It also clearly recognized the difficulties ahead. Moving forward like this would be tough. He noticed this and grew concerned, wondering, what happened to everyone when attacking Gosu's base? Where are the others? He lowered his head, sadly recounting that the plan failed. The surviving allies were now scattered. They were trying to rescue civilians in the surrounding area. Graham, a mage and one of the heroes, was the strongest fire mage. She quickly proposed a solution. "Since things have come to this, we have to move the remaining survivors to a new place, abandoning this one." Itasia, the Goblin King and one of the Alliance heroes, could freely wield both bow and dagger. Torin's face darkened, unsure how to handle it. "Our plan to destroy Gosu's base failed. Is there no other way?" Suddenly, they all looked up. Graham broke out in a sweat, unable to imagine what that moaning sound was. A large number of monsters appeared again, with Ferris's eyes appearing in midair. He quickly realized and became alert to the danger. "Damn it, it's Ferris. Our position has been exposed." The system displayed detailed information about it. Ferris, a giant airborne monster 500 meters long. Its massive body was extremely dangerous, but what made it terrifying was that it served as a transport for other monsters. The monsters quickly rushed in overwhelming numbers, their wings rising high. Ferris opened its huge, terrifying mouth wide. Graham sensed the danger and urged quickly, "We have to leave here immediately." "Torin," she agreed, turning to emphasize, "at least we have to retreat now. Ferris is here. We can't save everyone." It clearly stated the rescue plan under the circumstances. "If we try to run while protecting everyone, the entire army will be slaughtered." The boy turned his face, extremely scared and worried. "Are we all going to die? Is there really no miracle in this world?" Torin lowered his head, sinking into silence. After a moment, he decided and said, "You two go ahead. I'll stay here and try to protect as many people as possible." They quickly objected. "Torin, we can't lose a Skia monk like you. We have to survive and protect Anfen." He lowered his head, firmly affirming, "My responsibility is not to protect my own life, but to protect these children." Torin had made up his mind, confirming, "Even if I have to die, I will fulfill the mission that Lord Skia entrusted to me." Finally, Graham had to bow her head and admit one thing. Death is a blessing granted by the gods. He covered his face, full of remorse and regret. "Sorry, everyone. It seems I only thought about my own survival and made a grand excuse for it." But then Torin suddenly shouted loudly, calling out to Ram. His eyes lit up. His thoughts changed as he declared, "How can I call myself a hero of Anfen if I turn my back on the people on our own land and run away? Let's fight together until the end." Raham turned to ask Idia's opinion. "What do you think, Spirit King?" She turned her back, stepped forward to firmly confirm. "From the moment we made the blood oath, humanity also became my tribe. I will join you all as well." Torin was extremely surprised, unable to believe this. Even Itasia was stunned as Graham turned back to remind everyone. "We've been talking for too long." He turned toward them, urging everyone to focus. "Now, let's get ready to face the enemy." Ferris was still hovering in the sky. Woojin, standing from afar observing, had to exclaim in awe, "This is the first time I've seen something this huge. It's been a long time since we've had such a big target. This fan is definitely going to be fun to watch." He stretched out his hand, creating a fireball. Woojin threw it straight at the monsters. Graham looked up at the sky, unbelieving, surprised. An explosion? A strange step descended onto the ground. Itia turned around, extremely surprised, looking around. "What is this sudden tremor?" Torin had to turn back to warn. "Itasia, watch out." A squad of skeleton soldiers hurriedly ran up. The leader raised his weapon high, shouting, "Let's stain Anfin's land with the color of death." Both sides charged fiercely at each other. Itasia widened her eyes, bewildered and surprised. The mage? She looked up at the sky in shock and confusion. Why is the army of the immortal here? The sky was sparkling with bright stars, and behind the mountain range, the sky turned purple. Graham stroked his chin, highly alert. Danger was approaching. The death army that had been silent for so long suddenly appeared. This situation is really troubling. Even Torin gritted his teeth, helpless. Is there really no miracle? Itia remained determined, encouraging everyone. "No, actually, this is our chance. We have to leave while Gosusu's soldiers and the death army are fighting each other." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "I traveled a long way to get here. If you don't welcome me, fine. But where do you think you're going?" Upon hearing this, she quickly recognized the voice. It turned around and saw the person, then stepped back trembling. She quickly realized Woojin was standing in front of the immortal. He smiled and greeted them. Long time no see, huh? The heroes of the Allied forces? They met again in an unexpected situation. Torin also gritted his teeth, struggling to understand. When did we not meet? Why do we have to face the immortal now? He quickly saw Mei and turned to ask curiously. But why is the goddess, who was missing, with the immortal like that? Before Torin could ask, he angrily accused. You dare corner the goddess? Woojin looked confused, not understanding. Corner what? She understood the meaning and quickly spoke up. Sorry, everyone, for being late. I brought reinforcements from Earth to save Anfen. Graham, surprised, asked for clarification. Goddess, what do you mean? Reinforcements from Earth? Mei confirmed the truth again. The immortal has decided to help us revive Anfen. Hearing this, Torin began to doubt. The Soul Master only knows how to slaughter and kill, yet now wants to help Anfen? Why would the goddess lie so blatantly? He looked at the two in front of him and guessed. Don't tell me the immortal and the goddess. Torin couldn't hold back his anger and shouted. Immortal, you not only cornered the goddess but turned her into a zombie too? He didn't even care and accused. Are you planning to use her to conquer all of Anfen? Seeing the tension, Mei had to explain. You're mistaken. I'm still alive. The immortal truly wants to help us. Woojin turned calmly, emphasizing, why bother explaining so much to them? She then expressed her opinion. But we need to clear up all misunderstandings. Torin, furious, rushed forward. Immortal, he couldn't hold back and insulted. You're a despicable monster. Separate yourself from those zombies. You're nothing. I'll destroy you right here. Woojin smiled calmly, maintaining his composure. If words can't solve this, then Mei anxiously shouted, calling the immortal's name. Torin charged directly to strike, but was immediately knocked back. Graham turned around, very worried, calling Torin's name. He smiled without hesitation, having to resort to action. Graham, now angry, joined the battle. Damn immortal bastard. Graham quickly appeared behind Woojin. Teleportation skill. A burst of power radiated from his staff. He aimed the firepower straight at him. Fire magic. Hellfire. Die. Woojin's expression darkened strangely. Graham was counterattacked and widened his eyes in surprise. In Woojin's hand was a powerful bow. Graham immediately fell, crouching, screaming in pain. Idia was also stunned, not knowing what to do. He's too strong. What's going on? She couldn't clearly explain the reason. No matter how strong he is, he's still a soul master. Just a few swings and he could easily defeat the heroes? At this moment, Woojin turned to challenge. What? Are you going to charge? You think just by speaking, we'll understand and leave? Idia trembled all over, hesitant and unsure. But then she dropped her weapon and surrendered. Woojin breathed a sigh of relief, smiling confidently as if he had anticipated this, then pointed and gave careful orders. You treat the wounded. When they regain consciousness, we'll explain everything clearly. She was a bit startled, but immediately responded, yes. Then Woojin glanced up at the sky. He saw the monsters flying overhead and immediately made a judgment. So those are Gosusu's henchmen? His fortress must be nearby too, huh? Woojin was ready to charge into battle. Well, let's take the initiative and lend a hand. Scene shifts to another place. A battle unfolds in the sky. The lord overseeing Gosu's fortress changes his stance. There was a faint clicking sound through the door, and someone being pushed down was furious. You shameless bastard, you're back again. But as soon as Woojin heard that, he burst out laughing teasingly. Why suddenly act all nostalgic and friendly? That guy then clearly stated his demand. Set the boundaries straight. I won't invade your territory like before. Hearing that, Woojin repeated once more. That territory? He smirked, emphasizing his scheme. What should I do now? I want to take over this whole planet. But that guy had already guessed earlier. Your goal is the Anfen code, right? Hearing that, Woojin was startled and confused. What code? Someone else mentioned some code on the father planet too. But that guy didn't believe it, sneering. Oh, really? Looks like you're still wandering around helping planets without knowing anything about the code. Woojin quickly made a request. Then kindly explain it to me, will you? But that guy sneered back, challenging. Why should I do that? Woojin's expression changed, becoming very annoyed. Woojin couldn't hold back anymore, swinging his sword decisively. If you're going to ask a bunch of nonsense like that, then get lost. Up until now, you still haven't found the final answer. What is that code that everyone's being so secretive about? Suddenly, a call stopped Woojin, surprising him. Big brother. He turned to ask about the situation below. Have you guys cleaned out all the lower floors already? Sungu stepped forward to confirm the mission was complete. Yes, sir. We've handled everything thoroughly. Woojin sighed with a bit of amusement and reminded them, you guys are just beginners, so don't get cocky so soon. His face was full of excitement as he took note carefully. Yes, sir. Diem beside him also happily agreed. Yes. Then he cheerfully ordered the two. Once we finish cleaning here, let's head back. The next day, dawn broke, the sun rising from the mountain's base. Torin was still on his healing duty. He was surprised at how fast his wounds were recovering. This power really is the holy strength of the goddess Arya. If she truly followed the immortal, her abilities should have faded by now. Graham looked at his palm, feeling uncertain. So she really is the goddess. He looked toward MY with deep regret. We misunderstood the goddess. We apologize. She lowered her head, not paying it much mind. It's okay. Thank you all very much for trusting me, even after seeing me beside the immortal. Woojin was approaching from afar. So, have you cleared your head a bit? He turned, surprised, clearly calling out the immortal. Torin's face was tense and sweating. Why did you spare our lives? Woojin looked at him puzzled, asking again. Shouldn't we have just killed him? He started sweating profusely, correcting himself. No, I mean, why did you help our allied forces? Woojin put his hand on his chin, pondering, then gave a cryptic conclusion. Let's just say it's because we share common goals and interests. He raised a finger excitedly, emphasizing, our mutual enemy is Shanette. His eyes lit up with curiosity. Woojin was still smiling, chatting with his two juniors. He gently tugged on Mo's dress, asking, Goddess, is that person a hero? She was also looking vaguely in that direction, unsure herself. Mo glanced over with certainty, but one thing was clear. That person was willing to risk everything to come help us. But behind them, Idea lowered her face. I still can't believe her. With him here, Anfen is definitely in big trouble. Mo's eyes darkened with turmoil, but she had prepared herself before coming. Just before arriving at Anfen, the goddess Arya had given a new prophecy. Mo sat praying sincerely before a statue for a long time. After a while, Arya also gave a prophecy. Woojin would eventually find the answer but then disappear. She gave a cryptic, incomplete message. Illusion and reality are the same. Woojin's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Then he made his final conclusion about this. So it will only be a matter of life and death. Looking back now, Mo was still vague. What did that prophecy really mean? She looked at Woojin with hopeful eyes. I did say there's no need to worry about the immortal, even after hearing that prophecy. But the savior of Anfen might not necessarily bring this planet to the brink of destruction. Scene shifts to a simple rustic village. One day after Gosusu's army was wiped out by Woojin, a voice suddenly echoed from inside a refugee tent. Unbelievable. They were discussing Woojin's arrival. No matter how much we want to destroy the father, we never expected the demon controlling death to side with us like this. The eldest son trembled violently, emphasizing clearly, under that demon's hand, millions of our hairy soldiers became restless spirits, unable even to die. He finally shouted out his opinion. I can't form an alliance with someone like him, the new king of the hairy kingdom. Then Koga turned around and gave his own speculation. Could it be that he's harboring another secret plan? Even if he sincerely wants to ally with us, he will definitely betray us if the situation changes. The general of the orc tribe, Raon also immediately agreed with that opinion. That's right. Doing this is no different from aiding the enemy. Raon, the king of the dwarf tribe. But the three who just met Woojin directly remained silent. Melody stepped inside the tent from outside. There is one thing you all need to know. She turned her face, waiting for an answer. What do you mean? At this moment, she directly referred to Woojin, the immortal, not a demon or possessed by a demon. He is just an ordinary human, no different from us. The three who had strongly opposed earlier were stunned, but then they showed doubt. That's too unreasonable. Don't speak recklessly like that. The messenger from Arya Mo firmly confirmed again. I'm not joking with you. I came to Earth according to the arrangement of the Saintess. There, I saw the true nature of the immortal, something we have misunderstood terribly for so long. Melody recounted the process she personally witnessed. On Earth, he was indeed very brutal and cruel. But now she understands the reason is because he wanted to protect his family and colleagues. I feel deeply understanding and admire protecting the weak. Upon hearing that, I widened my eyes in surprise. The immortal protects the weak? Then she deliberately emphasized this detail to persuade everyone, especially since Saintess Arya revealed that he is our savior, so we must trust him and unite. He stubbornly held on to his own thoughts. Nonsense. I even doubted the Saintess's own words. How could Arya make such a prophecy? Suddenly, Woojin abruptly stepped in and asked, What are you guys doing behind my back? He glanced around and guessed the atmosphere. Are you talking bad about me? Melody was flustered and turned to explain. Getting help from you was such a surprise to us, so we were just discussing it. Woojin heard this and became even more arrogant, mocking. So that's why you suddenly pretended to be friendly after fighting, huh? He turned and emphasized the original goal clearly. We are forming an alliance, you know. I know no one here has no grudges against each other. Woojin quickly showed his goodwill generously, but it wasn't just Melody who wanted to temporarily set aside grudges. Right? I will also temporarily put aside my personal hatred. Let's just focus on the common goal. Chant. Seeing them remain silent, he challenged. If you don't like it, come at me and fight. If you turn me into another enemy besides my father, then Anfen is done for. I gritted my teeth, grimacing, not knowing what to say. Woojin became more pleased and provocatively asked, "What do you mean?" He suddenly looked down to one side. Koga understood and nodded. "I won't overdo it anymore," agreed. "I understand. Let's ally together." Woojin smiled broadly, looking satisfied. "Good. Slam your hand on the table, wanting to act as quickly as possible. Then let's plan to rescue Anfen now." Woojin pointed to a spot on the map and decided, first, to build a strong fortress to revive Anfen. The pot was still boiling beside them, then a lavishly arranged feast was prepared. The refugees widened their sparkling eyes, seeing that wine and meat too. Sungu turned back, cheerfully urging everyone. "Today, let's enjoy and celebrate surviving." From afar, Minkan carried food and reminded, "There is enough food here for everyone, so eat plenty." The refugees felt very grateful. "Thank you all. Pray to the gods to bless the warriors from Earth." Suddenly, Woojin stepped out of the tent, surprising him. Sungu excitedly turned back to invite. "Big bro, your meeting is over. Come eat with us." He raised his hand, signaling, and reminded a few words. "You guys eat first, and while you're here, remember to befriend the heroes." Minchan felt strange and curiously asked, "Big bro, where are you going?" Woojin walked toward the gate, waving goodbye. "I'm going to wash up a bit. I'll be right back." Sungu turned back, face full of suspicion and curiosity. "Does he have an apartment here in Anfen or something?" His face darkened, not knowing what to say. "Probably not. The outside air is fresh and cool." Scene shifts to the majestic, huge Soros Mountain, south of Anfen. Woojin looked down, smiling curiously. "Is this the place that Alliance talked about?" Earlier, he pointed at the map, wondering, "Where is this place?" Koga turned to explain in detail. "That place is Soros Mountain. Outside the main mountain range, the surrounding area is all empty. Enemies can easily spot anyone hiding there." Woojin stared curiously. He asked for more details about this place. "It's empty?" She turned and gave some small notes. "The terrain there is quite high, so defense might be easy. But considering supply delivery, it's the easiest place to be isolated when enemies attack. Instead of that area, we should consider another location for defense." He pointed to another spot, suggesting, like this deep canyon, but Woojin suddenly firmly denied. "No." He turned with a determined look and emphasized, "What we need to build is not a hiding place, but a modern fortress that can easily launch a counterattack. Mount Soros will be the perfect location for that." At this moment, Kogaga suddenly spoke up to remind us, "The Immortal isn't just about the location. There are many more complicated issues there." That made Woojin somewhat uncomfortable. "What else?" He replied, briefly explaining the reason. Mount Soros has long been controlled by Shenette, and the ruler there is one of the 72 warlords. But when he arrived, he smiled with satisfaction. "I never expected to meet a familiar face here like this." Seeing him in front of him, Woojin was very excited. "So it's you, Juriel." He spoke with a strange, skeptical look. Juriel stared intently, trying to see through him. "Why do you keep throwing yourself into meaningless battles between warlords just over petty grudges?" Hearing that, Woojin asked back with some irritation. "Meaningless?" He then stepped forward, trying to persuade. "Our warlords are immortal beings. Why would we kill each other over personal feelings?" Hearing that, his eyes grew even more doubtful. Woojin recalled when that guy talked to him. "Your goal is the Anfen code, right?" He smiled with amusement, deciding, "I guess I have to try a little, huh?" Woojin put his hands on his hips and asked back, "What if I said I came to get the Anfen code?" Juriel, knowing this, immediately warned carefully. "So your ultimate goal is Anfen's domination, right? If so, your approach is wrong." He didn't hesitate to reveal a bit. "No warlord has fully possessed the Anfen code yet. Clearly, Anfen is hiding it somewhere deep." Juriel offered a supposedly perfect suggestion. "So instead of warlords fighting each other, you should slaughter the creatures on the planet to find it." By now, Woojin began to vaguely realize that the code seemed to grant the power to dominate the entire planet. Strange indeed. He also recalled Kang Chun's suspicious words. "Doctor, Toffler said to save Earth from Shanae. We need to collect the code. Why did Toffler say from the start that we must collect the code to dominate the planet? Surely, the code has some other functions beyond planetary domination." Returning to reality, Juriel kept reminding those in high seats like us, proving their worth through domination, and you're still just a low-level warlord. Then suddenly, Woojin sighed in relief. At this moment, he frankly admitted, "I'm not interested in domination." Hearing this, Juriel was very surprised. "You don't want to dominate?" He smiled smugly, confirming again. "But that's a whole different story." Juriel also vaguely realized this. "Don't tell me you just realized now," he shouted angrily. "So you're talking about the hidden code with me. You came to Anfen to pursue the real thing." Woojin was very surprised and pressed deeper. "Hidden code? Does such a thing exist?" Juriel turned to explain in detail. "Of course, each code has different privileges. Anfin's hidden code can only be passed on to a legend. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in shock. Juriel finally realized the truth. Fool, you know nothing about the code. He smiled knowingly, emphasizing, if I knew, would I be standing here wasting time with you? Seeing this attitude, Juriel grew even more furious. How dare you? Juriel shouted in extreme anger. How dare you insult me? Yeah? Woojin immediately changed to an arrogant attitude. If I used instant teleportation magic now, I'd have already dug up your ancestors' code. But unfortunately, Bibi isn't here with me. It's okay. Bibi has her own things to do. At this point, both sides began preparing to attack. From the mountain's flank, the conflict was easily visible. Then the scene shifted back to the ship drifting on the sea. B was sitting, drawing with colored pencils. From afar, adorable Sua ran over curiously. So cute. Bibi, bye. What are you drawing? The little girl, hearing the compliment, proudly showed off. Very cute, right? I'm drawing a new pattern for Adan. Sua got even more excited, jumping up. So cool. Bai proudly flared her nostrils, confidently emphasizing, I put so much effort into it. Suddenly, the little girl's expression changed to a troubled one. But there's something bothering me. Sua came closer, curious, waiting for an answer. What is it? Bai was very embarrassed, hesitating with swirling thoughts. I don't know how to decorate this place. She lowered her head, looking very awkward. I've decorated castles before, but never seen anything like this. Sua understood immediately and quickly volunteered. Do you need my help? But B turned to ask a puzzled question. Hey, do you know what an aircraft carrier is? The little girl looked a bit naive and innocent, then emphasized. An aircraft carrier? Do you know what a plane is? Bai wasn't sure either, confusedly thinking. A plane? The little girl pointed and explained very innocently. A plane means an airplane, but it's a more complicated word. Hearing that, she immediately laughed, wondering why they had to come up with a different name for it. Then the girl looked up again, confused, and gave her final conclusion. But since a plane is an aircraft carrier is a flying ship, right? B happily jumped up, grateful. Shu A, thank you. Thanks to you, I figured out what I should do. The little girl put her hands on her hips confidently. I know I'm good. The scene changed again back inside the ship. Bai then opened the screen to check the views. Mi and Trung walked over, feeling very curious. What has Bibi been doing all this time? But the girl was too busy and could only say, wait a moment, you'll find out soon enough. After a while, Bibi screamed with joy. Found it! I found someone who can repair the aircraft carrier. He suddenly appeared and introduced himself. Nosum has come at the summons of Miss Bibi. Nosum, a technician from the dwarf tribe of the Black Ore clan, extremely talented in magical mechanical device crafting and construction, capable of designing airships, mechanical golems, tanks, and siege machines. Aquatic sand float. Minchan couldn't believe it when she heard that. What do you mean? Repair an aircraft carrier? Bibi firmly emphasized her determination. If Adan's base just floats on the sea, what's the point? It has to be fixed so it can actually fly, right? He was surprised and asked again, what? Minchan wiped sweat nervously and asked again, you mean an aircraft carrier that can actually fly in the air? Is that even possible? Nosum stroked his beard and chuckled mockingly. Humans on Earth really don't know anything about dwarves. He glanced over confidently, saying that with his technology, there's nothing a dwarf can't do. Humans probably just can't understand it. His face twisted as he stressed how hard it is to comprehend. But the problem is, this aircraft carrier isn't even broken, so why repair it? Suddenly, a door appeared out of nowhere. At that moment, Minchan also turned around in confusion. He looked down with a suspicious, unbelieving gaze. 4 teleportation gates on the ship's deck? Bibi gradually approached the observation door, guessing. Surely the owner has already established a base on Anfen. His face brightened with excitement. The president succeeded. The girl glanced over with a proud smile. That's obviously my owner's doing. Minchan didn't argue anymore. Urged by that, we need to prepare the takeover team. Scene shifts back to Woojin's side. Meanwhile, on Mount Soros, where its former owner Juriel was just defeated and a new owner welcomed, Torin arrived there, stunned and unable to believe it. How does an immortal possess the world tree? He turned his face and gave a cryptic reminder. You don't need to understand every single detail. Just consider it a symbol of the city. That's enough, Morty said from behind with a bright smile. So the first base created by the alliance between the united forces at Anfen and An has been established. It's the symbol of the immortality of the united forces and of An. Woojin arrogantly extended his hand and instructed. Here's a flag of the united forces. Let everyone see that the alliance at Anfen is rising steadily. The distinctive flag of the guild was raised high to mark the spot, and he excitedly pulled a flag from his pocket. Now it's time for Adan, but even Woojin was stunned and surprised. What is this? Itasia approached and saw it, sweating nervously. The terrifying symbol of Adan that once caused everyone to panic. She couldn't believe the symbol was a cat. Woojin sighed wearily, realizing the reason. So Bibi used her cat form as the symbol. He was furious beyond words, thinking of that damn little girl. Woojin could only suffer and hope. Hopefully, she's still running the base properly. No-Sum was continuously repairing with his crew. There's nothing we can't fix. Bibi stood behind, cheering with all her might. Come on, No-Sum! The tree grew large and glowed inside the camp tent. Woojin looked up intently in one direction. He looked at the two flags and pondered. So now Anfen and Adan have completed establishing the alliance and the base. Woojin returned his focus to the plan. What I need to do now is to complete the equipment inspection for Thoris. Then suddenly he turned around, curious and puzzled. Morty, the High Priestess of Laya, is still alive, right? But she immediately became flustered and stammered. He sensed something was wrong, so Woojin urged, "What is it? Speak quickly." Morty frowned, troubled, emphasizing that the High Priestess of Laya had opposed the Immortal Army 5 years ago. After a moment, he suddenly remembered and explained, "I remember now. I killed him already. Ha, too many pests buzzing around me. How could I remember?" Then Woojin turned curious about their internal affairs. Didn't they have anyone to inherit? Surely someone took over his duties. But Morty was confused and couldn't answer. "I haven't been at Anfen recently, so I'm not sure." Just then, Itazia came from behind and reported. The High Priestess who inherited Laya's sacred relic is currently in Linta City, north of Anfen. He smiled broadly, turning around very pleased. "Seems like you know a bit about the High Priestess." She approached with a suspicious look and questioned, "Why are you looking for the High Priestess of Laya?" But Woojin didn't answer, only smiled faintly. Then finally he admitted frankly, "I need her help to save Anfen." Woojin turned and carefully instructed the mission. "Morty, you stay here to protect the base with the others." She was a bit surprised and asked, "You plan to find the High Priestess?" He didn't hide it and confirmed. Yes, Woojin made the decision and invited Itasia. "And you, elite warrior, come with me to Linta City." Hearing that, she was surprised. "What?" Itasia immediately snapped back, questioning, "Why should I go with you?" But he replied calmly, "Don't you want to save Anfen? Don't want to help anymore?" She had no comeback to that rebuttal. Woojin stepped forward, waving his hand to urge, "Come on, TC Fong, move quickly." Scene shifts back inside the refugee camp tent. Raham and many others looked very surprised. The Immortal went to find Leia's high priest? Dream, a bit confused, confirmed again. Yes, he came to Linta City to seek help from the high priest. He crossed his arms, showing disdain and suspicion. Could it be that he plans to steal Leia's sacred relic again? I thought Woojin was practical. Is he still craving the sacred relic that much? She panicked and quickly corrected. No, now that we've officially formed an alliance, what happened before won't happen again. Torin stood silently behind, leaning against a pillar with arms crossed. He squinted thoughtfully. Scene shifts to another time. A fearful Torin runs up. The high priest returns to the past. He is 16-year-old Torin. Torin approached anxiously, asking about the situation. "Where are you injured? What happened?" The figure still bowed his head in pain. "Torin, he doesn't have much time left and can only give instructions. Starting today, prepare to take over my position as high priest." Hearing this, Torin panicked and emphasized, "What do you mean? You're still healthy. How can I?" The figure gritted his teeth, explaining bitterly. He painfully revealed the recent truth. The sacred relic was stolen by the Immortal. He took Skia's shoes. Hearing this, Torin stood up, clenching his trembling fists at that despicable Immortal. At that moment, he was furious and determined. "I, Torin, will make him pay for the humiliation our master suffered today." Scene shifts to a few years later, 3 years after that day. Torin had taken over as high priest and received a new sacred relic from Skia. Back to the present, he leaned helplessly against the pillar. However, all the sacred relics of the 5 gods had been taken. Now that we have allied with the Immortal, the vow to avenge him has become meaningless. Suddenly, Torin stood up to calm the crowd. "Everyone, please calm down." He couldn't provide an answer but was sure he didn't know why the Immortal wanted to meet Laya's high priest. But he already took all the sacred relics from our ancestors, so there's no need to seize new ones again. Torin also looked toward her, and as Dream said, he wanted everyone to accept the agreement. "Are we allies now?" After flying for a while, Itia looked down and instructed, "We've arrived." She flew them over the lake, introducing, "This is Linta City." The two approached a bridge over the vast lake. Woojin glanced suspiciously. "There's a city under this lake?" Itia quickly confirmed the unbelievable truth. "Yes." She briefly explained and emphasized that Linta City is the last city of the Allied forces. Hidden beneath this lake, even the Sky Lords of Chanet cannot infiltrate. But Itia pointed out a special note. Only those chosen by Laya can enter. Hearing this, Woojin stroked his chin, thinking hard. Only the chosen ones? She guardedly rested a hand on her hip. "I can't enter the hidden city under the lake either because I'm not permitted." But maybe Linta's surveillance ship has already detected us. Idia widened her eyes and warned, soon, we'll have to report to 49 people. Seeing him still heading straight forward, she panicked and tried to stop him. Wait, stop. But Woojin turned his face and replied calmly, how much longer do you plan to wait? Use the underwater breathing spell and go in. If you go underwater without breathing, you'll die before even entering without permission. Itia shouted fearfully, ordering, you idiot, come back here now. But seeing his steps descend, she warned, if you take another step. Yet Woojin's steps didn't stop. The entire lake suddenly splashed violently. He tensed, eyes fixed, waiting for what would happen, while Idia turned pale, sweating, stepping back. A terrifying, glowing gaze gradually appeared. She stammered, trembling, retreating in hopeless fear. It's over. Itia understood what was about to appear. 17 dragons have guarded Linta Lake since ancient times. She looked at the surrounding monsters and recognized the species. The water dragons appeared. They quickly surrounded the two. Woojin showed no fear, smiling confidently. These dragons look different from the ones I know. The water dragon's mouth emitted a glowing orb. Idia screamed, panicked, warning of danger. Here it comes. She knew well the power they would use. Dragon's wrath. Suddenly, a creature lifted its leg and neighed. Before Itia could understand, she was grabbed by the collar. At that moment, the water dragon unleashed its dragon's wrath magic. A terrifying explosion suddenly occurred. A huge crater appeared in the middle of the lake. Idia sweated profusely, screaming in disbelief. She looked down, shocked and unable to believe it. We're still alive? Woojin arrogantly smiled with satisfaction. Even the Sky Lords find it hard to enter the city, yet beneath that lake lurks creatures like these. No wonder. But Itia still couldn't calm down. She screamed fearfully, urging, Immortal, we have to leave immediately. Those water dragons are coming. But Woojin turned his face, looking very calm. What nonsense are you talking about? Do those water dragons fly here or what? Itia quickly confirmed and urged. Yes, they do. So we have to hurry. He smirked skeptically. If they could fly, why call them water dragons? Just call them dragons already. She became even more helpless, only able to scream loudly, the Immortal. Just then, it flew straight up into the sky with its mouth wide open. The two of them were lucky to quickly dodge the attack. Woojin frowned, his face tightening with worry. The water dragon had now flown up to surround the two of them. They had no choice but to quickly fly away to escape. After a while, Woojin looked back down, exhausted. Those creatures charged forward like they were going insane. They must be the rulers of this water domain, huh? Their level is terrifying, he continued, smirking inwardly, thinking, if I turn them into death knights. Suddenly, the water dragon appeared right below. Now Woojin's eyes widened in shocked fear. A massive surge of power attacked directly. The scene shifted back to the refugee camp tent. Sungu leaned on his hand, looking up at the tree, calculating. Big Brother has been gone for a whole day now. The base should be almost finished, right? Melody lowered her head anxiously, uneasy. I'm really worried. I hope he's not in the situation the goddess predicted. He remained calm and asked again, you mean that deadly prophecy? She nodded, her face tense like a drawn bow. Yes, the goddess has never been wrong. Sungu was still very confident, waving his hand to affirm positively. Come on, if it's my big brother, nothing bad will happen. He's really strong. He'll definitely save both Anfen and the earth. He looked up with great trust. I believe in my big brother more than any deity. After all, the person we're talking about is my big brother. Melody turned around, surprised, staring intently. Woojin, you really believe in the immortal? He laughed heartily, thinking simply, the more I think about all that stuff, the more it gives me a headache. After learning the reason, she became discouraged. He's just a simple-minded guy. The scene shifted to a remote forest filled with faint bones. Itia collapsed, clutching her head in intense pain. Woojin approached, asking, are you awake now? She looked up at the immortal, somewhat surprised. Itia stood up, looking around confused. What happened? Clearly, it was the dragon's wrath. He came closer and explained simply, we blocked that attack, but the shockwave it created still blew us all the way to this deep forest outskirts. Woojin looked at the energy in his hand, sighing. Blocking Dragon's Wrath just once still costs a lot of souls. The ancient guardian of Lake Lin is really something else. Idia shouted angrily, questioning, I already warned you about that. Let's just wait for the people from the Alliance to show up. Isn't that better? But Woojin remained calm, urging, if you're ready, let's move. Seeing him draw his weapon, she hesitated. Wait, don't tell me. Itia couldn't believe it and shouted, you're seriously planning to face the water dragon again? That's reckless. Woojin turned confidently. You have to try to know. Although there are 17 water dragons, which is a bit troublesome, he deliberately emphasized, but I'm not alone. While walking, Woojin suddenly stopped, looking at the army ahead, loudly challenging. All right, let's do this again. The leader of the skeleton troops laughed with delight. It's been a long time since I've gone dragon hunting. If we had a dragon on our side, I'd be ready to ally with it immediately. Woojin turned and smiled, reminding him, we're about to have a dragon soon. No need to wait long. You better prepare to make friends first. Another beside him excitedly added, so we're about to have 17 new friends at once. I bet those fools don't even realize people don't remember their names. Itia swallowed nervously. She was very worried, quickly sensing the overwhelming threat. They're the elite summoned soldiers of the immortal. Itia still couldn't believe Woojin's actions. He really plans to summon ancient water dragons as soldiers. Suddenly, there was a strong movement by the lake. Seeing the water dragon appear, Woojin looked expectantly. What's this? Are you planning to attack first? But Itia quickly noticed something strange. No, there's someone standing on its back, watching. At that moment, he spoke, questioning the identity. You are the immortal, right? Woojin smiled, quickly recognizing him. You're the high priest of Laya, huh? I haven't even called you yet, and you're already here. Too eager, aren't you? Then he jumped off the water dragon's back. He stepped beside Woojin without hesitation and declared, if sacrificing myself can protect the alliance, I'm always willing. Woojin squinted, showing his goodwill. I have no intention to kill anyone. But the high priest expressed his thoughts nervously. Losing the sacred relic is like death to a high priest like me. Then he handed Woojin an item. These are Laya's gloves. Please accept them. Woojin smiled, clearly pleased, and took the gloves. You already knew this, huh? Immediately after, the system sent 2 notifications in a row. You have obtained Laya's gloves. Laya's gloves. These are the gloves of the god of abundance, Laya. They possess a mysterious power that can make seeds sprout and aid in harvesting fruits. Woojin put the gloves on his hands. He looked at the light emanating from his hands with interest. So I've got the gloves, the main material for Thoris's judgment. Woojin recalled the real materials needed to prepare Skia's shoes. I already got the materials for the match from the Dia. He remembered taking lives in the past. Skia's shoes, the material needed to create the match, I already took from somewhere. The damaged cloak got stuck on the top of a tower. The cloak armor from Ladi village is also in my hands now. The damaged cloak of thus. His cold expression, the gleam in his eyes. Now I just need to get the relics of Arya and Haris to return to my golden era. On a hill, a faint image of a group of people appeared. They stood looking down at a lake that had almost completely dried up. The immortal had been gone for a whole day. Koga said, look at him. Just as predicted, he set up a base here in Soros, but things are still unstable. Who knows, Janet's troops might have already heard about Soros. I replied, in such a critical situation, the immortal is absent like this. If they attack, we're basically doomed. Torin added, we're seriously lacking manpower and equipment, making it hard to mount a proper defense. What exactly is the immortal planning to do? One of the group spotted something, and they all looked up to see Woojin and a girl riding a horse flying above. Look, he's back. Let's quickly sit down and discuss strategy. A large tree with lush leaves surrounded the area. Sunggu and the girl in the white dress turned to look at the approaching figure. Woojin and the group from earlier approached Sunggu. Big brother, the immortal. The girl in the white dress asked Woojin, who replied, how did your mission go? It was very successful. He raised his hand proudly, showing off to the stunned people behind him. I've already obtained the relic. The girl in the white dress frowned and angrily covered her face with her hand. I had my doubts all along. Just as I thought, I reached out to look. Woojin shouted, Immortal, you've agreed to ally with us, so why are you still collecting relics? He rubbed his chin, eyes glancing elsewhere. Well, it's because you need me, isn't it? The green-haired girl couldn't hold back and spoke up. I heard Laya personally handed the relic to the immortal. Her eyes showed a hint of thoughtful reflection. In the past, he waved his hand and said to the person opposite, how did you know I came here to get the relic? The person explained. Laya received a divine message saying, our wish will come true if we give our treasure to you. I turned and said, and Koga added, you mean she personally handed the relic to him? Could it be that Laya also thinks the immortal is Anfen's savior? Torin also asked Woojin, are you planning to get Skia's relic too? He smirked and replied, yeah, but I've already got it. If I didn't, I'd be dead long ago. His cold eyes turned to the girl in the white dress, questioning. By the way, I want to ask. The girl just lowered her face, furrowing her brows. Why haven't I seen Arya's relic yet? Her past image appeared. After the immortal obtained the ancestor's relic, as Arya's chief disciple, I went to the Grand Temple to take over the high priest position. The girl in the white dress opened her eyes wide in surprise. However, the entire scene she saw ahead was desolate and fiery red. The Holy Land had long become enemy territory, so I had to abandon the succession ritual. After hearing her story, I realized she was still a demigoddess, not yet having achieved her status. The girl's face was downcast, and Woojin gently replied, it's okay, sooner or later I'll find it for you. Thank you, immortal. even though you'll probably take it right away. A notification appeared, showing the base setup was complete. He glanced over, working on setting up the teleportation gate from the Aeon dimension to exit one of the Soon station, to the aircraft carrier, to Latasha's temple. The gates appeared before everyone, and he raised his hand forward. We've secured the gates smoothly, storing the warrior's weapons in the warehouse. The crafting progress for Thus's equipment is also going very well. He grinned wickedly and pressed a button. Now, we have to fulfill our duty as allies, right? Everyone there was shocked by the scene. The ground beneath them was shaking continuously. What is this? Why all of a sudden? Woojin kept smiling confidently and said, "Look, something is slowly rising from the ground. First the walls, then the roads appear, followed by repairing the streets." He continued reaching forward to restore everything. The people around could only watch in utter amazement as infrastructure was built, a few village buildings constructed. A city was completed. Woojin smiled in the wind, admiring the result he had just created. That should be about right, huh? The system notification appeared, showing the dimensional territory points used were 226,370 out of 925,280 points, with 698,910 points remaining. The group shouted loudly, "You're bowing your head now. What are you all doing?" I could only shout in admiration. This is truly a miracle of the Creator, the immortal, no, a god. After saying that, he continued bowing to Woojin. While I stood there trying to tell everyone, stand up, please forgive me for doubting you all this time. Saying it gently didn't work, so I had to shout, "If you don't want to fall behind, stand up now." Yes, I sighed and explained, "This isn't a miracle of the Creator or any god, it's just the power of a dimensional lord inside the base." The system notification appeared again, showing dimensional territory points used were 321,280 out of 698,910 points, with 377,630 points remaining. Woojin raised his hand to his chin, looking seriously at the board. What is this? Why were half the points suddenly cut off? 280 over 698,910 point? The remaining score is 377,630. Woojin raised his hand to his chin, seriously looking at the board. What is this? Why was the score suddenly cut in half? I clearly didn't use anything. He turned around to look at the gate. 3 people stepped through the gate. One of them called out. President Woojin asked them, and they explained the situation to him. "You guys arrived pretty fast, huh? Is everything still okay on Earth?" "Yes, sir. No mana crystals have exploded. It's very peaceful. We've been waiting on the aircraft carrier and came here as soon as the teleportation gate opened, sir." He once again raised his hand to his chin, stroking thoughtfully. If Earth is safe, then those points must have been used in the alternate dimensions territory. He recalled images from the past, a situation so critical that the 3 people responsible for defending the base had to use such a large amount of points. The guy there added, "Oh right, something happened to the aircraft carrier, so it's undergoing a lot of repairs. I'm not sure exactly, but Prime Minister Dung seemed extremely flustered. Other than that, there were no other issues." Woojin wondered, "But when I checked, there was no problem, right? Who said that?" The guy replied innocently, and Woojin's expression darkened after hearing that. "Miss Bye-Bye, it seems I've finally found the person who spent all those points. Under the tree with lush leaves, I'll return to Earth for a while. You guys clear out the monsters around here and stay behind." He calmly walked through the gate ahead. Woojin stood there, looking around. Sure enough, he talked to himself. So much has changed. She turned the ship's bow into an entire village like this. He looked into the distance, puzzled. Why is there a souvenir shop over there? A hand waved, calling him, "Master." A little girl dressed in Lolita fashion with wings happily ran up to Woojin. "How do you like it?" "Pretty amazing, right? She looks so proud, doesn't she?" "I knew it." They chatted. "What happened with the aircraft carrier breaking down?" "Oh, that. Come on." She gave a proud thumbs up. "Let me show you, Master. Follow me." At a massive ship that looked very large, he stood on the bow with her, looking down. "What do you think? I had to work really hard to fix it. Say something, please." He frowned, sweating nervously. "What is this?" He and Bybee were still looking outside. The aircraft carrier, a ship flying over the city. He thought in surprise. "Flying in the sky?" Woojin turned to ask her. She answered cheerfully. "What did you do to it?" "Since Nozem isn't from Earth," he said, "fixing this was really hard. I had to attach floating stones to make it fly." He frowned in amazement. Never expected floating stones could be used like this. Bai suddenly looked angry, gritting her teeth as she said to Woojin, "And I won't forgive those bastards who dared sell broken stuff to our great A-Dan. Was it that British group or something?" "Bai, where did you get that misunderstanding from?" He dodged the topic, but she excitedly answered, "By the way, where are we flying to now?" "It's a city called De Yong. We're heading straight to Soon." A dragon appeared on the ship's bow. His face showed surprise. Is that a group riding dragons flying by? They must be the Ladi tribe from planet Yaku, right? One of them turned back and nodded at Woojin. B smiled at him. The Ladi tribe is really good at flying dragons, so I assigned them the task of protection and reconnaissance in exchange for migration rights to Adan. Her master excitedly ran off. Master, come here. Bai turned back, smiling. I still have a lot to show you, Master. The notification showed identification complete. Suddenly, the door ahead opened automatically. He stepped inside with her, who introduced the room. What is this? A situation room? Because the items originated from Earth and don't have magical control functions, we completely changed everything. Woojin asked curiously, and B happily replied, a hologram? What are those marked spots? Those are magical cannons that can fire from all directions, she explained. We combined Earth's technology with Anfen's magic to improve accuracy. The ship's defense layer was holding off attacks. Not only that, to improve defense efficiency, we also set up a magical barrier covering the entire aircraft carrier. It automatically activates when detecting enemy attacks, B continued, explaining. Besides, we're also developing new types of weapons. But guns are already equipped. He patted her head. I think this level of investment is a bit over the top, but it seems good. After all, the place where our family lives is the most important. He was very satisfied with what Bai had done. Keep up the good work. Yes, Master. Suddenly, the system notification appeared, warning of monocrystal explosions at gates 1, 2, and 4 of Dong Station. He glanced behind as two people hurried over to report. Miss Bai, something big happened. There was a monocrystal explosion at Dong Station. One of them was surprised to see Woojin. President, you're here? He smiled confidently. What's the fuss? This is actually a perfect opportunity for us. Let's try out the new features on the aircraft carrier. The two didn't understand. Woojin said to Bai, who bared her fangs with a dangerous look. You can do it, right? Of course, sir. Just wait and see. The ship was still flying in the sky. I'll show them the true power of this fortress. Bai. The ground shook violently, cracking the vehicle's windows. A huge foot stomped, crushing the road and damaging many vehicles. A monstrous creature resembling a turtle with sharp teeth roared. Nearby, many other monsters looked like crabs with super strong clawed arms moving around. The man's face showed extreme terror. He saw the military vehicle ahead and rushed toward them. He was saved. The rescue vehicle had arrived. The man, panting and running, said, Hey, there are people over here. Please take me with you. While pleading, he suddenly tripped over a rock, then fell flat on the road. He immediately sat up, touched his leg, and cried out, My ankle! A soldier shouted loudly. If everyone is on board, let's depart. Move out. The man trembled in fear, tears starting to flow, raised his hand, and weakly said, No. The crab monsters had arrived and stood behind him. The man's terrified eyes, despite the pain in his leg, he tried to run away from the monsters. Someone wielding a spear emitted a blue lightning glow. That person struck the monster directly with the spear. Lightning blade. Seeing the monster defeated, the man quickly said, Thank you for saving me. The rescuer was from the Dungjian tribe, but the man was mistaken. Get on, I will take you to safety. A monster? The ship, still focused, was flying in the sky. Woojin and Bibi were looking at the map, discussing. The soldiers responsible for evacuation guidance had all retreated. Levito, how is the evacuation of the remaining humans going? The Dan tribe was flying over the attacked area, supporting the victims. We have carried out the rescue according to the assigned orders. The injured will soon be brought back immediately. Bibi smiled with satisfaction. Good, well done. She looked at the monsters on the screen. Leave those ones to the humans. The turtle monster was still rampaging and destroying, burning many structures. Let's go catch that turtle, the turtle said cheerfully. Humans on Earth are really interesting. It looked up to the sky. In a world without magic but still able to achieve such firepower and technology, the turtle opened its mouth to create a ball of light, but its mouth shot out a long spark, looking very terrifying. The fighter jets were immediately shot down. The turtle confidently said, No weapon can harm this body. The system notification appeared. Lord Baratu of the Baratu dynasty. He is a descendant of a decayed dragon. Although he no longer has wings, he still possesses a gigantic body and super strong defensive power. He can resist magical and physical attacks. A flying ship appeared in the sky, firing many beams directly at Baratu. The monster's eyes were dazed, looking up without time to react. All the beams hit the target. Bibi jumped up excitedly. Direct hit again. Master! Smoke rose from the spot just hit. Baratu was still alive. Bombs following the trail? Is it a magical attack? Unexpectedly, they managed to make his eyes glow brightly, staring straight at the ship, which was a bit better than those buzzing flies earlier. But that was all. On a large ship with a cannon mounted on it. The ship's monitoring screen displayed Baratu. Bibi was disappointed. What the heck? That guy wasn't hurt at all? Woojin rubbed his chin and proposed a plan. To pierce that shell, We need something as powerful as the Dragon Pulse engine. Seems like what he's responsible for is pretty big, too. BB's face darkened after hearing him. Well done, BB. Now let me handle the rest. BB, annoyed, emitted a golden light. Damn, turtle. How dare you insult my B fortress? Woojin frowned, gritting his teeth at BB. What's this? A magical charge? A giant magic circle appeared with the ship at the center, spreading over a large area. In the sky, she shouted. You're dead for sure. Seeing the yellow, glowing patterned circle in the sky, the turtle monster looked up and spoke. I knew you guys would pull another trick. It stared intently at the large circle, wondering, what are they planning this time? At that moment, above, BB held a microphone and smiled as she spoke. Hello, passengers on Fortress B, please pay attention. Addressing the chaos caused by the spatial shift, she reminded them of the fierce battle about to unfold with the enemy. Please protect yourselves and prepare mentally to face the shockwave. Go now. Her eyes full of determination, she clearly stated. Let me repeat once more. This ship is about to. At that moment, the monster bared its sharp teeth with a scheming expression, suddenly emitting a strange red light from its mouth, then unexpectedly spoke. I don't know what you're planning. But it angrily shouted. Do you think I'll just stand here and take it? Then the monster unleashed a terrifying attack from its mouth. Seeing this, the airborne ship activated a protective shield. Thanks to the shield, the ship was unaffected by the attack or the surrounding explosions. On the ship, Jusu and Minchan stood beside each other, eyes wide and mouths agape in shock, witnessing the scene. After the smoke cleared, the ship appeared without a scratch, still firmly standing on a magic circle. At this moment, BB smiled with a mocking tone. Is that all you've got? Woojin looked at her with admiration. BB, still smiling, said she could barely make a dent in the Bai Fortress's barrier. Her excited voice rose. Now it's our turn. Immediately, the circle beneath the ship gathered a large electric ball. The monster was startled upon seeing it. Bewildered, it said, I sense danger from that ball. It quickly turned and fled anxiously, thinking it had to get out of there immediately. At that moment, BB's eyes flashed, excitedly ordering, fire. The ship's system continuously announced, magical compression at 98%, magical compression at 100%. BB's face now smiled eerily as a great power radiated from the ball in the magic circle. The monster turned its head in fear as it saw that power rushing toward it. The attack struck the monster directly, with such force that everything around exploded. Seeing that scene, Woojin was extremely shocked. Minchen and Jusu once again widened their eyes and gaped, stunned by that terrifying power. The smoke vanished beneath the ground, and the monster was split in two. BB calmly raised her hand to her mouth and gently blew. The little girl smiled brightly and said, What? This is the attack that gathers all the energy of Bibi's fortress. Looking back at the monster's body split in two, Woojin broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed inwardly, Oh my god. Picturing the whole ship with the small houses on it, he silently marveled. This batch is pretty impressive. Startled, looking around, Woojin asked curiously, What's that noise? Why are all the lights out like this? Hearing that, BB looked up with innocent eyes. Outside the ship, the energy stone stopped glowing. At this moment, BB smiled innocently and said, I used up all the energy. Even the reserves are completely gone. Hearing that, Woojin was stunned and blurted out, Damn it. The inside of the ship grew dark, and suddenly everyone on the island was thrown into chaos as the space shook violently. Screams echoed, and the powerless ship plunged straight down. Inside, trying to stand firm but confused, Woojin thought he had to do something before it crashed. Suddenly, a notification popped up. BB's fortress magic power has been completely depleted. Magic can automatically recover or be replaced by the Lord's mana. Would you like to replace it? Yes or no? Woojin was shocked reading that notice and immediately responded, Of course, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone outside was recharged and lit up. The ship was now surrounded by red energy. The stones on the ship glowed, stabilizing it, and it continued to fly upward. Seeing the space light up again, Woojin breathed a slow sigh of relief and said, That was close. The ship returned to normal, flying over a ruined city. Inside the cabin, Woojin stood before BB and spoke seriously. BB, if you weren't here, what would have happened? If we hadn't recharged the magic in time, we'd all be dead. Hearing that, the little girl stood obediently and replied, I'm sorry, Master. From now on, I'll be more careful. At that moment, Woojin turned around and saw Minchan sitting on the ground with someone else, their heads spinning. Then he asked, President, are we done for? Woojin thought helplessly. No need to look. He already knew how things were on the ship. Suddenly, the screen connected to the Lati tribe, and a man announced, My lord, all members of the Lati tribe have returned. The sky returned to a clear blue, and the space was quiet. Outside the ship, many people were fleeing. At that moment, Woojin stepped forward, looking at those people with confusion and asked. A Lati tribe member explained, Who are these people? They are humans, who were injured and couldn't evacuate in time. We brought them here. Hearing that, Woojin's eyes grew cold and dark, but he said nothing. Glancing at a man painfully clutching a crushed arm, Minchan spoke up. It's no surprise if someone dies suddenly from severe injuries. Then he turned to Woojin with concern and asked, President, is there any way to use the Lord's magic to heal them? Hearing that, Woojin's face darkened, and he replied gravely, No. To heal them, we can't use the Lord's power. We'll need a miracle from the gods. Minchan's gaze was determined but worried, as he said, Then we have to take them to the emergency room in Zhou immediately. We can't afford any more casualties. Seeing that strong reaction, Woojin glanced at him and asked, What are you talking about? How are you explaining what I just said? Hearing that, Minchan stammered, Then Woojin explained, Did you forget we have the Earth God on our side? At that moment, Minchan slowly understood. Woojin turned and smiled meaningfully, signaling it was coming soon. Looking toward Bibi pulling Sua along, he whispered, Let's see the miracle of the gods. At that moment, Bibi cheerfully said, Hurry up. Everyone's waiting for Sue's power. The sky shifted to night with a bright moon. In a large apartment complex with many lit rooms, a man sat dazed in front of a computer. He was searching for something. The search bar was filled with everything related to divine power. Then he angrily shouted, Damn it! The familiar face appeared. Sangho frowned at the computer, thinking, Why the hell did you tell me to look for the Earth God? How the hell am I supposed to find a god among so many people now? Flashing back to the past, in a dark cave, suddenly a piercing shout echoed. You idiot! Immediately after, Sangho was hit by ice beams, sending him flying backward. He slammed hard against a large rock behind him, grimacing in pain. Standing before him was Io, shouting aggressively, How can there be no god? The synchronization process is about to happen. There's no way the god hasn't awakened. Hearing that, Sangho turned, knelt down, bowed his head fearfully, and begged, I'm sorry, master. Please give me one more chance. I will search carefully again. But Io grew angrier, grinding his teeth and said, I went through all this trouble to come back to Earth. How can there be no god? And there's no code either. It can't be like this. His rage exploded, and Io shouted, Find it. Find the loyal servant and bring him here to me. Back in reality, Sangho clutched his head, grimacing as he thought to himself, But if I want to find him, at least there has to be some clue. At that moment, his subordinate entered carrying a computer and said, Boss, look at this. Sangho asked curiously, What is it? After handing him the computer, the subordinate explained, Isn't Yuan's aircraft carrier involved in the recent Dan Duyen outbreak relief efforts at DJ? It seems the injured at the scene are being treated right on that very aircraft carrier, but the situation there is far from normal. A video was playing on the computer showing a young man surrounded by reporters. He nervously recounted the scene, which was truly magnificent. That little girl knelt down to pray, and the person clearly had an entire arm severed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that arm was restored to its original state. The young man confidently asserted, If there is an angel in this world, it must be that little girl. Hearing that, Sangho froze and thought, An angel praying? Watching the video, Sangho saw Sua helping someone treat the arm. He was skeptical. That girl can even regenerate a severed arm? After watching the video, cries and then laughter echoed in the room. Sangho now smiled dangerously, his eyes full of scheming thoughts, thinking, Finally, I've found the god of this earth. Several announcements sounded. The BB Fortress docked at Adan City near the Soon station. The BB Fortress, the very thing that made its name at the Daejeong station, had attracted immense attention from all walks of life. Amazed chatter spread. It's really floating in the sky. People rushed to the streets, recording with their phones, excitedly discussing, That's the aircraft carrier that wiped out the monster horde in Zong. How is it floating in the sky like that? The combination of magic from another world and advanced Earth technology sparked everyone's curiosity. The tremendous power it displayed at Zong Station seemed to become the hope everyone nurtured to overcome the current crisis. However, there were also some unpleasant opinions. At a press conference in Adan City, Woojin stood among the seated audience, holding a microphone. Once again, we sincerely thank Adan for preventing a new tragedy from occurring. Today, the Prime Minister mentioned that you will respond to the Dan Duyen outbreak by deploying the aircraft carrier. At present, it seems all personnel at An are migrating onto that aircraft carrier. His eyes looked straight ahead as he continued speaking. Some suspect that Adan, by using this aircraft carrier, intends to abandon Soon and seek survival for itself. That aircraft carrier is like a modern version of Noah's Ark. Woojin looked at Minchan in front of him and asked, What do you think about this viewpoint? Behind him was a banner reading Press Conference at Adan City. Minchan frowned and replied, I believe this suspicion has no basis whatsoever. He lifted his head, his gaze firm, and continued, The BB Fortress is not just a ship, but our strategic stronghold. Adan will be the pioneer in handling the Dan outbreaks by utilizing this BB Fortress. Woojin asked further, do you mean you will protect all of Korea? Minchan carefully adjusted the microphone and answered, perhaps I have caused some misunderstanding. Adan, we will quickly go anywhere help is needed to suppress the monsters. However, he affirmed the goal is not only Korea but anywhere in the world. Everyone was stunned by that answer. People below began lively discussions. Adan will go abroad? What if a large-scale Dan Duyen outbreak happens while Adan is away? A man below suddenly became agitated. He slammed the table and shouted, don't you think declaring that is too dangerous? President Kang Woojin has already gone to Anfen, and now if he goes overseas too, what will happen to Korea? His challenging voice echoed, don't tell me, you'll just wait and let the Korean people face danger depending on the situation. Minchan felt worried. He had anticipated their reaction on our side, and at Da, he tapped the small microphone and began speaking. Let me explain clearly to everyone. Minchan slowly spoke. Korea should abandon the idea of relying entirely on Adan. A nation must first know how to protect itself. We will only provide aid when necessary. The man suddenly paused upon hearing him. Minchan added, Adan's goal is not just to protect Korea alone, but the entire Earth. On that large and powerful ship, someone looking at the news on their phone sighed and said, this press conference is definitely causing a public stir again. Minchan noticed the person speaking. He had already worked hard. Seung-hoon handed Minchan a cup of coffee and said, take a break for a bit. Minchan replied, thanks. I will. While drinking the coffee, Minchan leaned back and started a conversation. People don't understand Adan's good intentions at all. It's really frustrating. We're clearly trying our best to save this Earth. Seung-hoon looked at him curiously and asked, but why does that even matter? Seung-hoon voiced his doubt. Have you forgotten what the president said? A world without national divisions, where even morality is decaying, is about to appear. Hearing Seung-hoon, Minchan also felt a bit worried. Will the future be okay? Humanity is gradually breaking apart, facing the disasters about to strike. Seung-hoon smiled and continued, since when did I start talking about protecting humanity and all that? Prime Minister, we just need to focus on doing our own jobs well, like a president. Setting down the hot coffee cup, he said, that's all the ability I have. Minchan sighed. You really are. Minchan leaned back and looked at him, replying, thank you. Seems like I unconsciously let the feeling of responsibility weigh on me too much. Minchan began to explain. Just like Minister Gu said, we only need to trust and follow our king. On the way to find Arya's shrine, a young man scratched his ear, annoyed. My ear itches so badly. Who's talking about me? The girl sitting behind spoke up. Do you want to take a break? Woojin turned his head and answered. Not yet, still far away. Seeing Mai's pale face, he suddenly remembered. Speaking of which, we've been moving all day. Thinking that, he looked at her and said, let's take a short break. Melody replied, thank you, sir. Woojin calmly sat down and started a small fire. He turned his head and ordered, Gabby, check if there are any bases or enemy groups nearby. A shadow swiftly passed by and responded, yes, master. He muttered while looking at the electronic screen. Let's see. Then, to Minchan's surprise, a table appeared. He looked at her and urged, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and eat. Woojin bit into a sausage and chewed. Melody looked at him and said, although this place isn't our base, it seems like the Immortal One is still trying to use the power of the establishment, right? Woojin chewed and replied, actually, this isn't an establishment. It's a shop purchase, he thought to himself. Speaking of which, Melody probably doesn't know about the function of activating her achievement store. She asked again, if someone can replicate the miracles of the gods, wouldn't that person also be considered a god? Woojin's face turned serious as he grunted and asked Melody back. Do you think gods exist like that? He added. Can you create bread and buildings with just a snap of your fingers? Or predict the future with extraordinary intellect like Arya? Melody stayed silent. Seeing that, Woojin explained, look, I'm not a god or anything. Maybe those beings we call gods are just strange entities, a little different from us. Her face filled with worry as she exclaimed, the Immortal One, you're disrespecting the gods like that. He slammed the plate down on the table and said, just think about it carefully. He smiled and continued, then you'll get to meet the Saintess you worship directly. Hearing that, she suddenly froze. It had been 2 days since Woojin and MY set out to find Arya Soros's relics, the base city. Minchan stood silently, looking down at the city from above. Seeing the bustling scene, he marveled at how peaceful this place was. Minchan thought to himself, although we've wiped out all the monsters in Gansoros, do we just have to wait passively until Woojin returns like this? He rubbed his head and sighed. I want to go back to Earth so badly. How could Woojin live alone for 20 years like this? Suddenly, someone called his name. Minchan. Jin was surprised and looked behind. It was Sunggu. Sunggu's worried face urged Jin. Hurry up, Those allied forces are urgently looking for us. Inside the wooden house, voices echoed. Thank you all for coming immediately. Although my request is sudden and urgent, I'm standing here to say the reason I summoned you urgently is because the enemy's recent movements have changed unusually, and we need to find a way to deal with it. Someone asked, what happened? Torin explained. According to scout reports, a large number of monsters are gathering on the Naro Plateau to the south. His voice was a bit worried. The problem isn't just Gunong, the ruler of that area, but also the alliance between the forces of Sira, Fatu, and Lei, and asked curiously, who are they? Are they very strong? He answered, each of them is a formidable opponent. Gunong is the commander of the 36th Legion. He's on a completely different level compared to the usual lords of the court. Then Idia spoke up suspiciously. But that's strange. The court lords have always acted independently. Why are they suddenly allied? He frowned and replied, seems like there's only one reason. A dozen new powers have recently reappeared in Anfen. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed, could it be? His expression darkened, not denying it. Yes, from their perspective, the toughest enemy, the Immortal One has returned, forcing them to unite. Raon advised softly, without the Immortal One here, it would be hard to hold this fortress. We need to find a new refuge. Graham agreed with him. Right. Soros was never an ideal place to resist the enemy from the start. We should move our base because right now, we're at high risk of being isolated, and disagreed, shouting, no, how can we just abandon our base so easily? It suddenly spoke up. I agree with warrior Hong Sung-gu. We can't just abandon the World Tree like that, Graham gently said. Elf King, calling that tree the World Tree is a bit of a stretch. She heard that and replied, no, it definitely is the World Tree. I won't abandon the World Tree. In the space around them, everyone suddenly fell silent and looked at them. Finally, Raon lowered his head and sighed, but there was no other choice. Woojin was a high-ranking commander, leading the 36th Legion. He continued explaining, maybe if we were immortals it would be fine, but since we're not, there's no way we can stand against them. He frowned. If only an immortal were here, that would be great. Just then, while tensions were high, a voice suddenly rang out. I can contact Woojin. It turned out to be Minchan. Everyone cheered when they saw him. I never expected warrior Minchan to have that ability, so if the immortal returns, we actually have a chance. And turned to look at Minchan, smiling in response. Right? You said you've become some kind of vassal or something to the big boss, didn't you? Machan nodded in agreement. Yes. Let me try contacting Woojin right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and gently placed it on his head. Sound waves began transmitting the message. Hey, it's me, Machan. Woojin, are you there? After a long silence with no response, Minchan and everyone else stood frozen, staring at each other. Finally, he voiced his concern. That's strange. I don't understand why I can't reach Woojin. This is the first time I've encountered this kind of situation. Torin also asked worriedly, is there really no other way? His face was full of anxiety now. Yes, I'll try again later. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an unusual silence. Finally, Khan spoke up to break the quiet. Everyone, I know the situation is tough right now, but please hear me out. He gently reassured them. The decision makers were almost all immortals, but we've all agreed to establish a base here in Soros. This is the base we set up knowing this would eventually happen. We can't just be scared and run away because of a small move from the enemy. It raised its hand in agreement. He's right. As long as we prepare our artillery and gather all allied forces around, we can hold this place. Feeling encouraged, Khan continued explaining. Not only that, Ain is currently our ally. If we can't defend this place before he returns, then what kind of alliance is this supposed to be? Raon gently repeated, hold the line until the immortal comes back. Then he looked at Graham, and they nodded together. Raon turned to the person opposite him and softly said, all right then, let's give it a try. Khan's face lit up with joy and a smile. Good. Then we'll consider everyone agreed on this. Now, let's start planning our defense strategy. In a vast kingdom, protected by heavily fortified walls, a quiet step moved forward. It was Woojin. He gently assumed a defensive stance. What's with this sticky, slimy stuff? The ground's all rotten. This was the land of Saint Arya, the land of the doomed. On a high rock, two figures quietly ascended. Woojin turned his head, gritting his teeth. Why would Arya build a shrine in a place like this? It's so gross. Frowned and explained. The saint never avoided austere ascetic practices, so she established this kind of place herself. Woojin, too lazy to listen further, interrupted. Stop making stuff up. Seeing his attitude, got annoyed and shouted, I'm not making anything up. This was a legend passed down. Woojin, tired, turned back to look at her. Forget it. Just because something sounds reasonable doesn't mean it's true. He scolded. I told you last time to think it over, but it seems you didn't take my advice seriously. Hearing this, frowned and didn't dare argue. Suddenly, Woojin looked surprised as if he had discovered something ahead. What now? Seeing what they were searching for right in front of them, he exclaimed, We finally made it. This is Arya's shrine. Woojin stared ahead, amazed, and asked again, That's Arya's shrine? Yeah. A massive iron structure stood tall on the ground. He pointed at it in astonishment. Is that a spaceship? The sky darkened around the ship, giving it a gloomy vibe. They moved toward the ship. A shrine shaped like a spaceship? Woojin looked at M skeptically and asked, What is this? Is this really a shrine? Hearing this, she also looked confused. I'm not sure. I only got the prophecy that led me here, but honestly, this is my first time coming to this place. While they were discussing, suddenly the gate slightly opened with a bit of light, then it fully opened on its own. Woojin sighed softly. Well then, we have to go inside and check it out, right? Then he confidently added, Once inside, we'll know for sure. After some time, the two quietly entered the ship. Looking at the mechanical interior, they wondered, All right, what exactly is this place? Still confused, Woojin suddenly startled and looked down at his hand. Seeing M's strange reaction, he asked, Is something wrong, M? He looked at his hand and replied, My magic power is gone. What's going on? Suddenly, he softly called out the names Ramson and Donis one by one. Finally, Woojin furrowed his brow and muttered to his subordinates, I can't reach them either. M looked at her hand and shouted, Holy power? Seeing the situation, he gave his conclusion. That means this place only allows Arya's own holy power to operate. This really is a shrine. Woojin looked at her and asked, You say that, but can you locate the holy power? She nodded. Yes, I can feel it beneath us. Hearing that, he pondered. There must be a passageway through this spaceship. Finally, he decided. Then just do what you need to do. Once you get the sacred relic, we'll meet up. Startled, Woojin asked again, What exactly are you planning to do, Immortal One? Woojin glanced sideways and replied, I have something I need to handle personally. After a while, the number on the screen showed 23, then changed to 29. Seeing this, he sighed. That's really something. Woojin muttered while watching the elevator screen. This scientific civilization is beyond anyone's imagination in Anfen. Calling her the tech saint fits better than calling her a prophetess who foresees the future. Finally, the screen showed number 30. The door opened, and Woojin exclaimed in surprise, What I see ahead is a bank of computers with thousands of data streams still running. He looked at the data and calmly said, A computer system inside a shrine? Those characters don't belong to Anfen or Earth. Curious, Woojin stepped forward and lightly tapped the keyboard. After a while, thousands of incomprehensible characters appeared on the screen. Seeing this scene, Woojin helplessly asked, Is she messing with me? Frustrated, he clenched his teeth and wondered, Should I just destroy this whole mess? Suddenly, a beam of light appeared beside him, blinding Woojin. Startled, he glanced over, and a voice unexpectedly echoed, Long time no see, Immortal One. Along with that, a human-like hologram slowly appeared. He wasn't scared. Instead, he turned back and laughed. Look at that. You've been eavesdropping on me all this time, huh? You pervert. Woojin looked up at the hologram and continued, It's been exactly 20 years since you suddenly jumped into my dream. And now you appear in 3 dimensions on a spaceship like this. What exactly are you? Arya stood above with a confident expression. With her translucent form, Woojin asked confusedly, Is this a time rewind to 20 years ago? Right after Woojin traveled through space-time at the wormhole, he stood alone in the vast space and called out, Hello? Is anyone here? Woojin was full of confusion. What's going on? I was clearly on my way to school. Suddenly, a sinister voice came. You've arrived just in time, a woman greeted him. Welcome to Anfen. The words startled him with fear. His savior, Kang Woojin. This person was Arya, who introduced herself as the Saint of Anfen and had given him some powers and knowledge to survive on this planet. After some time, with her help, he adapted to the harsh life on Anfen. But now, Arya's expression wasn't very happy as she smiled and returned to reality. He asked, So what exactly are you? You act like a saint, but are you just some outside observer? She replied, Maybe. But does it really matter if I'm a god or not? The important thing should be whether I can answer your questions, right? Woojin sighed deeply. Seems like I don't even care if you're pretending to be a god or not. He raised his hand, almost threatening. But you better answer properly, or this shrine will be destroyed into pieces. Arya accepted. Fine. What do you want to know? Woojin made his request. Everything about the codes and how to obtain them. She didn't answer but smiled faintly. After a moment, Arya spoke. Usually, a code is the right to live on a certain planet. She made a galaxy circle with her hand and continued, Anyone living in this galaxy will have one. You already have a code called Earth. Hearing this, he asked curiously, Is that all? Those lords causing chaos just because of that? Arya replied. Not just that, she said coldly. What they're really after is the Master Code. The Master Code is highly sought after by beasts. It's hidden deep within each planet, granting its owner the power to control that planet. Arya explained that any Space Lord who obtains the Master Code holds supreme power over the planet with that code. She turned to Woojin and asked, Kang Woojin, are you interested in becoming a Space Lord? He replied, No, I'm not interested in that. I just want to kick those bastards so they don't mess with Earth anymore. Woojin asked, Is there a way? Arya snorted lightly. It's a bit difficult, but there is a way. She suggested using the cleansing code. It's a hidden code. Arya explained it was sealed by the Space Lords because of the unreasonable power it grants. You can use it to sever the connection with Shanae. He quickly realized and asked if it was also called the Judgment of Thus. The answer was yes. Arya confirmed there are 5 keys that activate the cleansing code here in Anfen. Woojin asked, I guess the keys you mentioned are the sacred relics of the 5 gods in Anfen, right? She confirmed exactly that. However, the last key isn't in Anfen, but on Earth, he asked in confusion. A part of the judgment is on Earth? Arya added, I don't have any more information about it since I'm just the chief god overseeing Anfen. Woojin's face tensed because knowing the last key of the judgment is on Earth was already a big step forward. She warned that many rivals have started to be wary of him. Hearing that, he looked up calmly and replied, So what? I'm already too used to being the center of attention. Arya raised her hands to explain, That's not what I meant. Right now, your base, Soros, has become a target and is in extreme danger. Woojin heard this and immediately led the way. Ah, you're talking about Soros? Then I just need to return there through the teleportation gate, right? She shook her head. No, you don't have the Anfen code. Arya explained that the reason you can open a teleportation gate anywhere on Earth is because you possess the Earth's code. That means you won't be able to use the teleportation gate in Anfen. After hearing this, his eyes tensed as he realized this was a big problem. Woojin asked if the prophecy M mentioned was about this situation. His subconscious recalled the words, You will find the answer, but then you will lose your way. She replied, That's right, you should have searched for the relic sooner. He rubbed the back of his neck and smiled softly. If you were going to talk about this, you should have explained it clearly from the start. Suddenly, M was standing by the door watching. Arya guessed she must have succeeded in obtaining the relic. Now on her head was a bracelet with sparkling crystal stones. Woojin turned around. I have to hurry back. See you later, she agreed. All right, he went over to M to urge her. The base is in danger. We have to move quickly. She immediately obeyed. Yes, my immortal lord. M looked back at the slightly ajar door, glancing toward Arya, that figure. Then, the door slowly closed, then shut completely, blocking the view. Inside, she prayed, I pray for your success, Kang Woojin. Scene shifts to Soros base. In a house, voices were heard. The enemy forces had reached over 100,000. Damn it, they moved faster than we thought. We can't even contact the Immortal One in such a critical moment. Everyone gathered again, looking at the map marked with flags and discussing. A voice called in the subconscious. Minchan. Minchan startled and called back to him. Woojin nearby exclaimed, The Immortal One has contacted us again. Woojin asked about the situation at Soros. Give me a brief summary, he honestly reported. The enemy is gathering at Naro Plateau. Hurry back. Woojin replied. I can't return immediately. Due to some minor troubles, I can't use the gate right now. Then Woojin calculated he would return as soon as possible, but it would take at least a week. He reminded them. So you guys there, try your best to hold on. Hearing that, Die was shocked. A whole week? Under the gloomy sky, M worriedly asked the Immortal Lord if the situation was that bad. It's not easy now. They said over 100,000 monsters are gathering at Naro Plateau. She exclaimed, Impossible. Woojin asked if Naro Plateau was close to Soros. M replied, If the monsters can't fly, they will reach our base in just 1 week. Woojin's eyes gazed into the distance. The schedule is pretty tight, although I'll be a bit late. With Sungu there, we can manage. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His hand clenched the reins. The horse stopped abruptly and neighed loudly. She was startled and asked in panic, Immortal Lord, what's happening? Woojin asked softly. M, this isn't Naro Plateau, right? Yes. M is confused. Of course. Suddenly her eyes widened as she looked down and exclaimed, Why? His gaze sharpened with complexity as he looked down. Ahead now, a swarm of monsters as numerous as ants was charging. M judged, Those bastards won't let us be, even though there's still a long way back to the base. The flying bugs turned demons buzzed all over the sky, so many they looked like thick black clouds rushing over. M worriedly asked, They're charging straight at us. Could they be waiting for us here? Now a faint smile appeared on his lips. Woojin ordered, Janice, clear the way. Immediately, Janice appeared with a sinister smile. He growled, breathing out a blazing fire. The bugs and mosquitoes dare block their master. Janice whipped out the fire and declared, Burn them all to dust. Quickly, the flames surged forward, incinerating the entire swarm of monsters. Piercing screams echoed through the air. The sky quickly cleared, and the flames vanished. But suddenly, the monsters returned, filling the sky again. His eyes opened slightly in surprise. What? Janice's power seems different than usual. Woojin turned to look at M. She was startled when he spoke. It must be because of the relic. Woojin silently concluded that since M had awakened, her stats were halved. He asked M, "Now that you have the relic, you can probably fend for yourself, right?" She stiffened upon hearing this. The horse's hooves hit the ground. Woojin on horseback instructed, "We'll wipe out all the monsters on the way back to Soros, so just come along as best you can." M dismounted and obeyed. "Understood, my immortal lord." After speaking, he turned his head. Woojin quietly called, "All right, brothers." Immediately, the spirit beasts appeared along with other generals. His eyes sharpened as he smiled lightly. "Let's head straight back to Soros base." Instantly, Dujamin raised his hand and shouted, "At your command, my king." The immortal army charged forward. The Bone Soldier army stood still, awaiting orders. "Everyone listen. Use the death blessing to exterminate them all." Janice laughed loudly. "My power has returned." He swung a fiery strike, shouting to wipe out those pesky mosquitoes. In the blink of an eye, the flames had incinerated all the monsters, leaving nothing but dust. Woojin smiled with a hint of pride. "It seems the strength of my subordinates has fully returned. The rain was definitely the reason my power weakened." He glanced in another direction. While they dealt with the pack of hellhounds, Woojin looked toward Ferris, confirming he had to go massage the commander. Elsewhere, flags were raised high, and a hand was lifted. 200 years have passed, and I've been searching for the 5 Anfen codes for quite a while now. The one up there is puppeteer Lee Sang-ho. He said that enjoying the process of searching for these codes is a leisurely pleasure for immortal beings like us. Dominating other dimensions and achieving higher status is just a bonus, Sang-ho whispered. We're simply enjoying this pastime. The immortal one, now that Woojin has appeared, he turned back until you showed up. Woojin smirked and asked, "Do you treat destroying a planet like your personal game?" "Exactly. I must erase you miserable bastards from this world," Woojin declared. "You're the first." Puppeteer Sang-ho. Sang-ho. Notification appeared, ranked 44th among the 72 puppet kings of Janet. Sang-ho laughed suddenly. Woojin asked, confused, "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly chuckling like that?" He replied, "Because you're so relaxed. It's hilarious. Do you really think I came here unprepared?" Woojin chuckled lightly. "No matter what you prepare, it won't do a damn thing to me," Sang-ho remarked. "You really are an arrogant bastard, clueless about your own situation." He remembered Gunong saying, "Gunong is allying with the nearby lords and heading to your base. Sang-ho has prepared a special army to overthrow your Dan." "There it is." Sang-ho asked, "You know what that means, don't you?" Woojin didn't respond. His cold gaze fixed on them as they planned to destroy all teleportation gates connecting to Earth. He asked, "Are you worried about me?" Sang-ho replied calmly, "Of course. You're a thorn in our side. I don't know what you hope to gain by awakening the destroyer god like that." Hearing this, Woojin sneered. Thras's judgment, huh? You act like a god but still fear the cleansing code? Sang-ho repeated, "The cleansing code is indeed a name that terrifies everyone." Sang-ho raised his hand to confirm, "But that scenario won't happen." A purple light flashed, catching Woojin's attention. He slammed the ground and declared, "Because today you will die right here." Woojin looked back in shock, unconsciously whispering, "Pretty." Quickly, a magic circle appeared. Sang-ho laughed heartily. "See that?" He pointed arrogantly. "This is a magic integrated after hundreds of thousands of years of my research. Any subordinate of yours who steps into this area will disappear." Sang-ho laughed like a madman. "Enjoy the feeling of helpless despair yourself." Seeing Woojin silent, he asked, "You must be desperate by now, right?" Then he raised his hand. "Now, go ahead and chop his head off for me." The soldiers raised their swords, pointing them directly at Woojin. Sang-ho chuckled quietly. "I did it. Victory is mine." He looked at Woojin with full confidence. The immortal opponent no one could handle was defeated by him. He would become an unmatched king. Finally, Woojin spoke. "Summoning interference magic? I thought your scheme would be grand, since you acted so arrogant, but it's just this." After finishing, he vanished. Sang-ho's eyes widened in shock. A soldier's head and blood splattered everywhere. The sword struck down in midair, and Sang-ho panicked. "What is this?" Woojin held the sword high, making Sang-ho ask confused, "How can you wield a sword?" Woojin turned back with a soft smile and finished one. Meanwhile, at Soros' city wall, preparations were underway to face the enemy's 100,000 soldiers. A wave of aura arrived, and Torin looked over, a bit surprised. He spoke, "Holy Spear Warrior." Sungu approached and asked Torin, "What's the enemy's current position?" Torin replied, "They set out from Naro Plateau and are heading straight for Soros. At this rate, they'll reach Soros in just 6 days." He lightly brushed his hand, assessing. "That's close." Sungu decided, "I have to delay the enemy's advance as long as possible, until the big brother returns." Hearing this, Torin was briefly shocked. He warned, "You mean you plan to hold back an army of 100,000 soldiers alone? Is that even possible? If you do that, you'll become the target of all their firepower." But Sungu only responded with silence. He turned and stared into the distance. "Anyway, I have to try. Standing still here waiting for the enemy means I'll never go home again." That prospect was scarier than 100,000 monsters. He thought to himself, "That's right. The Holy Spear Warrior's homeland is Earth. Even if he escapes back to Earth through the teleport gate, it won't help." But his eyes were full of determination. "We must fight for Anfen until the very last moment." Torin bowed. "I deeply appreciate your courage and compassion." "Oh, Holy Spear Warrior." Sungu waved his hand anxiously and asked, "Why are you suddenly thanking me?" He replied, "We need to prepare a lot for the upcoming battle." Hearing that, he asked again, "Prepare?" Torin assessed. "You should go meet King Rowan of the Dwarves. It will be very helpful for you, warrior." Elsewhere, a hand was turning screws on CL. Sungu approached and asked, "Rowan, are you very busy?" Rowan responded, "A warrior from Earth." He turned and pointed, saying, "I'm checking the artillery situation. If there's any mistake, we'll be in big trouble. Besides, there are even more headache-inducing issues." Rowan scratched his head. "Because we have to defend against 100,000 soldiers. Even if it's a kitchen crew, we have to pull them out and use them." He added, "Ah, you came just in time." Rowan turned around teasingly. "Follow me. I found something extremely interesting." Meanwhile, at Soros's magic research facility, Sungu asked anxiously, "Rowan, what is this?" He chuckled softly. Rowan explained, "I found a way to amplify magic in the research facility built by the Immortal. I've adjusted it to increase the magic amplification rate even higher." He confirmed, "You just need to stand there and cast amplified fire magic. It will be a fantastic weapon." He stepped onto the platform, and Sungu turned to ask, "I just need to draw a little power, right?" Ron instructed. "Just stand in the middle and use your fire magic as usual." He frowned, eyes fixed on observing. Sungu raised his hand and said, "I don't know how many times it will amplify, so I'll just use a normal-sized fireball." Immediately, a beam of light shot up from below, with consecutive magic circle rings appearing. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be amazed as a powerful aura rushed into the magic circles. A thunderous explosion erupted, scattering rocks everywhere, and smoke billowed up from the pit below. Sungu asked confused, "What is this? How many times is it amplifying?" Mao stood with hands on hips, laughing loudly. "You should know that no race compares to dwarves in magical technology. Actually, it amplifies power up to 9 times. His face showed astonishment as he muttered, "9 times? That's insane!" Sungu rested his chin on his hand, pondering. "The only problem I see is that this device is fixed and not mobile at all." Then he stepped down and asked Raon, "Can you make it smaller so I can carry it with me?" Raon looked confused and asked back, "Then what about your magic staff? You're a mage without a staff?" Those words hit Sungu like a slap. He held his head in despair. "Right, I don't have a magic staff at all. How did I only realize this now?" Sungu turned to Raon and asked, "Can you make me a suitable magic staff?" Raon thought, "You've been casting magic without a staff all this time?" He replied, "If we have the materials, it's easy." Raon glanced toward the explosion pit earlier, "But you won't be able to cast high-level magic with a staff like this. It can only amplify magic up to 3 times. Sungu excitedly said loudly, "3 times? That's already pretty awesome." He silently rejoiced. "Great." Sungu begged, "Please make it as small as possible." Raon stammered, Then I'll try to find materials from the other heroes." He smiled quietly. "That should be enough to hold off the enemy until the big boss returns." Meanwhile, on the other side, a large army was moving. The heavy footsteps of the beasts stomped the ground with thudding sounds. A giant foot slammed down hard. On the back of the rhinoceros lay a relaxed figure with legs crossed, Gunong. He closed his eyes, looking as if on vacation. The info bar displayed, 36th ranked warlord out of 72 warlords of Janet. Gunong called out from above. Then a bird-winged humanoid landed beside Gunong, looking panicked and reporting, "Now is not the time to stroll around leisurely like this. Irak's magic has completely disappeared. Look, that's Queen Happy Zero." Hearing this, he chuckled softly. "That Irak. I told him to stall as long as possible. He must be greedy, wanting revenge on the Immortal," she said. "If this continues, we'll have to face the Immortal. What if he reaches Earth and completes the judgment before we break the teleport gate?" Gunong put his hands on his hips to reassure. "Don't worry, he can't reach Earth yet." Zero asked, confused, "What do you mean?" He looked up and replied, "He hasn't collected enough items to complete the judgment here." She wondered, "How do you know?" Gunong asked. "Zero, you've never seen the Immortal during the Golden Age, right?" His eyes turned cold, thinking about the Bone Army, his immortal army. If it were complete, he would have returned to Soros long ago. The fact that he hasn't appeared yet means he hasn't met the necessary conditions. Hearing this, Zero sighed in relief, truly feeling lighter. You scared me to death. He chuckled softly. The situation is still in our favor. Gunong raised his hand, eyes full of cunning. We just need to stop him from completing the judgment and destroying the teleport gate. He thought of Woojin, who would be trapped forever in Anfen, helplessly watching Earth be destroyed. Meanwhile, Woojin said, Are all the lords of the Anfen courts targeting me? A smirk appeared on his lips. How should I show my gratitude to them now? Looks like I'm about to reach the max level sooner than expected. From now until the day Woojin promised to return, there are only 4 days left. Over here, the giant footsteps of the monsters keep pounding forward. They swarm like an army, roaring fiercely as they march. A vanguard battalion of monsters is advancing towards Soros. A lone figure stands silently above, watching down. Sungu sighed. Their numbers are seriously terrifying, almost on par with the immortal army of the big boss. He smiled faintly, wondering how much he alone could hold them back. Swinging the staff in his hand, he tested the power of the new scepter he just got. Immediately, light flashed all around in a wide radius, and powerful flames attacked the monsters. They scattered, flying high into the sky like fleeing birds. Minchan saw the monsters fall like prey and exclaimed, Sungu really hit the jackpot with that item. It's incredibly powerful. He looked down, but the monsters kept marching regardless of their fallen comrades. No matter how much damage we inflict, we can't stop them. Minchan thought to himself, there must be another way. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's right. Over at Sungu's side, the staff was still raised, casting strong flames down on the monsters. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. No matter how many I kill, they just keep coming. Are they ignoring all the attacks we throw at them? From behind, Minchan jumped down and called out to Sungu. Sungu turned and asked, What's up? Has the Lord of the Court not appeared yet? He replied, No. I think our current attacks aren't stopping those monsters. We have to try something else. Hearing this, Sungu asked, You have another plan? What is it? Minchan said, Well, instead of attacking the monsters directly, we should destroy the terrain around them. Let's try breaking their path so they can't easily pass through. Sungu was delighted to hear that. That's a great idea. It's bound to work, he praised. Truly, an educated man is different. Minchan smiled quietly. Sungu went to college, so he should know more than him, right? Then he urged, Let's retreat for now and find a better spot to attack from. Sungu agreed. All right, let's go. At that moment, while Sungu and Minchan were blocking the enemy's advance, elsewhere, Kang Woojin's immortal army was busy dealing with monsters, interfering and blocking their way to Soros. Time passed again. From now until the day Woojin promised to return, there was only 1 day left. Woojin was running non-stop. Suddenly, a dinosaur blocked their path ahead. He growled, These guys are stubborn as hell. Without hesitation, both he and his horse leapt off the ground, and with a single slash, he cut down the monster. Then, the horse's hooves landed. Woojin turned and said, But if we keep running full speed today, we probably won't be too late. Suddenly, a laugh echoed. There you are. Someone standing on a nearby cliff called out, Immortal One, King of Death, have you received my gift yet? Woojin's eyes were filled with disdain as he coldly replied, Yeah, I got it all. I've been waiting for you to show up, bastard. 2 days earlier, at a shrine, Woojin realized that the Danyan Shrine of Rus, which connects Anfen's world with Han's dimension, had been conquered. This meant that Kiba, the war general he appointed as garrison commander, tried to resist by sacrificing the Lord's blessing points, but still couldn't avoid defeat. His opponent was the 27th War King among Janet Sek's 72 War Kings in reality. He asked, Why are you so upset? Could it be because you witnessed your home planet's destruction and can't return? Sangho chuckled softly. Looks like you really want to protect your home planet. Huh? He mocked. Or maybe you should just become the god of that planet yourself. Woojin looked up and asked, Become the god of Earth? Sangho replied, Exactly. He recalled the code. On the day my home planet synchronized, I was the first to kill the god, obtain the code, and become the god. Now, the people on my home planet live a prosperous life like never before, sacrificing just a little to exchange for eternal peace. Then he laughed lightly. So don't waste your time chasing after that long-forgotten god of destruction. Become the god yourself, Immortal One. Woojin's eyes darkened in silence, unreadable. He thought, according to what he said, the one holding the code is the god of the planet. And if I want that code, I have to kill that god. But the god of Earth is Sangho. Woojin remained silent. Sangho was arrogant, clearly considering the situation. Maybe this will be easier than expected. Woojin smirked slightly. What's this? Are you baiting me? Sangho was a bit startled. What do you mean? At that moment, Woojin jumped up and swung his sword, directly attacking him. Sangho immediately raised his hand to block the strike. Woojin landed and smiled softly. You blocked that? He asked, confused. So the rumors about you having the power of a warrior are true, but what the hell are you doing? Woojin asked back. Aren't you trying to protect your home planet? He immediately declared, no need for long talks. Pay the price for messing up my mood like this. Seilak cursed upon hearing that. That bastard, he warned you. But remember well, behind your back now are rising waves of energy, striving after your useless ideals. Seilak flew up swiftly, threatening to destroy your homeland. Holding a staff, his eyes blazing, he raised the staff high and shouted, My warriors, charge and hunt down the immortal. Woojin looked up and observed as the monsters appeared. He smiled softly. So you've been hiding in the sky all this time, huh? They slowly emerged. Woojin estimated that no matter how fast he went, he would still be late. The sky was now filled with roaring lightning bolts. At this moment, while Woojin fought against the relentless lords blocking his return, the monster army had already reached Soros first. They were slowly advancing, surrounding the city of Soros. Sungu stood high above, looking down, saying, So, they've arrived, he smirked, wondering how long they could hold out without their big brother here. Sungu swung his staff, magical circles appeared, and there was no other choice but to give it their all until the last moment. Then, the great spell of Tung Chie Kuye unleashed a radiant light. They recognized the surge. A powerful fiery force swept down on the monsters below. Fire rains fell everywhere, and the monsters screamed in pain, each cry fierce. On the city walls, all the soldiers were ready. Torin marveled, surprised at how strong Sungu's warriors were. Watching the sparks fly down, he exclaimed, even though he used the great spell device, that kind of wide-area magic was still overwhelmingly powerful. Torin smirked, thinking maybe they could hold out until the immortal returned. With that thought, he turned and gave the command. All right, take advantage of this situation, drive them away. The soldiers immediately obeyed, drawing their bows, and Torin shouted, all attack together. Arrows rained down like a storm. Below, the monsters struggled against the fire rain while also facing the incoming arrows. A vast sea of fire spread. A powerful explosion erupted with thick white smoke. The monsters screamed in pain. One monster's eyes lit up. It raised its staff high, releasing a dense aura throughout the space. Around the monsters still struggling with the fire and arrows, suddenly its eyes blazed as if reborn. The monster roared fiercely. Above, everyone stopped firing and watched. Graham immediately noticed. What's that? The monster's reaction was unusual. His gaze darkened as he looked at the monsters. Thinking, the ones charging forward relentlessly were the heavily wounded ones. Impossible. Graham turned and shouted, It's a reckless magic attack. Those bastards are risking everything to push forward. The monsters, now stronger, rushed toward the city gates. They clung to the walls, climbing up. He urgently ordered, Stop them. Don't let them scale the walls. Everyone immediately fired arrows down. The monsters screamed in pain as arrows pierced them. They trampled over each other to climb. Torin gritted his teeth, thinking, these fools are trampling over their comrades' bodies to climb the walls. The staff was raised, and Graham unleashed bright sparks. He shouted, Torin, if this continues, they'll break through our defenses. Torin was determined. It's not too late yet. We have to break the siege and escape now, he wondered. Are we really going to run away after vowing to protect Soros at all costs? But now the monster's hand has grabbed the wall's edge. The monsters are climbing one after another. They scream like ants being stung by arrows. Torin roared fiercely. Those bastards got hit. Suddenly, a figure dove down from the sky. Min-chan appeared, slaughtering all the monsters climbing up. That was the warrior. He landed on one knee. Min-chan shouted, It's too early to give up now. Woojin said he'd be here in 10 minutes. Hold on a little longer, he cheered loudly. Finally, the immortal was almost here. Torin turned and shouted, Graham, the immortal said he's almost here. Let's raise morale and hold out a bit longer. Graham looked up. 10 minutes? That's enough time for Soros to be completely crushed to dust, Torin asked in confusion. Graham pointed ahead, and everyone turned to look. Suddenly, two monsters were flying in the sky. They were two fierce dragon monsters approaching Soros. Torin quickly recognized in alarm. Those were the Patu and Leia dragons. They've arrived? Min-chan clenched his teeth, thinking. Just one dragon was almost enough to tear Soon apart. Now there were two coming. Now, powerful streams of fiery energy surged so strongly that both looked on in astonishment. Suddenly, a call rang out. Sungu had appeared, Min-chan reported. Something's happened. Although Woojin said he'd be here soon, now two dragons are approaching. Sungu raised his hand to stop him. He had also seen them. He turned to Graham. Can you block those dragons' fiery breath with defensive magic? Graham replied, No mage can block dragon breath. Hearing this, Sungu looked up with a slight snort, his voice causing everyone to freeze. So if I manage to block it, I'll be the first, right? Min-chan asked in shock. Sungu, don't tell me you're planning to block it all by yourself, Min-chan said. Sungu smiled softly. Well, What other choice do we have? He looked into the distance, hesitating. It would be great if the boss came back early, but the dragon is already charging to attack. Sungu's eyes lifted. If he couldn't return, then he had to stand his ground. Meanwhile, the monsters kept growling and attacking relentlessly. They were all heading straight for Woojin. Woojin looked up and quietly asked, "So after Silak, it's your turn, huh?" At that moment, Gunong and Sur appeared ahead. Gunong spoke, "I didn't expect you to get this far. The Immortal, Ura, and Senra aren't exactly weak opponents either." Woojin's eyes were full of resentment. Gunong continued, "But it looks like you've been struggling quite a bit since you haven't regained all your power yet, huh?" Woojin stood straight and smiled lightly. "Why so many questions? Try it yourself and you'll find out. Come on, charge ahead." Gunong arrogantly asked, "You seem a bit impatient, worried about your comrades, right?" Gunong chuckled softly. "Heh, I thought you were a cold-blooded bastard who never shed a tear. Turns out, there's a side of you I've never seen before." He quickly warned, "But I advise you to give up. Patu and Lea are almost at your base." Hearing this, Woojin was stunned, his eyes reflecting on the two dragons, wondering if those damn lizard gods were coming. Gunong now seemed to be provoking, spreading his arms and declaring calmly, "They'll arrive in just 10 minutes, and your base will be completely destroyed by those two dragons. Not a single speck left." He looked at Woojin, who remained silent and taunted. "Worried now? If you weren't facing me and my army behind me, you'd have reached your base already." After saying that, Gunong smirked with pride. A powerful aura flared brightly around him. A question escaped his lips. Which scenario would happen first? Defeating me and the Minoto army. Instantly, Gunong was enveloped in a layer of armor. He looked up, wondering whether to save his base from destruction. The sky remained gloomy, dark clouds continuously rolling in. Woojin said nothing, only letting out a cold snort. He glanced at the monsters and said with slight surprise, "I didn't expect you to prepare so fiercely just to catch me." Woojin asked, "But how should I repay you all now?" His question made both of them freeze. He spoke coldly. "Because of you, I was able to save everyone," Gunong asked confusedly. "What the hell are you talking about?" Without another word, a fierce flame erupted. He and Sur were terrified, mouths agape. Gunong looked up at the sky, a light radiating like the sun. He wondered silently, meteor summoning magic? Could it be the Plague King? Janus? Now Janus appears, he smiled wickedly. The dumbfounded fools. Janus flew high in the sky, laughing loudly, declaring, "Come quickly and be the final sacrifice for my friends." Gunong was now extremely confused, asking, "When exactly?" Even if it's the Plague King, it takes time to cast meteor summoning magic. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Could it be?" Gunong shouted angrily. "Bastard, you've been here early waiting for me?" Woojin said coldly. "How could I miss the feast you prepared for me? Besides, I still need 58 more experience points." Then, a powerful aura surged downward fiercely, attacking the monsters. He said, "Thanks to you, I've reached level 90. After finishing, he waved his hand at the skeleton army, ordering them to retract their summons. As they were recalled, a strong aura slammed down, unleashing a massive, powerful fireball. Gunong looked at the blinding light rushing toward him, speechless. "You!" Immediately, the blazing fire erupted, fiercely burning the entire space. After a while, the scene was desolate. Only dust rising remained. The earth and sky cracked open. Woojin praised, "Well done, Janus." Meanwhile, he and Sur successfully escaped the powerful attack thanks to their protective layers. Woojin laughed mockingly. "What now? The entire army you spent so much time gathering is gone," Gunong said bitterly. "I didn't expect you to have preset your position and cast meteor summoning magic like that," he declared again. "But even if you did, it won't save your base." Gunong smirked. "Because you have to kill us first." The woman beside him shouted loudly, "We won't let you pass easily, so prepare yourself." Woojin replied softly, "No, no." He raised his hand, releasing a dark aura. "I'm not the one facing you." Woojin swung his arm and shouted, summoning Yong. Instantly, within the swirling aura, a figure appeared, a wing flying in, eyes deep and unreadable. "A jaw full of sharp fangs," he exclaimed in shock. "That's immediately a giant Yong appearing." Gunong thought silently, "A dragon?" Woojin smiled softly. "Is this the first time you see it?" "Before, I hadn't unleashed my full power." His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. When facing me, he hadn't used his full strength. Yong bent down and looked at Woojin, asking, "Are you the one who called me human?" Woojin answered, "Yes, I am your master." Hearing this, it closed its eyes slightly as if accepting, then asked again. Young bent down and looked at Woojin, asking, "Are you the one who called me humanity?" He replied, "Yes, I am your master." Hearing this, it slightly closed its eyes as if accepting, then asked again, So humanity is the one who summoned me? Woojin cursed silently. This isn't the first time I've summoned you, yet you haven't changed at all. Your crazy dragon really lives up to its reputation. The ancient dragon Yongyang is the strongest ancient dragon that has existed for over 10,000 years. Although it has witnessed the entire history of Anfen, it was cursed with oblivion after death. Now it is the last warrior and also the strongest warrior. In other words, it has lost its memory. Woojin scratched his head and sighed. You don't even recognize your master anymore, so hurry up and ask me the question you always ask. Yongyang slightly opened its mouth, then growled, Hey, summoner, what is your wish? Woojin turned his head to the side. My wish, he pointed directly at Gunong and Siro, is that they must die. Yongyang's eyes lit up brightly. It snarled toward the two. Your wish has been granted. She was trembling with fear now. He looked up, gritting his teeth, and asked, Is that the dragon that grants wishes to its summoner? Having finished his business, Woojin mounted his horse and flew up. He looked down and smiled softly. Well then, I'm off. She better give it her all fighting that strongest ancient dragon. Gunong shouted angrily. Immortal, you won't get away. Now the loud roar shook Yongyang, which slightly opened its mouth, roaring fiercely like a declaration of war. His eyes were now filled with resentment. Yongyang raised its leg high and stomped down with great force, as if wanting to crush everything. But Gunong quickly reacted by jumping up, confused. Is this bastard really the ancient dragon of Anfen? Why can't I sense its mana even though it's a dragon? Yongyang then looked up, his eyes full of panic. Gunong shouted, Siro! She couldn't dodge the last attack in time, and now she's in its mouth. He swung his sword and yelled, You bastard! Let her go! Both hands gripping the sword tightly, aiming straight down at Yongyang's body. But then Gunong looked at his broken sword in shock, bewildered. My blade can cut off a dragon's head in one strike, so how did it shatter just from one attack like that? While still lost in thought, Yongyang reached out and grabbed him. Gunong immediately got caught by Yongyang, gritting his teeth and yelling. He cursed silently. Damn it, I'm caught, but with this strength, I can definitely break free. Suddenly, Gunong's eyes widened. He stood motionless in the giant hand. Only his consciousness remained. He couldn't move at all. Why is this happening? Yongyang's eyes now glowed brightly as it looked at Gunong like a fat prey. He could only utter muffled cries. Yongyang opened its wide mouth, and blood splattered everywhere. That was the end of Gunong's life. Meanwhile, Woojin was still rushing forward with all his might. His eyes glanced up in surprise. Ahead was a mountain, he exclaimed. Finally, I see Mount Soros. Luckily, the base still looked safe. He thought to himself, if they had been hit by dragon energy, the whole mountain should have been blown away by now. Janus tilted his head. Master, look at the sky above the base. Above in the sky, 2 dragons were flying high. He concluded that those dragons arrived here before us, yet they didn't do anything. It was as if... Suddenly Janus stopped, asking, As if what? Why did you stop in the middle of your sentence? He was a bit panicked. It's not good. Janus looked up at the red dragon, breathing out fiery energy. One was preparing to unleash dragon energy. Powerful bursts of energy were sprayed all over the air below. Now everyone quickly realized it was dragon energy. Dragon energy was coming. That was it. Everyone stood silently watching the situation unfold. Demin called out loudly, Sungu, what should we do? We can't just sit here waiting for Woojin. Sungu remained silent, looking up, gripping his staff tightly. Meanwhile, Woojin and Janus were rushing forward. He turned back to urge, Janus, let's teleport to the position above that group of monsters. Janus asked, You mean the short-range teleport magic? Woojin had no time to answer and shouted, Protect the base now. Janus immediately obeyed. I'm on it. Meanwhile, the golden dragon was rushing to attack him. Janus launched a counterattack against the golden dragon. Woojin's eyes widened in surprise, shouting, Damn, dragon energy is here. Now in the sky, a powerful orb of dragon energy was rushing fast. It aimed straight down toward the wall but hovered just before reaching it. Woojin wondered anxiously. Did they block it? No one in the Alliance can do that. He was really confused. Who could it be? Now a staff was raised high, blocking the powerful orb of dragon energy. Sungu was the one shouting, pouring all his strength into holding it back. Woojin's eyes were full of astonishment. He looked toward him, young Sungu. The staff was still raised high, and he was nearly at his limit. Sweat poured down like heavy raindrops. His teeth clenched tightly, eyes wide open. Sungu said, It's so hot, my whole body feels like it's about to melt. The heat from that fiery energy has even melted the staff. Holding back dragon energy alone is really too much. He gritted his teeth to endure, but looking at everyone else, he thought if he didn't continue, everyone at the base would die. He had to do it no matter what. He growled loudly, I won't lose to such a ridiculous monster. Sungu opened his mouth and shouted, his eyes filled with strong determination. The sky was bright like the dazzling morning light, surrounded by waves of burning fiery energy. Torin exclaimed, Dragon energy! Everyone joyfully shouted, "It's gone! Truly a miracle! Warrior Sunggu has succeeded." Suddenly, Minchan's eyes showed surprise from the sky. A shadow was rushing down below. It was Sunggu, motionless, free-falling straight down. Sunggu suddenly reached out a hand to catch him. Woojin caught him just in time. He glanced over at Jeez. Woojin ordered the golden dragon to deal with Patu. The man immediately obeyed the command. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce explosion blazed brightly in the sky. Woojin then landed below. Minchan ran over calling Woojin. He anxiously stammered, "Woojin, Sunggu." Sunggu was now seriously injured, his skin covered with scratches, and patches of dragon energy clinging to his body. Woojin spoke, "I have to save him. I'll handle things here. You go back to Earth first." Minchan was stunned and shouted, "How can I just leave Sunggu here like this and run away alone?" Woojin set Sunggu down on the ground and informed that all the Space Lords were targeting the Earth deity to dominate the planet. Hearing this, he anxiously asked, "The Earth deity? That means Su?" Woojin was silent, implying the answer was yes. He extended his hand, sending out a breath of energy towards Sunggu, stating, "I will complete the mission once I reach Anfen and then return to Earth." He added, "From now until then, you must protect Suha at all costs." Meanwhile, Sunggu subconsciously muttered, "It's so hot. What's happening?" Sunggu was bare-chested but felt extremely hot, puzzled. Clearly, he had already suppressed the dragon energy, yet this heat wouldn't subside. Now the energy was entering inside Sunggu's body. "What?" He raised his hand to feel it. Suddenly, Sunggu felt much better. At that moment, a voice called out, "Sunggu." The calls kept coming rapidly. Sunggu looked up and asked, "Who is it? Who's calling me?" His eyes were full of confusion as he looked up. After a blurry scene, a face appeared. It was Woojin asking, "Are you awake yet?" Sunggu tilted his head and stammered, "Big brother." He praised, "You did well. Thanks to you, we held the base." Now Sunggu's body was incomplete. His limbs were missing. He struggled to speak. "So you succeeded." Sunggu looked up. "That's great." He then vaguely asked, "Big brother, am I about to die?" Woojin scolded softly, "No. You brat, do you think I'd just leave you like this?" Sunggu's eyes softened, and he smiled contentedly. He reached out to the screen and reminded, "All right, if you're awake, get ready." He asked, "Big brother, that's Woojin." He held out a glowing red crystal. It was a dragon heart crystal, a rare material taken from the corpse of an unknown dragon. Sunggu smiled softly. "Thanks, big brother. I feel like I've always just received your help." Then think back. The first time we met was just like this. "Yeah," he snorted lightly. "Relaxing like this is still too early. The dragon energy you got hit with, just one dragon heart crystal won't fix that." Hearing this, he anxiously asked. Then two hands quickly tore Sunggu's shirt apart. Woojin placed the crystal inside, reminding that the most important thing was his will to live. He stood and concluded, "And a soul strong enough to withstand the dragon's curse." Sunggu's eyes widened as Woojin continued, "If your will wavers even a little, the dragon energy will burn away all the remaining parts of your soul immediately." He reached out to warn, "Prepare yourself, Sunggu. I'm starting now." Instantly, the crystal on his chest glowed brightly. Sunggu silently vowed to endure the dragon's curse and come back to life as a dragon man. Time passed, 20 days after everyone stopped the advance of the forces under the Lords Association. Fierce battles broke out, the Alliance and Adan's shadow army defeated the remaining enemies, and all destroyed fortresses were restored. Meanwhile, fires blazed fiercely. Meanwhile, to help Sunggu complete the Dragon Man ritual, Woojin stayed by his side, cutting off all contact with the outside world. Then one day, a man complained, "Traveling alone such a long distance must not have been easy." Melody frowned and replied, "Meeting me must have reassured you somewhat. In 2 hours, we'll reach Soros." The man asked the goddess, "Are you okay? If you're too tired, we can rest for a bit." She now looked very pale, and the crystal crown on her head no longer shone with its crystal light. Melody replied, "I'm fine. Many people at the base are still injured. We must hurry." He obeyed, "Yes, goddess." The horses' hooves kept moving. They arrived quickly. The man said, "Finally, we see Soros. The heroes will be glad to know the goddess is safe." She looked up, her eyes full of nervous anticipation. Melody was troubled, thinking, the World Tree, symbol of cooperation between the Anfen and Adan alliances. But what should I do? She bit her lip. Why would the Saintess give such a prophecy? In her mind, a voice called out, "Melody, my child, it's time for you to make your decision to save Anfen." Melody asked, confused, "Saintess, what do you mean by that?" Arya's eyes turned white. "To save Anfen as we wish," she ordered. "Burn the World Tree atop Soros." The scene of Soros City has now returned to a peaceful time. Machen and Sunggu are standing on the wall, observing and monitoring the situation. Suddenly, he hears a sound. Torin looks up and says, "It's the goddess Melody." The goddess turns back, and everyone quickly gathers. Melody has also entered. He speaks, "Goddess, you are safe. You must have gone through a lot. Luckily, you returned safely." She explains, "Sorry everyone for being absent when the base faced such danger. Because the situation was too urgent, the immortal went ahead, and I had to follow." Torin replies, "We were already prepared. Fortunately, you two returned just in time, so the base is still safe. Actually, I should be the one thanking you both." He furrows his brows, hesitating, thinking about the sacrifice of warrior Sungu as well. Torin speaks softly. Melody looks up at the high sky, asking with worry, "What happened?" Elsewhere, a hand reaches out near the fire to warm itself. Her gaze is now fixed entirely on the blazing fire. In front, Woojin is sitting warming himself. Torin approaches and quietly speaks. Sungu flew up into the sky and successfully blocked a spell, the dragon's breath. But he couldn't avoid its curse. He adds that his entire body was burned, and nothing remains but a fireball. Graham's eyes are full of suspicion and observation, as if the immortal is performing some ritual to save him. He has been doing this for 20 days now. Melody's face is still full of worry as she looks up. The fire still crackles intensely. So he used his whole body to absorb the dragon's breath attack. Torin's eyes sharpen seriously as he speaks. But don't worry too much. His gaze fixes on Woojin, who is concentrating on casting a spell, assessing the immortal's power against even the gods. He is using a lot of strength, so Sungu will surely recover. Although she hears this, her mood still sinks, full of deep thought and worry. A golden sky shines brightly, surrounded by blazing flames. Melody stands before an ancient tree, looking up. The falling leaves fly away with the wind. The alliance was only recently formed, so how could she destroy the symbolic tree of this base with her own hands? Melody's expression is extremely complex and confused. Not only that, this base is also the last gateway connecting Anfen to Alano's multidimensional space. She stands silently watching the falling leaves. If it's lost, the immortal will have no way to return to Earth. Melody's two hands clasp tightly. What should she do? Suddenly, a voice rings out. "What are you doing here all alone?" Her eyes widen, shock clear on her face. At this moment, Woojin is standing in front of her, making Melody exclaim in surprise. "Immortal," he asks. "Are you planning something bad? Why do you look so flustered?" She waves her hands nervously, stammering. "Well, I was just Melody, getting worked up and worried about Sungu." "Exactly what is Sungu doing? And why have you become like this?" "Melody, are you really hiding something?" Woojin speaks sternly. "If you're hiding something, just say it all. If I find out later, I won't let it slide." She tries to hide her worry and laughs loudly. "I'm not hiding anything." The immortal is just startled. He furrows his brows and exhales helplessly. Woojin exclaims, "The ritual is almost complete, so the rest depends on Sungu," he reminds her. "Maybe he's having trouble consuming its heart." Melody looks up with astonishment. She clasps her hands and urgently asks, "Does that mean he will make it?" Woojin answers, "Yes." Emotion wells up, tears brimming. Melody raises her hand to wipe them, breathing a sigh of relief. "Oh, I see. That's such a relief." Her heart calms thinking of Sungu's sacrifice for Anfin's sake. He says nothing, a slight smile curling at his lips. Then Woojin turns and waves goodbye. "Well, Sungu will be fine now. I think I'll be leaving," she asks in confusion. "Where are you going?" Woojin smiles softly. "Where else? I'm going to find the last sacred relic," he instructs. "Watch the base while I'm gone. That's why I left you this headband. It will help." Woojin walks away, leaving Melody standing silently by the tree. The sky no longer blazes, turning into a dark night. At this moment, a figure is rushing down from the sky at an incredible speed. A fierce dragon flying, immediately caught in a trap. Idia shouts in frustration, "No! Why do I have to go with you? There are plenty of other heroes besides me." Woojin sits behind, chuckling lightly, because she seems to have nothing in her hands, right? "What do you mean I have nothing in my hands?" she asks. "Are we going this way?" He points ahead. "That's the way. We have to cross the mountain over there." Goblin eyes really are the best guides. Woojin notices Itia's distraction and reminds her, "Hold on tight, we'll speed up to reach the Hari shrine soon." With that, he rockets forward like a missile. Now appears Haris, the god of time. After all, although people in modern times have almost forgotten this god, he is an ancient deity who existed when Anfen was born. And only a few priests know of Haris's existence. And these priests have traveled across the 6 continents, passing this knowledge only to those who will inherit their priestly role. The place where this god is said to reside is the northern continent, the eternal frozen land. The cold air fills the atmosphere, with each breath of wind blowing through. Woojin looked up at the northern sky of this continent, puzzled. It's freezing cold. No human could survive in a place like this. Arya's shrine was already in a harsh place, so how come Haris's is even worse? She turned to reply. Haris's shrine is located in the most remote, coldest part of the north, so that makes sense, she reminded him. But we're almost there. Ahead stood a palace, towering like a mountain. She explained that this was the shrine of Harris, the time god. The howling snow winds swept around the mountain peak's space. Soon after, the two arrived at the entrance of the cave. He snorted softly. It looks like an entrance, but there's no door handle or keyhole anywhere. He concluded that Harris's shrine was the most mysterious place of all. Just like Lake Linta, we have no choice but to wait until someone comes out from inside. Woojin placed his hand on it, confusing her. Immediately, the barrier shattered into pieces, stones flying everywhere. Itia exclaimed in shock. What the hell? He turned back with a light smile. If they want to play Monopoly like that, what do you want me to do? I told you I'm definitely going in, she warned. You'll be punished by Haris for sure. Contrary to the cold, wild scene outside, inside the room, red glowing devices illuminated everywhere. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. Alert! Intruder detected! Alert! Intruder detected! The two calmly stepped inside as the alarm kept ringing, activating the shrine's defense system. Do you want to eliminate the intruder? At that moment, two hands clasped together. A deep voice commanded, silence. The system immediately quieted down. No more sounds. A man chuckled softly. No need to make such a fuss. On the screen appeared Woojin's image, his eyes extremely alert. The man continued, because this is unfolding exactly as history predicted. Outside, the wind still howled continuously, cold air sneaking through the door and into the cave. Itia closed her eyes, murmuring, "Oh, spirit of light, come to me and illuminate this dark night." But the space remained silent. Nothing changed. She raised her hands and asked confused, "Why isn't the spirit responding to my summons?" He concluded. "Looks like we can't use holy power inside the shrine." Woojin turned. It was the same at Arya's shrine. His eyes were complex, hard to read. In fact, the similarity between the two shrines wasn't just that. He glanced at the advanced technological machines. The science here was far beyond Anfen's tech level. Could it be that Anfen originally came from an alien civilization? Woojin looked back at the deep passage ahead, snorted. Meeting Haris will give us the answer. Then the two moved inside. Idia, full of caution, asked, Immortal One, don't you find it strange? We barged in so loudly, yet no one appeared. He turned to reply, I'm wondering the same. Who knows? Maybe the tradition of passing responsibility to the next high priest here was cut off a long time ago. Suddenly, a room ahead started glowing. Finally, something appeared. Woojin's eyes lit up with joy. His feet quickly moved toward the light. His eyes widened in surprise. Inside the room, no one was there, but objects were arranged all around. In the center was a billiard table with a cue resting on scattered balls, as if someone had just finished playing. Next to it was a cabinet. Woojin asked confused, What the heck is this? A fridge for the billiard balls? He chuckled softly. Harris seems to care a lot about the priest's lifestyle. Woojin walked over and opened the fridge door. Inside were 4 cans of Coca-Cola lying horizontally. He picked up a can. This was so ridiculous he couldn't even laugh. Itia, unfamiliar with Coca-Cola, curiously asked, What's that red thing? It must be precious, stored in the shrine's treasure. Woojin asked, Want to try some? Because in your terms, it's called holy water. She was quickly tricked into holding it like a treasure. Holy water? This is really valuable. While Idia fumbled with the can, trying to open it, Woojin glanced around, his eyes sharp with caution, looking at the row of cabinets and asked, Are those the priest's lockers? But he immediately denied it because the cabinets had names like Soli, Hilo, Gang. No, they looked more like personal lockers for a crew. Plus, everything was written in English. Woojin smirked slightly. So now I can be sure of one thing. He thought of Arya and the Time God, silently concluding, the gods of Anfen are connected to Earth. Meanwhile, Itia spat out a mouthful of water. Worried it would spill on the floor, the water spread across the floor. She shouted loudly, Gah, what is this? Because the gas in the water fizzed in her mouth. But since it was her first time drinking it, she didn't know and collapsed on the floor, kicking wildly and screaming. Something's boiling in my mouth. This isn't holy water at all. It's poison, Itia yelled. Immortal One, give me the antidote now. He sighed deeply. It's not like that. Wait a bit, and you'll be fine. She looked disgusted. I feel like my insides are burning. Without an antidote, we need to leave quickly and use healing magic. Suddenly, while talking, Itia's eyes widened as she looked up. She pointed at a camera mounted on the ceiling, shouting in alarm, Immortal One, something's moving on the ceiling. Woojin glanced up at the orange, smiling softly. So he's been watching us all along. Yeah, what a despicable bastard, he whispered. Stop playing hide and seek and come out here. Guests come to the house and you don't even come to greet them? The orange kept spinning, tracking. He warned, if you don't come out, I'll smash everything until you do. Just then, the door of Tutu opened. An arrow appeared, pointing the way. Woojin sneered. See, wouldn't it have been better to come out from the start? A notification bar appeared, confirming the door closed again after both went inside. The two froze as they stepped inside. A man appeared. He was now standing inside a glass cage. Someone was trapped inside that thing. We have to rescue him quickly, Woojin asked sharply. Can you wait here? Thinking to himself. You really annoy me, and I don't want to explain everything to you. Then Woojin stepped inside, asking, Are you Horus? Horus smiled faintly. Yes, I am the god of time and the long-standing noble guardian of Anfen's history. Woojin curled his lips in a mocking smile as he listened to him speak. Harris asked Woojin, Did your servants leave you alone, or did they have to catch a flight? Harris's tone was low. Both of Woojin's guesses were wrong. The reason no one is here is because they never existed. After hearing that, Woojin gave a dry laugh. What nonsense is this? I saw the names written on the locker outside the waiting room. Harris chuckled softly. Humans often fail to see the truth because they're deceived by what their eyes perceive. He scratched the back of his neck. Woojin sighed deeply. I hear your tone is just like Arya's. Woojin's eyes sharpened. Then let me ask this. The ancient civilization of Anfen is somehow connected to Earth, right? Horus's voice deepened. I have nothing to say about that. I simply record history. I have no right to read it. After saying that, a staff flew straight at the glass cage, shattering it with a loud crash as shards fell. Woojin didn't hesitate and threw the staff straight at it. The cracking sounds of the glass cage echoed. He raised his hand and asked, Want to die? This man is Horus. The staff was embedded in the glass. He spoke coldly. No matter what you do, you cannot touch my physical form. Woojin paused briefly, then swung his arm directly at the point. Enough. Just hand over your relic. I'll take only that, Horus declared. I can give it to you, but now is not the time. Wait a little longer, until the right moment comes. Horus clasped his hands behind his back, standing straight, looking at Woojin. Woojin looked up at him and asked, So now is still not the time? Horus smiled mysteriously and replied, Wait a little longer, then we will give you the relic. Outside, strong winds howled relentlessly over the towering mountains. The mountaintop was covered in pebbles. Not a single tree survived. Haim looked toward the gate ahead and shouted, We've been here a while and the reinforcements still haven't arrived. He turned his head toward Hihan, asking, There are many guilds interested in exploring Anfen, right? Could they have all given up? She looked straight ahead and answered, Probably. After all, it's another planet. Naturally, exploration won't be easy. Hisun saw a flash of light nearby and shouted loudly, Who's there? In her sight was Melody's flowing dress. Hisun immediately froze, letting out a suspicious sound as she looked over. She stared at Melody holding a torch and asked, Goddess, why are you still here so late? Melody bowed her head softly and replied, I came to say a few words to the World Tree. Right after, Melody looked up and asked, Can you two leave for a moment? Sun was startled and asked back, You want to talk to the World Tree? She glanced at the giant tree trunk behind her thoughtfully. Talking to the World Tree, the entity representing the base, right? Well, people say this tree is extremely significant to the Anfen people, so maybe some can communicate with it. A leaf fell from the tree, and Hihan's voice responded, Then I'll come back later. Before leaving, she still looked back at Melody behind her with concern. Once she confirmed the two had left, she immediately turned her head toward the World Tree behind her. Melody gripped the torch tightly, looking up at it. Then, words she had been told appeared in her mind. Burn the World Tree to save Anfen. Melody frowned at the World Tree trunk, murmuring, The Holy Maiden's words are absolute. She thought about that scene, pondering that the Holy Maiden Arya must have her own reasons. Melody looked up at the blazing flame in her hand and wondered, But is this really the right thing to do? She thought about the two planets, reflecting that if the World Tree disappeared, the connection between Earth and Anfen would vanish, and Earth would be doomed too. Melody thought about Woojin's group, pondering, Above all, this act is nothing less than betraying everyone's sacrifice and the trust of the immortal. She bowed her head, her face dark, whispering, This act is not right at all. Immediately after, Melody put down the torch and bowed her head, crying out, Forgive me, Holy Maiden, please punish me for lacking faith in you. Suddenly, she froze, astonished by the light radiating from her body. Melody looked up at the beams of light shining down from above, exclaiming, It's her! She stared in amazement as they gathered, whispering, Divine power? The divine power is continuously leaking out. Woojin's face turned pitch black as he inquired, Is this the consequence of refusing to follow the prophecy? He lowered his head to look at the ground, shouting, Now I'm no longer the goddess of Arya. At that moment, the teleportation gate began to fluctuate unusually. Woojin was startled, quickly raising his head to look to the side, frowning and asking suspiciously, Is the teleportation gate reacting? Is someone trying to pass through? Just then, a group of people hurried out from inside the teleportation formation. They moved quickly, looking around cautiously. The group glanced around and murmured, So this is Anfen? It doesn't look much different from Earth. Woojin immediately stepped forward to confront them, asking, Who are you? He narrowed his eyes, full of suspicion as he looked at them, questioning, How did you manage to pass through the gate of the immortal? The people behind, seeing Woojin, immediately became excited and exclaimed, "It's the goddess." It's truly an honor to witness this for the first time. John spoke softly, introducing, "We come from the Lion Guild." The guild leader of Lion Guild, Najeon John, smiled slightly and added, "We are reinforcements from Earth sent here to explore Anfen." At the same time, inside the Institute building, the alarm lights flashed red continuously. The warning siren blared non-stop. An unexpected variable appeared, announcing the start of a new branching point. Woojin frowned and looked toward Harris, asking, "What's going on?" He stood still, remaining silent without a word. Immediately after, Harris's voice declared, "The time has come." Then Woojin looked in astonishment at the item appearing before him. Harris, calm and emotionless, said, "You should take this." He pointed to the belt inside the iron cage and said, "The last key in the set of 5 keys of Anfen, the belt of Harris." Time quickly passed. 2 days after Lion Guild joined the Anfen Alliance. Inside the Phantom Guild, a voice asked, "Captain, have you heard any news yet?" Jun-yong turned his head to listen. About the new reinforcements that arrived. Kim Jun-yong, captain of the Phantom team, replied calmly, "Oh, Lion Guild? I already met and greeted Captain Haesol earlier." Hazim, hearing this, asked, "Is there anything unusual?" He asked suspiciously. "What do you mean? What kind of unusual?" Ha Dihan stammered in response. "Well, there's something that's been bothering me." Jun-yong asked, "What exactly is bothering you?" He frowned and quietly explained, "This morning during reconnaissance, I saw I'm patrolling around the mountain as usual. At the same time, on the other side, the probe started trembling and emitted a shockwave sound. 2 others looked at the screen and shouted, 'The probe is responding.' The 2 of them looked at the probe screen and laughed loudly. The amount of minerals and oil reserves here is huge. Developing Anfen will definitely bring in huge profits." A member of Lion Guild laughed heartily. What the guild leader said was absolutely accurate. Hazim was patrolling and asked the people what they were doing. Alex immediately laughed and explained, "You're a member of Adan's Phantom Squad, right?" "No, I'm just surveying the terrain around here." "You have to understand the terrain well to defend against enemy attacks." Hazim frowned suspiciously at the 2. Then his voice rose loudly, "We can provide you with terrain data if you request it." "Why do you have to do this yourselves?" Alex forced a laugh and replied, "We're just following orders from above." So he raised one hand and said, "Staff like us can only obey." Back to reality, Jun-yong rubbed his chin and said, "You mean they are surveying the terrain with some suspicious devices?" He murmured while rubbing his chin. "I wonder if they're plotting something behind our backs." Then Jun-yong looked up at Hazim and said, "I'll tell the others to keep monitoring them. First, I'll report directly to Captain Haesol." Elsewhere, John stood straight on a rocky cliff, looking down from above. He gazed at the bustling city below and whispered, "The Soros-based city." John's lips curled slightly into a smile as he said, "It's fitting to be the first sacrificial goat for my conquest of Anfen." John stood still and raised his hand forward. He looked at the glowing orb in his hand and asked, "So, now we're making a move, huh?" Then the system screen appeared with a choice. "You have found an unoccupied base. You can choose to destroy or occupy it." Destroy, occupy. A few days ago, on a beautiful morning in Sun City, inside the large skyscraper headquarters of the Lion Guild, John clenched his fist, slammed the table hard, and shouted loudly, "What you've done in the past 6 months is worthless." He looked at his subordinates below and demanded loudly, "How could you let things turn out like this?" The members below immediately began to explain. Recently, the amount of bloodstones collected has dropped drastically because the synchronization rate between the pills and Earth has increased. Another member quickly added that the situation inside the high-level pill formations had improved somewhat. But those pill formations were tightly controlled by Burrowed and KH, so John raised his hand, pointed at the group, and roared with anger. "Do you think I want to hear your excuses?" He raised his hand and shouted, "Find a way to increase sales for me. By any means necessary. It must be done." Just then, Woojin entered quietly from outside and whispered into John's hand, "Master, the person you contacted earlier has arrived." Hearing this, he looked up in surprise toward him. Inside the vast hallway, footsteps echoed continuously. John quickly led Woojin toward that room. He stared straight ahead and asked, "Did he bring it?" Woojin replied softly, "He said you would see it when you meet face to face." John immediately grabbed the door handle and twisted it. The door opened, and he was stunned to see the man in black inside. John sat down on the sofa opposite him and asked, "Thank you for coming all this way, but are you the messenger for him?" He stared at the man in black and inquired, "Or are you his avatar?" Then he immediately reached up and touched the mask on his face. He gently removed the mask and placed it on the tea table. John was shocked when he saw his face and shouted, "You are Lee Songho from the Warang gang." Songho smiled slightly and stared at him silently. John was full of suspicion and asked, "How come you're here? I heard Kang Woojin already killed you." Hearing this, Songho raised his hand and said, "You don't have to be so surprised. I was simply resurrected by the power of my master." He frowned and wondered, resurrected? So the Void Lord he serves can even bring the dead back to life? Then, Songho placed 2 items on the table and said, "These are the tokens of the Void and the Void Shard as promised." He grinned wickedly and said, "With these, both you and I can get what we want." John widened his eyes, staring intently at the 2 stones. He silently observed them, thinking that these stones were the keys to becoming a Void Lord. John looked up at Songho and asked, "What do you want?" A slight smile appeared at the corner of Songho's mouth. Then John was surprised when Songho requested, "Use this stone to seize one of Kang Woojin's Anfen bases." John immediately stood up excitedly and shouted, "No way! If we betray Adan, who knows what they'll do to us for revenge?" Songho laughed and asked, "Looks like you still don't understand what these items really are." He looked up at John and explained that being a Void Lord is like being a god. At least within your territory, you will have the power and strength of a god. Songho added, "Most importantly, these lords possess eternal life." John was stunned and thought, "Eternal life?" He smiled slightly and asked, "What do you think? Are you still afraid of Adan's childish revenge after all this?" Back in reality, John stood still, looking at the system screen presenting options. You have found an unoccupied base. You can choose to destroy or occupy it. Destroy, occupy. He frowned, staring at it, and exclaimed, "Eternal life, huh? I've been foolish all this time, only thinking about the gang's petty profits." John immediately selected the Occupy button, thinking that with that power, he would escape the mortal realm and become the god of this new land. Time passed quickly. 3 days after Bang Leon arrived at Anfen, Torin came from afar, shouting, "Master Najian." He frowned, staring at John, and said, "Do you know anything about the second mobilization from Earth? I want to plan the military structure accordingly." John glanced and replied, "Well, I only know that a few brave guilds from Earth will participate. Or maybe you should wait a few more days to gather more awakened ones before forming the army." Torin touched his chin thoughtfully, then smiled and said, "So when will the Immortals return? We'll set up the formation then. After all, we've cleared all the monsters around Soros." "Good idea." Hearing this, John's lips curled slightly as he thought, "Sorry, but the Second Legion from Earth will never make it here." He looked ahead and whispered, "Once I occupy this place, the first thing I'll do is close that teleportation gate." The system screen displayed, "You have chosen to occupy. Time remaining to fully occupy the base, 24 hours. After asking, Torin immediately turned and left. Suddenly, John glanced hesitantly to one side, but then looked toward Heon nearby, wondering, why has she been staring at me like that? Could she have discovered something? She bowed her head and called out, "Master Neon John." He inwardly sighed, "I need more time, but it seems there's no other choice." Heon quickly walked toward John. He stood still, feigning concern, and asked, "What's wrong? Captain Haysal, do you have something to tell me?" She looked up and stared at John, saying, "My subordinates reported that the Leon Guild is acting very suspiciously here." He calmly listened as Heon asked, "Do you have any other reason for coming to Anfen? If you can't answer satisfactorily right now, we will immediately send you back to Earth." John stepped closer, stepping into her shadow. After a moment, his voice echoed out, "I don't know what she heard, but we came here to protect Anfen along with the Alliance." Suddenly, Heon startled when his voice suddenly turned loud. However, John's lips curled up into a dazzling smile as he declared, "Our Lion Gang is the one responsible for this, not Adan." She heard that and angrily shouted, "Bastards, so this is your true face." Suddenly, Heon was shocked and looked down at her feet. She clenched her teeth, wondering why her legs wouldn't move like this. John immediately raised his hand and laughed, saying regretfully, "But I already stepped on your shadow long ago. You might be a genuine fake awakening, but don't even dream of escaping my shadow manipulation skill." Heon's face filled with anger, growling through clenched teeth. Right after, the system screen appeared, showing complete occupation. "You have become the new owner of the Soros base." John immediately shouted, "Finally done." Then, a light flashed, enveloping him, and a notification sounded. "Your status has been upgraded to Skylord." He was full of pride, excitedly thinking to himself, "I'm a Skylord now. Finally, I've become an immortal god like Kang Woojin." Then, that beam of light shot straight up into the sky. Torin, standing still, was startled and looked toward it. He looked up and shouted excitedly. This light was a blue beam flashing from above, scattering everywhere. On the other side, John immediately raised his fist, gently opening and closing it. He frowned, staring at his hand and muttering, "It seems nothing has changed at all." Just then, Heon excitedly asked, "What was that light just now? What did you do?" John glanced over, smiling smugly, and asked, You're very curious, aren't you? He immediately raised his hand and said, All right, just in time. Heon stared in shock at his hand, then a shadowy figure stomped hard on the ground. John's lips curled slightly as he said, Behold, the divine miracle I've bestowed upon this land. A horde of monsters immediately appeared behind him. The night sky fell into complete silence without a sound. Io, sitting on a chair, asked, How's the situation? Sangho knelt on the ground and shouted, By your order I have acted. He looked up and added, In the coming time, an immortal who has lost his base will no longer be able to return to Earth. Io laughed loudly in praise. Well done, he calmly asked. What about the god of Earth? Have you found him yet? Sangho replied, I'm still suspicious of that person's identity. Once I investigate further, I will report back to you immediately. Hearing that, Io firmly responded, Good. The top priority now is to prevent the immortal from interfering. Sangho looked doubtful when he heard him add, Because I will replace him to preside over the grand scheme. He frowned, looking over and asked, Because I'm foolish. I don't understand your grand plan, so I'm unclear on your meaning. You said you will replace him to preside over the grand scheme, he said, resting his chin on his hand and laughing. Truly a foolish creature. Io thought of that planet and declared, Soon, Earth will be completely synchronized. Those Skylords will no longer be limited in strength and will surely seize that opportunity. He imagined the scene and shouted, Countless Skylords will descend, and Earth's creatures will sink into despair before their overwhelming power. Io smiled brightly and said, Until I step in, of course. Sangho was startled by this and shouted, You mean? He immediately raised his hand to confirm, Exactly. At Earth's most critical moment, Io will tighten his grip on Lati. I will become their savior and rule this entire planet. Meanwhile, on the planet where Heon's group was, Junyoung looked over and asked, What the hell is going on here? Why are those monsters flooding out from the base's center? Haesol also frowned, staring over there. Junyoung looked at the creatures moving around and said, Those monsters have stopped. It seems all the heroes resisting the Alliance have been captured. He shouted in disbelief. We lost the base without even a chance to respond. In Junyoung's mind, thinking of John, he silently admitted he had noticed their suspicious actions earlier, but couldn't react in time. Right after, the others immediately gathered in the forest. They turned around to see Junyoung and Haesol approaching. Don-ka quickly stepped forward and asked Jun. Young asked, Have you heard any news about Heon? Hearing this, he replied, Sorry, I still haven't found her. Don-ka's face twitched in shock as he exclaimed, Oh my god. He bowed his head, frowning as he said, I'm afraid something has happened to Heon. If she were still alive, she would have definitely contacted us telepathically. Junyoung beside him spoke up, analyzing, Maybe she's somehow restricted, unable to use magic. Let's observe the situation a bit more before planning a rescue. Don-sia was furious but remained silent. Just then, Woojin approached from afar, asking, What are you guys doing here? Junyoung's group immediately turned around, staring at him in surprise, then shouted excitedly, Lord. Don-ka, tears streaming down his face, ran up to Latasha. Boss, we missed you so much we thought we'd die. He pushed his head away with his hand, looking sideways to ask, How did he end up like this? Don-ka kept sobbing. Boss. Run-young heard this and replied, Have you been informed that we lost the base? Woojin answered calmly, Yes, I know. Tell me who did it. He looked straight ahead and explained, That's Nyeon Johan from the Leon faction, the one who just arrived as reinforcements. He frowned, suspiciously asking, Nyeon Johan? Reinforcements from Earth? Woojin recalled the scene thoughtfully. When he got the news about the base being lost, he thought the culprit was one of Chakker's warlords. The screen flashed a warning, announcing the base had been taken by the enemy. He smirked slightly and said, How ridiculous. They dared to stab me in the back? Then Woojin looked straight at the two and ordered, Junyoung, Don-ka, take the kids with me. Leading the way, he said, Now we're taking back our base. Over there. Sangho stood tall and firm. The city gates were closed. Monsters gathered, guarding outside the palace. Inside the building, John's laughter echoed everywhere. He sat on a chair, excitedly shouting, So the Lord of the Dynasty. It turns out Woojin is this strong. John saw a green light flickering in his hand, thinking to himself, not only can he summon soldiers with abundant territory points, but also enhance others' abilities. One of his eyes gleamed bright yellow as he said, I can feel a power surging inside me that no ranking system can measure, ready to wreak havoc. Just then, the outer gate was opened. A soldier rushed in to Latasha. Sir, Kang Woojin has appeared. He's currently fighting monsters inside the palace. A smirk appeared on John's lips, followed by a mocking laugh. He clenched his fist tightly and shouted, Good. Just when I wanted to test my new power. He smiled brightly, looking straight ahead, saying, Let's go meet the old king here. I'll personally kill him and firmly secure my throne. Outside, a monster collapsed on the ground, fresh blood flowing endlessly. Corpses were scattered everywhere. John was startled and asked, "What's going on?" He looked at the bodies on the ground and asked again, "The monster army I summoned is already wiped out?" Junyoung turned to Woojin and said, "Lord, he's here." Woojin's lips curled into a bright smile. Woojin turned back and laughed. "Is that you?" He stared at John with suspicion. "The one who dared stab me in the back while I was gone." Woojin took quick steps forward, smiling broadly at John. John clenched his teeth, thinking, "Calm down, we're actually on the same level now." A smirk appeared on John's lips, laughing to himself. "Actually, I have the overwhelming advantage thanks to my special skills." Yudihan stared at him and asked, "Are you deaf or what? Why aren't you answering?" John smiled arrogantly and shouted, "Looks like you still don't know much about me," Kang Woojin. John declared proudly. "I've already won." Woojin asked suspiciously. "What? What nonsense are you talking about?" Then he looked down in shock as he found himself unable to move forward. John laughed excitedly, finally realized, once my shadow touches you, you won't be able to do anything anymore. John stared at Woojin and said, "Oh no, you still have one choice." Banka's group was startled as he added, "That's to obediently obey me. If you become my subordinate, I'll generously spare your life and your minions too." Hearing this, Woojin couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you kidding me?" Woojin looked up at him and asked, "Do I look like the kind of person who'd do that? Especially to someone weaker than me?" John immediately frowned and stared at him. He stared at Woojin and shouted, "Looks like you still don't realize your situation." Then John immediately raised his sword towards Woojin. He swung the sword quickly at Woojin. "Die along with your minions." Woojin immediately raised his fist and punched John in the face. John fell back in disbelief. Woojin stood still, watching John fly backward. Dust rose high, filling the air. John sat up, trembling and groaning in pain. He looked up at Woojin standing before him, unable to believe it, asking, "How can you? How are you able to move?" Hearing this, Woojin's lips curled into a slight smile. From above, Woojin looked down and said, "Unable to believe?" He asked, "How can you? How are you even able to move?" Hearing this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Woojin looked down from above and said, "Looks like you still don't know much about me, huh? You really think that move of yours can affect someone like me who possesses the Dark Star's power?" John's eyes immediately widened in shock. In his mind, he thought about it. Dark Star Spirit? You flashed a smug smile, and more importantly, he immediately looked up. Then, Woojin quickly raised his hand and forcefully slammed John's head down onto the ground. He frowned and asked cautiously, "Where did you get the token from?" Woojin stared at him, probing. "The 3 pieces needed to create a token are something no earthling could find alone. Which bastard gave it to you?" John, pressed down by his hand, said, "I can't tell you." Woojin, intrigued, asked again, "Oh, really?" Then his hand pressed down harder. "Then pay the price for daring to stab me in the back." John grabbed Woojin's hand that was pressing his face, letting out a painful sound. He stared at Woojin, wondering just how much he had boosted his stats to be this strong. John struggled and admitted his fault. "I'm sorry. I was blinded by power." His eyes widened, blood vessels visible inside. Woojin looked down calmly and said, "I know." Then he squeezed hard. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The system screen immediately popped up. "You have conquered a base. You can choose to destroy or occupy it. Destroy, occupy." He looked at the notification and exclaimed, so he had to wait until the next day to complete the occupation. Just then, Junyoung came over, excitedly shouting. Woojin looked at him and asked, "Have you found who's behind this yet?" Woojin replied calmly, "No, and it's not really necessary." He looked at the flashes of blue light and said, "Because no matter what, he's one of those bastards from the chat. Either way, I'll deal with all of them." Hearing Junyoung's reply, Woojin said the more important thing now was to find where they were holding the hostages. Inside the prison cell, it was silent without a sound. Woojin quickly unlocked the door with a key. He looked at the people inside and hurried in, concerned. "Is everyone okay?" Melody immediately jumped up and shouted, "The Immortal One." Haesol also stood up and shouted, "You came to save us." Suddenly, Woojin let out a doubtful sound when he saw the scene inside. He saw her fainted on the ground and asked, "Why is Heon like that?" Melody turned to explain. Every earthling was injected with some unknown drug, and because Heon resisted for so long, Woojin asked suspiciously, "Melody, can't you cure her?" She immediately bowed her head and replied, "No, sir." Surprised, he asked, "What do you mean?" Inside the prison, Melody quickly recounted everything. In the end, she bowed her head and concluded, "And then I was abandoned by the goddess." Hearing this, Woojin frowned and made a low sound. He touched his chin, thinking about her and wondering, Arya actually made that prophecy? Did she want to keep herself here to save Anfen? Woojin thought about it and said, whether you burn the world tree or not, isn't the end result still the same? We're going to lose the base anyway. Melody immediately cried. Then I lost my divine power for nothing. The corner of Woojin's mouth curved into a slight smile. Then Woojin's voice praised, but you did well, she asked doubtfully. Yes, he added happily. If you had burned the world tree, I probably would have been pissed. Melody looked stunned. Then Woojin turned his head and shouted, Junyong! He quickly responded, Yes, my lord. Woojin ordered, Go capture all the Leon gang members hiding out there. They might have the antidote. Then Woojin looked at her and said, And Melody, from now on, you'll be in charge of the base. She was startled and asked, Yes, I'm taking over your base? He thought about the items in the system's instructions and said, I'll hand over the base administrator rights to you. Feel free to use the points. Summon soldiers from the Shadow Sanctuary. That'll protect the base more effectively. And we won't lose the base foolishly like this again. Melody asked excitedly. You mean, Woojin proudly declared, Exactly. I've already dealt with some of Anfin's Shadow Lords, and I've collected all the materials needed for thus's item evaluation. Woojin thought of that place and shouted, I'm heading back to defend Earth. One day after reclaiming the base from Neon John, Woojin's group immediately gathered at the teleport gate. He turned back and asked, You guys really don't regret this? Junyong seriously affirmed, No. We'll return together as soon as Captain Haysal recovers. Woojin recalled the interrogation scene and sighed. Unfortunately, the Leon gang doesn't have the antidote, but the good news is she'll gradually recover. He looked at the group and smiled brightly, instructing, All right, if that's your decision, then so be it. When Heon wakes up, tell her to come here. Sunggu also told him to come over once he woke up. He immediately replied, Yes, sir. Then Woojin looked at her and added, And Melody, your responsibility is to guard the teleport gate. Melody frowned and bowed her head without replying. Seeing this, Woojin couldn't help but sigh. She was startled when he spoke again. Don't worry, I'll save Earth and come back here soon. Melody smiled softly when she heard him shout angrily, Don't tell me you think I'll be defeated by that pathetic little gang. Immediately after, her voice echoed through the place. By the immortal Lord, I never imagined there could be anyone stronger than you in this world. Dream on, she said with a bright smile looking toward him. Please take care. While you're away, I promise to keep this base safe. Woojin heard that and laughed. Good. Finally, you seem a bit more trustworthy now. He immediately turned around and raised his hand toward the teleport gate. Woojin waved goodbye. All right, I'll leave it all to you guys. I'm off now. Dreaming walked away with a serious expression, silently praying, Please come back safely. Just before Woojin returned to Earth, the BB station was still tirelessly supporting the areas experiencing the explosion of the Dan Duyen phenomenon after receiving requests from countries worldwide. Min looked at the red dots on the screen in front of him and shouted, I'm about to lose my mind. He frowned and said, The speed at which the lords of the dynasty are disappearing is getting faster and faster. The BB castle can't keep defending alone like this forever. Min Tran put his hands on his head, sighed deeply, and said, At times like this, I wish the king were here. Just then, the door to the room opened, and he immediately turned his head to look. Min Chan saw the BB group enter and asked, Is that everyone? What's going on? The girl looked up and asked, We're heading to Beijing now, right? He quickly confirmed, Yes, we're working with the Chinese government to take over the authority of the base there. BB frowned and loudly denied. No, we can't go there. Min Tran was startled and asked again, What? He looked shocked as the girl explained. That base was established by the leader of the Shened army. Going there now is too dangerous. Nian Chan immediately raised his hand and shouted, But we've already promised. If A Dan doesn't step up, the international community will condemn us. Bai replied softly, I don't know about that. I'm just relaying what the master instructed. Jin beside him also shouted excitedly, As Prime Minister, I think it's better if I don't get involved. Those lords of that gang are really dangerous. The girl looked up when she heard him mention her name. If we're not careful, it will be hard to protect XA. Min Tran lowered his head hesitantly and said, But A Dan has claimed to be the leader in the campaign to protect Earth, yet they won't confront the enemy. Hem couldn't help but sigh and immediately asked, Prime Minister, don't tell me you've forgotten why Dan was established. Min Chan let out a doubtful sound and said it was to maintain peace and protect Earth. Hemin scoffed and asked, Come on, that's just what people think about a Dan. Have you forgotten? Min Chan's eyes widened and asked, Really? A questioning voice popped into his head. Hey boss, what about recruiting new staff? Asat crossed his arms and asked, Why do we need to recruit more? Min Chan replied, Yes, but as the guild grows, the number of awakened people will increase, so we need more staff to... Then his attention was drawn to a stack of draft notices. Minchan immediately picked it up and asked suspiciously, "Boss, what is this?" Asat's voice cut in. "It's the plan for military exemption and Dan attacks." He smiled brightly and added, "So, does that mean we really need more staff?" Back in reality, Hin was pleased to hear Mintran's excited laughter. He looked gloomy, held his head, and shouted, "That's right, he did say that. I've been mistaken all along." Minchan thought about the Adan Guild and reflected that from the start, Adan was created without any noble goals. He thought about Asat and realized his job was just handling paperwork for Lord Woojin. Protecting Earth wasn't his responsibility. That was Woojin's job. Min then spoke up, "Thanks, Hemin. You helped clear my mind a bit." Just then, the system beeped repeatedly, making everyone look up. On the screen, a man with a very urgent expression reported, "Prime Minister, we have located Kim Chung-chun." He immediately asked, "Where is he?" The man replied, "He's in London." The British Neung Jin paused briefly. London, he thought of TF, the last place Professor Toffler was seen. "I know they're connected." Thinking that, Min turned to ask, "What do you think we should do?" BB said, seriously, "Kim Chang-chun is a key step to revealing the true form of the gang, so we'll follow him to London." Thinking this, Minchan immediately smiled brightly and said, "Got it, let's head back." Over there, Demin looked at the girl and said, "Sue, let's go home." He noticed the girl was silent and asked suspiciously, "Sue, are you feeling unwell?" A white light flashed from Sue's body. Minchan immediately looked ahead and shouted, "Prime Minister, Sue!" Minchan stared at the dazzling light and shouted excitedly, "That light." He stared at the girl and added, "It's a prophecy." The light on Sue flashed and quickly faded. His expression was extremely tense now, worried thoughts filling his mind. Would it be as confusing as last time? Everyone was focused on Sue. A determined thought sparked. "This time, we have to find a clue about its meaning." Sue's gaze darkened, and she stared blankly at something, waves of sound still radiating. Finally, she spoke. "Finally, the moment of destiny has arrived." Sua revealed that the newly built dam would be destroyed by the great forces opposing it, and the world would be swept away by the impending floods. Myung Jin softly asked, "Oh, Earth God, which moment are you referring to?" The girl lowered her voice. "Only one person here can bring order to this chaotic world, or else destroy the world itself." Sua's words filled everyone with deep worry and panic. After speaking, her gaze drooped, lost in a daze. Jemin quickly embraced her, shouting, "Sua!" Minchan beside him immediately said, "Diamin, quickly take Sua somewhere safe right now." He turned and saw the girl let out a painful sound, asking with suspicion, "Miss Bibi, what's wrong?" Bibi clenched her teeth hard, growling in pain. Then she punched forcefully, fresh blood splattering everywhere. She raised her head high, screaming in agony. Seeing this, Minchan anxiously shouted, "Miss Bibi, fresh blood is falling non-stop from above to the ground." The girl gasped, saying, "Now I know what that destined moment really is." Minchan blushed, looking at her, asking, "Miss Bibi, why all of a sudden?" Then Bibi's cold voice rang out, "Now is not the time for you to be blushing there." She turned to look at the two La-Tu people. "The Earth's synchronization process has been completed. Look, the plane is flying rapidly forward inside." Minchan couldn't believe it and asked again, "Are you sure the synchronization process is really finished?" Bin confidently replied, "Absolutely." She frowned, staring straight ahead, saying, "I can regain my original form like this, which means all previous limitations have been lifted." Hearing this, he frowned and shouted, "We must stay extremely alert." Bibi, with a serious face, declared that from this moment on, the real battle is just beginning. Inside the city, flames continuously engulfed everywhere. Soldiers raised their guns, aiming at one spot, hearing gunfire, blocking the shots. They looked at the giant monsters ahead, shouting loudly, "Don't let them escape from here." Suddenly, a monster let out a roar, opening its mouth to gather a light sphere. The soldiers were startled and stared at it. Someone turned and shouted, "Sir Mage, please erect a barrier for us." The person beside immediately responded, "I'm ready. Everyone, focus your attacks." The monster opened its mouth wide, spitting continuous bursts of fire. A staff was raised high, gathering energy. The soldiers watched in awe as a purple barrier appeared in front of them. The mage tightly gripped the staff, shouting, "This attack from the monsters will soon stop. When that happens, we must counterattack immediately." Suddenly, cracks quickly appeared on the purple barrier. He frowned, silently cursing, "Damn it! What's wrong with the barrier?" Immediately after, the flames broke through the barrier, engulfing everyone. The apocalypse had arrived. The apocalypse was countless times worse than the Dan shock event 5 years ago. After synchronization was completed, every day dozens of Danet and Guild Awakeners had no choice but to stop conquering them. Because of that, the lords and monsters continuously poured out from abandoned Dan Duyen within just 1 day, and their attack power, with all limitations lifted, reached a level Earthlings could not withstand. The plane flew across the city sky. Min Tran stood still at the door, looking down at the city engulfed in flames below. He couldn't help but let out a terrible gasp. He turned to the side and asked, "Has the British government responded to us yet?" The person beside immediately confirmed, "No. It seems the entire national system has been frozen." Min Tran stared at the screen, cursing loudly. Damn it, the problem isn't just Kang Chu anymore. Thinking silently, the whole Earth will be destroyed before we can gather information about the lost moon realm. At that moment, a voice sounded. Can everyone hear me? DM Din startled and gasped at that voice. Min Tran immediately asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Bibi smiled brightly and said, "The master is sending us a message." On the other side, Woojin took the phone and asked, "How's Earth? If it's not too bad, I'm thinking of scoring some more points." Jemin immediately shouted excitedly, "It's terrible, a total disaster, bro." Bibi quickly shouted, "Earth has been completely synchronized, master." Hearing this, he silently calculated. Dan Duyen kept exploding everywhere. Everyone was going crazy trying to escape to places without subway stations. Woojin's voice sounded asking where everyone was. He immediately replied, "London." Hearing that, he said, "Got it. I'm coming to listen." Mina stared at him, asking, "Wait, Diem, is the president coming here soon?" Jemin confirmed, "Yes. He said he would come directly here from the Holy Land this afternoon." Immediately after, he shouted excitedly, "No, instead of coming here, the president needs to go to Soon Station right away." "Who knows when Soon will explode, Dion?" Woojin asked suspiciously. "What? There are still people at Soon Station? Is that so?" Minchan's voice responded, "It's Minister Gu Sung-hun. Do you think that idiot Sun Gong-hun is trustworthy enough to confirm again?" Woojin scratched his head, sighing. "Damn. Why is he still there?" Jin immediately spoke up. "Ah, it seems to maintain relations with South Korea." His brother closed his eyes and replied, "All right, I understand." Right after that, Woojin's voice rang out declaring, "I will head to Soon first, then come to you all later. So, please handle the monsters over there." Minchan frowned upon hearing this and shouted, "But the British government still hasn't allowed us to enter." Startled by this, he yelled, "The situation is already like this? And you guys still plan to follow the law?" Woojin said with a serious face. "I authorize it." Inside the plane, a voice ordered, "Send people to kill all the monsters over there." Immediately after, Woojin arrived at the Soon station. He glanced around and muttered, "This place has already been swept clean, but with such a silent atmosphere, it seems the South Korean government somehow managed to stop the disaster." Nearby, the wind quickly blew up the blue rain shelter tent. Si-hun opened one eye upon hearing Woojin's sigh. He still looks way too relaxed. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Boss! No, Mr. President." He looked at Si-hun, questioning, "What are you doing here?" Si-hun stammered. "Well, we're restoring the city of An that was destroyed." He pointed to two people ahead and said, "Anyway, we need a base near Dan." Woojin shouted, "Forget it. I plan to return to the airbase." He gathered everyone together. Hearing this, Si-hun was shocked and yelled, "What? But due to diplomatic relations with South Korea, we have to stay." Woojin glanced at him and barked, "So what? Hurry up and pack." Suddenly, Woojin was stunned as dark energy flashed past in front of him. A strong gust of wind blew fiercely, striking the eaves. Si-hun looked up and shouted, "Mr. President, this is the sudden wind battle." The strong wind swept up dust and stones from the ground, sending them flying high into the sky. Woojin gritted his teeth and looked up, saying, "A tough bastard is about to appear." The sky quickly darkened, and then, along with laughter, blue torches lit up one by one. Io laughed brightly and shouted, "The Earth hasn't been synchronized for long, and he's already showing up. That bastard really loves Earth." He looked down and shouted, "Songho, connect a transmission to Soon. I will personally hunt him down and become Earth's savior." Songho replied, "Wise lord, but I have a question. He's such a high-ranking monarch. Isn't it too dangerous for you to face him head-on?" Io, hand on chin, shouted, "Someone like you dares to doubt my power?" Hearing that, Songho immediately became agitated and apologized. "Please forgive me, I overstepped." Then Io's voice confirmed, "You're right, he is one of the greatest military forces among the monarchs, but to win a real battlefield, power alone isn't everything." A slight smirk appeared as he said, "The only entities capable of handling that bastard are the 72nd rank, and this entity chosen by history." Meanwhile, Woojin looked at that phantom and saw the system display. Monarch ruling over 70 dynasties, the Phoenix Iris. In the sky, black crows flapped their wings, covering the area, continuously gathering and making piercing cries. Si-hun looked up and asked, "Why are there so many crows in the Soon sky?" Woojin immediately explained, "They aren't ordinary crows, but monsters called razorbeak crows." He stared at them and exclaimed, "These are the same crows Captain Hazal once tamed." He confirmed this. Woojin frowned and looked intently at the sky, adding, Now that they've all gathered here, it means the crows quickly formed dark energy, swirling into a giant phantom flashing red light. Woojin frowned and said firmly, "He really has manifested." He looked at the figure appearing and shouted, "The master of those razor-beak crows is Ivet." In the sky, he brought the entire flock, covering the whole sky. Woojin squinted and shouted, "We've only heard this from Janice's mouth so far," but seeing it with his own eyes, he realized the threat was not exaggerated at all. Then he turned and glanced sideways, ordering, "Si-hun, take the others and find shelter in the hidden bunker." Si-hun immediately agreed, "Yes, understood." I looked down and shouted, "So this is Earth. This is the civilized society humans built?" He laughed proudly and declared, "But now, it's just one of my territories, Evet's domain." Suddenly, Woojin's voice rang out, making him glance sideways. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Iris shouted upon seeing Woojin's figure. "Summoner." He stared at Woojin and asked, "Did you come to submit to me, or to offer your life?" Woojin raised an eyebrow and smiled in response. "You're the one about to offer your life to me." Ivet laughed loudly and said, "You're truly arrogant, just like the rumors say." Then, red blood energy radiated from him as he shouted, "Then let me show you." Ivet unleashed a barrage of feather-like arrows toward Woojin. This is the power of the monarch who has ruled 70 dynasties. Woojin watched the red arrows flying at him and angrily shouted, "Damn it!" He rode his swift mount and dashed forward, the arrows still chasing closely. He looked back and shouted, "They're sticking to me like leeches." Woojin immediately raised his hand to gather energy, summoning a spirit shield. All the red arrows were blocked by the shield. Woojin lowered his hand and smiled appreciatively. "This is actually pretty interesting." Just then, he was startled to see Ivet dive down from above, and immediately, dust shot up high, obscuring all vision. Woojin immediately mounted his swift steed and soared high into the air. Iris spread his wings, gathering energy to prepare for an attack, then threw back his head and let out a loud curse. "You bastard," the sound echoed, probing. "You talk a big game, but when it comes to fighting, all you do is run away?" Woojin laughed in denial. "Of course not." He looked down at the skeletal army below and shouted, "Let's go, everyone." Right after, Evet's body erupted with powerful explosions. The skeletal battalion charged forward, shouting loudly, "Brothers, gear up. It's time to hunt those monsters." One skeletal soldier raised his sword and dashed swiftly toward him. It stabbed Ivet with blue energy. Then, the skeletal soldier pulled back his blade with force and thrust it into him again. Iris immediately lifted his head to the sky, letting out a painful cry. He turned to the skeletal soldier and yelled, "You pathetic weakling!" Iris opened his mouth wide, furious, and commanded, "Where are my subordinates? Attack those pathetic zombies for me." The black monster's eyes flashed red as they responded with a cry. They charged quickly toward the skeletal soldiers. Woojin smiled and asked, "So this is your last desperate struggle?" Then he immediately summoned it. "Yong Young, don't let him slip away." Yong Young bit down hard on Ivet's neck. Ivet cried out in pain as he was bitten. Then it bit down hard on Ivet's neck again. He was thrown forcefully to the ground, only able to let out a faint cry of pain. Woojin looked down from above, wearing a smug smile. Then he jumped down from above and said, "Don Sao, charge!" Don Sao slammed both fists down on Iris's body. Iris immediately opened his mouth wide, letting out a piercing scream. Then, Don Sao stood still, watching Evet's motionless body. Suddenly, he was shocked to hear a voice from him. "How dare you!" Bright red light radiated from Iris's body as he flapped his wings and flew high into the sky, shouting loudly, "How dare you!" Iris threw his head back to the sky and shouted, "My subordinates from all 70 realms, answer my call immediately." Right after, golden rays flashed across the sky, and the ground lit up with tiny sparks of electricity. Woojin saw this and whispered, "Looks like he's summoning reinforcements." He glanced sideways and said, "But..." Woojin looked at the huge flock of black crows surrounding them and asked, "Does this guy have multiple forms?" From beneath the ground, a large number of monsters emerged from a space gate. They growled and stared intently at Woojin. Riding high above, Woojin looked down at the ground. He sneered and said, "Looks like a bunch of trash from all kinds of dimensions are coming." On the ground, the monster army quickly covered the entire road. Then Iris's voice rang out, shouting loudly. The whole army listened. From above, Asat looked down, guessing that the crow was about to summon all his minions from the 70 realms he ruled. Woojin's voice gave the order, "Don't stress yourselves out, just handle them. Meanwhile, I'll prepare another surprise for him." Ramson slung his sword over his shoulder and laughed. "The opponents are species from 70 realms?" He looked at the approaching monsters and shouted, "My heart's about to race from excitement." Meanwhile, Woojin landed on the ground below. Then he gently opened the system screen with his hand. Woojin's lips curled slightly as he said, "All right, I need to create a new ultimate gear." His voice echoed, "Check Terasi item crafting." Then the system screens appeared. purchasing the raw materials needed for crafting Terasi items at the achievement shop. A system screen flashed as golden light enveloped him, combining the 5 holy seals of Anfen with the raw materials. The system announced that Terasi armor was successfully combined. You can now have an unlimited number of subordinates. The soul power of your subordinates will be tripled. The shoes on Woojin's feet changed as the Terasi march was successfully combined. Every step you take leaves behind death energy, doubling the attack power of your undead army. The land you walk on becomes polluted, poisoning enemies. Then the system announced the successful combination of the thick Terasi armor. The awe of Terasi will increase the number of subordinates bowing before the god of destruction's majesty, doubling your prestige. Woojin looked at his palm and said, "Good. The items are being crafted one by one. Now only glory and punishment remain." Then he was shocked to see the system display. Terasi item crafting succeeded 3 out of 5 times, failed 2 out of 3 due to insufficient achievement points. The crafting of Terasi's glory and punishment failed. No achievement points left. He crossed his arms, puzzled. What? I used up all my achievement points? Woojin touched the system screen and said, I have sanctuary points, but I need to use them to defend the base. I can't recklessly spend them now. Looks like I'll have to settle for these items for now. Then he bowed his head and activated invisibility mode. Woojin stood high above, looking down at the monsters below and said, All right, let's get started. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the rooftop. Woojin swiftly dashed down among the monsters below. Then he used his legs to push off the wall and stop. He kicked hard off the wall and jumped up. The demon leap skill activated, and the system screen introduced, There is nowhere in this world the god of destruction cannot reach. Thanks to the effect of the Terasi march, the demon leap skill was triggered mid-air. The monsters looked up and were startled in shock when they saw him. Woojin raised his hand to summon his weapon, and the warrior weapon changed form. He quickly swung the whip toward them, thinking to himself, Whip strike. A screen popped up with a reminder. Warrior weapon whip strike. A whip is unlocked without restrictions upon reaching level 90. It can slash everything within its reach, thanks to its easy transformation ability. Woojin glanced to one side, and his voice rang out, causing a squad of bone soldiers to charge at the monsters. Summon bone soldiers. The bone soldiers raised their weapons and stabbed hard into a monster's chest. They looked up at Woojin and shouted, He's a summoner! Attack that summoner! He smirked slightly and asked, So, what if I'm a summoner? You think attacking me will change anything? Right after that, inside the city, beams of light flashed high up. Minchan immediately let out a loud laugh. So you've obtained part of the power of the god of destruction. You're becoming more and more worthy to be my master. He immediately raised both hands and looked down below to summon. Rejoice now. Oh, pitiful puppets wandering through the endless skies, today, you will be punished by the god of destruction's wrath. Right after, the monsters were startled and looked to the opposite side. From the pile of corpses just now, a squad of bone soldiers appeared. Iris flew high above, looking down at the battle below. He muttered quietly, One of the forces that hasn't yet been split into 3 summoners by Anfen, the power that can use enemy corpses as summoning conduits. I didn't expect the situation to be this troublesome. Iris looked at the ever-growing bone soldier army and thought, the rate of increase in his troops has surpassed the entire military force I've had across the endless skies. He stared at Woojin thoughtfully, but his mana also has limits. Just controlling such a massive army alone is enough to exhaust him completely. Iris shouted triumphantly, This battle is about to end. He called out to the Black Crows, My minions, return to where you belong. Iris summoned them all back into his body. On the other side, the city continuously emitted streams of golden light. The bone soldiers kept raising their weapons to stab at the prisoners. Each mage raised their staffs to control them. The monsters were covered in golden light, letting out loud cries. Woojin stood suspended in midair, holding a long whip, silently waiting. The corner of his mouth twitched upward, smiling as he said, I wonder how long it'll take for them all to die. But it seems like they won't be able to hold out much longer. Woojin glanced to one side. Now there was only. He looked up at Ivit's figure above. Woojin smiled brightly and asked, What did you just gobble up to suddenly gain so much weight? Ivit laughed smugly and boasted, Not only has my size increased, I've absorbed the mana of 10,000 subordinates under my command. Ivang's voice rose. Unlike you, who used almost all your mana to deal with my soldiers, Woojin smiled brightly and asked, What? You were waiting for me to run out of mana, huh? He stepped closer to him and said, Well, you're partly right. I did use up quite a bit of mana. Immediately after, he canceled the summoning below. The monsters instantly pointed at him and roared. Woojin stood high above, looking down. That summoner is out of mana. Capture him. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, But what should I do now? The monsters suddenly all fell down, their eyes wide open, lying still, turning into dried corpses. Woojin looked down and smiled. There's plenty of food down there for me. Right after, a massive energy burst radiated from him, violently sweeping across all the bodies below the ground, leaving none remaining. Iris looked down on him with contempt and said, "You're using your scarce mana just to deal with a bunch of insignificant brats." He spread his wings and stared at him, questioning, "What exactly are you thinking? Don't tell me you plan to face a great being like me without using mana na." Hearing that, Woojin laughed mockingly and asked, "How can you be so clueless about summoners?" Right after, streams of purple light flashed from Woojin's body. Iris's eyes widened in shock as he looked at him. He saw each beam of light extending from Woojin and shouted. Woojin smiled slightly and pointed out, "Corpses and souls are no different from mana to me." Streams of soul light from beneath the ground quickly shot straight up to him. Evit looked on in shock at the massive mana energy radiating from him. The light kept flashing and spreading around. Iris's voice grew excited. "So you intentionally caused those explosions with a purpose?" Woojin smiled brightly and said, "That's right. Now let's move on to the second round." The system screen popped up with a reminder. Mana has been restored 100% through the soul absorption skill. The light from his body shot straight up into the sky. Woojin immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Summon." Isit bowed his head and saw Yong Yung's figure below. He sneered and asked, "After fully replenishing your mana, you only summon a single dragon that can't even fly? You think you can catch me with that useless thing?" Woojin laughed in response. "Just wait and see." His voice rang out as he quickly used blood summoning deeply. Blood from all over the city rapidly gathered. Iris looked on suspiciously and wondered, is he planning to summon a blood golem? Why is he only summoning a few soldiers who can't fight in the air? Woojin stared in that direction, smiling, then his voice rang out. "Come on, guys, it's time to merge." Hearing this, he wondered, "Merge?" The figure of Yong Yung and the blood essence quickly drew closer. Streams of blood essence rushed to wrap around Yong Yung's body. They quickly fused into one, continuously merging with each other. After a while, Yong Yung's body was completely covered in blood essence. Fresh blood kept enveloping its skeleton, revealing eyes that gleamed with bright golden light. The blood essence penetrated inside the skeleton, quickly filling it up entirely. They clung on relentlessly, wrapping tightly around Yong Yung's skeleton. In just a moment, the fusion was complete, and the blood dragon let out a roar. Woojin saw this and smiled broadly, ordering, "Fly up." He stared intently at it and shouted. The ancient blood dragon, the blood essence throughout the city, was still being absorbed by Yong Yung. Iris, excited, shouted loudly, "You bastard, this is just ridiculous. A blood dragon? What nonsense is this?" He looked up at the giant blood dragon figure before him. Yong Yung's voice rang out, questioning, "Tell me, what is your wish?" Woojin stared at the opposite side. "My wish? It's to hunt crows." The one opposite also looked at him warily. Yong Yung immediately opened its mouth and agreed. "Your wish has been granted." Then, it opened wide and lunged toward Ivit. Yong Yung's figure swiftly passed by him. Iris instantly got excited and roared, "You!" Then he spread his wings and shouted, releasing feathers one by one. Each feather shot down like arrows, piercing the city below. Buildings hit by the feathers collapsed to the ground. Woojin immediately used force to leap onto Yong Yung's back. Riding on it, he dashed forward quickly. Woojin looked up and commanded, "If I keep dodging, soon we'll be left in ruins. Yong Yung, end this battle now." Its eyes immediately flashed bright golden light. Then Yong Yung raised its head and charged toward Evit. He panicked and shouted, "No way! I have to quickly widen the distance." Suddenly, a long whip appeared, striking toward Evit's neck. In the blink of an eye, the rope tightened around his neck. Woojin held the other end of the rope and asked, "Where do you think you're going, summoner?" Then he bowed his head and loudly ordered, "Yong Yung, bite him to death." Evit was terrified, opened his mouth wide and screamed. Yong Yung opened its mouth wide and bit down hard, fresh blood gushing from its mouth. Ivit's body fell from the sky to the city below. Woojin smiled approvingly. "Well done, you killed him." He looked at the corpse lying on the ground and sighed. "So soon we'll be peaceful for a while now." Then Woojin looked up and glanced to one side, saying, "Now you should think about that person and go catch that damn Kang Chun bastard." The basement door opened, and Super Woojin Hun led everyone quickly outside. He looked around and sighed. This place is completely quiet now. Soon Hun couldn't believe it and asked, "Is everything really over?" Then he was startled, amazed to see Yong Yung descending from above. The crowd heard its roar and quickly turned to run, dust and sharp winds swirling everywhere. Sung Hun covered his mouth and coughed. Woojin looked down from above and asked, "Is everyone okay?" The group immediately shouted excitedly. "President," he calmly ordered, "get on. I plan to fly straight to the fortress." Seung Hun was surprised and asked, "Riding the dragon, sir?" Woojin calmly confirmed, "Yes. Since you guys haven't awakened yet, you can't use the teleport gate. Hurry up and get on." Yong Yung also looked toward the group and opened its mouth. Seung Hun trembled all over, letting out a piercing scream, wondering, maybe I should just stay in soon after all? A helicopter arrived at Soon, where Woojin and the Adon members had just left. It broadcast the scene below, asking if everyone could see it. The announcer's voice rang out. You are witnessing the current state of Soon, recently destroyed by the largest monster army in history. This is truly a terrifying scene that reminds everyone of the Dan Dan shockwave that happened 5 years ago. The helicopter broadcast showed the people below. The recovery team, including the military and guilds, was dispatched to the scene as soon as Woojin left after the battle against a large-scale Danuyen outbreak with his incredible power. Eo looked up toward the helicopter flying overhead, his eyes flashing light, asking, "Why is this happening? Didn't you say Woojin was still held up in Anfen?" Sang-ho nodded in admission. "Forgive me, master. I didn't expect him to return so quickly." He bowed his head and bit down hard, cursing the Lion Guild. Sang-ho thought of Jian, John, and angrily wondered, they couldn't hold him back for even a few days? Eo immediately stomped hard on Sang-ho's head and gritted his teeth, questioning, "You idiot! Do you realize what trouble you've caused?" High above, the helicopter kept circling and broadcasting news. Eo looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Given the current situation with Iris completely gone, my appearance here means it's the right time." The reporter was startled and shouted, "There's still one monster at the scene." He turned to the person beside him and urged, "Contact the military immediately." The person next to him was startled and replied, "Yes." Eo clenched his jaw and growled. Then, a loud shout echoed over the city of Soon. "Contact the military immediately." The staff nearby was startled and replied, "Yes." Eo clenched his back teeth tightly, letting out a growl. Right after, a loud shout echoed across the sky of Soon City. On the other side, Yong quickly flew over with the group to BB's location. Woojin looked at the nearby sky platform right in front of him and said, "We've arrived." Sihun panicked and shouted when he saw Yong drop mid-air. Immediately, Woojin gently stepped onto the floor. He quickly turned his head upon hearing B call out, "Master." The girl rushed forward and hugged Woojin tightly with a surprised look. "I missed you so much." He pushed her away gently and asked, "Bye-bye. You returned to your original form because the synchronization process is complete, right?" B smiled brightly and replied, "Yes. Now I can use my full power." Minchan came out from behind and asked, "President, you've worked hard. Did you get what you wanted from Anfen?" Woojin calmly asked back, It's okay for now. But why did you guys bring the Lion Gang to crash the party?" He heard the response with a shocked shout. "What? Oh, because they said they wanted to use the teleportation gate to send reinforcements." So, Engine Chang asked suspiciously, "Did something happen?" He replied, "Nothing. Forget it." Then a voice asked, "More importantly, how are the other countries doing? How many places have been attacked like Soon?" He quickly answered, "All of them." Minchan immediately raised his hand and said, "Thanks to Bebai, London has been saved, but many other cities still haven't been assessed for damage. Among them, Greece has sent a request for aid. We're on our way there now," he asked suspiciously. "Greece?" Woojin questioned with doubt. "So no one found Kang Chun? Isn't he with you?" He heard a shocked sound. "The thing is, he's already been here." He furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" "Kang Chun is at Baibi's platform." Kang Chun quickly stepped out and said, "You're a day late, Woojin." Woojin immediately turned his head and glanced back. Calmly, he said, "I've been waiting for you." Inside the room, the curtains were drawn back to let sunlight in. Woojin smiled brightly and said, "Last time you ran away like a scared rabbit, now you drag your sorry self here." Kang Chun silently listened as Woojin asked, "Don't you think you can always dodge all the rules?" Woojin crossed his legs on the sofa and looked straight at him, asking, "So why did you come looking for me?" Kang Chun spoke softly. "I came to deliver a message." Woojin questioned sharply, "Who told you to deliver a message for me? Is it Toffler again?" He looked straight at him and said, "If he wants to say something to me, he should come himself." Kang Chun frowned and said, "Right now, that's hard to do." Woojin, intrigued, asked, "Why? Is he afraid I'll kill him?" Kang Chun stared at him, probing. "If you meet him, what do you plan to do?" Woojin crossed his arms calmly and said, "I have my reasons not to kill him. Besides, I hate people who hide things from me but still want to negotiate." He looked straight into Kang Chun's eyes and added, "Including you." "In the space," Kang Chun muttered. "Just like the prophecy said, your behavior is always like that." Woojin squinted, wondering about the prophecy. Suddenly, dark energy swirled around him. Woojin raised his hand to control the dark energy and shouted, "If you don't want to die, speak so I can understand." Kang Chun bit his lip hard, silent. Then he shouted excitedly, "I'm not afraid to die. I'm just afraid." Kang Chun quickly added, "This situation with you will happen again." Woojin frowned and thought, he's talking nonsense again, but it's strange. He stared at his face, wondering, unlike Toffler, whose soul he could clearly sense, how could he calmly face death like that? After a moment, Woojin sighed and said, "All right then, Kang Chun glanced at the dark energy and was surprised to see it disappear. He seriously demanded, "Let me hear what Toffler has to say." He frowned and said in a low voice, "It's going to be a long story." Kang Chun's voice recounted the first candidate to save Earth. He thought of him and added, "Let me tell you everything about EO." Woojin's doubtful voice asked, "The first candidate to save Earth?" He crossed his arms and asked, "Is this part of that damn lunar world's prophecy too?" Kang Chun confirmed, "Yes, the first candidate is EO, and the second candidate is a human." Woojin exhaled and said, "They always shove me into whatever fits their story." He touched his chin, wondering, but the name EO sounds familiar. Suddenly, Woojin was startled and thought, "No way, the one Sangho is following." He looked seriously at Kang Chun and asked, "You mean the EO Lord?" He immediately confirmed, "Yes, so you know him too." Woojin gently sighed and said, "That's really absurd." He looked up and asked, "One of the EO Lords who didn't invade Earth is actually a candidate to save it?" Kang Chun said expressionlessly, "Where you come from doesn't matter. What matters is whether you really have the right to save Earth." Woojin crossed his arms and asked suspiciously, "The right? What do you mean?" Then Kang Chun's voice asked, "Do you know the hidden code?" Woojin thought of Arya and wondered, "I heard that word from the goddess in Anfen before. It's something that can break the connection between Earth and the network, right?" Kang Chun said calmly, "What you're talking about is the deletion code." Woojin, hearing this, asked suspiciously, "Isn't the deletion code the same as the hidden code?" He explained softly, "In principle, the hidden code is a concept that encompasses both the deletion code and the modification code." Hearing Kang Chun say that, Woojin couldn't help but ask curiously, "What exactly is the recovery code?" His eyes sharpened with unpredictable calculation. Kang Chun recalled the two response codes. The recovery code and the deletion code are two opposing extremes, depending on how they're used. They can either destroy everything or create anything. He added that he and Elo were the only ones qualified to complete and use these special codes. Woojin rested his hand on his chin, pondering. So that means the Spatial Lord's defense of thus has been eliminated. Thinking this, he asked, "But why Elo and me? What makes us qualified?" Kang Chun said sternly, "I can't give you a reason, only the outcome." Woojin frowned in confusion. He crossed his arms and bluntly asked, "All right, let's say I accept what you say. What exactly do you want from me?" Woojin said coldly, "Are you telling me not to kill Elo?" Kang Chun immediately replied, "No." He explained that even if Elo is qualified, he's still a lord and an enemy, so he must be eliminated. Kang Chun thought of Toffler's assessment that Toffler places hope in him, not Elo, so there's no reason to spare him. He paused, but Kang Chun sternly reminded him that at this moment, he must avoid any direct confrontation with Elo. Woojin asked again, "Why is that?" Kang Chun looked up with a very cold gaze. He declared that Woojin's conditions were not yet complete, meaning he was not ready to face Elo. Woojin smirked slightly, finding it ridiculous. "You're saying I can't beat him?" Kang Chun said softly. "Please complete your conditions first. If you do, everything will naturally be resolved." Woojin asked, "Are you telling me I have to seek thus as coercion?" He quickly answered, "Exactly, and you're close," Kang Chun assessed. "I believe you've already guessed the final keys needed to find it." Woojin thought silently, if the way to get the hidden code is the same as obtaining the regular codes. He recalled Arya saying, "Yes, but the key is on Earth, not Anfen." And Sake said the first thing he did when his planet synchronized was kill its god. Then he received the code and became a god himself. Thinking of Sake, Woojin silently confirmed that it must belong to the Earth Lord. Suddenly, a dark force whooshed swiftly toward Kang Chun. He said sternly, "Tell me another way. You'll die if you don't." Immediately after, Kang Chun shouted excitedly, "Kill me! From what I know, that's the only way." Woojin heard this and fell silent. Kang Chun looked at the surrounding dark energy, thinking to himself that the journey recorded in the Book of Fate would end here, and he felt no emotion for this repetitive life. Then his voice rang out again, adding, "This is the last thing I have to tell you." Kang Chun immediately asked, "Haven't you ever thought all of this is strange?" Woojin asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Kang Chun's mouth curved as he said, "Upgrade, monsters, mana, or whatever. Don't you see this life like some kind of game?" Kang Chun's sharp eyes stared straight, questioning, "Do you feel any sense of reality?" Woojin silently stared at him without a word. After a long moment, outside Bibi's castle yard, Minchan was talking when he suddenly noticed Woojin coming out. He looked worried and concerned. "President, what's the situation?" Woojin quickly stepped forward and replied, "We have nothing to discuss. He's currently detained." Minchan asked suspiciously, "But could he escape again?" Immediately after, he was shocked to hear Woojin's answer. "He's no ordinary person, so if he wants to, he'll definitely escape." Woojin frowned, wondering to himself if he was losing his mind, but killing a messenger wouldn't gain anything. He thought of Toffler, reflecting that until he uncovered the truth these guys were hiding about this world, he still needed some connection to them. Then Woojin looked up and asked, "When will we get to Greece?" Minchan quickly answered, "In about 3 hours." Woojin turned to the others and ordered, "Then from now until then, investigate the personal information of all the staff again." He was startled when asked, "What? Why all of a sudden?" Woojin glanced over and said, "Some souls with a strong dark aura have sneaked in here. Surely there are spies targeting Sang-ho here." Minchan immediately stiffened, his face turning serious, then quickly turned and ran off. "I'll start investigating right away." Woojin glanced to the side and called Bibi and the others. Immediately, a flash of dark energy appeared. Bibi placed her hand on her chest and said, "The master is calling us." Woojin immediately responded, "Okay." He stared at the group and ordered, "From now on, split into multiple teams and sweep clean the lords of the Void Dynasty occupying the area. Meanwhile, I'll head over to the sanctuary for a bit," he asked seriously. "To prepare for the enemy's arrival, we still need to level up a few more times. Without me, meanwhile, I will head over to the sanctuary for a bit," he asked seriously. "To prepare for the enemy's arrival, we still need to level up a few more times. Without me, you guys can do that too, right?" Bibi shouted with a bright smile. "Master, please rest assured and leave it to us." Woojin heard this and happily made his decision. "All right then, disperse." The group's figures disappeared, leaving only the sound of their response. "Obediently, Master." In his mind, he couldn't help but recall Kang Chun's words. "Do you have any real feelings?" In the air, Woojin muttered quietly. "Real feelings, huh?" At that moment, a shadow stood outside the prison cell. Inside, Kang Chun was slumped in a chair, head bowed, tears streaming down his face and dripping onto the floor. Kang Chun kept trembling and murmuring, "History has changed." After a long while, he lifted his tear-streaked face, thinking silently that the book of fate had been flipped to the last page, yet the story was still unfinished. Kang Chun thought of Woojin, endlessly wondering, "Woojin, can you truly become the savior and lead us to a new world?" Bibi's fortress kept advancing relentlessly. Woojin walked alone across the empty courtyard. He looked up at the vast sky and muttered to himself that since he had already leveled up and gathered experience from the summoned monsters, now he just needed to focus on completing the Tarasi's aura and punishment. In Woojin's mind, the scene from before appeared. In other words, "Hurry up, or you'll die here," Kang Chun calmly said. "Kill me. From what I know, that's the only way." Woojin immediately scratched his head and kept telling himself he needed to stop obsessing over meaningless things. Woojin lifted his head and looked straight ahead with determination, knowing he had to fulfill other conditions to collect the judgment. The system screen appeared in his mind, pondering that if he reached the maximum level and completed the item combination, he might discover a new clue. His current level was 97, and he was examining the Tarasi item. Right after, Woojin used voice transmission to call Demon. He sounded serious as he asked, "Yes, what's up?" Woojin touched his ear and explained, "I need more points." "A lot more," Minchan asked suspiciously. "Points?" He also touched his ear and inquired, "So what do I need to do, bro?" Woojin smirked and said, "What else but do what you do best." Immediately, the system sound appeared. The Holy Land battle was starting. "Please select the Void Dynasty Lord you want to challenge in the Holy Land battle." Woojin looked ahead and said, "With the gaming skills of a Korean high schooler and the mechanical expertise I gained after becoming the Demon Lord of Dragons, when it comes to that Holy Land battle, I'm the best. I'm confident I can do it, right?" Minchan couldn't help but smile slightly. He pressed the screen with both hands and shouted, "Compared to fighting directly on the battlefield, this game is easier." Woojin looked straight ahead and decided, "Good. Now let's loot everything those Void Dynasty lords have in their treasure hoards." Minchan looked at the sunlight ahead of Latasha. "Got it." Right after, the system screen appeared. "You are being transferred to the battlefield." He looked at the sunlight ahead and thought, "So I'll soon have enough points to combine that item." A life tree swayed its body with the wind and rain, standing silently and staring at the giant tree trunk before it. Torin approached from behind and smiled, asking, "Goddess, you're here again today?" She turned her head and laughed loudly. Torin smiled gently and said, "You don't have to be so formal with me, since I'm not really a goddess anymore." He waved his hands nervously and exclaimed, "Oh no, I messed up again." Torin looked straight ahead and said, "Sorry, but you must be feeling really troubled right now." She heard this and smiled in response. "I'm fine. I've gotten used to it by now," Melody whispered. "But why did you come looking for me? Any news?" He suddenly remembered. "Ah, yes." Torin looked straight ahead and said, "According to the messenger's report, the number of Void Dynasty lords across the continent has significantly decreased today. They must have fled to Earth already." Melody lowered her head and quietly said, "That makes sense. The Void Dynasty lords naturally prefer newer colonies. She glanced at the space gate and said, "Thanks to that, the situation in Anfen has improved a lot, but I'm still worried whether the Immortal One can handle this alone." At that moment, the door flashed with flickering light. Woojin quickly stepped out from inside. Melody was startled and suspicious. The Immortal One. He hurried over, concerned, and asked, "How have you all been lately?" Elsewhere, flames covered the floor. Woojin looked toward the fire and asked, "What's going on? Has Sunggu always been like this?" Melody stood beside him and replied, "Yes, we've been monitoring him, but nothing has changed." Hearing this, Woojin let out a thoughtful sound. He looked at the fire in front of him and asked, "How strong does that brat want to become to be resting this long?" Just then, Junyoung arrived with two others and respectfully reported to the president, looking worried and asking, "How's the situation on Earth? Is everything still okay?" Woojin turned to them and replied, "What good would it do to tell you? This is urgent. Hurry back to Earth with me." Right after, his voice sounded again, asking, "But what about Hun? She must have recovered by now, right?" Junyoung stammered, "Captain Honorable." He raised a letter and said, then his voice rang out asking, "But what about Hyun? She should have recovered by now, right?" Junyoung stammered, "Captain Honorable." He raised a letter and said, "She already left this letter and left." Woojin let out a questioning sound. Where could she possibly have gone? On the letter was written, "In my current situation, I am nothing but a burden. I would rather die than become a burden to everyone. When I become stronger, I will definitely come back." Woojin sighed deeply and said, "This girl again. There's no need for that." Looks like what happened with the Leon Guild was a huge shock to her. Then he turned his head to the side and shouted, "Dream, when are Heehan and Sunggu coming back? Tell them to come to me right away." Woojin's expression turned serious as he said, "And you guys, pack up quickly. We're leaving right now." Junyoung immediately shouted clearly. Dream softly called out, "Oh, Immortal One." He heard that and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" She bowed her head and looked forward, asking, "I wonder if you can perform baptism. Could you grant me the grace of Tarashi?" Woojin frowned and asked, "What the hell is that?" "I'm not a priest. How could I baptize you?" Dream silently bowed her head and said nothing more. After a while, he scratched his head and said, "Well, if you really want it, let me give it a try." Right after that, the sound of his voice echoed across the square. "I summon the chosen of Tarasi, appointing you as the priest of Tarasi." Then, Woojin raised his hand and placed it on Mi's head. He looked at his hand and exclaimed, "It really had no effect at all." Woojin frowned and comforted. "But don't be too sad." Dream laughed and said, "No, thank you for your time. Oh, Immortal One." Just then, Junyoung led the group gathering and shouted, "Mr. President, we are all ready." She looked at him and said, "Take care of yourself." Woojin calmly said, "Leave the base to her." Then, he quickly turned and left. Dream stood still, watching his back disappear. She remained rooted there, quietly saying to herself, "Please bring back victory, my deity." In soon, South Korea, while Kang Woojin was restructuring the sanctuary and Anfen, Sang-ho floated in the air and shouted, "Citizens of South Korea, the savior of your lives has finally descended." The crowd looked up noisily. This is the one who will forever care for humanity, turning his back on those alien monsters, and the first to reach out to help us. Above, Sang-ho was still shouting excitedly. His desire is to end the endless war currently raging across the universe, for a lasting peace, nothing less. The crowd looked at his image on the square screen and shouted loudly, "What? A space lord actually wants to join hands with humanity? What the hell is going on here?" Sang-ho turned his head and glanced back at La-Ti. "Be respectful and worship. The god has descended to save us all." Io stepped out one step at a time. The crowd stared at the screen, asking, "Will that creature save Earth?" Then Sang-ho's voice introduced, "King E." The fortress of BB kept advancing. The teleportation gate quickly appeared. The guild members looked around and shouted, "It's Earth! How long has it been?" Woojin smiled slightly, watching these people chatting happily. Just then, Nian Tran ran in from outside, shouting. The president, with one hand on his hip, asked suspiciously, "What's got you in such a rush? Is it something urgent?" He looked up at La, the spy. Woojin listened seriously as Min finished speaking. "We caught a spy. Inside the dark prison cell, there was no light at all." He looked at the figure inside and reported, "By your order, after investigating all staff, we found one person with a manipulated background. After close surveillance, we confirmed he is from Sang-ho's faction." Woojin thought suspiciously and asked, "Sang-ho is that damn bastard? He's been beaten up multiple times but still hasn't learned?" He looked up and stared at him, adding, "Not only that, we also believe that the Leon Guild, which once participated in developing Anfen, has some secret agreement with him." Woojin was shocked and asked again, "Ah, so he's the one pulling the strings?" He frowned, annoyed that there were so many people behind the scenes pulling the strings. Suddenly, Nian Tran raised a tablet and said, but recently it seems they've decided to reveal themselves directly. Woojin looked at the screen and exclaimed, this is inside. Songho raised his hand, pointing to the side and introduced, Lord Eo is willing to help the people of Earth. With his power, we will have a chance to defend against attacks from monsters coming from other space lords. He smiled broadly and shouted, he's like a god descending to this world. Woojin looked up at him and asked, what the hell is this bastard talking about? Nian Tran immediately chimed in, just as you heard. He seriously explained, a space lord named Eo, whom Songho serves, wants to cooperate peacefully with Sun. It is said the South Korean government is considering signing a defense treaty with them. Woojin frowned, standing still deep in thought. Then he looked at the tablet and wondered, you damn Eo, you're planning to help Earth and save them from the monster's claws? Then he quickly handed the tablet back to Min-chan and said, leave it, I'd rather trust a cat watching fish. Woojin quickly opened the prison door and went inside. He looked at the man suspiciously and asked, what's your real purpose? Woojin looked down from above threateningly. I already have a rough idea of your scheme. Answer me properly or face the consequences. Hearing that, the guy immediately got agitated and shouted, I have nothing to say. No matter how much you threaten me, I won't spill a word. Just then, a voice rang out asking, you guys came looking for the Earth God, right? Woojin grabbed a phone and said, no need for long talks. Just dial your superior's number here. After a moment, the phone on the other end picked up, and a voice came through. Hello! Woojin left the spy lying on the ground and said, yeah, it's me. Long time no see, huh? Lee Songho asked suspiciously. Who is this? The voice responded briefly. Woojin. A slight smirk appeared on Woojin's lips as he heard the voice. Woojin, my memory's a bit fuzzy. Right after, Songho was startled and questioned sharply. Wait a minute. Kang Woojin? Are you Kang Woojin? Woojin smiled broadly and confirmed. Yeah, it's me, you bastard. Hearing that, Songho immediately growled in anger. You just called me like we're close or something. What's that about, you crazy bastard? Songho widened his eyes in shock as Woojin continued. I'm already on my way, Woojin calmly declared, preparing to deal with that icy stone doll or whatever it was. Thinking of the girl, Woojin silently thought, you dare target Shuei? Fine then, I'll take out that weakling in one shot. Meanwhile, on the vast icy surface floating in midair, Songho rushed in, shouting loudly, something big's happening, Lord Ao. Ao looked up and asked, what is it? Wasn't the negotiation with those Earth people going smoothly? He frowned and raised his voice. No, it's Kang Woojin. Woojin has changed course and is heading back to Korea. A slight smile crept onto Eo's lips as he chuckled darkly. Right after, Songho regained composure when Eo asked, you fool, it's just a minor issue with that guy, and you're all worked up like this? Eo frowned, thinking about Woojin and wondering, it'd be great to fight him after he gains power, but now that things have come to this, I'll deal with him myself. Then he calmly ordered, Lee Songho, tell my subordinates to prepare a proper welcome for the immortal. Songho quickly responded clearly, understood, Lord. At the same time, inside the new National Assembly building of Soon, the meeting room was filled with non-stop noise. Someone stood up excitedly and shouted, there's no other way. We have to accept Eo's negotiation offer first. A bespectacled congressman across yelled back, nonsense. How can you trust someone who unilaterally occupied Soon like that? The young man immediately shouted in agitation. Besides, he's still a monster. No matter how smart he is, how can you trust them? Then an agitated voice rang out. But in reality, the South Korean military couldn't control the situation anymore. Things have gotten this bad. We have no choice but to cooperate with them, even if it's just a temporary strategy. Behind, Park Jun-pyo asked cautiously, Mr. President, what should we do now? He bowed his head and quickly fell into deep thought. In just one short day, Soon had fallen into their hands. If he really wanted to use violence, we'd be powerless. In Byung Man's mind, the image of Ao appeared, wondering, but surprisingly, they proposed peaceful negotiations and a defense treaty. What decision should I make to save this country? Just then, the phone in Park Jun-pyo's hand rang. He went over and whispered into the president's ear, Mr. President. Immediately after, the young man's voice interrupted. Everyone, please calm down. We just received an urgent report. He looked straight at everyone and announced, Adan's flying fortress is heading toward our country. The crowd below immediately shouted in excitement. Adan is going to fight Eo. That means Soon will become a battlefield for the two forces, Byung-man said, looking directly at the crowd and adding, but from our perspective, we can wait until their confrontation ends and then consider the outcome before making a decision. For now, we should focus on what we can do immediately, Byung-man seriously ordered. We must do our best to evacuate all remaining civilians from Soon. On the other side, Bibi's fortress steadily approached the ice-carved tower. Inside the fortress, Woojin laughed and said, Ao, I'll personally see if what Kang Chun said about him is true. Eo smiled brightly and shouted, The one who's supposed to get the power is bringing himself right here. On the streets above, cars lined up in long rows, continuously leaving. From above, those vehicles quickly departed the city. A man looked ahead and asked, "Is everyone here?" The young man immediately confirmed, "Yes, everyone's on board." The vehicle doors quickly closed and started moving. "Good, let's go." A security officer looked at Du Jun and said, "Mr. President, we need to hurry too." He immediately agreed. "Understood." Du Jun looked up at the sky. People watching the fortress approach said, "Woojin's flying fortress is coming." He stared at it, mumbling to himself. Du Jun looked toward the ice-carved tower and asked, "If it's Kang Woojin, can he eliminate all of them?" Woojin glanced over and said, "Just as I thought, he's summoned all his minions here." He looked at the screen and exclaimed, "And there are quite a few familiar faces too." On the screen appeared a series of notifications. Lord of the Afternoon Razaki, Lord of the Afternoon Slot. The Lord indulged Dre. Minchan also frowned and spoke up. It seemed they were all involved in the recent massive explosion. Woojin looked at the king's display screen and said, "And yet they have the audacity to boldly propose a peace treaty? That's absolutely unforgivable." Immediately after, the door behind opened. He turned his head, saw the little girl, and shouted in surprise, "Sua!" Woojin knelt on one knee before her, asking, "Hey Sua, what are you doing out here? I told you to stay with Mom." Sua hesitated and replied, "It's just that." The girl lowered her head, staring at his face, then whispered, "Brother, can't you not go?" She looked worried, mumbling with her head down, "I dreamed that you left and never came back. I'm really scared." Hearing this, Woojin couldn't help but sigh deeply. The girl looked up, hearing the sound he made. My little one, it seems you still don't know much about your big brother." Woojin smiled brightly and said, "You don't have to worry at all because your brother is stronger than anyone else." He patted Sangho's shoulder. "I will protect you and Mom until the very last moment. Understand?" The girl responded, "Yes." Right after, Woojin stepped forward toward the outside. He looked at the people before him and asked, "Are you all ready to wipe out every last piece of trash from this Soon land?" An evolved warrior at the front laughed and said, "When it comes to war, I'm all in. We have to kill to our heart's content." Hearing this, Woojin laughed loudly. "We're about to enjoy a blood-soaked festival like no other." Minchan immediately stood up and spoke, "Lord, the last chance for you to get the verdict is very close now." Woojin looked at him and smiled in response. "After this battle, I will set my level to the maximum and get the Tarasi item ranking." Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. The Lord turned his eyes toward him and called out, "Kim." Woojin smiled brightly and asked, "We've been fighting for a long time. Your skills haven't dulled at all, right?" Kiba laughed and replied, "Still perfect as always, my lord." Kiaba, the commander of the Holy Court's army, shouted seriously. "He was summoned here to prepare for the battle with Io. I will chop off the enemy's head and offer it to you, my lord." "Just give the order, my lord." Woojin turned and instructed, "And Bibi, you stay at the fortress with Young Young and focus on defense." The girl placed her hand on her chest and replied, "Yes, master, leave it to me." Then he turned back and decided, "All right, let's move out." Immediately, the fortress flew non-stop toward the ice-carved tower. EEU looked up toward it and said, "Finally, he has arrived." He immediately raised both hands and shouted, "All forces, concentrate! Now is the critical moment for us to control the Earth." The Space Lords instantly roared excitedly. "Today we will destroy the Immortal, the biggest obstacle in our way." Sangho shouted fiercely and used the Earth as a stepping stone to become the ruler of the entire universe. Razaki bared his teeth and stared intently at the scene. The monsters quickly charged forward, rushing to destroy the Immortal's army for us. Woojin led the group rushing forward and asked, "Destroy the undead army?" Kiaba immediately gripped his weapon tightly and charged, "Delusional. You are the ones who will be destroyed here." He swept across. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Sanho looked up in shock ahead. Kiaba struck down from above on her head. Sanho let out a groan as she looked up. He stared at her and declared, "Space Lord Sango, I will be your opponent." Nearby, a sword flashed quickly, black smoke swirling around Razaki. At the same time, a voice rang out. "Huang Teach Ditch, good to see you again. Let's see how much your power has increased." Hearing this, he got excited. "It's you." Minchan immediately raised his staff to use Hellfire, and then a powerful explosion with blinding light appeared. "Over here," EU looked up and said, "Finally, we meet." He stared at Woojin and added, "The Herald of Turashi, the god of destruction." Woojin smiled brightly and asked, "You say it like you've been waiting for me for a long time, huh?" EU looked over and said, "That's the truth. You are also a chosen one like me." He raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Today's meeting is truly what people call fate." Woojin gripped his weapon tightly and shouted, "Fate my ass! Stop spouting that crap and just give me your head." EU immediately raised his hand to grab, shouting, "Fool! It's a waste for you to have power." Then he pulled hard toward Leto, hand over the code. Erase it for me and disappear. Woojin smiled coldly and said, "You're the one who's about to disappear." Then the sword struck hard at Iu's arm. The sword emitted a blinding light, shattering his hand. Woojin's eyes widened in shock, stunned, his eyes bulging as he couldn't believe it and asked, "What?" In Woojin's mind, a scene appeared of two researchers talking. "I'll handle it, but it's too dangerous. Maybe there's another way. This is the only way to save Earth." He looked dazed and wondered, "An illusion?" Woojin and Io suddenly stepped back a few paces. He looked up and stared at the opponent, who looked at his palm and laughed loudly. Io excitedly asked, "Is this the memory hidden in the code? Or is this image coming from another universe?" He glanced toward Woojin and said, "It seems the code still hides many other mysteries that I don't fully understand." Thinking about those two codes, did he also see what I just saw? Is it because the hidden codes from both sides are resonating with each other? Io immediately raised his hand, gathering ice energy. "I still have many questions to be answered, but it's fine." He raised his hand and quickly lunged toward Woojin with a punch. "Because as long as I kill you, all secrets will be revealed." A powerful explosion appeared, and the ice star quickly solidified. "Die and leave your code to me." He smugly held his hand out. Woojin's lips curled slightly as he said, "So, hidden codes can be stolen, just like ordinary codes, huh?" Io was startled when he saw you appear in front of him, wondering since when that happened. Immediately after, Woojin raised his sword and swung hard at him. Io instantly fell, crashing to the ground and kicking up dust. He smiled brightly and declared, "Then I will take your code." At a highly advanced laboratory building on the planet, measurement indicators kept appearing on the screen. At that moment, a sound rang out, making the old man look over. Professor Toffler. He glanced toward the newcomer and asked, "What's going on?" The young man hurriedly explained, "Something happened. Woojin and Io." The staff's voice responded intermittently, "Woojin and Io are fighting." Toffler was shocked and shouted, "What?" Thinking about the two of them, he suspiciously asked, "Why are they already fighting?" "I already sent Kang Chun to stop them from meeting." Toffler looked at the screen, wondering if he wanted to test the hypothesis. He needed both of them. He frowned and silently decided he must stop their battle immediately. Right after, he ordered his assistant to prepare the spaceship for takeoff. "Toffler, let's go. We have to get to Earth right now," the assistant responded clearly. He quickly headed to Gate 3, the launch area, where the door opened and a man appeared coldly, saying, "No." Toffler questioned suspiciously, "What?" Seeing the man blocking the door, he challenged, "Did you forget who I am?" The man clasped his hands behind his back and replied, "Who would be foolish enough not to know who you are, Professor Toffler?" Hearing this, Toffler got agitated. "Then open this door immediately. Our future and survival are at stake," the man calmly requested. "Please get approval from the council first." Toffler was startled and realized, "So the council is blocking me." At that moment, Sherelt's voice rang out, looking quite worried. Professor Toffler immediately turned around, and then a staff member raised a gun, aiming directly at him. Sherel stepped forward and asked, "Where do you think you're going without council permission?" He turned back in surprise and asked, "You, why are you here?" The man pressed his lips and said, "You dared to contact the manager to erase without our permission." One of the 12 Lunar Realm Council members, Chairman Sherel, clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Where you're going is the prison, not Earth." Meanwhile, Woojin stood still, looking down at the huge ice pit below. He smiled brightly and asked, "You seem pretty confident, so I thought you were formidable, but you're already done for?" Inside the ice pit, Io remained still, silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. "So that's how it is. Now I understand why all the lords of the dynasty didn't take you seriously." Immediately after, Io stood up and shouted, "The Immortal Army and your combat power are both at an extremely high level." His arm quickly regrew, surprising Woojin. But Io immediately raised his hand to attack him, saying, "You still don't stand a chance against me." Then Woojin's whole body was hit, flying backward. He sighed inwardly, thinking, even after such a deadly strike, he could still recover? Then he said, using high-level healing magic. Immediately, Woojin's soul duplication skill activated, striking hard at him. He quickly raised his sword and dashed toward Io. Then the screen reminded him of the warrior's hammer weapon. Io immediately raised his hand, gathering the ice star La-Tu. "Don't even think about it." Then the ice star shot toward Woojin's chest. As it pierced, his figure instantly turned into a shadow, laughing loudly. "A trap, huh?" Seeing that, Io gritted his teeth and shouted to his clone. His clone appeared behind him, wielding a hammer, shouting, "I'm the real one here." Then Woojin slammed the hammer down hard, and dust quickly rose high. Io's head shattered into pieces and fell down. Woojin's lips curled slightly as he laughed. "Even with high-level healing magic, you can't fix that headshot." Io's head quickly regenerated, and he laughed. "Looks like you misunderstood something." Woojin frowned, suspiciously wondering, can he really reincarnate again? He looked up toward that side and laughed. "This isn't some ordinary magic, but the ultimate power derived from my modified code, immortal." You've started a war you can never win. Inside the city, all had been attacked by monsters, and the skeleton soldiers were fiercely fighting back. The monsters, extremely powerful, charged forward to strike. Io and Woojin still faced each other in midair. Woojin asked, confused, "The power of the modified code?" He smiled softly. "Exactly." Io spread his arms, confirming this power resets all my statuses to a certain level whenever I take a certain amount of damage. The MP, HP, and status screens appeared. Elo added that it not only resets my body, but also resets mana, stamina, and all status effects. Woojin watched closely, complaining, "This is really troublesome. If what he says is true, then normal attacks won't have any effect on Elo." A smirk appeared on his lips, a faint smile, followed by a provocative laugh. "The arrogant confidence vanished from your face just now. Now, let me see how long you can hold out." Elo stopped speaking and swung his fist with power. Strong bursts of energy flared fiercely around him. Elo declared that once you run out of mana and stamina, you will lose this battle immediately. At the outer space area now, at Gate 3, the launch zone, someone entered and spoke. "Without our permission, you dared to contact the deletion administrator on your own." Toffler heard the voice, turned around, eyes full of surprise, and exclaimed, "Why are you here?" Sure responded, "Where you're going is the prison, not Earth." He shouted loudly, "Chairman Surratt." Now everyone had their guns pointed at Toffler. He looked straight at the old man and said, "I never expected the person in charge of this project to dare hide things from the council like this." Shurel interrogated, "Professor, because of your reckless actions, the future of our lunar realm might have vanished. What the hell were you thinking?" Toffler replied, "It's all for the future of the lunar realm. For our survival, we need not only the repair administrator, but also the deletion administrator." He spoke gravely. "You're talking about your hypothesis, right?" Sir mentioned the code blocks, but that hypothesis is still incomplete and extremely dangerous. He kept pressing. "Didn't you know what happened when the former deletion administrator gained full authority? The destroyer went out of control, nearly wiping out all our data." The old man barked, "But that's something we can fully compensate for. If both the deletion and repair administrators have authority, a new possibility will arise." Shurel announced, but it was too late because the two had already entered a life or death phase. "Professor, because of your reckless interference, the worst scenario has come to pass." He declared that in the next few days all your privileges will be restricted. Toffler silently listened on. "We will inform you of your punishment once the council makes its final decision." After finishing, his hands were cuffed behind his back. Suddenly, a radio crackled. Shurel raised it to listen. "Commander John, how's the battle between the two going?" The reply came, "Luckily, the repair administrator has the upper hand. It seems we don't need to intervene, sir," he immediately reminded. "Don't let your guard down, Ren. We can't relax until we stop all factors that could help the deletion administrator win." The ship was now relentlessly moving toward the planet with Shurel's determination. "We must stop Kang Woojin at all costs." On this side, Elo crouched and swung his hand, focusing all his power to prepare an attack. Woojin immediately dashed to dodge his powerful strike. He turned his face back and shouted, "Looks like someone's enjoying cornering me, huh?" Elo's hand still extended, channeling power as he asked, "Immortal, are you planning to keep running until your mana runs out?" Woojin's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Immediately, a huge explosion roared, and he was blasted outward with debris. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, "At this rate, I won't have a chance to win this fight. I have to find a way to break his repair code." He recalled what Kang Chun said. The repair code is the opposite of the deletion code. He talked about two code blocks. Depending on how they're used, these two codes can either destroy or create everything. Woojin silently observed and pondered in his mind. "The clue I have now is that I possess the deletion code, which has the power to devour and nullify his repair ability." His gaze sharpened. "The skill I can think of right now is like the festival in the sky, where thunderous explosions echo everywhere, creating vapor like fireworks." Ramson looked up and asked, "He's really a formidable opponent. Should I go help the Lord?" Suddenly, a voice answered from behind, "No, this is a battle between kings. That's the real deal." Someone nearby said, "Let's just handle the enemies on the ground until we get further orders." Meanwhile, the explosions in the sky continued non-stop. Woojin was launching jet-powered attacks back at Elo. Suddenly, a streak of power slashed across his thigh, causing blood to spray out. Woojin clicked his tongue, knowing he couldn't counter all of that. Elo mocked as he saw Woojin hesitate. "You're out of mana, huh?" Elo smiled arrogantly. "Looks like even maintaining that hard shield is a struggle for you?" Woojin chuckled softly. "Oh, really? You think so?" He remained confident, raising his hand and shouting, "That arrogance of yours will disappear right here. Let's end this time-wasting battle." With that, powerful energy surged like a sharp spear aimed straight at him. Elo laughed loudly. Farewell. Victory is mine, immortal. But Woojin showed no fear. Instead, a smile appeared on his lips. He recalled Min Chen and Ramson, thinking he had met all the conditions. A notification appeared. Level up, you have reached the maximum level 99. Now, strong bursts of energy flared around Woojin, he whispered, equipping Tarasi's judgment. His eyes were wide open in shock as he exclaimed, that skill means Woojin has completely transformed into a destroyer, his eyes glowing white, radiating dark, ominous energy all around him. This is the skill activation, the punishment of the god of destruction. Woojin assessed him as a human without a heart or any weaknesses. On top of that, he possessed regeneration powers, which instantly countered all critical attacks. Now, the only way to defeat someone with nearly invincible abilities was one method alone. A notification appeared. Level up, you have reached the maximum level 99, a skill that can only be used when maxed out and equipped with Tarasi's judgment. Woojin was surrounded by countless dark energy streams, thinking to himself that the skill could destroy the enemy's soul by consuming all his own mana at once. That was the punishment of the god of destruction. He laughed loudly. Is that the power of the erasure code? Impressive. Elo charged forward, growling. Let's see who holds the supreme power and whose code is stronger. Suddenly, in the sky, a fierce energy descended like an eye, with blood-red rays shooting out. The overwhelming energy suppressed his attack. Elo still wore a proud smile, thinking to himself that even with the power of erasure, he was already drained physically. He raised his hand confidently, believing he was clearly on top because he was always at his peak. Woojin smiled softly. Just as I thought, it really works. Suddenly, a flash of light surprised Elo. He couldn't believe he was being suppressed, and wondered, how is this possible? My error correction was supposed to override erasure? You're provoking me. Why do you look so surprised? The energy streams infiltrated Elo's body. Woojin continued. If all code powers were equal, the deciding factor would be the user's ability. And now that I've reached max level, of course I'm stronger than anyone. His entire body was now fully controlled by Woojin's power. Elo clenched his teeth and growled, this can't be. I am the one chosen by the code. Unwilling to accept defeat, he shouted, I was destined to rule the entire universe. Woojin's lips curled. You think you're the only one chosen? Elo's entire body dissolved into thin air. Woojin declared, I've already won, Elo. Meanwhile, in prison cell number 1, a clenched hand rested on the shelf. Toffler's eyes were filled with complex thoughts. His gaze shifted to the side, startled by someone standing at the door. A voice called out, Chairman Shirelt. Toffler's face showed panic. You came here again? This can only mean Shirelt is frowning, he said gravely. The thing we feared most has happened. He announced that the erasure administrator had won before Fear John arrived. He couldn't believe his ears, exclaiming, how could something not written in history actually happen? Shirelt's reply stunned him. Soon the administrator of the Triune system would take over everything, and humanity would face extinction. Toffler's eyes darkened as he thought. The Triune administrator was terrifying. The worst disaster was approaching, ready to sink humanity's last lifeboat. Shirelt said coldly, Professor, you have destroyed everything. Toffler's eyes narrowed, full of worry. Woojin and Elo. He judged that their selfish desire to perfect their power led to the worst outcome. The survivor is Woojin. Toffler's lips parted slightly. Then there's only one thing left for me to do, he spoke up. There's still a way, Toffler proposed. I will try to convince the erasure administrator. Thinking to himself, we need to bring Kang Woojin. You absorbed the error correction code here and reset the entire system. At this moment, Woojin stood high above, looking down at the cityscape. He smirked, seeing that all of Elo's subordinates had been dealt with. Suddenly, a sinister aura appeared behind him. Jinny spoke. Lord of Judgment, what is your verdict? Woojin replied, I'm not sure. I don't see much difference, he frowned, puzzled that despite equipping the full Tarasi glory set, there was no reaction. Moreover, he wasn't even sure if Elo's error correction code had transferred to him yet. Someone reminded him, Lord, we must use Earth's master code to carry out the judgment. Woojin interrupted. Enough, he said sharply. That's enough. His eyes widened with complexity. He recalled when Sue refused, thinking if that was the only way to get judgment, then he didn't need it. Looking toward the peaceful city, he added, because I will protect Earth, even without judgment. Meanwhile, on an alien planet, the atmosphere was gloomy amid ruins. Astronauts suddenly noticed something and startled, turning to flee. Two astronauts faced each other as one said, Sorry to keep you waiting. Commander Jen Toffler spoke, We don't have time to waste, so tell me your plan quickly. The old Professor Toffler added, The plan is simple. First, I will connect to the spaceship's dimensional interface and try to convince him. Toffler expressed that if successful, he would bring him along using the outgoing code. So I need Commander Ren here to rescue him when he arrives. Ryan considered carefully. But we don't have enough time. Maybe we should force him here and see what happens. The old man snorted lightly. If we do that, who knows what might happen inside his code? Right now, the best thing to do is to convince him. Upon hearing that, he urged, I understand. Then let's hurry up. We need to finish everything before the administrator of the dynasty begins his descent. Toffler immediately agreed. All right, let's decide on that. Now Woojin has returned to BB Castle after defeating Arrow. Kang Chun was violently thrown backward by the force of the attack. Woojin spoke coldly. What do I have to do to meet those damn Moon World bastards? He still couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, how is this possible? Elo and Woojin clashed, yet the winner is Woojin? Kang Chun looked up at Woojin's fierce face and pondered. Could it be that a completely different history has unfolded, unlike what Professor Toffler predicted? He spoke. Didn't I tell you already? They will contact you as soon as you take the Earth God's life and perfect the power. Before he finished, Kang Chun's collar was grabbed tightly. Woojin completely disbelieved him. Nonsense, you must be itching to die, huh? Woojin said. If they don't come here, I'll find them myself. If it's that hard for them to come to me, then tell me how to get to the moon from here. Kang Chun trembled, gritted his teeth, and growled. I don't know. First, you have to perfect the power before you can request to meet them. Woojin angrily growled. You bastard. Suddenly, Toffler appeared and said, You won't get there by normal means. He said, But if I support you, you'll be there in the blink of an eye. Woojin turned and called out, Toffler. He smiled lightly. You said you wouldn't come until I perfected the power. Why the change of heart now? Toffler replied. The situation has changed. Woojin asked confusedly. The situation changed. What do you mean? The old man answered sternly. According to my plan, the battle between you and Arrow shouldn't have happened, especially the prospect of you defeating him before perfecting the power. Woojin smirked lightly. How interesting. You act like you know everything, then say you didn't expect me to win. Toffler was speechless for a moment, then suppressed himself. In short, Woojin, you have to perfect the power because another candidate, Elo, is gone forever. He rubbed his head and sighed. Everyone's the same. Woojin looked up and asked, You know what you mean by perfecting the power, right? He warned. If you don't want to die by my hand, you'd better suggest another way. Toffler hesitated a bit. If I can't make you change your mind, then I guess I have to tell you. His whole body shone brightly as he said, the whole truth about this world. Woojin raised his hand to block the light and growled, You're making this blinding light flood the whole space. The earth shook, and he was transported to another world. Around him, buildings were ruined and buried under rubble. Woojin asked in confusion, Where is this? Toffler said softly, The year 2529. He appeared from behind and said, This is the scene about 500 years ahead of your current time. His eyes darkened as he continued. Humanity had reached an extremely advanced scientific and technological civilization, but couldn't stop wars between nations and resource depletion disasters. Toffler looked down, and Earth had become a place where no life form could survive. Woojin immediately lost interest. You showed me this because you think the world will be like this 500 years from now. Yes, sorry to say this, but I have no interest in Earth 500 years later. I just want to save Earth at the time I live in, the old man said solemnly. Just as I told you before, your goal is the same as mine. If you patiently listen a bit more, you'll understand the connection between the two worlds. Hearing this, Woojin thought for a moment and looked down. Toffler spoke, back to the story earlier. His eyes gazed afar. After humanity lost their home, they needed another planet to inhabit. And that place was a planet that appeared, the planet Anfen. Woojin was stunned. Planet Anfen? Well, Anfen is indeed suitable for Earthlings to live on, Toffler denied. No, the situation then was very different from the Anfen, you know. He explained that Anfen was originally not a suitable place for survival, so if humans wanted to inhabit it, they had to terraform it. Toffler analyzed. To handle this urgent issue, they created a research organization called Moon World, he continued. After this organization left Earth, they researched terraforming technology for centuries at the Moon World base. Woojin asked, Moon World is an organization from 500 years in the future? You mean you come from the future? The old man laughed loudly. Of course not. Even 500 years from now, Earth still hasn't invented time travel technology, Woojin said sternly. Then stop joking and explain it clearly to me. Toffler was briefly surprised as he suddenly felt this pressure. The gloomy city scene, wandering people, he recounted. When Earth was polluted and resources depleted, people had no time to wait for the terraforming process, which takes centuries to complete. At a station, they chose to hibernate in temporary shelters. Toffler said solemnly, there was a special device that prevented aging, and everyone was preserved with minimal energy consumption. A new world appeared, then their consciousness was connected to a virtual world to continue living their lives over and over again, waiting for the terraforming process to be completed. His eyes were filled with complex thoughts. A virtual world created, subconscious memories emerging. Woojin asked, haven't you ever found all of this strange? Leveling up, monsters, or some kind of mana? He added, don't you think this life is like a game? Woojin's gaze turned cold. Do you feel any real sensation? A world without real feelings is just like a game. Turning back, Woojin spoke coldly. You mean the world I'm living in? Toffler replied. Exactly. By now you must have guessed it. The old man's eyes looked distant. The world you thought was real, Earth created into two light and dark realms with looping numbers, is actually a virtual reality created from the real world. Happy memories flooded back. The family you loved, friends, teammates, all the relationships you had were just a dream. So you have no reason to hesitate about completing the mission. Hearing those words, his expression grew darker. A soft laugh echoed. The old man flinched as the laughter grew louder. Woojin smirked mockingly. He asked indifferently, after hearing that story, do you think I'd just say, I understand, and follow exactly what you want? Toffler was stunned. Woojin, you don't believe everything I just said? Woojin's eyes sharpened. Even if what you say is true, I have no intention of sacrificing anyone in our world. You bastard, the old man exclaimed in confusion. What? What the hell are you talking about? This world is just virtual reality. It's a fake world. It doesn't really exist. He immediately denied it. No, for someone from another world like you, maybe it's fake, but at least for me, it's real. Toffler tried to explain. I even know you're from the real world. Don't you want to know what it's like there? Woojin asked back. I'm from another world? The old man hurriedly answered. Yes. Actually, you were once a lunar realm researcher like me. We created terraforming technology together to help Earth's people migrate to Anfen. Chains of numbers appeared, Toffler added, but then an error occurred in the virtual world. He concluded that's why you had to log in here to fix that error. You asked, that error is Shanae, right? He replied, exactly. Toffler analyzed, Shanae is an interplanetary network unknown to anyone that appeared in the virtual world, so people started using it to travel between planets and steal codes. Woojin remembered the monsters. Those must be the lords of the trio Kao, right? The old man's eyes were determined. We have to find a way to eliminate them, because in the worst case, all humanity in the virtual world won't be able to return to the real world anymore. Toffler frowned. So our plan is for me to decide to send researchers implanted with two types of codes to handle that error. You looked up and asked, so the two researchers are me and Elo? Exactly, the answer came quickly. Toffler continued analyzing. The deletion code implanted in you was to permanently erase them, and the repair code implanted in Elo was to restore the entire system if the plan failed. Woojin listened silently, sinking into thought. So, the scene you saw when fighting Elo was really a memory from the past. The old man hesitated slightly and said, we succeeded in implanting the codes into you two, but then a problem arose. Woojin immediately responded, we lost our memories. Toffler agreed, saying it was probably because the codes implanted in you partially affected your brains. He recounted that when he realized the situation was getting worse, they constantly observed and closely monitored you, intervening when necessary and helping you perfect your codes. Memories rolled out like a long drama. We have done this process countless times, Woojin asked confusedly. And all those efforts went up in smoke? What was the problem back then? Toffler answered softly. The strongest Shanae, commanding 72 kings, was much more formidable than we thought. He was full of regret. All our efforts were stopped by him alone. We almost lost the hidden code, too. But then we managed to prevent that scenario thanks to Elo's repair code. Toffler spoke urgently. Hearing that, you asked, he's after the hidden code? He confirmed. Yes, he is an entity holding all 72 codes controlling the non-existence dimension in the virtual world. Toffler was suspicious, and the only thing he didn't have was the hidden code, so of course he wants it. This might also be why he sent you back to Earth intact from Anfen. Hearing this, Woojin was unsettled and suddenly asked with surprise, wait, he's the one who sent me back to Earth? But the one who sent me back was clearly the Trio Kong administrator. The old man replied, yes. His voice lowered, the other name of the 72nd king. The one holding the codes controlling the Trio Kong is the name spoken as the Trio Kong administrator. Woojin cursed. Damn it! Clutching his head in frustration, we've been spun around in his palm. Suddenly, Toffler reassured. It's okay. He said that right now, the lunar realm is still trying its best to find the best possible outcome so you and Elo can save the virtual world. However, those efforts are mostly aimed at success for the next intervention session, not this one anymore. Toffler's tone was cold, because now Elo has disappeared. The old man also regarded it as a warning, so he couldn't face the administrator of the void alone. Toffler bowed his head slightly and lowered his voice. Woojin, I beg you. Then the soul particles floated and hovered throughout the air according to his wish, surprising Woojin for a moment. Please complete your rites. Lights flickered faintly all around the space. Did you think the illusions were fading away? Toffler announced. Once you complete your rites, we will help you log out back to the real world. He added, and use the error correction code inside your body to reset the virtual world. His eyes full of hope and trust, hoping you will make a wise decision for the future of the real Earth. Back in reality, Woojin was standing with Woojin, the light gradually fading away. He looked into the void and exclaimed. He disappeared on his own again. Over here, everyone's faces looked panicked now. Someone asked, why is everyone gathered here like this? Worried voices spoke up. President, are you all right? We heard something explode inside. Woojin rubbed his confused head and reassured, everyone, there's no need to worry. Min's face was full of concern. But you don't look well. Are you sure nothing happened? He smiled softly. Are you all really worried about me? Woojin's question left everyone stunned and confused. His lips pressed lightly together. This was quite a new experience. Woojin never expected, besides his mother, to meet people who cared for him like this. Then Woojin turned and said, everyone, follow me. There's something you all need to know. On the other side, in another world, the scene was still desolate and ruined, with electric sparks flashing. Toffler woke up, after a long journey, clutching his head and letting out a shout. Hazal approached and asked, Professor, how's the situation? He hesitated uncertainly. I'm not sure either. I don't know what decision he will make. He asked in shock, if he can't retrieve the code, how are we supposed to reset the system? Toffler's face was thoughtful. He's right. If Woojin doesn't become the holder of Earth's code, bringing him back here won't be of any use. Thinking of Woojin's sister, Sua, if he doesn't do anything for Earth's god, his eyes darkened. The only option left is now, somewhere else. Unde is watching his phone and rambling. I do have some free time right now, huh? Really? Do I have to guard the underground prison like this? Boring. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his face shocked as he looked to the side where a hand shot at lightning speed. Woojin appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Unde's neck tightly. He growled, how do you get from here to Kang Su's room? Above in the sky, a massive spaceship flew through the air. Everyone gathered around a round table for a meeting. Whispered voices murmured, I wonder how serious the announcement is that the president hesitated for so long. Let's wait a few more minutes. It must be very important news. Woojin closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and spoke. Everyone, don't panic and listen carefully. Everyone immediately returned to a focused state. Yes, Mr. President, he announced seriously. Maybe we can't clearly feel it, but from what I know, this world is actually a virtual reality. The real world is currently in the year 2029 and standing on the brink of apocalypse. Not only that, in the real world, we are inside a kind of cocoon dreaming this virtual reality. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and exclaimed, what the heck? Someone slapped their head laughing loudly. President, you're really funny. We're living in a world where monsters have already appeared, so that could happen, right? Woojin's eyes darkened immediately, and he angrily shouted, this is no joke. Shut up and listen. Min's face was tense as he asked, President, where did you hear that from? This is too absurd. It's hard for us to believe it all of a sudden. He replied, well, you're right. Honestly, I don't fully believe it either. I remember Toffler. This is what Toffler told me. I was interrogating Chun in the underground prison when he suddenly appeared. Hemin was stunned, realizing the noise just now came from Danuyen. Yeah, Woojin said quietly. In short, if what he said is true, then his sudden appearances and disappearances in different places make sense because he can appear here by logging in from his world. His words left everyone wide-eyed in shock. Min thought anxiously, wait, if this world is virtual, then, he hurriedly asked, President, if all this is true, are we also existing in another world? What about the non-human races here? More questions followed. What about the Rati tribe that has always helped us? He answered, they're just NPCs in the game. 500 years have passed. If we've reached such a distant future, it's no surprise that AI technology can create personalities like that, right? Woojin added, besides, we can't be sure this phenomenon only affects other races. Maybe there are NPCs among humans too. Everyone was truly amazed now. It's possible some of them are NPCs. He smirked. So? Do you guys feel like you're just fakes? Min raised both hands and said loudly, no way. Me a fake? That's something I could never imagine. Everyone quickly shouted, me too. Do you know how hard I had to struggle to get this far? How could I possibly be fake? Do and Ka also shouted in panic. That's right, Mr. President. I have a real family who truly trusts and waits for me to come back. Woojin smiled lightly. Exactly. We had to endure so much just to survive and get here. And suddenly someone tells us to give up everything, saying it's all fake? That's something no one can accept. A smirk appeared on his lips. So I decided to go see for myself. Minchan asked. What? How do you plan to go? I know a way to get there. He heard Woojin answer with a hint of curiosity. He stood up and instructed, "I'll check quickly and come right back. So everyone stay here with my army and protect this place." Woojin said confidently, "I'm entrusting my mother and Sua to all of you." Soon after, he arrived at the Eastern Asian Gobi Desert. Woojin ordered a scan to see if anyone was around. The report came back quickly. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, there was no sign of human life. This was definitely not a suitable place for hunting people. He reminded, "Don't say such strange things anymore. It's good if no one is here," Woojin asked. "Now, let's get started, shall we?" Without hesitation, he formed a fist. A notification appeared. "You have purchased the Heavenly Seal Stone. You have purchased the Compass of Truth. You have purchased the Summoning Stone of the Forgotten Saint." Immediately, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Strong auras rose, and Woojin smiled. Here, the compass and 2 stones floated up. This was the method he finally discovered after spending 20 years in Anfen to return to Earth. Quickly summoning, a cross-shaped beam of light flashed. It was the administrator of the Celestial Court. The beam shot straight down, and a powerful aura spread throughout the space. Now everywhere, a wall of light flared up like a solid shield protecting everything. He looked up with satisfaction as a beam of light shot straight upward. Within that powerful aura, a figure appeared, its parts quickly assembling beneath the armor. A growling voice sounded, "Oh, warrior who has reached your ultimate potential." The Celestial Court Administrator appeared huge, looking down and asking, "Where do you want to go?" A notification appeared. "You have successfully summoned the Celestial Court Administrator by combining 3 achievements." Woojin stood with hands on hips, looking up with authority. He replied, "Earth, take me to the real Earth." The administrator paused, then said, "If you are looking for Earth, this is exactly the place where you are standing." Woojin was sharp and determined. "Not a fake. I mean the real Earth. Can't you understand?" Still stubbornly arguing. "What's the difference between real and fake? Are you trying to debate philosophy with me? Mountains are high, but there are higher mountains," he firmly expressed. "Then I'll make it simple. Take me back to Earth, the place with the moon realm." The administrator was silent for a moment, then softly said, "You cannot go there." Woojin's eyes sharpened, impatience showing. He asked, "Why?" This time, the administrator remained completely silent. His expression darkened. "Not answering me? But this answer is clear enough." Now Woojin raised the sword in his hand and declared, "You must die for my Earth." The Celestial Court Administrator, or in other words, Woojin growled, "Shanae, commander of the 72 War Kings." The administrator spoke in a deep voice. "I never expected you to know my real name and still challenge me like this." He extended his short, stubby hand. "Then pour all the power of the erasure code you hold onto me." So the administrator also knew the code that Woojin possessed. His hand began to glow brightly. Suddenly, Woojin's eyes widened in shock. The administrator growled, "Die, drowned in despair before my power." Now, a strong aura flared around him. The administrator declared, "This warrior has reached his ultimate potential. You will die drowned in despair before my power." Woojin thought to himself, "Is he gathering mana?" The administrator sucked mana strongly inside. Woojin's eyes were full of astonishment as powerful mana streams entered him. An explosion of aura burst forth, shining with dazzling brightness. A radiant light like the moon appeared. From within that light, the administrator's figure emerged. His eyes now filled with mana. Woojin's feet touched the ground. He smirked, concentrating mana into a single focused attack aimed at one point. "If I get hit by that, even the soul armor would be helpless." Woojin moved, flying up, then charged powerfully with a cold glare, ready to fight him in close combat. A strong force swept past the administrator, surprising him briefly. Woojin held the high ground, turning back toward the administrator. Suddenly, he spoke. "Your tactic is very predictable." After finishing, the administrator's figure instantly disappeared. Quickly, he reappeared right in front of Woojin. A huge, shining mana stream appeared. From below, the administrator projected powerful mana beams, but Woojin refused to back down, rushing down to break that mana flow. The entire aura was completely shattered. Woojin chuckled lightly. "What? That was predictable too?" The administrator said nothing but split his body into 2, then fused the fiery blood veins together. Suddenly, Woojin narrowed his eyes, staring with a hint of surprise. The administrator growled, "Your attacks have no effect on me." Woojin couldn't believe it and wondered, did it just stick together like that? Then, the administrator's hand clenched tightly. He was now completely stunned by the situation before him. A powerful punch was thrown from his side. The administrator withdrew his hand and stood watching. Luckily, Woojin had just managed to swiftly leap high to dodge the blow. From above, he spoke, "A type of attribute that nullifies physical damage." Huh. As he spoke, Woojin held up his bow and arrow, raising the bow and drawing the arrow back and forth. "So this is the info that appeared. What about this?" The warrior's weapon transformed into a bow and arrow. Instantly, arrows shot out like sparks, fiercely attacking the administrator. An explosion erupted with a loud boom. Woojin chuckled softly. My arrows are made from mana, so they'll sting a bit. Through the white smoke, he looked up at the administrator, who was pierced by numerous arrows. Suddenly, a cross-shaped mana light flared up. The dazzling light shone directly into his face, causing him to be shocked. A powerful mana beam attacked straight at Woojin. It was like a plane flying straight from the ground up to the sky. Another explosion burst in the middle of the vast desert. He collapsed beneath it, teeth clenched, trembling in pain. Woojin sat up holding his head, his hands empty behind him, his body feeling like it was about to shatter. Filled with confusion, he asked, "But how can this be? Even a mana-based attack can't harm him?" Now on the administrator's body, the arrow was slowly disappearing. Woojin's eyes widened as he observed. The arrows had vanished. He couldn't believe the administrator was absorbing his mana arrows. Woojin smirked lightly. Damn, what kind of unfair power is this? Should I summon my legion now? No. Ordinary attacks won't do anything to him. Even if I summon my legion, it will only make this battle more exhausting for me. Woojin assessed that the only effective attack against him was when his hands clenched tightly, releasing shadowy energy. This was the punishment of the god of destruction. Woojin's cold eyes glowed fiercely. An attack wielding the power of the erasure code. The administrator spoke. This is the aura of the erasure code. So you finally decided to use it. Without further words, Woojin launched his attack. The administrator growled. Come on, put all your strength into it. Woojin gritted his teeth with determination. Facing such a strong enemy, he had to pour all his mana into this strike. The aura quickly surged toward him, the administrator's hand blocking Woojin's powerful punch. He said coldly, I see. So this is the power of the erasure code. Woojin's lips curled into a sly smile. He asked, how long do you think you can keep pretending to be calm like this? Woojin extended his hand in a gesture of surrender and declared, too bad for you, but it's too late to regret now. A cold voice said goodbye. A purple aura ball flared up, radiating dazzling light throughout the space. Suddenly, the administrator's provocative voice echoed. Administrator Erasure, I must admit I'm a bit surprised by your power. Woojin's eyes widened again in shock as a mana beam descended and shone directly on him. But the administrator appeared and said coldly, you can't defeat me with that incomplete erasure code. Woojin looked up, furrowing his brow. Damn, I have to find another way. But while lost in thought, the administrator's giant hand lunged to grab Woojin. He was quickly restrained and trapped in the administrator's grasp. The administrator growled, you and your code will become a part of me. Immediately, a powerful light flashed. The light shone straight into Woojin's eyes, shocking him. The light spread throughout the space. Elsewhere, a girl's face parted her lips slightly, trembling as she gasped. Min-chan was stunned and asked, what's wrong? Is Bibi okay? Bibi stammered. Master, the master's aura has disappeared. The words left him wide-eyed in shock. Meanwhile, on planet Anfen at the Soros base, a small figure sat inside, hands clasped behind her head. Melody closed her eyes, thinking of Woojin. Immortal One, has something happened to him? She slowly opened her eyes, filled with sorrow, sensing something bad. Suddenly, a voice called out. The goddess Melody turned and called, Captain Heesun. She stood and asked, where did you go? You suddenly disappeared and everyone was worried because you didn't come back for a long time. Heesun replied, sorry for making you worry. Goddess, I took so long because I was searching for a power that could help our leader. Melody stammered. So that means you found something? She clenched her fists and answered, yes. I found a great power that has protected Anfen for thousands of years. Heesun smiled softly and continued, with this power, Sungu and I will support him. Childhood memories flooded back. A salamander roasted over blazing flames lifted with a shout. Oh, it's perfectly cooked now. Hurry and finish the rest. The boy turned and urged. We have to eat quickly and get back before the adults return. His friend replied, if we get caught, we'll get scolded for sure. Suddenly, their eyes widened in surprise as they looked toward the flames. Huh? The fire suddenly flared up fiercely, causing the three kids to run off. What is that? They looked up at a face filled with shock and panic. Someone appeared from the fire over there. They shouted loudly because now, amidst the flames, a naked man appeared on the airship. At this moment, the image of a crater with water stains appeared along with the announcer's voice. You are seeing images transmitted by satellite. Recording the scene after a massive explosion in the Gobi Desert. The explosion is suspected to have caused a crater about 2 kilometers in diameter. A figure appeared. It was the administrator, and right in the middle of that crater was a monster, fully armored after the explosion. The map with arrows pointed to a location in Beijing. It seemed the monster was relentlessly advancing toward Beijing. The editor continuously reported that local authorities had dispatched China's strongest guild, Rimsam, to the scene, and they would soon confront the wave of monsters. We will update you with further developments as soon as we receive information, a panicked voice shouted. What the hell is that? The Hun vehicle turned to ask her. Is the president heading to the Gobi Desert? Could he have been caught in that explosion? Bai replied, I don't know, but I can be sure the master is still alive. If anything had happened to the master, I would have been summoned back already. Myung-jin approached. I also think the master is safe. His aura disappeared probably because he has already reached the lunar realm. He glanced sideways. Right now, all we can do is trust and wait for his return. Myung-jin looked up at the screen worriedly. More importantly, what worries me is actually that guy. He asked, What is that? A new trio Kung Lord no one knows about yet? Myung-shung turned to ask B. Hey B, can you expand the Tria Kung Lord's route on the map for me? She agreed. Ah, alright. Wait a moment. The map quickly appeared. Beijing Sun. He clenched his teeth. I hoped I was wrong, but it looks like I wasn't wrong at all. Super Hun muttered silently. Prime Minister, could the monster's target be? Looking up at the map of Super Un. But he quickly paused. Wait, is it aiming at us? Because BB Castle appeared on the map. The administrator was using strong forces to attack everyone in a wasteland 800 kilometers from Beijing. Everyone shouted, Attack! Focus all firepower on him. Hearing this, a silence fell. The administrator growled, mocking a bunch of fools who worship their great king but don't even realize it. How can they be so stupid? Someone suddenly gasped in shock. She turned and shouted loudly, There's a mana fluctuation coming from him. Defense team, quickly raise the barricades. The administrator laughed loudly. Earthlings, you all need to realize your own stupidity. A powerful light burst forth, illuminating the entire space. He quickly returned to normal, looking down to see everyone lying dead on the ground. He complained irritably, just because of these pests, I wasted too much time. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky. He looked toward it, judging the Earth God was in that direction. The administrator's eyes narrowed. Almost there. Almost got the complete deletion code. On the macro screen, joy blossomed on his face. Sir, we have a chance now. Just follow the plan, and we can save the virtual world from Shanae's threat. A man immediately objected. No, that's too dangerous. He analyzed forcefully. You plan to get the code alone and log in? The council must be crazy to agree to that plan. The machine still operated. Buzzing sounds echoed. Ron's eyes were full of hope. We pray and wait for your safe return. Woojin, please rescue the Earthlings from the disaster's grasp. A flash of light sparked in the subconscious. Woojin was sinking into an illusion. What is this fragment of memory? Where are you? A sign appeared in the burning, gloomy air of Sun Station. At a train station in Sun, monsters were attacking. His eyes widened in shock. The explosion scene he hadn't experienced last year. Everyone was running away. Screams echoed. Help me. Get out of my way. But it's very likely this was an incident he had faced before. Could this be the phenomenon from there? Before dying, do people flash through all their old memories? On this side, Min was protecting Sua and Bibi. Here, he returned with a very anxious expression. Miss Bibi, quickly evacuate Sua with you from here. We will stay to block him until the president returns. The airship kept burning in the sky. Is BB Castle attacking? The administrator growled. Earth God, now it's too late for you to run. No, you must stop him. Woojin raised a trembling hand. A character of light burst across the entire castle, creating a violent explosion, dust flying everywhere. He reached out, face full of panic, shouting loudly as fragments buried the airship castle falling down. His family and friends, Woojin reached out blindly. They were all gone. So in the end, he still couldn't protect them. Woojin clenched his teeth so hard he trembled, eyes wide open. No. Suddenly a little girl appeared. You still have time. Woojin reached out. I'm the girl who sacrificed herself in the Middle East battle. Why did the girl appear before him like this? Ah, no. If you died too, meeting me here would be natural. But the girl said, You're wrong. This isn't the afterlife, but the inner world of the Trio Kong administrator. She spoke softly. A place where everything from the past, including those who have died like me, is preserved. Memories appeared behind Woojin. The past preserved inside the Trio Kong administrator? The girl replied, Yes. After all, Administrator Lee Songho is the one who holds the entire code controlling the virtual world. She paused. So everything you've seen so far happened in the past. The things you're worried about haven't happened yet. But if you give up and do nothing, that future will come, the girl warned. Then you have to return to Earth immediately. Since I said you still have time, I also know how to get you out of here, right? The girl suddenly spoke up. Even if you return to the virtual Earth, your physical body is already dead. There's nothing left. The code appeared, but as you said, there is a way. Woojin panicked, wondering where she got that from. The corners of her lips curled into a slight smile. Then she replied, Administrator Lee Songho is the most greedy person alive. The reason he craves the Earth Code so much isn't because he can't get it. She explained that it's because he wants the deletion code without sacrificing the Earth code he already holds, then reached out and said, "Here, take the Earth code and follow its instructions." She assured him that at the end of that path lies the saved future of Earth. Back to the ruined city, soldiers were bringing in a reporting device. "Commander, the teleportation device is ready," Ren reported. "Professor, have you succeeded in convincing Woojin yet?" A voice came through the radio. "I've tried persuading him, but I'm not sure if he'll follow my advice." Hearing that, he looked alarmed. Ryan spoke up. "Then isn't sending him out without the code pointless?" Toffler responded, "I know. That's why I ordered Chun to retrieve the Earth code. We might have to risk the stability of the code, but right now, we have no other choice," Toffler ordered. "Commander John, I need you to bring both Woojin and Kang Chun here. I'll complete the error correction code and planetary code here." Ryan quickly obeyed. "Understood. Once we rescue them, I'll contact you." Back at BB's castle, a hand rested on someone's head. She asked Sua, "Staying in your room all the time must be suffocating, right?" Sua replied, "No, Mom, I'm fine." She then asked, "But why hasn't my big brother come to see me, Mom?" She lowered her voice. "Well, your brother is busy saving the world. After this battle ends," she continued, "we'll definitely return to our precious life before, as a warm, happy family. So no matter how suffocating it is here, we have to endure until then, okay? All right?" Sua immediately agreed. "Yes." Suddenly, a knock came from outside. She stood up to answer. It seemed the Prime Minister had arrived. Mom told him not to worry about us, but he still reached out to grasp the doorknob. She was a bit surprised. Suddenly, a hand held the door, and Kang Chun stepped in, saying, "Excuse me." In the teleportation room, the screen displayed names, fingers typing unevenly. A voice said, "Kang Woojin, IDG 29, check logout initiated." Lines of text appeared on the screen, showing access denied. A voice exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Ryan asked confusedly. "What's going on?" "Beautiful. Is there a problem?" Z responded. "Access denied." "Sir, he's frantic. Impossible. Try again." But the screen still showed denial. He turned and said, "Something's wrong. I can only not access Woojin's compartment." Vin said, "What?" His face was full of panic. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Thinking of Woojin, he wondered, could something have happened to Kang Woojin in the virtual world? He asked, "Nick, what's the situation with Kang Chun?" Nick replied, "I received news that he successfully accessed the Earth code. He requested we rescue him exactly 5 minutes from now." R reminded, "We don't have time." He pointed urgently, "Jay, stay here and think of a plan." He obeyed, "Yes, sir. I'll be ready." After speaking, John turned and ordered, "Everyone else, follow me. We'll rescue Kang Chun first," they shouted in unison. Inside the glass cage, Woojin showed no signs of life. Suddenly, his eyes opened, while Woojin's mother was extremely panicked. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Kang Chun entered. "Please step aside." "I'm doing this for the world," she shouted loudly. "Step back now, or I'll call for help." His eyes widened as he spoke. "It will only hurt for a moment." Kang Chun looked toward Sua, who was scared and hiding behind her mother, and continued, "Besides, the kid won't remember anything." After finishing, he raised his hand, stroking the air as energy waves rose. Her face was now full of panic. She immediately rushed to block Kang Chun, shouting, "As long as I'm here, you won't get through." She turned and urged, "Sua, run!" The girl called out fearfully. "Mom!" she shouted. "Hurry, go!" Seeing her mother scream in pain, Sua was terrified, trembling all over. She squeezed her eyes shut and dashed out the door. He coldly watched and said, "What you're doing now is utterly pointless." Outside, Sua kept running non-stop. Tears streamed down her face, flying in the wind. Shouts echoed, "Is anyone there? Help me!" Sua screamed as she ran. "Please, someone." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Our game of hide-and-seek ends here." Kang Chun rushed to the Earth Priest, demanding, "Hand over the code now." The girl covered her ears and ran, screaming. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and the door shattered. He startled and turned to look. Immediately, a burst of flames erupted, the fire blazing fiercely. Everything was quickly engulfed and burned by the spreading flames. Someone stepped forward and spoke. "I came to check because I sensed a suspicious mana flow. Who dares to try to harm Sua like that?" Sungu approached with a strong, fiery aura and asked, "Su, are you okay?" The little girl blurted out in shock, "Sungu," and he was kneeling on the ground, trembling in pain. Kam Chun looked up and asked, "Are you Hong Sungu, the governor of Adam? Your appearance has changed a lot." He struggled to stand. "Everything I've done was to save Earth. Don't get in my way." He smiled faintly. "I don't care, because all I see here is a wicked grown man threatening a little girl's life." Kam Chun was full of rage, growling silently, thinking he didn't have time to convince him. His hand extended along with that dark aura. Sungu looked briefly confused. Kam Chun was fiercely holding on to that power and aura with a determined will to get the code right now. He charged forward, shouting, "Get out of my way!" Cam Chun growled, "Or I'll cut you down too." With that, Cam Chun raised his hand high, lifting the dark aura sword. Shua screamed in fear, clutching her head and yelling loudly. The dark auras surged powerfully forward. The little girl shut her eyes tight, but Sungu quickly reached out to block it. He smiled lightly. "What do you think you're doing? Why swing that black mess at a kid like that? Don't you know how dangerous that is?" He clenched his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. Did he just catch his dark sword, barehanded? Quickly, fiery auras wrapped around Cam Chun's body, then tightly bound him like invisible chains, causing him to scream in agony. Sungu warned, "Fine, I'll blind you so you don't do anything dangerous anymore. If you try anything stupid again, I'll melt you down. Stay still." Cam Chun was stunned at being tightly blinded. What was happening to him? He looked at him and commented. His entire body was made of fire. He had never heard of such a case before. Sungu turned to Shua and asked, "Are you okay? Did I scare you?" Suddenly, a flash of light made Cam Chun open his eyes wide in shock. His whole body began to fade along with panicked sounds. "No, is it already time?" He saw the surprised look in his eyes. Cam Chun had now disappeared from the fiery aura's grip. Sungu asked, confused, "Where did he go?" Meanwhile, a curse rang out. "Damn it, where's the problem?" Depp sat fiddling with the device, muttering to himself. No matter what path he took, he couldn't log out. He had to find a way before the commander returned. A voice rang out, "Hey, you don't need to struggle to log out anymore. Just open the compartment." He heard this and asked, confused, "What the hell are you talking about? Planning to bring a zombie back to base or what? We have to log him out first before we can bring him back, right?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as inside Woojin's visor, he was fully awakened. He shouted in panic, "How is that possible?" The other laughed softly. "Why? You look like you just saw a ghost." Elsewhere, retching sounds came out. Cam Chun was soaking wet. He looked up vaguely, eyes wide with confusion, asking where he was. Ren outside shouted loudly, "Hey, are you okay? Can you speak?" The call echoed. Cam Chun's face went blank. Here, he was being wrapped in towels by the guards, vaguely realizing he was in the real human world. The man asked, "How's the code situation? Did you bring it back?" He startled and looked up, then bowed his head and said quietly, "Sorry, everyone, I failed." Just as he was about to get the Earth code, Woojin was surprised to hear this. "What?" the man shouted. "What the hell are you saying? Did Shanette steal the code?" Cam Chun replied, "No. The reason I couldn't get the Earth code was because the humans interfered." Woojin paused, thinking, in a virtual world, there's someone else besides Woojin strong enough to stand against Cam Chun. Yeah, he reassured himself. At least the code didn't fall into Shanae's hands. Then he ordered, "Put protective gear on Cam Chun and carry him on a stretcher. Leave the Earth code issue to Professor Toffler. Let's go to Woojin first." Everyone gathered. Suddenly Jay was momentarily surprised. "Ah!" Everyone hurry to Jeff, who's lying motionless on the floor, he called out loudly. "Jeff." He shook him urgently, asking, "Jeff, what happened?" Depp. The vital signs quickly appeared on the helmet. He asked, confused. "His life signs are normal. Is he just unconscious?" Suddenly, the man looked up, shocked to see the visor shattered, hurriedly asking, "Where did Woojin go?" The scene shifted to Bibi's castle, where everyone was gathered around. Minchan spoke. "I didn't expect Cam Chun to target Sua like that." He bowed his head, apologizing, "It's all my fault. I should have paid more attention to protecting Sua." Bien said, "I should have been by Sua's side too, since the master ordered me to protect her." Sungu immediately reassured, "Everyone, don't be too hard on yourselves. After all, Sua and her mother are safe now." He asked, "More importantly, where did the boss go? I heard he went back to Earth already, right?" Minchan replied, "The president is probably in the moon realm." Sungu was stunned. "What?" He's confused like a lost chick. "Moon realm? What's that?" "I heard people say he's already back on Earth, right?" Minchan replied. "The president is probably in the moon realm." Sungu was stunned. "What?" He's confused like a lost chick. "Moon realm? What the hell is that?" Time passed, and Woojin rested his chin on his hand, pondering. "The real world, huh?" His eyes suddenly widened, then he laughed loudly. "So that means we just need to protect Sanho until he returns, right?" "That sounds easy," Minchan stammered. "You're not wrong." Woojin kept laughing. "With this new power, I won't let anyone attack us and get away with it." He thought to himself, this world might just be a virtual space. Yet, Sangho didn't seem to care about that truth at all. Minchan, still worried, reminded him, "Your new power will help us a lot, but we can't let our guard down yet." Then he turned to look at the screen and spoke. "Right now, an extremely unusual lord from China is charging toward us, and I guess his target is Sangho. Bibi also said that even the Chinese guilds and armies couldn't stop him. This creature might be on a completely different level from the lords of the virtual world we've faced before." Woojin smiled softly. "If even Bibi is worried like that, it means this enemy is very strong." He spread his hands to reassure. Well, let's just do our best to stop him. Anyway, the Military Institute will arrive soon, Minchan suddenly asked. Military Institute? At that moment, the screen went dark, leaving only sound. Prime Minister, there's a response from the teleportation gate, Woojin said. They're arriving just in time. Now, a teleportation gate appeared in the sky. Minchan and the others went out to look and exclaimed, "What the hell? What's this giant teleportation gate? What's gonna come out of it?" Woojin chuckled softly. There's more. Something huge above is radiating an incredibly strong mana. BB gasped in shock and shouted, Songho, that's a creature from Anfen. The voice said that Hazel had successfully tamed some extraordinary beasts. Now countless dragons with long tails, the ancient water dragons from the lake, were here. At the same time, in the recovery room, people lay motionless on beds, including Chun. Toffler looked in from outside and spoke. Kang Chun failed to retrieve the access code, and Woojin disappeared. He spoke gravely. Something must be going according to our plan. Barode turned to respond. With what happened to Kang Chun, we still can't figure out Woojin's disappearance. He recounted that from the system not accepting logout commands to the destruction of the storage compartment, and even a team member fainting. Toffler concluded that the management system must have malfunctioned. He confirmed, as long as we find him, we'll get the answers. So, I need you to find him as soon as possible, Commander, Barad asked. I understand. What do you plan to do with the Earth Code? Toffler looked at him and replied, Our only messenger in the virtual world is already like that. I have no choice but to act personally. He worriedly asked. Kang Chun failed so badly. Are you sure you can handle it alone? Toffler looked back and said, We have no other choice now. Let's move. Commander Jen. Toffler considered the worst-case scenario. If Shanae gets their hands on the Earth Code, everything we've protected until now will vanish into thin air. The scene shifted to the floating castle, where he was sneaking behind a door, trying to avoid the guard's notice. Toffler guessed the Earth Code was on the upper floor. Avoiding the guard's sight would be difficult. The ring in his hand immediately lit up. Information appeared, polymorph simulation ring. This simulated polymorph ring allows the user to change their shape. Be careful, because even a slight shock will break its effect. Just then, a figure approached, making both turn to look. A voice said, Captain Kim Jun-young, it's not time for shift change yet. What brings you here? Jun-young smiled softly. I received orders from the Prime Minister. He turned to give orders. I'm just here to check on Sua and the lady. Both of you keep an eye on the surroundings. They both replied clearly and slowly moved up the stairs. Actually, Jun-young was Toffler in disguise. He glanced back, knowing he had fooled them. Now all he needed was the password. Toffler reached her room's door. A voice called out, Madam, it's me, Kim Jun-young from the Shadow Squad, but only silence answered. He furrowed his brows, thinking, No response? Don't tell me. Toffler pushed the door open, and what he saw inside was completely different, making him exclaim. Inside, from the corner of a person's mouth, a slight smile appeared. A voice spoke, I've trapped you in my snare. He was startled and looked up. Branka was leaning against the wall and spoke, Who are you? Elsewhere, everyone was intently watching the administrator's route on the map. A voice said, That's the virtual world lord they're targeting. Tu-sun turned anxiously and asked, Songho going out alone like that, is he going to be okay? They said this enemy is much stronger than anyone we've faced before. The voice added, Songho has been reborn as Yongin Dragon Man. His power rivals that of a dragon, so he won't be easily defeated. She added, and in terms of mobility, Songho is the best here. No one is better suited to assess the enemy's strength than him. Suddenly, a voice came from the screen. This is Doan Ka. I just caught someone targeting Sua. Everyone gasped in shock, wondering who it could be this time. Woojin anxiously asked, Is she still safe? Who attacked her? Meanwhile, Toffler had been subdued. Ronka continued reporting. Just as we planned, he fell into the trap, and Kua is still safe. But surprisingly, the attacker's identity turned out to be Dr. Toffler. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be startled. First Kang Chun, now Dr. Toffler, Minchan said in a low voice. Enemies are everywhere around us. He looked up and assessed. Donka, the battle with Lord Trio Kong will soon begin. Woojin then ordered, Keep protecting Kosua and the Shadow Squad. Make sure Top Flare doesn't escape and monitor him closely. In the vast ocean sky, a flash of light appeared, and a figure darted through the air. It was none other than Lee Songho. From afar, seeing a glowing orb, he spoke, finally spotted him. Should I greet him a little more gently? Without hesitation, Songho unleashed a fire spear attack. The dragon administrator quickly detected it. The two forces collided, causing a massive explosion. Flames roared wildly, and thick smoke billowed. The fire burned fiercely around him. He snorted softly. Don't tell me you're already down after just one hit. Inside, the administrator exclaimed, The feeling this fire gave was definitely the power of a dragon. It's been a long time since I've met a dragon like this. Sungu was a bit startled, thinking, my fire has no effect on him? He growled. The one who dares block my way? Are you the protector of the earth deity? Without hesitation, he replied, if that's true, so what? The administrator stated, I am the ruler of over 12 Trio Kong, and I'll give you this choice. He coldly proposed, you can die protecting the earth deity, or kneel before my power. Meanwhile, Shanae kept approaching the castle in the real world. The ruins and debris remained. Inside the moon realm, an announcement echoed, Area A-13 is clear. More announcements followed. Area A-14 is also clear. Nothing here either. A voice called out clearly. Ron ordered to speed up the search. We don't have time. Everyone immediately spread out with flashlights. Someone asked, Colonel, don't you find something strange? He turned and quietly asked, what do you mean? He glanced around. Few were still standing or moving after the chaos. Looking into the distance, Sam assessed, he probably hasn't gone far. Yet we still haven't found him, Bureau reassured. He probably thinks we're a threat and is struggling to escape somewhere. Don't overthink it, he confirmed. Anyway, Woojin couldn't survive without his protective suit. We just need to find his body and retrieve the recovery code. Suddenly, someone's eyes widened as they stared intently. He immediately reported, Colonel, there's movement above. Ron exclaimed. What? He looked into the dark passage. A living creature? How can such fluctuations exist here? Suddenly, a voice said, I've been wandering here for a while. Ren froze instantly. Woojin came out confused and asked, what kind of place is this? Ron's eyes narrowed. That voice? He couldn't believe his ears. How is that guy still alive? Woojin spoke up. I have a question for you all. Woojin's tone turned cold. Is that old man Toffler here? At that moment, a beam of energy shot across the sky at a dizzying speed, leaving a thin streak. Those energies headed toward the ship. Flames blazed brightly in space. Soon after, a flash sounded, and Sungu appeared at the door. Woojin anxiously asked, Sangho, how's everything? Can we handle that Space Lord? He chuckled softly and recounted. I went in very confident, but unfortunately, my attacks didn't cause any damage to him. Minchun was immediately puzzled. How could that be? Sungu said. Luckily, I think I slowed him down enough to escape temporarily somehow. Bai asked seriously, did you get any clue about his identity? He put his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful as he replied, oh, now that I think about it, he did tell me to kneel before him and said he was the ruler of 72 space realms. The statement shocked her. Bai exclaimed, 72 space realms? If that's true, he's the highest lord among the space lords. Shanette, the 72nd step, another Bai, holding her head in confusion, asked, has he ever appeared before? Why suddenly come to Earth now? Sungu said. Turns out he's the king of the Trio Kung lords. No wonder my attacks had no effect on him. See, Hun shouted fearfully. We need to run. Facing someone like him is too dangerous, especially with the president not here. Minchon turned and said, running won't help. If we retreat now, Korea will be destroyed. He hesitated a bit. Well, she somewhat agreed and assessed, but the master ordered us to prioritize Sua's safety above all. To protect Sua, retreating now is a reasonable choice. Si Hun, hearing someone agree with him, immediately analyzed. She's right. If we lose her, not only will Korea be in danger, but the whole world will fall apart, he urged. Right now, we have to retreat quickly and wait for the president to return. Sungu heard this and remained silent, thinking to himself, if the boss were here now, he'd move somewhere else. A pile of kindling with flames starting to rise. A call rang out. Hey, Operations Director Hong. Sungu glanced toward the voice. Woojin asked him what the operations director's role was. He turned to answer, isn't he the one responsible for handling all these little tasks? To be honest, I'm just a kid running errands, but with a good paycheck. He sighed deeply. No, do you understand the significance of managing all those small matters? When we're not around, someone has to stand in for us, right? Who do you think should take that role? Sungu felt a surge of joy hearing that. Wait, you mean the boss? Woojin smiled lightly. Exactly. You're the operations director of our guild and second in command. In other words, you're the second strongest, right after me. He stood up and promised, now, I'll make you a true fire warrior. Sungu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had risked his life to become stronger. That's why Sungu spoke up. Everyone, calm down and listen to me. Everyone immediately turned their attention back. He confirmed that our current situation is extremely unfavorable. The enemy targeting us is on a whole different level, and we don't even know if we can win. Sungu then spoke seriously. But that doesn't mean we should step aside and let everyone on Earth sacrifice themselves. He reasoned that when the boss assigned us to protect Sue, he definitely didn't mean for us to sacrifice others to achieve that goal. Suddenly, a wave of energy arrived, and a voice spoke. That's right, the figure appeared, saying, running away is not the style of the immortal. In a deep voice, the immortal will fight to protect. Everyone shouted, Kiba! Sungu's lips curled up. He turned decisively. Let's fight! Sungu's eyes were full of confidence as he urged, let's protect Earth together until the boss returns. The scene shifted elsewhere. A loud shout echoed. Listen up. We can't waste time like this, Toffler shouted. We need AA to save Earth. I have to get the code back. He was anxious. If Net comes here, it'll be too late. Doan spoke up. Doctor, please, stop saying meaningless things. He declared. What do you think we are? We will protect Earth. You just sit there and watch. Toffler thought to himself. This won't work. He won't listen to me at all. Outside, over the vast ocean, the administrator was releasing powerful energy waves. He lunged forward, muttering, I can sense Earth's code, the home at the palace, and even Sue has appeared. A flash of light appeared in the sky. Sungu looked up. He's here. He turned back and asked, Is everyone ready? A hand drew a sword. We are the undead army, Kiaba declared. Of course, always ready to fight. Everyone shouted loudly, Let's fight. We will battle and obey every command of our master. Jis above spoke coldly. Shanae, today, I am about to fulfill the long-held wish I've had. With such determination, Sungu grew even more confident, a slight smirk on his lips. He called out to Bibi, I need you to focus on defending the flying platform, Sungu reminded. And tell Min Chan to keep earning points through the holy war battles. She immediately obeyed. Okay, I will hold the defensive line as long as possible and support you. With that, streams of fiery energy soared up, and he glanced upward. Now, let's make him taste our power. Sungu and everyone looked toward the incoming light. Meanwhile, in the moon realm, Toffler lay motionless on a recovery bed. His eyes were tightly shut without any movement. People around were urgently trying to stop him. You can't do this, they said. Using force like this is too dangerous. But Woojin ignored them and grabbed Toffler by the collar. The old man was shocked and cried out. Woojin shouted, Hey, Toffler, loudly. How long do you plan to sleep? Toffler opened his eyes and called out excitedly. Woojin's gaze was fierce. Yeah, it's me, you old fool. This time I came to see you personally. The old man sat up in horror. You're still alive. Seeing you saved like this makes me so happy. He turned to ask Commander John, have his memories returned yet? John replied, Well, you see it. Woojin spoke up. You mean the memories from when I researched Shaned in the Moon Realm? Toffler was overjoyed and turned around. His memories have returned. That's a relief. He suggested, then let the person in the virtual world retrieve Earth's code. But Woojin cut him off. No, from now on, there will be no more resets. Toffler looked confused and asked, What? What do you mean no more resets? Woojin said coldly. The only reason I came here to see you is because I wanted to see your soul with my own eyes, something I couldn't sense until now. The old man was bewildered, wondering, is he really not Woojin from Earth? Woojin turned and walked away. Now that all my memories have returned, I have no reason to stay here. Toffler hurriedly called out, Where are you going? Woojin, the old man shouted loudly. Commander John, what are you guys just standing there for? Hurry up and stop him. Ron just stood there silently. He watched Woojin's retreating back. Just give up. Professor, we can't stop him. Toffler was surprised. He was talking about the scene outside the Moon Realm. He chased after him, shouting loudly, Woojin, Woojin. Toffler reached out and yelled, Stop right now, it's dangerous outside. He knelt down. At least put on protective gear first. The corner of his mouth slightly curled as mana particles around Toffler glowed brightly. A notification appeared. You have been cured of the poisoned status. He looked at his hands, his eyes suddenly wide with surprise. In front of him, Woojin was extending his hand, channeling energy. Toffler wondered in confusion. Woojin, how can he use this power in the real world? He stammered, trembling. Impossible. Ron came from behind and spoke up. Professor, surely you realize it now. Toffler was startled and turned to call Commander Minchan. His eyes were full of complexity. Ron insisted. We were wrong to think we helped him log out. From the moment he opened his eyes in the pod, he was no longer a person from this world, but Woojin from another world. He explained that he is an immortal summoner of the highest rank. Now, Woojin's eyes were full of determination and resolve. Toffler approached softly. I apologize for my foolishness. Woojin replied, What you call me doesn't matter because the Woojin in the real world is also a part of me. Toffler asked. So, Woojin, what are you planning to do now? He recounted. Before waking up, I saw Shanae approaching Adon's spaceship. Thinking of the administrator, he added, Your teammate, Hale, tried to fight him, but no attack worked against such a supreme being. Then Kiba added, It's not just him, but also your Death Knights. Even Anfen's ancient water dragons and the ancient dragons couldn't stand against him. Toffler warned that sooner or later, they will all fall. But even if you go to help them, it won't change anything. He asserted, the Moon Realm needs a system patch, and we won't send you back to the virtual world anymore. Even if you refuse to cooperate, we will extract you from Earth at all costs, Toffler asked. Do you understand now? You can't do anything here. After a moment of listening, Woojin smiled slightly. He spoke, who knows? I think differently, Toffler. First, about Sungu. They will protect Songho until the very last moment and buy me time. Adon, where I'm hiding, isn't so easily defeated by him. He chuckled softly. Second, who told you I don't have a way back? His words unsettled Toffler. A large mana flow appeared from his outstretched hand. Woojin said coldly, if I couldn't get there, he declared calmly, then I'll just bring it here. A beam of power pierced through Earth, shooting straight into space. Bright lights flashed like suns above the sky castle. The administrator's voice growled, you stubborn fools. He slowly moved to unleash a skill, shouting, give up now and hand over the codes. Instantly, everyone was suppressed by that aura. Sungu shouted to the Death Knights. A voice rang out, Heil! He was startled and turned around. Minchin spoke up, the sanctuary points are dropping to critical levels. At this rate, we'll be wiped out. Sungu's eyes were resolute. No, we have to hold out until the big brother returns. He smiled softly. So you've been struggling hopelessly for that reason? The administrator announced. Just give up. Woojin no longer exists in this world. Hearing that, he exclaimed, what? The administrator confirmed coldly. His body was destroyed long ago. His soul has been completely absorbed by me. So waiting any longer is useless because he won't come back. Sungu thought to himself, Big Brother was defeated? No, impossible. He clenched his fist and continued, after absorbing Earth's code, I will become the supreme god of this entire universe. I won't just be the ruler, but also the creator and destroyer of anything I desire. The administrator warned, so just give up. This is the last mercy I grant you before you become my supreme god's creations. Hearing this, he smirked slightly. That supreme god, huh? Sungu said calmly. I already knew that even if I faced such a being, it wouldn't benefit me. He laughed. Finally, you're listening to me, aren't you? He gritted his teeth, furrowing his brows. And to me, if there's anyone like that in this world, Sungu said softly, it can only be Big Brother. After finishing, a layer of stone appeared from above. The administrator looked up in shock and exclaimed, this aura can't be. I already absorbed him, so how is this possible? Immediately, the stones shattered with sounds and dazzling light as Woojin descended from above. Sungu joyfully shouted, Big Brother. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. Woojin proudly said, see, I knew you guys could hold out. Inside the control room, everyone gasped, what the hell? Why is there such a high-energy reaction from Earth? Someone with a panicked face pointed and shouted, everyone, look at the screen! Earth! A trembling voice said, oh my god, Earth is darkened. Now, the left side of Earth is covered in darkness, but a beam of light is descending. Huge mana streams are pulling Earth's color back to blue. Has it regained its original blue light? Gradually, after a while, the entire Earth returned to normal. On this side, the glass layer had shattered into pieces and fallen down. Woojin descended swiftly from the light above. Minchan joyfully called out, Master, Sungu spoke. Big Brother, I knew you would come back. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Woojin's eyes were full of pride. See, they held strong just like I said. The administrator was astonished. The administrator of the code said, how could you? He clearly swallowed your soul whole. Woojin rushed down and said, sorry to keep you waiting. Well then, let's get started on phase 2, shall we? Immediately, Woojin charged to attack the administrator. He radiated arrogant mana. No matter how many rounds this fight goes, the result will be the same. I will swallow you once again. The administrator of the code summoned a cross-shaped light. It was as powerful as a torrential downpour, pouring directly onto Woojin. Sungu shouted, Big Brother, the staff is raised. Woojin praised, it really works. He swung the staff down, realizing now why it was called the ultimate weapon of the god of destruction. The administrator is currently in utter confusion. His attack is being nullified. This side is full of surprises, he exclaimed. Could that be? Finally, the judgment we've been waiting for has been fulfilled, the man shouted. Master, you have truly succeeded. The auras gradually rose. The administrator could not believe this reality. You, he growled. How dare you? The administrator yelled. Give it to me at once. He charged forward, declaring, it belongs to me. But as he tried to advance, a net of aura rays blocked him like a barrier. The light within the staff glowed, Woojin said coldly. Anything that falls into my hands will never be handed over to anyone. He spoke each word clearly. This earth, my family, or my comrades. Woojin turned decisively. I will not give you anything, you bastard. The administrator was hit painfully and screamed loudly. The administrator of the code growled, I am the chosen one, the being closest to the supreme god. There is nothing I cannot have. The administrator's body parts slowly reassembled. He radiated terrifying mana and shouted, "I will swallow all of you along with that code." Woojin smirked mockingly. "Is that your last dying breath? That bulging, wide-eyed, puffed-up look of yours really makes one think of your bottomless greed." He raised the staff. "Let's end this here and now." Woojin recounted the endless history we have had to repeat countless times, along with this meaningless game across 72 dimensions. The staff was now raised high. A powerful aura burst forth. He dashed down, shouting, "It's time for you to face judgment, bastard." He thrust the staff down, shattering everything to dust. Strong auras surged directly at the administrator. The administrator screamed in pain through the space. He was dying, but still arrogantly roared, "I am the ruler of 72 dimensions. I cannot fall here. I will continue to exist forever." Alongside Woojin's shout, the scream still echoed. Forever. A powerful light flared fiercely. Then an explosion erupted. Everything quickly turned to dust and vanished into the air. Woojin said coldly, "Goodbye, bastard. Never appear in this universe again." After some time, everything returned to peace. Birds flew across the blue sky. At the harbor, boats were docked by the shore with gentle waves. A panicked voice called out, "Professor Toffler, what happened? What's going on with Earth?" The call was heard. Professor Toffler heard clearly and replied. Toffler spoke. Woojin, the elder, looked at the peaceful scene and exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected he could really bring the virtual world into reality like this." Old turned to ask the professor, "Is this really the real world? How can this be possible?" Toffler responded, "I don't know either. Maybe science needs to advance a few more centuries to explain this phenomenon." He turned back. "But if I had to guess, I think the Shanae Dimension Travel Network responded to Kang Woojin's code and created a portal that brought the real world into reality." Toffler's distant gaze concluded that, whatever it was, this phenomenon exceeded human knowledge and Kang Woojin had saved the Earth. So, Adan and Earth in the virtual world did not disappear. Even the Black Earth, where no life remained, was rescued. He softly called the name Kang Woojin. Toffler confirmed he truly became the savior of all Earths. Right after he defeated Shanae, all temples and teleport gates on Earth vanished, and a new world, where both the real and virtual worlds merged, was born. The era of a great catastrophe ended. All humanity hoped this new world would bring true peace and lasting stability. However, some issues still needed to be resolved. Now, monsters under attack screamed piercingly. They were hit by powerful forces. Elsewhere, someone ran to Haesol to report to the boss. Near Gangnam Station, more people are reporting. Du chuckled softly. "Looks like those cowards hiding in the shadows are surfacing one by one. All right, let's go." On the city streets now, cars moved busily. The search and destruction of monsters fleeing throughout the city was underway, along with rebuilding national infrastructure destroyed by the large-scale explosion. It will take a very long time to complete, but eventually, everything will return to the state it was before the explosion happened. However, there remains one problem that can never be fully resolved, and that is the parallel existence of refugee residents from other dimensions still on Earth. These are the beastmen, elves, dwarves, not like monsters. These are all highly intelligent and perceptive races. Some have adapted to human society, but most of these races have caused localized terrorist attacks and territorial conflicts. This could very well spark a new war. Fortunately, humans and other races have come together to sign a treaty preventing the spread of warfare. They then established the Earth United Nations centered in Aeon to maintain and promote coexistence and shared development among all races. And now, 5 years since the New World was born, humanity is ready to welcome a new member on their journey toward an era of coexistence. Currently, cameras are rolling and speeches are echoing. Over the past 5 years, since the battle with Shanae erupted, things have never been easy for us. Everyone is focused and listening intently. However, we have all done our best and succeeded in rebuilding the world, achieving peaceful consensus among the races. Now, let us welcome a new member to this world. The World Peace Organization, Earth United Nations, First Chairman Dungmin Tran. The speech continues to resonate. "We are ready to awaken and welcome all those who have been sleeping under the subway stations and help them fully adapt to this world." Now, the call rings out. Let's begin the project to save future humanity. Everyone immediately raises their hands and cheers. At the construction site now, the growl of some beast echoes. A monster is being restrained, struggling to speak. "Just a little more time and I could have succeeded," Dunggu reminds. "Stop struggling. Sit still, or you'll end up as dust." Earth United Nations, Peacekeeping Force, Awakened SS Battalion. Hong Sung steps forward and speaks. "A terrorist attack right in On territory. The New World has been around for 5 years now, but we really can't let our guard down." Hee-sun chuckles softly. "Thanks, Hong. You've worked hard. Because of you, this incident ended smoothly." Earth United Nations, Peacekeeping Force, awakened S Battalion Haysal. Elsewhere, soldiers are restraining other beasts. Sung Gu comments, we'll probably meet them soon. The future people waking from that dream sleep, among them surely someone looks exactly like me, right? She replies, if we're talking appearance, that could be true, but according to Professor Toffler, no matter how similar two people look, their personalities can never match. Hisan turns to look at the plaza. So they are still themselves, and we are still us. He exclaims, realizing that's the case. She advises, when you get a chance, watch Professor Toffler's interview. He's about to appear as a guest on Seung Hun's show. Sung-gu exclaims, you mean he'll be on Seung Hun's show? Elsewhere, music starts playing. A smile with a hint of mischief spreads. Seung Hun grabs the mic and loudly says, hello everyone, welcome to Gung Hun's World Variety Show. He continues, today, to celebrate this meaningful day, we've invited a very special guest. Please give a big round of applause. The voice announces, Professor Toffler from the moon base. Cameras immediately focus on Toffler. Seung Hun asks, Professor, it's been about 3 years since you last visited Earth, right? How do you feel now, returning to Earth after such a long time? The old man smiles softly. The blue Earth has always been something that moves my heart. Director of the astronomy lab at Moon Base, Professor Toffler. Toffler recounts, for decades, I only saw Earth as colorless, gray, and dull. Honestly, even now I still can't believe I'm standing here. He laughs heartily. This scene must feel like a magical vision to you, right? Like hypnosis or something. He rests his chin on his hand thoughtfully. Even your comment that this new world is like a magical vision is an interesting hypothesis. Then he smiles. I'm just joking a bit. We've gone through so many ups and downs to reclaim Earth like this. How could I consider it an illusion? That's impossible. Seung Hun can't help but laugh. Professor, your jokes don't sound like jokes at all. Just thinking you might actually mean it scares me. Toffler replies calmly. Even if that's true, we don't have to worry. Didn't President Kang Woojin already answer that question for us? He asks confusedly. Huh? What do you mean? The old man looks up. Toffler begins to recount. Back in the previous virtual world, the president was very conflicted about choosing between the virtual world and the real world. Of course, I thought he would choose the real world once he learned the truth, but surprisingly, he chose to keep both. That's because all the experiences and relationships he has in the virtual world are real to him. After hearing that, Si-hun spoke up. I get it now. You mean that, compared to knowing the truth about the world, the emotions we feel and the life we live are even more important, right? Toffler immediately replied. Exactly. He said not only that, the more we live, the more relationships and connections we build with more people. He gasped. Are you talking about the future people who are about to be rescued? Toffler chuckled softly. I'm not just talking about those future people. Then he paused. Toffler thought of the spaceship in space. I'm talking about the neighbors outside Earth. The citizens of the 72 dynasties didn't appear with the birth of that new world. A voice announced, May 29th, the 5th year of the new era, 11 in the morning, Ven entered Mars's orbit, beginning exploration. A voice spoke up. Who would have thought using the moon-based technology would still take 3 months? Woojin chuckled lightly. If we had a teleportation gate, we'd just blink and be there. The hero of the new world, President Adon Kang Woojin. While Earth celebrated the 5th anniversary of the New World, Kang Woojin arrived on Mars with the help of Moon Base. Moreover, the other name for this planet is Anfen. This is where Soul Summoner Kang Woojin's journey begins. He turned and urged, I can't just sit still anymore. Hey, Latasha, open the hatch. Barad was briefly surprised and asked, What? You're planning to go outside right now? He panicked loudly. That's way too dangerous. At least wait until the observation satellite finishes, then we'll go down together. Woojin smirked slightly and reminded him, Who do you think I am? If you don't open it, I'll smash it until it bursts. Hearing that, Barad got a little scared and immediately agreed. Of course, we'll open it right now. Meanwhile, at Anfen Soros base, after the teleportation gate disappeared, 5 long years passed. But someone here still waited for Kang Woojin's return. A hand was writing symbols on paper. Melody looked up and gazed out the window. Suddenly, from above, a strong force was rushing down. It was Woojin speeding like a rocket. Her feet stepped outside, looking up at the flashing light. He was riding the divine dragon diving down. I promised I'd come back soon, but it'll be next year before I return. Woojin's eyes were full of anticipation. Now I'm here to fulfill my promise. A loud call rang out. Melody, Melody. Hearing that, her eyes widened, filled with joy as she looked up. Yeah,